A bizarre calamity has transformed the world into a paradise for zombies, leaving humanity bewildered as to the origins of these creatures. In his previous life, Ming fell victim to betrayal at the hands of his own nanny, ultimately becoming fodder for the undead. Reborn 3 months prior to the apocalypse, Ming awakens to a newfound system and gains access to a spatial dimension. Thus, he embarks on a fervent quest to amass weapons and resources, constructing a refuge as impenetrable as a fortress. Chapter 1. I have been reborn, and I have awakened the system. Have I truly been reborn? Gazing at the familiar decor of his home, Ming could scarcely believe his eyes. Boss, you're awake. Upon hearing the voice, Ming lifted his gaze to find Aunt May, the family's nanny, entering the living room with a platter of freshly washed fruit. You. The sight of Aunt May's aged visage ignited a fury within Ming. He yearned to eliminate her on the spot. It was this very woman who, 1 month after the outbreak, colluded with a security guard from the neighborhood to open the gates of the villa. A horde of robust security guards stormed in and plundered all of Ming's scant resources. What infuriated him further was that, after their looting spree, they callously tossed him outside to feed the zombies. Their rationale was rooted in Aunt May's treacherous remark: "If we take his belongings now, he will surely seek revenge later." Thus, after a month of providing for these ingrates, Ming met his end in the jaws of the undead. Boss. Aunt May's voice broke through Ming's reverie, drawing his attention to her peculiar gaze. Aunt May, I am fine. Ming suppressed his rage and waved her off while retrieving his phone from his pocket. April 18th? Glancing at the screen, Ming was unequivocally certain of his rebirth. Despite knowing that this old woman was responsible for his demise, he had 3 full months before the apocalypse would commence. Even in his fury, he recognized the necessity of restraint. The world had yet to descend into chaos, and he remained bound by the laws of the Great Xia. Given this second chance bestowed upon him, Ming resolved to cherish it. His immediate priority was to devise a strategy for survival in the impending world of despair. As he contemplated rising to refresh himself, a sudden flash of light illuminated his mind, followed by a mechanical voice resonating within. Congratulations, host, on awakening the most powerful human system. System binding in progress. System binding successful. The mechanical voice rendered Ming momentarily speechless. A system. Before he could fully comprehend this revelation, the voice continued. Commencing first mission. Complete your initial training. Mission description. Please complete 20 push-ups within 1 minute. This task has no time limit upon completion. You may claim all reward from the novice gift package. However, it appears that this system had no intention of granting Ming a moment to respond, as it directly issued a task immediately upon the successful binding. Undoubtedly, Ming was momentarily taken aback by this sudden assignment. In the next instant, regaining his composure, Ming promptly positioned himself on the ground and began performing push-ups. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. First exercise. The beginner's gift pack will now be dispatched. Congratulations, host, on acquiring system space. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the physique of an ordinary scout. The beginner's gift pack has been successfully delivered. As the system's announcements concluded, Ming felt an immediate surge of strength coursing through his body. Is this what it means to possess the physique of an ordinary scout? Sensing the remarkable transformation within himself, Ming finally recognized how feeble he had once been. With the physique of an ordinary scout, he could effortlessly overpower 5 past versions of himself. Boss. You. However, in stark contrast to Ming's exhilaration, Aunt May appeared visibly startled by the scene, observing the flicker of anxiety in her eyes. Ming shook his head reassuringly. I'm fine, I simply felt an urge to do push-ups. Then I shall prepare lunch, Aunt May replied, nodding silently without further comment. Yet, just as she was about to head to the kitchen, Ming's voice echoed from behind her. Aunt May, I'm giving you a 3-month leave. I'm planning to demolish and rebuild this villa. They'll call you back once it's ready for you to take care of me. All right, boss. I will finish lunch and leave in the afternoon. No need. I won't be having lunch at home. Ming declined Aunt May's offer and carried the plate of washed fruit back to his bedroom. System space, what a remarkable asset. Once he closed the door, Ming eagerly began to explore the system space within his mind. Following the system's guidance, he quickly learned how to place and retrieve items from his possession. It was undeniable that the space provided to him was indeed vast. Ming estimated that the area of this space was equivalent to 50 football fields. The reason he had brought the plate of fruit into his bedroom was to test whether this system space could preserve the freshness of ingredients. After placing the entire plate of fruit into the system space, Ming packed the property deeds of his other houses and his passport into his backpack and left through the front door. In the courtyard, Ming gazed at the flowers and plants around him, inhaling deeply. It has truly been a long time since I've breathed such fresh air. After his moment of reflection, he casually plucked a flower and tossed it into his space. Regarding how he would survive in the impending apocalypse 3 months hence, Ming had already devised a plan in his heart. Being a scion of wealth, he had inherited nearly $2 billion in assets after the tragic loss of his parents in an aviation disaster at the age of 18, including several valuable properties. Though he had received an inheritance worth nearly $2 billion, Ming remained merely an exceedingly wealthy, ordinary man, having lost the protection of his parents. The newly adult scion of wealth found himself devoid of respect from anyone. Money could not purchase power. Particularly in this age of social media, those in authority are far less reckless than in times past. Absent a network of connections, one might find it impossible to even bribe those in power. Nonetheless, Ming proceeded to allocate a portion of his funds towards investments and the establishment of a company. Perhaps fate smiled upon him. For over the years, his ventures in both investment and corporate management have been remarkably prosperous. Currently, Ming possesses nearly $3 billion in liquid assets when accounting for real estate and company valuations. Reaching a total of $40 billion is well within reach. As he contemplated the impending apocalypse in 3 months' time, Ming recognized that beyond amassing ample supplies, his greatest efficiency lay in the means of offense and defense. Regarding offensive capabilities, it is essential to note that within the Great Xia Kingdom, the only legally obtainable items are merely basic self-defense tools. The most extravagant among them might include a taser or a compound bow. Yet, Ming was acutely aware that such items would not suffice to ensure his safety. After all, these are items that are available to all despite having acquired the skills of a scout. His experiences from a past apocalypse made him acutely aware of the terrifying potential that lies dormant within individuals when cornered. Thus, in this lifetime, he must stockpile a substantial arsenal. As for defensive measures, the situation is even more dire. Even if Aunt May were not to surreptitiously open the villa door, merely informing the entire neighborhood of the supplies remaining in her home would enable the ravenous residents to easily breach Ming's villa. The floor-to-ceiling windows installed within the villa would, at the moment the apocalypse dawns, transform into a ticking time bomb. Perhaps it is best to sell these properties first. As Ming exited the neighborhood, he gazed upon the bustling crowd in the streets and slowly made his way into the nearest real estate agency outside the community. Chapter 2. Selling a house. Greetings, sir. How may I assist you today? I am sales representative Xiaohua. Are you looking to buy or sell a property? I happen to have several remarkable listings. Would you be interested in learning more? Upon entering the establishment, several sales representatives eagerly rose to greet him. These professionals had honed their skills to discern economic status at a glance, and from the moment Ming walked through the door, they assessed his financial capacity based on his attire. Selling a house. Ming had no intention of engaging in trivial conversation with these salespeople. Instead, he promptly retrieved 6 vibrant red property certificates from his backpack. In 3 months, the world would descend into chaos. Thus, these properties would serve no purpose. Consequently, when he uttered the words selling a house, his expression remained impassive. However, the sight of 6 property certificates emerging from his bag left the sales representatives momentarily speechless. Undoubtedly, they had never encountered a client willing to sell so many properties at once. Please take a look at these properties. Ming calmly laid out the certificates before him. With each one he unveiled, the sales representative's breaths quickened. By Gui Yuan Huacheng, a spacious, exquisitely decorated apartment of 260 square meters. Wanka Real Estate's one, a large, finely appointed apartment of 300 square meters. Valley Garden, a standalone villa. Qingqing Real Estate Lujin Garden, a standalone villa. Longhu Real Estate Zijin Huaqing, a standalone villa. Huarun Real Estate Longqing, a standalone villa. All 6 properties were under the auspices of the top 10 real estate developers in the Great Xia Kingdom. Each property was situated in prime locations within the city, boasting convenient transportation and affluent neighbors. The villas, in particular, were the epitome of luxury, attracting only the wealthiest individuals. It was evident that, provided the pricing was reasonable, these properties would be snatched up in an instant. In today's market, such listings are a rare gem. Well, these are the 6 properties I wish to sell. Upon hearing Su Ming's declaration, the sales representative's eyes sparkled with palpable excitement. This is what it means to be truly wealthy. Two of the female sales representatives even began to send flirtatious glances his way, recognizing that winning his favor could be life-altering. In contrast, the three male representatives, lacking the inherent advantages of their female counterparts, hurriedly offered Su Ming tea and refreshments, bustling about to cater to his needs. They understood that, without the same natural allure, they must compensate through diligent service. No need for fuss, I have other matters to attend to. While politely declining their offerings, Su Ming accessed his WeChat QR code on his phone. This is my WeChat. My requirements are straightforward. I wish to finalize the sale promptly, at a price no less than market value, and payment must be made in full. Several sales representatives promptly retrieved their phones to add Su Ming on WeChat. After each verification, Su Ming chose not to depart immediately. Instead, he gazed quietly at the sales team before him. As sales professionals, these individuals were inherently astute. They perceived that this prominent figure had something significant to convey. Observing their expressions, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. However, he was acutely aware that, being shrewd, these salespeople would inevitably harbor their own ulterior motives when it came to selling properties. After all, their earnings were contingent upon commissions from sales. And with such prime real estate available, they would likely inflate the prices to a level that would satisfy their own interests. Such actions could undoubtedly hinder his plans for selling the properties. To avert any disruption to his strategy, Su Ming resolved to offer incentives to enhance their motivation. I am in urgent need of funds, so anyone who can sell these properties within 2 weeks will receive a commission of 5% for each unit sold. His words sent ripples of excitement through the 5 sales representatives, who collectively gasped in astonishment. A 5% commission. It was important to note that the average estimated price of these 2 spacious, elegantly furnished homes approached $6 million each, meaning that selling just one would yield over $300,000 in commission. And as for the 4 standalone villas, in an instant, the eyes of the 5 salespeople sparkled with ambition. That is all I have to say. If you don't find any buyers, please refrain from contacting me. After delivering his message, Su Ming cast a knowing glance at the 2 female sales representatives who were attempting to garner his attention. The 3 male salespeople, upon hearing this, felt invigorated. Initially, they had been concerned that the 2 female sales agents might outpace them, but it was now evident that this boss was entirely fair and just. Take care, boss. After escorting Su Ming out, the 5 salespeople exchanged glances before sprinting back to their desks, fervently making phone calls. Mr. Lee, the standalone villa in the city that you were interested in is now available. Brother Chin, this is salesperson Wang. I have the well-decorated school district apartment you wanted. Mr. Gu, didn't you express interest in a villa? Emerging from the agency, Su Ming wasted no time and headed directly back to his villa. In his moment of excitement over his rebirth, he had astonishingly forgotten to take his car keys. Yet, as he pushed open the door to his house, he discovered Aunt May, the housekeeper, rummaging through the refrigerator. Boss, you're back. Aunt May clearly hadn't anticipated Su Ming's swift return, and being caught in the act left her momentarily flustered. Didn't you say you would be renovating tomorrow? I just thought I'd check if there were any ingredients in the fridge that were about to expire. Upon hearing her clumsy excuse, Su Ming's heart sank in disdain. Even if there were ingredients nearing their expiration date, it was not within the purview of a mere housekeeper to handle them indiscriminately. Was it? Moreover, the large canvas bag at Aunt May's feet clearly indicates that this is not her first foray into theft. Had it not been for this serendipitous encounter today, I might have remained oblivious to her actions forever. Reflecting on Aunt May's conduct during the apocalypse, a cunning plan began to take shape in Su Ming's mind. You enjoy thievery, do you not? The food stored in my basement is nearing its expiration in less than 3 months. Let us allow you to take as much as you desire. With this realization, a gentle smile spread across Su Ming's face. No worries, Aunt May. If you wish to eat, please feel free to take whatever you like. After all, this house is set for renovation tomorrow. Thank you, boss. Seeing that Su Ming did not pursue the matter further, Aunt May exhaled in relief. Observing her reaction, Su Ming knew he had successfully hooked the fish. Aunt May, I also have quite a bit of food stored in my basement. It seems the time has come to replace it with a fresh batch, so I would appreciate your assistance in disposing of it as well. Certainly, no problem. But the key. Su Ming had not provided Aunt May with a key to the basement. After handing her the key, he retrieved the car keys from his bedroom and departed from the villa once more. Humph, you are quite perceptive. As Su Ming left, Aunt May, who had previously been so meek, instantly transformed her demeanor. She eagerly unlocked the basement door with the key in hand. And upon gazing at the food supplies that rivaled a small warehouse, she was left utterly speechless. This little brat is indeed wasteful. Faced with this scene, Aunt May hesitated not for a moment, She swiftly notified her security acquaintance to come and help her move the items. Having completed this task, she returned to the refrigerator, hastily rummaging through its contents. Chapter 3. Constructing an indomitable sanctuary. Su Ming harbored no concerns regarding Aunt May pilfering anything else from his abode. Firstly, the world had not yet descended into chaos. Society remained under the governance of law. Moreover, having witnessed her in the act today, she certainly lacked the audacity to attempt further theft. Secondly, Aunt May was entirely oblivious to the impending apocalypse 3 months hence. Su Ming's intent in enlisting her assistance to clear out the basement was to familiarize her with his habitual stockpiling of emergency supplies. Only in this manner would she be inclined to seek him out when the world crumbled. Additionally, Su Ming was curious to observe the character of his fellow residents in this community when faced with dire circumstances. He navigated to the Ting Dun Security Company. Following the directions, Su Ming arrived directly at the establishment. Ting Dun Security Company primarily specialized in security services, beyond the provision of bodyguards. It was renowned globally for its expertise in constructing sanctuaries. Su Ming's purpose was straightforward: to forge an impregnable refuge for himself in the face of the impending apocalypse. As for the system in his mind, it had ceased to offer guidance after instructing him on how to utilize the system space. This was fortuitous, as Su Ming's immediate priority was to expedite the creation of his sanctuary and amass arms and provisions. Should the system unexpectedly issue any tasks, he would indeed find himself at a loss. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" the receptionist inquired. Su Ming, straightforward in his approach, replied, "I wish to commission your company to construct an indomitable sanctuary for me." "Certainly, sir. Please allow me to escort you to the conference room." The receptionist exhibited no surprise at Su Ming's request. Were it a common individual making such an inquiry, it would likely provoke laughter. After all, in this era of peace, who would voluntarily confine themselves within an iron shell? However, this was Ting Dun Security Company, where the construction of sanctuaries was one of their primary services. Wealthy individuals, fearing for their lives, had commissioned bespoke sanctuaries long before. Thus, Su Ming's request elicited no astonishment among the staff. "Please hold on a moment. A representative will be with you shortly." After pouring Su Ming a cup of tea, the receptionist exited the conference room. Soon, a man clad in tactical attire entered, pushing open the door. "Good day, sir. May I ask your name?" Su Ming glanced at the man who had entered and nodded inwardly. Ting Dun truly deserved its reputation as a leading security company in the Great Star. The man exuded an aura that hinted at latent lethality. "I am Su Ming. Greetings, Mr. Su. I am Shi Tianhao, the head of the business department. I was informed by the receptionist that you wish to create a sanctuary for yourself. Here is a detailed introduction regarding the requirements for such a sanctuary." Having spoken, Shi Tianhao picked up a tablet from the adjacent table and handed it directly to Su Ming. As Su Ming glanced at the various descriptions of shelters within the tablet, he realized he had underestimated the capabilities of the Ting Dun Security Company. The shelters constructed by Ting Dun seemed to embody the notion that there was nothing beyond their reach. Su Ming found it difficult to fathom how they managed to build shelters beneath the ocean. Of course, he understood that such underwater constructions were not applicable to his current needs. What he truly desired was to transform his villa in the city into an impregnable refuge. He briefly skimmed through the information regarding the shelters before beginning to specify his requirements on the tablet. Firstly, both the outer and inner walls of the villa's courtyard needed to be clad in the world's strongest alloy encasing concrete, with the outer wall equipped with a high-voltage electric fence. The gates, both to the courtyard and the villa, should be fortified with the highest-grade vault doors available. The ceilings and floors would adhere to the same standards as the walls. Furthermore, the villa's windows must be replaced with the finest bulletproof glass, complete with shooting apertures. Additionally, the entire shelter must be outfitted with a comprehensive infrared surveillance system, ensuring 360-degree monitoring without any blind spots both inside and outside the property. Only by maintaining an awareness of external movements could Su Ming make informed decisions. A standalone power supply system was essential to connect generators to provide electricity for the entire shelter. An air filtration system and heating and cooling units were indispensable, especially considering the extreme cold of winters in Su Ming's city. Having chosen to create a shelter, he naturally sought one that would afford him comfort. Each room within the villa must also possess independent partitioning and fire suppression capabilities to prevent chaos in the event of an emergency. Lastly, and most crucially, this sanctuary must possess the ability to detect and shield against radiation. In summary, the shelter must be truly unassailable. Upon receiving the tablet from Su Ming, Shi Tianhao observed the plethora of requirements listed, his expression remaining largely unchanged. However, when he noted Su Ming's final addition regarding radiation protection, his eyes widened in surprise. "Mr. Su, unless we excavate a deep underground bunker, it may be beyond our capabilities to meet that last requirement if you wish to maintain the villa's appearance, he remarked. After a brief silence, Shi Tianhao couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Forgive my audacity, Mr. Su. But what kind of trouble are you entangling yourself in? Realizing that Shi Tianhao had misunderstood his intentions, Su Ming clarified, Mr. Shi. My reference to radiation protection is not in anticipation of a nuclear blast, but rather concerning certain radioactive contaminants, such as those found in MRI machines within hospitals. Upon hearing Su Ming's explanation, Shi Tianhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. If that is the case, it would be feasible to inject lead between the two alloy walls, and a separate lead wall could be established for the windows within the premises. This arrangement would ensure protection against ordinary radiation. Very well, I entrust everything to you. With Shi Tianhao having presented a solution, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, gazing at the generated model on the tablet. Su Ming could not help but marvel at how Tengdun Security Company, true to its professionalism, had swiftly determined the renovation plan. Mr. Su, the total cost for your current shelter amounts to 800 million, and it is scheduled for completion in 2 months. A deposit of 240 million is required up front. If there are no objections, let us proceed with the contract. After briefly reviewing the electronic contract on the tablet, Su Ming inscribed his name upon it. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Upon transferring the deposit, just as Shi Tianhao intended to shake hands with Su Ming to celebrate the successful partnership, Su Ming put forth a new request. Mr. Shi, might it be possible for Tengdun Security Company to custom-build a national-grade armored off-road vehicle for me? Chapter 4. The Renovation Turmoil and Nationally Protected Off-Road Vehicle. Confronted with Su Ming's new request, Shi Tianhao found himself perplexed by the intentions of this enigmatic client. Logically, one would expect that an individual investing heavily in constructing such a high-level sanctuary would prefer to remain hidden within its confines. Yet, here stood Su Ming, who had just expended 800 million to create a refuge and now sought a vehicle with national-level protection. The price for a custom-made vehicle of this caliber hovered around 50 million, offering similar functionalities to those found in foreign counterparts, albeit without concealed weaponry. Upon hearing Shi Tianhao's words, Su Ming felt a tinge of disappointment. It appeared that acquiring arms would necessitate a journey abroad after all. While he had faith in Shi Tianhao's capabilities to procure firearms, he recognized that he was merely a client of Tengdun Company, devoid of any special privileges. Rather than relying on Shi Tianhao to leverage connections for a couple of weapons, it would be more prudent to collaborate with a shell company overseas. Utilizing his system space, he could seamlessly transport the purchased arms back home, leaving no trace behind. This was indeed the optimal solution. Nonetheless, despite the prohibition of private firearm ownership in the Great Xia Nation, there were no stringent regulations regarding bulletproof vests or protective suits. In fact, one could effortlessly procure bulletproof vests manufactured by Northern Manufacturing Company through online shopping platforms. Since Su Ming had already entrusted the matters of the shelter and the vehicle to Tengdun Security Company, he had no qualms about allocating additional funds for protective gear. Moreover, given his lack of expertise in such matters, it would be far better to entrust them to a professional like Shi Tianhao. Thus, I shall provide a deposit of 100 million. In addition to the vehicle previously mentioned, please assist me in acquiring decontamination vehicles capable of eliminating radioactive materials, alongside various bulletproof vests and protective suits. Certainly, I will ensure these items are delivered to you upon the completion of the sanctuary. Having grown indifferent to Su Ming's requests, Shi Tianhao braced himself, even for the moment when Su Ming might demand a spacesuit, though, of course, that was beyond his reach. Here's my address, if feasible. Please arrange for your team to commence work tomorrow. After adding Shi Tianhao on WeChat, Su Ming sent his villa's address. Rest assured, in 2 months' time, you will possess an impregnable sanctuary. Upon returning to his villa, Su Ming discovered that both the basement and the refrigerator had been thoroughly cleared out by Aunt May. This old hag truly was insatiable, even pilfering the QQ candies he had stored in the fridge. However, with his objectives accomplished, Su Ming felt no discontent. In 3 months, the apocalypse would arrive, and the provisions in his underground warehouse would not last until then. Aunt May would undoubtedly rush to sell them at a low price as their expiration dates approached, and by that time, the money would merely amount to a pile of worthless paper. After disposing of the items he deemed necessary into his personal system space within the villa, Su Ming first informed the property management before he drove directly to the most luxurious hotel located in the city center, where he booked a presidential suite. After indulging in an exquisite meal that he considered exceptionally lavish, Su Ming, exhausted from a long day, soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, around 10 in the morning, Su Ming, still immersed in sleep, was abruptly awakened by a call from Shi Tianhao. However, upon hearing Shi Tianhao's complaints, his drowsiness vanished in an instant. The renovation team led by Shi Tianhao had been halted by the security guards at the entrance, and it appeared that a heated argument had ensued between the two parties. Su Ming had reported to the property management the previous afternoon, expecting a seamless process, yet unexpectedly, a formidable obstacle had emerged. "Stay put. I shall return shortly." Upon receiving this news, Su Ming hastily drove back to his community. Upon arriving at the entrance, he indeed spotted Shi Tianhao standing alongside several trucks. "Mr. Su, how shall we handle this?" Naturally, Su Ming understood what Shi Tianhao meant by handling it himself. Given the caliber of the security company, dealing with a mere property security guard should be a trivial matter. "Then it's up to you." Just as Su Ming was about to allow Shi Tianhao to resolve the issue, he noticed a crowd of onlookers had gathered, many of whom were recording the event on their phones. To his dismay, he also spotted Aunt May among the spectators, relishing the spectacle. "Rest assured, I shall manage this." Of course, with so many people present and numerous videos being recorded, if this is left to Shi Tianhao, I might find the police knocking at my door. In this digital age, tarnishing someone's reputation has become alarmingly effortless. Both Aunt May and the security guard appeared to be perceived as the underdogs by the crowd of onlookers, and Su Ming had no desire to spend the next 3 months refuting rumors stemming from this incident. Even if he were to eliminate those involved, there was always the risk that his accomplice might divulge secrets, leading to his own downfall. In essence, Su Ming was unwilling to gamble. A lost bet could spell utter disaster. Moreover, with the impending apocalypse just 3 months away, what couldn't he wait until then to be resolved? Having come to this realization, Su Ming feigned ignorance and approached the direction of the security guard. "Uncle Su, I intend to renovate my villa. I reported this to the property management yesterday." However, in response to Su Ming's pleasantries, Uncle Su, who had ties with Aunt May, merely scoffed. "Mr. Su, while you are the owner and I am the security guard, I have indeed not received any notification. According to my duties, I cannot permit entry." Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept onto Su Ming's face. "How could you not be aware of my renovation? The supplies stored in my basement are akin to a small warehouse. That old hag would never manage to carry them away without your assistance." However, upon seeing Aunt May idly sitting in the security office, he instantly comprehended how the situation had unfolded. It appears that this old fellow is arranging a venue for his beloved. Su Ming resides in an upscale community, where Aunt May, serving as a nanny, is under the unified management of the property administration. Having reported to the management the previous afternoon about his intention to demolish and rebuild the villa, Aunt May was automatically designated as a standby employee, entitled only to a standby salary. Although that old hag had taken quite a bit of food from him yesterday, how could someone so greedy possibly understand the virtue of moderation? Nevertheless, Su Ming remained unperturbed. He purchased 2 packs of cigarettes from the nearby convenience store and directly handed them to that old fellow. "Hey, Uncle Su, as an elder, how could you hold this against me?" Observing the 2 packs in his hands, the old man was clearly tempted. Just as he was about to relent, he suddenly remembered that his beloved was sitting in the security office. Seeing this, Su Ming continued to feign the demeanor of a good-natured person and approached the security office to greet the old hag. "Aunt May, I must admit my fault in this matter. I should have informed you in advance. To express my apologies, how about I still provide you with 3 months' salary?" Upon hearing that Su Ming was willing to grant her 3 months' wages without charge, a radiant smile blossomed on Aunt May's aged face. "Oh my, boss, you were too kind." Old Su quickly let him in. With his beloved's words, Old Su promptly raised the barrier, even offering a formal salute. Thus, the farce came to an end. Su Ming's motivations for this act were entirely to prepare for the impending apocalypse 3 months hence. Although he incurred a slight financial loss at present in 3 months, he would reclaim all of this along with the debts from his previous life. As for now, let them revel for a while longer. Su Ming had always been a person of great patience. Rather than swiftly eliminating his adversaries, he relished the thrill of toying with them like a cat with a mouse. Chapter 5. Stockpiling millions of tons of arms after clarifying the affairs of his company. Su Ming seized the opportunity to purchase a plane ticket to Country M before his visa expired. Having previously engaged in commercial collaborations with several companies in Country M, he effortlessly set foot on its territory upon arrival. Initially, Su Ming contemplated acquiring second-hand and counterfeit arms from Country B. However, the potential disastrous consequences of malfunctioning firearms compelled him to ultimately opt for legitimate channels in Country M for his arms procurement. Naturally, purchasing arms as an individual was nearly impossible. Thus, before his departure, Su Ming identified a nearly bankrupt security firm in Country M, Delilon Security Company. The owner, Delilon, displayed remarkable folly. In a world already fraught with instability, he audaciously promoted his security company by openly supporting war efforts. While many security firms and country voiced similar support, theirs was merely rhetorical. Delilon, however, foolishly dispatched his company's only 2 mercenary teams to the battlefield. The outcome was catastrophic. Both teams were annihilated, with one captured outright. This blunder left Delilon in dire straits. As the peculiar mindset of the American populace quickly turned against him, the release of footage incited a torrent of public outcry, anti-war sentiments, calls for human rights, and scathing criticisms accusing him of tarnishing the reputation of the greatest nation. The deluge of diverse opinions pushed Delilon's security company to the brink of bankruptcy. Su Ming's arrival provided Delilon with a glimmer of hope. Although he was aware that Su Ming hailed from the Great Xia nation, the prevailing circumstances left little room for national distinctions. Anyone with financial means was considered an ally. Moreover, after his previous miscalculation, Delilon was wary of revealing Su Ming's identity, having already borne the brunt of numerous accusations. Now, with the situation finally looking up, he was certainly reluctant to attract any further allegations of collusion with the Great Xia nation. Following their meeting, Su Ming first rented a large warehouse for arms storage. Utilizing the reputation of Delilon's security company, he proceeded to procure over 1 million tons of arms from various major arms dealers in Country M. Due to the bulk purchase, an assault rifle, originally priced at $1,299, was acquired for merely $1,000. Without the backing of Delilon's security company, not only would many arms have been inaccessible to Su Ming, but even the available firearms would have been civilian models. Although Country M maintained relatively lax regulations on firearms, a fundamental distinction existed between military and civilian weaponry. Furthermore, to fortify his refuge, Su Ming also procured a substantial quantity of landmines and rocket launchers. Such high-caliber arms could not be found in mere street-side shops. Although Su Ming was aware that the quoted price was somewhat inflated, he recognized that recovering such a substantial cache of arms was no small feat after all. Delilon was the head of a security firm, and he was merely a guest on another's territory. Moreover, these weapons would serve as vital means of self-preservation in the impending apocalypse. Thus, he resigned himself to a slight loss. On this occasion, aside from reserving the final payment for the shelter, Su Ming converted the remaining 2 billion yuan entirely into U.S. dollars for the procurement of arms. Yet, taking into account the actual circumstances of the Great Xia nation, half of his acquisitions predominantly consisted of assault rifles and handguns. Additionally, he procured a considerable amount of heavy machine guns, mortars, grenades, various landmines, rocket launchers, and even flamethrowers. As a citizen of the Great Xia nation, Su Ming harbored a desire to support domestic products. However, with the apocalypse looming, he was reluctant to attract the attention of his homeland at such a critical juncture. After all, most firearms exported by the Great Xia nation were sent to countries friendly with it, and the stance of the United States towards the Great Xia nation rendered its arms exports largely unrecognized. Therefore, the sudden emergence of such a substantial order filled Su Ming with trepidation, fearing it might draw the vigilance of the Great Xia authorities, should any traces be uncovered. And he were summoned for a chat. All his meticulous preparations would be in vain. After nearly a week, the arms Su Ming had purchased gradually arrived at the warehouse he had rented in advance. With a mischievous grin, he mused that when impoverished, one resorts to tactical subterfuge. When affluent, one boldly confronts the challenge. Gazing at the neatly arranged stockpile of arms, he nearly drooled in anticipation. With the shooting apertures of the shelter in mind, he was confident that he would thrive in this impending world of chaos. After several thorough inspections, Su Ming opened his system space and stored the massive cache of arms within. Observing the hundreds of tons of weaponry resting quietly in the system space, a smile crept across his face once more. Just as he reveled in the sight of his arsenal, he noticed the flower he had placed in the system space a week prior. Remarkably, despite the passage of time, it remained as vibrant as the moment he had plucked it, with even the dew on its petals glistening in clarity. As he retrieved the flower, a gentle fragrance wafted into his nostrils. How remarkable! It was indeed a product of the system's design. Initially, Su Ming believed that the system space merely slowed the passage of time. However, it now appeared that time within this realm was entirely frozen. This revelation meant he could store copious amounts of prepared food within, to be enjoyed leisurely when the apocalypse arrived. As a native of the Great Xia nation, Su Ming had no desire to hoard canned goods like many foreign survivalists, nibbling on them during the end of days. With such a system space at his disposal, he felt that not indulging in fresh provisions would be an affront to the capabilities of his system. It was time to return. Confronted by the desolate expanse of the warehouse, Su Ming realized that remaining in the United States held no further significance for him. It was time to return to the Great Xia Kingdom. After sending a farewell message to Delilan, Ming promptly cast the phone he had purchased in the United States into the depths of the system's space. Chapter 6. The Rival Almost Forgotten Ding. With the sound of a WeChat notification echoing, Ming, who had just disembarked from the plane, felt a surge of curiosity. It was 11 o'clock at night in the Great Xia Nation. Who could possibly be messaging him at this hour? He cast a glance at his phone. And in the next moment, his composure shattered. It was indeed her. The sender of the WeChat message was Bai Xiao, a woman Ming had relentlessly pursued in his previous life. Pursuing a woman, after all, demands a certain price to pay. However, Bai Xiao harbored no genuine feelings for Ming. She was merely fixated on his wealth. In the week leading up to the apocalypse in his past life, after winning Ming's trust, she successfully swindled a substantial amount of money from him. This betrayal nearly led to the bankruptcy of Ming's company. Though he reported the crime, by that time, Bai Xiao had already fled abroad with the embezzled funds. In the ensuing chaos of the apocalypse, Ming lived in constant fear amidst the onslaught of zombies, scarcely recalling the financial betrayal he had suffered. Even after his rebirth, he had completely forgotten about the deceit orchestrated by Bai Xiao. After all, wealth is but a transient possession, having endured an apocalypse. How could Ming allow such matters to weigh upon his heart? Nevertheless, Bai Xiao's recent WeChat message rekindled memories of the adversary who had nearly driven him to financial ruin. What are you up to, brother? I noticed you haven't reached out to me lately. Are you upset with me? Upon reading Bai Xiao's message, Ming couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He was on the verge of forgetting this incident when Bai Xiao had so audaciously resurfaced. If that was the case, he wouldn't hesitate to be ungracious. Ming chose not to reply immediately, intending to instill a sense of urgency in her. In his past life, he would have responded in an instant upon receiving her message. Now that he was deliberately delaying, she must be anxiously awaiting his reply, especially since this woman still coveted his wealth. As his villa was still undergoing renovations and his other properties were entrusted to an agency for sale, Ming opted to stay at a hotel adjacent to the airport. After enjoying a restful night, he finally picked up his phone the following afternoon to respond to Bai Xiao's message. Sorry, Xiao. I just returned from Country M last night. I was on a business trip, so I haven't had the chance to reach out to you. However, no sooner had Ming sent his message than Bai Xiao replied with an exaggeratedly aggrieved emoji. Quite the prompt response. The image of her anxiously clutching her phone while awaiting his reply struck Ming as exceedingly amusing. I'm glad you're not upset, brother. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Reading Bai Xiao's message, Ming realized that the bait had been taken. However, he wasn't inclined to meet her so soon. After all, this woman was fixated on his wealth, and meeting face-to-face would likely lead to considerable expenses. This woman is not easily swayed like that amiable Aunt May. If Ming wishes to ensnare her before the impending apocalypse, he estimates he will need to spend at least several $100,000 during this period. Xiao, I apologize, but I still have some business to attend to. I hope you can understand. I am doing this for our future. After sending this message, to avoid raising any suspicions in Bai Xiao, Ming promptly transferred her 10,000 yuan. Consider this a small compensation for this time. Treat yourself to something nice tonight. Having completed these tasks, Ming chose to disregard any further messages from Bai Xiao and directly purchased a ticket to Jiang'an. It was high time for him to indulge in some leisure. Although he had visited several cities over the years, each trip had been solely for business negotiations, leaving him no opportunity to appreciate the scenery. With only a little over 2 months remaining until the apocalypse, Ming was determined not to let this chance slip away. Due to the tight schedule, he was compelled to select only the more renowned tourist attractions for his excursions. At each location, he made it a point to capture photographs as mementos. After all, once the world descended into chaos, he may never have the opportunity to revisit these places. Naturally, Ming did not neglect his plan to stockpile supplies. Upon arriving in a new city, he would rent a large warehouse. After negotiating with local supermarkets, restaurants, and businesses, he arranged for his purchases to be delivered directly to the warehouse. Given that his time at each attraction seldom exceeded a day, he would return at night to utilize the system's space to transfer all the supplies from the warehouse. Thus, Ming traveled throughout the Great Xia country, blending tourism with stockpiling for over a month, during which he returned to his city twice. The first visit was to sign contracts with real estate clients, and the second was to sell his company. These 2 transactions netted him an additional 800 million. With the funds in hand, Ming set off once more, eager to experience the breathtaking vistas of the Southwest. Throughout this period, he also made a point to keep in touch with Bai Xiao, occasionally sending her messages of concern or arranging for a delivery of flowers. Ming's objective was simple. He must ensure that this woman remained firmly within his grasp. As the days passed, Su Ming's system space had accumulated a sufficient stockpile of resources. Observing his nearly overflowing inventory, Su Ming realized that he had enough supplies to endure over 200 years in the apocalypse. As for what lay beyond those 2 centuries, without superhuman abilities, he doubted he could survive that long. It was time to return. With only 2 weeks left until the apocalypse, Su Ming knew it was nearly time to head back. There were still 3 matters he needed to personally address. First, he had to procure a substantial amount of supplies in his city and transport them to his refuge, ensuring that Aunt May and the others could see he had ample resources. Second, he needed to devise a way for Bai Xiao to reside in the same community as himself. The residential community where Su Ming resides is a hybrid complex, featuring a mix of villas and high-rise apartments, all enclosed by a sturdy wall. This fortification is a significant reason why the community did not succumb to the zombie outbreak in its initial moments. Had it not been for Bai Xiao residing in the same neighborhood, all of Su Ming's prior efforts would have been in vain. Furthermore, a crucial aspect remains. He has yet to master the functionalities of his refuge, a sanctuary constructed at the staggering cost of 800 million. Su Ming is determined to avoid any errors in operation that could lead to his demise in this apocalyptic world. After coordinating a time with Shi Tianhao, Su Ming promptly purchased a return ticket. The thought of soon reaping the rewards of his plans ignites a surge of excitement within him. The grievances of his past life are finally poised to be avenged 1,000-fold. Chapter 7. The Perfect Sanctuary. Mr. Su, allow me to first introduce you to the features of the sanctuary. Please hold on a moment. Let me take it all in. Su Ming directly declined Shi Tianhao's eagerness to explain, gazing in astonishment at the transformed villa. One must admit, the expenditure of 800 million was indeed worthwhile. From an exterior perspective, this is a villa steeped in modernism. It is unlikely that anyone could discern that this is a sanctuary. The Tung Dun Security Company truly deserves its reputation as a leading enterprise in the country. They have designed the exterior of the sanctuary to such perfection. Very well, Mr. Su, you may begin your tour. Shi Tianhao seemed to have anticipated Su Ming's reaction, quietly observing as Su Ming excitedly explored. Naturally, he felt a sense of pride in receiving the client's affirmation. All right. You may now elaborate on the functionalities of this sanctuary. After a moment of exhilaration, Su Ming managed to temper his excitement and invited Shi Tianhao to detail the sanctuary's features. Certainly. Shi Tianhao first guided Su Ming to the outer wall, commencing his explanation. As per your specifications, the entire villa, including the walls, flooring, and ceilings, is constructed from the strongest alloy available in the world. To prevent the outer walls from being undermined and collapsing, we have directly connected them to your basement. Noticing Su Ming's slight confusion, Shi Tianhao presented him with the design plan stored on his tablet. You may envision it this way. This is a ship buried underground, with the villa resembling a command deck above. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction as he examined the blueprints on the tablet. Indeed, this is a fortress of steel. However, Mr. Su, it is important to note that since your primary requirement is a sanctuary, the depth of the land in the courtyard is less than 3 meters. This depth is insufficient for planting trees. Only flowers and plants may be cultivated, and I hope you can understand this limitation. I completely understand. Su Ming certainly would not contemplate planting trees in this courtyard, as the land was designated for burying landmines. Even with the installation of high-voltage electrified fencing, the outer walls could not withstand the ingenuity of the owners, who are, after all, rational human beings rather than zombies. Additionally, to avoid compromising the structure, Su Ming had specifically procured the smallest yield landmines from Country M. These mines, upon detonation, would only sever a small portion of a leg. In a post-apocalyptic scenario lacking adequate medical facilities, they would ensure a fate worse than death for these individuals. After touring the exterior, Shi Tianhao opened the grand door of the villa and ushered him inside. In accordance with your requirements, the ventilation system within is of aerospace caliber, capable of filtering any toxic gas. Moreover, in line with your radiation protection needs, each ventilation outlet has been fitted with lead-lined shields, which you can control at your discretion. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, we have also installed an aerospace-grade internal circulation system, ensuring that even if all the ventilation outlets are sealed, your living conditions remain unaffected. Upon arriving at the balcony, Su Ming discovered that the floor-to-ceiling windows appeared largely unchanged from the outside, save for the addition of a substantial door top. This door is constructed from the most formidable bulletproof glass. In the event of an emergency, it can swiftly descend to serve as a barrier. After detailing the fundamental infrastructure, Shi Tianhao retrieved a tablet and several keys from his backpack, placing them on the coffee table, followed by a book approximately the thickness of a dictionary. Mr. Su, he stated, this manual meticulously outlines the procedures for independently replacing the components of the facilities, as certain parts may inevitably deteriorate over time. To preempt any contingencies, We have placed a complete set of spare parts required for the shelter in your basement. After elucidating the manual, Shi Tianhao gestured towards the tablet and keys on the coffee table. This tablet serves as the control hub for the entire villa in the event of an electrical malfunction. You can utilize these keys to unlock the secured doors. Subsequently, Shi Tianhao guided Su Ming through the second and third floors as well as the basement, demonstrating the various functionalities of the shelter. In summary, it is unequivocally a refuge of impeccable design. The decontamination vehicle, protective suits, and bulletproof vests you previously mentioned have all been arranged in the basement. Now, allow me to show you your custom-designed national-grade off-road vehicle. As Su Ming followed Shi Tianhao into the garage, he was greeted by the sight of the off-road vehicle, his eyes widening in astonishment. A sleek black vehicle stood silently in the garage, exuding an aura of power akin to a beast crouching on the ground. Is this truly the national-grade protective off-road vehicle? Su Ming mused, feeling an overwhelming sense of strength emanating from its exterior. This vehicle is engineered to withstand extreme weather conditions, boasting both unparalleled horsepower and protection, the finest available in the world. Additionally, we have placed the spare parts for this vehicle on the shelves in the garage. You may replace them at your convenience using the manual. At this juncture, Shi Tianhao flashed a mysterious smile and opened the vehicle's trunk. This is a small gift I have prepared for you. I hope you will find it to your liking. Peering inside, Su Ming discovered 3 crossbows and a dozen olive green boxes resting quietly within the trunk. While the purpose behind constructing such a shelter remains unclear, I have indeed reached the limits of my capabilities. These 3 crossbows are of military grade, and I have provided you with 1,000 bolts. Observing the formidable crossbows before him, Su Ming felt a surge of surprise. It is worth noting that in the Great Xia country, such items are prohibited for private ownership, let alone military-grade ones. It must be said that Shi Tianhao possesses considerable skill. Upon completing the presentation of the entire shelter, Shi Tianhao produced an acceptance contract from his bag. If Mr. Su has no objections, please sign here. Should there be any aspects you find unsatisfactory in the future, do not hesitate to contact us. We will promptly make the necessary adjustments. Very well, no issues here. Su Ming readily affixed his signature, acknowledging that this was merely a procedural formality. He had already settled the final payment for the refuge with Shi Tianhao 2 weeks prior. It was precisely this action that prompted Shi Tianhao to assist him in procuring 3 military crossbows. After all, if Su Ming were to wield such weapons to cause harm, Shi Tianhao would also bear a share of the responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your trust. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, Shi Tianhao remarked as they shook hands. If Mr. Su requires bodyguards, please feel free to contact our Tung-Dun security company. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me, he added. Very well, I shall contact you if necessary, Su Ming replied. After bidding farewell to Shi Tianhao, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Bodyguards? In a world where currency had become as worthless as scrap paper, these individuals would hardly heed his commands. Once he had secured the tablet and keys, Su Ming understood that the next step was to procure supplies in large quantities in front of Aunt May. Chapter 8. Shopping Frenzy. Confronting Aunt May, is this a joke? Absolutely. I demand 10,000 meal sets. Yes, you heard me correctly. I require 10,000 iced Americanos. If you refuse, I shall lodge a complaint against your establishment. Indeed, I insist on such a large order, so please deliver it today. That's right, you heard me. I have already completed the payment online. Are you afraid I might abscond? For the delivery personnel and restaurant owners in Lingnan City, today is destined to be extraordinary. All because of one lunatic who is recklessly ordering takeout on the delivery platform. As one order after another is prepared, a fleet of electric bikes heads towards the Jinju Garden, where Su Ming resides. Simultaneously, Lingnan City's large supermarket has also received Su Ming's order. However, unlike the restaurants, the supermarket lacks delivery personnel, and the weight of these items is beyond what they could bear. As the legion of delivery riders robustly approaches the entrance of Jinju Garden, the security guard on duty initially suspects that a resident has offended a delivery person, nearly reaching for his phone to call the police. Fortunately, one of the delivery riders presented the information from the platform, clearing up the misunderstanding. Upon seeing that the delivery address is a villa area, the guard readily permitted access. After all, it is common knowledge that affluent individuals inhabit villa districts, and their peculiar preferences are hardly surprising. Oldly, what is going on? Why are there suddenly so many delivery riders in our community? Inquired Mei Yi, the newly appointed community officer, as she turned to look at the commotion. During Su Ming's villa renovations, the idle Mei Yi had leveraged her son's connections to secure her position. With this elevation, her status has undeniably soared. Even her voice has grown considerably louder. Aunt May, you are aware that our community permits the entry of deliveries and takeout. They indeed possessed legitimate orders from the platform. And I have no choice but to allow them in, replied Old Lee. How can you say that? These delivery riders are causing chaos in our community. Can you not see that? Mei retorted, unyielding in her unreasonable stance. Old Lee, wishing to avoid further conflict, gestured towards the direction the riders were heading and suggested, Aunt Mei, I recommend you communicate with the individual placing the order. Upon hearing Old Lee's counsel, Mei found merit in his words. She adjusted the red armband on her arm and strode confidently toward the villa area. When she arrived at the location where the delivery riders were stationed, she discovered that the order was placed by none other than Su Ming. This little brat is wasting food again. Mei muttered under her breath before approaching Su Ming with an air of superiority. Su, do you have no sense of public decency? Su Ming was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom how Mei could so brazenly accuse him. What era is this? Mei still views the world through tinted glasses. However, when he caught sight of the insignia on Aunt Mei's arm, he instantly comprehended the situation. This old hag had indeed risen in status. Su Ming, of course, had some understanding of Aunt Mei. Her son seemed to hold the position of office director at a state-owned enterprise and was also a resident of Jinju Garden. The difference was that Su Ming resided in a villa area, while Aunt Mei's son lived in a high-rise building within Jinju Garden. Little Su, why did you order so much takeout at once? Can you even finish it all? Look at how you've unsettled our community. Upon hearing Aunt Mei's words, Su Ming was determined not to indulge her any longer. Previously, he had been willing to avoid conflict solely out of concern that this old hag would stir up trouble in his absence. If he were to offend Shi Tianhao and she, in a fit of anger, frighten the old hag into moving out overnight, Su Ming's plans would be in jeopardy. However, the circumstances had changed entirely. Besides, this old hag was merely an ordinary staff member of the community and had no authority over his takeout orders. Realizing this, Su Ming could not help but let out a cold snort. What? Is your community going to dictate my takeout orders now? And if I can't finish it, you can always pick up the leftovers. You. Hearing Su Ming's retort, Aunt Mei was about to explode, only to find that Su Ming had already taken out his phone and aimed it at her. Aunt Mei, as a community worker, you have no right to interfere with my takeout orders. That falls under the purview of the property management. If you persist, I will upload this video online, along with a few details about your time as my housekeeper over 2 months ago. Faced with Su Ming's recording, Aunt Mei's expression instantly shifted. She was now a community worker, a minor official of sorts, and was certainly unwilling for Su Ming to unveil her past transgressions. Moreover, this matter was not within the community's jurisdiction, and she was indeed at fault. After a moment of contemplation, Aunt Mei huffed a remark about waste sorting before angrily departing from Su Ming's villa entrance. This was truly amusing. Watching Aunt Mei's retreating figure, Su Ming shook his head with a cold smile. Initially, he had worried that the old hag would not witness him ordering takeout, but he had not anticipated she would come to confront him herself. The most intriguing part was that this old hag had transformed into a community worker. Su Ming found himself rather curious about what antics she would engage in when the apocalypse arrived. As afternoon descended, a continuous stream of delivery trucks arrived, completely obstructing the road from the community to the villa area with nearly 30 trucks. Now, almost all the owners in the community were aware that a madman was hoarding a mountain of supplies over in the villa area. Many residents scoffed at such behavior. Although they had seen reports of individuals abroad who believed in doomsday theories hoarding vast quantities of supplies, it was their first encounter with such a phenomenon in reality. Meanwhile, just as Su Ming finished bringing all the takeout inside, the delivery truck arrived at his villa's doorstep. Given the substantial amount of items he had purchased this time, he decided to have the unloading crew place everything in the yard. As night fell, Su Ming gathered all the supplies accumulated in the courtyard and stored them within his system space. Oh, it seems the residents of the community should now be aware of the substantial stockpile I have acquired. Reflecting on my past life, the outbreak of zombies led to the community being sealed off, and many residents of the high-rise buildings began to covet the villas. The villa owners, in turn, united with the security and property management to prevent the high-rise inhabitants from entering. Initially, it was believed that this calamity would soon be resolved. However, as days turned into weeks, the zombies persisted. Ultimately, Jinju Garden devolved into a realm of survival of the fittest. To put it plainly, even if Aunt Mei had not opened her villa door, those homeowners would have breached her sanctuary in due time. This time, as the impending apocalypse looms, Su Ming adheres to a singular principle: to remain in his refuge and watch them wail in despair. Chapter 9. The Successful Strategy of Bai Xiaoxiao. I wonder if that woman Bai Xiaoxiao is asleep. After storing all the supplies from the yard into the system space, Su Ming settled onto the sofa in the living room and sent a message to Bai Xiaoxiao. Xiao, I'm back. Really, brother? Let us have dinner together tomorrow night. As expected, her response was instantaneous. Glancing at the message from Bai Xiaoxiao on his phone, a faint smirk crept across Su Ming's lips. He had every intention of luring Bai Xiaoxiao to reside in the Golden Residence Garden. He was genuinely curious about the choices she would make when faced with the apocalypse. However, he was well aware that bringing Bai Xiaoxiao over would entail a considerable cost. This woman was not an ordinary gold digger. Her interest was not merely in his wealth. Otherwise, upon discovering Su Ming's substantial fortune, she would have eagerly pursued him. The reason she continued to dangle herself before him was to gain his trust, with the ulterior motive of swindling all his assets. In light of this, Su Ming resolved to turn the tables and employ a bold and overt strategy against Bai Xiaoxiao. All right, I've prepared a surprise for you. After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside and began to check his balance. To his shock, he discovered an astonishing sum of over 6 million. This was unexpected. It wasn't that Su Ming had exceeded his budget recently, but rather that he still had a staggering amount left. What a miscalculation. With 12 days remaining until the apocalypse, he would need to spend at least 500,000 each day. To be prudent, Su Ming had no intention of engaging in illicit activities to deplete these funds. If he were to get caught, it would truly be disastrous. It seemed that tomorrow, he would have to make the most of this situation with Bai Xiaoxiao. The irony of relying on her to exhaust his balance was not lost on him. He had deliberately avoided meeting with Bai Xiaoxiao to prevent her from demanding too high a price from him. Yet now, he found himself depending on her to manage his funds, a rather ironic twist of fate. Ah well, since it was all about spending money. If he didn't succeed in winning her over, it would indeed be a loss. Having come to this realization, Su Ming quickly refreshed himself and retired early to bed. Boss Su, you've arrived. Oh, Boss Su, it's been a while. The next morning, Su Ming paid a visit to the real estate agency near his community. There was no doubt that the sales staff remembered his actions from over 2 months ago. Upon his entrance, they greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. I would like to rent a property in Golden Residence Garden. Any type will suffice. Do you have anything available? The sales representatives were momentarily taken aback by Su Ming's request. Could it be that Boss Su had fallen on hard times? However, upon reflection, they realized that his intention to rent a Golden Residence Garden must have some underlying purpose. If one truly were in dire straits, how could they possibly have a residence in the prestigious Golden Garden? A male salesperson glanced at his computer before relaying the details of 2 available properties. One was a 3-bedroom apartment on the 18th floor, priced at 4,000 yuan per month, requiring a deposit of 1 month's rent with 3 months payment up front. The other was a 4-bedroom apartment on the 16th floor, costing 5,000 yuan per month, but necessitating a 6-month rental payment in advance. All right, I understand. Please hold both for me. I will personally come with my friend to choose tomorrow. After paying a deposit of 1,000 yuan, Su Ming reserved a table at the finest Western restaurant in the city. Subsequently, he selected a diamond ring valued at 100,000 yuan from a jewelry store, which was the surprise he had mentioned to Bai Xiaoxiao the previous night. Before long, evening descended, and Su Ming drove his car to wait at the entrance of Bai Xiaoxiao's community. Soon, a graceful figure clad in a white dress emerged from the gates. Xiaoxiao. It's been a while. Su Ming greeted her warmly upon seeing Bai Xiaoxiao. Oh, brother, did you really miss me that much? Are you planning to abandon me? Bai Xiaoxiao playfully pouted, clutching Su Ming's arm and shaking it, a gesture that momentarily left him slightly dazed. It must be said, Bai Xiaoxiao was indeed beautiful, and combined with her playful expression, any normal man would find it hard to resist. Silly girl, what are you staring at? Observing Su Ming's reaction, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a surge of satisfaction within. Indeed, all men were the same. Just a little act of charm, and they would come rushing like mad dogs. Look at how stunning my future bride is. Su Ming playfully continued her line. Oh, brother, what are you saying? Seeing Bai Xiaoxiao's face flush with embarrassment, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at her acting skills. This girl could turn red at the drop of a hat. If she pursued an acting career, the title of Best Actress would surely be hers. All right, Xiaoxiao, I've booked the best restaurant. This time, I must properly treat you. You're so kind, brother. Thus, Bai Xiaoxiao accompanied Su Ming to the restaurant. Halfway through their meal, Su Ming retrieved the ring he had purchased earlier that day. Xiaoxiao, after all this time, you should understand my feelings. Will you be my girlfriend? Caught off guard by Su Ming's sudden confession and the diamond ring in his hand, Bai Xiaoxiao momentarily froze. However, she quickly regained her composure, gazing earnestly into Su Ming's eyes, her expression filled with sincerity. Well, I suppose I could, but I would like to know more about your work first. After all, when we enter a relationship, it is with marriage in mind, right? So I want. Absolutely no problem. Su Ming was blissfully unaware of Bai Xiaoxiao's true thoughts. Once I dismiss my company as former financial director, I shall immediately appoint you to manage my finances. However, as the conversation progressed, Su Ming gradually lowered his head, embodying an expression of hesitation. What was he about to say? Observing Su Ming's demeanor, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a flicker of anxiety. Could it be that this man intended to cross a boundary? If that were the case, Bai Xiaoxiao would firmly refuse and turn away without hesitation. She understood all too well that once she acquiesced, she might diminish in value in Su Ming's eyes. Men, she believed, must be kept at bay. It is only that which remains elusive that captivates them further. Faced with Bai Xiaoxiao's probing, Su Ming feigned contemplation for a moment, adopting a cautious demeanor as he gazed at her. There are 2 apartments available for rent in our community, and I was hoping you might consider living closer to me. It would make it more convenient for me to pick you up for work. Upon hearing that Su Ming merely wished for her proximity, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a wave of amusement wash over her, realizing her previous thoughts had been somewhat absurd. She had truly overestimated Su Ming's intentions. This man would hardly dare to overstep his bounds in her presence. With that realization, a sweet smile blossomed on Bai Xiaoxiao's face once more. Of course. I would love to be closer to you. Let's go look at the apartments tomorrow. All right, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. With Bai Xiaoxiao's agreement, Su Ming exhaled in relief. Fortunately, his plan had succeeded. In truth, Su Ming had resolved that if Bai Xiaoxiao had declined, he would have resorted to a more forceful approach on the final day, bringing her directly to his community. The thought of successfully leading Bai Xiaoxiao to the Jinju garden brought a foolish grin to his face. Yet to Bai Xiaoxiao, this smile signified that he had taken the bait. Thus, their dinner concluded amidst an atmosphere of mutual delight. Chapter 10. The final day provisions, medical supplies, gasoline, diesel, entertainment items. It seems I have gathered everything. As the days pass, we swiftly approach the final day before the apocalypse. Su Ming sits in a CAF, observing the throngs of pedestrians outside, and lets out a sigh. Alas, by tomorrow, all of this will cease to exist. Despite having made comprehensive preparations, Su Ming's heart remains tumultuous. As time elapses, the brutal game of survival among the residents will inevitably conclude. And what awaits him is the endless solitude of a long night. Warning, the apocalypse is imminent. Please proceed to the safe house without delay. The sudden voice in his mind causes Su Ming to pause. This voice, is it not his own system? Ever since he completed the system's first task, it had seemingly vanished. If not for the existence of the system space, Su Ming would have believed his system had departed. Well, it appears the system is still present. In response to Su Ming's thoughts, the system offers no reply. The only thing left for him is a countdown echoing in his mind. 12 hours, 56 minutes, 3 seconds. It appears the apocalypse will strike precisely at midnight on the 19th. At this moment, Su Ming finds himself curious about how this zombie crisis will unfold. With only 200,000 remaining, he resolves to purchase the best drone with recording capabilities. The reason he has managed to spend such a considerable amount in less than 2 weeks is that Su Ming suddenly recalls some essential items he has yet to acquire. These are the items that nurture one's spirit, such as the ink, brushes, and paper for calligraphy, sketchboards for drawing, various musical instruments, a plethora of books, and corresponding instructional videos. All these are crucial for maintaining one's artistic sensibilities in the face of the apocalypse. Although he is prepared to witness the gruesome spectacle of survival among his neighbors and has purchased numerous gaming consoles and discs, Su Ming understands that these items will enrich his life during the apocalypse. After spending nearly 100,000 on a high-definition camera drone, Su Ming meanders through the shopping mall for the remainder of the afternoon. As night falls and the clock strikes 7, just as he prepares to return home, he receives a message from Bai Xiaoxiao via WeChat. Brother, what time shall I wait for you downstairs tomorrow? Upon reading Bai Xiaoxiao's message, Su Ming realizes that she will undoubtedly stay at her home in Jinju Garden tonight. After all, in order to ensure that Bai Xiaoxiao could be trapped in the same community with him, Su Ming had promised to take her to his company the next day. 8:30 will suffice. I will come to fetch you then. Okay, brother. After setting down his phone, Su Ming drives towards Jinju Garden. Wait, at that moment, he recalls a crucial detail. Although Bai Xiaoxiao agreed to wait for him downstairs in the apartment complex, once the clock strikes midnight, the zombies will emerge. What if Bai Xiaoxiao were to run out to play and not return? That would spell disaster, wouldn't it? With this thought in mind, Su Ming hastily accelerated his vehicle back to Jinju Garden. After parking his car in a public space, he intended to check on Bai Xiaoxiao at Building 6 to see if she was home, when suddenly, the melodious sound of her laughter echoed along the main road of the community. This woman has actually refrained from wandering off today? Su Ming concealed himself behind a large tree, quietly waiting for Bai Xiaoxiao to pass by. As her laughter grew nearer, he also discerned the voices of several men. Peeking out in the direction of the sounds, he discovered that she was accompanied by 3 black men. Observing the way they interacted with Bai Xiao, Ming realized that their relationship was certainly not superficial. Goodness, she truly has hidden depths. Although Ming was aware that Bai Xiao was not a virtuous person, he never imagined she would have such peculiar tastes. Fortunately, he had not entertained thoughts of taking advantage of her, for if he had contracted any diseases, he would have had no one to lament to. Watching Bai Xiao depart with the 3 men, Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seems that Bai Xiao will have her hands full tonight. With the assistance of these 3 men, he believed she would lack the energy to go out and revel. Moreover, in the wake of the apocalypse, the presence of these 3 individuals in his community struck him as rather amusing. Today was a fortuitous day, and it seemed that his wishes were coming to fruition. Once he was assured that Bai Xiao would remain in her residence at Jinju Garden, Ming hummed a little tune as he approached the security office at the entrance. "Oh, it's you on duty today?" Although the security guard from his previous life had promptly secured the community gates at night, Ming still felt a twinge of unease. After all, he had made numerous changes this time around, and to prevent any unforeseen consequences, he decided it was prudent to check in. "Is that you, Ming? What grand business are you engaged in lately?" The guard on duty tonight was named Li Qingchuan, a mere 18 years of age. Interestingly, this lad had taken up the position at Jinju Garden in hopes of attracting the attention of a wealthy woman. "Nothing much, just the usual company affairs." Ming replied with a wave of his hand, then handed Li Qingchuan a pack of cigarettes. Jinju Garden differed from other communities, besides the 4 main gates. It was enclosed by walls nearly 3 meters high, following a devastating flood in Lingnan City several years prior. Floodgates had been installed at each of the 4 entrances during construction to prevent rusting from disuse. The property management mandated that the floodgates be closed by security at 11 o'clock on the 8th, 18th, and 28th of each month, reopening them at 5 the following morning. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Qingchuan, Ming visited the other 3 gates to chat with the guards on duty. Upon noticing that all the night guards were young men, Ming felt completely at ease. The youth do not wish to emulate the elderly security guards, who, upon working the night shift, merely succumb to slumber. For them, the night represents the prime opportunity to engage in online gaming and cultivate virtual relationships. After meticulously checking everything, Ming returned to his sanctuary. It was already 10:30. Only an hour and a half remained until the impending zombie outbreak. To further ascertain that Bai Xiao had indeed not ventured outside, Ming dialed her number. "Brother. I'm exercising there." "Oh, let us discuss it tomorrow." With Bai Xiao's explanation, Ming stifled a chuckle and, after wishing her a good night's rest, ended the call. He was now utterly convinced that Bai Xiao would not leave Jinju Garden tonight. Once everything was in place, Ming commenced charging his newly acquired drone. As each second ticked by, the time finally arrived at 11:55. To conserve battery life, Ming stationed the drone atop the rain shelter at the bus stop, 2 kilometers away from the community, patiently awaiting the arrival of midnight. Chapter 11: The beginning of the apocalypse at long last. The moment has arrived. As the clock struck midnight, Ming fixated on the computer screen, eager to discern the origins of these zombies. The footage revealed a street where pedestrians meandered, and at the food stall across the bus stop, numerous young individuals were indulging in late-night snacks, everything seeming as tranquil as any ordinary day. However, it soon became apparent to Ming that the manhole covers on the street were exhibiting unusual movements. With a resounding crash, the heavy cover of the sewer unexpectedly soared into the air, only to come crashing down onto the pavement. What is happening? What exploded? The cacophony swiftly drew a crowd, particularly the young patrons at the food stall, who, perhaps emboldened by drink, staggered over to the edge of the sewer, illuminating their phones to peer inside. Observing their audacity, Ming couldn't help but marvel at their insatiable curiosity. A scream filled with terror pierced the air as several dark figures suddenly emerged from the sewer, one of which seized the ankle of the nearest individual. What is this? My heavens, is someone hiding in the sewer? The unfortunate person ensnared by the shadow stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by the horrifying scene before him. Yet, the sharp pain radiating from his ankle soon jolted him back to reality. The shadow that had emerged from the depths was gnawing at his ankle. Help! Blood gushed from the wound, and the other shadows, akin to sharks sensing blood, lunged towards him. What on earth is happening? Is this some kind of film shoot? In the face of this grotesque spectacle, the onlookers reacted with a mix of terror and exhilaration, some convinced it was merely a performance. A few bystanders, eager for more drama, pulled out their phones to capture the moment, cheering on the chaos. Even more absurdly, 2 individuals resembling streamers set up their selfie sticks and began broadcasting live. Ladies and gentlemen, It seems a zombie movie may be unfolding in the Great Xia Nation I am currently at. However, the voices of the surrounding crowd quickly caught the attention of the emerging shadows, which began to charge towards the onlookers. What is happening? Help! They're killing people! Call the police! Call the police! In an instant, cries for help and screams of terror reverberated through the street. As the chaos escalated, those who had previously fallen in pools of blood slowly began to rise. What is going on? Are we not allowed to sleep? Residents from the nearby community, hearing the uproar, assumed it was merely drunken brawls and ventured downstairs to witness the spectacle. Little did they know, their curiosity would ultimately lead to their demise. As time progresses, individuals continue to fall in pools of blood, while those who have already perished rise from these crimson depths to become zombies. Soon, the streets are devoid of any living souls, save for the stiff-legged zombies wandering aimlessly along the roadside. The outbreak of this zombie crisis is indeed astonishing. Witnessing this scene through the screen, Ming feels a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Who could have unleashed the zombies into the sewers? In his previous life, he remained oblivious to the origins of this zombie crisis, but now, confronted with the chaos unfolding on the streets, Ming senses a terrifying puppet master orchestrating this calamity. Beep, beep. The blaring sirens of police cars mixed with ambulances pierce the air. However, as Ming observes the officers disembarking from their vehicles, armed merely with riot shields and batons, he realizes that these individuals are doomed to meet a grim fate. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Faced with the incessant notifications from his phone, Ming deduces that these messages must be originating from the community owner group. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, he deliberately activated the notifications for the group chat tonight. As he slowly enters the chat, he discovers a frenzy of discussions regarding the events transpiring outside their community. Property Manager Chun, did you see what just happened outside the community? I just spotted through my binoculars that the street is in utter disarray. I saw it too. It seems like a brawl is occurring on the street, and I even called the police. Property Manager Chun, brother, take a closer look. That is not a fight. When the police arrived, they were still charging at them, and now that street is silent. Indeed, Manager Chun. The situation outside doesn't seem like a brawl. It resembles something out of a zombie apocalypse movie. Property Manager Chun. It truly appears to be zombies. They are feasting on those police officers. The messages continue to flood in, yet the Property Manager Chun, who has been inundated with mentions from the residents, has yet to respond. Meanwhile, the security personnel stationed at the 4 gates of Jinju Garden simultaneously receive a message from Property Manager Chun in the management group. Everyone on duty tonight, quickly close the community gates and do not inquire why. Although the security guards are unaware of the unfolding events, they are merely workers and thus comply with the property management's directives. Moreover, this marks the first time Manager Chun has directly issued a command bypassing the security department. Everyone, after securing the gates, please take photos and upload them to the group. As 4 images are shared in the chat, Manager Chun breathes a sigh of relief. The scene he witnessed tonight indeed sent chills down his spine. However, he is acutely aware that, at present, there are no better alternatives. Previously, he had come across videos on social media analyzing what ordinary citizens should do in the event of a zombie outbreak in their homeland. Unexpectedly, such a brief video has proven to be useful in this moment. After confirming that all 4 gates of the community had been securely locked, Manager Chun reopened the group chat, filled with countless messages from the residents. To all, the 4 entrances of Jinju Garden are now completely shut. Please rest assured, we will promptly dispatch security personnel to patrol the premises. Do not panic. No matter what occurs, our property management will prioritize the safety of all residents. Subsequently, Manager Chun shared 4 photographs sent by the security staff in the management group to the residents' chat. Indeed, upon seeing the gates of the community closed, the residents collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Prioritizing the safety of the residents? Upon reading Manager Chun's message, Ming could not help but emit a cold chuckle. It is worth noting that in a previous life, it was this very Manager Chun who first led the security team to plunder the supplies from the residents' homes. The reason for his current assurances stems from his lack of awareness that the events unfolding tonight are merely the inception of a zombie crisis. Very well. It is time to lay the traps. Ming recognized that there would be little entertainment to be found tonight. In just a few days, these residents would shift their attention towards him. Thus, the immediate priority was to hastily bury the explosives he had procured within his yard. Chapter 12, The First Day of Optimism. Ding ling ling. Just as Ming set his phone down, it chimed with a new message. Urgent notice. Multiple incidents of violent assaults by rioters have erupted in the city. Citizens are advised to remain indoors. Do not open the door regardless of any unusual sounds outside. We will do our utmost to resolve this crisis. Oh, that response was remarkably swift. After glancing at the message, Ming once again put his phone aside and resumed extracting the various landmines stored within his system space. Across the globe, similar occurrences were unfolding, yet it was evident that the nations of Blue Star had yet to grasp the magnitude of this catastrophe. Ming distinctly recalled from his previous life how, at the outset, countries worldwide confidently asserted that their military forces would effortlessly eradicate these zombies, only for that assurance to be utterly unfounded. This was a meticulously planned zombie crisis, and the military forces of various nations had been nearly annihilated within moments. However, rather than concerning himself with these global affairs, Ming's immediate priority was to ensure that the landmines in his yard were properly buried. Phew. This was indeed no easy task. After nearly 3 hours of diligent work, the yard was now equipped with an array of landmines. Following a soothing hot shower, Ming lay down on his bed, exhausted, accustomed to playing on his phone before sleep. Ming glanced at the messages in the homeowners group and noticed that the residents had become unexpectedly optimistic following the alert. Although it was already 3:30 in the morning, many homeowners appeared unusually exhilarated after the recent events. "I told you, as long as we can hide for 2 days, we'll be fine." Exactly. What zombie can withstand 762? Ahem. Just a friendly reminder, our country's caliber is 5.8. Watching as several homeowners engaged in lighthearted banter, Ming scrolled through a few short videos before switching his phone to Do Not Disturb mode, turning off the lights, and drifting into slumber. Is it already noon? Upon awakening, Ming realized it was 12 o'clock. After a quick wash, he gazed out through the floor-to-ceiling windows of his balcony, observing the serene atmosphere that enveloped the entire neighborhood. With the 4 main gates of the community secured by the guards and no zombies detected within the vicinity, many residents had begun to take leisurely strolls around the area, particularly in the villa district where Ming resided. Numerous homeowners were enjoying this rare leisure time with their children or elderly family members. Indeed, most of those living in the villa district were business owners. And absent this zombie outbreak, they would hardly have had the time to spend with their families. Relish these fleeting moments of tranquility while you can. Disregarding the crowd of individuals meandering about the community, Ming picked up his phone. Yet, as the screen illuminated, he exclaimed in astonishment. Since 7:30 this morning, Bai Xiao has incessantly inundated herself with messages and phone calls. Fortunately, she had activated the Do Not Disturb mode. Otherwise, Ming would undoubtedly be driven mad by this woman's incessant notifications. "Brother, I saw in the Owner S group that there were zombies last night, and I received a text advising us to stay indoors. What on earth is happening? Brother, those zombies won't break in, will they? Xiao is so frightened. Is brother still not up? Brother, once the zombies are dealt with, I promise to be with you, and we shall never part thereafter." Upon opening Bai Xiao's messages, it was evident that they were nothing more than frivolous and childish banter. Ming scoffed at the screen, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him at her messages. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly realized that it seemed premature to do so. After all, it was only the first day of the apocalypse, and everyone was in an exceedingly optimistic mindset. If he were to confront Bai Xiao now, it would only lead to her mocking him and possibly blocking him. Since this Bai Xiao relished in toying with him, he decided to turn the tables. With this realization, Ming deleted the half-composed message and pondered briefly before his fingers began to dance swiftly across the screen. Rest assured, these zombies will likely be dealt with promptly. I need to arrange for my staff to work online as well. Xiao, perhaps you could occupy yourself with some short videos to pass the time. This time, Bai Xiao did not respond immediately. However, Ming was not the least bit surprised by this. The woman was likely lost in her own world. With little time to reply to him, he then glanced again at the messages in the Owner S group, only to find Aunt May vociferously expressing herself. Amusingly, Aunt May had even changed her nickname to Community Officer Mei Xiaohong. Everyone there are so-called zombies outside, so the garbage truck will not be coming to Jinjua Garden for a while. However, I still hope that all residents can properly sort and manage their waste. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated, everyone, in these trying times. I sincerely hope that all residents can unite and work together with the property management of Jinjua Garden to overcome this crisis. Residents facing difficulties may reach out to me. Good heavens, she truly believes herself to be a figure of importance. Watching the old hag post these messages in the group, Ming couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Were it not for her name change, he would have remained oblivious to Aunt May's true name, Mei Xiaohong. Today, he finally understood the meaning of using a feather as an imperial edict. However, many residents were unaware of the situation. Moreover, most of the high-rise residents were working-class individuals. Faced with this newly appointed community officer, most residents were naturally disinclined to provoke her, resulting in a plethora of approval emojis in response to Mei Xiaohong. Sigh, perhaps it would be best to wait a few more days. On the very first day of the zombie outbreak, nearly 99% of the residents maintained an optimistic outlook, feeling a sense of ennui. Ming promptly set aside his phone. Suddenly, a sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is currently in a post-apocalyptic world, commencing task announcement. As Ming pondered what to do next, the system in his mind abruptly activated. Task: breakthrough limits. Task description: in a post-apocalyptic world, the host must possess exceptional physical fitness to survive. Please complete a plank hold exceeding 10 minutes. This task must be completed within 1 hour. Upon completion, the host will gain proficiency in all firearms. Failure to complete the task will result in the reclamation of system space. What? It can be played this way? Upon hearing that failure to complete this task would lead to the reclamation of system space, Ming wasted no time and immediately dropped to the ground to begin his plank hold. Chapter 13. Confronting Mei Xiaohong again. Persevere. Just a little longer. Done. As the countdown in his mind reached its conclusion, Ming immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Although he had indeed acquired the physique of an ordinary scout through tasks prior to this, Ming had spent the past 3 months hoarding supplies and wandering through scenic spots, neglecting any form of physical exercise to maintain his stamina. Not to mention that even a special forces physique would struggle to withstand his languid lifestyle. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, breaking through limits. Commencing reward distribution. Congratulations, host, for acquiring mastery of all firearms. With the system's announcement, a wealth of knowledge about various firearms flooded Ming's mind. He was now fully capable of skillfully disassembling and reassembling any weapon. Thankfully, this task was accomplished. After lying on the ground for a while, Ming slowly rose and retrieved a cup of iced Americano from the system's space. He eagerly tore open the delivery bag and began to drink heartily. One must admit, the system's space was indeed formidable. Even after all this time, the ice cubes in the coffee had yet to melt. Refreshing. Once he finished the iced Americano, Ming stretched lazily, contemplating what to eat. Just then, his phone chimed again. It was by Xiao Xiao. It seemed she had finished her tasks. Viewing her reply, Ming once again responded with a sticker. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck him, and he slowly retrieved a drone from the system's space. Beginning to charge it as the sun rose the following day, the homeowners group buzzed with activity once more. How long do you think this zombie situation will last? No idea. I actually hope it lasts a bit longer so I can avoid going to work. I wish my foolish boss would be bitten by a zombie. Then I wouldn't have to face reprimands. A friendly reminder. Your boss is also in this group and lives over in the villa area. Building 8, Unit 1602, Su Jiahuam. Retracted. Su Gu, please retract too. At this moment, many workers in the homeowners group began to dream of the extended holiday that this crisis might afford them. With the Golden Residence community completely sealed off, as long as these individuals remained within the premises, they could still exercise in the gardens or play chess. For a time, the homeowners found life rather pleasant. Community Officer Mei Xiaohong. Aunt Mei, I have run out of vegetables. Could you please inquire if anyone has extra ingredients? I am willing to pay. With this homeowner's request, a flurry of others began to Mei Xiaohong, expressing their own shortages of food. At this moment, Mei Xiaohong was at home watching television. Upon seeing a message in the homeowners group mentioning that someone was out of food, the first person to come to her mind was Ming. In order to fulfill her responsibilities, Mei Xiaohong began to type on her phone screen with deliberate strokes. 8th manner, Ming. I recall that you bought a considerable amount of supplies at the supermarket not long ago. Now, with residents facing difficulties, why not share some of your stock with everyone? Meanwhile, Ming, engrossed in his workout, ignored the notification on his phone. After all, the only individuals who could message him were by Xiao Xiao. Mei Xiaohong once again addressing everyone in the homeowners group. After nearly an hour of exercise, just as he was about to head to the bathroom for a shower, the doorbell rang. Could it be that old hag? As he checked the surveillance at the entrance and confirmed it was Mei Xiaohong, Ming immediately surmised that she was likely there to ask him for supplies. With the doorbell ringing incessantly, he first switched his phone to Do Not Disturb mode. Then slowly retrieved the tablet controlling the shelter, choosing to silence the doorbell notification. Finally, peace had returned. After enjoying a refreshing shower, Ming picked up his phone only to discover several new messages directed at him in the homeowners group. 8th manner, Ming, I rang your doorbell, and you are ignoring me? Do you realize this is defiance against the community's arrangements? 8th manner, Ming, everyone knows you bought so many supplies that day. Now is the time for you to contribute to the community. You cannot possibly consume all of it alone, so why not share? 8th manner, Ming. If you continue to ignore these messages, I will report your selfish behavior after the disaster. Yes, we support Mei Xiaohong's actions. Ming, what is the harm in sharing what you cannot finish? Exactly. We are all part of the same community. Why be so stingy? Unquestionably, Mei Xiaohong's remarks garnered considerable support from the other homeowners. In their eyes, Su Ming, residing in a villa, was undoubtedly affluent. Furthermore, having recently purchased such an abundance of supplies, it was only right for him to share them with the community. Su Ming could not help but chuckle at their brazen logic. Just because he had stockpiled supplies did not mean he was obligated to distribute them. It was only the second day, and already some had revealed their true colors. Su Ming was genuinely curious about how these individuals would behave a week later. Nevertheless, he had no intention of yielding to the domineering Mei Xiaohong and her group of residents. Why should I share the items I purchased with my own money? If you are so selfless, why don't you share your own supplies? He retorted. And you, Mei Xiaohong? I provided you with an entire small warehouse of materials for my home renovation. Why not contribute some of that? Having uttered those words, Su Ming promptly shared the previously saved video in the homeowners group. The content of the video depicted Mei Xiaohong and the security guard, Old Su, transporting supplies from the basement. The supplies I have stockpiled were purchased with my hard-earned money. While those you have taken were given to you without charge, it is undoubtedly you who should contribute. Upon hearing this, the homeowners group erupted in outrage. Numerous members swiftly directed their ire towards Mei Xiaohong, demanding that she relinquish the supplies she had received for free. Community Officer Mei Xiaohong, Aunt Mei, you have received so much without cost. Why not contribute a little? Indeed, Aunt Mei, hasten to share some with everyone. Do not indulge in solitary enjoyment. Observing the growing hostility from the group, Mei Xiaohong was infuriated by their sudden betrayal. The supplies gifted to her by Su Ming had long been disposed of with Old Su, leaving her with no remaining stock. Moreover, even if she had any, she certainly had no intention of offering them up for free. Realizing that the uproar in the group was escalating to a point of no return, Mei Xiaohong understood that her reputation was at stake. Resolving to take action, she unhesitatingly dialed Old Su's number. Chapter 14. The defeated Old Su in truth. Su Ming was aware that those homeowners in the group who were instigating the uproar were not devoid of provisions. At most, they simply lacked fresh vegetables. Aside from the homeowner who initially suggested spending money, the rest of the raucous participants were undoubtedly the type who would never pass up a bargain. Alas, may you each be wise in your own way. Su Ming chose to ignore the messages from the homeowners group and instead retrieved his brush, ink, paper, inkstone, and a bottle of rural spring water from the system space, making his way to his study. After all, with so much water stockpiled that he could never consume, it would be more fitting to infuse his calligraphy with the essence of the mountains and rivers. Meanwhile, upon receiving a phone call from Mei Xiaohong, the security guard, Old Su became furiously incensed. What? This little brat dares to bully you like that? I will seek retribution. After making a solemn bow to Mei Xiaohong, Old Su promptly mounted his electric bike and arrived at the entrance of Su Ming's villa. After repeatedly pressing the doorbell with no response, Old Su resorted to a more straightforward and forceful approach. He pounded on the door. Bang! Following the dull thud, Old Su froze in place. This door. The sound and sensation felt wrong. He had assumed the villa's entrance was merely wooden, only to be surprised by such a resounding impact. The eccentricities of the wealthy indeed knew no bounds. Cursing under his breath, Old Su retrieved his security baton from his waist and struck the door fiercely. Thud. Using nearly 80% of his strength, he was taken aback by the jarring recoil that numbed his palm. What kind of material is this door made of? Is it solid? Unyielding, Old Su continued to hammer at the door with his baton, but aside from a few more dull thuds, it bore no marks whatsoever. Su Ming, get out here. Frustrated, Old Su began to yell vehemently at the villa. However, unbeknownst to him, Su Ming was in his study, joyfully splattering ink on rice paper with ink made from the rural spring water to cultivate a serene atmosphere. He had even set his computer to play the soothing melodies of flowing mountain streams. The already soundproof study, enveloped by the music, rendered Su Ming completely oblivious to the commotion outside. Moreover, how much noise could possibly emanate from banging a rubber baton against a solid metal door? Su Ming, come out. Hurry up and show yourself. Faced with the current predicament, Old Su initially contemplated retreating in disgrace. Yet, recalling the promise he had made to Mei Xiaohong, he resolutely decided he could not abandon his mission midway. However, incessantly pounding on the door or shouting within was certainly not a viable strategy. He had long heard that the soundproofing of villas built by the affluent was typically quite effective, and as a man over 50, he certainly could not match the boundless energy of youth. As Old Su pondered his options, his gaze suddenly fell upon his electric bike. Of course, why must I shout myself? I too possess technology. Old Su aligned the front of his electric scooter towards Su Ming's villa and decisively pressed the horn. Beep. The shrill sound pierced the air, and with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Old Su couldn't help but feel a swell of pride in his cleverness. How annoying. Just as he sat there with a smug expression, a sharp roar suddenly erupted behind him. Oh my goodness! The piercing noise startled old Su, causing the cigarette he held between his fingers to fall to the ground. Are you done? What are you doing? Turning around, he was met by a burly middle-aged woman who had appeared behind him, her eyes glaring fiercely. Faced with her interrogation, old Su was struck speechless by fear. What on earth are you honking for so early in the morning? Are you trying to wake everyone up? The woman shouted angrily while dialing the property management's number. Manager Chun, right? I want to file a complaint. Seeing old Su attempt to approach her, she pointed directly at his nose. Shut your mouth. Realizing the formidable nature of the middle-aged woman, old Su understood that he had landed himself in serious trouble. Yes, it's your security guard, blasting a horn in our villa area so early in the morning. Just a moment ago, he even banged on the door of number 8. What's your name? The woman glanced at the name tag on old Su's chest. It's Su Dranchun. Huh? You want to speak to him? Fine. Watching the phone she handed him, old Su cautiously took it and held it to his ear. Hello? What the hell are you doing? Even without the speakerphone, Manager Chin's furious roar was audible through the receiver. What madness is this? Running around the villa area honking? Do you know those zombies outside are attracted to noise? Faced with Chin's wrath on the other end of the line, old Su stammered. Manager. What? Is it about your little escapade? What? Are you planning to trouble the homeowners as well? Do you have any idea who lives in the villa area? Just as old Su attempted to explain, Chin's voice boomed again from the phone. Enough. Don't say another word. Your entire salary for this month is deducted. If this happens again, you'll be out feeding zombies. Thus, the farce concluded with old Su's dismay. After apologizing profusely to the middle-aged woman, he mounted his electric scooter and cast a resentful glance back at the still-closed gates of the estate. That was an entire month as salary. At that moment, old Su wished fervently that the zombies outside would not be cleared away so swiftly. He recalled vividly how, during times of famine, he had watched his father resort to robbing their neighbors for survival. That was a true world of cannibalism he had experienced in his youth. In just a few days, when the provisions stored by everyone have nearly been depleted, I can lead a group of homeowners to scale the wall, seize Su Ming, and administer a thorough beating, subsequently confiscating all his supplies. When one person commits theft against another, it is termed robbery. However, when a multitude descends upon a single individual, the police would find it impossible to apprehend all these homeowners. Moreover, should they desire, they could easily throw Su Ming to the outside, to be devoured by the encroaching zombies. Let the little brat revel for a few more days. With these thoughts, old Su felt a surge of elation as he rode his electric bike back to his security booth. Hiss. Why am I unable to write the 4 characters correctly? Meanwhile, Su Ming, who was still in his study contemplating how to master the art of calligraphy, remained oblivious to the resentment brewing against him. At that moment, all he wished to understand was why these 4 characters eluded his grasp. It must be due to the mountain spring water from the countryside. Chapter 15, by Xiaoxiao's choice as the days passed. It had been 6 days since the outbreak of the zombies. The once jovial atmosphere in the owner's group had dissipated. Does anyone still have food at home? My supplies are nearly depleted. I only have 3 packets of instant noodles left. Haven't the zombies outside been cleared yet? Don't even mention clearing them. I just took a look through my binoculars, and not only are there more of them, but they seem to have multiplied. If there were any clearing happening, we would surely hear gunfire. Observing the flurry of discussions regarding the situation outside the community, Su Ming realized that it would soon devolve into a world where humans preyed upon one another. If his calculations were correct, the entire district would face a power outage within 2 days. On the 7th day, which is tomorrow, the residents of the villa area would be gathered into a separate chat group by Manager Chun from the property management. This could be considered a privilege that the affluent might enjoy in the apocalypse. In her previous life, Mei Xiaohong was still working as a nanny at home during this time and had not confronted him as she did now. Thus, Su Ming could not predict what would transpire in this life. Brother, why haven't the zombies outside been cleared? I'm so scared. And we're running out of food at home. In response to Bai Xiaoxiao's message, Su Ming initially replied with a perplexed emoji. Wait a minute, Xiao Xiao. I bought you plenty of food and stocked it in the refrigerator. How could you consume it so quickly? Su Ming was well aware that Bai Xiaoxiao's rapid depletion of supplies was due to the fact that she was not fighting alone. The 3 others with her, who usually required constant exercise, must have contributed to the consumption. I know, but my neighbor came knocking at the door, saying they had no food left. So I shared some of my supplies with them. It must be said that Bai Xiaoxiao's fib was quite skillful. It showcased her kind-hearted nature while eliciting sympathy from others. Most importantly, she pretended to be unaware of her previous bulk purchases. To be honest, Su Ming was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Bai Xiaoxiao's message. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to feign ignorance. However, at that moment, he noticed someone in the owner's group mentioning Bai Xiao. Xiaobai loves coffee, it's you after all. If it weren't for your profile picture, I wouldn't have recognized you. Could you let me, your neighbor, have some peace for a moment? You can make noise at night, but do you have to do it during the day too? Immediately after, a photo taken through the peephole was shared in the owner's group. Although the image was blurry, Bai Xiao's face and the three black individuals beside her were still discernible. I'm utterly amazed. How are you making such a racket with your mouth sealed? Is it chest resonance? Without a doubt, the owner named Qin Xiaodian had reached his limit. It seemed he had endured considerable torment from his new neighbor, Bai Xiao, over the past 6 days. Upon witnessing the messages in the group chat, not only did Su Ming find it amusing, but a multitude of homeowners also emerged to indulge in the unfolding drama. Wow, is this for real? Goodness, this woman is quite audacious. Little White loves coffee? I believe it should be renamed to Loves Chocolate instead. And it's dark chocolate, no less. I've been inspired. My new book shall be titled, In a Post-Apocalyptic World. I have 3 black boyfriends. As Su Ming observed the incessant stream of messages, he became increasingly curious about how Bai Xiao would respond. However, to his surprise, she did not reach out to explain herself immediately. Rather, she refrained from sending him any messages at all. It seemed she intended to navigate this tumultuous situation with discretion. To be fair, Su Ming held a certain admiration for Bai Xiao. In a scenario such as this, most individuals would likely choose to clarify their position. Yet, Bai Xiao opted for a calm approach, understanding that with the rampant presence of zombies outside, her predicament would soon be overshadowed by an array of other news. By then, in Su Ming's eyes, she would still appear as the innocent and kind-hearted girl she had always been. While he found her demeanor commendable, Su Ming was acutely aware that this woman could never be his ally. Hence, Bai Xiao had to be eliminated. Nevertheless, prior to that, Su Ming was inclined to make the situation even more entertaining. He discreetly retrieved another phone, utilizing a secondary account to directly add Qin Xiaodian on X messaging. Brother, I saw your comments in the group. I have evidence regarding that woman and those 3 individuals. Interested? Absolutely. At this moment, Qin Xiaodian was blinded by rage. His household supplies were nearly depleted, and the neighbors were creating such ruckus. What kind of family engages in such wasteful activities at a time like this? All right, I'll send it to you right away. With Qin Xiaodian's affirmation, Su Ming hastily transmitted the video captured by the drone that night. Thanks, brother. Upon receiving the footage, Qin Xiaodian wasted no time and immediately pressed the forward button, sharing it in the homeowners group while tagging Bai Xiao once more. Little White loves coffee. Come see if this is you. I must admit, you are quite formidable. You're like the female Lubu. The quality of the drone footage was undeniably superb. With its infrared high-definition camera, everything within the room was vividly visible. Naturally, this was largely due to Bai Xiao's negligence in drawing the curtains and turning off the lights. As the video circulated, the group erupted in chaos, seemingly unsatisfied. Qin Xiaodian even juxtaposed Bai Xiao's WeChat profile picture alongside the video for comparison. Faced with the frenzied reactions of the homeowners, Bai Xiao was now thoroughly alarmed. Little did she expect that living on the 16th floor, she would be captured on video by a drone. Who could be responsible for this? However, for Bai Xiao, the identity of the perpetrator had become utterly inconsequential. The crux of the matter lay in whether Su Ming had indeed seen the video. At that moment, Bai Xiao had resolved to take drastic measures. Should Su Ming become aware of this incident, she would immediately take her 3 accomplices and head to Su Ming's villa, intending to eliminate him and dispose of his body to feed the zombies. After all, she had always presented herself as a pure and kind-hearted individual in Su Ming's eyes. The collapse of this facade would undoubtedly lead Su Ming to withdraw all his kindness towards her. As for money, Bai Xiao had already prepared to employ torture to compel Su Ming into submission. Even if Su Ming remained steadfast, refusing to divulge the password to his accounts, Bai Xiao would at least secure all the resources he had amassed. With those resources, she would have the means to ensure that her 3 accomplices continued to obey her commands. Upon realizing this, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Bai Xiao's eyes. Chapter 16. The Protection Fee. Brother, my family has completely run out of food. Bai Xiao sent a message to Su Ming late into the evening, undoubtedly seeking to ascertain whether he had seen the video circulating in the owner's group. Upon reading her message, a sardonic smile crept across Su Ming's lips. If this woman wished to maintain her facade, he was more than willing to indulge her. After all, he had little else to occupy his time. So why not engage in a bit of playful banter? Oh, Xiao, you are exceedingly kind. What will you do if you give everything away? Woo, brother. I had no idea this calamity would last so long. Seeing Bai Xiao's message, Su Ming realized that her words were merely a ploy to incite him to offer her a share of his supplies. However, It was unfortunate for her that Su Ming had come to understand the true nature of Bai Xiao. He had not stockpiled resources to play the savior. Moreover, she was accompanied by 3 men of African descent, and Su Ming was quite curious about what antics these individuals might engage in within the community. It was well known that they typically disregarded the laws of the Great Xian nation, let alone the law of survival in a world turned cannibalistic. The residents of the entire community were already aware of Su Ming's previous substantial purchases of supplies. It was only a matter of time before he became the focal point of their ire. The reason they had yet to denounce him in the owners group was that most homeowners still had a modicum of provisions. Once those supplies were exhausted, the world would undoubtedly descend into chaos. In dealing with Bai Xiao, Su Ming resolved to keep her pacified through text as long as she remained cordial. After pondering for a moment, his fingers flew across the screen. Xiao, I don't have much food left either. Most of what I bought at the supermarket the other day were daily necessities, and there isn't much to eat or drink. However, if you need tissues, I could have the security guard bring you some. Having sent this message to Bai Xiao, Su Ming returned to his study to practice calligraphy. As he gazed at the instructional video on his tablet, he held the brush firmly and took a deep breath. I refuse to believe that I cannot master these 4 characters. As the 7th day approached, Su Ming eagerly awaited news, sitting by his phone. According to the memories of his previous life, today Manager Chun from the property management would be convening all the villa owners into a new group chat. Everyone hello? Villa owners. The zombie crisis outside has not eased, and it appears that the food supplies in most homes are dwindling. After much deliberation, our management has decided to prioritize the protection of the villa owners. Thank you, Manager Chin. We appreciate your efforts, Manager Chin. We are truly grateful. Now I won't have to worry about those living in the high-rise stealing from us. Observing the reactions of the other 9 owners on the screen, Su Ming could not help but smirk. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Manager Chin's intentions were clear. He sought to extort protection fees. Thank you to all the homeowners for your gratitude. However, I believe you are all aware of the current circumstances in our community. Thus, the protection of the villa area is not something we, as property management, provide without compensation. I hope you can understand this. Indeed, upon hearing Chun's words, the group chat fell into a profound silence. Was this a blatant demand for protection fees? One homeowner remarked, Manager Chun, I find your proposal for paid protection unreasonable. Isn't it your duty to safeguard our interests as homeowners? To this, Manager Chin retorted, Dear homeowner, do not forget that Jinju Garden is a mixed community. The residents of the high-rise buildings are also our homeowners. Shouldn't we prioritize the protection of your villa area? And wouldn't it be fair to incur a certain cost for that? Faced with Chin's challenge, the individual was rendered speechless. As time passed, they began to realize that this zombie crisis might persist for quite some time. If a certain price could secure their interests, they were more than willing to pay. Manager Chin, you are right. Our safety moving forward will be entrusted to you. With one villa homeowner capitulating, the remaining homeowners, except for Su Ming, chose to concur with Manager Chin's arrangements. May I inquire how you intend to charge us? At that moment, a homeowner posed the most crucial question. Fear not regarding the pricing, dear homeowners. Our security fees are quite reasonable. Simply provide enough provisions to sustain 2 individuals daily, and we shall ensure your safety. However, if you possess gold, the fee would be 20 grams per day. Furthermore, we do not accept cash or various forms of transfers. I hope you understand. Witnessing Manager Chin's audacious demands, the homeowners fell into a contemplative silence. They did possess supplies, yet those were essential for their survival. However, upon reflection, if the high-rise residents were to invade and seize their provisions, they doubted Manager Chin would be as merciful. Very well, I shall commence payment from tomorrow. Thank you. Manager Chin. With a collective decision to acquiesce, only Su Ming from Manor 8 remained uncommitted. Su Ming, are you willing to accept our property management's protection? Upon being mentioned by Chun, Su Ming realized the moment had come for him to make his stance known, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. Manager Chun, if you wish to take advantage of the chaos outside to extort protection fees, you need not be so subtle. I absolutely refuse to accept your protection, he added. A word of caution to everyone. Once your supplies are depleted, this property management will turn their sights on you. So tread carefully. By the way, if you intend to take any underhanded actions against me through your management, feel free to try. Upon sending out the message, Su Ming promptly exited the group chat. The intention behind warning Manager Chun was to provoke him to the utmost degree. Su Ming possessed a keen understanding of Manager Chin's character. Although he currently held the position of property manager, his earlier days were marked by involvement in illicit demolitions. Essentially, he was a figure molded from the underbelly of society. And Su Ming eagerly anticipated his forthcoming reactions. He was genuinely curious to see how Manager Chin would respond upon realizing that he stood before an unyielding fortress of steel. In his previous life, Ming had distributed a significant amount of resources to the property management and security, only to meet a grim fate. Even when Mei Xiaohong suggested casting him aside, not a single soul came forth to defend him. Thus, in this lifetime, Ming was resolute in seeking vengeance for all the grievances he had endured. Chapter 17. The high-voltage power grid's first blood. How dare this fellow disrespect me so blatantly? Manager Chen seethed with anger as he glanced at the message from Ming on his phone. He had come to grasp the dire situation outside the community. It had been 7 days since the outbreak of zombies, yet the Great Xi'an Nation had issued no new announcements or taken any action, although news broadcasts continued. The anchors merely recited trivial matters, with 2 days devoid of any news entirely. This indicated a world where rules had dissolved completely. Manager Chen understood that in this savage world, all laws had become mere scraps of paper. Thus, the residents of the Golden Residence Garden would undoubtedly serve as his first source of wealth in this chaotic era. Planning to take me to court, are you? I shall send you to meet the King of Hell for tea instead. A cold sneer escaped Chun's lips as he read Ming's message. If Ming wished to stand out, Manager Chen had no qualms about making an example of him. I am Manager Chen of the Property Management Security Team. Assemble in my office. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Chen felt a surge of excitement and picked up his phone once more, sending a message to the exclusive owners group in the villa area. Everyone, due to the non-cooperation of owner Ming from Manor Number 8 with our community management, we will undertake a special operation to expel him from the community at 1 p.m. today. Interested residents may observe the proceedings outside Manor Number 8. Upon reading this message, the remaining 9 owners in the group fell silent. They all understood the implications of the so-called expulsion. It meant leaving Ming with no escape. Yet, at this moment, what could they do? Some considered screenshotting the message to warn Ming, but what good would it do? The area outside Golden Residence Garden was teeming with zombies. Their only exit would lead to certain death. Nevertheless, 2 owners chose to screenshot Manager Chen's message and forwarded it to Ming, urging him to flee. Before 1 p.m., the area outside Ming's villa was already crowded with residents eager to witness the spectacle. Excellent. It appears everyone is in full support of our property management's actions. As Manager Chen's triumphant voice rang out, the crowd turned to see its source. He strode confidently at the forefront, flanked by security personnel wielding batons and riot shields. His demeanor clearly indicated that he intended to break into Ming's villa without hesitation. Faced with the fully armed security, the crowd quickly parted, their gazes towards Ming's villa filled with pity. It seems the owners are quite supportive of our property management efforts. A sense of pride surged within Manager Chen as he observed the fearful faces of the villa residents. He could not help but feel grateful for the arrival of this apocalyptic era. In an era of peace, one would never attain such elevated status before this group of affluent individuals. Break down that wretched door. Wait, manager. Just as a horde of security personnel wielding rubber batons prepared to breach the door, the seasoned old Su, having previously encountered this formidable entrance, swiftly stepped forward to halt the eager guards. Manager, this young man's door possesses an enigma. Do you recall the incident when I was reported for honking? It was precisely because my attempts to knock on his door were utterly futile that I resorted to honking. Upon hearing old Su's words, Manager Chen seized a baton from one of the guards and approached the door, knocking gently. Thud, thud. To his astonishment, the door was solid metal. The sound that reverberated back prompted a wave of doubt within Manager Chen. While he was well aware that many wealthy individuals harbored peculiar habits, this was his first encounter with someone who would transform their entrance gate into a solid metal barrier. Manager Chen, what do you intend to do with all these guards? The crowd looked up to see Ming's figure behind the floor-to-ceiling windows of the second-floor balcony. Ming, open the door at once. Otherwise, once we gain entry, your fate will be to become mere fodder for the undead. You can only speak of entering once you've succeeded. Ming responded with an international gesture, leisurely munching on a packet of chips. Very well, very well, very well. In response to Ming's provocation, Manager Chen gritted his teeth, uttering 3 affirmations. Glancing at the towering wall, he waved his hand decisively. Bring me the ladder. Upon hearing Manager Chen's command, 2 guards hurriedly retrieved a folding ladder from their patrol vehicle. Xiao Wang, once you're over, open the door. Without hesitation, the summoned guard Xiao Wang set the ladder in place. Balancing a baton in one hand and steadying himself on the edge of the ladder with the other, he swiftly ascended to the top, resembling a soldier from ancient times besieging a city. Well done, Xiao Wang. The cheers from the gathered guards made him feel a surge of pride. However, just as his hand grazed the top of the wall, he was suddenly struck by the realization that there was a groove at the very summit. Zing! With the sound of an electric current, the previously imperious Xiao Wang became rigid and toppled downwards. Goodness! There is an electric fence atop this wall. Quickly, save him! The guards rushed forward to assist the fallen Xiao Wang, who lay motionless on the ground. Yet, lacking any first aid training, they were at a loss when faced with the charred state of Xiao Wang's skin, unsure of how to address the unfolding crisis. As Xiao Wang's breathing grew increasingly faint, panic surged among the guards, and they turned their anxious gazes toward Manager Chen. Manager, Xiao Wang is in dire straits. I see that, but there is nothing I can do at this moment. Manager Chen cast a glance at the incapacitated Xiao Wang, then surveyed the anxious crowd before him. If he were to perish, it was highly likely that he would transform into a zombie, akin to those outside. Let us procure a rope and bind him beneath a tree. Observing that the crowd remained inactive and turned their gazes towards him, Manager Chen realized that his previous words had indeed been rather cruel. I understand your thoughts at this moment, but you must comprehend that it was not I who killed Xiao Wang, but rather Su Ming. Upon uttering these words, Manager Chen hastily signaled his trusted aides. Indeed, it was Su Ming who committed the act. Furthermore, Manager Chen was unaware of the high-voltage electric fence above. With the fervent agreement of his aides, the security personnel shed their earlier emotions and swiftly bound the near-lifeless Xiao Wang to a tree. Without timely medical intervention, Xiao Wang soon ceased to breathe. Su Ming stood on the balcony, observing Xiao Wang, who was tied to the tree below. He knew that it would not be long before Xiao Wang transformed into a mindless zombie, driven solely by a hunger for flesh. Su Ming felt no compassion for this group of people. However, he had not anticipated that the high-voltage electric fence on his exterior would claim a victim so swiftly. Well, now it was time for the landmines to reveal their true purpose. Chapter 18 Another Death. Su Ming was acutely aware that once the high-voltage electric fence was exposed, its efficacy would swiftly diminish. After all, the property management of the community undoubtedly possessed tools such as wire cutters. A mere snip of those high-voltage wires would render the electric fence inoperative. Nevertheless, the primary purpose of constructing the outer wall was to deter zombies, and the electric fence was merely a disposable measure. With that thought, he decided to divert his attention to practicing calligraphy instead. At that moment, the security personnel below refrained from further assaulting Su Ming's villa. Instead, they anxiously focused on the lifeless body of Xiao Wang. They were uncertain whether he would transform into a zombie. As the seconds ticked away, Xiao Wang, whose eyes had been tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide. A series of guttural growls shattered whatever hope remained within the group. Undoubtedly, Xiao Wang had fully succumbed to his transformation into a zombie. Let us put him out of his misery, Manager Chen sighed, observing Xiao Wang thrashing about. He slowly drew a dagger from his waist and affixed it to a makeshift spear crafted from a disassembled riot baton. Aiming for Xiao Wang's eye socket, Manager Chen thrust the spear with force. The dagger pierced the eye socket, and Xiao Wang ceased to utter any sounds. All right. Let us wrap up Xiao Wang's body and dispose of it outside the community. After dealing with the now zombified Xiao Wang, Manager Chen turned his gaze back to Su Ming's villa. Set up the ladder and fetch me a pair of wire cutters. I will ascend and sever the electric fence on his wall. Given the lack of success on their end, Manager Chen resolved it was time to take matters into his own hands to bolster morale. The two security personnel named were quick to respond, not daring to delay, while the others were inspired by Manager Chen's bravery. This is the demeanor a leader should possess. After a flurry of activity, Manager Chen successfully cut through a section of the electric fence on the wall and gradually descended the ladder. Brothers, charge in and drag Su Ming out. This is for Xiao Wang's revenge. The moment those words were uttered, two security personnel who had been close to Xiao Wang were immediately filled with fury. They quickly ascended the ladder, scaled the wall, and leapt down with determination. Suddenly, a deafening explosion startled everyone outside, followed by a chorus of anguished cries emanating from the courtyard. Ah! Help! My leg! Ah! Hearing the security guard's horrific wails, the others froze in place. That loud bang. Could it have been a landmine? But why would there be landmines in Su Ming's courtyard? Quick, help him! Xiao Chun's leg has been blown off. Hurry! Bring a rope. The guard who had not triggered the mine spoke with evident tremor, his legs quaking uncontrollably, yet he dared not move. He was acutely aware that he had narrowly escaped danger, merely favored by the whims of fortune. Should he dare to advance any further, it was likely that fate would no longer smile upon him. Quick, the rescue rope. Bring him out. Outside the courtyard, the security guards, hearing the agonizing cries from within, hastily fetched a fire rope. After securing one end to a tree trunk in the yard, they flung the other end into the courtyard. Damn it! Who threw this rope? Can't you aim better? I can't reach it. The guard, who had not triggered the trap, found the rope was a full 2 meters away and immediately unleashed a torrent of curses at the guards outside. Upon hearing the outburst, the guard responsible for throwing the rope quickly reeled it back in. Climbing to the top of the ladder and finally seeing the position in the courtyard, he tossed the rope into a more suitable location. This place is terrifying. After retrieving the rope, the guard hardly paid any attention to the moaning Xiao Chun, who was clutching his leg in agony. Tightening his grip on the rope, he leapt, hurling himself against the wall, his feet daring not to touch the ground. Once he adjusted his stance, he pressed his feet against the wall and, summoning all his strength, climbed over the barrier. Phew, that was frightening. Reflecting on the harrowing experience in the courtyard, the guard sat down, gasping for breath. Help me, please. I beg you, save me. In response to Xiao Chen's cries from the courtyard, Manager Chen swiftly took the rope and climbed the ladder, tossing it down to Xiao Chen's position. Xiao Chen, quickly tie yourself to the rope. We will pull you up. By now, Xiao Chun had regained some composure, although his right leg still throbbed with excruciating pain. He understood that he must rely on himself for salvation. Observing Xiao Chen secure the rope firmly around his waist, Manager Chen urgently signaled the other guards to begin pulling him up. As Xiao Chen was drawn over the wall, the guards rushed to assist him down. Quick, bandage him. Faced with Xiao Chen, whose complexion had turned pale from blood loss, the group was in a frantic state. They had first aid kits in their office, yet none among them knew how to apply a bandage. Let us carry him to our property as conference room. We need to disinfect and stop the bleeding. Ultimately, it was one of the older security guards who first responded with clarity. As if awakening from a dream, the others, now fully focused, clumsily lifted Xiao Chun onto the patrol car and sped towards the conference room. Noticing that most of his guards were preoccupied with tending to Xiao Chun, Manager Chen realized that any further assault on Su Ming's villa today was no longer feasible. They had already lost 2 guards, and morale had plummeted to an all-time low. Today, an attack was simply out of the question. What is there to see? Manager Chen, unable to vent his frustrations elsewhere, ultimately directed his ire towards the nearby onlookers. The homeowners, do you dare to challenge me? Believe me when I say I could toss you all out to feed the zombies. His words sent the gathering into a frenzy, scattering them in disarray. Yet, this did little to alleviate his anger. His gaze fell upon a robust middle-aged woman, seemingly the one who had lodged a complaint just days prior. I shall make an example of you. With a newfound target in sight, Manager Chen exchanged a knowing glance with a few of his loyal subordinates, who promptly made their way towards the woman's villa. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a survivor. Reward, 5 points. As the voice echoed in his mind, Su Ming, who was practicing calligraphy, realized that the individual who had just met their demise was indeed the security guard who had previously triggered the trap. Well, it's about time, Su Ming mused, glancing at the piece of rice paper inscribed with the phrase before crumpling it into a ball and tossing it into the trash. The system's point reward had only activated after Su Ming had dispatched the unfortunate Xiao Wang, and the points could be used to acquire various items from the points mall. However, unlocking the mall required amassing 1,000 points, a prospect that did not concern Su Ming in the slightest, as the entire community was well aware of the substantial supplies he had procured. He was confident that it would not be long before they resorted to desperate measures to pilfer or even seize his provisions. How he eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. Stretching languidly, Su Ming picked up his phone from the table, only to frown upon seeing another notification in the homeowners group mentioning him. Chapter 19. You are surrounded. 8 Manor, Su Ming. Can you please spare some supplies to help everyone? 8 Manor. Su Ming, I must inform you that our community is home to international friends. Do not disgrace the great Xian nation. Aunt May is right. Why don't you share your supplies? Exactly. How can you be so selfish at a time like this? Indeed, it was once again Mei Xiaohong stirring trouble in the group chat. However, what surprised Su Ming was that, so far, the 3 African men had not resorted to robbery. Logically, they should have done so by now. Yet, faced with Mei Xiaohong's barrage of messages and the uproar from the other residents, Su Ming had no intention of yielding. He descended to the food storage room in the basement, took a photo with his phone, and shared it in the group. I do have supplies, but I refuse to share them with you. Upon sending this message, the group exploded with reactions. Oh my, this person has so many supplies. I bet the other villa residents are similar. Is anyone willing to join me over there? Count me in. I'm going too. After all, these people are heartless. What's wrong with taking a few things from them? As Su Ming observed the growing responses in the group, he was about to continue his provocation when he noticed Manager Chen had chimed in. Everyone, our property management has verified the remaining 9 villa owners, and their food supplies are indeed scarce. Only Su Ming from 8 Manor has refused to cooperate with our verification. I urge all residents to remain rational and refrain from harassing the other 9 owners. Manager Chen seems intent on leading these unfortunate souls into a trap. Su Ming understood that Chen's intention was to divert the residents' wrath entirely onto him. As expected, under Chen's guidance, the residents swiftly turned their focus towards him. Faced with the accusations of the residents, Su Ming pulled out a steak and a bottle of red wine from the system space, found the right angle, and snapped a photo to upload. Jealous? You don't have any. After posting, just as he was about to put down his phone, he noticed a message from Bai Xiao. Brother, can I come stay at your place? I've been hungry all night. At that moment, Bai Xiao had completely lost the carefree demeanor she had just days ago. Now, nearly the entire building was aware of the 3 African men residing in her home, and countless residents had viewed her video of the 3 heroes fighting against El Bu. Men from the Great Xian nation would never wish to associate with a woman like her, making it impossible for her to barter her body for supplies. Moreover, the 3 African men in her home were more akin to lords, uninterested in anything beyond physical pursuits. Without supplies, Bai Xiao could not command these 3 lords. And this morning, she had even received a slap. She had initially believed that her physical attributes would allow her to maintain control over the 3 men. But Bai Xiao had severely miscalculated. In the grand realm of the Great Xia Kingdom, men often succumb to the throes of love, transforming into sycophants. However, this is not the case for the black men. Initially, after nearly a week of cordial exchanges, Bai Xiao believed that these 3 gentlemen could be swayed to heed her wishes, much like other men. Yet, reality poured a frigid bucket of water over her expectations. Left with no other options, Bai Xiao turned her thoughts towards Su Ming. If he had yet to view her video, she would stealthily venture to his villa, even if it meant sacrificing her own integrity. After all, Su Ming had never harbored anger towards her, let alone resort to violence. As a notification chimed from her phone, Bai Xiao hastily checked the message. Xiao, please don't come over just yet. You've seen the messages in the group. These individuals are itching to devour me alive. If they catch you, it could spell danger. I will distribute some of the supplies later, and then I'll head to your place under the cover of darkness. Upon reading Su Ming's message, a flicker of joy illuminated Bai Xiao's face. Indeed, Su Ming cared for her, and most importantly, he had not seen her video. Although she felt reluctant about his plan to distribute supplies, she recognized it as a necessary course of action. Responding to him with an endearing emoji, she fell into deep contemplation. Truth be told, she was uncertain about her next step. While Su Ming was kind and possessed resources, how much could he actually bring forth? Conversely, continuing to lean on the 3 robust gentlemen to execute heists against the neighboring residents also seemed a viable option. For a moment, Bai Xiao found herself entangled in a dilemma. It appears this woman has realized that the 3 gentlemen no longer heed her commands. Su Ming chuckled to himself, setting down his phone as he savored his wine and steak. After indulging, he intended to stretch, only to notice a multitude of residents gathering outside his yard. Oh, they have arrived sooner than expected. Peering through the window, he observed at least 50 individuals trailing behind Mei Xiaohong, evidently incensed by the photo he had shared. Su Ming, come out at once. Surrender the supplies, Mei Xiaohong proclaimed, brandishing a megaphone, her demeanor reminiscent of a police officer surrounding a criminal. Su Ming, I represent the community, and I urge you to relinquish the supplies immediately, or you shall face the wrath of the people. Unable to contain himself, Su Ming burst into laughter at her proclamation. He had to admit, Mei Xiaohong was quite the talent, even invoking the concept of people as justice. He felt as if he had somehow traversed back to a bygone era. Su Ming, you are surrounded. Do you truly believe you can withstand our numbers? I will grant you 1 final minute to contemplate. Indeed, Aunt Mei speaks wisely. Come out swiftly. The crowd echoed, urging him to reveal himself. Mei Xiaohong's words elicited a chorus of approval from the crowd behind her. In that moment, they all seemed to embody justice itself. Yet, they overlooked the fundamental truth that true justice never resorts to coercion or plunder. Then practice your marksmanship. In the face of the relentless provocations from the throng below, Su Ming chose to forego any semblance of civility this time. He retrieved a Glock pistol from the confines of the system space, loaded the magazine, and quietly opened the shooting aperture in the wall. Mei Xiaohong must be preserved. Otherwise, daily life would become exceedingly mundane. After a careful selection process, Su Ming ultimately decided to set his sights on a young man sporting bleached hair. As this was his inaugural experience firing through the shooting aperture, Su Ming meticulously aimed before gently squeezing the trigger. Chapter 20. Embarking on a carnal adventure. Bang. With the sharp crack of a gunshot, the young man with dyed yellow hair collapsed to the ground. It must be said that Su Ming's shot was remarkably precise. The bullet striking the young man's face directly, effectively eliminating any possibility of him transforming into a zombie. In the face of this scene, the crowd initially stood in stunned silence, but upon witnessing the yellow-haired youth fall, they quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He is killed. Run. He has a gun. Under the intimidating presence of the firearm, the residents, who had previously displayed bravado, hastily retreated. Notably, Mei Xiaohong, a woman in her 50s. found herself among the first to flee. Observing the panicked retreat of the crowd, Ming quietly closed the shooting aperture. He understood that, for the foreseeable future, no one would dare to trouble him again. Sigh. I might as well return to my calligraphy. With the thrill of the moment dissipated, Ming resignedly produced a sheet of rice paper and once more took up the brush to inscribe the 4 characters, "Great virtue supports all things." Everyone. That Ming has a gun. No way. Is that true? Absolutely true. I was among the group that surrounded his villa, and I witnessed the yellow-haired man get shot in the head. My goodness, how does he have a gun? News of Ming's gun-related actions swiftly circulated throughout the community's owner group. Those who had previously boasted about seizing his supplies fell silent upon hearing this revelation. Ming possesses a firearm? Manager Chen, having just dealt with Xiao Chen's body, noticed the discussions in the owner group surrounding Ming's gun. My heavens. What background does this young man have? First, the high-voltage electric fence, then landmines, and now a gun? For a moment, Manager Chen felt as though he were not living in the same world as Ming. How does this Ming seem to possess everything? Boss, what should we do next? Faced with the inquiry from his confidant, Manager Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. At this juncture, he found himself cornered. From the outset, he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Now, having already lost 2 security personnel, if he failed to recruit more men, he risked being overthrown by the very owners he sought to control. However, to attract these owners, he must possess sufficient leverage. It was akin to an employer distributing salaries to their employees, and what he lacked at present was exactly that leverage. It seems a significant victory is essential to rally his subordinates. Having come to this realization, Manager Chen hurriedly returned to his quarters with a few trusted aides. Boss, you're not thinking of. Seeing Manager Chen rummaging under the bed, one confidant appeared to have already surmised his intent. Indeed, Manager Chen struggled to clear away a pile of obstructive items, finally extracting a box from the depths. We truly need to return to our former profession. As the box slowly opened, Manager Chen cheerfully extracted a handgun and secured it at his waist. He then retrieved a rustic shotgun from the box, followed by distributing several machetes and electric batons to the 5 loyal subordinates before him. Prior to his foray into property management, Manager Chen had been involved in the realm of illegal demolitions. However, with the evolution of society, he recognized that in this age of ubiquitous social media, the path of demolition was no longer viable. Thus, he pivoted to property management alongside his 5 trusted aides. Now, with the outbreak of zombies, Manager Chen keenly sensed that a new era was upon him. Immediately, summoned the security team to gather in the conference room. We are about to embark on a grand undertaking. As the security personnel entered the conference room, they were taken aback by Manager Chen's appearance. He had always presented himself as a refined individual, but now he seemed a transformed man. Although still clad in dress shoes and trousers, his shirt was completely undone. The ghastly scar on his chest, the fading tattoos, and the shotgun in his hand all testified that Manager Chen was far from the simple man he appeared to be. Noticing a few security guards attempting to flee, 2 of his subordinates lurking by the door swiftly closed it, brandishing their machetes menacingly at the group. Sit down and behave. Faced with the gleaming blades, the security personnel ultimately chose to obediently find their seats. Even though they had batons at their waists, none wished to become the scapegoat. Moreover, Manager Chen wielded a shotgun. All right, everyone, do not be alarmed. Relax a little. Observing the security team seated compliantly, a satisfied smile graced Manager Chen's face. The purpose of gathering everyone today was to ensure their survival in the future. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he gestured toward the outside. You are all aware of Ming's firearms, correct? The guards nodded in unison. I possess one as well. He raised the shotgun in his hand, resting it upon his shoulder. However, unlike Ming, who merely hides, I will lead us all to survive. Anticipating their silence, Manager Chen surveyed the room before waving to the 2 subordinates by the door. Those willing to follow me may stay. Those unwilling may leave. I, Chen Tianhao, shall never coerce anyone. The conference room door swung open once more, plunging the space into profound silence. Most of the security personnel understood that the entire world order had likely collapsed. If they wished to survive, there was but one path. Might makes right. Before us stands Manager Chen, a man of formidable resolve, wielding a shotgun. Manager Chen, I am willing to follow you. A security guard spoke up slowly, and the rest voiced their agreement in unison. I too am willing. I shall follow you, Manager Chen. Observing that no one in the meeting room chose to withdraw, Manager Chen nodded in satisfaction. Well, since you are all eager to follow me, I, Chen Tianhao, assure you that you shall not suffer any losses. After evenly distributing the 48 security personnel by age, they were divided into 3 groups. The second and third groups were each overseen by 2 of his trusted aides, while Manager Chen took charge of the final group along with 1 loyal confidant. With the groups established, Manager Chen placed one foot upon the chair before him, his eyes gleaming with a ruthless intensity. The second group would oversee estates 1, 2, and 3. The third group would manage estates 4, 5, and 6. While the first group would be responsible for estates 9 and 10. Let nothing escape our grasp, except for estate 8 belonging to Su Ming. Seize all their provisions. Yes. In response to Manager Chen's command, the second and third groups, led by his 4 trusted aides, filed out of the meeting room. With only 16 security guards and his loyal confidant remaining, Manager Chen grinned maliciously. Let us go. I shall lead you to indulge. Chapter 21. Already exposed after successfully repelling 2 waves of individuals attempting to invade his home for supplies, Su Ming spent nearly the entire day in his study, diligently practicing calligraphy, utterly indifferent to the happenings outside. As night fell, he picked up his phone to see if anyone had sent him messages. Indeed, Bai Xiao had once again reached out to him privately. Brother, I've seen the discussions in the homeowners group. Where did you acquire the gun? If you have a gun, could I possibly move in with you? If you wish to come to my place, I could come to your house tonight to help you gather supplies. What do you think? Brother, are you still there? Upon reading Bai Xiao's messages, Su Ming sensed that her intentions were far more complex than merely wanting to live with him. Naturally, he was reluctant to expose the truth. Since Bai Xiao desired to come over, he felt compelled to indulge her wish. Xiao, send me a message when you arrive at the entrance of my villa. Please be extremely cautious. All the residents are coveting supplies, and you must not let them discover you. Thank you, brother. I will message you when I arrive. As anticipated, Bai Xiao responded almost instantaneously. It was now the 7th day, and many residents had likely depleted their stockpiled food. Su Ming surmised that Bai Xiao would most likely bring along the 3 black men. The thought evoked a smile upon his face. For some reason, I find myself eagerly anticipating tonight's arrival. True to Su Ming's expectations, upon receiving his reply, Bai Xiao promptly relayed the news to the 3 black men in her room. Awesome. With this, we can not only acquire his supplies, but also seize the gun he possesses. One of the men immediately cheered, his large, dark hands beginning to wander restlessly. Morgan, we need to conserve our strength. As Morgan attempted to engage Bai Xiao in a meeting, another man seated on the sofa quickly intervened. Mike has a point. After we obtain that man's supplies tonight, we can revel in his villa. Indeed, Morgan. Your priority now is to save your energy. Once we have taken control of his villa, we can gather and celebrate together. Bai Xiao, noticing that the other 2 men were somewhat reasonable, quickly pressed down on Morgan's hand. All right. But Otto, you were in the military before. You'll need to be the one to subdue that man. Facing Morgan's request, the man named Otto impatiently gestured an OK sign toward him. Rest assured, he is just an ordinary person. Even with a gun, he poses no real threat. I will hide on the other side while Xiao distracts him by opening the door. I will simply snap his neck. My heavens, that won't do. That man is quite wealthy. Upon hearing that Otto intended to deliver a lethal blow to Su Ming, Morgan became visibly agitated. Do you have any idea how much money he possesses? With that wealth, we could wait until the world is at peace to find more women in the Great Xia Kingdom. Mike, seated on the sofa, furrowed his brow upon hearing Morgan's words. Morgan, when have we ever needed to spend money to attract women in the Great Xia Kingdom? That is indeed a valid point. Otto glanced at Morgan, who still seemed bewildered, and shook his head in resignation. Morgan, do you genuinely believe that this calamity will pass swiftly? Given the current circumstances, we will likely be contending with these zombies for several years at the very least. Is that true? Faced with the incredulous expressions of the 3 individuals in the room, Otto could not help but feel exasperated. During my service, I learned about the military of the Great Xia Kingdom. Their forces are the type that would fight valiantly for the people. In fact, many soldiers have lost their lives rescuing a single cow or sheep. Yet, here we are. Days have passed without any military intervention to manage this disaster. What does that signify? Observing the foolishness reflected in the eyes of the trio before him, Otto chose to reveal the harsh truth. This is a premeditated attack, and it appears to be global in nature, given the character of the M nation. If only the Great Xia Kingdom were affected, their military would have already descended upon its territory. After elucidating his point to the 3, Otto retrieved a sharp fruit knife from the kitchen. Let us depart. Under the cover of night, we must resolve this conflict swiftly. Under Bai Xiao's guidance, the 4 soon arrived at the entrance of Su Ming's villa. Xiao, as we agreed, send him a message, to prevent the other 2 from revealing their presence. Otto instructed them to remain at a distance from the villa's entrance, while he concealed himself in the shadows beneath the wall, clutching the fruit knife. All right. After sending the message to Su Ming, Bai Xiao took several deep breaths, striving to maintain a composed demeanor, fearful of revealing any signs of distress before Su Ming. Before long, A message from Su Ming arrived on her phone. Bai Xiaoxiao eagerly opened the chat, only for her smile to abruptly fade. It was a screenshot from the video of her and her companions battling Elbu. Yet, before Bai Xiaoxiao could fully grasp the situation, another message from Su Ming followed. You didn't really think I was unaware of your activities, did you? By the way, I filmed that video with a drone. In that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao's mind went blank. As she struggled to comprehend the surreal nature of her predicament, she realized that she had already been exposed. But when had Su Ming become so astute? Was this truly the Su Ming she had always known? Xiaoxiao. Noticing the change in Bai Xiaoxiao's expression, Otto quickly rose and snatched her phone from her grasp. Upon reading the conversation, a glint of ruthlessness surfaced in Otto's eyes. Since the truth has been revealed, there is no longer any necessity for concealment. Mike, Morgan, join me over here. After glancing at the three-story villa behind the surrounding wall, Otto crept along the edge, reaching the corner and gesturing for the two to hurry over. The man is now aware of our affair with her, and attempting to deceive him into opening the door is utterly futile. Shoo. Noticing his companions were about to speak, Otto cast a glance at the still-dazed Bai Xiaoxiao and whispered, "We'll slip around the wall to the back, breach the courtyard, and eliminate him directly." Once the three reached a consensus, they paid no further attention to Bai Xiaoxiao, instead proceeding stealthily along the wall towards the rear. In Otto's estimation, Su Ming's focus must presently be on the courtyard gate. If he swiftly infiltrated the courtyard now, he could still take advantage of the night to assassinate the man. Seizing his weapons and supplies. "You bastard, Su Ming." Bai Xiaoxiao finally regained her composure and began to curse vehemently into the courtyard. The stillness of the night amplified her voice, and upon hearing her outburst, Otto, who had already moved his group to the rear, signaled to his companions. Chapter 22. Ordinary infected. As Otto took a few steps back and then sprinted forward, he found himself effortlessly grasping the top of the wall, aided by the human ladder formed by his companions. However, upon feeling the texture beneath his palms, a wave of confusion washed over him. Why was the top of this wall indented? With curiosity piqued, Otto climbed over the wall. Upon surveying the arrangement atop the barrier, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. To his astonishment, a power grid was installed on the wall. The sight of the electric wires nearly caused Otto to stumble backward in fright. But wait, there was no current. Formerly a soldier, Otto quickly regained his composure. It appeared this power grid had been tampered with, otherwise his hands would have been shocked the moment they made contact with the wires above. "Quick, I'll pull you up." Perched atop the wall, Otto extended his hand to his companions below, eager to assist them in climbing up. Although Su Ming's attention was entirely focused on the courtyard's entrance, Otto decided it prudent to have his two companions create a diversion while he stealthily approached from behind, ready to deliver a decisive blow. "Morgan, you go first." Given that Morgan was the least physically fit among them, Otto opted to pull him up first, allowing Mike to lend a helping hand from below. "Don't be afraid." The power grid isn't live. Otto, well acquainted with Morgan's temperament, preemptively reassured him to prevent any screams of terror upon sighting the grid. With Mike's assistance, Morgan swiftly ascended the wall. However, just as Otto turned to pull Mike up, Morgan unexpectedly leapt down. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the tranquility of the night. Before Otto could comprehend the chaos, he was thrust backward by the shockwave from the blast. His grip on Mike caused him to lose his balance and tumble off the wall. F. Morgan's anguished scream reverberated throughout the courtyard. "My butt. Fate smiled upon Morgan, as his lack of physical activity resulted in a rather comical landing. He fell squarely onto a landmine buried in the yard. Damn it. Why would this man have landmines in his yard? Otto shook his bewildered head, his dark visage awash with shock. This man had even chosen the least powerful type of infantry mine. As a former soldier who had once engaged in oil theft, Otto could easily gauge the explosive yield from the sound and shockwave of the detonation. Undoubtedly, this man had intended to torment those who dared trespass into his domain. "Otto, what do we do?" Mike fretted anxiously nearby, prompting Otto to swiftly regain his composure. He swiftly tore a branch with a fork from a nearby tree, then ripped a piece of his clothing to fashion a makeshift rope, securing his phone. After activating the video mode, Otto sent the branch over the wall. With the angle of the fork, the phone quickly captured the unfolding scene. When Otto retrieved the phone and beheld Morgan in the yard, his eyes widened in disbelief. My heavens! There lay Morgan, writhing in agony, blood gushing from between his legs. Undoubtedly, he had inadvertently sat on a landmine. "Otto, how is Morgan?" Mike asked anxiously. Otto handed the phone to Mike. "He is beyond saving. We can only see if that man in the villa is willing to grant him a merciful end." A wall towering over 3 meters, compounded by the landmine incident. Even Otto found himself powerless in such a predicament. The explosion had likely shattered his pelvis, rendering his legs incapable of movement. let alone scaling a wall of such height. Furthermore, the sound of the explosion would have undoubtedly drawn Su Ming's attention. Any reckless attempt to rescue him could endanger their own lives. That man is armed. Otto, are we really going to abandon Morgan? Seeing Otto's intent to leave, Mike quickly blocked his path. We cannot stand idly by while a comrade suffers. You think I'm standing by? Otto's face darkened further at Mike's accusation. A 3-meter wall. Landmines in the yard, and that man with a gun. How am I supposed to save him? Mike opened his mouth to retort, but Otto pointed toward the top of the wall. Have you noticed the electric fence above? Do you think that man deactivated it deliberately to lure us in? It was Morgan who disregarded our orders and jumped first. If you want to save him, go ahead. Otto forcefully shrugged off Mike's arm and strode away. Mike stood beneath the wall, tormented by the heart-rending cries of Morgan echoing from the yard. Yet, as Otto had pointed out, unless he possessed superhuman abilities, there was no conceivable way to rescue Morgan. Morgan, I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. Mike whispered to himself, gritting his teeth as he departed from Su Ming's villa. Otto, Mike, please save me. Meanwhile, Morgan, unaware that his 2 companions had already abandoned him, endured the excruciating pain, crying out for help. However, as time dragged on, he felt his body growing increasingly cold, his vision blurring. Help me. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a survivor. Reward, 5 points. At last, it has met its demise. Hearing the voice of the system resonating in his mind, Su Ming, sprawled on his bed while scrolling through his phone, cast his gaze out the window. There, the once lifeless figure of the black man swiftly reopened his eyes. He attempted to rise, yet found himself utterly powerless, only able to flail his arms on the ground. It was time to see if killing zombies would yield any points. Noticing that the man had transformed into a zombie, Su Ming opened the shooting aperture of the window and aimed his gun at the creature's head, firing a shot. Bang! The bullet found its mark, penetrating the zombie's skull. Thus, Morgan, who had just become a zombie, was once again sent back to the abyss by Su Ming. Congratulations, host, for slaying a common infected. You have earned 5 points. Common infected? At the sound of the system's announcement, Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. If the system classified this as a common infected, could there possibly be something beyond the ordinary? System, what other types of infected exist? System? Calling the system. Damn. Yet, no matter how persistently Su Ming inquired, the system remained silent, ultimately left with nothing. He could only conclude his day with a phrase from the essence of his culture before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 23, Manager Chen strikes again that night. Su Ming was plagued by a nightmarish vision. In his dream, a brawny zombie forcefully shattered the gate of his yard. Armed with his weapon, Su Ming frantically unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the creature, yet the bullets merely grazed its flesh, akin to a mere tickle, failing to impede its relentless advance. Just as despair enveloped him, a voice from the system resonated in his mind. Host, swiftly deploy the pea shooter. What? Stunned by the system's prompt, Su Ming turned his gaze toward the yard, only to realize it had transformed into a segmented grid. Following the system's guidance, he planted a pea shooter in the soil. Thud, thud, thud. Watching the pea shooter relentlessly bombard the advancing zombie with its peas, Su Ming's heart raced with anxiety. However, to his astonishment, the previously invulnerable zombie crumpled under the onslaught of the peas. It truly worked. Just as relief began to wash over him, he suddenly spotted a zombie with a pea shooter sprouting from its head emerging into view. As the creature lifted its gaze toward him, a pea, larger than his own head, hurtled in his direction. Oh no. Startled awake, Su Ming hastily glanced out the window into the yard. Thankfully, it was not divided into segments. Rubbing his groggy head, he sighed deeply. Clearly, the system's reference to an ordinary infectee had thoroughly unnerved him, conjuring images reminiscent of a plant versus zombie scenario. After checking the clock hanging on the wall, Su Ming resolved to rise from his bed. Following a brief morning routine, he retrieved a KFC family bucket from the system's space. The rich aroma wafted into his nostrils, yet he felt no appetite. Was he truly destined to meet his end at the jaws of a zombie in this life? Recalling the so-called ordinary infectee from the previous night sent shivers down his spine. If these were merely ordinary infectees, what horrors awaited him from the extraordinary ones? A terrifying image from Resident Evil surfaced in his mind, the sight of a zombie wielding a Gatling gun. Would this refuge stand a chance against such a creature? Beep, beep, beep. As Su Ming pondered how to confront these challenges, the shrill honking of an electric scooter interrupted his thoughts. Damn it! Infuriated by the noise outside, he stormed toward the floor-to-ceiling window, only to find a crowd gathered outside his yard once more. Among them were Manager Chen, along with a multitude of security personnel and homeowners, the latter kneeling collectively on the ground. As Su Ming appeared on the balcony, the cacophony of the scooter's horn abruptly ceased. Su Ming, As long as you open the door and allocate half of the supplies to us, you will save the lives of these individuals. Otherwise, for every passing minute, I shall take a life. Upon seeing Manager Chen clutching the megaphone, cowering behind 2 security guards, Ming realized that this man was undoubtedly apprehensive about standing at the forefront, fearing a bullet aimed at him. Ming, I implore you, please save us. I do not wish to die. I beg you, open the door. A group of homeowners, kneeling on the ground, hastily turned to Ming for assistance. Faced with Manager Chen's desperate attempt to coerce him through threats of human lives, Ming found himself rather impressed by the audacity of this individual. Did Manager Chen truly believe himself to be a police officer? Logically, as the property manager, he should be particularly attentive to the professions of the homeowners in the villa area. How then did he conceive such a brilliant plan? However, observing the situation outside the courtyard, it appeared that Manager Chen had indeed taken control of the entire security team. Because Ming did not distribute supplies to the property management as he had in his previous life, this had prompted Manager Chen to initiate his actions prematurely. Nevertheless, Ming understood that this man's ultimate goal was to leverage the Jinju Garden as his stronghold, thereby commencing his grand ambitions in this apocalyptic scenario. Yet, at this moment, this individual was rather naive. Would such tactics truly prove effective against him? With resignation, Ming picked up the megaphone hanging on the wall and positioned it near his mouth. Each room had one of these devices, and through it, Ming's voice would eventually reach the loudspeaker situated on the 2nd floor. Manager Chen, do you genuinely believe this method will work against me? I can assure you, such tactics are futile. With that, Ming activated the soundproof mode of the shelter, disregarding Manager Chen and his cohort outside the courtyard. However, to Ming's astonishment, he soon heard a series of explosions echoing from the courtyard. Although the sound was muted under soundproof mode, Ming recognized that Manager Chen was employing the homeowners as human shields to clear the area. One must concede, this method was indeed quite clever. Soon, the explosion subsided, and Ming observed 2 security guards scaling his wall via a ladder, making their way to the entrance of the courtyard. He realized they intended to open the door from the inside, allowing all the security personnel to enter. Perhaps it was time to give them a glimmer of hope. Initially, Ming had planned to use the controller to seal the courtyard's entrance, but upon reconsideration, he thought it wise to grant Manager Chen and his team a modicum of encouragement. The gate to his courtyard operated on a rail system, with its motor located underground. Unless a substantial amount of explosives were buried beneath, it would be impossible to damage the gate's rail and power mechanism. Moreover, since the gate had already been opened, who would be so idle as to leave it ajar? Charge! As the courtyard door swung open, a throng of security personnel surged into the front yard. As anticipated by Ming, no one displayed any interest in the gate of his yard. Manager Chen observed with satisfaction that he had breached Ming's first line of defense, and remarkably, Ming had not fired a shot. This indicated that Ming was out of ammunition. The thought ignited a wave of elation within Manager Chen. Ming was devoid of bullets. Charge in and drag him out to feed the zombies. Indeed, old Su, wielding a sledgehammer, surged forward towards a section adorned with glass, summoning all his strength to swing at it. Thud! The collision between the hammer and the glass resonated with a dull thump, and in the next moment, the sledgehammer was sent flying from old Su's grasp. Faced with the pristine glass window, the crowd erupted in astonishment. My heavens, what kind of glass is this? Could it possibly be bulletproof? Manager Chen, observing the throng gathered before the glass, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Bulletproof glass, is it? If this is your greatest reliance, Ming, then I regret to inform you that your demise is inevitable today. Manager Chen had witnessed the effectiveness of such glass in numerous films. While it was indeed bullet-resistant, it possessed a limit to its endurance. With persistent strikes at the same spot, this so-called bulletproof glass could be shattered with relative ease. For a long time, Manager Chen had yearned to re-establish his authority in front of the crowd. This very piece of bulletproof glass presented him with the perfect opportunity to assert his dominance. With this revelation, Manager Chen cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone, stand aside. Allow me to take charge. Chapter 24. Manager Chen's unfulfilled ambitions. Upon hearing Manager Chen's voice from behind, the security personnel promptly parted to create a passage. Manager Chen, with a cold expression and a commanding stride, brandished a shotgun, exuding an aura reminiscent of the T-800 from Terminator, filled with lethal intent. What is there to fret about regarding bulletproof glass? Casting a glance at the onlooking security guards, Manager Chen let out a disdainful snort. Imitating Schwarzenegger's one-handed loading technique, he chambered a round and aimed at the bulletproof glass before pulling the trigger. Bang! Following the gunshot, a wail echoed through the crowd. Everyone, including Manager Chen, hurriedly turned towards the source of the sound, only to find old Sue clutching his thigh on the ground, groaning incessantly. Next time, don't stand so close. Have him carried away for bandaging. After instructing 2 security guards to assist old Sue, Manager Chin redirected his gaze to the bulletproof glass. Although his previous shot had indeed been a bit awkward, as long as there was a crack in the glass, it would validate his efforts. What the hell? What kind of glass is this? However, reality often proves to be harsh. There was not a single crack, nor even a minute scratch on that bulletproof glass. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to shatter this glass. As Su Ming's mocking voice echoed through the loudspeaker above, Manager Chen realized he needed to salvage some morale. Upon a careful search, he indeed spotted the loudspeaker embedded in the exterior wall on the 2nd floor. Despite being set within the wall, Manager Chen was confident that at such a close range, he could shatter it with a single shot. Su Ming, don't think that just because you have bulletproof glass I can't deal with you. When we break down your door, be prepared to feed the zombies outside the community. With that, Manager Chen drew his handgun and aimed at the loudspeaker on the 2nd floor before pulling the trigger. With a sharp crack of gunfire, the crowd turned to where Manager Chen was aiming. No need to look. Su Ming can no longer voice himself through that loudspeaker. Manager Chen slowly reholstered his handgun, anticipating cheers from his subordinates. However, in the next moment, Su Ming's voice resounded throughout the courtyard once more. Ha ha, Manager Chen. Are you a fool? Just because I have bulletproof glass, do you think I can install a bulletproof layer on top of it? Faced with 2 consecutive failures of bravado, Manager Chen's composure shattered completely. Smash that little brat's door open. I want to slice his flesh piece by piece. Upon hearing Manager Chun's command, the security guards promptly armed themselves and began to strike the villa's door with fervor. Manager Chun, there's a dent. As the door visibly caved in slightly, the crowd could not help but feel a surge of joy. The grievances from the earlier encounter with the bulletproof glass were finally about to be avenged. Witnessing this scene, Manager Chen let out a sigh of relief. At last, there has some effect. Su Ming, oh Su Ming, your brilliance is overshadowed by a fleeting moment of folly. What use is even the most formidable bulletproof glass? The door has merely endured a few blows, and yet it has succumbed so easily. Brothers, strike with fervor, as splinters cascaded down. Manager Chen could not help but envision the moment when Su Ming would kneel before him, begging for mercy. This door is made of metal? As though it continued to splinter away, a gleaming silver metal door was revealed before them. Congratulations, you have successfully breached the wooden facade of my home. Keep up the good work. Su Ming's voice shattered the illusions in Manager Chen's mind once more. Gazing at the imposing metal door, Chen felt his heart race uncontrollably. He seized the hammer from the security guard beside him and hurled it to the ground, glaring furiously at everyone. What use is it to strike this metal door? Go fetch a chainsaw and break it down. The crowd, facing Chen's wrath, dared not voice their anger and hurriedly exited the courtyard to retrieve the chainsaw and generator from their vehicle. Bang! Bang! Just then, 2 sharp gunshots rang out from above. The bullets targeted the 2 security guards who had gone to fetch tools. Good heavens, how does he still have ammunition? My goodness. Didn't Team Manager Chen say he was out of bullets? Before the guard could finish his thought, he found himself under Chen's cold gaze. Run! Someone shouted. And the guards, snapping back to reality, immediately abandoned their tools and scrambled towards the gate in a frantic escape. Bang! 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 With the gunfire, 3 more guards fell to the ground. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Hurry back. Wait for me. Witnessing the chaos among the guards, Manager Chen realized that today's operation would surely end in failure. And what of Su Ming? He continued to pull the trigger, claiming the lives of the guards with relentless precision. You too, come here. But for now, there was no time for hesitation. Seizing the moment of disarray, Chen hastily gathered his 2 trusted aides and dashed towards the villa's exit. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. As Chen rushed forward, a searing pain shot through his calf. Before he could comprehend the situation, he collapsed to the ground. Boss! The 2 aides, witnessing Chen's injury, rushed to assist him in escaping, but just then, several more gunshots echoed from the direction of the villa. As they saw their 2 comrades fall, struck in the chest, Chen instantly understood Su Ming's sinister intent. This wretch wishes for me to perish at the hands of the undead. With the breaths of his aides growing faint, Chen hastily drew his handgun and fired a shot into each of their heads. Subsequently, Manager Chen hoisted the lifeless body of one of his subordinates as a shield and exerted every ounce of strength to crawl toward the exit. Remarkably ruthless. On the 2nd floor, Su Ming, witnessing Manager Chen's unwavering resolve as he shot dead his 2 most trusted aides, could not help but admire the man's decisiveness. However, upon seeing him utilize the corpse of his companion as a shield, Su Ming's desire to continue their little game evaporated. This man must not be allowed to live. After casting his Glock into the system's storage, a flash of white light enveloped Su Ming's right hand, revealing a Barrett sniper rifle before him. Whether this weapon could penetrate the shield of flesh remained uncertain. He braced the rifle, took aim, and pulled the trigger, with mastery over all firearms. Ming executed the actions almost seamlessly. Accompanied by the dull thud of gunfire, the bullet surged forth, propelled by gunpowder, directly toward Manager Chen. As he continued to crawl forward, bearing the weight of his fallen comrade, Chen's body was instantly cleaved in two by the bullet's impact. The aspiring tyrant, Chen Tianhao, whose ambition was to reign supreme in this apocalyptic world, found his path to dominance irrevocably halted today. Chapter 25. The terrifying new mission truly. It is deserving of its title as the infantry cannon. Even with prior mental preparation, Ming felt an overwhelming shock upon witnessing the scene through the scope. When the bullet penetrated Manager Chen's body, the immense force obliterated his torso, causing muscle tissue to protrude and viscera to spill onto the ground. This spectacle was undeniably grand. Yet, as Ming snapped back to reality from the shock, he felt a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach. Unable to suppress it, he began to retch uncontrollably. It appears I have greatly overestimated my adaptability. Enduring the discomfort in his stomach, Ming hastily retrieved a cup of iced Americano from the system space, hoping the coffee would help calm his nerves. This was the first time he had witnessed a human body rendered to such a state by a bullet. Whether it was the deceased African-American in the yard or the security guards he had previously shot, each of their corpses had remained intact. Yet today, he had utterly shattered Manager Chen with a Barrett. Huff. This won't do. After gulping down several mouthfuls of iced coffee, Ming suddenly realized something. In the future, I may frequently encounter such scenes. I must learn to adapt in advance. He took out binoculars from the system and once again directed his gaze toward the mangled remains of Manager Chen. However, he could barely hold on for 2 seconds before retching again. Forget it. They say one should progress gradually. I shall adapt at a slower pace. Ming downed another few sips of iced coffee and then retrieved his Glock from the system space. Outside, the security guards he had just slain were beginning to rise slowly. After dispatching these zombified guards, Ming opened his phone and accessed the Owner-S group chat. It was now the 8th day since the apocalypse began, and if memory served him correctly, the residents of the high-rise buildings would soon start looting the villa area. With his presence as an unexpected variable, the high-rise residents were evidently not as reckless as before. However, Ming noticed that these residents were evidently discussing another topic. Everyone. I heard commotion from upstairs today, sounding like someone was banging on doors, and then someone fell down. I heard it too, and I know the person who jumped. It was Qin Xiaodan from the 16th floor. Don't say that. I can picture it vividly in my mind. Indeed, that Qin Xiaodan shattered upon impact. Do you think it could be? Quick, retract that. I'll message you privately. Okay, it's retracted. The discussion on this topic abruptly ceased, followed by a flurry of complaints about the Great Xia Kingdom or expressions of their own panic. Upon hearing that the deceased was Qin Xiaodan, Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow. He certainly had a recollection of Qin Xiaodan. The irate gentleman vehemently berated by Xiao Xiao in the group, even sharing a video he had captured with his drone. There was no doubt that Qin Xiaodan did not leap to his demise of his own volition. However, Ming was not particularly surprised by Qin Xiaoyan's death. Setting aside by Xiao Xiao's merciless nature, merely the presence of her 2 companions of African descent in her abode hinted at the grim future that awaited. Even in the United States, these individuals dared to provoke law enforcement. One can only imagine their audacity in a world where humanity has turned upon itself. Ming had reviewed the surveillance footage from the previous night and noted that one of the individuals displayed the prowess of a seasoned soldier. Nonetheless, he had no intention of intervening on behalf of the residents of the high-rise. If so many could not contend with just 2 individuals, then their demise in this apocalyptic reality was well-deserved. Yet, a bit of encouragement was still necessary. Ming ascended to the 2nd floor, capturing a photograph of the deceased man in his backyard, which he promptly uploaded to the homeowners group. 8- Ming, you casually murder an international friend. Hurry and turn yourself in. I have preserved evidence, and once this calamity has passed, I shall present this photograph to the authorities. To his astonishment, the first reply in the homeowners group came from the old hag, Mei Xiaohong. I say, Mei Xiaohong, if you are dissatisfied, feel free to bring your people to my home. I recall you were the first to flee that day, weren't you? Moreover, it was evident that the 2 Africans were responsible for Qin Xiaotian's demise on the 16th floor. Why do you not dare to address it? Have you grown timid in the face of international friends? After delivering this retort to Mei Xiaohong, Ming felt an immediate uplift in his spirits. He tossed his phone aside and began jogging on the treadmill within his home. Following his previous experience, Ming had developed a habit of exercising. The system had granted him a physique that would deteriorate without regular activity. Additionally, having recently witnessed Manager Chen shattered into several pieces, Ming sought to channel his frustrations through physical exertion. At that moment, however, the system in his mind suddenly chimed. Ding. Detection indicates the host is concerned about their future in this apocalypse. A task is now being issued. Task: intense physical conditioning. Task description: since the host has recognized that the zombies currently dispatched are merely ordinary ones, this system shall not permit you to remain an ordinary individual. Please complete a set of extreme push-ups within 1 hour. This task must be completed within 6 hours. The more repetitions performed, the higher the quality of the rewards. Should you complete fewer than 600, the task will be deemed a failure. In the event of failure, the system space will be reclaimed. Gasp. Upon hearing this stringent requirement, Ming inhaled sharply. A minimum of 600 push-ups within an hour. This meant he had to perform at least 10 per minute. The most challenging aspect of this task lay in the allocation of his stamina. Moreover, Ming understood that although it was stipulated to be completed within 6 hours, he had only a single opportunity. After all, one's physical strength does not reset with the commencement of a new task. Truly, you are an exceptional system, and I find myself utterly enamored with you. After warming up slightly, Ming once again retrieved a cup of iced coffee from the system's space and indulged in it. Let us get to work. Meanwhile, as Ming fervently engaged in push-ups, a group of security personnel were in the conference room, gasping for breath. Where is Manager Chen? After a brief respite, the now composed individuals realized that Manager Chen had yet to return. Not a sight of him, and neither tiger nor dog had returned. The other 3 confidants, upon hearing that their leader was absent, exchanged glances and promptly exited the conference room, sprinting towards the villa area. Manager Chen's brothers truly display commendable loyalty. Just look at their anxious demeanor. Observing the departing figures, one of the security guards couldn't help but express a sentiment. However, the next moment, another guard stood up to counter him. What commendable loyalty! They are off to retrieve their weapons. Oh my! Indeed! At this revelation, the guards in the room immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. At this juncture, does it not stand to reason that whoever wields a weapon holds the upper hand? Without a second thought for whether Ming might fire upon them again, they all dashed desperately towards the villa area. Chapter 26. Power Outage. Announcements. In cannibalism, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Mad Body Refinement. The host has completed 831 push-ups in total, with an overall evaluation of A. Rewards are about to be distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring all skills of an elite special forces soldier. At long last, it was accomplished. At this moment, Ming was utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, in pursuit of the so-called greater rewards. He had truly exerted himself to the utmost over the past hour. All skills of an elite special forces soldier, you say? As the rewards were bestowed upon him, a plethora of unfamiliar realms flooded his mind, encompassing firearms proficiency, demolition, battlefield first aid, and even foreign languages. Ming could not help but marvel at the extensive skills an elite soldier is required to master. After resting for a brief moment, Ming gradually rose to his feet. Just as he intended to take a refreshing shower, he was taken aback by a shocking scene outside his window. A throng of security guards had gathered around the body of Manager Chen, wrestling with one another, evidently vying for the 2 firearms belonging to him. Seeing their fervent struggle, Ming thought to add a modicum of excitement to their scuffle. With a sinister grin, he retrieved a Barrett from the system's space and positioned it on the shooting aperture. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening gunshot. The security guards who were previously engaged in their fray scattered in all directions. Only 3 down. How utterly uninteresting. Perhaps due to the fact that he had acquired all skills of an elite special forces soldier. Ming no longer felt any discomfort when witnessing the gruesome spectacle through the scope. The large caliber bullets effortlessly obliterated the 2 guards at the forefront, while the last guard was fortuitously spared from dismemberment. Never mind, I shall leave this zombie for the group. Observing the guard rise again shortly after collapsing, Ming opted not to fire again. After all, the residents of the upper floors would inevitably turn their attention towards him, so this zombie would serve as a rather fitting greeting for them. With this thought in mind, he stretched his sore arms and turned towards the bathroom. Oh, the amusement has vanished. As night descended, Ming languidly reclined on the sofa after dinner, digesting his meal. The owner group had fallen silent, and for a moment, he felt an undeniable twinge of boredom. Perhaps it was best to read a book instead. Ming was not typically one to indulge in television dramas. Instead, he retrieved a tome reputed to be one of the most incomprehensible novels in the world. 100 Years of Solitude, and settled on the couch to savor its complexities. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have lacked the patience to delve into such a convoluted narrative. In a world where life moved at a breakneck pace, who had the luxury of time to immerse oneself in such intricate literature? However, the present was different. Since entering this desolate reality, he had meticulously prepared, finding refuge within this comfortable sanctuary. The residents of the towering buildings would not swiftly turn their attention towards him. Thus, Ming had ample time to delve into the contents of the book. However, in the next moment, darkness enveloped him. What the heck? Just as I intended to read. The power goes out. Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, Ming resolved to abandon his reading. Although his refuge would soon restore power through the generator located in the basement, he couldn't shake the feeling that this blackout was a divine intervention, preventing him from reading. Well, I shall respect the will of the heavens. With the generator's activation, light returned to his haven. After casting aside the novel in his hand, he picked up his phone once more. Ming had previously kept his phone in Do Not Disturb mode, hence he had missed any notifications. Upon seeing the two messages, he realized nearly an hour had elapsed since they were sent. These messages were from the United Nations and the official government of the Great Xi'an Nation. Dear citizens of the world, this disaster has spiraled completely out of control. We urge citizens from all nations to actively resist the zombies outside and initiate self-rescue efforts to rebuild a brighter future for humanity. To all citizens of the Great Xi'an Nation, this calamity has entirely lost control. However, we will do our utmost to ensure the basic electricity needs of our citizens are met. As the military has succumbed swiftly, we implore all citizens to unite and assist one another to overcome this crisis. Sigh. If only unity and cooperation were truly viable solutions. Glancing at those two messages, Ming shook his head in resignation. In a world devoid of order, humanity resorted to desperate measures for survival. Many sought to establish their dominion amidst this apocalypse. Observing the pitch black outside, Ming retrieved his drone and ascended to the small balcony on the third floor. He was curious about what the high-rise inhabitants were currently engaged in. After launching the drone, he directed it towards the residence area, equipped with a high-definition infrared camera. The images transmitted back were remarkably clear. For a moment, Ming felt like an observer detached from reality, witnessing the emergence of humanity's darker instincts in this dire time. Goodness, has it truly begun? As the drone relayed the captured footage, Ming found himself wide-eyed in disbelief. He watched as numerous high-rise residents began to raid their neighbors' homes for supplies, with many being forcefully shoved from the upper floors. Within just an hour of the announcement, at least dozens had already lost their lives. Indeed, the cannibalistic nature of humanity was just beginning to unfold. Watching the scenes on the screen, Ming couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Now he understood why, in his previous life, no security personnel had come to his defense when he was cast out to feed the zombies. It had only been 8 days, and the residents of the high-rises had already commenced their own version of a zero-sum game. Let them continue their onslaught, thought Ming. After nearly 5 minutes of watching, his interest waned, and he promptly pressed the return-to-home button on the drone's remote control. As the drone soared over the buildings and returned to the balcony of his villa on the third floor, Ming suddenly noticed a number of dark figures approaching his residence from a distance. Had they arrived so swiftly? The sight before him left Ming momentarily incredulous. The news of his possession of a firearm had spread throughout the entire community, yet these residents still chose to invade his sanctuary. Indeed, with the collapse of order, madness had ensued. In his previous life, not a single resident from the high-rise buildings had dared to raid the villa area during the month he remained alive. Ming found himself somewhat admiring Manager Chen's methods. However, with the absence of Manager Chen and an arsenal of 1,000,000 tons of weaponry at his disposal, Ming harbored no fear of these high-rise dwellers. As the shadows drew nearer to his refuge, he quietly opened the firing port on the third floor. If they had chosen to court death, they should not blame him for sending them to their demise. Chapter 27. The frenzied slaughter of the night was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of gunfire. Thanks to the night vision goggles, Ming could effortlessly discern the silhouettes of those lurking in the shadows. As he watched individuals fall before his aim, he initially presumed that the residents would, like last time, flee in disarray. Yet, this time he was mistaken. He was utterly alone, charging into the villa. Forward. If we seize his supplies, we can survive. His ammunition is finite. In the darkness, he cannot discern our positions. Forward. As shouts erupted from the crowd, the residents, seemingly possessed, rushed fervently towards Ming's villa. Goodness, are they truly this relentless? Ming observed the frenzied individuals racing towards him, momentarily taken aback. However, despite his surprise, his actions remained unceasing. As he emptied yet another magazine, the throng of residents advanced nearly 10 meters during his brief reloading. How audacious! Do they think I am a sickly feline when the tiger does not roar? Ming stowed his assault rifle into the system space and retrieved a flamethrower, swiftly beginning its assembly. During this interval of preparation, the charging residents bore expressions of exhilaration. To them, Ming's silence indicated a lack of ammunition. Forward. He is out of bullets. Their cheers spurred them on, drawing ever closer to Su Ming's villa. Very well, let me surprise you. Once the flamethrower was assembled, Su Ming opened the lower firing port and extended the nozzle outward. Farewell. As the crowd approached his sanctuary, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Boom. A fiery dragon illuminated the night sky. Facing flames nearing 1,000 degrees Celsius, the foremost residents barely had time to react before they were incinerated by the oncoming inferno. What is this? My God, run. How does Su Ming possess such a weapon? Witnessing this spectacle, the trailing residents halted in their tracks. Perhaps we should reconsider. The searing heat quelled their fervor, and many began to contemplate retreat. Yet, driven by hunger, they soon sought a solution. What are we afraid of? He is but one man. Let us encircle him from different directions. Someone in the crowd bellowed, prompting an immediate dispersal as they flanked Su Ming's villa from various angles. Goodness, are they truly this desperate? Su Ming, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel a sense of incredulity. Could they not redirect their efforts to scavenge for resources outside? One by one, they insisted on seizing what belonged to them. Yet, now that they had made their choice, Su Ming would naturally exert every effort to fulfill their desire to descend into hell. Very well, since you are so clever, I shall grant you a taste of sweetness. Su Ming slightly adjusted his aim and squeezed the trigger once more. However, this time, the scalding flames that erupted did not harm anyone. Their encircling tactic indeed bore fruit. Ha ha ha, Su Ming, await your demise. As expected, he could only adjust slightly in one direction. Once we breached a shooting blind spot, it would signal his end. Upon realizing that Su Ming could only make minor adjustments, the residents of the high-rise felt as if they had glimpsed the dawn of victory. Soon, they encircled Su Ming's courtyard. Su Ming, come out at once. Surrender your weapon, and we shall spare you. Quickly distribute the supplies to us. Having closed the courtyard gate during the day, the residents found themselves shouting from behind the towering 3-meter wall, which blocked their path. Charge. Drag Su Ming out. Seeing that Su Ming remained unresponsive, they understood there was no turning back. They hastily formed a human ladder to scale the wall and leap into Su Ming's courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. As the residents entered from all 4 directions, they were met with the remnants of landmines previously cleared from the front yard by Manager Chun and his team. Thus, many residents, as soon as they set foot in the courtyard, had their legs blown off by the concealed explosives. There are landmines. Run. Then you should go down and defuse them. Those still perched atop the wall, upon realizing the presence of landmines in the yard, attempted to retreat, but were forcibly pushed forward by those behind them. Many who could have escaped were thrust down, suffering grievous injuries from the mines. The mines have been cleared. Charge. The remaining residents encircled Su Ming's villa, and just as they believed they were on the verge of capturing him, they discovered that they were utterly incapable of breaching the villa's fortified entrance. This door has been reinforced. We cannot break through. The glass is the same. I cannot shatter it with a stone, let alone stones. Not even a crowbar can break it. Observing the frantic crowd in his courtyard, Su Ming discreetly retrieved several grenades from the system space and tossed them through the shooting aperture into the throng below. What just hit me? Forget about what hit you. Focus on how to get inside. Faced with the descending grenades, the mass of people crowded in the courtyard had no time to ponder. Their entire focus was on how to penetrate the imposing villa. Boom. The grenade exploded amidst the crowd. And only then did the bewildered residents comprehend the gravity of their situation. This guy even has grenades. Run. Run. Smash this glass quickly. We need to get in and drag Su Ming out. Are you capable? Let me take over. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not leave a single scratch on the glass before them. The continuous failures gradually made the remaining individuals aware that this was likely a deliberate act by Su Ming. Yet, upon seeing the supplies piled in the living room, how could they easily abandon their quest? It must be said that human nature is indeed peculiar. Often, even when one realizes that a situation may be a trap, there remains an irresistible urge to verify it personally. However, at this moment, this group of people overlooked a grave issue. The deceased would rise again as zombies. Ah, something bit me. It's a zombie. Run. As those who had perished in the yard's mines resurrected as the undead, chaos soon engulfed the courtyard. They cried out for help, scrambling over the walls, but many who managed to escape found themselves confronted by ominous shadows lurking outside. Clatter, clatter. The ominous figures were none other than the residents who had recently fallen in their charge. Yet now, they had transformed into mindless zombies, driven solely by the hunger for human flesh. Watching as the remnants of their former selves fell from the walls, they gathered outside the courtyard, waiting eagerly for their next meal. Finally, the tumult subsided. Su Ming glanced outside and shook his head in resignation. It must be said, tonight was undoubtedly a night of madness. In the wake of his frenzied slaughter, Su Ming believed that, for the foreseeable future, He would be free from the disturbances of returning residents. Well, he thought, the zombies could wait until tomorrow. Their presence might even afford him a peaceful night's sleep. Feeling the weight of drowsiness, Ming activated the soundproof mode of the shelter and soon drifted off into slumber. Chapter 28. The opening of the Points Mall. Indeed, having zombies as guardians proves to be a more reliable choice. Rising early, Ming gazed out at the wandering zombies and could not help but utter a sigh of admiration as he surveyed his surroundings. He counted at least a dozen zombies within his courtyard, while more than 100 roamed outside. Of course, Ming was aware that the number of zombies was far greater than this. The reason for the seemingly low count outside was that they had lured the zombies towards their high-rise building during their escape the previous night. Should he not capture a video to commemorate this moment? In high spirits, Ming took out his phone and began recording from within the courtyard, continuing until he reached the exterior. To add a touch of drama, he even enhanced the footage with an exceedingly catchy background music using a special app. Subsequently, he shared the video directly in the homeowners group chat. Ming, don't think you're impressive just because you have a gun. One day, your bullets will run out. That will be your demise. Exactly. Don't think we fear you. We are merely executing a strategic retreat. Let me tell you, Ming. My husband was killed because of you yesterday, and I will make you pay for it. My son too. Ming is nothing but a murderer. Goodness. This group of people truly has no shame. Faced with the scorn of the residents, Ming found their indignation comical. It was they who had attempted to storm into his home to seize supplies, yet they forbade him from resisting. Such a bandit mentality was indeed eye-opening for Ming. However, now that the gloves were off, he felt no obligation to hold back. He approached the window on the first floor and drew back the curtains. Observing the zombies roaming in his courtyard, Ming pulled out his phone and snapped a photo, which he then uploaded to the homeowners group. Which of these is your husband or son? Please tell me. I intend to play with them slowly. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, Ming retrieved several boxes of ammunition from the system space and placed them in the living room, propping a few guns atop the boxes. He then took a selfie, ensuring to capture the array of firearms and ammunition behind him. After applying a warm filter to enhance the image, Ming uploaded the photo to the homeowners group once again. I still have plenty of bullets. I welcome your visit at any time. It must be said that Ming's actions undeniably infuriated the members of the homeowners group. However, they found themselves powerless to retaliate, resorting only to insults as a means to vent their impotent rage. Oh, are they getting anxious? Observing the stream of derogatory messages in the group, Ming felt no real anger. Nevertheless, he decided to share a glimpse of his breakfast with them. Today, he had chosen a beautifully cut steak. After cleaning his plate, Ming retrieved a meal box wrapped in foil from the system space. It was indeed impressive. When he took out the box, he could still feel the warmth radiating from it. After removing the steak from its aluminum foil and elegantly plating it, Ming poured himself a glass of red wine. Ah, a culinary filter is indeed a necessity. As Ming lacked proficiency in photography, he opted to enhance the visual appeal of his meal with a filter. Today's breakfast remained steak paired with red wine, truly a monotonous day. Upon uploading this photograph to the owners group, the previously vociferous members who had been vehemently criticizing Ming fell into an abrupt silence. Undoubtedly, they had been struck. However, this silence was but fleeting. Soon enough, a different form of mockery erupted in the chat. Comments like eating so much beef will surely lead to illness and drinking wine will result in gout flooded the group. Some even went so far as to share unappetizing images. Ultimately, as long as they could deter Ming from enjoying his meal, it would be deemed a victory for them. These individuals truly possessed a peculiar sense of humor. Observing the incessant stream of messages, Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Having acquired all the skills of an elite special forces soldier, he found that not only could he withstand the sight of these repugnant images, but even if they were placed before him, he would remain unfazed. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Ming checked his points. Current points, 1295 now. He could unlock the point shop. Without hesitation, he clicked on the shopping cart icon that appeared in his mind. Type 95 assault rifle, 100 points, 5. 8mm bullets, 1 point for 10 rounds, Kong Shui Fu instant noodles, a case of 12, 5 points. Gazing at the myriad of products in the points shop, Ming's lips twitched. He had initially believed that possessing over 1,000 points would allow him to find something worthwhile in the shop. Yet, he now realized that the items either did not pique his interest or were beyond his means. Oh well, let me explore the more expensive offerings. Although Ming understood that the further down he scrolled, the pricier the items became, his curiosity about what else the point shop might hold compelled him to continue. Surely, it couldn't be limited to just weapons and food? Is that a tank and a fighter jet? Ming's eyes widened at the sight of the tank and fighter jet, each requiring a staggering 6,000 points. However, he also recognized that such items were unnecessary for redemption. Firstly, a fighter jet requires a runway for takeoff, and as for the tank, he was not playing GTA, believing that a tank was invincible as long as it did not tip over. Nevertheless, as Ming continued scrolling, he stumbled upon a plethora of intriguing items. Gene mutation serum, 10,000 points, shelter system, 20,000 points. What on earth are these? Filled with intense curiosity, Ming clicked on the descriptions for the gene mutation serum and the shelter system. Gene mutation serum. Upon use, it grants abilities that surpass human limits. The shelter system. Once activated, the host can connect their current residents to the system, allowing them to utilize points for renovations and upgrades. Additionally, the shelter can be stored within the system's space for convenient transport. Good heavens, this is astounding. Ming's eyes widened in surprise upon reading the descriptions of these two items. Ever since he learned from the system that the zombies he had slain were merely ordinary infected, a sense of unease had settled within him. Although he had consistently advised himself to live in the moment, his concerns had never truly dissipated. However, the emergence of these two items brought him an immense sense of relief. If he could swiftly accumulate points to exchange for them, he would gain the ability to confront the extraordinary infected in the future. It seems I must first clear the zombies outside. After exiting the system's shop, Ming directed his gaze towards the wandering zombies beyond his door. Initially, he had intended for these zombies to serve as guardians for his home. But now it appeared that his immediate priority was to gather enough points to acquire those two items. Ming picked up the assault rifle resting nearby, opened the firing port, and squeezed the trigger at the zombies meandering outside. Chapter 29. The master hidden in the security team. Could you possibly launch an assault on my villa? We have an abundance of food. Take a look at this. Deep sea squid. And here is a large lobster, plus some crayfish. I also have steak and red wine. Hurry up. Young people should embrace challenges that seem impossible. For several consecutive days, Ming incessantly provoked the residents of the high-rise buildings in the owner's group. He desperately needed points. However, the residents were not fools. They would not recklessly march to their deaths. Initially, they would retaliate with insults, but today, not a single individual acknowledged Ming. Well, it appears they are reluctant to part with their children to catch a wolf. Ming gazed at the silent owners group and let out a sigh. To be honest, he could indeed use food as bait to lure these high-rise residents to their demise. Although this method could earn him points, he was unwilling to resort to such tactics, as it was the last vestige of humanity he clung to in this apocalyptic world. I was too ostentatious a few days ago. The memory of his previous actions made Ming wish he could slap himself. Why did he feel the need to take that self-important selfie? Now everyone was aware of his ample supply of firearms. Who would be foolish enough to come and meet their end? Well then, perhaps it would be better to use a drone to observe what the residents of the high-rise are doing. Ming deployed the drone once more, controlling it to fly over the area inhabited by the high-rise residents. Without the constraints of rules, chaos had erupted among the high-rise buildings. Nearly all the residents were alike, frantically scavenging the scant resources from one another's homes. Some had even banded together to form small groups and engage in brawls. Goodness! Wouldn't it be more fruitful to expend that energy in search of resources? Though the Golden Residence Garden is situated in the city, its designation as a high-end community means there are no other neighborhoods nearby, aside from a few shopping malls. Compared to other areas in the city, these shopping centers are relatively safe. The primary concern is that even if these individuals obtain resources through looting, it won't sustain them for long. Moreover, as casualties continue to mount, the number of zombies gathering around the Golden Residence Garden will only increase. For instance, at this very moment, the garden beneath the high-rise is teeming with zombies. If I could lure these zombies over, it might not be a bad idea. As Ming viewed the footage relayed by the drone, a sudden thought struck him. If he could draw these zombies to the entrance of the shelter, he could once again earn points from them. However, the moment this idea surfaced in his mind, he promptly dismissed it. Ming was certainly not daring enough to venture out recklessly. The Golden Residence Garden was not the only place where firearms were present. Manager Chin's two missing guns remained a mystery, and Ming was naturally afraid of being shot by a hidden assailant if he stepped outside. Never mind. Perhaps it is best to wait another 2 days to observe how the situation unfolds. In the absence of Manager Chun, the security team has become disorganized, and the residents in the high-rise have resorted to fighting their own battles. After a couple more days, the victor among those individuals should become evident, and at that juncture, I can negotiate terms with them using the resources at my disposal. Ding dong. The notification sound from my phone felt surreal. Who could possibly be reaching out to me at this hour? The homeowners group chat had been relatively quiet lately, thus I had no need to keep my phone on Do Not Disturb mode. Security guard Fan Ziyuan requests to add you as a friend. Is it him? Upon seeing this notification, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Fan Ziyuan. I had some recollection of him. He was certainly the most solitary member of the security team. In his 30s, he rarely spoke. He neither smokes nor drinks. Avoids gambling and gaming. Such are the sentiments of his fellow guards regarding him. In a high-end community like Golden Residence, the security personnel earn a respectable income. Yet, Fan Ziyuan would send the majority of his paycheck to his parents, keeping only a modest sum for his own living expenses. However, I knew for certain that he had served in the military. Whenever he was on duty, his standing posture and salute were always the most precise among the guards. Well, let us see what he desires. I accepted Fan Ziyuan's friend request without hesitation, but before I could even peruse his moments, a message arrived. Hello, I seek your protection. Confronted with this message, I found myself both amused and bewildered. I must admit, Fan Ziyuan possesses quite the character. Truth be told, I am indeed in need of assistance at this moment. The courtyard is littered with the remains of zombies, and given the current weather, it will soon become unbearable. I have no inclination to venture outside to clear the corpses, but if Fan Ziyuan can prove his worth, I would certainly welcome his help. After all, there are plenty of rooms in my refuge, and isolating one for him would not pose a problem. With this thought in mind, I replied to Fan Ziyuan's message. I am amenable, but you must demonstrate your value. I cannot afford to support a useless burden. Since Fan Ziyuan was straightforward, I saw no reason to beat around the bush. Of course, I will prove my worth. I have no reason to conceal anything from you. I previously served in the Shuolong Special Assault Team of the Great Xia Nation, and my skills have not diminished since my discharge. Do you need women? I can send you the property registration information. Let me know which one you fancy, and I can retrieve her for you. Of course, men are also an option. I notice there are 2 black men in our community. If you require my assistance in bringing them over, I can do that as well. Fan Ziyuan's response almost compelled me to have him come over and face the consequences of his words. Am I truly such a person? Furthermore, what does it mean to say a man is also acceptable? However, the news from Fan Ziyuan successfully reminded Su Ming of Bai Xiao. I wonder if that woman is still alive over at the high-rise. If possible, I would like to discuss this with you in person. Sure. You can come over directly now. Upon seeing that Fan Ziyuan had sent another message, Su Ming chose to agree. As for the so-called Snow Wolf Assault Team, Su Ming, who had never served in the military, was naturally unaware of what it entailed. However, recalling Fan Ziyuan's earlier words, Su Ming could sense that it was undoubtedly a unit of high confidentiality. It seems that Fan Ziyuan is indeed a skilled individual concealed within the security team. Chapter 30. Fan Ziyuan takes refuge. After sending a message to Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming stood quietly by the balcony on the 2nd floor, awaiting his arrival. Soon, a figure riding an electric bike gradually approached from the distance. Remarkably, he seemed to exert no effort at all. Upon seeing this self-proclaimed Special Forces member, Fan Ziyuan, arriving on an electric bike, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. It appeared that Fan Ziyuan possessed quite a clever mind. Fan Ziyuan halted his bike about 10 meters from the gate of Su Ming's courtyard. Then, with a swift leap, effortlessly vaulted over the wall. It seems Fan Ziyuan is quite adept indeed. As Su Ming descended to the 1st floor, he observed Fan Ziyuan outside the window and slowly opened the shooting hole on the adjacent wall. Speak. What can you do? What do you require? Although Su Ming posed these inquiries, his gaze remained intently fixed on Fan Ziyuan outside the window, wary of any sudden movements. However, Fan Ziyuan seemed to perceive his thoughts. He placed his hands before him, signaling that he meant no harm. I seek a room for rest and some provisions to sustain me. In exchange, I am willing to assist you with any task. Faced with Fan Ziyuan's proposition and his own value, Su Ming nodded silently. In the current context, provisions were akin to salaries of the past. In essence, Fan Ziyuan was merely looking for a place that provided food and shelter. Yet, Su Ming could not comprehend why someone with such skills would willingly come to work for him. I have a question for you. Speak. You claim to have retired from the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team, and judging by your earlier display of skill, you could easily unify the entire Jinju Garden. Why seek my protection? This was the question that intrigued Su Ming the most. After all, even someone like Manager Chun managed to consolidate the security team. With Fan Ziyuan's experience and insight, he would undoubtedly perform even better. In response to Su Ming's inquiry, Fan Ziyuan did not conceal the truth. Because I have a 5-year-old daughter who lacks my abilities. So that is the reason. Fan Ziyuan's answer enlightened Su Ming. Indeed, with a 5-year-old daughter to consider, Fan Ziyuan could not afford to take risks. Very well, now prove your worth. Agreed. What do you require? Observing Fan Ziyuan, who awaited his orders outside, Su Ming did not hesitate. Help me retrieve 2 individuals, one named Bai Xiao and the other Mei Xiaong. If you succeed, you may bring your daughter to stay with me. Understood. By noon tomorrow, these 2 will be present in your courtyard. Without a moment's hesitation, Fan Ziyuan scaled the wall and departed the premises. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback by Fan Ziyuan's swift and decisive actions. To be aware, the lower levels of the high-rise residential area are now infested with zombies. Initially, Su Ming had intended to procure a bulletproof vest or similar protective gear for Fan Ziyuan. However, it seems that Fan Ziyuan possesses considerable confidence in his own abilities. Perhaps it is best to observe the outcome tomorrow. Since Fan Ziyuan believes he can manage without any equipment, Su Ming will not press the matter further. Yet, judging by Fan Ziyuan's self-assured demeanor, he must feel quite certain about his approach. Well, I shall first tidy up the living space for him. Glancing at the vacant room on the first floor, Su Ming ultimately decided to allocate the largest bedroom for Fan Ziyuan and his daughter. This room is not only spacious but also features a private bathroom and balcony. More than sufficient for the two of them. Considering she is a young girl, it would be nice to provide some snacks and toys as well. Su Ming surveyed the empty bedroom and retrieved various children's books and snacks from his inventory. These items were gifts from the owner during his bulk purchase of books and stationery, since he had no use for them. It would be better to delight the little girl. Yes, this should suffice. After arranging everything, Su Ming lowered the partition, completely isolating the bedroom. Once this task was complete, he resumed his fulfilling daily routine. The following morning, as Su Ming awoke and rubbed the sleep from his eyes, he instinctively gazed out the window, only to be astonished at the sight of Mei Xiaohong and Bai Xiaoxiao nestled asleep in his courtyard. Goodness, what a sight! The moment he beheld this scene, all remnants of sleep vanished. Just as he intended to descend the stairs for a closer look, he noticed Fan Ziyuan clearing away the corpses in the yard. Quite commendable. Seeing Fan Ziyuan take the initiative to tidy the courtyard, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Of course, he understood that Fan Ziyuan was doing this primarily to avoid frightening his daughter. After a brief wash and changing into fresh clothing, Su Ming opened the balcony door to the previously isolated bedroom. From now on, you and your daughter will reside in this room. In terms of supplies, I can provide you with 1.5 rations daily. Your primary task will be to assist me in disposing of the zombies I have dispatched. Should any special tasks arise, rewards will be contingent upon their difficulty. Do you have any objections? None at all. In response to Su Ming's inquiry, Fan Ziyuan shook his head vigorously. He had initially expected to be given a mere storage room for living quarters, but he was pleasantly surprised by the luxurious accommodations. Moreover, Su Ming had even prepared a bounty of snacks and children's books for his daughter. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Fan Ziyuan felt a deep appreciation for Su Ming. Very well. The room is equipped with a computer, air conditioning, and other appliances for your use. Just remember to securely lock the balcony door when you enter and exit. Rest assured, I will. After a thorough inspection of the house, Fan Ziyuan swiftly brought his daughter over. The little girl, named Fan Qingqing, possessed an exceedingly adorable appearance. With an inquisitive gaze, she surveyed her new abode, soon becoming captivated by the children's literature and toys scattered throughout the room. Observing through the surveillance camera, Fan Ziyuan was seen reading a fairy tale to Fan Qingqing as a bedtime story, only to inadvertently drift into slumber himself. Upon noticing her father asleep, Qingqing dutifully tucked him in with a blanket, then nestled beside him, quickly succumbing to her own dreams. Undoubtedly, this father and daughter duo could finally enjoy a peaceful night's rest. Su Ming, however, chose to disregard the slumbering pair on the monitor. For a more pressing matter awaited his attention. He retrieved a car wash hose from the second-floor bathroom, then proceeded to open the shooting hole on the same floor. Aiming the hose at Mei Xiaohong and Bai Xiaoxiao in the yard, he chuckled to himself, anticipating the fun that lay ahead. With that, Su Ming decisively pressed the switch. Chapter 31. The psychological assault on Mei Xiaohong. Although it was the sweltering month of July, the sudden spray of cold water upon one's body could still evoke an undeniable chill. Moreover, Su Ming was not utilizing an ordinary hose, but rather a specialized high-pressure car wash nozzle. The forceful stream of water swiftly roused Mei Xiaohong and Bai Xiaoxiao from their stupor. Ah, help! Gurgle, cough, cough. I, gurgle, cough, cough. Su Ming deliberately aimed the hose at their mouths. And as the water surged into their oral and nasal cavities, the two attempted to speak, but were immediately seized by a fit of violent coughing. Ladies, it has been quite some time since we last met. Once he confirmed that they were fully awake, Su Ming stood on the balcony of the second floor, gazing down upon Mei Xiaohong and Bai Xiaoxiao with a playful smile. It's you? Upon spotting Su Ming's figure, Mei Xiaohong erupted into a torrent of invective. Su Ming, you shameless little beast. You, gurgle, gurgle. Seeing Mei Xiaohong audaciously curse at him, Su Ming hastily redirected the hose back towards her. Bai Xiaoxiao, witnessing the scene unfold, stood frozen in shock. I must admit, you possess quite the audacity, old crone. As Mei Xiaohong was once again seized by a fit of coughing, Su Ming finally turned off the water. Now, ladies, do you comprehend the reason I have summoned you here? With a teasing glance towards the two in the yard, he awaited their response, unperturbed by the passage of time. Knowing full well that neither could escape the confines of the courtyard, enclosed by walls standing over 3 meters high. Brother, I realize my mistakes. Woo-woo. Bai Xiao, terrified by the spectacle, burst into tears, utterly bewildered as to how she had awakened in Su Ming's courtyard. Wasn't he that man, Otto? A retired soldier from country? Why had he failed to protect her? What Bai Xiao remained oblivious to was that her beloved Otto had long since met his demise at the hands of Fan Ziyuan. Brother, I was coerced by them. Woo-woo, please believe me. Though Bai Xiao wept profusely, her heart gradually calmed. The immediate priority was to garner Su Ming's sympathy. Based on her understanding of men, projecting an image of fragility could soften their hearts. Woo-woo, I truly love you, brother. However, after pouring her heart out in tears, she realized that Su Ming on the balcony remained utterly unresponsive. Instead, it was Mei Xiaohong who could no longer contain herself. Listen here, little girl, could you cease this charade? Bai Xiao was taken aback by Mei Xiaohong's unexpected revelation of her fade. She could not fathom why this older woman, with whom she bore no enmity, would seek to undermine her. Brother. Oh dear, still calling you brother. Aren't you embarrassed? Can't you speak properly? Bai Xiao originally intended to feign weakness to elicit sympathy from Su Ming, but just as her words escaped her lips, she was interrupted by Mei Xiaohong standing nearby. Su Ming watched the two in the courtyard, unable to suppress a laugh. Although neither of them were particularly virtuous, the scene of Mei Xiaohong exposing Bai Xiao was rather amusing to him. You old witch, shut your mouth. After being interrupted time and again, Bai Xiao could no longer contain her fury. She angrily approached Mei Xiaohong and raised her hands, intending to push her to the ground. However, blinded by rage, Bai Xiao overlooked the disparity in their weights. Mei Xiaohong, a woman seasoned by years of labor, was naturally more robust than Bai Xiao. Unwilling to back down from Bai Xiao's shove, Mei Xiaohong firmly resisted. You little hussy, you dare to lay a hand on me? With just one hand. Mei Xiaohong blocked Bai Xiao's advance, then swiftly swung her right hand, striking Bai Xiao's cheek. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the courtyard, causing Bai Xiao to stagger back 2 steps. You. Feeling the stinging pain on her cheek, Bai Xiao could hardly believe it was real. Had she truly been slapped by this old woman? You dare to strike me? I'll have my revenge. After a brief moment of shock, Bai Xiao rushed at Mei Xiaohong once more. This time, however, she had learned to be clever. Instead of confronting Mei Xiaohong head-on, she seized her hair. Ah, you little vixen, let go of me. Mei Xiaohong, feeling the pain in her scalp, was equally unwilling to concede. She too grasped Bai Xiao's hair, and thus they remained locked in a stalemate. I spit. He spit. He spit. Mei Xiaohong's experience in brawling far surpassed that of the pampered Bai Xiao. Not only did she employ physical attacks, but she also utilized her phlegm as a means of psychological warfare. Ugh, how disgusting. Su Ming, standing on the balcony, felt a wave of nausea watching Mei Xiaohong relentlessly spit on Bai Xiao. It must be said, Mei Xiaohong's combat experience was indeed on an entirely different level. As time progressed, Bai Xiao, covered in phlegm, began to feel increasingly nauseated. She had initially intended to mimic Mei Xiaohong's tactics, only to find she lacked the ability to load her own ammunition. He spit. He spit. He spit. Seeing herself in the lead, Mei Xiaohong naturally pressed her advantage. The bullets within Mei Xiaohong's lungs seemed inexhaustible, continually chambering and firing, then reloading and firing again. Under the relentless onslaught of her firepower, Bai Xiao quickly found herself at a distinct disadvantage. However, it was evident that Bai Xiao had become utterly enraged. Seizing an opportunity, she drove her knee directly into Mei Xiaohong's abdomen. The sharp pain rendered Mei Xiaohong momentarily incapacitated, compelling her to relinquish her grip on Bai Xiao's hair. Seizing this moment, Bai Xiao immediately swung her fist towards Mei Xiaohong's eyes. A cry of agony escaped Mei Xiaohong's lips as she felt stars explode before her eyes. Undoubtedly, she had not anticipated being ambushed successfully by such a young girl. Her arms flailed wildly, inadvertently striking Bai Xiao squarely on the bridge of her nose. The sudden sting in her nose left Bai Xiao momentarily disoriented. Thus, their initial confrontation concluded in a stalemate. However, as they distanced themselves from one another, both gradually regained their composure. Now trapped within Su Ming's courtyard, internal strife was decidedly not the wisest choice. Just as they contemplated joining forces, a box emblazoned with the words compressed rations was tossed before them. Before they could react, the mocking voice of Su Ming echoed above. You two shall duel. Whoever kills the other may take this box of supplies and leave. Chapter 32. Mutual destruction upon hearing Su Ming's voice, Bai Xiaoxiao and Mei Xiaohong momentarily froze. It is worth noting that both of them had been starving for nearly 2 days. The sight of the box of supplies before them sent them into a frenzy. Mei Xiaohong was the first to react. Resorting to her previous tactic of spitting a thick phlegm towards Bai Xiaoxiao's face in an attempt to seize the initiative. However, upon seeing the box of supplies, Bai Xiaoxiao was no longer concerned with such disgusting antics. She disregarded the sputum Mei Xiaohong had spat and swung her fist towards her face. Mei Xiaohong could not believe that her psychological attack had failed. Faced with Bai Xiaoxiao's approaching fist, she found it too late to evade. Bang! Bai Xiaoxiao put nearly all her strength into that punch. Struck in the face, Mei Xiaohong staggered back a few steps. Just as she prepared to retaliate, Bai Xiaoxiao lunged at her once more. "You old hag, how dare you steal the supplies my brother gave me?" Bai Xiaoxiao roared, using her momentum to shove Mei Xiaohong to the ground. Clenching her fist, she relentlessly pounded towards Mei Xiaohong's face. At that moment, however, she felt a tremendous force strike her abdomen. Before Bai Xiaoxiao could react, Mei Xiaohong kicked her away. "You little brat. I'll make you pay." Mei Xiaohong's speech was somewhat slurred due to the pain in her face, yet she quickly regained her footing and charged towards Bai Xiaoxiao. This time, Mei Xiaohong refrained from using her fists and instead unleashed a flurry of kicks aimed at Bai Xiaoxiao's abdomen. 1 kick. 2 kicks. "I'll kick you to death, Li." As she delivered her kicks, Mei Xiaohong continued to hurl curses, undeterred by her muddled speech. Just as her third kick was about to connect with Bai Xiaoxiao's stomach, Bai Xiaoxiao, who had been writhing on the ground, seized the opportunity to evade the blow. Mei Xiaohong lost her balance and fell to the ground, limbs flailing. "You old hag, I'll fight you to the end." Seeing Mei Xiaohong on the floor, Bai Xiaoxiao, suppressing the pain in her abdomen, mounted Mei Xiaohong and gripped her neck tightly. However, lacking any martial arts skills, Bai Xiaoxiao soon realized her strength was no match for Mei Xiaohong. Mei Xiaohong effortlessly pried away Bai Xiaoxiao's hands and seized her hair once again. Taking advantage of Bai Xiaoxiao's pain, Mei Xiaohong began to rain down punches upon her eyes. In this moment of peril, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled a tutorial she had seen online about eye gouging. "I'm going for it." Determined, Bai Xiaoxiao seized her chance and thrust her fingers towards Mei Xiaohong's eyes. "My eyes." With Bai Xiaoxiao's long nails and the full force she had exerted moments earlier, the attack was fierce. The nail brutally punctured Mei Xiaohong's eyeball, causing blood to cascade from her eye socket instantaneously. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain radiating from her eye, Mei Xiaohong writhed on the ground, instinctively releasing her grip on Bai Xiaoxiao's hair. Witnessing this distressing scene, Bai Xiaoxiao hastily lunged forward to grasp Mei Xiaohong by the throat once more. However, given her slender frame, she could hardly contain the fiercely thrashing Mei Xiaohong. Before long, Bai Xiaoxiao found herself thrown to the ground again. Realizing that choking her opponent was ineffective, Bai Xiaoxiao quickly resorted to pressing Mei Xiaohong's head down with both hands, desperately attempting to smash it against the floor. Thud, thud, thud. With each impact of Mei Xiaohong's skull against the ground, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Fueled by an indomitable will to survive, Mei Xiaohong opted for a more direct approach. She sank her teeth into one of Bai Xiaoxiao's arms, twisting her body with all her might. Goodness! This was a fight for survival. Su Ming, observing from the balcony, was reminded of the animal kingdom where crocodiles, once they grasped their prey, thrash violently in the water. Yet, Mei Xiaohong was not in water. She could only twist her body to thwart Bai Xiaoxiao's movements. Although human skin possesses a certain resilience, it could not withstand such relentless pulling. Soon, Mei Xiaohong tore away a large chunk of flesh from Bai Xiaoxiao's arm. Accompanied by Bai Xiaoxiao's anguished scream, Mei Xiaohong hastily spat out the morsel of flesh and, relying on instinct, clutched Bai Xiaoxiao's body once more, biting down again. Hiss! Is this really possible? Su Ming gasped as he watched Mei Xiaohong target Bai Xiaoxiao's neck. However, obstructed by her line of sight, Mei Xiaohong failed to bite into Bai Xiaoxiao's carotid artery. In pain, Bai Xiaoxiao flailed her fists, relentlessly striking at Mei Xiaohong's temple. Undoubtedly, both women had reached their limits. Although youth often prevails in strength, Bai Xiaoxiao's physique was not as robust as Mei Xiaohong's. Nevertheless, under Bai Xiaoxiao's continuous assault, Mei Xiaohong felt her head spinning. They remained locked in a desperate struggle. After all, who would willingly relinquish the hope of survival? As time passed, both Bai Xiaoxiao and Mei Xiaohong were nearing exhaustion. Yet, they persevered with the intent to annihilate one another. Wailing softly, Mei Xiaohong, having somewhat acclimated to the agonizing sensation in her eye, utilized her remaining eyesight to locate Bai Xiaoxiao's trachea, clamping down fiercely on her neck. Overcome by a profound sense of suffocation, Bai Xiaoxiao struggled with all her might. Her hands attempted to pry open Mei Xiaohong's jaw, but the exhaustion had drained her of the strength necessary to execute such a maneuver. The lack of oxygen rendered by Xiao Xiao's vision increasingly blurred. She endeavored to take action, yet found herself utterly powerless. "All right, you have won. You may take the supplies and leave." It was only upon hearing Su Ming's voice that Mei Xiaohong dared to release her grip on Xiao Xiao's neck. This struggle had equally exhausted her, but confronted with the supplies so near at hand, Mei Xiaohong resolutely twisted her body, crawling towards the box of provisions. I have triumphed." Mei Xiaohong stifled the pain coursing through her body and lifted the supply box, intending to depart. However, upon encountering the tightly shut door and the towering 3-meter wall, she was immediately frozen in place. The sound of low growls reached her ears, and in a state of sheer terror, Mei Xiaohong turned to the source of the noise, only to witness Bai Xiaoxiao, who had previously been lying on the ground, now standing upright. Bai Xiaoxiao's head stiffly turned towards the paralyzed Mei Xiaohong, her pallid eyes seemingly mocking the victor. "So you won earlier, but what does that matter? Come down here and join me now." Chapter 33. Luring Zombies for Points Awakening from his slumber. Fan Ziyuan glanced at the message from Su Ming on his phone before turning to look at his daughter, still deep in sleep. He then carefully descended from his bed. The sky had already transitioned into the hues of evening. Upon entering the yard, a disheveled scene met his eyes, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Having once served as a special forces soldier, he could discern at a glance that a fierce battle had unfolded in this very yard. Did Su Ming harbor a fascination for human combat? However, since he had already allied himself with Su Ming, Fan Ziyuan chose to overlook this peculiar inclination. Nevertheless, he silently vowed that his daughter must never develop a penchant akin to Su Ming's. After tidying up the yard, Fan Ziyuan sent another message to Su Ming. "The yard has been cleaned. Where shall I place the box of supplies?" He was, after all, quite honest. On the other end of the phone, Su Ming felt a sense of admiration for Fan Ziyuan's character upon reading his message. In fact, the box of supplies served as a minor test for him. Had Fan Ziyuan claimed it for himself, Su Ming would have sought an opportunity to expel the duo. Of course, it was equally possible that Fan Ziyuan was merely feigning integrity. Regardless, given that the apocalypse had only just commenced, Su Ming was not in a hurry. "Keep the box of supplies for yourself. Consider it a benefit from me. Additionally, there is a task that requires your attention." Upon receiving this new assignment, Fan Ziyuan promptly typed a response. "What is the task?" "I need you to lure the zombies residing on the upper floors down to me. Then, come to the entrance on the first floor to collect the equipment I have prepared for you. Upon completion of the task, I will provide you with enough food and drinking water to last a week as a reward." Understood. Despite outwardly remaining composed, Fan Ziyuan's mind began to speculate about Su Ming's intentions. What was this individual he had allied with truly after? First, he had instructed Fan Ziyuan to capture 2 women for combat in the yard, and now he was directing him to attract zombies. Although Fan Ziyuan was aware that Su Ming possessed ample weaponry and ammunition, he believed that conserving strength was paramount in such perilous times. Yet, Su Ming seemed to approach the situation with the carefree demeanor of one engaged in a hunting game. Ultimately, Fan Ziyuan chose to cast aside these thoughts. He was, after all, under another's roof, a pawn that could be sacrificed at any moment. His sole desire was to secure as many resources as possible for his daughter, with no other aspirations. In the event of his untimely demise, he hoped that his daughter would at least have a better chance of survival. If Su Ming were willing, Fan Ziyuan would even consent to his daughter being taken as a child bride. After all, in this world, simply surviving was a sufficient goal. Following Su Ming's instructions, Fan Ziyuan arrived at the villa's entrance, where indeed a box awaited him outside. Inside lay a bulletproof vest and a helmet. Upon discovering that Su Ming had provided him with such protective gear, Fan Ziyuan felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed he had not erred in his choice of allies. Despite Su Ming's peculiarities, he genuinely cared for his well-being. Given that Manager Chen's 2 firearms were currently unaccounted for, even Fan Ziyuan could not guarantee his own safety in the face of danger. To his surprise, there were also weapons concealed within the box. After retrieving the bulletproof vest, he discovered a collapsible baton and a dagger nestled at the very bottom. Having already expressed gratitude for the vest and helmet, he was astonished to find that Su Ming had also equipped him with weaponry. As for firearms, Fan Ziyuan was wise enough to temper his expectations, fully aware of his current standing. Once he had adeptly donned his gear, Fan Ziyuan leaped over the wall once more, making his way toward the high-rise residential area. Now, he could bide his time and wait for the perfect opportunity. Watching Fan Ziyuan's retreating figure on the monitor, Su Ming retrieved the Barrett from his system inventory. Once Fan Ziyuan lured the zombies closer, he intended to eliminate them with this very weapon. Having acquired the full skill set of an elite special forces soldier, Su Ming was confident in his marksmanship. His choice to use the Barrett was not solely for its enjoyment. It also served as a subtle reminder to Fan Ziyuan, do not harbor any treacherous thoughts. Since I dare to provide you with a bulletproof vest, rest assured I possess weaponry capable of penetrating it. As time elapsed, half an hour swiftly passed. Just as Su Ming pondered why Fan Ziyuan had yet to return, a notification pinged on his phone. Zombies arriving in 5 minutes. Upon reading this message, Su Ming exclaimed in astonishment. After tossing the promised supplies out the window into the courtyard, he patiently awaited Fan Ziyuan's return. 5 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye, and soon Fan Ziyuan's silhouette appeared in Su Ming's scope. Goodness, was he truly this formidable? Behind him trailed at least 100 zombies. Remarkably, Fan Ziyuan showed no signs of fatigue or panic, leading Su Ming to believe he had not exerted himself to the fullest in his escape. In his eyes, there was not a trace of fear towards the undead. What defines professionalism? This was professionalism. If an ordinary person were to lure zombies, one could only speculate if they would even succeed. Even if they did, they would most likely return in a frantic dash. Yet, here was Fan Ziyuan. Through the scope, Su Ming observed that Fan Ziyuan deliberately slowed his pace to allow the zombies to catch up. Truly, this was an audacious display of skill. Bang! With a dull gunshot echoing through the air, Fan Ziyuan was momentarily startled. However, he quickly realized that it was merely Su Ming engaging in his hunting game. After all, if Su Ming intended to take his life, there would be no need to wait for such a moment. Coming to this understanding, Fan Ziyuan began to run while casting furtive glances behind him to observe the situation with the zombies, eager to discern the prowess of Su Ming's marksmanship. As he witnessed the zombies behind him being dispatched one by one, their heads exploding with each shot, Fan Ziyuan was thoroughly impressed. Su Ming's shooting skills were undeniably on par with his own. Each bullet struck precisely at the zombies' foreheads. Moreover, the type of firearm he wielded was discernibly a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. In an instant, Su Ming's image in Fan Ziyuan's mind transformed into one of profound mystery. What manner of man was this? Nevertheless, Fan Ziyuan decided not to dwell on this question any longer and quickened his pace. After effortlessly vaulting over the wall, he beheld the supplies that had already been placed in the courtyard. The gunfire continued unabated, and concerned that the noise might disturb his daughter's slumber. Fan Ziyuan chose not to rush back inside. Instead, he sat down on the ground, waiting for the conclusion of Su Ming's hunt. Chapter 34. Unleashing the Gatling. In the ensuing days, Su Ming occasionally sent Fan Ziyuan out to lure the zombies while he positioned himself at the window, sniper rifle in hand, to accumulate points. The residents of the high-rise building were still engaged in a fierce struggle, transforming the area into a veritable factory for the undead. Over this period, Su Ming had amassed more than 3,000 points. Just as he thought he could rely on Fan Ziyuan to continue racking up points in this chaotic environment, the security team from the property management made their move once again. Su Ming, I give you 5 minutes to surrender, or we will storm in. The call for capitulation echoed outside the shelter, prompting Su Ming to glance helplessly out the window. Alas, can't they ever learn? However, upon observing the situation outside, he found himself momentarily taken aback. It must be said, this time the security personnel had indeed become more astute. They had moved the owner's cars outside the courtyard to use as cover, attempting to obscure Su Ming's line of sight. But would such a tactic truly prove effective? Ding. Hearing the notification sound, Su Ming glanced at his phone. It was a message from Fan Ziyuan. Mr. Su, do you need me to intervene and deal with them? Faced with Fan Ziyuan's inquiry, Su Ming hastily declined. What a jest. It had been ages since his doorstep had witnessed such fervor. If Fan Ziyuan were to eliminate them all, what would he have left to enjoy? Su Ming, if you do not surrender soon, do not blame us for being ungracious. With yet another call for capitulation, Su Ming felt a flicker of anticipation. He wondered what new tricks the security team would conjure this time. Seeing that Su Ming had not responded, the security personnel outside the courtyard decided to launch an assault. Bang! The sudden loud noise startled Su Ming. Yet, when he turned to discern its source, the situation became clear. The security team intended to ram a car directly into his perimeter wall, hoping to break through with that strategy. It must be said, this approach was indeed clever. They merely needed to set the car on a fixed course and press the accelerator, turning the vehicle into an unmanned siege engine. However, the walls of Su Ming's courtyard were not as feeble as they imagined. With an ordinary sedan weighing merely 2 to 3 tons, how could it possibly breach a wall reinforced with metal? Moreover, during construction, these walls were integrated with the basement below. Not even an armored vehicle could shatter them. Is this what you call an attack? Observing the car that had been repelled by his wall, its front end completely crumpled, Su Ming could not resist entering into mockery mode. After all that anticipation, This was the best they could muster? You have truly disappointed me. The security personnel hiding at a distance, upon hearing Su Ming's words, ground their teeth in frustration. What on earth were these walls made of? Even a sedan could not be toppled. What shall we do, big brother? Faced with his subordinate's inquiry, the newly appointed leader's expression darkened to an extreme. He had thought that the method he had painstakingly devised would bring him renown today, yet he never anticipated such a result. This fellow's defenses were as impenetrable as an iron fortress. Unless we possess heavy vehicles, there is simply no way. Wait. A sudden flash of inspiration illuminated the mind of the newly appointed leader. Indeed, there are heavy vehicles in the neighborhood. Just a day before the apocalypse erupted, a garbage truck had broken down in the vicinity of the Golden Residence. As it was nearing the evening rush hour, the property management had towed the truck to a nearby parking lot, intending to send a tow truck the next day. However, with the arrival of the zombies, this matter was completely forgotten. Xiao Wang, quickly notify the brothers in the office to repair that garbage truck at once. No matter the means, we must get it moving. Our ability to breach this wall depends entirely on it. Understood. Upon hearing about the garbage truck, Xiao Wang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly contacted the brothers on duty in the office via intercom. Just then, a dull gunshot shattered the previously cheerful atmosphere. My heavens, he shot again. As Xiao Wang prepared to flee at the sound of the gunfire, he was abruptly pulled back by his leader. Do not go out. If you do, you will truly fall into a trap. Seeing the lingering fear on everyone's faces, the leader could not help but smirk. Can you all strengthen your mental fortitude a bit? Do not forget that we reinforced our vehicle with steel plates and sandbags. He cannot penetrate our cover. Indeed, he cannot penetrate it. Hearing the leader's reminder, the group collectively exhaled in relief. The vehicle was filled to the brim with steel plates and sandbags, unless it were a heavy machine gun of considerable caliber. It was utterly impossible for them to breach their defenses. Meanwhile, Su Ming, armed with a Barrett, aimed directly at the makeshift cover constructed from cars outside the yard. However, after firing several shots, Su Ming did not hear the familiar prompt from the system in his mind. What the hell? Am I having such bad luck today? Realizing that his shots had yielded no results, Su Ming quickly glanced inside the vehicle. To his astonishment, it was packed with numerous sandbags and steel plates. No wonder not a single person had been taken down. They had reinforced the vehicle. Angered by the wasted ammunition, Su Ming resolved. Then do not blame me for resorting to this. With a flash of white light from his right hand, a Gatling gun materialized instantly in his grasp. After loading the ammunition belt, Su Ming unleashed a torrent of fire upon the automotive cover outside the yard. The gun barrel whirred as bullets poured forth like ink splattering across a canvas. The security personnel sheltered behind the car cover barely had a moment to react before being riddled with bullets, turned into Swiss cheese by the relentless hail of gunfire. As the series of kill notifications resonated within his mind, Su Ming contentedly retracted the Gatling gun. Indeed, in the face of overwhelming firepower, any strategy proves futile. Did they truly believe that fortifying their vehicle with steel plates rendered them invincible? How utterly tedious. After completing this endeavor, Su Ming placed the Gatling gun on the ground, allowing the barrel to cool. Within his system space, time stood still. He had no desire to scald himself upon retrieving it next time. Thus, the newly appointed leader of the security team lost his precious life during his inaugural assault on Su Ming's refuge. Chapter 35, The Situation in the Community. This must be the mark left by Gatling's fire. The following day, Fan Ziyuan was once again dispatched by Su Ming. However, upon seeing the array of cars outside the courtyard, riddled with bullet holes, his eyes widened in astonishment. In his effort to avoid disturbing his daughter's slumber, he typically activated the soundproof mode. Consequently, he was oblivious to the events that transpired outside the shelter the previous day. Witnessing the scene before him, Fan Ziyuan could not help but marvel at Su Ming, whom he perceived as a veritable master of weaponry. From handguns and assault rifles to Barrett rifles and flamethrowers. Now even the Gatling gun had made an appearance. He harbored serious doubts that Su Ming might possess a portable rocket launcher as well. Never mind. I should proceed with reconnaissance promptly. Clearing his mind of such thoughts, Fan Ziyuan set off towards the residential area of the high-rise building. Watching him depart, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. It must be said, he had indeed made the right choice in taking this man in. Fan Ziyuan was not only formidable in skill but, more importantly, demonstrated exceptional execution. Whatever task Su Ming assigned him, he would undertake it with unwavering dedication. On this day, however, Su Ming did not instruct him to lure zombies, but rather to conduct reconnaissance in the high-rise residential area. Now on the 15th day, Su Ming speculated that the residents there must have nearly completed their unification. He was keenly curious about the current state of affairs in the high-rise, as it significantly influenced his subsequent decisions. Knowledge of one's own strengths and those of the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Although Su Ming currently stockpiled 1,000,000 tons of ammunition, he was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. In this apocalyptic world, survival was the true path to power. Yet, this time, Fan Ziyuan did not return that day. Had he not received a message from him, Su Ming might have assumed that Fan Ziyuan had perished outside. However, it seemed that Fan Ziyuan had made prior arrangements with his daughter before departing. The little girl did not cry out in distress over her father's absence. Instead, she either watched television to pass the time or lay in bed sleeping. Initially, Su Ming had worried that such a young child might encounter trouble, but it appeared he had indeed been overly cautious. Fan Ziyuan returned to the shelter only by noon the following day, looking quite disheveled. 20 minutes before his return, Su Ming received a message from him. "Apologies, Mr. Su. I have botched this task and brought some trouble back with me. You may reclaim the reward for this mission while I am still absent." Upon receiving Fan Ziyuan's message, Su Ming did not immediately retrieve the supplies left in the courtyard. Just as he contemplated inquiring about what had transpired, he noticed that the long-silent community owner group was now buzzing with notifications directed at him. 8th Manor. Su Ming. Su Ming, why did you send someone to provoke the dignity of our 7th building? In the face of numerous unfounded accusations, Su Ming found himself utterly bewildered. What was all this about? However, upon seeing Fan Ziyuan return safely, Su Ming chose to disregard the incessant messages flooding the owner's group and instructed him to swiftly relocate the supplies to his own residence. Fan Ziyuan, what on earth transpired? Utilizing the telephone within the shelter, Su Ming directly inquired about the situation through the internal line. "I apologize, Mr. Su. I have indeed caused you considerable trouble this time." Through the receiver, Su Ming could perceive the guilt in Fan Ziyuan's voice. "All right, just tell me what exactly happened." Upon witnessing the uproar in the owner's group, Su Ming was certain that Fan Ziyuan had done something to provoke such a response. Presently, the high-rise residents had fragmented into several factions, each claiming its own territory. "Ah, it seems they have deemed you an intruder." Fan Ziyuan's words illuminated the situation for Su Ming. "Indeed, upon their first sight of me, they attempted to capture me. After I subdued a few, they rushed out in a frenzy to encircle me, only to have me escape." Su Ming could distinctly sense the remorse in Fan Ziyuan's tone. Yet, upon grasping the situation, Su Ming perceived an opportunity. If the factions in the high-rise were to attack him due to this incident, it would present yet another chance to earn points. Do not dwell on this matter, focus on resting. After concluding his conversation with Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming, unperturbed by the continued tagging in the owner's group, boldly declared, "If you are dissatisfied, feel free to seek me out. Do not merely bark in the group." In truth, Su Ming was not surprised by the current state of affairs within the high-rise community. Confronted with a world teeming with zombies, these residents could not afford to engage in internal strife indefinitely. They were not fools. They understood that continued infighting would yield only more zombies without any real change. Moreover, aside from himself, the residents likely possessed scant resources. They had formed these so-called factions as a strategy for their next steps. However, Su Ming had not anticipated their territorial divisions to be so meticulously defined. Merely visiting, Fan Ziyuan was nearly captured. If only killing could also earn points. Su Ming mused after putting down his phone. He certainly could not venture out himself to confront them. If Fan Ziyuan could earn points for such actions, Su Ming could truly relish in the rewards without effort. Regrettably, only those whom one has personally vanquished, be they human or undead, can yield points. Which leaves Su Ming with a sense of lamentation. Nevertheless, at this moment, he finds himself devoid of alternative methods regarding the residents of the high-rise buildings. Su Ming can only wish that these inhabitants would follow through on their grandiloquent proclamations made in the homeowners group and truly mount an offensive against him. It appears that within the entire Jinju Garden, there exist 5 factions among the high-rise residents. After perusing the recent records from the homeowners group, Su Ming has surmised the current number of factions within the community. Furthermore, he believes that the events of today will undoubtedly unify these factions against him. Contemplating this, Su Ming feels a flicker of anticipation for the days to come. Chapter 36. Gang meeting for several consecutive days. There had been no messages in the homeowners group. Now, 20 days had passed since the outbreak of the zombies, and Su Ming felt that the residents of the high-rise buildings should have begun venturing out in search of supplies. To err on the side of caution, Su Ming had refrained from sending Fan Ziyuan out during these days. He understood the principle that while a direct attack might be evaded, a hidden threat is much harder to defend against. However, Su Ming was aware that should these individuals find sufficient weapons and equipment outside the community, they would likely turn their attention towards him. One fateful night, after a day of rigorous training, Su Ming was soundly asleep when he was abruptly awakened by the piercing alarm of the shelter. What on earth is happening? Startled, Su Ming quickly retrieved a handgun from the system for self-defense and turned to gaze into the yard. Flames engulfed both the walls and the ground within the yard, indicating that someone had hurled Molotov cocktails into his domain. After all, crafting such incendiary devices is quite uncomplicated. A mere bottle filled with gasoline and a lit cloth can create a rudimentary firebomb. How brazen to employ arson. Awakened by the alarm, Ming silently shut off the siren. Through the surveillance cameras installed in the shelter, he noticed a considerable number of residents gathering outside his yard. Mr. Su, what should we do now? Should I go out and extinguish the fire in the yard? Both Fan Ziyuan and his daughter had also been roused by the alarm. And upon seeing his message, Ming promptly declined. Don't worry, you continue to sleep. I'll handle the rest. It was a rare opportunity to gather so many people outside his yard, and Ming was determined not to squander this chance to earn points. As for the flames in the yard, he opted to activate the shelter's fire extinguishing mode. After all, this was a shelter built at a staggering cost of 800 million. Even these makeshift firebombs would pose no threat. Even high-temperature gasoline bombs could be extinguished by the shelter's built-in fire extinguishers. You dare disturb my slumber? Ming muttered excitedly as he retrieved an assault rifle from the system's storage. With the aid of night vision goggles, he opened the shooting port located on the 3rd floor and began firing at the crowd outside. Congratulations, host. You have killed a survivor. Reward, 5 points. Congratulations, host. You have killed a survivor. With each pull of the trigger, the system in his mind swiftly chimed with a kill notification. To ensure he garnered double points. Ming specifically aimed for their chest rather than their heads. After all, destroying the brain would prevent these individuals from turning into zombies. However, it was evident that this group of residents had learned to adapt. Upon hearing the gunfire, they swiftly retreated, showing no inclination to remain and fight. Oh, are they leaving just like that? Watching the crowd hastily withdraw, Ming felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Initially, it was believed that these individuals had further plans. However, it now appears they merely intend to exploit guerrilla tactics to harass us. They certainly exhibit a commendable ability to apply their knowledge practically. Once Ming observed that this group had retreated beyond his effective range, he took care of the few residents who had transformed into zombies before sealing the shooting aperture once again. On this occasion, Ming eliminated merely 8 individuals. And after dispatching the zombified ones, he accrued a mere 80 points, leaving him profoundly disenchanted. Meanwhile, the evacuated residents, having confirmed their safety, convened to discuss their predicament. This cannot continue. We will undoubtedly suffer losses. That Ming possesses a firearm, one remarked. Indeed, boss. I believe our efforts as the Apocalypse Gang alone will not suffice to breach Ming's villa. We should summon the leaders of the other factions to deliberate together. Another suggested. Confronted with his subordinates' grievances, the leader of the Apocalypse Gang furrowed his brow in contemplation. The truth is, Ming's villa is exceedingly formidable. More critically, this fellow wields a gun. Just in the recent skirmish, they had lost 8 brothers. It is worth noting that the members of the Apocalypse Gang were meticulously selected survivors from buildings 2 and 3, totaling fewer than 80 individuals. To suffer such a loss of 8 was truly disheartening. Xiaohu, you are correct. It is indeed necessary to convene with the leaders of the other factions to strategize against Ming. Our Apocalypse Gang alone cannot contend with his villa. He finally concluded after deliberation. Thus, the leader of the Apocalypse Gang resolved to rally the other factions residing in the high-rise community to collectively confront Ming. Currently, the remaining residents of Jinju Garden numbered fewer than 600, excluding the elderly and infirm awaiting their fate. Approximately 300 capable men remained. Previously, the Apocalypse Gang had been the dominant faction within the residential complex, boasting 78 members. Now, with the loss of 8, they remained the largest gang in Jinju Garden. Yet he was unwilling to languish in mediocrity. His ambition was to carve out a grand legacy amidst this post-apocalyptic world. At the behest of the Apocalypse Gang, the leaders of the other factions, albeit reluctantly, gathered in the property management's conference room. Since the last encounter, when Ming had decimated the security team assaulting his villa with a Gatling gun, only 8 security personnel remained. Presently, the power dynamics of Jinju Garden had shifted to 6 newly established factions. May I ask you, Boss Lu Weigua, what is the purpose of gathering the leaders of the other 5 factions for this meeting? One of the leaders inquired. Lu Weigua, the leader of the Apocalypse Gang, replied with a smile. Dear friends, please do not rush. I wish to inquire about your perspectives on Ming. In response to Lu Weigua's question, the 5 faction leaders furrowed their brows in deep contemplation. After a moment, a young man clad in outdoor attire spoke slowly. Ming is a formidable individual, wielding not only a firearm but also formidable weapons such as a Gatling gun and a flamethrower. Upon hearing this, the other 4 gang leaders nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chun Xian spoke the truth. Su Ming is undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Yes, yes. I have security personnel from my own security team who have informed me that Su Ming's villa is fortified like an impregnable fortress, far beyond our capacity to breach. It is quite possible that Su Ming possesses unique channels through which he received advance warning of this impending disaster. Otherwise, he would not have made such thorough preparations. What? Could it be that Leader Lu is contemplating an assault on Su Ming's villa? As the 5 gang leaders fixed their gazes upon him, Lu Weiguo no longer concealed his intentions. Indeed, if we could breach Su Ming's villa, we could surely establish our own dominion in this desolate wasteland. Madness! If you wish to attack, do so alone. Do not drag us of the Free Gang into your demise. Precisely, our Shanyu gang will not partake in this venture. As the 5 leaders prepared to leave the conference room, a cold smile crept across Lu Weiguo's face, with a resounding clang of metal striking the table. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. There lay a dark, ominous handgun, quietly resting upon the conference table. Lu Weiguo, what are you up to? The 5 leaders grew tense at the sight of the firearm. Their subordinates hastily drew their weapons, anxiously regarding Lu Weiguo. Remain calm, remain calm. I merely wish to employ this method to ensure you listen to my proposal. Lu Weiguo reholstered the gun at his waist, signaling the 5 leaders to settle down. Once they complied and took their seats, Lu Weiguo began to articulate his plan. Listen to me. I intend to. Chapter 37. Digging the tunnel. What an incessant nuisance. Su Ming was once again roused from his slumber by the shrill sound of the alarm. This was undoubtedly the umpteenth time today. Gazing out the window, he found the courtyard deserted. Clearly, these individuals had no intention of confronting him directly. Instead, they seemed intent on tormenting him through relentless harassment. Mr. Su, do you require my assistance? A message from Fan Ziyuan flashed on his phone, revealing that Fan was equally incensed by the actions of this group. However, dispatching Fan at this moment would be anything but prudent. He was in plain sight, while the adversaries lurked in the shadows. Although Fan possessed commendable skills, he was, after all, merely a mortal and not a deity. Moreover, they were armed with 2 firearms left behind by Manager Chun, and Su Ming was determined to shield Fan from any potential harm. Very well. If you wish to play this game, so be it. After once again activating the fire suppression system of his shelter, Su Ming declined Fan's offer and retrieved a small reconnaissance drone from the system space. This drone, no larger than the palm of his hand, had been a complimentary gift from arms dealers during his procurement in the United States. Initially, he had deemed it to be of little use, but now it proved to be quite advantageous. Once the drone was fully charged, Su Ming extinguished the lights on the 3rd floor and released the drone from the window. After confirming that there was indeed no one in the vicinity of his shelter, he retrieved the drone and began to calculate the timing of the next harassment. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Just as he approached the 4-hour mark, a rudimentary Molotov cocktail was hurled into his courtyard. Remarkably, these individuals had learned a thing or two. Observing the incendiary device that had landed in his yard, Su Ming swiftly drew his firearm and squeezed the trigger at the fleeing figure. With his precise marksmanship, there was no chance of escape. In light of this, he decided to allow them to continue their antics. Su Ming set his shelter to automatic fire suppression mode and silenced the alarm. After advising Fan Ziyuan to refrain from any rash actions, he once again succumbed to slumber. In the ensuing 2 days, Su Ming adhered to his usual routine. He adopted a zen-like approach towards his harassers. If he happened to spot them, he would undoubtedly eliminate the threat. If he did not see them, he chose to ignore them entirely. The entire shelter had been configured to automatic fire suppression mode, ensuring no further alarm would sound. Nevertheless, under this mode, he managed to dispatch 4 of the harassing residents. Each time Su Ming neutralized a nuisance, he promptly documented the moment on his phone and shared it in the homeowner group. To amplify the effect of his mockery, he would even post a delightful photo of his meal alongside the updates. Today proved to be yet another exquisite day. After vanquishing the petty intruders who attempted to invade my villa, I resolved to reward myself with a delightful dish of French escargots. Lu Weiguo, did you not claim that your methods would yield swift results? Yet, I see Su Ming continues to flaunt his arrogance unabated. Faced with Su Ming's mocking jabs in the owner group chat, the remaining 5 gang leaders could no longer remain composed. In just 2 days, they had lost another 4 subordinates. To ensure optimal disruption, those dispatched to harass Su Ming were among the swiftest of their ranks. Yet, what was the outcome? Not only did Su Ming's demeanor remain unscathed, but it seemed to have grown even more jubilant. Was this an attempt to disturb Su Ming? It appeared more like an endeavor to add a splash of color to his mundane existence. The 5 leaders, momentarily calmed, recognized that since the strategy of harassment had faltered, perhaps it was time to resort to guerrilla tactics. Observing the confusion among the 5, Lu Weiguo smirked ominously. No matter how robust Su Ming's abode might be, If its foundation is unstable, it is rendered futile. All we need to do is excavate a tunnel, and we can breach his villa in one decisive strike. Upon hearing Lu Weigua's words, the eyes of the 5 leaders lit up with newfound hope. Indeed, Lu Weigua, it is you who possess the ingenuity. How could we not have conceived such a brilliant plan? As they lavished praise upon him, a hint of pride crept onto Lu Weigua's face. He slowly lifted the book he had been reading, prominently displaying the 4 characters of Sun Tzu's Art of War. With the commencement of the tunneling strategy, the residents engaged in their task with fervor. After determining the direction of Su Ming's villa, they eagerly participated in the excavation. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, and soon they had reached the perimeter of the wall surrounding Su Ming's estate. Standing before the wall, although they could not comprehend why Su Ming had chosen to bury part of it underground, their confidence surged. After enduring numerous setbacks, they finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. Hurry, hurry, let us excavate all the soil beneath his wall, and then we shall coordinate with those above to launch a surprise attack. The excavators feverishly dug beneath the wall, and upon discovering that the wall had seemingly vanished below, they resolved to extend the tunnel into Su Ming's courtyard. Yet, as they prepared to dig further, they were startled to find that the cement wall still loomed above them. This cannot be. How could Su Ming's wall be so thick? They had already advanced nearly a meter inward, while Su Ming's wall could not possibly exceed a thickness of 50 centimeters. The sight before them left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Should we dig deeper? In response to the urging from those behind him, the lead excavator rolled his eyes in exasperation. If you wish to dig, you may do so yourself. I can dig no longer. With that, he tossed his shovel to the ground and opted to cease work entirely. What is this attitude you possess? When I successfully breach through, do not envy me. As we approach the final step, a multitude of individuals naturally intends to seize this opportunity, eagerly resuming their excavation efforts. However, after a night of toil, they discover that no matter in which direction they dig, the concrete ceiling remains steadfast above them. My friends, could it be possible? Observing the exhausted and breathless crowd, one resident glanced up at the concrete ceiling. Could it be that the wall of Su Ming's residence is connected to the basement below? It is certainly plausible. Why did you not mention this earlier? Upon hearing this resident's words, the crowd instantly grasped the implication. It is essential to recognize that villas are designed with considerable freedom, provided one does not exceed the boundaries of land use, and many villas indeed feature basements. This indicates that by breaking through the concrete ceiling above, they could launch a direct incursion from within. Thus, we shall conclude our efforts for today, replenishing our strength for tomorrow, when we shall catch Su Ming completely off guard. Indeed, after such prolonged efforts, they shall finally have their revenge tomorrow. The mere thought of the fear that will grace Su Ming's face when confronted with them fills the excavators with a sense of gratifying anticipation. Chapter 38. Another failure? Oh, have they arrived so early? Su Ming, who had risen at dawn, observed the footage transmitted by the drone and couldn't help but chuckle derisively, shaking his head. Upon realizing he was no longer under the siege of the Sparrow warfare, he took advantage of the drone to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the residents in the high-rise area. Upon spotting the tunnel not far from his villa, Su Ming instantly grasped the intentions of this group. It must be said, these individuals were quite clever, devising a plan to use the tunnel for a surprise attack against him. Su Ming was genuinely curious as to what thoughts would cross their minds upon discovering that the tunnel's floor was also encased in alloy. Watching the footage as numerous individuals eagerly entered the pre-dug tunnel, Su Ming's only regret was his inability to eliminate those within. It appeared they were poised to launch a full-scale assault today. Aside from a portion of the residents who had descended into the tunnel, the majority remained on the sidelines, patiently awaiting their moment. Their intentions were clear: to coordinate with those underground once they breached their floor, executing a well-planned ambush. Faced with the images relayed by the drone, Su Ming understood he had to take decisive action. It must be noted that they had indeed chosen an excellent location for the tunnel's entrance. This entry was not only in close proximity to his refuge but was also obscured by walls and trees. Unless attacked from directly above, he would be utterly powerless to counter their advance. Ah, directly above, is it? Then I shall grant you an opportunity. With all the residents hesitant to approach his sanctuary, Su Ming retrieved a mortar from the system's space. He stealthily opened the balcony door on the 3rd floor and set up the mortar on the rooftop. After adjusting its position according to the footage from the drone, he placed a shell into the mortar's muzzle and gently released his grip. As the shell slid down to the bottom of the barrel, a resounding bang echoed as the shell was launched directly towards the tunnel's entrance. Boom! The shell landed squarely amidst the crowd, and before they could comprehend what had transpired, another shell descended upon them. Su Ming fired a total of 5 shells before he contentedly returned to his refuge. Given the formation of that group, 5 shells would be sufficient to inflict substantial casualties. What was that? Was that the sound of an explosion? Meanwhile, Those within the tunnel exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the detonations from above. However, before they could react, they witnessed the entrance of the tunnel collapse with a thunderous roar. How could the entrance have collapsed? My heavens, what is happening up there? With the tunnel's entrance caved in, the individuals found themselves trapped within. It is crucial to understand that without oxygen, they would soon perish from asphyxiation. Everyone, do not panic. At that moment, an older middle-aged man stepped forward hastily. Our immediate priority now is to urgently breach Su Ming's floor. This not only ensures our survival, but also grants us access to all of Su Ming's resources and weaponry. The middle-aged man's words served as a potent stimulant, instantly igniting the spirits of those trapped within the tunnel. They hurried back to the spot excavated yesterday, fervently digging through the concrete slab above. However, something was amiss. Why was this concrete so remarkably hard? My goodness, it appears to be reinforced with steel. This is peculiar. Why does my pickaxe produce a metallic sound upon striking? As the concrete and rebar were gradually dismantled, a mysterious metallic plate revealed itself. Someone tentatively tapped the metal plate, and their expression changed dramatically. No. This is a high-hardness alloy. What? This cannot be true. Upon learning that there was a metal plate embedded in Su Ming's floor, panic ensued once more among those trapped in the tunnel. Some, undeterred by superstition, relentlessly struck the metal plate above them with their tools. Yet, no matter how forcefully they struck, they could not leave a single mark upon the surface. At that moment, the oxygen within the tunnel had noticeably dwindled, and many felt their breathing becoming increasingly labored. We must escape quickly. Otherwise, we shall suffocate here. Realizing the urgency, the group momentarily forgot the metal plate and rushed back to the collapsed entrance of the tunnel, desperately digging. Fueled by the instinct to survive, they finally cleared the obstruction. As a beam of sunlight pierced through the dim tunnel and the refreshing air enveloped them, they understood that they had been saved. Let us hasten back to report this to the leader. The foremost individual laboriously used a shovel to displace the earth above, but as more air surged into the tunnel, a distinct burnt odor assaulted their senses. What is burned up there? We must ascend and find out. After setting up a makeshift ladder, two young men immediately climbed up, only to be met with a scene of charred earth and dismembered limbs. Before they could fully process the sight, they heard the menacing growls of zombies approaching from behind. Ah, help! Hearing the cries from above, those remaining in the tunnel quickly scrambled upward to assist. Yet, as they barely emerged, the ravenous zombies lunged toward them. My goodness! Zombies! Many were so startled by the sudden appearance of the undead that they stumbled back into the tunnel, unable to comprehend why zombies would be lurking at the entrance. Could it be the result of the earlier explosion? Did Su Ming possess artillery? The group erupted into a cacophony of speculation, each unwilling to venture outside again. However, they were acutely aware that such a course of action could not sustain them for long. Perhaps we should report this matter to our leader first. Currently, our efforts merely serve to deliver provisions to the zombies. I believe it would be wise to have our leader come to our rescue. Ultimately, the group had no choice but to contact their superior. At that moment, they learned that the presence of zombies near the tunnel entrance was indeed a consequence of Su Ming's artillery bombardment. After enduring a long day of struggle, the residents trapped in the tunnel finally managed to extricate themselves. The disheartened residents sat outside in silence, undeniably at a loss against Su Ming's machinations. However, at that juncture, Su Ming's message reappeared in the homeowners group chat. You have done well, resorting to tunneling to launch a surprise attack on me. Fortunately, my floor is sturdy. Otherwise, you might have succeeded. Following this, Su Ming shared a photo of a steak paired with red wine. This is my dinner for tonight. I wonder what delicacies the rest of you are enjoying? Faced with Su Ming's provocative inquiry in the group chat, the residents' expressions soured instantaneously. Not only was he mocking them, but he was also flaunting his gourmet meal. Such audacity was truly unbearable. Yet, what recourse did they have? Lu Weigua observed the group of despondent residents slumped before him, his brow furrowing in concern. To be honest, he had never anticipated such a turn of events. But then, a sudden epiphany illuminated his mind, causing Lu Weigua's eyes to sparkle with realization. Wait, I have a solution. Chapter 39, Marvelous in This Life. I find myself reflecting on the day of my demise and my previous existence. Gazing into the mirror, Su Ming silently retrieved a cup of iced Americano, consuming it to soothe the tumultuous emotions within. A month has elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. In my past life, under the protection of Manager Chun, I had been shielded from witnessing the true horrors that unfolded in the upper residential areas. However, in this iteration, with Manager Chun eliminated by my own hand, I have fully encountered what constitutes a genuine hell on earth over the past month. Alas, I cannot foresee what the future holds. The mere thought of the System's descriptions regarding zombies sends chills down my spine. If there are ordinary zombies, then surely there exist extraordinary ones. Presently, Su Ming is solely focused on accumulating points to exchange for serum in the points store to enhance his own abilities. Nevertheless, perhaps a bit of daily provocation is in order. With a resigned sigh, Su Ming took out his phone and opened the homeowners group chat. Dear all, I still have plenty of food at home, including not only the usual chicken, duck, fish, and meat, but also fruits and vegetables. To substantiate the veracity of his message, Su Ming deliberately retrieved an assortment of fresh provisions from the system as space and snapped a photo to share in the group chat. Do come and attack my refuge. Initially, Su Ming had no intention of disturbing the residents of the high-rise, as they had not wronged him in his previous life. Moreover, with the substantial resources he has amassed in this life, all he desired was to remain safely within his sanctuary. Yet, alas, human nature is lamentably fragile. In the face of such apocalyptic circumstances, the latent malevolence within everyone burgeons uncontrollably. Now that they have chosen to assault him, Su Ming is determined not to indulge them. Little does Su Ming know that the residents of the high-rise have been incited into a frenzy by the photo he shared in the homeowners group. Is this Su Ming even human? Are we not all part of the same community? They exclaimed, their indignation rising. He has so much food. Why can't he share some with us? The residents, engulfed in righteous fury over the contents of Su Ming's photo, completely forgot their earlier intentions to eliminate him. All right, everyone. Please quiet down. Lu Weiguo interjected, observing the escalating chaos among his subordinates. After a previous defeat, fewer than 100 individuals remained capable of fighting. The nearly 200 casualties were predominantly residents who had succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies. Now, Jinju Garden has entirely lost the semblance of the 6 major factions. Lu Weiguo gathered the remaining individuals together, establishing himself as the true leader. Understanding the precariousness of the situation, he recognized that they had reached a critical juncture of survival. The collective courage to oppose Su Ming had dissipated entirely, and the scant resources they possessed would only suffice for 3 days at most. If they did not organize an expedition to seek additional supplies soon, the consequences would be dire. I believe our current focus should not be on Su Ming, but rather on venturing out to procure supplies. Only by ensuring our survival can we engage in a battle against Su Ming to the very end. However, boss, the area surrounding Jinju Garden is teeming with zombies. Indeed, particularly after the cannon fire from a few days ago, many zombies have been drawn in from the vicinity. As Lu Weiguo finished speaking, his subordinates immediately began to voice their grievances. Initially, there were hardly any zombies around Jinju Garden, but unfortunately, the recent gunfire and explosions from Su Ming's side have attracted them all, as the zombies are not deaf. Now, the walls of Jinju Garden are overrun with wandering zombies, making the task of searching for supplies significantly more challenging. So what? In response to the doubts raised by his subordinates, Lu Weiguo snorted dismissively. Zombies lack intelligence. But do you all lack it as well? Observing the puzzled expressions of his men, Lu Weiguo pointed towards the conference room. Surely, you haven't forgotten that our high-rise residential area and the villa district can be isolated from each other? Upon hearing Lu Weiguo's words, his subordinates suddenly grasped the situation. That's right, we can lure all the zombies towards Su Ming. When he fires his weapon, even more zombies will flock to him. Meanwhile, we can seize this opportunity to venture out and gather supplies. Truly, the boss is wise and formidable. Seeing that his subordinates finally understood, Lu Weiguo felt a swell of pride. Su Ming has weapons, does he not? He possesses artillery, does he not? It shall be a contest of ammunition versus zombies. Although there are not many zombies currently around Jinju Garden, if we can manage to lure a horde of them into the villa district every time we venture out, the day Su Ming exhausts his ammunition will be his last. Boom. A sudden, thunderous explosion startled Su Ming, causing him to tremble all over. What the hell? The explosion caused the brush in Su Ming's hand to veer wildly. Gazing at the ruined calligraphy on the rice paper, Su Ming's fury ignited. After 35 days of dedicated practice, he had finally managed to perfect the first 3 characters of thick virtue bearing all, leaving only the final character to complete. Yet, this explosion had obliterated his entire work. Am I truly being disrespected here? Su Ming seethed as he looked out the window, only to see a vehicle violently engulfed in flames not far from his yard. Witnessing this scene left him utterly speechless. What is going on? Are they attempting to harass me with a guerrilla tactic? I must find out who dares to provoke me. Fuming, Su Ming opened the shooting hole and retrieved his Barrett from the system space, but just then, he heard what seemed to be the low growls of zombies outside. Is that the sound of zombies? With a sense of bewilderment, Su Ming peered through the scope towards the source of the sound, and in the next moment, he was utterly astonished. In the distance, a dense horde of zombies was rushing towards the origin of the explosion. Su Ming estimated that the scale of this undead army was nearly 2,000 strong. It appeared that these individuals intended to use the zombies to deplete their ammunition. As he witnessed the relentless advance of the zombie horde towards his position, Su Ming instantly comprehended why no one had attempted to assault his refuge during this period. It turned out that these people had been luring the external zombies together, ultimately sealing off the floodgates of the high-rise buildings and detonating vehicles outside their courtyard to attract all the zombies to his vicinity. How ingenious! Watching the swarm of zombies barreling towards his sanctuary filled Su Ming with immense joy. He had been troubled by the matter of points for days, and now this group of high-rise residents had unexpectedly come to his aid. Ha ha ha. Thank you all for the zombies. I adore you. After sending this message to the property owners group, Su Ming disregarded the destruction of his work and hastily abandoned his Barrett rifle to dash to the 3rd floor. Once he had set up the mortar, he adjusted his aim and fired a shell towards the oncoming tide of undead. A violent explosion erupted within the horde, and Su Ming's mind was filled with a series of kill notifications. Congratulations, host, for slaying a common infected. Reward, 5 points. Congratulations, host. Chapter 40. The Sudden Wealth of Su Ming. I have struck gold. The following morning, Su Ming, sporting a pair of prominent panda eyes, was brimming with excitement. A staggering 855 points. This was the fruit of his relentless efforts over a day and night. It must be said that the residents of those towering edifices proved to be remarkably formidable. Su Ming had initially anticipated encountering merely a couple of thousand zombies, believing that once they were eliminated, the threat would dissipate. However, to his astonishment, the cacophony of gunfire had attracted even more zombies. Thus, he resolutely chose to fight until dawn. Were it not for the limits of his physical endurance, Su Ming might still have been firing his weapon. Alas, he needed a rest. At that moment, Su Ming slumped onto the sofa, feeling as though his arms could scarcely lift again after such an extended battle. Meanwhile, Lu Weigua and his cohort, having listened to the gunfire for an entire day and night, were equally exhilarated. Though they were unaware of how Su Ming had acquired such an arsenal, they understood that ammunition was finite. The nearby zombies had been lured by the sound of Su Ming's weaponry. If they could just wait a bit longer, once Su Ming's supplies were exhausted, they would devise a plan to break into his villa and capture him from within. Despite having gathered ample resources over the past few days, they were not one to forget the mockery Su Ming had once hurled at them. Boss, I believe Su Ming will be unable to fathom the agony of his impending ammunition depletion. Hearing his subordinate's words, Lu Weigua felt a surge of satisfaction. In all honesty, he had been eagerly anticipating this day's arrival. Shally, when you go scavenging for supplies tomorrow, make sure to bring back some zombies as well. We must ensure that after Su Ming runs out of ammunition, we can seize him from within. Boss, is that really necessary? One of the subordinates questioned, appearing somewhat skeptical of Lu Weigua's directive. After all, the gunfire had echoed for a full day and night, although none among them had military experience. Even those with a modicum of common sense understood that such an arsenal would occupy considerable space. Su Ming possessed not only guns but also artillery and even flamethrowers. Could it be that his entire villa was a veritable armory? At this juncture, prudence seemed the wisest course. Heeding his subordinate's caution, Lu Weigua recalled the lessons from previous encounters and promptly admonished his men. The situation was unclear, and their combat-capable brothers were limited in number. Any lapse in vigilance could lead to unnecessary casualties, resulting in a significant loss for them. Indeed, the boss speaks wisely. Let us bide our time. Reminded of the dire consequences from their past failed missions, the subordinates broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, Su Ming was truly terrifying. Oh, and if you happen to come across any weapons during your outing, be sure to bring some back as well. Lu Weigua seemed to recall something important and hastily instructed his trusted subordinate. When the time comes, we must grow larger and stronger, so we need to amass sufficient weaponry. If we can locate firearms, bring them back. Rest assured, boss, his subordinate responded promptly, understanding the gravity of Lu Weigua's words. In these times, possessing a gun equates to power. Who could underestimate the significance of firearms? Not to mention, Lu Weigua's acquisition of 2 guns from Manager Chen's lifeless body alone underscored the vital importance of having such weapons. As the saying goes, a gun is swift from 7 steps away, and even quicker and more precise within that distance. With firearms at his disposal, Lu Weigua was confident he could lead his cohort to become the most formidable gang in Ling'an City. Thus, days passed by. Through the collective efforts of Lu Weigua and his subordinates, a greater number of zombies were drawn to the Jinju Garden Villa area. Faced with such an overwhelming horde, Su Ming lost his initial thrill and began to adopt a more balanced approach. Whenever he prepared a meal, he would share his culinary delights in the homeowners group, which had become a habitual practice. Today's lunch features a KFC family bucket. I must say, after a battle, indulging in such fried fare is indeed a splendid choice. For dinner, I enjoyed a fruit salad paired with grilled chicken breast. The quality of my meals has been so high lately that I've gained a bit of weight. I really need to shed some pounds. I shall see how long you can maintain that arrogance, Lu Wei thought, a cold smile gracing his face as he observed Su Ming's bravado in the group. It was now the 5th day, and throughout this time, the sounds of gunfire from Su Ming's side had not ceased. Moreover, his scouts reported that aside from the artillery and flamethrowers used on the 2nd and 3rd days, only gunfire was heard on the 4th day. Lu Wei understood this to mean that Su Ming had exhausted ammunition for those two formidable weapons. Particularly concerning was the flamethrower, a devastating tool indeed. By the 4th day, Su Ming had resorted solely to firearms for dealing with the zombies. It was only a matter of time before Su Ming's ammunition would run dry. Meanwhile, on Lu Wei's side, the majority of zombies had been lured away towards Su Ming, making the resource-gathering teams practically risk-free. With a shopping center nearby, they not only uncovered a wealth of food supplies and melee weapons but also discovered several handguns and a submachine gun within a police station. Once Su Ming's ammunition was fully depleted, they could divert the zombies and launch an all-out assault on his villa. Unbeknownst to them, Su Ming possessed a system space brimming with hundreds of tons of military supplies. Even if he were to endure for another month, the weaponry and ammunition in his system space would remain abundantly stocked. I've struck it rich. This is a true windfall. After concluding a day of battles, Su Ming took a brief shower and then excitedly perused the points mall while seated on his sofa. After 5 arduous days of relentless effort, his score has now soared to an impressive 75,835 points. It can be said that Su Ming has truly become a prominent figure in this realm. Initially, he was quite concerned about his points, but he never anticipated that the residents would present him with such a remarkable gift. With a grin, he thought, now, I need not worry about my future safety. After reclining on the sofa for a while, Su Ming felt significantly rejuvenated. Without a moment's hesitation, he exchanged his points in the marketplace for the coveted shelter system he had long desired. Points deducted successfully, remaining points, 55,835. Does the host wish to activate the shelter system immediately? Activate. Without a second thought, Su Ming opted for activation. Shelter system installation successful. Scanning and mapping the host's current residence. Estimated time, 2 hours. Please be patient, host. 2 hours? Upon hearing that the scanning and mapping would take such a lengthy duration, Su Ming was taken aback. However, he had no intention of idly waiting. Instead, he promptly rose and entered his study to continue practicing his profound virtues. The 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and once again, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Scanning complete. Chapter 41. The perfect shelter system. Scanning complete. 3-dimensional model of the host shelter generated. The host can upgrade and transform through the shelter system. Upon hearing the voice resounding in his mind, Su Ming quickly directed his attention to the system within his consciousness. He noticed that a small house icon had appeared next to the original system mall icon. Without hesitation, Su Ming clicked on this new icon, and a 3-dimensional model of his shelter materialized in his mind. This model resembled the one previously showcased by Shi Tianhao on a tablet. The sole distinction was that this 3-dimensional representation detailed the specific conditions and data of each room within the shelter. Level 2 shelter, 40,000 points required to upgrade to Level 3 shelter. Wall durability, 999-1000. Repair cost 1 point. Courtyard gate durability, 1000-1000. Main gate durability, 1000-1000. East side exterior wall durability, 1000-1000. Now, the entire shelter had been entirely converted into data by this so-called shelter system, allowing Su Ming to clearly observe the specific status of every location within the shelter. Goodness, is it truly this remarkable? Faced with the shelter data presented in his mind, Su Ming could not help but marvel repeatedly. However, he simultaneously realized a crucial issue. The shelter, which he had invested so heavily in, was merely evaluated as a Level 2 shelter. It was difficult to fathom what a Level 3 shelter would look like. Driven by intense curiosity, Su Ming opened the introduction to the Level 3 shelter. Level 3 shelter possesses higher defensive capabilities and greater durability, constructed from advanced alloys that can effortlessly withstand tank armor-piercing attacks. Additionally, it unlocks the intelligent attack mode of the shelter, allowing the host to engage intruders simply by operating the weapon control system, eliminating the need to open shooting ports for attacks. My goodness, is it really that impressive? As he read the description of the Level 3 shelter, Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. His greatest criticism of the current shelter had always been the necessity of opening shooting ports during attacks. Now, he was merely contending with ordinary residents who lacked precise shooting skills. If he were to encounter sharpshooters in the future, they could easily fire bullets through the shooting ports after some trial and error, inflicting harm upon him. With the advent of the intelligent attack mode, he would no longer have to personally face such dangers. Without hesitation, he decided to upgrade. 40,000 points have been deducted, commencing upgrade of the shelter. As the voice echoed in his mind, Ming suddenly recalled the father and daughter, Fan Ziyuan, residing on the first floor. Oh no, I forgot. Stop. Stop. Upgrade has begun. Termination not possible. Oh no. As the mechanical voice reverberated once more in his mind, Ming anxiously surveyed his surroundings. He truly could not guarantee whether the appearance of the shelter would change with the upgrades. If alterations were to occur, it would likely frighten the downstairs resident, Fan Ziyuan, immensely. Level 3 shelter upgrade complete. Please set the location for the weapon control system. Faced with the voice echoing in his mind, Ming nervously inspected the layout of the shelter. Fortunately, the arrangement within had not altered due to the upgrade. As he pondered the location for the weapon control system, Ming ultimately decided to place it on the second floor. Are you certain you wish to position the weapon control system here? Confirmed. Upon uttering his affirmation, a metallic module, roughly the size of a household safe, suddenly materialized in the location he had selected. The module slowly unfurled, reminiscent of the base vehicles from the game Red Alert he had played as a child. As it fully expanded, a device akin to an aircraft cockpit revealed itself before Ming. Wow, is it really this futuristic? He gradually seated himself in the cockpit chair, marveling at the spectacle before him. Following the system's guidance, Ming activated the weapon control system. Defense Machine Gun 1, Durability, 1,000. Ammunition, 50,000. Requires 10,000 points to upgrade Defense Machine Gun to Gatling Defense Machine Gun. Defense Machine Gun 2, Durability, 1,000. Goodness. This is quite impressive. Currently, the shelter boasted a total of 12 defense machine guns, strategically positioned in 4 directions across the first, second, and third floors. Even more astonishing to Ming was that this weapon control platform offered an automatic firing mode. He simply had to try it out. Through the screen on the control panel, Ming clearly observed the zombies prowling outside. Following the guidance in his mind, he slowly activated Defense Machine Gun 1. As the machine gun powered on, a gap suddenly appeared in the once smooth exterior wall of the second floor, with a gun barrel gradually protruding from within. The operation of this weapon control platform was remarkably straightforward, akin to playing CS on a computer. One could effortlessly fire by aligning the crosshairs displayed on the screen with the mouse in hand. The moment Ming clicked the mouse button, the screen trembled slightly. Almost immediately, it displayed a zombie whose head was cleanly pierced, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Congratulations, host. You have killed a common infected, earning 5 points. The kill notification resonated in his mind, affirming the reality of the situation. Ming had indeed accomplished the feat of slaying the zombies outside without needing to open a firing aperture, merely by executing the actions as if he were playing a game. This was truly exhilarating. With a surge of enthusiasm, Ming commenced his slaughter mode. Under his precise control, the zombies outside the courtyard fell one after another. Until all the zombies on the screen were thoroughly eradicated, Ming refrained from ceasing his efforts. Defense Machine Gun Number 1, Durability, 990-1000. Repair requires 10 points. Ammunition, 49, 850, 000. Resupplying ammunition requires 100 points. Goodness, is it truly that resilient? Upon realizing that a mere 110 points were sufficient to restore both durability and ammunition to their original state, Ming was taken aback. It is worth noting that he had just acquired nearly 500 points. Moreover, this was achieved through his skillful use of sweeping fire and controlled bursts. Had he opted for single shots to engage the enemy, the expenditure would have likely been even less. Without hesitation, he proceeded to effect the repairs. Ming was certainly not one to be stingy with such a trivial number of points. After restoring Machine Gun Number 1, he commenced the elimination of the zombies surrounding his refuge. I do hope those fools hurry up and bring me more zombies. After clearing all the zombies around his sanctuary, Ming indulged in a satisfying stretch. It was as effortless as playing a game to dispatch the undead. With such an impeccable refuge system at his disposal, he no longer had to fret about encountering those sharpshooters in the future. It's time to consider what to eat. Just as Ming opened the system space, preparing to retrieve some food for lunch, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Can't I even enjoy a proper meal anymore? Faced with this voice, Ming reluctantly exited the system space, waiting for the system to issue him a new task. Chapter 42. The Elite Special Forces King's Physique detected that the host currently possesses a more formidable sanctuary. Thus, the following task is initiated. Task: push the limits again. Task description: now that the host has acquired a superior sanctuary, it is imperative to enhance physical capabilities as well. The host is required to complete 800 pull-ups within 1 hour. This task must be accomplished within a tower time frame. Upon successful completion, a permanent Elite Special Forces King's Physique will be awarded. Failure to complete the task will result in the retrieval of the sanctuary system and the system space. Goodness, is it truly necessary to be so ruthless? Upon hearing the dire consequences of failure, Ming stood frozen in place. What manner of system is this? Why does it seem to revel in my misfortune? Completing 800 pull-ups in 1 hour. Is that even a feasible endeavor for a human? I am genuinely astounded by this system. Nonetheless, faced with the severe punishment for failure, Ming resolved to diligently undertake this daunting task. With 1 hour equating to 60 minutes, it meant he had to perform over 13 pull-ups per minute to succeed. After a brief assessment of his stamina, he earnestly made his way to the room equipped with fitness apparatus and commenced his journey of physical refinement. Meanwhile, as Ming toiled to achieve those 800 pull-ups, a group from the upper echelons dispatched subordinates to scout the villa area where Ming resided. Initially, they believed the zombies would be sufficient to trouble him, but the scout, upon using binoculars to observe Ming's villa, was left utterly speechless. The zombies surrounding Ming's villa had once again perished. Just how much ammunition does Ming possess? After regaining composure, the scout promptly relayed this information to Lu Weigua. Oh, they vanished again? Upon receiving the report, Lu Weigua furrowed his brow in deep concern. According to his calculations, this batch of zombies should have depleted all of Ming's weaponry and ammunition. Clearly, he had miscalculated, as Ming evidently still had reserves. Well, if they're gone, they're gone. We can always procure more for Ming later. Although Lu Weigua was astonished by this news, he did not exhibit a profound reaction. Currently, in the city of Ling'an, the last thing in short supply was zombies. As a first-tier city, Ling'an boasts a population exceeding 20 million. The zombies they had attracted were merely the tip of the iceberg in the vicinity. After a cursory glance at the map, Lu Weigua ultimately pinpointed a destination within an urban village. This urban village, located in the city center, is characterized by its narrow spaces between buildings, humorously referred to as handshake buildings. The residents here are often laborers, and naturally, the number of zombies within is significantly higher than in ordinary residential complexes. Away tomorrow. Take our modified jeeps and drive them to the entrance of this urban village. Sound the horn to attract all the zombies inside and lead them towards Ming. Rest assured, boss. The subordinate named Away was well aware of his leader's intentions. He estimated that there were at least over 10,000 zombies in the village. If he could lure most of them towards Ming, that overwhelming number would certainly suffice for Ming's needs. Caution was paramount. After advising Away, Lu Weigua gestured towards a few women standing nearby. Away, choose one to accompany you tonight. Thank you, boss. Upon hearing Lu Weigua's words, a lewd smile manifested on Away's face. He sauntered over to the women and ultimately selected one of moderate beauty. Xiaoling, please accompany me tonight. As Lu Weigua's subordinate, Away dared not choose the most beautiful one, for he was well aware that his elder brother favored her the most. Although this was the apocalypse, Away's instinct for survival kept him from engaging in any reckless behavior. All right. The woman referred to as Xiaoling glanced at Lu Weigua behind Away, and upon receiving his approving nod, she obediently linked her arm with Away's. Boss, I'll take my leave now. After bidding a sycophantic farewell to Lu Weigua, Away's hands soon began to wander. Meanwhile, Ming lay on the ground, unable to move. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, breaking new limits. Commencing reward delivery. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the permanent elite special forces physique. As a warm current coursed through his body, Ming felt the pain in his arms dissipate. Though there remained a lingering soreness, he could at least lift them with ease now. Truly, the physique of a special forces elite was remarkable. The effects were unparalleled. As he gradually rose to his feet, Ming marveled at the transformation of his body and made his way into the bathroom. With the physique of a special forces elite and the knowledge stored in his mind, Ming was now approaching the pinnacle of human potential. He felt confident he could subdue Fan Ziyuan upstairs without difficulty. Well, the supplies on Fan Ziyuan's side should be dwindling as well. After a brief calculation, Ming resolved to deliver supplies to Fan Ziyuan after finishing his shower. After all, he considered himself his employer and could not afford to neglect his subordinates. Having observed him for a considerable time, Ming found Fan Ziyuan to be quite reliable. Moreover, with his newly acquired elite physique, he no longer harbored concerns about Fan Ziyuan harboring ulterior motives. Most importantly, Fan Ziyuan had his daughter by his side. Should he dare to act against Ming would not hesitate to take his daughter as a hostage. After showering and donning a fresh set of clothes, Ming approached the isolation wall. He retrieved 2 boxes of supplies from his system space and directly opened the isolation wall before him. Mr. Su? Without a doubt, Fan Ziyuan was taken aback by Ming's sudden entrance. I have brought some supplies for you. Your food must be running low. Ming said as he naturally walked in, carrying 2 boxes of provisions. After placing the boxes on the ground, he noticed a little girl sitting on the bed. Gazing at him with curiosity, the little girl appeared somewhat shy, and upon noticing Su Ming's gaze, she quickly hid behind her father. Ching, don't be rude. You should greet the uncle, Fan Ziyuan said, offering a helpless smile to Su Ming as his daughter continued to cower behind him. I apologize. My daughter is a bit timid, he explained. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. During this exchange, both Su Ming and Fan Ziyuan were quietly assessing one another. The difference was that while Su Ming remained calm, Fan Ziyuan's anxiety grew. This man before him was increasingly enigmatic. Reflecting on their first encounter, Fan Ziyuan had initially perceived Su Ming as merely an ordinary adult male, perhaps with some basic physical training. However, he now felt that he could not possibly match the man standing before him. Mr. Su, why do I sense that you are somewhat different from a few days ago? After much contemplation, Fan Ziyuan finally voiced his curiosity. Oh, it may be due to my recent training, Su Ming replied, naturally refraining from disclosing that his transformation was the result of a system. He merely offered a convenient excuse. Fan Ziyuan understood this. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and one might have their reasons for not divulging them. After conversing with Fan Ziyuan for a while, Su Ming took his leave from the room. Now possessing the physique of an elite special forces soldier, he no longer feared Fan Ziyuan's prowess. As he departed, Su Ming did not lower the partition in the room, presenting Fan Ziyuan with one final challenge. Chapter 43 Boss, why do I feel like his bullets are endless? Hiss. Can this thing truly be consumed? Su Ming furrowed his brow as he gazed at the vial of genetic mutation serum he had exchanged from the point shop. As a serum, it was expected to be injected into the body. However, the system's explanation was to consume it directly. Observing the viscous, crimson liquid in the glass bottle, Su Ming felt a trickle of cold sweat. Well, living is better than dying. After much contemplation, he resolutely twisted off the cap and gulped down the liquid in one go. In truth, Su Ming's decision stemmed from the bizarre nature of the system's task reward. Previously, the system had granted him an ordinary reconnaissance soldier's physique, which was not permanent and required maintenance through training. Yet this time, a permanent elite special forces physique. This implied that even if Su Ming spent his days lounging on the sofa, munching on chips and sipping sugary drinks, his physique would remain unaffected. Reflecting on the shelter system and the previous system's kill notifications, Su Ming suspected that the future might not be so straightforward. Perhaps this so-called elite physique was merely a fundamental unit for survival in the apocalypse. Strawberry flavor? To Su Ming's astonishment, the nauseatingly thick crimson liquid he had consumed emitted a delightful fragrance of strawberries. After a few chews, he even felt a delightful texture in his mouth. Could it be that this was merely strawberry juice? However, it wasn't long before Su Ming experienced the serum's potency. A sudden acceleration of his heartbeat compelled him to lie down on the bed, afraid to move. He then sensed an overwhelming heat radiating from his body as if he were burning up. Goodness, must genetic mutation be like this? As his body temperature continued to rise, Su Ming felt his consciousness beginning to blur. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he abruptly felt as if he had been plunged into a freezing abyss. Cold. The biting chill caused every pore on Su Ming's body to constrict. Originally on the brink of losing awareness due to the heat, he found himself awake once more. Yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he sensed the surrounding temperature plummeting further. He felt as if he were standing in the snowy expanse of distant Siberia. My goodness, what a game this is! Su Ming fought to maintain his alertness. Just when he felt he might freeze solid, his body temperature surged once again. This is quite the play. Faced with the tumultuous changes within, Su Ming lay on the bed, desperately striving to stay awake. Ultimately, however, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, I am still alive. When Su Ming opened his eyes once more, he discovered it was already noon the following day. Gazing out the window, one could see an overwhelming congregation of zombies once again amassing outside the courtyard. Goodness, they have returned. However, at this moment, Su Ming could hardly pay heed to the encroaching horde, for he had noticed that his body felt remarkably lighter. Is this what they call a genetic mutation? Experiencing the transformation within him, Su Ming stepped down from his bed and attempted a leap. Thud. With a dull thump, he found himself clutching his head as he collapsed onto the floor. Ouch. The pain was far more intense than he anticipated. A mere exertion had led to his head colliding violently with the ceiling. Is this the power of genetic mutation? Overwhelmed by the exhilaration of his newfound abilities, Su Ming found it difficult to articulate his joy. One must understand, the ceiling of his home stood over 4 meters high. Just a casual jump had sent him crashing against it. If he were to leap with all his might, well, perhaps he would find an opportunity to test that outside in the courtyard later. After a brief wash and a hearty breakfast, Su Ming settled before the weapon control panel. He resembled a gaming streamer, gripping the mouse and starting to unleash fire upon the zombies displayed on the screen. My goodness, there are so many today. What Su Ming had not anticipated was the sheer number of zombies outside. Nonetheless, he welcomed the challenge, activating his shooting mode once more to confront the undead drawn by the gunfire. Under the relentless barrage, the zombies toppled like ripe wheat, one after another. The battle persisted until afternoon, when Su Ming finally cleared the area of the undead. Isn't this a bit excessive? Observing the dismembered bodies scattered outside, Su Ming furrowed his brow. As the saying goes, too much of anything can become a burden. The overwhelming number of corpses outside had indeed become troublesome. Oh, perhaps it was time to employ the flamethrower. Retrieving the device from the system's storage, Su Ming opened the shooting aperture and incinerated the zombie remains into a charred heap. Now, he merely needed to await the arrival of rain to wash away this grotesque pile. Having completed this task, Su Ming effortlessly accessed the homeowners group chat. I must say, the method you all suggested is quite ingenious. However, I still possess an abundance of ammunition, so feel free to keep bringing me more zombies. I have no objections whatsoever. By the way, to reward myself, I have decided to indulge in some Australian lobster tonight. I wonder what you all will be having? Soon after, a meticulously edited photo of cheese-baked lobster graced the homeowners chat. Goodness, Su Ming is truly taking liberties. How on earth does he still have lobster? Before the others could fully register their astonishment, a group video invitation resonated throughout the chat. Curious individuals clicked to join and beheld Su Ming seated at a dining table. Before him a sumptuous plate of cheese-baked lobster. Esteemed friends, I, Su Ming, have never resorted to deceit. Henceforth, I shall share my culinary escapades in the group daily. Those intrigued may come and enjoy. With that, Su Ming indulged heartily. I, Su Ming. I can no longer endure this. Why does Su Ming feast on lobsters while we are relegated to consuming compressed biscuits? Su Ming, you. The entire homeowners group erupted in chaos, with an abundance of expletives and exclamations saturating the atmosphere. In response to this uproar, Su Ming smiled elegantly at the screen before silencing his phone. Lu Weiwa, witnessing Su Ming's arrogant demeanor, suppressed his fury and abruptly shut off the video. Noticing his subordinate's hesitance to speak, Lu Weiwa shot him a fierce glare. Speak your mind if you wish, or be gone. Seeing his superior's acquiescence, the subordinate cautiously approached. Boss, why do I feel as though his ammunition is inexhaustible? Chapter 44. The frantic Lu Weiwa, a resounding slap reverberated throughout the conference room. Are you toying with me? Is this endless? Do you think Su Ming is a deity? After delivering a sharp blow to one of his subordinates, Lu Weiwa still appeared unsatisfied. He advanced, lifting his foot to kick the subordinate in the abdomen. I told you it's endless. Faced with Lu Weiwa's wrath, the subordinate could only shield his head in a desperate attempt to ensure his safety. After delivering several kicks, Lu Weiwa returned to his seat. Go fetch away and the others for me. Yes, upon hearing Lu Weiwa's command, the subordinate, disregarding his pain, struggled to rise and exit the conference room. Boss, what are your orders? Before long, Away and his companions arrived in the conference room. Observing Lu Weiwa's grim demeanor, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation. You all saw the video call with Su Ming in the group, right? Away and the others nodded. This is a provocation against our doomsday gang. We cannot tolerate the existence of someone like Su Ming. At Lu Weiwa's words, Away and the others fell silent, fully aware that their leader was becoming increasingly obsessed with Su Ming. Boss, please give your orders. At that moment, Away felt powerless and could only wait to discern his leader's thoughts. I want Su Ming dead. As he uttered these words, Lu Weiwa spoke through clenched teeth. Zombies. We need more zombies. If we surround Su Ming's villa with zombies, we can completely trap him. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. Facing Lu Weiwa, who was on the verge of losing control once more, Away chose not to interject. It was evident that his leader had completely lost his rationality, and reasoning with him was no longer an option. No, this time I'm going too. Upon hearing that Lu Weiwa intended to accompany them, Away and the others were momentarily taken aback. However, before they could react, Lu Weiwa spoke again. Prepare the vehicle immediately. We are leaving now. Yes. The first to regain composure, Away quickly responded, signaling to the three others beside him. All right, boss, we will arrange it right away. We will be back to pick you up shortly. The three, now alert, quickly briefed Lu Weiwa and then followed Away out of the conference room. I say Away. Our boss once outside the conference room, one could no longer contain his thoughts. You mean to say our boss has completely lost his mind, right? Away glanced at the speaker and replied, that's quite normal, considering our boss has always aimed to use Su Ming to establish his authority. But brother, Su Ming is clearly not someone to be trifled with. I know, but we currently have only two paths to take. As he spoke, a peculiar hue flickered in Away's gaze. We can either heed the boss's instructions and venture out in search of zombies, or we could. Away's words trailed off abruptly, yet the trio understood the implications. Wei Gu, I believe you are right. We have no other choice, one of them asserted. Indeed. I concur with the Biao. Wei Gu, let us follow your lead. Another added, I too feel that our leader has grown excessively arrogant of late. Nodding in acknowledgement of their sentiments, Away replied, since you have made your decision, let us bring our trusted allies along this time. I will go prepare the vehicles. All right, we shall follow you from now on. In response to their commitments, Away remained silent, merely nodding slightly before heading towards the garage. At that moment, Lu Weiguo was completely unaware that his actions had inadvertently summoned peril upon himself. After receiving a message from Away, he boarded a jeep heading out of the community. Away, I believe that Su Ming's ammunition must be running low. If we exert ourselves just a bit more, victory will be within our grasp. Yes, I think you are right, boss. Sai, you've had a tough time lately. Seeing no signs of discontent on Away's face, Lu Weiguo patted his shoulder with relief. Rest assured, once we eliminate Su Ming, we can seize all the supplies from his villa. You can choose first, Away. All right, I shall not hold back then. Pretending to be elated at Lu Weiguo's promise, Away and his companions drove 3 jeeps to the entrance of another urban village. Xiaofeng, turn the vehicle around and start honking, Away commanded. Yes, Wei Gu, the driver replied promptly, turning the vehicle around. As all 3 cars were prepared, the blaring horns resonated incessantly. The cacophony swiftly drew forth all the zombies from within the urban village. As the horde approached ever closer, Lu Weiguo instinctively tightened his grip on the pistol at his waist. Boss, do not worry. I know what I'm doing. Observing Lu Weiguo's anxious demeanor, Away realized that he could not eliminate him under such circumstances. In this confined space, there was but a single opportunity. Compared to Lu Weiguo, who had once been a combat coach, Away was merely a petty thug with limited skills. Xiaofeng, prepare to drive. When I count to 3, you accelerate. Despite the encroaching tide of zombies, Away's expression remained unchanged. 1, 2, 3, drive. The driver slammed the accelerator, and those zombies that had already reached the jeep were instantly knocked to the ground by the sudden force. The zombies, rising swiftly, sprinted after the departing jeep, determined to devour the occupants within. Do not accelerate too quickly, or else those zombies will lose their target. With his seasoned expertise, directed the driving Xiaofeng. While Lu Weiguo, witnessing the unfolding scene, let his guard down completely. An opportunity presented itself. As On noticed the relaxation in Lu Weiguo's demeanor, he prepared to act, only to be interrupted by a series of ominous thuds emanating from behind. Thud, thud, thud. Turning towards the source of the sound, they beheld a colossal zombie, towering approximately 3 meters tall, charging towards them with alarming speed. Despite its formidable size, it was remarkably faster than the average zombie, swiftly positioning itself at the forefront of the horde. Xiaofeng, accelerate. Shake off the zombie. With the sight before him, Ah disregarded all other concerns. The appearance of this giant zombie had utterly reshaped his understanding of their predicament. The notion of ambushing Lu Weiguo while he was distracted had become trivial in comparison. Good heavens, there exists such a creature. In stark contrast to Ah's expression of horror, Lu Weiguo's eyes gleamed with a frenzied excitement upon witnessing the giant zombie barreling toward them. If we can lure this zombie to Su Ming's location, we will surely be able to seize his villa. It was evident that Lu Weiguo intended to use the formidable zombie as a secret weapon to attack Su Ming's residence. Ah glanced back at the giant zombie racing towards him and ultimately nodded in agreement. Xiaofeng, reduce your speed and draw this zombie back. Chapter 45. The first encounter with the mutated zombie. What is that sound? At this moment, Su Ming, who was practicing calligraphy in the shelter, furrowed his brows upon hearing a series of thuds. Since the residents had ceased their guerrilla tactics, Su Ming had not bothered to re-enable the soundproof mode of the shelter. Intrigued by the noise, he glanced out the window and beheld a towering figure in the distance, seemingly in pursuit of something. What on earth is that zombie? Alarmed by the sight, Su Ming quickly retrieved a pair of binoculars from the system space for a closer look. The zombie stood approximately 3 meters tall, with its face and body marred by decay. What astonished Su Ming the most was its remarkable speed, far exceeding that of ordinary zombies. Goodness, it seems having long legs provides a distinct advantage. After observing for a while, Su Ming chose to disregard it. Undoubtedly, this zombie was relentlessly chasing the group of residents who had lured it over. Since they enjoyed enticing zombies so much, Su Ming had no intention of firing a shot to draw its attention. Forget it. I shall continue my practice. After placing the binoculars back into the system space, Su Ming resumed his calligraphy. Meanwhile, Away and the others were engaged in a tense struggle with the colossal zombie. What should we do, Wei Gu? It seems to have fixated on us. Faced with Xiaofeng's anxious inquiry, Away felt an urge to slap himself. How could he have been so reckless? He had initially assumed that this zombie would behave like others, rushing towards the living bound at the entrance of the villa area. However, to his astonishment, this behemoth chose to ignore them and relentlessly pursued the jeep instead. Xiaofeng, head straight for the villa area. Away realized they could no longer delay. If this continued, once the horde following the giant zombie entered the community, they would be utterly doomed. But wait, Gu, what about the villa area? I know. Away interrupted Xiaofeng, swiftly moving to the front passenger seat. Just head towards Su Ming's villa. Under Away's command, Xiaofeng had no choice but to comply. Soon, they had led the gigantic zombie close to Su Ming's villa. I'll make you chase. Away drew his handgun and fired a shot at the pursuing giant zombie. The bullet struck its abdomen, releasing a repulsive fluid. Roar. Away's shot seemed to enrage the colossal zombie, which let out a furious roar and quickened its pace, charging towards the jeep. Xiaofeng. When we reach the wall of Su Ming's villa, make a sharp turn and let it crash into it. Undoubtedly, this was the best strategy Away could devise. The greater the mass, the greater the inertia. At this moment, Away could only pray that his junior high physics teacher had not deceived him. It must be said that Xiaofeng possessed commendable psychological resilience. In the face of the relentless advance of the massive zombie behind him, he managed to maintain a remarkable composure. Just as they were less than a meter away from the edge of Su Ming's wall, Xiaofeng suddenly veered the vehicle sharply. The car brushed perilously close to the wall. Yet fortunately, they emerged unscathed. Thud. The colossal zombie behind them, however, was not so fortunate. Its considerable weight left it no time to react. And it crashed directly into the corner of the wall. Hurry. Away, noticing the zombie sprawled motionless on the ground, could no longer afford to indulge in the spectacle and urged Xiaofeng to drive away in haste. Inside the shelter, Su Ming, who had been practicing calligraphy, first heard the roar of an engine, followed by a tremendous crash. Upon hearing this sound, Su Ming's expression instantly darkened. It seemed that the residents of the high-rise had indeed attracted this zombie. However, when he peered out the window, he was met with the sight of the giant zombie lying on the ground outside. Well, you are truly ruthless. You handle the unthinkable with such ease. Watching the zombie slowly rise from the ground, Su Ming initially expected it to continue searching for the individual who had lured it. To his astonishment, the first thing it did upon getting up was to kick his wall. Thud. The resounding noise made Su Ming momentarily speechless. What the hell? You're the foolish one. Yet you blame my wall? Although Su Ming had not witnessed the moment when the zombie collided with his wall, he still found its actions rather absurd. The behavior of this zombie resembled that of a child who, after tripping, angrily kicks the object that caused the fall. Thud. Another loud crash. Indeed, it was once again this massive zombie that had kicked the wall. Are you not finished yet? Seeing this scene, Su Ming quickly accessed the information of the shelter in his mind. Upon learning that his wall had already lost one durability due to the kicks, a surge of anger ignited within him. So you think you can just kick my wall? Cursing under his breath, Su Ming ascended to the third floor while retrieving his Barrett from his system space. Meanwhile, the giant zombie outside continued its relentless assault on the shelter's wall. As he opened the shooting hole on the third floor, Su Ming took aim directly at the zombie's head. Bang! With a dull gunshot, the bullet struck, obliterating the zombie's cranium. As a spray of liquid erupted, the massive zombie slowly collapsed to the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing the giant brute infected, earning 10 points. Upon hearing the kill notification echo in his mind, Su Ming realized that the creature before him was known as the giant brute infected. This thing is called a giant brute? What a ridiculous name. Reflecting on the juvenile behavior of the zombie he had just encountered, Su Ming felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. This was indeed his first encounter with such a mutated undead, which simultaneously validated his inner thoughts. It was evident that this was no ordinary zombie crisis. However, Su Ming remained largely unfazed by the situation. After all, zombies are ultimately mere flesh and blood. Provided that the weaponry possesses sufficient caliber, these mindless creatures can be easily dispatched. Once he had returned the Barrett to his system storage, Su Ming turned his gaze towards the horde of zombies charging fervently in his direction, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. It seemed that today was yet another splendid opportunity to amass points. The moment for a real-life game of Counter-Strike had finally arrived. Returning to the second floor, Su Ming leisurely activated the weapon control system, ready to commence his hunting spree. Chapter 46. The Isolated Lu Weigua. Where did you find this zombie? If possible, you should bring us more next time. By the way, everyone, my dinner today is yet again KFC. How dull. I can only survive on fried chicken. Speaking of which, if you wish to satiate your hunger with mere illusions, feel free to join me in a group video call. After annihilating all the zombies, Su Ming once again commenced a food broadcast in the owner group. Similarly, he gracefully muted his phone. Boss, I believe this approach is untenable. Perhaps we should. I refuse to listen. Lu Wei slammed the table. I do not care how many weapons and ammunition Su Ming possesses, no matter how plentiful. There will inevitably come a day of depletion. But, no buts. Lu Wei interrupted his subordinate once more. This Su Ming must die. Otherwise, we shall never find peace. Seeing the subordinate still standing there in a daze, Lu Wei's frustration boiled over. What are you still doing here? Hurry and instruct Wei and the others to prepare. Yes. I will immediately notify Wei Ge and the others to get ready. As Lu Wei appeared on the verge of fury, the subordinate hurriedly exited the conference room. Sigh. When will this torment come to an end? Undoubtedly, the relentless lure of zombies had left them, the subordinates, utterly exhausted. Initially, everyone believed that such actions would quickly deplete Su Ming's arsenal. However, as time passed, they realized that Su Ming remained well-stocked with ammunition. Although they had managed to acquire a number of firearms during their search, compared to Su Ming, their efforts were but a drop in the ocean. Did the boss truly say that? Wei sighed resignedly upon hearing the report from the subordinate. Indeed, the boss insisted we must do whatever it takes to lure the zombies here, otherwise. Noticing the troubled expression on the subordinate's face, Wei nodded. All right, I understand. Go back and inform the boss that I will head out at dawn tomorrow to continue searching for zombies. He can rest easy. Thank you, Wei Ge. The subordinate felt a wave of relief wash over him as Wei agreed. Both Lu Wei and Wei were figures he could not afford to offend. Now that Wei had given his approval, he had fulfilled the boss's command. Go on. Wei waved his hand, signaling the subordinate to leave. Watching the subordinate's retreating figure, Wei knew this matter could not be delayed any further. He slowly took out his phone and opened a group chat with only 4 members. We should act swiftly. Huh? Where am I? When Lu Wei awoke once more, he found himself bound to a tree. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings and realized that he was at the entrance of the villa district. The frail and ailing individuals were bound nearby, lured to attract the zombies, allowing the convoy to escape. Now, it was his turn, Lu Wei, to be ensnared here. Boss, you're awake. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Wei turned his gaze to the side and recognized it was one of the subordinates responsible for delivering orders yesterday. What do you want? Wei will not spare you. Yet, the subordinate erupted into laughter upon hearing Lu Wei's threat. Boss, this is precisely what Wei assigned me to do. What? The news struck Lu Wei like a bolt of lightning. Impossible. Wei would never betray me. Hurry and release me. Don't be foolish, boss. The subordinate looked at Lu Wei, who was still desperately struggling, and said with resignation, it seems you truly do not comprehend how excessive your actions have been lately. Every day, you venture out to lure the zombies for your personal vendetta. You probably have no idea how expensive gasoline is now, do you? Furthermore, our supplies are nearly depleted. Yet you send Wei and the others to attract zombies to assault Su Ming, while you hoard resources for yourself. What about us? In this apocalyptic gang, no one is left to speak on behalf of you, the so-called boss. Seeing that Lu Wei had fallen silent, the subordinate glanced at his watch and then back at him. All right, boss, if we're counting time, Wei and the others will be returning soon. You wanted Wei to lure the zombies, so you shall serve as the bait. With that, the subordinate turned and departed without a backward glance. Lu Wei stared at the departing figure of his subordinate, wanting to say something but at a loss for words. Damn it. I refuse to believe I cannot free myself from these ropes. After a moment of calm, Lu Wei began to rub the ropes binding him against the tree trunk. Just then, the roar of an engine reached his ears. As the sound grew closer, Lu Wei frantically rubbed against the ropes, hoping to escape before the zombies arrived. However, it was all too late. 3 jeeps slowly entered the community, followed by a horde of zombies. In a bid to make the zombies see their target sooner, Wei had deliberately driven the vehicle right in front of Lu Wei. As their gazes met, Lu Wei discerned a sense of triumph in Wei's eyes. It was the satisfaction of usurping his position as the leader. Wei, you shameless traitor. Even in death, I will not spare you. Lu Wei's roar instantly captured the attention of the zombies, who rushed towards him, ravenously tearing at his flesh. I'll fight you to the bitter end. As the pain coursed through his body, Lu Wei struggled with all his might. Yet, what means did he possess, bound to the tree, to escape his constraints? As the horde of zombies encircled him, Lu Wei felt his vision growing increasingly dim from excessive blood loss. Wei, a bio, and that's Su Ming. I, Lu Wei, shall not spare you even in death. At that moment, Su Ming remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil within the Apocalypse gang. All he knew was that this group of fools had once again attracted a swarm of zombies to himself. These people are truly endearing. Observing the relentless tide of zombies approaching his direction, Su Ming returned to the weapon control system, embarking once more on his journey of relentless firepower. After days of effort, Su Ming had wholly embraced this exhilarating sensation. His score had now surged to an impressive 365 points. However, faced with the next decision, Su Ming found himself in a quandary. Upgrading to a level 4 shelter required a staggering 80,000 points, yet the point shop had unveiled a brand new potion. Gene Advancement Serum, 40,000 points. On one hand lay the opportunity to enhance his shelter, while on the other rested the potential to augment his own abilities. This dilemma plunged Su Ming into deep contemplation. Chapter 47. A brand new ability, never mind. I shall choose for myself. Gazing at the vial in my hand, glowing with a luminous green hue, Su Ming hesitated not a moment, tilting his head back to consume its contents. The true nature of this elixir remained shrouded in ambiguity. As the system merely provided a vague description, it can awaken the host's latent potential, enabling a surge of greater power. What specific potential awaited him was an enigma. After much contemplation, Su Ming ultimately resolved to enhance his personal capabilities rather than upgrading the shelter. While the sanctuary was indeed a commendable refuge, it was ultimately a stationary structure. Should it be breached, and he lacked the strength to flee, all would be in vain. This time it is melon-flavored. After downing the potion, Su Ming licked his lips and promptly reclined upon his bed, bracing for the impending wave of discomfort. However, to his astonishment, even after 10 minutes had elapsed, he felt no physical malaise, only a peculiar sense of lightheadedness. Is this the side effect of drowsiness? His eyelids grew heavier, and before he could even pull up the covers, darkness enveloped him as he slipped into slumber. How long have I been asleep? Upon awakening, Su Ming discovered that the sun had long since been eclipsed by the moon. He retrieved his phone to check the time, only to find that he had slumbered for a staggering 3 days and 3 nights. Gurgle. A wave of hunger washed over him, prompting Su Ming to quickly procure sustenance from the system's inventory and indulge heartily. After satisfying his appetite, he cast his gaze once more out the window. To his astonishment, not a single zombie could be seen in his yard. What? Did these people not attract any zombies for me? This peculiar scene struck Su Ming as odd. According to their usual pattern, anytime they observed him eliminating the zombies outside, within 2 days they would ensure a fresh batch was delivered. Yet now, after a full 72 hours, the yard remained devoid of the undead. I still rely on them for sustenance. Sensing something amiss, Su Ming hastily accessed the community group chat, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen. Where are the zombies? He inquired. Is it that the vehicle has run out of fuel? Today, I feasted on lobster, you know. Are you truly willing to forfeit this opportunity? Seeing that no one in the group responded, Su Ming quickly retrieved an assortment of fruits and vegetables from the system's storage, placing them on the table, and snapped a photo to share in the chat. Look here, I have an abundance of fresh fruit. Do you not desire any? If you seek other delicacies, my home has plenty. Should you breach my villa, all of this shall be yours. Just as Su Ming continued to fervently type and provoke in the group chat, a friend request notification suddenly captured his attention. Great Radiance requests to add you as a friend. Who is this person? Upon noticing that a stranger had added him, Su Ming could not help but furrow his brow. Nevertheless, he chose to accept the friend request, curious to discern the stranger's intentions. Hello, I am Hishiwei, a resident from the high-rise building. You can call me Away. The message from Away prompted another frown from Su Ming. Could it be that this Away intended to seek his protection like Fan Ziyuan? So, what is your purpose in adding me as a friend? Su Ming inquired. Away swiftly responded, I wish to represent the residents of the high-rise to propose a truce. From now on, let us coexist peacefully and not interfere with one another. A truce? A cold smile crept across Su Ming's face upon reading this message. What was this? Did they believe they could simply erase past grievances by wishing for peace? A truce is out of the question. Your previous actions cannot be swept under the rug with mere words. Su Ming had no intention of reconciling with these high-rise residents. After all, it was their incessant attraction of zombies that allowed him to accumulate points. If a truce were to be established, he would likely have to venture out of the shelter to seek zombies himself. Mr. Su, in the current situation, I believe it is wise to prioritize harmony. If I am not mistaken, your ammunition supply must be dwindling, correct? The remaining ammunition you possess is your only safeguard. Once it depletes, you will face imminent disaster. To be frank, we have also acquired a considerable amount of weapons and ammunition during these times, so I hope you will contemplate this carefully. Goodness. Away truly possessed negotiation skills. Su Ming recognized Away's talent in diplomacy. Unfortunately, he not only had access to a system space but also a shelter system. His current ammunition reserves could be deemed virtually limitless. Moreover, these high-rise residents had previously harbored ill intentions toward him. Thus, how could he possibly consider a truce? You might as well abandon your dreams. A truce is impossible. If you possess the capability to continue using zombies to deplete my ammunition, then by all means, come forth. With that, Su Ming disregarded Away further and began to attune to the changes within his body. After a 3-day slumber, he was confident that his physique would again become stronger. This defied logic. However, after conducting a self-assessment, he found that neither his strength nor his speed had undergone any notable transformation. This revelation left him utterly perplexed. Could this be a deception? After much contemplation, Ming still discerned no alterations. The thought of having expended a staggering 40,000 points to acquire this object left him deeply frustrated. Truly, it was a deceptive system that had ensnared him. As he glanced at the fruits laid out on the table, Ming intended to relieve his vexation by grabbing an apple to bite into, only to be met with an unusual sensation flickering in his mind. Uncertain of the reason, Ming felt an inexplicable sense of control over the fruit before him. How could this be possible? Although he verbally dismissed the notion, he raised his hand towards the apple resting on the table. Come here. In the next instant, the apple appeared to be propelled by an unseen force, shifting towards Ming's direction. Astonished, he was momentarily taken aback by the bizarre sight. A glance at the glass of water on the nightstand confirmed that the surface remained undisturbed, indicating there had been no tremor. The apple had indeed rolled on its own. Taking a deep breath, Ming once again focused his attention and extended his hand towards the apple on the table. Come here. In the blink of an eye, the apple levitated from the surface, gracefully gliding towards his outstretched palm. This was truly the manifestation of mental prowess. The spectacle before him filled Ming with exhilaration. As he grasped the apple, vivid images of mental energy deflecting bullets flashed through his mind. Chapter 48. Have you practiced CQB before? After a day of rigorous training, Ming found himself once again lying exhausted on the ground. It must be said that the mental fortitude required for this training was far more exhausting than physical exertion. Within just an hour, a throbbing headache had begun to plague him. After 2 days of relentless practice, Ming had finally managed to levitate a 1-kilogram dumbbell through sheer willpower. While it may seem trivial, possessing such a skill could indeed deliver a surprise blow to an adversary at a critical moment. It appears that I have not drawn any further zombies towards me. After resting for a brief moment, Ming cast his gaze out the window once more. The courtyard remained devoid of any zombies. It seemed that this individual named Wei was resolutely intent on seeking a truce. Yet, one must ponder whether a truce holds any significance now. Knowing that he possessed firearms, the residents dared to launch an assault against him. Without the deterrent of firearms, it was likely that these residents would attempt to pry open the doors of his sanctuary daily. If they choose to disregard my authority, they should not be surprised if I take the initiative to provoke them. Naturally, Ming had no intention of venturing out himself. Such tasks were best left to Fan Ziyuan. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage from recent days, Ming noted that Fan Ziyuan had remained dutifully confined to his room. Even with the absence of barriers, he still did not step foot outside his quarters. There was, however, an exception. His daughter, Fan Xingqing, occasionally expressed curiosity and would venture out for a visit. But the moment Fan Ziyuan caught sight of her, he would promptly send her back. Mr. Su. Fan Ziyuan greeted as he stood up, having noticed Ming descending from the 2nd floor while accompanying his daughter in building blocks. Hello, Uncle Su, Fan Xingqing called out, eliciting a bemused expression from Ming. Though he understood this was a mark of respect, at that moment, he felt the weight of the years upon him. Greetings, Xingqing. Are you building with blocks? Ming managed a strained smile as he approached the father and daughter, picking up some blocks to engage the little girl. Shall I build you a castle? Upon seeing Ming draw near, Fan Xingqing appeared somewhat apprehensive. After all, her father had never mentioned that this Uncle Su would join her in play. Noticing her retreat behind Fan Ziyuan once more, Ming could only shake his head in resignation. Am I truly that intimidating? I apologize. My daughter is indeed a bit shy, Fan Ziyuan explained, prompting Ming to roll his eyes. It is no wonder she is timid. Each time she wishes to explore downstairs, you call her back, warning her that Uncle Su would be displeased if he spotted her. If she were not afraid of me, I would suspect something was amiss. Well, after all, this is your home. Upon hearing Ming's candid remarks regarding his parenting approach towards his daughter, Fan Ziyuan found himself somewhat embarrassed. All right. If you and your daughter wish to play on the 1st floor, you may do so. I have but one principle. Do not allow anyone else in. Ming articulated this not only because his own abilities had now surpassed those of Fan Ziyuan, but also due to his observations over time, which led him to conclude that Fan Ziyuan was a father wholly devoted to his daughter. As long as Ming treated his daughter well, Fan Ziyuan would never act against his interests. Here, this is for your daughter, Ming said, his hand discreetly retrieving 2 lollipops from the system space. Wow, Uncle, you can perform magic. Fan Xingqing, hiding behind her father, exclaimed as she rushed forward to seize the candies. Fan Xingqing, before her hand could reach the treats, Fan Ziyuan admonished her. What are you doing? These are for Xingqing, not for you. Su Ming shot a bemused glance at the stern-faced Fan Ziyuan and turned to smile at Fan Xingqing. Ignore your father. Just take them. Reluctantly. Fan Ziyuan nodded at his daughter, conceding, well then, quickly thank Uncle Su. Thank you, Uncle Su. As Fan Xingqing began unwrapping the candies on the bed, Su Ming understood why many fathers became enamored with their daughters. Having such a delightful child indeed brought a certain warmth. Mr. Su, you are spoiling her, Fan Ziyuan remarked. Su Ming rolled his eyes in response. 2 candies are going to spoil her? Your educational methods must be flawed. Fan Ziyuan was rendered speechless by Su Ming's retort. He glanced at Fan Xingqing, who was happily enjoying her candy while assembling building blocks, and then lowered his voice. Does Mr. Su have a task for me? Although Fan Ziyuan was a devoted father, he was no fool. He was not naive enough to believe that Su Ming had come merely to entertain his daughter. Indeed, there is a task I would like to entrust to you. With Fan Ziyuan taking the initiative, Su Ming offered him a subtle nod. Xingqing, Daddy will be discussing some matters with Uncle, so you play by yourself for now. Okay. Fan Xingqing was entirely absorbed in her blocks and candy, paying little mind to her father's activities. Once in the living room, Su Ming gestured for Fan Ziyuan to take a seat, while he himself ascended to the second floor. When he descended once more, he was carrying a black box. Is this a weapon? Fan Ziyuan surmised as he eyed the box in Su Ming's hands, already anticipating its contents. Indeed, but I wonder if you are accustomed to using a 5.56. As the box was slowly opened, a sleek black M4 assault rifle lay quietly within. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. The fact that Su Ming had equipped himself with such a formidable weapon left Fan Ziyuan somewhat perplexed. What manner of mission could this be? Well, then I shall put my mind at ease. Su Ming gestured towards the box and continued, beneath this, there is also an M9 handgun and a set of individual night vision goggles. I have ensured that all other tactical gear and silencers are included. Upon hearing that Su Ming had prepared such an extensive array of equipment, Fan Ziyuan's curiosity deepened. What sort of mission necessitated such sophisticated gear? Mr. Su, may I inquire about this mission? Noticing the expression on Fan Ziyuan's face, Su Ming refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead posing a question in return, have you practiced CQB before? Chapter 49, Provocation CQB, or Close Quarters Battle, represents a combat technique and tactical model developed by military and police special forces worldwide in response to contemporary environmental demands. This skill set is essential for countering the proliferation of terrorist activities, crime, and the requirements of special operations within urban settings. Although Fan Ziyuan was perplexed by Su Ming's sudden inquiry, he nodded in affirmation. I have trained in this. The special forces I once belonged to primarily focused on urban counterterrorism. It is our forte. That will suffice. The task at hand is quite straightforward, to provoke the residents of those high-rise buildings. Upon hearing Fan Ziyuan's words, Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He retrieved his phone and presented the chat records from a couple of days prior with away to Fan Ziyuan. Mr. Fan, your objective this time is to incite those high-rise residents? Precisely. Seeing Fan Ziyuan swiftly discern his intentions, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Let us not forget how this group treated me before. Now that they realize I am not to be trifled with, they wish to negotiate. Such a proposition is utterly unacceptable. Understood. I will set out this evening. After grasping the mission's purpose, Fan Ziyuan wasted no time. He retrieved paper and a pen from the room and began sketching a bird's-eye view of the entire community on the coffee table. Very well. I shall not disturb you further. Noticing that Fan Ziyuan was deep in strategizing for this operation, Su Ming refrained from interrupting him. As night fell, Fan Ziyuan donned his complete gear. It must be said, his appearance was indeed quite distinctive. He opted not for his own attire, but instead donned a former security uniform. The dark gray uniform complemented a bulletproof vest and helmet manufactured by a northern company in the Great Xian Nation, while he was armed with a firearm produced by an American arms company. Upon witnessing his ensemble, Su Ming, standing on the second floor, nearly burst into laughter. Mr. Su, this is Fan Ziyuan. Do you copy? Over. Hearing the call over the radio, Su Ming felt a sense of resignation. Prior to being equipped with firearms, Fan Ziyuan had always communicated via text messages. Now, with weapons at his disposal, Su Ming could clearly sense his newfound fervor. Received. This is command. The adversary possesses an unspecified number of firearms. Please exercise extreme caution. Over. My previous codename was Falcon. Over. Very well, Falcon, hurry along now. Over. Su Ming observed Fan Ziyuan's momentary pause upon hearing his words, quickly followed by a smile gracing his face. It was undeniable, this fellow was taking the matter seriously. Thus, after watching Fan Ziyuan vanish into the night, Su Ming retreated once more into his study to practice calligraphy. Compared to indulging in leisure, Su Ming found greater solace in the art of writing to pass the time. As Su Ming continued to refine his calligraphy, cultivating his character, the residents of the high-rise remained blissfully unaware that this night was destined to be tumultuous. The onset of the apocalypse had rendered electricity a rare commodity, with supply only available for a precious hour every few days. Since power had been provided just yesterday, these residents would be left without electricity for the ensuing days. To conserve phone battery, they reverted to the most primitive forms of illumination, bonfires and torches. Brother Wei, do you truly believe that Su Ming is willing to negotiate? At that moment, Wei was lighting candles while engaging in a game of cards with 3 subordinates in the conference room. In response to his subordinate's inquiry, Wei first played a pair of 8s and then nodded. I find no reason for him to refuse, especially since we are not intimidated by Su Ming at this point. Are we? Indeed, once Su Ming steps out, he will face the firepower of our numerous firearms. Regardless of his weaponry, he is ultimately just he and his subordinate. All right. Let us finish this round and retire early. We need to venture out for supplies again tomorrow. As the others expressed their agreement, Wei played a pair of 10s. However, at that moment, an unusual noise echoed from outside the conference room. What was that sound? Wei immediately gripped his pistol at his waist and stood up. In the next instant, a subordinate burst into the room, clutching his bleeding neck in agony, staggering as he entered. Wei. Yet. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground. Brothers, grab your weapons. Seeing his fallen subordinate, Wei swiftly fired a shot into his head. The other 3 quickly drew their weapons, moving toward the door. But upon exiting the conference room, they were met with the sight of their station comrades lying lifeless on the ground. Brother Wei, could it be that Su Ming's group has arrived? Su Ming? Witnessing the lifeless bodies of his subordinates, Wei felt a surge of anguish coursing through him. First, eliminate them to prevent reanimation. Then summon the others to hunt those 2 down. Understood. Upon hearing Wei's command, the 3 men hastily drew their pistols and approached the corpses. One of them, while walking, suddenly stumbled over something on the ground. What just tripped me? Yet before he could investigate, the nearby corpse detonated. Boom. Wei watched in disbelief as he lost yet another subordinate, his anger boiling over. That Su Ming actually dares to ambush me. Fine. Wei gritted his teeth, repeating the word thrice, and picked up the intercom from the conference room. All personnel assemble. That little brat Su Ming has emerged. The ensuing battle unfolded as a lopsided confrontation. Not to mention, Fan Ziyuan, a seasoned Special Forces operative, had undergone the most advanced close-quarters battle training. The mere possession of such sophisticated night vision equipment was sufficient for him to decisively overpower the ragtag group led by Wei, who were desperately searching for him in the darkness with torches. Fan Ziyuan was acutely aware that this encounter was merely a provocation. Hence, each shot he fired was deliberately aimed at the non-lethal areas of his adversaries. Faced with an enemy force that outnumbered him by several dozen times, he skillfully executed guerrilla warfare under the cover of night. After a night of relentless struggle, Wei and his companions had not even glimpsed the shadows of those who had attempted to ambush them, while nearly 30 of his men had been incapacitated by gunfire to their legs. Su Ming, I must eliminate you. Gazing at the injured men before him, Wei was consumed by fury. Brother Wei, what shall we do? One of his subordinates inquired. With a heavy sigh, Wei replied, Inquire among the residents if there are any doctors available, and let us also prepare to gather some medical supplies from the hospital. Understood. Although Wei harbored an intense hatred for Su Ming at that moment, he did not allow his emotions to cloud his judgment like Lu Weiguo. After ensuring that his men were adequately arranged, Wei took out his phone and sent a message to Su Ming. Mr. Su, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Chapter 50. The worker Wei, I have already instructed you to continue luring zombies for me. I wish to engage with them. Should you refuse my proposition? I fear that the events of this evening will inevitably repeat themselves. After sending this message, Su Ming descended to the first floor to join Fan Xingxing in constructing blocks. Awaiting the return of Fan Ziyuan, he had just received word via radio that Fan Ziyuan had successfully completed his mission. Now, it was time to see Wei's decision. In truth, Su Ming understood that if Fan Ziyuan were to venture outside the community to attract zombies, it could yield satisfactory results. However, after the harrowing experience with the giant zombie incident, he ultimately abandoned this notion. In this apocalyptic world, discerning a person's true character is exceedingly challenging. Having painstakingly grasped Fan Ziyuan's temperament and vulnerabilities, Su Ming was not willing to gamble with his life. Well done tonight. Upon seeing Fan Ziyuan enter through the balcony door, Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Su. I shall return these firearms to you. No need. Keep them for yourself. As Fan Ziyuan prepared to relinquish the weapons, Su Ming raised his hand to stop him. Just ensure your daughter does not acquire them. Feeling the trust bestowed upon him by Su Ming warmed Fan Ziyuan's heart. You have worked hard this time. I have brought some canned fruits and vegetables for you. The child is growing and nutrition must be balanced. Upon witnessing the desk piled high with fruit and vegetable cans as well as pre-cut steak, Fan Ziyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was not merely the generosity of Su Ming that surprised him, but rather the unexpected abundance of such fine provisions. I have placed the reward for this mission in your room. I shall head up now. Mr. Su, please wait. This is far too much. As Su Ming turned to leave, Fan Ziyuan hurriedly stopped him. Go. Stay where you are. In response to Fan Ziyuan's obstruction, Su Ming feigned impatience and pushed him aside. This is for little Xingqing. You are merely benefiting from it. If you are unhappy, you need not partake. However, upon being pushed, Fan Ziyuan stood frozen in place. He had ample confidence in his own strength, yet the force behind Su Ming's shove was unexpected. Had Su Ming not grasped his bulletproof vest and redirected some of the force, the outcome could have been far more severe than merely being pushed aside. This was the first time since becoming a Special Forces soldier that Fan Ziyuan felt such helplessness against an opponent. In that instant, he found Su Ming increasingly enigmatic. Mr. Su, I have something to discuss. As Su Ming was on the verge of exiting the door, he paused at the sound of Fan Ziyuan's voice. Could it be that this fellow had not yet comprehended the disparity between them? With a resigned sigh, Su Ming turned to inquire, what is it? Mr. Su. On my way back, I noticed a figure staggering outside the community gate. At first, I mistook it for a zombie and thought of guiding it back to you. However, upon hearing the gunshot, it fled without a glance back. What happened next? Upon receiving news from Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Although the community gate was wide open, any person of sound mind would never choose to venture out alone at such an hour. I shot it in the left arm. Yet it remained unresponsive, continuing its march outward. Well, in light of Fan Ziyuan's observations this evening, Su Ming found it peculiar, yet chose not to dwell on it. Regardless of whether that creature was human or zombie, it was best to not overthink it. He should simply catch up on some sleep. All right, I appreciate your supplies, Mr. Su. Upon returning to the second floor, Su Ming retrieved his phone. Indeed, Away had sent another message. Mr. Su, if you require my assistance in luring zombies, I am willing to help, provided you have medical supplies. As long as you supply me with sufficient medical resources, I will entice a horde of zombies to you every 3 days. Understanding Away's request was motivated by the need to treat his subordinates' gunshot wounds, Su Ming acknowledged Away as a commendable leader. Very well. I will leave the medical supplies outside the courtyard. You may send someone to collect them. In truth, treating gunshot wounds merely involved extracting the bullets, suturing the wounds, and preventing infection. Su Ming had ample medical supplies in his system space. As for whether Away would honor the agreement after receiving the supplies, Su Ming had no concerns. If he failed to comply, he could always send Fan Ziyuan for another night raid. It must be said that Away proved to be quite trustworthy. After acquiring the medical supplies, he returned the next day with a substantial number of zombies for Su Ming. Excellent. With Away as his reliable worker, Su Ming once again found himself at the weapons control platform, taking aim at the advancing zombies, watching them fall one after another on the screen. A radiant smile graced Su Ming's face. Before long, a month had swiftly passed, and with Away's assistance, Su Ming had amassed nearly 100,000 points. However, he was taken aback to realize that since the last encounter, he had not encountered any mutated zombies akin to the giant one. Could it be that the giant zombie was merely a fluke? To be fair, Su Ming found it hard to believe. Ordinary zombies were mindless creatures, driven solely by the presence of living beings to devour, incapable of any other actions. Yet that giant zombie clearly possessed a degree of intelligence. While not particularly high, Su Ming estimated it to be at least equivalent to that of a 6-year-old child. As the zombie outbreak had only just begun a little over 2 months ago, perhaps the masterminds behind it were still conducting research on these creatures. Much like the film Resident Evil, where initially there existed only the Lickers as a singular breed of mutated zombies, the scenario subsequently evolved to encompass an array of formidable foes, those wielding Gatling guns, brandishing colossal axes, and even flying through the air. Thus, the pressing priority at present is to enlist the assistance of individuals like Away, who serve as laborers, to attract a greater number of zombies, thereby amassing additional points to enhance personal capabilities and elevate the status of the shelter. As for the uncertain prospect of survival in the future, to be candid, Su Ming himself harbors no guarantees. Just then, amidst his contemplation, the phone resting nearby suddenly emitted the sound of a text message notification. Chapter 51. Level 4 Shelter, Su Ming, I will not let you off. As he gazed at the perplexing text message, Su Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow. Who had taken a grudge against him this time? Whatever, let them be. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to abandon the pursuit of the message's sender. It was highly likely to be one of the residents from the upper floors. Anyway, system, I wish to upgrade the shelter. Ming scoured the points marketplace within the system, yet found no new genetic reagents. His points had nearly reached 100,000, and his diligent worker, Wei, was continuously luring zombies into their vicinity. With ample points at his disposal, Ming naturally opted to enhance his shelter. 80,000 points have been deducted, commencing shelter upgrade. Upon hearing the mechanical voice echo in his mind, Ming patiently awaited the completion of the upgrade. The reason he chose to elevate the shelter was that he discovered the level 4 shelter boasted superior technological radar capabilities. If the level 3 shelter resembled merely a fortress, the level 4 shelter was beginning to align itself more closely with a military base. More importantly, the level 4 shelter allowed the yard's walls to be transformed into a retractable structure. Previously, while clearing zombies from the upper floors, Ming had to position himself at the third floor's vantage point to shoot at the zombies encroaching upon his walls. There were even occasions when he could do nothing about those hiding and shooting blind spots. He had no choice but to wait for them to emerge. However, with the upgrade to a level 4 shelter, everything changed. Once the walls were converted to a retractable design, Ming would no longer be hindered by the walls obstructing his shooting enjoyment. Level 4 shelter upgrade complete. Radar functionality activated. Please designate the radar control system's location. Wall retraction system activated. The host can operate the wall's elevation from the weapon control system. Upon hearing the system's prompt to set the radar control system's location, Ming promptly designated it near the weapon control system. He thought, I should lower the walls and take a look. Following the system's guidance in his mind, Ming swiftly located the controls for elevating and lowering the walls within the weapon control system. After pressing the confirm button, he hurried to the window. Before long, he witnessed the yard's walls descending gradually, and his field of vision became unobstructed, free from the wall's hindrance. This would make dealing with zombies much more convenient. Counting the days, he realized that tomorrow was once again the day for a way to lure zombies for him. The thought of enjoying a thrilling shooting spree the next day filled Ming with excitement. Level 4 shelter, 160,000 points required to upgrade to level 5 shelter. Wall durability, 50,000 50,000 courtyard gate durability, 50,000 50,000 main gate durability, 50,000 50,000 east side exterior wall durability, 50,000 50,000. It seems that ascending to the next level necessitates the accumulation of a significant amount of points. Upon realizing that the upgrade to a level 5 shelter demands a staggering 160,000 points, Ming lamented his own impoverishment. According to the system's description, a level 5 shelter boasts a drone system. However, these drones are not mere toys purchased from the market, but rather genuine attack drones. This implies that upon upgrading his shelter to level 5, Ming would wield air supremacy. Yet, the thought of needing 160,000 points for the upgrade dampened his spirits. After an entire month, he had managed to earn only a few thousand points. And he also noticed that the number of zombies that Wei had been luring to him had dwindled significantly. Of course, the reduction in zombie numbers was not due to any deceitful tactics by Wei, but rather because there simply were not as many zombies in the vicinity. The population of zombies is finite, after all. Wei had been assisting Ming in attracting zombies primarily due to the previous night raid. However, as the nearby zombies had been nearly exterminated by Ming, Wei now had to drive for at least 2 hours to find a sufficient number of zombies. Perhaps, if things do not improve, relocating to a more zombie-populated area and establishing the shelter there would be the solution. Ming was also aware that Wei and his companions were nearing their limits. Unlike Ming, they did not possess such an expansive system space to stockpile supplies. And luring zombies was a task that consumed an inordinate amount of time. It was only a matter of time before this group of high-rise residents would choose to take a desperate gamble and assault Ming's shelter once more. Naturally, this was precisely what Ming desired. He had no intention of sparing any of the high-rise residents. His strategy was devised to ultimately extract the last remnants of their resources. After assessing the basic conditions of the shelter, Ming began to study the radar. He had to admit that the technology provided by the shelter system was remarkably advanced. As the radar control system illuminated, Ming immediately detected numerous red dots and scattered yellow dots on the screen. According to the system's introduction, this radar has a detection radius of an impressive 5 kilometers. The red dots represent the locations of the high-rise residents, while the yellow dots indicate the positions of the zombies. Indeed, this called for a celebration. Su Ming retrieved a cup of iced Americano from the system space and savored its delightful flavor. However, feeling somewhat unsatisfied after a few sips, he decided to descend to find Fan Ziyuan. Old Fan, come over and join me for a drink. Su Ming opened the refrigerator on the first floor and took out a can of beer. Mr. Su, what is this? As Fan Ziyuan observed the joyful expression on Su Ming's face, a sense of curiosity overtook him. Could it be that today is Su Ming's birthday? Yet, he felt inclined not to inquire further. After all, one must live in the moment and simply enjoy the drink. Without hesitation, Su Ming thrust a can of beer into Fan Ziyuan's hand, promptly raising his own glass of iced Americano. Come, you drink beer while I sip coffee. Let us toast. Faced with Su Ming's exuberance, despite his lingering confusion, Fan Ziyuan peeled open the tab of the can and drank heartily. How invigorating. Shall I have another? Su Ming, noticing that Fan Ziyuan had downed his beer in one go, swiftly retrieved another can from the refrigerator and handed it to him. As the beer flowed, the effects of the alcohol began to cloud Fan Ziyuan's mind. This was the first time he had felt such relaxation since the zombie outbreak. Exactly. One cannot live too strenuously, otherwise, it is easy to become overwhelmed. Die? Su. Mr. Su, you mentioned die. At that moment, Fan Ziyuan's tongue was noticeably tangled. However, there was something he could not comprehend. Seeing Fan Ziyuan suddenly rise to his feet, glaring at him, Su Ming felt a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that Fan Ziyuan harbored ulterior motives? Slowly, Fan Ziyuan approached the window, pointing at the expansive view outside. Why must I always climb over this wretched wall when it could simply come down? Faced with such a pointed inquiry from Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 52 Night Raid indeed. This time there were noticeably fewer zombies. Observing the horde outside the window, Su Ming glanced again at the radar within the shelter and shook his head in resignation. The entire perimeter of the refuge harbored no more than 1,000 zombies. Nonetheless, 5,000 points are still points. With a sigh, Su Ming activated the weapon control system, and after sweeping away the zombies outside the shelter, he checked his current points. 28,755 points. Perhaps it would be prudent to upgrade my firearms, given that the shelter's defense machine guns were merely of 7.62 caliber, which he deemed insufficient in power. Su Ming resolved to upgrade them to 12.7 caliber Gatling guns. After some contemplation, he decided to first enhance the 2 defense machine guns located on the 3rd floor. Would you like to upgrade defense machine gun number 10 and number 12? Yes. 20,000 points have been deducted. Upgrading defense machine gun number 10 and number 12, please wait. Ignoring the system's prompt, Su Ming began to ponder his future course of action. With the zombies in his neighborhood now eradicated, he would soon need to select a new location for further development. As a first-tier city, Lingan naturally beckoned Su Ming to relocate the shelter to its most bustling area in the city center. Yet relying solely on the customized jeep he had initially procured felt rather precarious. Not to mention, the most vibrant districts might still harbor mutated entities akin to the colossal zombies encountered previously. Merely facing the terrifying tide of the undead could easily result in the jeep being overturned. Sigh, what a headache. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly recalled that the points shop might offer an exchange for a fighter jet. If a fighter jet were available, then perhaps there might also be helicopters to redeem. Eureka! This could resolve everything. Elated, Su Ming hastily opened the point shop. Civilian helicopter, 3,000 points. Stealth armed helicopter, 8,000 points. High-speed armed helicopter, 8,000 points. Upon examining the 3 distinct helicopters in the points shop, Su Ming promptly dismissed the civilian helicopter. Although it was the most affordable option, it was ill-suited for the current environment. Moreover, the city undoubtedly harbored numerous survivors. It would be fortunate to encounter someone desperately calling for rescue from a rooftop, but the fear of encountering someone armed with a rocket launcher was far more daunting. One missile could spell disaster. As for the stealth-armed helicopter, he wasn't heading into the city center for combat. And the survivors there likely lacked radar technology of such sophistication. The stealth capability was only effective against radar, not the naked eye. Thus, the stealth helicopter's invisibility seemed rather superfluous. The high-speed armed helicopter boasts an impressive velocity, granting it enhanced striking and evasive capabilities even when targeted. As long as the shelter is promptly established, one can rest assured without worry. Let us exchange for a high-speed armed helicopter. After deducting 8,000 points, a brand new helicopter materialized within Su Ming's system space. Bang! Just as Su Ming exited the system, a gunshot echoed from outside the shelter. Observing a fine crack appear on the bulletproof glass before him, Su Ming's expression darkened instantly. Having upgraded the shelter to level 4, he often stood confidently by the window. Well, They dare to launch a sneak attack on me? Drawing from the knowledge in his mind, Ming gazed in the estimated direction of the gunfire, and indeed spotted a figure stealthily retreating into the distance. Very well. Since you have chosen to court death, do not blame me for the consequences. Initially, Ming had intended to allow Wei and his group a few more days of life, but it seemed they did not appreciate the opportunity. After inspecting the radar system within the shelter, Ming realized that they had already been surrounded by these individuals. Never mind. I shall grant you one final chance for a desperate attempt. Observing the red dots on the screen, Ming had initially planned to utilize the machine guns of the shelter for suppressive fire. However, considering his remaining 755 points, he chose to yield to reality. With the recent gunfire, the fodder of peace had been thoroughly shattered. To conserve points, Ming ultimately resolved to wait for them to come to him. As night fell, the shelter remained brightly lit. Ming, holding a cup of iced Americano, gazed out the window, embodying a serene demeanor. Bang! Another gunshot swiftly pierced the night's tranquility. Residents from the upper floors, armed with various weapons, surrounded Ming's shelter entirely. Brothers, smash it. With a command given, they began to fervently wield their weapons, attempting to break down the door. Standing on the second floor, Ming calmly observed the efforts of those below, his face betraying no hint of emotion. Now that his shelter had been upgraded to level 4, neither mere humans nor even a vehicle collision would yield any effect. Sigh. This is truly dull. After watching for a while, Ming slowly descended the stairs with his iced Americano in hand. Mr. Su, what should we do now? In front of him stood the fully armed Fan Ziyuan. Ming gestured towards the refrigerator. Drink and watch the show. To prevent any lasting trauma for Fan Xingqing, Ming had already activated the soundproof mode in her room and lowered the partition wall. At this moment, Ming simply wished to quietly appreciate the futile actions of the residents outside, akin to mayflies attempting to shake a tree. Mr. Su, they have a crane. Fan Ziyuan glanced at Ming, who appeared remarkably composed, and felt a surge of anxiety. He had briefly surveyed the situation outside the window. It was undeniably a meticulously orchestrated nocturnal assault. Outside, several heavy-duty jeeps were stationed, ready to breach the door, accompanied by a crane and bulldozer. A crane? Despite Fan Ziyuan's warning, Ming remained unfazed. Observing Fan Ziyuan's persistent vigilance, Ming took the initiative to offer him a can of beer. Not to mention a crane. Even if they brought a tank today, it would be in vain. As time passed, those outside the refuge saw their attempts to break down Ming's door were futile, and they promptly decided to clear a path. Undoubtedly, they intended to use the jeeps to ram the villa's entrance. Fan Ziyuan, seated on the sofa, anxiously fixated on the window, fearing they would breach the door and storm in. I suggest you take a sip. There's no need to be so tense. Ming cast a sidelong glance at Fan Ziyuan, resignedly clinking his iced Americano with him. Ah, splendid. Yet, Fan Ziyuan was hardly in the mood for drinking. As he watched the jeeps outside slowly rev up, drawing ever closer, his heart raced to his throat. Chapter 53. A counterattack before departure. Mr. Su, what do you think their reaction will be when they realize that even the crane cannot break through this door? Fan Ziyuan reclined leisurely on the sofa, savoring a sip of beer, his face radiating contentment, completely shedding the tension he had felt earlier. He had just witnessed the entire process of that jeep being reduced to scrap metal. Observing the immovable door, Fan Ziyuan had now relaxed entirely. Their reaction would undoubtedly be quite spectacular. Ming took a sip of his iced Americano, silently watching the crane approach their refuge. Noticing Fan Ziyuan's intention to retrieve another can from the refrigerator, Ming promptly interjected, "Let us wait until we return to drink. We still need to venture out to deal with the remaining foes." "Oh, Mr. Su, you are joining us this time?" "Indeed." Ming nodded, rising to stretch. "I too wish to stretch my legs a bit. I'll head upstairs to prepare." As Ming ascended with his iced Americano in hand, Fan Ziyuan felt a surge of anticipation within him. He had never witnessed Ming's skills firsthand, and he was curious whether this enigmatic figure was merely a fodder or genuinely formidable. Well, it is once again time for some live-action combat. Returning to the weapons control center on the second floor, Ming seated himself once more, aiming the defense machine gun at the chests of the residents and switching to burst fire mode. The reason for not opting for headshots was undoubtedly to ensure he could eliminate each target twice. After all, a headshot would prevent the deceased from transforming into a zombie. As more and more individuals succumbed to gunfire, those outside the refuge attempting to breach the door began to sense that something was amiss. "Run. We simply cannot break this door. Damn it. Weren't we told he was out of bullets? How can this be happening?" Faced with the image of those frantically fleeing on the screen, Ming remained unyielding, continuing to maneuver the defense machine gun to harvest their lives. Soon, there was no sound left outside the refuge. Well then, it is time to face the zombies. as the undead slowly rose from the ground. Ming deftly moved the mouse to dispatch them with headshots one by one. Once all the zombies were dealt with, he glanced at the radar beside him. At that moment, there were no longer any red or yellow dots outside the refuge. Only in the distance, nearly 2 kilometers away, were approximately 200 small red dots still visible. Now, it is time to take action. Ming donned his gear from the system space and called for Fan Ziyuan downstairs before opening the garage door. Let us go. It is time to settle the score with them. Upon seeing the black jeep before him, Fan Ziyuan was left momentarily stunned. Having lived here for so long, he had no idea that Ming possessed another jeep. Furthermore, judging by its appearance, it was evident that the vehicle had been modified. As the engine roared to life, Ming and Fan Ziyuan set forth on their path of vengeance. This time, our purpose is revenge. Thus, we shall show no mercy, irrespective of age or gender. However, we must remain vigilant against the possibility of corpse transformation after death. Should you become infected, you will forever be unable to accompany your daughter. Rest assured, Mr. Su. I will exercise utmost caution. In response to Ming's warning, Fan Ziyuan nodded solemnly. Although he was once a soldier, the current state of the world leaves no room for kindness. During this period, Fan Ziyuan had witnessed numerous instances of cannibalism. As Ming indicated, if he were to become infected, he would no longer be able to see his daughter. The two soon arrived at the residential area of the high-rise buildings. Once again, the neighborhood remained without power, enveloped in the cloak of night. After donning their night vision goggles, Fan Ziyuan led the way, with Ming following closely behind, both wearing grave expressions. Action! With Ming's command, they charged into one of the buildings. Thanks to the night vision equipment, even though their adversaries wielded firearms, it proved to be futile. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the assailants soon lay lifeless in pools of blood. Remember to finish them off. Ming, his expression impassive, methodically executed a shot to each fallen foe's head. Witnessing Ming's swift decisiveness left Fan Ziyuan profoundly shaken. Although he had never paid much attention to the residents, he had a rough understanding of them. Ming, without a doubt, was not of military origin. Yet, in the recent skirmish, his marksmanship and tactical movements were executed with a textbook precision. Fan Ziyuan even harbored suspicions that Ming might be a high-ranking operative sent by an enemy nation. All right, this building has been cleared. Let us ascend to the rooftop. After ensuring the complete eradication of the building's inhabitants, Ming led Fan Ziyuan to the rooftop, producing a grappling hook launcher before him. With a soft thud, the grappling hook effortlessly embedded itself into the wall of the adjacent building's rooftop. Now, let us proceed. After testing the durability of the rope and grappling hook, Ming began his ascent to the opposite rooftop. Observing this scene, Fan Ziyuan appeared momentarily lost in thought. After all, where had Ming procured the grappling hook launcher? He distinctly remembered that they had not carried such equipment before departing. Yet, the unfolding events felt surreal, as if he were trapped in a dream. Come on. What are you thinking about? Noticing Fan Ziyuan still standing in a daze halfway up, Ming shook his head in exasperation. It seemed that the earlier display of retrieving an item from the system space had left a significant impression on Fan Ziyuan. Huh? All right. Awakening from his reverie upon hearing Ming's reminder, Fan Ziyuan hastily ascended the rope, making his way towards the opposite building. Under the cover of night, the two swiftly cleared every building of its inhabitants. The prolonged tension of nearly an entire night of combat had left even the battle-hardened veteran, Fan Ziyuan, feeling a touch of fatigue. However, when he glanced at Ming, he noticed no trace of weariness in his eyes. Now, only the property management's conference room remained. Gazing at the square illuminated by torches and the patrolling crowds, Ming realized that the remaining individuals had largely congregated here. Mr. Su, shall we sneak in through the window and launch a surprise attack? In response to Fan Ziyuan's inquiry, a mischievous smile suddenly crossed Ming's face. He glanced at the conference room not far away before turning back to Fan Ziyuan. Old Fan, do you know how to operate a mortar? A mortar? Yes, I can. Fan Ziyuan replied, increasingly perplexed by Ming's question. Good, then you shall handle this. Suddenly, the space near Ming's right hand twisted, and when it returned to normal, a fully assembled mortar appeared in his grasp. What is this? Stay calm. I will explain everything once this operation concludes, Ming said, placing the mortar before Fan Ziyuan and subsequently producing a box of mortar shells. Blast away. There are plenty of shells. All right. Though Fan Ziyuan was bewildered by the mechanics of it all, he diligently set up the mortar. Yet, before he could load a shell into the tube, he noticed that Ming had already retrieved a rocket launcher. Chapter 54. Fan Ziyuan's choice. The atmosphere at the Jinju Garden was exceptionally vibrant this evening. The sound of gunfire resonated continuously, Under the relentless barrage from Su Ming and Fan Ziyuan, the remaining residents scarcely had the opportunity to retaliate, succumbing directly to the overwhelming firepower. Ah, old Fan, your aim is quite remarkable. After tossing the rocket launcher back into the system space, Su Ming couldn't help but compliment, you truly live up to your background as a Special Forces member. You are formidable. Mr. Su, you flatter me. In response to Su Ming's praise, Fan Ziyuan appeared somewhat distracted. Undoubtedly, Su Ming's extraordinary ability to manipulate objects from afar had left him profoundly astonished. All right, let us return. Noticing Su Ming's lack of further explanation, Fan Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the shelter, before Fan Ziyuan could speak, Su Ming demonstrated his ability to manipulate objects from a distance once more right in front of him. Here, have a peach. As a juicy peach materialized in Su Ming's hand, Fan Ziyuan was rendered speechless with amazement. Unless there was a peach tree cultivated by Su Ming above them, it was utterly impossible to possess such fresh fruit at this moment. Enough teasing, Su Ming said, handing the peach to Fan Ziyuan before retrieving a cup of iced Americano from the system space. As you can see, whether it was the mortar earlier or this peach now, they were both drawn from another realm, a realm from which only I can extract items. You cannot. Despite his astonishment at Su Ming's words, Fan Ziyuan nodded in understanding. Let me put it this way. There are no zombies left here, so I plan to relocate. Consequently, this shelter will also be stored within my space. Upon hearing this, Fan Ziyuan's mind began to churn with uncertainty. The abilities Su Ming displayed could easily be likened to those of a celestial being. However, do celestial beings not employ divine techniques, such as moving mountains or filling seas, or conjuring soldiers from beans? But what of Su Ming, this celestial being? He was actually utilizing firearms. The reason I share this with you is to seek your opinion. I intend to move the entire shelter to a more prosperous area in the city center, and the decision regarding your and your daughter's future will rest in your hands. Fan Ziyuan fell silent upon hearing Su Ming's declaration. Initially, he assumed that if Su Ming were to relocate, it would be to a desolate area to hide away. But he never anticipated that he would venture towards a place teeming with zombies. Rest assured, you have assisted me for quite some time. I would not neglect you. If you wish to leave, I will ensure you have a portion of weapons, ammunition, and supplies. Observing Fan Ziyuan's expression, Su Ming took a sip of his iced Americano. It was indeed understandable that Fan Ziyuan found it difficult to accept Su Ming's extraordinary abilities, which had far exceeded common expectations. All right, I will give you 24 hours to contemplate. I plan to move the day after tomorrow morning. Su Ming was naturally disinterested in waiting for Fan Ziyuan's response and granted him a full day and night for consideration. To be frank, Su Ming hoped that Fan Ziyuan would choose to accompany him, as having someone to converse with was indeed a pleasant option. However, if Fan Ziyuan insisted on leaving with his daughter, Su Ming would not stand in his way. I am heading upstairs to rest. Take your time to ponder. Yet, just as Su Ming stepped onto the first stair, Fan Ziyuan's voice resonated from behind him. Mr. Su, why are you so adamant about fighting zombies? In response to Fan Ziyuan's inquiry, Su Ming smiled and replied, because I enjoy it. Noticing Fan Ziyuan's hesitance, Su Ming's curiosity piqued. What is it? Speak your mind. After a moment of stammering, Fan Ziyuan unexpectedly knelt before Su Ming. Mr. Su, could you take my daughter as your apprentice and teach her the ways of immortality? Caught off guard by Fan Ziyuan's kneeling, Su Ming's lips twitched. Has this fellow read too many cultivation novels? If I possess such skills, would I still wield a gun? He added, in truth, I am merely a superpowered individual, akin to the superheroes of America, not the kind depicted in those novels. Upon hearing Su Ming's explanation, Fan Ziyuan appeared momentarily taken aback. Please rise, but should I discover a way to strengthen you both in the future, I will certainly share that knowledge. It must be said that Fan Ziyuan was indeed a commendable father, as even in these dire times, his thoughts revolved around his daughter. What Su Ming stated was, in fact, the truth. If the zombies were to grow increasingly formidable, he would undoubtedly seek ways to empower the father and daughter duo. Yet, at present, there was no pressing need. Firstly, his own abilities were still rather feeble, and secondly, he lacked sufficient points. Mr. Su, I have made my decision to follow you. Are you certain? Absolutely. Fan Ziyuan's response was resolute. The moment I witnessed that nearly 3-meter-tall giant zombie, I realized that these creatures would not be so simple in the future. Even if you were to provide me with ample weapons and ammunition, I might still be unable to protect my daughter. Indeed, a wise choice. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction at Fan Ziyuan's reasoning. Although Fan Ziyuan's thoughts and actions occasionally left him amused, the man did possess sound judgment. Mr. Su, I shall take a shower first. Fan Ziyuan wished to spare his daughter from the scent of gunpowder clinging to him. After carefully placing the peach he held onto the coffee table, he began to remove his gear. Actually, I have plenty of such fruit. There is no need for you to be frugal. Now that Fan Ziyuan is aware of his extraordinary abilities, Su Ming naturally has no intention of concealing them any longer. He once again retrieved 2 bunches of bananas and a cluster of grapes from the system space, placing them on the coffee table. Don't only feed your daughter. Make sure you indulge a little as well. Thank you, Mr. Su. Fan Ziyuan expressed his gratitude as he gazed at the fruit laid out before him. Well, as long as I am alive, there will be enough fruit here to sustain you for several generations. Since you have made your decision, we shall move tomorrow morning. At this moment, Su Ming had lost all desire to remain in the Golden Residence Garden. The radar within a 5-kilometer radius revealed scarcely a few yellow dots, rendering any further stay utterly unnecessary. By the way, Mr. Su, how shall we make our way there? Shall we still take that car? In response to Fan Ziyuan's inquiry, Su Ming flashed him a mysterious smile. You will find out tomorrow. Chapter 55 Encountering Another Attack. Father, look quickly. Uncle Su can perform magic. This exclamation of surprise from his daughter left Fan Ziyuan equally astonished. A high-speed armed helicopter had seemingly materialized out of thin air, conjured by Su Ming. Mr. Su, what is this? Are you truly intending to pilot that jeep? As Su Ming seamlessly stored the entire shelter into his spatial dimension, he promptly took his place in the cockpit. If you don't board soon, I shall leave you behind. With the helicopter gradually ascending, Su Ming officially embarked on his quest to locate a new refuge. My heavens, it appears that very few have survived in Lingyan City. In pursuit of a suitable location, Su Ming naturally gravitated towards the most bustling streets of Lingyan City. Gazing at the throngs of zombies on the road, Su Ming nearly drooled in anticipation. Points. So many points. Mr. Su, what are you? Fan Ziyuan, observing Su Ming's expression, couldn't help but shudder. Was his decision truly the right one? Why was it that Su Ming appeared more exhilarated by the sight of zombies than by that of women? Reflecting on the events that transpired at Jinju Garden, Fan Ziyuan's unease deepened. Initially, the residents had lured the zombies to deplete Su Ming's ammunition. Yet he later encouraged them to continue the baiting. Now, witnessing Su Ming's demeanor, Fan Ziyuan was utterly convinced. Su Ming derived genuine pleasure from hunting zombies. It's nothing. I'm merely searching for a suitable site. Noticing Fan Ziyuan's peculiar gaze, Su Ming promptly asserted, after all, we must ensure the safety of our landing zone, correct? Indeed. The dense congregation of zombies here did not afford ample space for the shelter. However, Su Ming remained unperturbed by the scene before him. As a native of Lingyan City, he recalled a nearby activity square, a designated area for elderly individuals to engage in square dancing. Although the city center was populous, the zombie outbreak had occurred at midnight. Thus, the activity square would likely be devoid of numerous zombies. Mr. Su, do you see that? Is that a living person? As Su Ming steered the helicopter toward the activity square, Fan Ziyuan, tasked with observation, suddenly pointed towards a building. Good heavens, it truly is a living person. Following Fan Ziyuan's gesture, Su Ming discerned 2 figures standing atop the building, desperately waving their arms. Mr. Su, should we rescue them? In response to Fan Ziyuan's inquiry, Su Ming rolled his eyes. Brother, we are in a high-speed armed helicopter that can only accommodate 2 passengers. If it weren't for the fact that my daughter is only 5 years old, there wouldn't be room for 3. Are you suggesting we let those 2 cling to the wings? As Fan Ziyuan seemed poised to articulate further thoughts, Su Ming gestured towards the 2 individuals above, who were animatedly waving their arms. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that their spirits were remarkably high. They undoubtedly belonged to their own survivor group. Their enthusiastic gestures likely indicated a belief that we were affiliated with the military, and they were probably seeking our assistance in locating a rescue team. At this juncture, Su Ming paused. Moreover, have you forgotten about your daughter? If we were to rescue these 2 individuals, and they harbored ulterior motives, taking your daughter hostage, what would you do then? I understand now. In response to Su Ming's pointed inquiry, Fan Ziyuan cast a glance at his daughter, peacefully slumbering in his arms, and sighed deeply. Indeed, why should he entertain the notion of rescuing others? Given the numerous incidents of cannibalism that had occurred in Jinju Garden, what assurance did he have that these 2 would not repay kindness with malice? Even if future survivors wished to join us, they would need to undergo rigorous scrutiny. After all, this was not a charity organization. He should be grateful for having such an endearing daughter. Noticing the somber expression on Fan Ziyuan's face, Su Ming refrained from pressing further. This was a man who had once served in the military, and the oaths he had taken would not be easily forgotten. Su Ming could empathize with this sentiment. Suddenly, as Su Ming intended to navigate towards the activity square, the helicopter was abruptly pierced by an alarming siren. Have we been locked on? Unperturbed by the missile proximity alarm, Su Ming promptly deployed a decoy flare. Boom. The missile struck the decoy, resulting in a thunderous explosion that roused the still sleeping Fan Qingqing. Daddy, Uncle Su, what's happening? The look of terror on Fan Xingqing's face stirred a sense of compassion within Su Ming. Soothing the child is paramount. I shall confront them. Having evaded the missile, Su Ming swiftly turned his gaze towards the origin of the missile's trajectory, only to discover that it was none other than the two survivors who had been leaping and gesticulating for help on the rooftop. Goodness, this bustling metropolis truly harbors hidden talents. Although Su Ming had no intention of aiding them, he was taken aback by their audacity to launch a surprise attack. Had he chosen to exchange their helicopter for a standard civilian model, he might have already met a grim fate. In response to their reckless provocation, Su Ming activated the fire control radar, targeting their rooftop and launching a missile in retaliation. Beep, beep. Just as Su Ming believed the situation was under control, the missile proximity alarm blared once more. The rooftop of another building was also launching a missile towards him. Good heavens, have I stumbled into a den of bandits? Faced with the incoming missile, Su Ming deployed another decoy flare. However, this time, he had no intentions of prolonging the engagement. Evidently, the number of survivors possessing rocket launchers cannot be merely a handful. The decoy flares aboard my aircraft are limited. Should they run out, my fate would inevitably be one of utter destruction. Comprehending this dire reality, Su Ming hesitated not for a moment, piloting the helicopter straight toward the designated activity square. However, it appeared that these individuals were not inclined to let him escape easily. Soon, the missile proximity alarm blared once more with a piercing intensity. Goodness, are they truly this ruthless? As the missile drew closer, Su Ming acted without delay, deploying the last of his decoy flares. Utilizing the cover of the explosion, he finally managed to extricate himself from that perilous situation. Old Fan, we are about to land. You take your daughter off the helicopter first while I release the shelter. Understood. In response to Su Ming's command, Fan Ziyuan dared not show any signs of hesitation. As the helicopter touched down on the activity square, Fan Ziyuan swiftly descended with his daughter. All right, wait for me. Upon witnessing the father and daughter land safely, Su Ming jumped out of the helicopter, quickly stowing the armed vehicle into the system's space. After ensuring the surroundings were secure, he hurriedly released the shelter. Let us go. Quickly get inside. As the shelter unfolded like a red alert base vehicle, Fan Ziyuan promptly scooped up his daughter and retreated into the sanctuary. Chapter 56. A lack of martial virtue indeed. This wretched contraption merely required 8,000 points, and astonishingly, it could only be utilized 3 times with the bait bombs. Su Ming, cursing under his breath, arrived at the entrance of the shelter and drew out his rocket launcher, unleashing a blast towards the statue in the nearby square. There was no alternative. He felt utterly stifled. Were it not for that abysmal aircraft, he would have ensured that all those who ambushed him earlier would be sent straight to the depths of hell. At this moment, Su Ming yearned to alleviate his frustrations by vanquishing zombies. Boom. With a resounding explosion echoing throughout the area, Su Ming knew that the nearby wandering zombies would soon be drawn to the commotion. Upon entering the shelter, he securely locked the door, activated the soundproof mode, and instructed Fan Ziyuan to comfort his daughter. Meanwhile, Su Ming ascended to the second floor to power up the radar. Indeed, as the radar came to life, he observed a swarm of yellow dots converging towards him on the screen. Ah, splendid. This location is undoubtedly the most bustling area of Ling'an City, with the yellow dots nearly coalescing into a single mass. However, Su Ming also noticed a small cluster of red dots lingering at the edge of the screen. Based on their direction, these red dots were likely the group that had previously attacked him. Yet, Su Ming was perplexed as to why they had chosen this place as their stronghold. It was well known that this area was rife with zombies, and every venture out to gather supplies posed significant risks. Yet this group appeared not only vigorous, but also equipped with heavy weaponry. Generally, special police stationed within the city would not possess rocket launchers. Undoubtedly, this group had raided a military armory. However, logically, military forces typically stationed themselves in the outskirts of the city. This group, after acquiring such equipment, opted not to retreat to the outskirts, where zombies were more abundant, but rather chose to return to the heart of Ling'an City. This left Su Ming utterly baffled. Never mind, it would be best to focus on slaying zombies to accumulate points. After contemplating without arriving at a conclusion, Su Ming resolved to first amass points by dispatching zombies. Observing the yellow dots drawing ever closer to his shelter on the screen, he activated the weapon control system. It was time to test the fully automatic mode. With the automatic mode engaged, Su Ming retrieved a cup of iced Americano from the system's space and leisurely approached the window. As the horde of zombies entered the range of the shelter, the 12 defensive machine guns commenced their operations. Goodness, this device is remarkably intelligent. Gazing out the window as zombies were dispatched with precision shots to the head, Su Ming's heart swelled with delight. What he had anticipated to be mere mindless shooting at zombies in automatic mode revealed itself to be a weapon control system with its own calculated methodology. Each bullet fired from the defensive machine guns would unerringly strike the heads of the zombies, even in the face of a tide of undead. These machine guns could flawlessly execute their function through the computer's calculations. Congratulations, host, on defeating a common infected. Reward, 5 points. Congratulations, host, on defeating a common infected. Reward, 5 points. As the incessant kill notifications echoed in his mind, Ming realized that he was on the brink of a sudden fortune. The continuous gunfire attracted nearby zombies, and soon, the ground outside Ming's abode was littered with the corpses of the undead. My goodness. The efficiency is indeed remarkable. Watching the bodies pile up like sandbags outside the window, Ming opted to recline in leisure. After all, those zombies relentlessly traversing the mountain of corpses towards the shelter rendered him disinclined to use his flamethrower to incinerate the remains. Perhaps I should practice my shooting skills. After observing the scene outside for several minutes, Ming found the situation somewhat monotonous. Indeed, the automatic weapon was no match for the thrill of his own marksmanship. Currently, the system's storage was brimming with an abundance of weaponry, which, over time, might become obsolete. Moreover, even if the arsenal in his system space were to deplete, Ming could effortlessly exchange points for new ones in the points marketplace. Thus, there was no need for him to conserve so-called ammunition. However, to guard against any potential ambush, Ming returned indoors to check the radar display. Confirming that the red dots remained stationary, he quietly retrieved an M4 from the system's storage, just as he intended to hone his shooting skills on the zombies. The long silent system suddenly stirred. Ding. Detected that the host has relocated from the original position, commencing mission. Hearing the system issue a task under such a pretext left Ming somewhat speechless. This system truly lacks a sense of decorum. Mission, a new beginning. Mission description. The host has arrived at the bustling city center. How can one become complacent in their training? Please complete 10,000 squats within 1 hour. This task must be completed within 2 hours. Upon successful completion, the reward is a triple points card for 1 hour. Failure to complete the task will result in the reclamation of the system space. Holy moly, what an impressive reward. Upon learning that the reward was a triple points card, Ming exclaimed in excitement. He hurriedly rushed to the weapon control system to halt the automatic firing. And then he began his task. 10,000 squats in 1 hour. This meant he had to complete at least 3 squats per second. Even Fan Ziyuan would find such a task insurmountable. However, for Ming, although challenging, this task was not impossible. Taking a deep breath, Ming embarked on his frenzied squatting endeavor. 10 minutes elapsed. Half an hour passed. 50 minutes went by. At this moment, Ming felt a fiery sensation in his legs, and his speed evidently began to wane. Persevere. He must endure. Ming encouraged himself while gritting his teeth and pushing through with fervor. Finally, with less than 5 seconds remaining on the countdown, Ming accomplished the remarkable feat of performing 10,000 squats. Phew, he had finally completed it. After executing the final squat, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. A new beginning. Rewards are now being dispatched. Congratulations, host. You have received a 1-hour triple points card. Upon hearing the voice of the system resonate in his mind, Ming, sprawled on the ground, revealed a smile of satisfaction. Yet before he could catch his breath, the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. The triple points card has been activated, with a remaining time of 59 minutes and 59 seconds. What the heck? The system is utterly devoid of mercy. Ming never anticipated that this 1-hour triple points card could not be preserved. Faced with the countdown in his mind, Ming dragged his legs, which were nearly devoid of sensation, and desperately crawled towards the weapon control system. Chapter 57, The Unconventional Survivor System. I must confess my profound affection for you. As the effect of the triple points card came to a close, Ming found himself utterly exhausted on the ground. It must be said, the system is undeniably clever. Ming could not fathom why the triple points card could not be saved for future use. To maximize his points acquisition, he activated the automatic mode and lay prone, firing wildly at the zombies below through the shooting hole in the wall. Once the countdown concluded, Ming finally relaxed. However, the rewards he reaped were indeed bountiful. With the augmentation of the triple points card, his points soared to a staggering 190,000. Truly a paradox of pain and pleasure. Confronted with the incessantly rising points in his mind, Ming could only lament the capriciousness of fate. After glancing at the items available in the point store for his amassed 190,000 points, he found nothing that piqued his interest. Ultimately, he resolved to invest these points in upgrading the weapon system of his shelter. His shelter had reached level 4, Yet the weapon system was somewhat lacking. Out of 12 defensive machine guns, only 2 had been upgraded to Gatling guns. After upgrading the remaining 10 defensive machine guns to Gatling guns, Ming initially intended to allocate the remaining 90,000 points to enhance the 4 Gatling guns located on the 3rd floor. However, he discovered that the upgrade path for the defensive machine guns diverged into 2 distinctly different routes. The first option was a larger caliber Gatling gun, boasting a higher ammunition capacity and rate of fire. The second option allowed for an upgrade to a flamethrower, enabling a more terrifying area damage mode. Is this truly a possibility? Gazing at the 2 distinct upgrade proposals presented by the weapon control system, Ming fell into contemplation. While caliber indeed dictates power, the flamethrower possessed its own advantages. For instance, when it came to clearing corpses, a flamethrower could effortlessly incinerate the remains of those zombies. According to the description provided by the weapon control system, this flamethrower surpassed the one he had stored in terms of both flame temperature and range. Very well. Let us upgrade them all to flamethrowers. As he thought of the ever-growing mountain of corpses outside, Ming ultimately decided to upgrade all 4 Gatling guns on the 3rd floor to flamethrowers. After deducting 80,000 points, the 4 Gatling guns began their transformation. In less than a minute, 4 fiery dragons spewed forth into the horde of zombies advancing toward the shelter. Under the searing heat of the flames, the corpses piled on the ground were swiftly reduced to ash. The battle continued until approximately 7 in the evening, barely drawing to a close. After an afternoon of slaughter, the zombies in the vicinity of the shelter had been largely eradicated. This group has yet to make a move. Gazing at the red dot on the radar screen, which remained stationary, Ming found himself enveloped in perplexity. It is well known that the shelter is equipped with heavy machine guns, the sounds of which could be heard even 5 kilometers away. Furthermore, prior to this moment, Ming had deliberately discharged a rocket launcher at a nearby statue to attract the zombies. Logically, the survivors should have heard the commotion. Yet, the reason for their inaction remained a mystery to Ming. Currently, he could only rely on the radar to ascertain the surrounding conditions. To exercise caution, Ming marked the red dots on the radar. Should the group move within a kilometer of his position, an alarm would sound immediately. After sharing an evening meal with Fan Ziyuan and his daughter, Ming spent some time playing with building blocks alongside Fan Qingqing. Initially, he believed that this group would not take any action that night. However, at 11:30, the radar emitted an alarming sound. Oh, they really have come. Upon hearing the alarm, Ming promptly checked the radar system and noticed a small cluster of red dots advancing towards him. What puzzled him was that, despite their trajectory intersecting numerous yellow dots, their speed remained unaffected. This was unscientific. Faced with the scene displayed on the radar, Ming furrowed his brow. Although the city center was populated with tall buildings, where a majority of the zombies likely resided on different floors, he was aware that many zombies also roamed the streets. It was implausible for this group to be akin to Spider-Man, capable of scaling walls and traversing with ease. I am eager to discover the true nature of these individuals. As the red dots drew closer, Ming extinguished all the lights in the shelter. Soon, through the infrared high-definition cameras installed in the shelter, the figures of these individuals appeared on screen. Are they truly this professional? Ming could hardly believe his eyes as he observed the scene displayed before him. The group was clad in black tactical combat uniforms, donning bulletproof helmets and night vision goggles, their bodies adorned with an array of equipment, including grappling hook launchers. No wonder they could seamlessly navigate the zombie-infested streets. They utilized these devices to traverse between buildings. However, Ming was certain that this group was not comprised of special police forces. After all, the high-speed armed helicopter he had exchanged for was domestically produced in the Great Xia. Even in the apocalypse, the notion of special police from Great Xia using a rocket launcher against a military helicopter sounded absurd. The high-speed armed helicopter only had 2 seats and could not possibly carry any supplies. Even if these individuals had forsaken their beliefs and turned against the very people they once protected, what rationale did they have for targeting a military helicopter with a rocket launcher? Was it merely a waste of ammunition? Unless they possess a system space akin to that of Ming, it is utterly inconceivable for them to accomplish such feats. As this group drew closer, Ming distinctly perceived their momentary astonishment upon sighting the sanctuary before them. However, they swiftly retrieved their weapons, cautiously advancing toward the refuge. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Shouldn't he surprise them? Observing the survivors nearing his haven, Ming promptly activated the flamethrower on the 3rd floor. A torrent of flames erupted from the firing port, enveloping them in searing heat. Although the special police uniforms provided a degree of fire resistance, they were not impervious to ignition at first contact. Yet, While the uniforms offered some protection, their flesh did not share the same resilience. Confronted by the fiery onslaught, the night vision-clad individuals were momentarily blinded, only to be consumed by the intense flames moments later. Help! Run! Their anguished cries reverberated through the stillness of the night, prompting Ming to swiftly deactivate the flamethrower. His intent was not to annihilate them outright, but to allow them to transform into zombies before dealing with them, thereby earning double the points. Witnessing their torment and struggles, Ming unsheathed an M4 and opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Chapter 58. The villa that appeared out of thin air. Nonggu. We have lost contact with Ming and the others. Oh? The man known as Nonggu raised an eyebrow upon hearing his subordinate's words. It appeared that their situation was dire. What shall we do now, Nonggu? What to do? In response to his subordinate's inquiry, Nonggu seemed to find the question utterly absurd. What do you expect? Do you wish to retrieve their corpses? I'm sorry, Nonggu. Silence. Nonggu interrupted the subordinate, whose apology faltered, his gaze fixated on the map hanging on the wall. The sound of gunfire originated from that activity square. If we cannot reach Ming and the others, it is clear they have encountered serious trouble. Casting a glance at the silent subordinate beside him, Nonggu rose to retrieve the sniper rifle from the wall. Summon the members of Team 2 and have them join me at the activity square. We cannot allow our people to perish in vain. Yes, the subordinate, relieved by Nongji's command, quickly exited the room to notify the members of Team 2. Something's amiss. There are far fewer zombies on the streets. Nonggu frowned as he surveyed the wandering undead. He was intimately familiar with the situation here. Each time they scavenged for supplies, they utilized descending gear to enter through the windows, aiming to avoid the throng of corpses below. Yet now, the number of zombies on the street had diminished by nearly 90. Nonggu, could this be related to yesterday afternoon's gunfire? A subordinate speculated behind him. Did a military helicopter not fly over yesterday noon? It landed near the activity square. Could it be their doing? Unlikely. Hearing his subordinate's conjecture, Nonggu shook his head. That military helicopter was not designed for transport and could not possibly carry that much ammunition. The gunfire lasted all afternoon. Even a transport helicopter would struggle to bear such a load. Nonggu, perhaps we should go and investigate directly. We might find answers. And it would be beneficial for reporting back to the boss. That seems to be the only option, given the circumstances. Nonggu resolved to lead his subordinates to investigate personally. However, he also silently vowed that should someone indeed be hiding near the activity square and have eliminated Ming and his companions, he would not hesitate to send them to their demise with his precision sniper rifle. To be honest, Nongji's life had not been easy over the past month. A retired mercenary, he had previously worked for the Blackwater Company in the United States. After earning enough money, he returned to Daxiao with his subordinates this year. Initially, they had invested in an outdoor supplies store to live a peaceful life, but they had not anticipated the sudden outbreak of zombies. With the combat experience accumulated over the years, Nonggu led his subordinates through numerous locations, acquiring a significant cache of weapons and ammunition. Under his dominion, he swiftly gathered a multitude of survivors. Initially, he intended to depart from Lingnan City to establish his own realm in a desolate suburban area, but unexpectedly, a formidable adversary emerged. This individual was a superhuman. Not only did the zombies refrain from biting him, but bullets also rebounded off his body. Most terrifyingly, he possessed the ability to directly control the undead. At first, Nonggu planned to annihilate this person, yet to his astonishment, his forces dwindled. This cunning opponent smeared the blood of the zombies on his blades, orchestrating suicidal attacks through the undead. Unable to endure any longer, Nonggu contemplated shooting him in the head from the shadows, only to discover that the individual he had killed was merely a zombie puppet under his control. As for the true identity of this enigmatic figure, Nonggu had never laid eyes upon him. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce, recognizing this mysterious individual as his superior. His ammunition was limited. Should he exhaust his resources, he would become utterly valueless. After all, he had no desire to be transformed into one of those mindless zombies that feasted on human brains. Just when he thought tranquility would return, a heavily armed helicopter had taken the lives of 2 of his subordinates yesterday, while a reconnaissance team he dispatched that night had gone completely dark. If he did not act soon, and the leader learned of this matter, he could very well be replaced by others. All right. Let us proceed with caution and investigate what has transpired at the activity square. Yes, with Nanji's command. The group swiftly ascended to the rooftop nearest to the activity square. However, upon witnessing the modern 3-story villa standing in the square, they were all momentarily rendered speechless. Nonggu, this villa was not here before, was it? Indeed, it appears quite out of place amidst its surroundings. Peering through binoculars towards the villa, Nonggu furrowed his brow. Where did this villa come from? Yet, and the next moment, he discerned movement within the villa. There are people inside. Faced with the mysterious structure before him, Nangu felt as though his worldview was shattering. While he was aware that the Great Xia nation, known for its infrastructural prowess, possessed the capability to erect buildings in a day, this was in the city center. How could a villa like this be constructed amid a horde of zombies? Just as Nangu intended to further inspect the peculiarities of the villa, his gaze was abruptly drawn to several charred corpses not far from it. Observing the weapons and equipment adorning the bodies, he was unequivocally certain of their identities. Confirmed, those corpses belonged to Ming and his team. Ignoring the astonished expressions of his subordinates, Nangu solemnly retrieved the high-precision sniper rifle strapped to his back. Ming was one of his trusted allies within the Blackwater Company, a true comrade in life and death. Undoubtedly, Brother Nan is now intent on avenging his fallen comrades. However, as he positioned his sniper rifle, he suddenly realized that his high-precision weapon might not penetrate the glass of that enigmatic villa. A residence daring enough to be erected in the heart of the city would surely possess glass of extraordinary quality. Xiao Wu, prepare to strike below with the rocket launcher. Yes. In response to Brother Nan's command, Xiao Wu swiftly assembled the rocket launcher he carried. Just aim and let it fire. As a missile soared toward the villa, a cold smile crept across Brother Nan's face. His plan was straightforward. First, to blast open the villa's outer walls with the missile, thereby drawing the zombies towards the explosion. At that moment, the undead would surge into the villa, feasting upon its occupants in a ravenous frenzy. Chapter 59, A Promising Future Boom. The missile, trailing a long plume of fire, surged directly towards the villa. With a resounding explosion, an orange blaze erupted against the villa's outer walls. Humph. Prepare to be devoured by the undead. Witnessing this scene, Nangu could not help but smirk coldly. No matter how formidable the outer walls may be, they cannot withstand the assault of a missile. Nangu even envisioned the gruesome fate of those inside the villa, falling prey to the jaws of the zombies. However, as the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, he widened his eyes in disbelief. This was a missile. Even a standard armored vehicle would be reduced to a heap of scrap metal upon impact. Yet, what of this villa? It had neither breached the outer wall nor even marred the surface of the paint. Xiao Wu, did you even aim just now? Where did you fire? Facing Nanji's sudden inquiry, Xiao Wu dared not retort. Fire another one, this time aim for the ground-to-ceiling windows on the first floor. Yes, with ammunition reloaded. Xiao Wu aimed once more at the villa's windows and pulled the trigger, this time through the scope. Nangu distinctly observed the missile striking the first-floor windows with remarkable precision, resulting in a violent explosion. Yet, once the dust settled, the villa remained unscathed. What on earth is this glass made of? Faced with this scene, Nangu could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. He had encountered bulletproof glass before. Yet even the most resilient variants should not withstand a missile's bombardment intact. Nangu, what should we do next? The inquiry from his subordinate left Nangu momentarily speechless. Watching more zombies drawn by the earlier explosion, he could only darken his expression and issue a retreat order. If even a rocket launcher could not breach this villa, there was no point in persisting further. Nangu, what if the boss asks us what to do? Hearing his subordinate's ill-timed question, Nanji's already grim countenance darkened further. He shot a menacing glare at the one who spoke, initially tempted to kick him for a lesson. However, considering his current predicament, he restrained his fury. Apart from the few brothers he had brought back from Country M, there was hardly anyone left who would remain truly loyal to him. Those he had recruited later, while outwardly obedient, he knew would never betray the mysterious boss who commanded the zombies. If the boss inquires, let us report truthfully. Honestly, I have never encountered such impenetrable walls and glass. It seems only an armor-piercing round from a tank could deal with this. With that thought, Nangu sighed deeply. The villa, situated in the activity square, truly instilled in him a profound sense of helplessness. As Nangu and his companions prepared to retreat, a muffled gunshot echoed from behind them. Bang! With his extensive combat experience, Nangu immediately recognized the sound as that of a Barrett sniper rifle. Get down, he shouted, witnessing a subordinate beside him have his entire skull blown off. The body, now reduced to half a head, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, blood and brain splattering everywhere. Faced with this gruesome scene, Nangu couldn't help but gasp in horror. This was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. One must understand that in the Great Xia Kingdom, the possession of firearms by civilians is strictly prohibited. Had that shot been fired from a domestically manufactured sniper rifle, Nangu might have found it somewhat comprehensible, considering the zombie outbreak had allowed survivors to scavenge weapons from police stations. However, the unmistakable sound of a Barrett sniper rifle rang out, raising alarming questions. How had such a devastating weapon been smuggled into the Great Xia Kingdom? Retreat. Yet, this was not the time to ponder that dilemma. All Nangu wanted was to escape this perilous place. After all, who could guarantee that the owner of this villa did not possess even more lethal weaponry, such as a rocket launcher? Under Nanji's leadership, the group managed to flee successfully. However, to ensure the timely gathering of intelligence, Nangu left 2 subordinates behind to monitor the mysterious villa. This time, he opted to proactively report to the enigmatic leader. Boss, a 3-story villa has suddenly appeared at the activity square. This villa can withstand a rocket launcher without a scratch, and its occupants are armed with Barrett sniper rifles. As he glanced at the zombies standing before him, Nangu suppressed his inner dread. Every time he reported to this mysterious leader, the individual chose to manifest through the control of zombies. To be honest, Nangu feared that one day, should he inadvertently offend this leader, he might unleash a zombie to bite him. I understand. You need not concern yourself with this matter. After a moment of silence, the zombie slowly nodded at Nangu. Very well, then I shall take my leave, he replied, relieved that his leader bore no resentment. Go on. After watching Nangu depart, the zombie reverted to its original behavior, beginning to wander aimlessly within the room. At that moment, Ming, with an exhilarated expression, was eagerly maneuvering his mouse to slay zombies. The reason he fired that shot earlier was solely to provoke this group further. In due time, he could utilize the accumulated points to upgrade his shelter once more. It must be said, this truly was the most prosperous area of Ling'an City. The resources of zombies here were virtually inexhaustible, and he firmly believed that it would not be long before he could elevate his shelter again. Once the drones are acquired, aerial strikes can be executed against them. It seems they harbor intentions towards me. Casting a glance at the radar beside him, Ming observed the 2 immobile red dots and could not help but shake his head in resignation. With the radar at his disposal, he felt as though he possessed a divine perspective, capable of perceiving any disturbance within a 5-kilometer radius. Before long, through a series of deft maneuvers, Ming efficiently eradicated the zombies that had been drawn by the sound of explosions. As for the 2 red dots on the screen, he had no intention of engaging them. Since they sought to gather intelligence, it would be prudent to allow them to observe at their leisure. Until he had completely neutralized this group, Ming had no plans to venture outside. The most formidable weapon they possessed was likely the rocket launcher used against him earlier. The missile had merely inflicted a negligible 1-point durability loss to his outer wall. Having concluded the battle, Ming indulged in a satisfying stretch and poured himself a glass of iced Americano, savoring it in solitude. As for the tactics of this group, it was highly probable they would attempt to lure zombies, much like the previous residents, in order to deplete his ammunition. In that case, he would have the opportunity to accumulate points once more. Upon reflection, this life truly held the promise of a bright future. Chapter 60, Self-Reliance and Abundance. Alas, have these individuals yet to take any action? Observing the 2 persistent red dots on the radar screen that continued to monitor his position, Ming could not help but let out a sigh. It has now been 2 days, yet these people show no inclination to make a move. For a moment, Ming found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the delightful residents of Jinju Garden. How proactive they were. They understood the art of luring zombies to deplete their own ammunition. Yet this group before him? Even with an abundance of zombies in the vicinity, they remain utterly unutilized. The current scenario is a stalemate, with both sides merely staring at one another. Well, it is best to focus on honing his mental fortitude. Finding the situation rather dull, Ming ultimately decided to channel his attention toward the cultivation of his mental strength. Presently, he could effortlessly lift objects weighing up to 10 kilograms. Furthermore, with ongoing practice, Ming felt that his mental energy expenditure was gradually diminishing. He firmly believed that in the near future, he would easily be able to snap a zombie's neck with his mental prowess. As night fell, the 2 red dots on the radar remained stationary. Bored and restless, Ming began to browse through the points exchange shop within the system. What is this? Since discovering that the points shop is regularly updated with new items, Ming has made it a habit to check back periodically for any updates. This time, he indeed discovered an item particularly suited to his current predicament. Zombie bait shell, 5,000 points, contains bait that attracts zombies, capable of dispersing up to 10 kilometers away when deployed. Good heavens, this is splendid. Upon reading the description of the zombie bait shell, Ming exclaimed in delight. With this item, he would no longer need to rely on the strength of others. Without hesitation, he exchanged for one to experiment with. After deducting the 5,000 points, a zombie bait shell, roughly the size of a mortar shell, quietly settled within the confines of the system space. To Ming's surprise, in addition to the bait shell, there was also a launcher included in his system space. Well, this service is quite comprehensive. Ming glanced at the radar screen, confirming the absence of enemies and zombies in the vicinity. Before proceeding to the balcony on the 3rd floor, the launcher operated similarly to a mortar once it was set up. Su Ming aimed the zombie bait shell to land 200 meters from the entrance of his refuge. With a dull thud, as the bait shell was placed into the launcher, it soared into the night sky, tracing a perfect parabolic arc, ultimately landing precisely where Su Ming had calculated. It seemed that tonight would once again be a vigil under the lamp, unlike an ordinary mortar shell that would explode violently. The zombie bait shell functioned more like a large smoke bomb, continuously emitting a plume of smoke into the air. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Su Ming hastily retreated to his sanctuary, awaiting the impending arrival of the horde of zombies. As time passed, he soon observed a multitude of yellow dots on the radar drawing closer to his location. Notably, the speed of these yellow dots suggested that they were significantly swifter than the zombies that had previously approached in response to the sound of explosions. What could be so alluring to the undead? Gazing at the surveillance footage of the still-smoking bait grenade, Su Ming found himself intrigued. Logically deducing, one would assume that the most irresistible temptation for zombies is fresh meat. Could it be that the scent of smoke resembled that of raw flesh? Yet, despite his curiosity about the scent wafting outside, he ultimately refrained from opening a window to investigate. Firstly, he feared the smoke might be harmful to his health, and secondly, he was not a zombie. How could he possibly enjoy such an odor? Lo and behold, they are here. In less than 20 minutes, Su Ming saw a multitude of zombies manifesting on the surveillance screen. Faced with this situation, he placed a cup of iced Americano on the weapons control desk and skillfully activated the Gatling guns on both the first and second floors. It was time to commence. Good heavens, there are so many. After a night of tireless effort, Su Ming had completely relinquished manual control, opting instead for automatic fire. It must be said that the zombie bait grenade was extraordinarily effective. Zombies from a 20-mile radius were drawn to the scent. The 5,000 points spent on this was undeniably worthwhile. Within just half an hour of combat, Su Ming had already recouped his investment. For the remaining 7.5 hours, he was essentially in a position of guaranteed profit. By the time dawn broke the next day, the radar still indicated a large number of zombies heading in his direction. With the zombie bait grenade, Su Ming had truly achieved a self-sufficient means of sustenance. Finally, he could actively lure the undead. I can't go on like this. I need to sleep for a while. Su Ming felt he was nearing his limit. It is worth noting that prior to deploying the zombie bait grenade, he had undergone extensive mental training. Initially, he had merely intended to test the effectiveness of the grenade. But unexpectedly, it was as addictive as chewing gum. He simply could not stop. After replenishing all his ammunition, Su Ming collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Brother Nan also received intelligence from his subordinates. Upon hearing that a multitude of zombies was surrounding the villa, he felt a surge of delight. However, his subordinates soon informed him that the zombies were utterly incapable of breaching the villa's firepower perimeter. This morning, when his subordinates reported that the villa continued to fire upon and eliminate zombies, Brother Nan could no longer remain composed. What kind of villa is this? It had inexplicably appeared in the activity square. Both its walls and windows were extraordinarily robust. Aside from these aspects, this villa also boasts formidable firepower. It has been relentlessly firing throughout the night, showing no signs of ceasing. My heavens, it is akin to a fortress. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Brother Nan could scarcely believe his ears. Even with ample ammunition, should one not consider the issue of overheating barrels? Could it be? At this thought, Brother Nan involuntarily gasped. If his subordinates had not exaggerated in their accounts, this would unequivocally indicate that at least 20 individuals were concealed within the villa. Only through a system of alternating fire could they have sustained a battle against that terrifying horde of zombies for an entire night. At this rate, it seems the nearby zombies would soon be eradicated. Although the reason behind the zombies' desperate assault towards the villa remained unclear, after a moment of contemplation, Brother Nan resolved to report this development to the enigmatic leader. Hello, boss. I have new information to share with you. Chapter 61. Old Acquaintances. It appears I must return to work once more. With Su Ming's body having undergone enhancement, he no longer requires the typical 7 hours of slumber. After merely 4 hours of rest, he found himself once again at the window. Goodness, it is still not over. Gazing out at the dark, menacing tide of corpses, Su Ming realized his naivety. This area, being the most bustling part of Ling'an City, is densely populated with no fewer than several 100,000 zombies within a 20-mile radius. Casting another glance at the radar, he noted a multitude of yellow dots steadily approaching him. This is what one might truly call an overnight fortune. Faced with nearly 500,000 points, Su Ming's hands trembled slightly. Upgrading to a level 5 shelter requires merely 160,000 points, and given the current situation, it seems the battle will not conclude until at least tomorrow morning. Ding-ling-ling. Just as Su Ming contemplated what to eat, his long silent phone suddenly chimed with a text notification. Su Ming, Do not think for a moment that I am unaware that the villa in the activity square is your residence. Though I am uncertain how you managed to relocate your home, this time you shall not be as fortunate as before. I will surely avenge the gunshot from our last encounter. Faced with the message, Ming felt a wave of confusion. Whoever knew his name and the location of his villa must be a resident of Jinju Garden. Yet, had he not eliminated all the inhabitants of Jinju Garden? A gunshot vendetta? It seems there were indeed some who slipped through the cracks that fateful night. Nevertheless, this individual could be considered an old acquaintance. Although unaware of the sender's identity, Ming politely replied to the message. While I do not know how you escaped my pursuit that night, perhaps I neglected to reload. I eagerly anticipate your next assault, as I am curious to see what havoc this little rat lurking in the shadows can wreak. By the way, my home still possesses a wealth of supplies and weaponry. I look forward to your visit, O cunning rat. Having sent a courteous response, Ming set his phone aside once more. He never expected to encounter an acquaintance in such dire times. In this world overrun by zombies, he could be considered to have met a familiar face in a foreign land. To be honest, he was quite intrigued. One could only wonder what surprises this old acquaintance might bring in the future. That fateful night. Meanwhile, the old acquaintance that Ming mentioned stared blankly at the message he received. Had Wei still been alive, he would certainly recognize that the figure before him was none other than his former leader, Lu Weiguo. However, Lu Weiguo now appeared considerably paler and had regained a youthful visage compared to before. It seems that Wei and his companions have likely met their demise at the hands of Ming. The mere thought of Wei stirs a complex array of emotions within Lu Weiguo. Were it not for the betrayal of Wei and his cohort, he would never have acquired the powers of rejuvenation and zombie manipulation. To some extent, Lu Weiguo finds himself indebted to Wei. However, a traitor remains a traitor. Despite his gratitude, Lu Weiguo has never entertained the notion of sparing Wei and his entourage. Now that they have perished at Ming's hands, it serves as a form of retribution. Ming, I shall avenge the grievance of that fateful bullet. Recollecting the moment he fled the community, sustaining a gunshot wound, Lu Weiguo's animosity towards Ming intensified. Suddenly, the chirping of several rats captured Lu Weiguo's attention. Indeed, I am no longer the person I once was. Observing the rats scurrying before him, an epiphany struck Lu Weiguo. With the city overrun by zombies, it has become infested with rats and cockroaches. These creatures could very well be the key to breaching Ming's fortified stronghold. Ming, did you not label me a rat man? Then let the rats and cockroaches lead the charge against your villa. With a mere thought, nearby zombies sprang into action. Soon enough, 2 rats were presented before Lu Weiguo. Hello there, my little darling, he exclaimed, lifting one rat by its tail and biting into its paw. The rat squealed in agony, writhing desperately. Yet its diminutive form was no match for Lu Weiguo's grip. Gradually, the rat ceased its struggles, lying motionless as if lifeless. Observing this scene, Lu Weiguo gently set it down, and shortly thereafter, the rat opened its eyes once more. Gazing at the resurrected creature, Lu Weiguo placed the second rat before it. Upon seeing its fellow, the revived rat, as if it had encountered sustenance, immediately began to feast upon its kin. Lu Weiguo watched with satisfaction as the rat transformed into a zombie rodent, nodding in approval. He attempted to exert his will over it, and the next moment, the newly zombified rat froze in place, frozen by his command. Indeed, I am a genius. A cold smile crept across Lu Weiguo's face as he reveled in his control over the undead rat. Soon, the other rat was also infected, becoming a zombie rodent. Haha. The plan has already succeeded halfway. Yet, Lu Weiguo understood that persuading these mindless zombie rodents to enter the villa on their own was virtually impossible. The only viable option lay in his ability to manipulate them. He settled onto the sofa, focusing intently as he directed the 2 zombie rodents toward the direction of Ming's villa. Although Ming possesses formidable firepower and a sturdy villa, he finds himself utterly helpless in the face of creatures as cunning as rats. After all, these rodents possess the remarkable ability to compress their bodies to the utmost, enabling them to traverse various wall crevices. Given the existence of a house, it undoubtedly harbors an array of ventilation ducts. By skillfully directing these 2 zombie rats to infiltrate the conduits, they could inflict harm upon Ming within the villa. Should Ming become infected, it would spell the end for him. At that point, Lu Weiguo could effortlessly manipulate the transformed zombie Ming to unlock the villa's doors, ultimately seizing all his weapons and resources. Ming, I wonder if you can thwart my cunning strategy. In order to ensure the seamless execution of the plan, Lu Weiguo established a visual connection with one of the zombie rats. Thus, the 2 controlled zombie rats relentlessly scurried towards Ming's villa. Chapter 62, Level 5 Shelter, The Frustrating Drone. Congratulations to the host for defeating a common infected and earning 5 points. Congratulations to the host for defeating a common infected rat and earning 5 points. Congratulations to the host for defeating a common infected rat and earning 5 points. Congratulations. How splendid. Now I can upgrade all the weapons once more. Ignoring the incessant notifications echoing in his mind, Ming remained oblivious to the presence of 2 distinct zombie rats among the deceased. His current objective was singular and straightforward, to amass more points. The group he faced now was markedly different from the residents of the previous neighborhood. They possessed a higher tactical acumen and would not assault his shelter silently as the inhabitants of Jinju Garden had done. Through diligent effort, Ming successfully eliminated all the zombies attracted by the decoy grenades. The efficacy of these grenades was truly remarkable, a staggering 830,000 points. This was more than sufficient to upgrade the shelter to level 6. System, upgrade the weapon system. According to his meticulous plan, the 8 defensive machine guns located on the first and second floors were upgraded. Each machine gun was transformed into a larger caliber Gatling gun. To effectively combat the potential emergence of mutated zombies, Ming opted to install new weapon modules. On the rooftop of the 3rd floor, not only were 2 anti-aircraft machine guns and an anti-aircraft cannon installed, but an additional sniper weapon module was also added. The acquisition of these 3 new items alone cost Ming 200,000 points. As for the 4 flamethrowers affixed to the exterior wall of the 3rd floor, he invested 160,000 points to enhance their power and flame temperature significantly. After completing these upgrades, his previously amassed 830,000 points dwindled to a mere 310,000. Nevertheless, Ming hesitated not for a moment and promptly accessed the shelter system in his mind. Upgrade to a level 5 shelter. 160,000 points have been deducted. Commencing shelter upgrade. Level 5 shelter upgrade complete. Please set the drone base location. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ming ultimately decided to place the drone base on the open balcony of the 3rd floor. Confirm placement of the drone base here? Confirm. With Ming's decisive command, a massive silver metal module materialized on the open balcony. The metal module unfurled, swiftly covering the wooden floor of the balcony. Goodness. Is this what they refer to as a drone base? Faced with this sight, Ming couldn't help but wonder what the drones would look like. Just then, the system prompt resonated once more. Drone base installation complete. Please confirm the drone control station location. As for the position of the drone control station, Ming naturally chose to place it beside the radar system and the central weapon control station on the 2nd floor. Are you certain about placing the drone control station here? Absolutely. After witnessing the deployment of the drone control station, Ming promptly activated the icon of the shelter system in his mind. Level 5 shelter. Points required to upgrade to level 6 shelter. 320,000. Wall durability. 50. 50,000. Courtyard gate durability. 50,000. Main gate durability. 50,000. East side exterior wall durability of the 1st floor. 50,000. To Ming's surprise, there was no distinction in defense and durability between the level 4 and level 5 shelters. It seemed that his 160,000 points had been entirely devoted to the drone function. However, upon further reflection, spending 160,000 points to gain air superiority was indeed a worthwhile investment. Nonetheless, it was prudent to examine the types of drones available. With a sigh of resignation, Ming exited the shelter system in his mind and plopped down in front of the drone control station. Following the instructions provided by the system, he observed the current status of the drones. Drone number 1, level 1 durability, 1,000,1,000. Weapon, 7. 62mm machine gun ammunition, 300, flight speed, 80 km/h, flight height, 150 meters, flight radius, 5 km, spin 40,000 points to upgrade the drone to level 2. Drone number 2, level 1 durability. What a letdown. Upon viewing the data presented on the drone control station, Ming was left thoroughly disappointed. At present, he possessed 3 drones. Yet these seemed to be mere ordinary military drones. Not only was their speed unimpressive, but they were also armed with a 7.62mm machine gun. Most concerning was their fragility. According to the system's description, even the most basic handgun could inflict damage upon these level 1 drones. Was this the reward for his 160,000 points? These 3 pitiful devices? Well, he might as well upgrade one and see what happens. Ming had little hope remaining. He had initially believed that unlocking the drone system would render him invincible, yet it appeared that he had overestimated his situation. After deducting 40,000 points, Su Ming turned his gaze to the now upgraded level 2 drone. Drone number 1, level 2, durability 2,0002,000, weapon 7. 62mm machine gun ammunition 600,600, flight speed 120 kilometers h, flight height 200 meters, flight radius 5 kilometers, spend 80,000 points to upgrade the drone to level 3. Upon reviewing the data of the upgraded level 2 drone, Su Ming remained silent for an extended period before finally uttering a single word, 6. It must be said that after expending 40,000 points on the upgrade, this drone still appeared rather mediocre. Perhaps it is best not to harbor overly high expectations. Faced with the presence of this drone, Su Ming could not help but let out a sigh. After all, he had spent 200,000 points only to receive this in return. It seems this type of drone is only suitable for mindless zombie encounters. Should he attempt to ambush his new neighbors with such a contraption, they would likely shoot it down with a single missile. Should he give it another try? Glancing at his remaining 90,000 points, a peculiar thought suddenly crossed Su Ming's mind. For some reason, he always felt that the next upgrade might bring him an unexpected surprise. Well, why not give it a shot? After much inner turmoil, Su Ming ultimately pressed the upgrade button on the screen. Drone number 1, level 3, durability 5,000, weapon 12. 7mm machine gun, defender missile, machine gun ammunition 1,000, bait ammunition 120 rounds, flight speed 200 kilometers h, flight altitude 500 m, flight radius 10 kilometers, cost 160,000 points to upgrade to level 4 drone. So be it. Looking at the data displayed on the control panel, Su Ming found himself in a state of bemusement. Although the upgraded drone did not meet his expectations, it was still somewhat satisfactory. In a world ravaged by a zombie outbreak, possessing air superiority is already quite commendable. What more could one desire? As he gazed at his dwindling points, a hint of a resigned smile appeared on Su Ming's face, reflecting his return to a state of modest means. Truly, this drone system is quite the disappointment. Chapter 63, Successful Infiltration. Mr. Su, what troubles you? Fan Ziyuan inquired, noticing the pallor on Su Ming's face. His curiosity piqued. Could it be that Su Ming found the overwhelming number of zombies disconcerting? The recent zombie tide had indeed left Fan Ziyuan astounded. Yet he could not fathom why Su Ming, who typically relished the hunt, would feel this way. Nothing much, just a bit bored. I came down to play with Xiao Xingqing, Su Ming replied dismissively, waving away Fan Ziyuan's concern. He then approached the side of Fan Xingqing. Xiao Xingqing, what are you drawing? Su Ming picked up Fan Xingqing's masterpiece, examining it with keen interest. I'm drawing the zombies outside, Fan Xingqing exclaimed, her face alight with enthusiasm, clearly eager for Su Ming's praise. Oh, so these are zombies, Su Ming said, struggling to reconcile the bizarre, abstract shapes before him with the notion of zombies. To avoid dampening the child's spirits, he feigned approval and nodded. You've done very well. However, it would be even better if it could capture the essence more vividly. Yet, Fan Xingqing appeared dissatisfied with Su Ming's critique. She thrust her paintbrush towards him, pouting, Then uncle, you draw one for me. Su Ming had not anticipated that Fan Xingqing's straightforward nature mirrored her father's. But he was hardly an artist. He had struggled for ages just to perfect the 4 calligraphic characters of thick virtue covers all. Coughing lightly, Su Ming smiled as he gently pushed aside the paintbrush, gesturing towards the building blocks on a nearby table. Xiao Xingqing, how about we play with the blocks instead? Initially, he believed this tactic would divert Fan Xingqing's attention. But to his dismay, she remained undeterred. No, I want to see Uncle Su draw. As she presented the paintbrush to him once more, Su Ming, realizing his attempt to shift her focus had failed, reluctantly accepted the brush and began to sketch on the paper. Su Ming, I am eager to witness how you will handle these adorable little creatures this time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Weiguo was diligently learning to control his newly devised weapon, the zombie cockroach. Ever since his 2 zombie mice were incinerated by Su Ming's flamethrower, Lu Weiguo had conceived the idea of employing cockroaches as a novel weapon. Compared to rats, cockroaches were not only smaller, but also possessed alarming flying capabilities. If utilized wisely, infiltrating Su Ming's villa would be a breeze. This time, Lu Weiguo planned to have the zombie mice tunnel through to create an underground passage, allowing the zombie cockroaches to infiltrate subsequently. Although cockroaches typically struggle to breach human skin, he could command them to scuttle into Su Ming's respiratory tract while he slept. Even in failure, this would undoubtedly instill a profound psychological impact on Su Ming. At that moment, all he needed to do was send a text to instill fear, thus utterly dismantling Su Ming's psychological defenses. The mere thought of Su Ming collapsing due to these zombie cockroaches brought a sinister smile to Lu Weiguo's lips. He slowly extended his hand, commanding 3 zombie cockroaches to rest in his palm. Su Ming, the true hunting hour is upon us. Since Lu Weiguo could only control 3 zombies at a time, he had spent the last couple of days maneuvering zombie rats to dig a tunnel. Now that the passage to Su Ming's villa was excavated, it was time for the zombie cockroaches to make their entrance. Under Lu Weiguo's guidance, the 3 zombie cockroaches successfully traversed the tunnel and reached the wall of the villa. However, to Lu Weiguo's surprise, he could not find a single crevice to infiltrate. I refuse to believe this. There must be vents and drainage outlets. Unable to locate any gaps in the wall, Lu Weiguo resolved to adopt a different approach. Even if the villa stood like an impregnable fortress, it surely possessed some means of waste disposal and ventilation. His perseverance bore fruit as he soon discovered a vent on the rooftop of the 3rd floor. Excellent. Now, all that remained was to make his way inside. Encouraging himself, Lu Weiguo directed the 3 zombie cockroaches to burrow through, and after navigating through countless twisted pipes, they finally entered the coveted villa. Although he could only perceive a monochromatic world, the sight of the interior's arrangement filled Lu Weiguo with exhilaration. Next, he needed to locate Su Ming. Lu Weiguo first confirmed the floor he was on through a window, but at that moment, he heard laughter from outside. Uncle Su draws so poorly. Daddy, look. Xing. No being rude. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Weiguo was almost certain it belonged to Su Ming. Following the direction of the sound, he maneuvered the zombie cockroaches and soon laid eyes on the face he loathed the most. Su Ming. Indeed, it is you. Lu Weiguo positioned the zombie cockroaches beneath the television cabinet. Originally, he had intended to wait until Su Ming returned to his bedroom to directly manipulate the cockroaches into his respiratory tract, but upon noticing the little girl beside Su Ming, he immediately changed his mind. Rather than infecting Su Ming directly, it would be far more torturous to first infect the little girl. Lu Weiguo could tell that Su Ming seemed quite fond of the girl. Moreover, children's skin is delicate, making it easy for the cockroaches to pierce through. He eagerly anticipated Su Ming's reaction when he discovered that the innocent child had transformed into a zombie. All right, I should get back to practicing my writing. Little Xing, you should go to bed early too. After watching Su Ming ascend to the 2nd floor, Lu Weiguo glanced at the girl's father and, noticing him busy in the kitchen, realized that the moment was ripe for action. Under the manipulation of Lu Weiguo, 3 zombified cockroaches slowly crawled toward the little girl. Meanwhile, Su Ming returned to the 2nd floor and instinctively glanced at the radar screen, only to discover 3 small red dots at the top of the display. To his astonishment, these dots were positioned within his own sanctuary. Could they possibly be infected birds or animals? Faced with this alarming scene, Su Ming remained remarkably composed. He calmly activated the detection function of the sanctuary, a feature bestowed upon him with the acquisition of the sanctuary system, which could conjure images of nearby zombies directly in his mind. However, the moment he initiated this function, a piercing alarm blared within his consciousness. Could it be? In disbelief, Su Ming widened his eyes at the sound echoing in his mind. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the sanctuary system promptly generated the images and locations of the intruders. It was 3 cockroaches that had transformed into zombies. This was dire. Upon seeing the marked locations, Su Ming hurriedly dashed downstairs. Yet, as he stepped out of his room, he heard the piercing scream of Fan Xing from below. Chapter 64, Life and Death. Ha ha ha. I have succeeded. At this moment, Lu Weiguo stood up in exhilaration. Just moments ago, the 3 zombie cockroaches under his control had successfully bitten the little girl. Although in the next second, Su Ming crushed all 3 of the zombie cockroaches. His objective had already been flawlessly achieved. Now, all that remained was to await Su Ming's agonizing decision. Witnessing his beloved transform into a zombie brought him an indescribable joy. What is happening? Hearing his daughter's shriek from the kitchen, Fan Ziyuan rushed back into the living room without hesitation. Mr. Su? Faced with his weeping daughter and Su Ming, whose complexion had turned ashen, Fan Ziyuan was filled with confusion. Xing has been bitten by the zombie cockroach. Su Ming's expression was one of utter despair. After spending so much time together, he had come to regard Fan Xing as family. Yet now, gazing at the wound on Xing's ankle, which was beginning to seep blood, Su Ming felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. What? Upon hearing that his daughter had been infected, Fan Ziyuan was thrown into a state of panic. Without a second thought, he shoved Su Ming aside and rushed to his daughter's side. Xing, let Daddy take a look. Fan Ziyuan's voice trembled as he faced the wound on Xing's ankle, his eyes reddening in an instant. Daddy, am I going to become a zombie? Seeing the distressed expressions on her father and Su Ming's faces, Xing sobbed, asking, No, Daddy will take you to clean the wound right away. You will be fine. Fan Ziyuan scooped his daughter into his arms and rushed to the bathroom, turning on the tap and frantically rinsing Xing's ankle. At that moment, Su Ming stood frozen in place, speechless. His negligence had allowed the zombie cockroach to infiltrate. The sound of rushing water in his ears darkened Su Ming's heart to the depths of despair. That's right, the Points Mall. The events that had just unfolded had caught him off guard, making him forget all about the Points Mall. Realizing this, Su Ming hurriedly accessed the Points Mall within the system. A cure for infection. It must exist. Su Ming searched page after page, finally spotting a related item on page 8. Antibiotic, 5,000 points, a medication that can ward off the zombie virus. It must be taken within 1 hour of infection for permanent immunity. Exchange. As 5,000 points were deducted, a black capsule appeared in Su Ming's system space. Holding the quiet capsule in his hand, Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. At last, there was hope for Xingqing. Mr. Su, I am truly sorry for earlier. At this moment, Fan Ziyuan had regained a modicum of composure. He returned to the living room, his countenance grim as he held Fan Xingqing close. It's all right, I can understand, Su Ming replied dismissively, shaking his head at Fan Ziyuan's apologies. He then extended the capsule in his hand towards Fan Ziyuan. I possess a cure for the zombie virus. Really? Upon hearing this news, a flicker of hope ignited in Fan Ziyuan's previously despairing eyes. Indeed, it is genuine. As long as we administer this to little Xingqing, she will be fine. Su Ming felt assured about the efficacy of the item produced by his system. After administering the capsule to Fan Xingqing, he intended to clear the corpses on the floor when suddenly his phone buzzed in his pocket. Kiki, how's it going? Surprised, aren't you? I'm quite curious whether you'll choose to watch that little girl mutate or simply expel her. I am truly looking forward to it. As he gazed at the message before him, Su Ming finally comprehended why 3 zombie cockroaches had infiltrated his sanctuary. It dawned on him that everything was orchestrated by the individual behind the screen. Mr. Su, what's the matter? Fan Ziyuan noticed Su Ming's unusual expression and grew concerned. Is it the medicine? The medicine is undoubtedly fine. You need not worry. Just let little Xingqing sleep for now. Reassured by Su Ming's words, Fan Ziyuan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. All right, you go soothe your daughter to sleep. I need to check the pipes. Do you not require my assistance? Su Ming shook his head in response to Fan Ziyuan's inquiry. I can manage alone. You should focus on comforting your daughter. She needs her father's presence at this moment. With that, Su Ming ascended to the 2nd floor once more. System, activate the full detection system of the sanctuary. Detection system activated. After tonight's events, he had indeed learned a valuable lesson. The potential for zombification is not limited to humans. Any animal, insect, or even plant could succumb to it. Fortunately, his points had not been exhausted, which had saved Fan Xingqing's life. As he read the text on his phone, Su Ming's gaze grew increasingly cold. No matter who you are, I shall uncover your identity. However, Su Ming was aware that he was up against an individual with supernatural abilities. This person's power must involve controlling zombies, which enabled them to manipulate cockroaches into infiltrating his sanctuary. While Su Ming did not know this person's true identity, he was certain they were among his new neighbors. Regarding the provocative message, Su Ming chose not to respond hastily. He planned to record a video to send once Fan Xingqing awoke the following day. He initially believed that matters would conclude here, but unexpectedly, Fan Xingqing developed a fever that very night. Daddy, Uncle Su, I feel so cold. Am I going to die? Not at all. Uncle Su would never deceive you. You just need to endure. Observing the flushed cheeks of Fan Xingqing, Su Ming hurriedly reassured her, you will feel better once the sun rises tomorrow. Trust Uncle Su, will you? All right. Fan Xingqing's words trailed off abruptly, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Mr. Su, does that medication truly work? In the face of Fan Ziyuan's anxious demeanor, Su Ming felt uncertain himself. He had never used this antibiotic, and he was unaware of its potential side effects. Nevertheless, Su Ming found himself with no alternative but to place his hopes in his own system. That medication is indeed effective. This is merely a typical reaction to the drug. Ultimately, Su Ming had no choice but to offer a comforting lie to Fan Ziyuan. I will stay with you tonight to care for Xiao Xingqing. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Su Ming chose to remain by Fan Ziyuan's side. At present, Fan Xingqing's body temperature had surpassed the limits of human endurance. The only thing Su Ming could do was to vigilantly monitor her vital signs. Whether she would live or die was now left to fate. Chapter 65. A blessing in disguise. To Su Ming's astonishment, Fan Xingqing burned with fever for an entire day and night. During this period, neither Fan Ziyuan nor Su Ming found any means to alleviate her condition, resorting only to damp towels to bring her temperature down. This state persisted until the early hours of the following day, when Fan Xingqing's fever began to subside. Mr. Su, what do you think is happening to my daughter? Faced with Fan Ziyuan's inquiry, Su Ming could only shake his head. To be honest, I do not know. But at the very least, she is still alive. As long as she lives, she cannot become a zombie, can she? Observing the still unconscious Fan Xingqing on the bed, Fan Ziyuan let out a deep sigh. She is my only hope for survival. Yes, I understand. Su Ming nodded in response to Fan Ziyuan's words. After spending so much time together, he was well aware that Fan Ziyuan had invested all his thoughts into his daughter. He could endure hardship. But if anyone dared to harm his daughter, Fan Ziyuan would undoubtedly fight fiercely. Mr. Su, this incident, was it man-made? Fan Ziyuan's question took Su Ming by surprise, yet he nodded in affirmation. At this juncture, he saw no reason to conceal the truth any longer. Once a Special Forces soldier, Fan Ziyuan quickly discerned that there was something amiss with this incident after regaining his composure. How could a newly constructed villa, situated in an open activity square, possibly be the site of a zombie outbreak? Yes, indeed, there was a rogue who escaped from the Jinju Garden. He must possess the ability to control zombies and had mingled among our new neighbors. Upon hearing Su Ming concede that the zombie outbreak was indeed orchestrated, Fan Ziyuan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he looked at Su Ming. Mr. Su, I have a request. Speak freely. If my daughter truly succumbs to this, I beseech you to allow me to seek vengeance, even if it means. At Fan Ziyuan's entreaty, Su Ming sighed deeply. Very well. I grant you this. Thank you. Mr. Su, your kindness shall forever be etched in my memory. After expressing his gratitude to Su Ming, Fan Ziyuan resumed his vigil by the bedside, staring blankly at the unconscious Fan Xingqing. Recognizing that he could offer no further assistance in this moment, Su Ming retrieved some food from the system space and handed it to Fan Ziyuan. Please eat, otherwise your body will not endure. All right. Fan Ziyuan numbly accepted the food, yet his gaze remained fixed on the comatose Fan Xingqing. Sighing, Su Ming had been persistently querying the system in his mind. But his unreliable system never provided any responses. Aside from issuing tasks and addressing necessary inquiries, it never answered his questions. Just as Su Ming intended to retreat to the living room for a moment's respite, an excited voice from behind interrupted him. Xingqing, how are you? Upon hearing the voice, Su Ming swiftly turned his head and discovered that Fan Xingqing, who had been in a deep slumber, had now opened her eyes. Daddy, Uncle Su, I'm hungry. I have something for you. Su Ming quickly halted Fan Ziyuan's hand, which was grasping food, and turned to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of egg and beef congee. Old Fan, that item you have is not suitable for her at the moment. Let her have some congee first. After handing the congee to Fan Ziyuan and observing Fan Xingqing as she consumed it mouthful by mouthful, Su Ming finally felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Fan Xingqing seemed to be out of danger now. However, Su Ming still found it perplexing as to why she had such a prolonged fever. Logically, this antibiotic should not induce such symptoms. Never mind. As long as she is all right now. After a brief respite upstairs, when Su Ming descended again, he was greeted by the sound of Fan Xingqing's laughter echoing from below. Uncle Su. Upon seeing Su Ming's figure, Fan Xingqing immediately dashed towards him. Before Su Ming could react, she had already arrived before him, taking his hand and shaking it excitedly. Uncle Su, will you play chase with me? Daddy can't catch me. It's so boring. Faced with the adorable antics of Fan Xingqing, a singular thought raced through Su Ming's mind. What incredible speed. Just moments ago, he had been a considerable distance of over 10 meters away from her, yet this little girl, not yet 6, had appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Su Ming had clearly seen her run step by step toward him. Mr. Su, it seems my daughter has changed a bit. Fan Ziyuan gasped as he approached Su Ming, casting a resigned glance at his daughter. Since this morning, her speed has suddenly increased dramatically. I can hardly keep up. In response to Fan Ziyuan's words, Su Ming scrutinized Fan Xingqing closely. Could it be that she had awakened superpowers from being bitten by a zombie cockroach? Yet, that seemed utterly absurd. While possessing superpowers is indeed a fortunate occurrence, the notion of being infected by cockroaches to gain such abilities felt distinctly unsettling to Su Ming. Furthermore, he distinctly recalled that the 3 cockroaches were all American cockroaches, those that could fly. Could it be that Fan Xingqing would sprout wings in the future, and then? The mere thought of this sent shivers down his spine. He slowly crouched down, carefully examining Fan Xingqing's arms and hands, and upon finding no signs of unnatural changes, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Uncle Su, will you really play with me? In response to Fan Xingqing's earnest request, Su Ming smiled and nodded. All right. Uncle will play with you, but if you notice any changes in your body in the future, you must promptly inform both me and your father. Sure. Fan Xingqing, however, did not comprehend the true implications of Su Ming's words. In her world, all she grasped was that Su Ming was willing to play with her. As for everything else, she thought it best to agree first and address it later. Uncle Su, come catch me. Seeing Fan Xingqing already at the center of the living room, Su Ming smiled and nodded. I'm coming. Uncle Su is a big bad guy. He doesn't let me win at all. Fan Xingqing sulkily sat on the sofa, incessantly stuffing snacks into her mouth as a means of venting her dissatisfaction. It happened dozens of times. Each time, she could barely run for 2 seconds before Su Ming effortlessly caught her. Even when the roles were reversed, with Su Ming fleeing and her pursuing, it was still to no avail. No matter how hard she tried, she could not grasp the hem of Su Ming's clothing. Ultimately, Fan Xingqing chose to sulk on the sofa while munching on snacks. Ha ha ha, old Fan, your daughter simply cannot take a loss. Observing Fan Xingqing's pouty demeanor as she furtively cast glances at him, Su Ming could not help but tease. Surely, she will masterfully keep her future boyfriend in line. Look. She is still waiting for me to coax her. Upon having her thoughts exposed by Su Ming, Fan Xingqing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she scooped up the snacks before dashing back to her bedroom. All right, old Fan, I shall head upstairs as well. Seeing that Fan Xingqing had indeed turned misfortune into fortune, Su Ming decided to return upstairs to continue honing his mental fortitude. However, before doing so, he felt compelled to inform that old acquaintance that all was well on his end. The indoor camera had already recorded the playful antics of Fan Ziyuan and his daughter, and now he intended to edit those clips and send them to this old friend. Chapter 66. The Great Experiment. Thank you for your zombie cockroach. Did you see that little girl's terrifying speed? Indeed, she has become a superhuman. This is all thanks to you. What? Lu Weigui gazed in astonishment at the video sent by Su Ming, his eyes filled with disbelief. What he had presumed to be a flawless plan had not only been futile but had inadvertently facilitated the awakening of superpowers in that little girl. Lu Weigui reviewed the video multiple times, only to confirm that it was neither edited nor accelerated. The man's movements were at a normal pace. It was indeed the little girl whose speed had increased dramatically. To alleviate any skepticism, Su Ming had even placed a timer beside the recording. Could it truly be that the mutation had granted her superhuman abilities? Lu Weigui was envious of the speed exhibited by the girl in the video. After all, possessing such swiftness would free him from lurking in the shadows, remotely controlling zombies to manipulate Nangu and his companions. In truth, Lu Weigui believed that the zombie virus could indeed bestow superpowers, as he himself was a beneficiary of the virus. Although he was unaware of how he had survived a zombie attack, he had gained the ability to command them. Upon witnessing the girl's astonishing speed, a bold thought suddenly emerged in Lu Weigui's mind. If animals that transformed into zombies could then bite humans to produce superpowers, could he not turn all his subordinates into superhumans? Based on the video, the little girl possessed the terrifying speed of a cockroach. If he were to utilize other zombified animals to infect his subordinates, would it not be possible to create a multitude of superhumans? Naturally, Lu Weigui understood that becoming a superhuman was a rare occurrence. Therefore, he needed to find more volunteers and make ample preparations. Otherwise, should these individuals indeed gain superpowers, he would likely be the first to perish. Anan, during this time, aside from leaving some people to monitor the villa, have your subordinates help me capture some survivors and animals. Commanding the zombie confined in the room, Lu Weigui issued orders to Nangu. By the way, have your men find something akin to belts. I need you to craft explosive collars that can be worn around the neck. Understood, boss. Nangu hesitated upon hearing the need for explosive collars, but upon seeing the menacing zombie before him, he swallowed his doubts and responded affirmatively. All right. You can count on me. After giving Nangu his orders, Lu Weigui began utilizing the zombie to seek out animals concealed in the dark corners of the city. Undoubtedly, this was a grand plan. By employing the explosive collars on the necks of these volunteers, they would be compelled to obey his commands. When the time comes for him to possess a team of individuals endowed with extraordinary powers, Su Ming's villa would be but a mere whisper away from destruction. The more Lu Weigui contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, hastily retrieving paper and pen from his desk. According to his grand design, he was determined to exploit these superhumans' unique attributes to the fullest. In addition to cockroaches, felines could also serve as a source of inspiration. The Lingnan Wildlife Park. At that moment, Lu Weigui was suddenly reminded of the existence of a wildlife sanctuary in Lingnan City. With the outbreak of zombies, it was likely that those animals had also succumbed to the same fate. If he were to blend his own blood with that of the zombified creatures, could he not create even more perfect superhumans? Without hesitation, Lu Weigui packed some provisions and set forth towards the Lingnan Wildlife Park. Boss, over the past few days, we have captured more than 30 survivors, all of whom are now confined in room 302. We have also gathered a considerable number of the animals you requested, and I have crafted 10 collars as well, reported Brother Nan. A surge of excitement filled Lu Weigui's heart. After issuing a command for the continued production of explosive collars, he eagerly commanded the zombies to take one of the survivors away. Brother, I beg you, spare me. The survivors please fell on deaf ears. Do not be alarmed. I am merely transforming you into a better version of yourself." In response to the survivors' desperate cries, Lu Weigwa directed the zombies to retrieve the explosive collar. Ingeniously fashioned from a grenade and a belt, this collar is rigged to explode. As long as you obey my commands, I shall refrain from detonating the bomb. Upon hearing that the collar around his neck could explode, the survivor's already pallid complexion turned even more ashen. However, he found himself firmly restrained by two zombies, unable to move, and could only watch helplessly as the collar was fastened around his neck. Now, the following process may cause a bit of discomfort, but if you endure this trial, you shall emerge as a better version of yourself. Noticing that the survivor was paralyzed with fear, Lu Weigwa picked up the syringe that lay nearby. The syringe contained a crimson liquid, a concoction of his own blood and the flesh and blood of zombified animals. Given the prolonged zombie outbreak, Lu Weigwa had no choice but to harvest tissue from those creatures to blend with his own blood. For this initial experiment, he opted not for larger felines, but rather for tissue from monkeys. Monkeys possess remarkable climbing abilities. Should the experiment prove successful, scaling walls would be a mere trifle. Rest assured, a new transformation awaits you shortly. As he commanded the zombies to inject the mixture into the survivor's body, Lu Weigwa closely monitored the volunteer's condition. An hour passed gradually, and the once lucid volunteer was now convulsing on the ground. It's only been an hour. Observing the experiment's subject collapse, Lu Weigwa felt no sense of disquiet. After all, the little girl in Su Ming's villa awakened her superpowers only after more than 2 days. In Lu Weigwa's view, this could very well be the darkness before dawn. Moreover, since this is an experiment, the possibility of failure exists. What he is currently undertaking is a monumental experiment. Should it succeed, no survivor organization would be able to thwart his advance. At this moment, Lu Weigwa's mind conjured images of him leading a host of superpowered individuals, sweeping through the remnants of the world, ultimately establishing himself as a dominant force in this apocalyptic era. Surrounding him would be those who had submitted to his will, and the captivating beauties would be cradled in his embrace. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. However, when he peered through the eyes of a zombie at the volunteer, he was taken aback to see the individual rise slowly, transformed into a zombie. A failure. But onward to the next. After using a remote to deactivate the explosive collar, Lu Weigwa commanded the zombie to remove the collar from the survivor's neck. At this moment, he remained undeterred. A grand experiment must endure countless failures. Embracing this notion, Lu Weigwa once again directed two zombies to the door of room 302. Chapter 67. Classmate Xiao Lian. Had Su Ming been privy to the current endeavors of Lu Weigwa, he would undoubtedly have sent a mocking text to him. It is essential to note that Fan Xingqing's survival from becoming a zombie was due to her consumption of anti-infection medication. As for her awakening of superpowers, that was entirely serendipitous. After several days of observation, Su Ming speculated that it was highly likely a fusion of the zombie virus with certain genes from cockroaches had triggered the change within Fan Xingqing, resulting in her newfound abilities. During this time, Lu Weigwa remained engrossed in his grand experiment, leaving Su Ming to feel exceedingly bored. Aside from the 4 individuals who continuously rotated their shifts at the shelter, the majority of his new neighbors remained motionless for most of the time. Nevertheless, recently, Su Ming had noticed numerous new red dots appearing on his radar. Initially, he thought his new neighbors were expanding their strength, yet for reasons unknown, several red dots transformed into yellow each day. "Xingqing, you shall not catch me. Humph. Uncle Su shall surely elude you today." In response to Su Ming's derision, Fan Xingqing's gaze brimmed with determination. Ever since awakening her superpowers, she had relentlessly pursued Su Ming in a game of chase, undeterred by her failures. Each morning, after a night's rest, she would rise with renewed confidence. Furthermore, Su Ming observed a noticeable increase in her speed, albeit subtle. He surmised that her agility was approaching his own mental acuity. With persistent training, she could undoubtedly transcend her limits. The most disheartened of all was Fan Ziyuan. Lacking superpowers, he could do nothing but helplessly sit on the sofa, watching his daughter revel in her lively games with Su Ming. The terrifying speed of their pursuits left him feeling somewhat dizzy. "I implore you both, could you possibly take a brief respite? My head is spinning." In response to her father's plea, the fiercely competitive Fan Xingqing transformed into an indignant little ball of energy. "Daddy, if you feel dizzy, you can retreat to your room for a nap, or you may read my books. Today, I shall certainly catch Uncle Su." Fan Ziyuan cast a pleading glance at Su Ming, his eyes filled with desperation. "Old Fan, do not even entertain such thoughts." Su Ming retorted while deftly dodging Fan Xingqing's advances. "I will not go easy on you. Moreover, little Xingqing does not wish for me to let her win intentionally. Uncle Su speaks the truth." Observing the chaotic chase within the confines of their home, Fan Ziyuan was left utterly speechless. At this rate, His daughter was on the verge of becoming Su Ming's daughter. With a resigned sigh, he quietly retreated to his bedroom. All right, time's up. Just as he settled onto the bed, Su Ming's voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing Su Ming declare the end of their game, an ominous feeling welled up within Fan Ziyuan. Daddy, I want to hear a story. Indeed, after her daughter failed to win over Su Ming, all her grievances were directed towards him. Faced with his daughter's woeful expression, Fan Ziyuan rose from his bed with a sorrowful countenance and slowly picked up the storybook that lay on the table. Come, let us continue the tale of the little duckling, once upon a time. Su Ming observed Fan Ziyuan, who was mustering his courage to tell the story, and suppressed a chuckle as he ascended to the second floor. Each day, he dedicated half an hour to engaging in a game of tag with Fan Xingqing. Rather than merely playing, it was more about honing Fan Xingqing's extraordinary abilities. Moreover, during these playful moments, Su Ming himself benefited from some much-needed exercise, making this dual-purpose endeavor quite appealing to him. Upon returning to the second floor, Su Ming instinctively glanced at the radar. Noticing that the little red dots on the screen remained unchanged, he turned towards his study, intending to practice his calligraphy. However, at that moment, the long-dormant system issued a new task. Ding. Detection indicates the host is currently idle. A task is now being assigned. Idle? Su Ming found himself bemused by this reasoning. It must be said that the system's observation was indeed accurate. He was, at present, in a state of idleness. Task: frenzied high knees. Task description: since the host enjoys playing tag with children so much, one must possess good physical fitness to sustain such activities. Please complete over 6,000 high knees within 5 minutes. This task must be completed within 1 hour. If the task is completed successfully, the AI system of this system will be activated. If the task fails, the system space will be reclaimed. What? Is this meant to elevate me? Upon reading the task assigned by the system, Su Ming was utterly flabbergasted. Completing 6,000 high knees in 5 minutes meant he had to perform at least 20 high knees per second. Su Ming genuinely worried that he might just lift off the ground. However, upon seeing the reward for successfully completing the task, he resolved to undertake it without hesitation. If he could unlock the AI system, he would be able to promptly inquire about unfamiliar matters in the future. He was determined. After attempting a few times, Su Ming took a deep breath and officially commenced the task. 1 minute. 3 minutes. At this moment, Su Ming was far too preoccupied to count how many high knees he had performed. For the sake of the AI system, he was determined to give it his all. As the 5-minute countdown concluded, Su Ming glanced at the counter in his mind. 6,947. It was undeniable that he had indeed surpassed his limits. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, frenzied high knees. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the AI system. As the system's voice resonated in Su Ming's mind, he noticed a new icon appearing next to the shelter icon. Prominently displayed on the icon was the image of a robot. Driven by intense curiosity, he clicked on it, and a sweet female voice echoed in his mind. Greetings. I am your AI intelligence system, Xiaolian. Please feel free to consult me with any inquiries you may have. To Su Ming's astonishment, he never anticipated that this AI system would even have a designated name. Why are you called Xiaolian? Is it possible to change it? I regret to inform you that my name cannot be modified. But why are you referred to as Xiaolian? Because, dear host, you are one of the few who has not been infected by the zombie virus in this apocalyptic world, akin to the phrase emerging from the mud untainted, and washing in the clear waters without becoming a seductress from the poem on the lotus. Su Ming was taken aback by Xiaolian's explanation. This is quite remarkable. Ahem. Xiaolian, could you assist me in assessing the health condition of a young girl? Certainly, however. My capabilities are limited to reviewing the individual's physical state and providing you with feedback. I do not possess the ability for X-ray vision or similar imaging functions. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Ming couldn't help but feel exasperated. What on earth is this? Why does he feel like a strange uncle when interacting with this clueless AI? Very well, I shall take you to examine the individual I wish to assess. Despite his frustration with Xiaolian's responses, his concern for Fan Xingqing's health compelled him to head towards the room of Fan Ziyuan and his daughter. Chapter 68. I succeeded. Upon hearing classmate Xiaolian announce that Fan Xingqing was indeed in good health, Su Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Humph. Uncle Su is a big bad guy. Undoubtedly, Fan Xingqing was still immersed in the disappointment of her recent failure. Observing the little girl pouting in front of him, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, don't be upset. Uncle Su has brought you some jelly. When he noticed that Fan Xingqing was ignoring him, Su Ming retrieved a bag of jelly from behind him. Well, the moment she saw the jelly, Fan Xingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, she quickly remembered her anger and pouted once more. I don't want it. Su Ming found the adorable girl endearing. He peeled open a piece of jelly and held it out to her. Here, eat this jelly, and you might just catch me tomorrow. Faced with the jelly within arm's reach, Fan Xingqing swallowed hard. Yet, in order to maintain her aloof demeanor, she continued to sulk and declared, "Then Uncle Su must not go easy on me tomorrow. I will win on my own merit. All right, I want to go easy on you." With Su Ming's agreement to her condition, Fan Xingqing eagerly grasped the jelly with both hands and began to enjoy it. "I'll head up first. Old Fan, you can continue your story." Having confirmed that Fan Xingqing was indeed unharmed, Su Ming finally set his mind at ease. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Weiguo was anxiously observing his 37th experiment subject. The sound of guttural groans emanating from the fallen subject was reminiscent of a zombie's growl, causing Lu Weiguo's hopeful expression to darken instantly. Undoubtedly, he had failed once more. Damn it, how could this happen? In a surge of anger, Lu Weiguo pressed the detonation button on the remote, severing the subject's neck. 37 experiments, each one ending in failure, even with the use of zombie cockroaches. He still faced repeated setbacks. Now, only the 38th subject remained. If this one failed as well, he would have no choice but to send his subordinates to capture survivors. Could it be that the abundance of animal blood and flesh was the issue? Casting a glance at his chaotic notes, Lu Weiguo began to analyze the reasons behind his failures. He was certainly capable of suppressing the zombie virus, otherwise he would have already become a mindless creature, solely driven by the urge to feast on humans. Thus, the problem must lie with these animals and the experiment subjects. It is said that different blood types can result in rejection reactions. Could this be due to the blood itself? After all, the zombie cockroaches he had controlled had bitten a little girl. After considerable contemplation, Lu Weiguo resolved to pursue an unconventional approach. Since the method of utilizing the flesh and blood of deceased animals proved ineffective, he determined it would be more prudent to transform living creatures into zombies before targeting his experimental subjects. Without hesitation, Lu Weiguo commanded a zombie to capture a cat confined within a cage. Observing the cat's frantic struggles in his grasp, he displayed no reluctance. Seizing a grooming razor, he meticulously shaved a portion of the cat's fur, then sank his teeth into its flesh. The cat emitted a distressed yowl, thrashing violently in an attempt to escape Lu Weiguo's grip. Noticing the blood seeping from the wound he had inflicted, he released the cat onto the floor. The feline had now been successfully infected, and all that remained was for him to patiently await its transformation into a zombie. As seconds turned into minutes, the cat eventually succumbed to its fate, becoming a true zombie cat. Lu Weiguo beckoned the newly transformed creature to him, gently stroking its head. "You are my sole hope now." This time, Lu Weiguo refrained from capturing another human from the room. Instead, he guided the zombie cat inside. The 38th survivor had already been fitted with an explosive collar, and with him being the last person remaining in the house, there was no need for Lu Weiguo to isolate him further. After directing the cat to bite the survivor, all that was left was to wait, as this individual represented the final glimmer of hope for his experiment. Should this endeavor fail, Lu Weiguo would have to send his subordinates to retrieve more survivors. The thought of using his own men for experimentation was utterly out of the question unless he achieved success first. His supernatural ability allowed him to control a maximum of 3 zombies, and he relied on deceit to instill fear, which had kept Nan and his associates from acting rashly. However, should they feel cornered, Lu Weiguo knew he would be powerless to stop them from fleeing. An hour elapsed swiftly, and the survivor collapsed, convulsing on the floor. Another failure? Lu Weiguo sighed in disappointment upon witnessing this scene. Lacking the expertise of a professional scientist, he could only persist in his trial and error. It appeared that his grand experiment would have to be shelved for the time being. Alas, perhaps I should have Anan capture more survivors for me. Lu Weiguo picked up the remote control resting on the table, prepared to detonate the explosive collar around the survivor's neck, when an agonizing scream pierced the air. The sound was haunting, resembling a peculiar blend of human and feline cries. Simultaneously, Lu Weiguo was astonished to see the survivor spring to his feet in a sudden acrobatic motion. Have I succeeded? The sight of the survivor rising in such an extraordinary manner filled Lu Weiguo with exhilaration. It was well known that zombies did not rise in this fashion. After 38 experiments, he felt he had finally triumphed. However, to avert any unfortunate incidents, he hastily attempted to exert his control over the survivor before him. Yet, he found he was unable to do so. Upon realizing that he could not exert control over the survivor at all, Lu Weiguo's heart surged with heightened excitement. I have succeeded. Ecstatically, Lu Weiguo rose from the sofa and hastily directed a zombie toward room 302. Now, only the final step remained. As long as he articulated the stakes clearly, this survivor would become his most devoted subordinate. However, at the moment Lu Weiguo commanded the zombie to push open the door, the imagery relayed from the zombie's perspective left him momentarily stunned. What on earth is happening? Gazing at the unfolding scene, Lu Weiguo was taken aback. The survivor's muscles were swelling uncontrollably, and an abundance of cat-like fur sprouted from his exposed arms. Simultaneously, sharp claws emerged from his hands, and he was gasping heavily in place. Faced with this spectacle, Lu Weiguo realized that he had utterly succeeded this time. Yet, just as he intended to command the zombie to issue orders from afar, his mind was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Chapter 69. The moment of chaos. What? He would actually take the initiative to attack a zombie? Lu Weiguo could hardly fathom that the superhuman he had nurtured would exhibit such brutality. In merely a second, he effortlessly dispatched a zombie. A chilling howl, resembling neither human nor feline, echoed through the corridor once more. At that moment, Brother Nan was inside, continuing his work on explosive collars. The eerie scream from the corridor compelled him to pause and glance at his two anxious subordinates. You too. Go outside and see what is happening. Yes. Though unwilling, the two subordinates steeled themselves and ventured out. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they beheld a figure standing not far from them. Who are you? One of the subordinates shouted, brandishing his submachine gun at the figure. Yet, in response to the inquiry, the figure emitted another piercing scream. Open fire. The other subordinate, sensing the perilous situation, shouted urgently, raising his weapon and unleashing a flurry of bullets at the figure. With a cacophony of gunfire, the corridor erupted into chaos. However, the two men were utterly unprepared for the realization that, in such a narrow passage, their bullets failed to strike the eerie figure before them. Their frantic actions only served to incite the creature's fury further. As the figure drew closer, they finally discerned its visage. The monstrous entity was covered in a coat of yellow fur, with sharp claws and blood-red eyes that sent chills down their spines. What manner of beast is this? I'm out of bullets. Overcome with fear, the two men stood frozen in terror, one of them collapsing to his knees. Bang! Just as despair enveloped them, a gunshot rang out from within the room. The bullet struck the creature's chest with precision, the tremendous force toppling it to the ground. A bunch of worthless fools. Brother Nan burst through the door, shotgun in hand, and glanced at the writhing creature on the floor. As he prepared to deliver a finishing shot, he noticed that the monster had a collar of explosives around its neck, one of his own creations. In that moment of distraction, the creature sprang up from the ground, lunging at Brother Nan. The sheer force of the assault knocked him to the floor, pinned beneath the monstrous weight. Brother Nan fought to quell his rising panic, pushing against the creature's jaw with his arm while reaching for the handgun at his waist. However, the beast had no intention of granting him the opportunity to draw his weapon. Its claw pierced his hand as he attempted to grasp it. The searing pain coursing through his arm sent Brother Nan into a complete frenzy. At that moment, he felt as helpless as a lamb before a tiger. With no means of resistance, only the grim fate of being slaughtered awaited him. As for the two subordinates, they had long since seized the opportunity to flee without a trace. Was it the end? Watching the monstrous claws magnified before his eyes, Brother Nan realized that he had no chance of survival left. However, driven by a thirst for vengeance, he chose to perish alongside the creature. Let us meet our demise together. With a fierce glint in his eye, he pulled the pin from the grenade strapped to his chest. Boom. With the resounding explosion, the corridor fell silent once more. Was it over? Noticing the prolonged stillness in the corridor, Lu Weiguo decided to utilize his ability to control the zombies, directing one to approach the scene of the explosion. As he surveyed the devastation and the two lifeless bodies, he intended to command the zombie to handle the remains. Yet, in the next moment, the fur-covered beast slowly rose once again. Faced with this sight, Lu Weiguo could hardly believe his eyes. Remembering the creature's horrifying actions, he hastily pressed the detonation button on the remote. Boom. As the collar around the monster's neck exploded, a torrent of blood gushed forth. But when the smoke cleared, Lu Weiguo was astonished to find that the creature remained alive. More perplexingly, the wound on its neck was visibly healing at an alarming rate. At this moment, Lu Weiguo fully grasped the gravity of the situation. His grand experiment had birthed a monster. Now, the scenario had spiraled completely out of control. He realized that the only way to resolve this was to lure the beast towards Su Ming. But how could he do that? The creature would indiscriminately slaughter both humans and zombies alike. With no other options, Lu Weiguo decided to observe the monster's behavior using a zombie cockroach. Guiding the zombie cockroach, he trailed behind the creature, eager to discern its intentions. The commotion in the corridor soon drew out all remaining subordinates from within the house. The monster rampaged through them like a tiger among sheep, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. My heavens! Confronted with this scene, Lu Weiguo felt utterly helpless. Apart from the two still monitoring Su Ming's villa, he had become a solitary commander with no troops. At that moment, Lu Weiguo recognized the folly of his earlier thoughts. As he watched the creature relentlessly search the corridor, he hurriedly controlled a zombie roaming downstairs. sending forth a series of guttural roars directed at the upper floor. The zombie's cries quickly captured the attention of the beast on the third floor. Enraged by the provocation from the zombie below, it let out a furious roar and leapt straight out of the window. At last, it was on the move. As Lu Weiguo witnessed the monstrous creature pursuing the zombie under his control, he hastily directed the undead towards the villa of Su Ming. However, how could an ordinary zombie possibly outrun such a beast? In less than 200 meters, the zombie, under Lu Weiguo's command, was swiftly pierced through the skull by the creature's razor-sharp claws. The dire situation left Lu Weiguo utterly at a loss. He could only resort once more to the zombie cockroaches to observe the movements of the beast below. Upon realizing that the creature had no intention of departing, a wave of unease washed over him. After all, if this entity chose to linger, it would soon find itself trapped here due to a lack of sustenance. Just then, as if sensing a peculiar scent, the creature abruptly surged towards the direction of Su Ming's villa. Chapter 70, Conclusion. As Su Ming gazed out the window at the peculiar figure, he couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. It must be said, the little creature was indeed quite unique in appearance. According to the feedback from the radar, despite being entirely covered in fur, it appeared to be a zombie. Moreover, from its behavior, Su Ming discerned its characteristic of attacking humans. After this creature approached the vicinity of his shelter, he witnessed it effortlessly scale a nearby building, subsequently hurling two individuals who were monitoring him from the rooftop down to the ground. Indeed, it simply tossed the two individuals off the building. According to the typical behavior of zombies, one would expect it to devour humans upon sight. Yet this creature merely reduced those two to a mere pile of flesh. However, to assert that this being was a zombie seemed somewhat inaccurate. Until now, Su Ming had never encountered a zombie that would actively attack its own kind. Yet, this creature had directly eliminated the zombies wandering outside the shelter. Strangely enough, it appeared to understand that a zombie's weakness lay in the head, executing its attacks with remarkable precision. Xiaolian, I am here. With no other recourse, Su Ming sought assistance from the AI system within his mind. What is this zombie? It attacks humans, and astonishingly, it also targets its own kind. Host, this is a zombie that has been artificially modified. During its creation, the blood of a superhuman was mixed in, causing this zombie to mutate and acquire the abilities of an infected individual. Upon hearing Xiaolian's explanation of the creature before him, a thought flashed through Su Ming's mind. Could it be that the video he sent had led that old acquaintance to believe he could create superhumans? Observing the zombie outside as it continued to search for its next target, Su Ming felt a sense of exasperation. He silently activated the weapon control system, intending to give this zombie a swift end. However, to his surprise, as soon as he switched on the Gatling gun, he noticed on the screen that the zombie had taken cover behind a nearby ruined statue. Xiaolian, does this creature possess intelligence? Yes, host. This zombie retains some of its intelligence from its life. Although it has now devolved into a zombie, it possesses all the memories from its previous existence. With Xiaolian's explanation, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Su Ming's mind. Since this zombie retained memories of its past life, could he potentially use it to lure out his old acquaintance? The zombie before him was worth at most 20 points, even when he calculated high. However, if he could utilize it to unearth the hidden mastermind lurking in the shadows, that would indeed be a worthwhile endeavor. After all, while one need not fear a thief, it is the thief's persistent interest that breeds unease. With such an old acquaintance lurking in the shadows, Su Ming felt a twinge of apprehension. Having come to this realization, Su Ming rose from his seat and approached the window, picking up the loudspeaker hanging on the wall. Hey there, my friend. I am aware that you have been transformed into a zombie. Therefore, your primary objective should be to eliminate that individual. Would you not agree with me? Hearing sounds emanating from the direction of the shelter, the zombie cautiously peered out. Yet, within less than a second of exposing itself, it quickly withdrew. Observing its cautious demeanor, Su Ming could not help but feel a sense of bemusement. One must concede, this old acquaintance of his truly possesses a remarkable intellect. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of attacking you. Noticing the zombie's lingering apprehension towards him, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words to reassure it. Nevertheless, to demonstrate his sincerity, Su Ming retracted the Gatling gun that was mounted on the wall of the shelter. There you have it. I have put away my weapon, so you may emerge without fear. Upon hearing Su Ming's call, the zombie once again peeked out. After confirming that the gun had indeed been withdrawn, it cautiously stepped out from behind the statue. I may not be able to assist you directly, but I believe that the act of vengeance should be one you undertake personally. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the zombie let out another howl before dashing off into the distance. Watching its retreating figure, Su Ming took out his phone. You truly possess talent. How did you conceive the idea of using yourself to create superhumans? Could it possibly be due to that video I sent you? I am utterly astonished that you genuinely believe you can produce superhumans. Su Ming's fingers danced across the screen with fervor. Undoubtedly, this presented an excellent opportunity for mockery. As one message after another was dispatched, Lu Wei's phone chimed incessantly. Damn it, that's Su Ming. Seeing the barrage of mocking text on his screen, Lu Wei's face turned an ashen shade of green with anger. There was no question that Su Ming was brazenly provoking him. Yet, what could he do at this moment? He had already become the subject of Su Ming's ridicule, though fortunately, Su Ming remained unaware of his true identity. Fine, go on and revel in your triumph. Su Ming Lu Wei chose to ignore Su Ming's taunts and began rummaging through the area in search of supplies. This place was no longer secure. His only option was to flee swiftly. Once he reached a safe location, he could again utilize his ability to control zombies to command new survivors to serve him. Just then, Lu Wei suddenly heard the sound of footsteps echoing in the corridor. How could they have arrived so quickly? Confronted by the footsteps in the hallway, Lu Wei immediately surmised that it was likely the creature he had created. Had it not been sent to confront Su Ming? How could this be? Ding. At that moment, Lu Wei's phone emitted a notification sound. Bang. Before Lu Wei could even react, the tightly shut door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. Upon encountering the monstrous apparition before him, Lu Wei hastily reached for the firearm resting nearby. However, in the next instant, he was unceremoniously kicked away. The sound of a notification chimed in his ears as he lay on the ground. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, his vision began to spin uncontrollably. Subsequently, Lu Wei beheld his own headless form, gushing blood, alongside the incessantly ringing mobile phone. Chapter 71. The True Purpose of Drones Since the Last Zombie Departed. Su Ming had not encountered it again. However, it was certain that his old acquaintance had been eliminated. After all, Su Ming had clearly observed through the radar that the small red dot, which had remained stationary, was eradicated by a small yellow dot. To ensure absolute certainty, Su Ming had dialed that number multiple times, yet every attempt resulted in a state of unanswered calls. Well, it seems the coming days will be rather dull. Gazing at the sparse yellow dots on the screen, Su Ming could not help but feel a pang of helplessness. He was left with less than 10,000 points. And the surrounding zombies had mostly been cleared away. Even utilizing the zombie bait ammunition would likely attract only a handful of the undead. Was it time to relocate again? Looking at the high-speed armed helicopter within the system's space, Su Ming felt a wave of frustration. While the helicopter was flawless in many respects, the issue lay with the depletion of bait ammunition. Without the bait, Su Ming was certainly reluctant to pilot it for relocation. After all, a helicopter was not akin to a fighter jet. The odds of survival for the pilot upon facing an attack were exceedingly slim. Su Ming decided to check the points required for restocking the bait ammunition in the points mall. The result left him astounded. To fully replenish the bait ammunition, a staggering 6,000 points were needed. This price was, of course, unacceptable to Su Ming. It is worth noting that a brand new high-speed armed helicopter only cost 8,000 points. Furthermore, restocking the bait required venturing out of the shelter to replenish it manually, substantially increasing the danger. Was this quite the psychological game? At that moment, a brilliant idea flashed in Su Ming's mind. Wait a moment. Did I not have a drone? Utilizing the drone to attract zombies seemed a feasible option. Su Ming had no grand expectations this time. He merely hoped to accumulate enough points to exchange for an armed helicopter and escape from this place. As drone no. One slowly ascended from the helipad. Su Ming practiced above the shelter until he became familiar with the controls, then maneuvered the drone towards the distance. There was no other choice. This drone represented all of Su Ming's hopes. The drone steadily approached its maximum cruising range of 10 kilometers, but to Su Ming's surprise, it had barely covered 7 kilometers before he spotted streets nearby teeming with wandering zombies. Do zombies migrate as well? As he observed the footage transmitted by the drone, a hint of perplexity stirred within him. As the view gradually rotated, Su Ming was astonished to see several towering giant zombies among the wandering undead. Well, let's deal with this wave first. Although he was not fully aware of the current situation, he resolved to lure this group of zombies over first. After pressing the fire button, the drone's machine gun unleashed a barrage upon the horde of corpses below, promptly dispatching several unfortunate zombies with precise headshots. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a common infected. You are rewarded with 5 points. Congratulations. In response to the kill notification echoing in his mind, Su Ming could not help but let out a resigned sigh. The drone was commendable in many respects, yet its accuracy left much to be desired. His recent volley of bullets had only managed to fell 6 zombies. Upon hearing the gunfire, the zombies immediately turned their attention toward the source of the sound. Among them, the few towering zombies even began to roar in the direction of the drone. Oh, they dare to make a noise? Su Ming hastily directed a burst of fire at the loudest of the towering zombies and then deftly piloted the drone to begin a slow ascent toward the refuge. With a furious roar, the giant zombie, having endured a volley of bullets, charged after the retreating drone, arms flailing wildly. Under its lead, the wandering zombies in the street seemed to heed its command, following in a frenzied rush. Astonishingly, these zombies possessed a leader. Watching the footage transmitted back by the drone, Su Ming was profoundly shocked. He had previously assumed these ordinary zombies were merely mindless flesh eaters, but he now realized he was gravely mistaken. These zombies displayed absolute obedience when confronted with a more powerful counterpart. It was time to conclude with the Refuge's defensive machine guns. Seeing the drone's initial sortie yield such a significant number of zombies, Su Ming felt an exhilarating rush. This was the true purpose of the drone. After landing the drone on the helipad and descending into the base, Su Ming activated the automated targeting system of the weapon control. With overwhelming firepower, the zombies were swiftly eradicated. That amounted to over 20,000 points. Filled with renewed vigor at his unexpected bounty, Su Ming conducted a thorough inspection of his Refuge's surroundings, ensuring no zombies remained. He then returned to the drone control panel. Woohoo! Take off. Thus, Su Ming busied himself tirelessly until nightfall, even canceling his gaming time with Fan Xingqing. It was impossible to resist the sheer thrill of racking up points. Only two directions remained uncleared. Gazing at the impressive total of 160,000 points in his mind, a satisfied smile crept across Su Ming's lips. He had long misunderstood the utilization of the drone. He initially believed its purpose was to target survivors with malintent against his Refuge, which led to his dissatisfaction with the drone, considering its fragility. However, today's display had revealed to Su Ming that he had been entirely wrong. This was the true application of the drone. It is high time to contemplate on what to eat. After a long day, Su Ming couldn't help but stretch, intending to ponder over his dinner for the evening. However, at that very moment, a symbol of an aircraft appeared on the radar screen before him. Is there really an aircraft at this hour? Faced with this unidentified plane, Su Ming promptly activated the air defense artillery and control machine guns of the shelter, simultaneously extinguishing all the lights within the Refuge. As he watched the aircraft on the radar draw ever closer, a wave of apprehension surged within him. At this juncture, those capable of flying are likely to be remarkable figures of considerable influence. Su Ming was acutely aware that his current capabilities were insufficient to confront such formidable entities. In that moment, all he could do was pray that this aircraft was merely passing by. Chapter 72, The Mysterious Pattern. The grass has indeed fallen. Su Ming gazed at the helicopter gently descending near his sanctuary, a slight twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Observing the figures emerging from the helicopter, Su Ming's expression darkened further. The footage relayed from the surveillance indicated that these 5 individuals were clad in black combat attire, adorned with gear reminiscent of external metallic exoskeletons. They wielded futuristic assault rifles and donned equipment akin to night vision goggles. Upon consulting the AI system in his mind, Su Ming discovered that neither the helicopter before him nor the equipment in the hands of these 5 belonged to any nation. This implied that these individuals were affiliated with an organization independent of all countries. Good heavens, this group is not to be trifled with. The 5 appeared to be in search of something, incessantly sweeping the air around them with mysterious instruments. Before long, they seemed to have detected something and began moving towards the sanctuary. Must it be so unfortunate? As the 5 approached, Su Ming realized that if he did not eliminate them soon, he would be plagued by their presence indefinitely. However, he could not fathom what could possibly draw this group to his sanctuary. Clearly, hiding any longer was not an option. To uncover the crux of the matter, Su Ming understood that he could not remain concealed within the sanctuary this time. Although he could easily dispatch these individuals using the weapons within the sanctuary, if he sought intelligence, he would have to confront them directly. Xiaoyan, can you ascertain whether these 5 possess superhuman abilities? Host, the 5 individuals outside your sanctuary do not possess superhuman abilities, but their physical attributes have reached the level of elite special forces. All right, that brings me some relief. Hearing Xiao Lian's response, Su Ming exhaled deeply. The mere level of elite special forces did not concern him. After all, Fan Ziyuan from the sanctuary was an elite special forces operative. Now, whenever he and Fan Xingqing engaged in their playful chase, Fan Ziyuan would choose to retreat to his room for rest, as he could not even perceive the presence of the two. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, Su Ming resolved to employ the sanctuary's weapons to create a diversion. The radar screen revealed not only the 5 individuals but also 2 small red dots on the helicopter, indicating that these 2 were likely the pilots. Very well, let them serve as bait. Su Ming accessed the weapon control panel to deploy the Gatling gun on the second floor. After establishing the attack target and timing, he donned his gear and made his way to the balcony door on the third floor. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. As the time arrived, the Gatling gun on the second floor unleashed a torrent of fire towards the helicopter. Faced with such a concentrated barrage, the helicopter was reduced to a mere sieve. Boom. Upon hearing the explosive sound of the helicopter, Su Ming promptly flung open the balcony door and dashed out. Cloaked in the night's embrace, he descended from the first floor like a specter, seizing the opportunity while the 5 individuals outside the shelter were unguarded. Su Ming swiftly incapacitated one of them with his electric baton. By the time the remaining 4 realized what had transpired, Su Ming had already made his escape. Leaving behind their stunned comrades sprawled on the ground, the leader quickly sensed that something was amiss. Under his command, the 4 formed a defensive stance, back to back. Remarkably calm, Su Ming observed from the shadows and retrieved a flashbang from his system space, pulling the pin before hurling it towards the group. Clang, clang. Upon hearing the object hit the ground, one of them hastily glanced down. Boom. As the flashbang detonated, those wearing night vision goggles were suddenly besieged by blinding pain. The deafening ringing in their ears rendered them incapable of resistance. Bang, bang, bang. Temporarily deprived of sight and sound, the 4 could only fire their weapons chaotically. Seizing the moment while they were still disoriented, Su Ming swiftly knocked them all unconscious. Mission accomplished. After completing this, Su Ming opened the garage door of the shelter and, upon stowing the Jeep into his system space, he unceremoniously tossed the 5 individuals into the vast garage. Confronted with them, Su Ming decided to first strip them of their gear. However, upon removing the helmet and mask from one individual, he was taken aback to discover that this person was a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes. What on earth? Su Ming then removed the helmets and masks from the remaining 4, and without exception, they too were all foreigners. Goodness. Could this zombie crisis be part of an international conspiracy? This scene led Su Ming to suspect that it was an operation targeting the Great Xian nation. Yet, if that were the case, why was it impossible to trace the origins of their equipment? Even more perplexing to Su Ming was the strange emblem emblazoned on their combat suits. The design bore a resemblance to the logo of a certain fruit-themed smartphone. But unlike the familiar apple, this one was intact and entwined by a serpent. Upon inspecting their weaponry, he found that whether it was the metallic exoskeleton or the sci-fi styled assault rifles, they all bore the same insignia. Is this some sort of Apple and Snake version of Umbrella Corporation? Faced with this enigmatic symbol, Su Ming was at a loss. The only course of action remaining was to awaken these 5 individuals and see if he could extract useful answers from their lips. After securely binding them, Su Ming summoned Fan Ziyuan into the garage. For the interrogation, it was best to adopt a good cop bad cop approach. Observing the perplexed expression on Fan Ziyuan's face, Su Ming proceeded to divulge all that he had recently uncovered. All right, Mr. Su, just instruct me on what to do, Fan responded. No worries. You shall play the role of the good cop. I will take charge of their torment. Su Ming replied with a sinister smile as he retrieved an array of implements from the depths of the system's space, meticulously arranging them before the 5 individuals. He even fashioned a rudimentary tiger bench using the household table and chairs. Su Ming's exuberance led Fan Ziyuan to ponder whether Su Ming harbored such inclinations all along. All right. Old Fan, your task is to play the benevolent character from here on out. With preparations complete, Su Ming gleefully lifted a bucket of icy water and doused the unconscious 5 before him. Chapter 73, The Eden What the Hell? God, where am I? Damn it. As a bucket of ice-cold water was poured over them, 5 individuals were abruptly jolted awake. They cursed vehemently, spewing a torrent of profanities. But soon they became acutely aware of their predicament. Ahem. Su Ming cleared his throat, a sinister smile gracing his face as he gazed at the 5 before him. From the expletives they had just unleashed, he discerned that they were speaking English. Gentlemen, I present to you a chance for survival, contingent upon your ability to answer my questions. Upon realizing that this man could converse fluently in English, the 5 fell silent, their bravado evaporating. Truly commendable. You are seasoned warriors, and I find myself developing a modicum of respect for you. Su Ming was not taken aback by their reaction. However, he had no intention of showing mercy. He grasped a screwdriver from the table and thrust it directly into the armpit of one of the men. Ah, damn it. FK. As the man screamed in agony, Su Ming maintained a facade of elegant composure. As a warrior, is it appropriate to howl in such pain? He twirled the screwdriver in a leisurely manner, instilling terror in the hearts of the other 4. You're surprisingly silent now, aren't you? Noting that the man had ceased his cries, Su Ming quietly withdrew the screwdriver. Well, quite impressive, he remarked as he poured a potion over the wound of the afflicted man. This was a hemostatic solution he had exchanged for 5 points. and its efficacy was remarkable. Within mere seconds, the bleeding wound had scabbed over. Now, let us proceed to the next test. The previously tormented man, relieved by Su Ming's cessation of torment, immediately voiced his protest upon hearing the latter's words. This is unfair. Why do you only torture me? Ah, you raise a valid point. Su Ming acknowledged the man's grievance with a nod, yet in the next moment, he seized a heated branding iron and pressed it against the inner thigh of the same individual. FK, you dare to protest, do you? As he twisted the branding iron, he muttered, I'll give you something to complain about. Under the excruciating pain, the man soon succumbed to unconsciousness. However, Su Ming had no intention of sparing him. He doused him with another bucket of cold water. Oh, I've had enough. Awakened once more by the icy deluge, the man was stripped of his defiance. Seeing the man was now willing to cooperate, Su Ming directed Fan Ziyuan, take him to the living room for questioning. I will continue with the next one. Understood. Fan Ziyuan recognized that Su Ming's approach was to prevent any collusion among them. The remaining four watched helplessly as their companion was led away. One attempted to speak, but was silenced by another. Oh dear, it appears this warrior has something to say. With a smile, Su Ming gazed at the individual who seemed eager to speak, silently picking up the red-hot branding iron nearby. Why not share your thoughts? I am rather curious about what you wish to convey. Faced with Su Ming, armed with the branding iron, the person contemplated a plausible excuse for evasion. However, the next moment, a sharp pain surged through his thigh. Just say whatever comes to mind. Why hesitate? My interest has waned. Please wait a moment. Su Ming sighed in exasperation and approached the individual who had attempted to silence him. No, please, don't treat me this way. Observing the coward before him, Su Ming sighed again. Rest assured, I shall never treat you in that manner. Subsequently, he swiftly kicked the individual into unconsciousness. His gaze then turned to the remaining two. Thus, Su Ming took on the task of tormenting the last four individuals in the garage, while Fan Ziyuan diligently interrogated in the living room. After a night of relentless effort, they finally unraveled the origins of the five. They belonged to an organization known as Eden, which emerged in the United States a month following the zombie outbreak. According to their accounts, this outbreak was orchestrated by the Eden organization, with the aim of sifting through humanity once more. Eden, indeed a fitting name. Observing the emblem embroidered on their combat attire, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at its profound symbolism. It was reminiscent of the serpent enticing Adam and Eve to partake of the apple. Now the apple remained intact, yet Adam and Eve were nowhere to be found. Goodness. It seems this organization intends to transform all of humanity into mere shells of their former selves. Mr. Su, what shall we do next? At this juncture, Fan Ziyuan appeared somewhat troubled. The five before them were merely the most junior soldiers within the vast Eden hierarchy. After an hour of effort, he had gleaned little useful information. Their purpose in this location was to seek out survivors and train them to become soldiers akin to themselves. However, the ultimate motive behind this endeavor remained unknown to them. As the lowest-ranking soldiers, they received task information solely through computers when not on a mission. They dutifully resided in a nearby base. What can we do? Relocate, of course. In response to Fan Ziyuan's inquiry, Su Ming shrugged helplessly. The helicopter outside undoubtedly contained a tracking system. Although they appeared to be mere cannon fodder, it was prudent to move just in case. Su Ming chose to approach the emerging Eden organization with caution. He increasingly felt that this Eden resembled the Umbrella Corporation from the film Resident Evil. Yet, Su Ming found it perplexing. Since the zombies had emerged in a released manner, how had the Eden organization managed to bypass the military forces of various nations? This was no cinematic scenario. The armies of the world were far from complacent. Deploying such a multitude of zombies across the nations of Blue Star presents an undeniably formidable challenge. Mr. Su, I shall first attend to those 5 individuals in the garage. In response to Fan Ziyuan's proactive suggestion to deal with the 5, Su Ming promptly declined. Old Fan, as a father, it is unwise for you to take a life. Your responsibility is merely to ensure this place is tidy. I shall handle it myself. After all, each individual holds a value of 5 points. Moreover, Su Ming intended to earn double points, thus it was imperative for him to undertake the task personally. As for the Eden organization, Su Ming chose to forego any further exploration into their methods. Currently, his own strength was insufficient. Even if he were to uncover their secrets, it would likely prove futile. Rather than becoming entangled with the Eden organization, it would be more prudent to seek another location to accrue points. Only by amassing his own strength can he hope to secure his position in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 74, Journey to Donghai City. Mr. Su, where shall we head next? Donghai City, I suppose. In response to Fan Ziyuan's inquiry, Su Ming pondered briefly before ultimately deciding on Donghai City, a metropolis not far from Ling'an City. This city, like Ling'an, boasts a substantial population. However, its numbers are significantly bolstered by a multitude of migrant workers. With its myriad factories, the city is undoubtedly a hotbed for a considerable horde of zombies. Mr. Su, are you planning to hunt zombies again? Upon hearing that Donghai City was their destination, Fan Ziyuan quickly discerned Su Ming's intentions. Of course, my purpose is indeed to hunt zombies. Mr. Su, shouldn't we find a place to hide? Su Ming was well aware of Fan Ziyuan's underlying concern. After all, upon learning about the terrifying organization known as Eden, anyone would instinctively seek refuge. Old Fan, hiding 1T resolve our issues. How can you guarantee that we 1T be found in the end? Su Ming knew that this reasoning would hardly convince Fan Ziyuan, yet he continued to fabricate a serious facade. In truth, my company specializes in biotechnology, which is why I possess the antidote. To acquire superpowers, one must transcend oneself in adversity. On the 3rd floor of my shelter, I have a laboratory where I am researching a drug to unlock the genetic locks within us. To alleviate the pressure of this endeavor, I must rely on hunting zombies. Su Ming's words left Fan Ziyuan at a loss. Alleviating stress by hunting zombies? Such nonsense would hardly deceive even a 3-year-old. Nevertheless, for Fan Ziyuan, the opportunity for choice had vanished. His daughter had become a superhuman, poised to navigate a future inhabited by the newly empowered. Moreover, he could sense that Su Ming genuinely cared for his daughter. All right, I shall expedite your acquisition of superpowers. Noting Fan Ziyuan's silence, Su Ming assumed he was contemplating the notion of superpowers and hurried to reassure him. I merely need to conduct a bit more research, and we will achieve a breakthrough. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Su. Given the circumstances, Fan Ziyuan opted not to voice further concerns. Presently, he remained an ordinary man incapable of safeguarding his daughter. Based on his understanding of Su Ming, any promise made would surely be fulfilled. Do not worry. As long as we can hunt zombies, the antidote will eventually be discovered. In response to Fan Ziyuan's gratitude, Su Ming felt little sentiment. To him, the acquisition of points would enable him to exchange for the antidote in the point shop. Were it not for the shop's failure to refresh with higher-level antidotes, Su Ming might have considered administering the serum he had previously utilized directly to Fan Ziyuan. As for the so-called Eden organization, Su Ming knew that if he could elevate his shelter to level 6 swiftly, he would attain the means to contend with them. According to the system's introduction, a level 6 shelter represents a significant turning point. With an expansive area and multiple buildings, the entire shelter resembles a military base straight out of a science fiction film. It not only features independent turrets but also combat robots. Most notably, a level 6 shelter grants direct access to an escape aircraft. As described by the system, this aircraft boasts the most advanced stealth capabilities and an astonishing maximum speed of Mach 10. Furthermore, it is equipped with a protective shield that, while only lasting 3 minutes, renders it impervious to all missiles, except for catastrophic weapons like mushroom bombs, within that time frame. Thus, as long as one possesses sufficient points, Su Ming has no reason to fear the so-called Eden organization. Suddenly, while Su Ming was intently piloting the helicopter, the onboard reconnaissance radar emitted a sound. Glancing at the screen, Su Ming furrowed his brow at the emerging light spots. According to the radar, these were not aircraft or helicopters but rather creatures akin to flying birds. However, Su Ming also recognized that these could very well be flying zombies. Old Fan, keep an eye on Xiao Xingqing. We may soon encounter some zombies. Hearing Su Ming's words, Fan Ziyuan initially thought Su Ming intended to engage the wandering horde below. Yet he quickly realized that Su Ming was not descending the helicopter. Indeed, flying zombies. After activating the fire control radar, Su Ming directed the helicopter towards the light spots. Initially, he intended to circumvent these entities, but upon reflection, he deemed it an intriguing opportunity to witness flying zombies firsthand. As he drew closer, Su Ming soon discerned the true nature of the light spots on the radar. They were indeed a swarm of flying zombies, yet their appearance left him utterly disappointed. He had expected them to resemble the terrifying creatures from movies, but the reality was merely a gaggle of bird-like figures. Their arms had inexplicably transformed into wings, while the rest of their forms retained a human semblance. Good heavens, what a sight! Su Ming thought of the wall-passing hero from the game as he gazed at the avian humanoids before him. Without hesitation, he pressed the machine gun button. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a flying infected, earning 10 points. Congratulations. As the kill notification echoed in his mind, Su Ming felt no surprise. These creatures were certainly not formidable zombies. Earning 10 points for them was already commendable. Yet, Su Ming couldn't shake the feeling that these zombies bore some resemblance to the peculiar creature he had encountered previously, as if they were mere knockoffs. It seemed that apart from the familiar figure, who was exceptionally clever, others had indeed opted for zombie modifications. Well, this is rather uninteresting. After thoroughly eliminating the airborne avian zombies, Su Ming was about to continue his flight towards Donghai City when he noticed a figure rising abruptly from the ground. Upon seeing this figure hurtling directly towards him, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. Tat tat tat. The machine gun unleashed another volley of fiery projectiles, reducing the figure to several mangled pieces. Congratulations, host, for slaying the airborne king of infected. Reward, 15 points. Is this creature truly worthy of being called a king? Su Ming was momentarily incredulous upon hearing the kill notification echo in his mind. Beep beep beep. Before Su Ming could voice his disdain further, the missile proximity alarm blared ominously. What now? Su Ming hastily deployed a decoy and evaded the ensuing explosion. As he surveyed the buildings below, and the figure atop one of them launching missiles at him, a realization dawned upon him. It seemed everything aligned with his suspicions. These avian zombies were indeed man-made. Below lay the factory responsible for their creation, though Su Ming had no knowledge of how they engineered such avian zombies. He was certain that transforming zombies required the use of living humans. However, he had no desire to linger in combat any longer and promptly launched a missile at the structure below. Congratulations. He paid no heed to the kill notification resonating in his mind. The pressing concern now was to reach Donghai City to continue exterminating zombies and amassing points. The building below was clearly just a factory situated on the outskirts, rendering it unnecessary to remain there. To his surprise, he had not anticipated that many individuals would indeed choose to engage in the grotesque endeavor of zombie modification. Time to wrap up. Su Ming piloted the helicopter away with swagger, leaving behind the inferno consuming the building. Nearby lay the remnants of a half-dismembered human corpse, its clothing emblazoned with a striking image of a venomous snake entwined around an apple. Chapter 75. The Artificial Zombie Factory. This is the place where we will reside in the future. Fan Xingqing blinked her charming eyes, gazing innocently at Su Ming. Uncle Su. Why are we moving? Because Uncle Su enjoys traveling. Su Ming's response elicited a pout of discontent from Fan Xingqing. This place is far too remote. There isn't even a building taller than 10 stories. Faced with her complaint, Su Ming was rendered speechless. Perhaps to this little one, the absence of skyscrapers signified a lack of prosperity. All right, Xingqing, hurry off to bed. Well acquainted with Su Ming's habits, Fan Ziyuan understood that he was about to lure the zombies over to eliminate them. To shield his daughter from such sights, he carried her to the bedroom. Okay, I'll head up first. Su Ming bid farewell to Fan Ziyuan and made his way directly to the second floor. The reason for selecting this location for the shelter was primarily due to it being the most concentrated area of factories in Donghai City. Although it was indeed an industrial zone, Su Ming was aware that there were at least several 100,000 workers here. It appears there are truly no survivors around. Upon activating the radar, Su Ming observed a myriad of small yellow dots on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. However, what puzzled him was that, despite the vast quantity of these dots, they were distributed in an exceedingly orderly fashion, as if they were all confined within the buildings. Never mind, I shall simply use the zombie bait bomb. Su Ming decided not to dwell on the peculiarities of the situation. Given that this was a factory area, it was reasonable for the zombies to linger here. After launching the zombie bait bomb, he activated all the weapons in the shelter, awaiting the arrival of the zombie horde. Why is there no response? As time ticked by, Su Ming noticed that the yellow dots on the radar showed no signs of movement. Well, I suppose I should use a drone to investigate further. With no other choice, Su Ming opted to deploy a drone to ascertain the situation. As the drone flew towards the factory area, he observed that the nearby factories were all tightly shut and devoid of personnel. This is unscientific. Su Ming glanced at the yellow dots on the radar screen, and then back at the visuals relayed by the drone. Could it be that these zombies are trapped inside the factories? But if that were the case, how did they get in? Confounded by the unfolding events, Su Ming decided to take a chance. He directed the drone to launch a missile at the largest factory. Boom. As the explosion dissipated, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The missile successfully created a breach in the wall, and before he could discern the situation within, the damaged wall was violently shattered by an immense force. What the hell? This can't be happening. Countless zombies emerged from the shattered wall openings, subsequently charging towards the direction of their refuge with reckless abandon. To Su Ming's astonishment, these were not the ordinary zombies he had grown accustomed to in Lingnan City, but rather a more formidable breed of mutated zombies. Although they did not reach the exaggerated height of the colossal zombies, their speed surpassed that of the giant infected by a considerable margin. My goodness, are all the zombies here mutated? Faced with the images transmitted back by the drone, Su Ming was utterly taken aback. No wonder the zombie bait had been ineffective. After all this time, it turned out these zombies had been confined within the factory area. So, have I unwittingly stumbled into a den of thieves? Su Ming maneuvered the drone to circle around, yet he found no signs of guards in the vicinity. This implied that he had inadvertently ventured deep into the heart of Eden. As for why he felt it was the heart of Eden, it was simply because, aside from this organization, Ming had no knowledge of any other groups conducting independent research on zombies. Congratulations, host, for eliminating the muscular infected. Reward, 10 points, congratulations. Just as Ming operated the drone for reconnaissance, the group of mutated zombies he had previously released had already arrived at the entrance of the refuge. Hearing the kill notification echo in his mind, Ming was filled with delight. As long as he upgraded his refuge to level 6, even in the event of an assault by Eden, he could ensure his own escape. All right, fortune favors the bold. Tempted by the prospect of great risk and reward, Ming once again utilized the drone's missiles to blast open the walls of 3 factory buildings, then promptly returned to the second floor of the refuge to replenish his missiles. Though each defender missile required 2,000 points, Ming was well aware that this investment was undoubtedly profitable. He set all the refuge's weapons to automatic fire mode while he diligently piloted the drone back and forth between the factory and the helipad. As more and more mutated zombies surged towards the refuge, Ming's excitement grew exponentially. 200,000 points, 300,000 points. The points in his mind were soaring rapidly. After clearing all the mutated zombies surrounding the refuge, Ming's current point total had reached an astonishing 460,000. Furthermore, with the radar, Ming was aware that there were still numerous factory buildings housing a substantial number of mutated zombies. It could be said that this place was nothing short of a zombie manufacturing factory. What a remarkable windfall this has turned out to be. After a busy afternoon, Ming gazed at the gradually darkening sky and shrugged his shoulders. Given that night had fallen, the habitually balanced Ming decided against further exertion. After extinguishing all the lights in the refuge, he first accessed the refuge system. 320,000 points deducted. Beginning refuge upgrade. Estimated time, 1 hour. Does it truly require an hour this time? The 6th level shelter indeed stands as a watershed moment. Typically, upgrading a shelter can be accomplished in the blink of an eye, yet this time it astonishingly requires an entire hour. Thus, I shall peruse the points mall. After deducting 320,000 points, Ming finds himself with a remaining balance of 140,000 points. Naturally, he wishes to explore whether there exists a potion in the points mall that suits his needs. Amidst the dazzling array of goods in the points mall, he soon discovers a potion he has never encountered before. Chapter 76, A World-Altering Transformation, Psychic Power Advancement Elixir, 50,000 points, according to the system. The effect of this elixir is to enhance one's own psychic abilities. Indeed, Ming has sensed that his psychic power has been progressing rather sluggishly. Ever since he managed to lift a weight of 20 kilograms with mere thought, further practice has yielded diminishing returns. Without hesitation, Ming exchanged for the elixir. And as he gazed at the azure liquid within the confines of the system's space, he couldn't help but suspect that it might also bear a fruity flavor. Little Lien, will there be any unusual reactions after consuming this? To be prudent, Ming decided to consult the AI system residing in his mind. After all, he might very well be situated in the heart of Eden, and he feared that if he were to succumb to a deep slumber like last time, he might awaken to find the shelter collapsed around him. Rest assured, host, the Psychic Power Advancement Elixir is a growth-type potion, and consuming it will not result in any adverse effects. Over time, you will discover your psychic abilities becoming increasingly potent. That is reassuring. With Little Lien's confirmation, Ming felt a weight lift from his shoulders. After retrieving the elixir from the system's space, he unscrewed the cap and drank it down. Indeed, it was blueberry-flavored. Ming had grown accustomed to the flavors of these potions. It seemed that the items produced in the points shop had a penchant for fruity substitutes. Now, it was time to enhance Fan Ziyuan's strength. Ming spent an additional 10,000 points to exchange for a genetic mutation serum, planning to bestow it upon Fan Ziyuan once everything was settled. The reaction from the genetic mutation serum was vividly etched in Ming's memory. Consumption would induce a state of weakness. If he were to encounter Eden's forces, Ming certainly did not wish to be burdened with a grown man in such a state. As for the remaining 80,000 points, having learned from his previous experience with the drone system, Ming resolved not to spend any more points in the shop. Who knows what peculiar charges the Level 6 shelter system might concoct next. Level 6 shelter upgrade complete. Please configure the new layout of the shelter. Taken aback by the system's prompt in his mind, Ming paused. A new layout? What on earth was that? Upon reviewing the system's introduction to the Level 6 shelter, enlightenment dawned upon him. The Level 6 shelter represented a significant turning point, in addition to his current shelter. It now encompassed 2 independent buildings and 4 standalone turrets. These 2 buildings were designated as the mechanical barracks and the nuclear fusion power plant. The so-called new layout referred to the option of strategically placing these structures akin to games like Red Alert. What on earth is this? As he surveyed the 3-dimensional map in his mind, Ming realized that his shelter had expanded several-fold. Goodness, this was essentially Red Alert. Faced with the introduction of these 2 edifices, Ming harbored grave doubts regarding the unlocking of the so-called war vehicle factory upon reaching the 7th level of the shelter. Nevertheless, he decided to first focus on the proper placement of these structures, casting aside the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Ming devoted himself to contemplating the optimal positioning of the buildings. The 4 independent turrets were certainly to be located at the corners of the shelter. However, he found himself perplexed about the placement of the mechanized barracks in the nuclear fusion power plant. Although Ming was not an academic prodigy, he was well aware of the concept of nuclear fusion. The destruction of such a facility would spell catastrophic doom. He did not entertain the notion of becoming stronger through radiation mutations, as the likelihood was exceedingly low. Goodness, it felt as though he had installed a bomb right beside himself. Yet, upon reviewing the system's description of the nuclear fusion power plant, he suddenly realized he had been overly concerned. Nuclear fusion power plant, level 1, points required to upgrade to level 2 shelter, 50, 000, durability, 100, 100. 000, description, possesses formidable defenses, capable of providing a continuous power supply to the shelter, will detonate violently when durability reaches 0. This nuclear fusion power plant boasted an impressive durability of 100, 000. It was worth noting that the outer wall of his level 5 shelter had merely 50, 000 durability. Moreover, according to the peculiarities of the shelter system, provided his points were sufficient, the nuclear fusion power plant could be revived even in the face of formidable attacks. What was there to worry about? After perusing this information, Ming positioned the nuclear fusion power plant to the left of his villa, while the structure known as the mechanized barracks was situated adjacent to it. The helipad for emergency aircraft was designated underground. In the event of a crisis, Ming could swiftly access the helipad via the subterranean tunnels. Once he had determined the locations of the structures, Ming pressed the completion button as prompted by the system. Shall the construction proceed according to the current design? Yes. Commencing construction. As the system's notification echoed, Ming felt a sudden, intense tremor beneath his feet. Good grief. He hurried to the window, only to witness the 2 buildings rising from the ground, completing their deployment in less than 30 seconds. Shortly thereafter, the 4 turrets emerged from the corners of the shelter. Finally, the outer walls and gate ascended. With the walls connecting all 4 turrets, the level 6 shelter was thoroughly constructed. Goodness gracious. Was this shelter system inspired by Red Alert? The scene before him left Ming both amused and bewildered, yet he suddenly realized a disconcerting truth. Wait a moment, did that mean his defensive weapons were rendered useless? Prior to the level 5 shelter, those defensive armaments had been affixed to the walls. The current state of the shelter is worlds apart from what it once was. Upon this realization, Ming promptly activated the shelter system within his mind. Level 6 shelter, 640, 000 points required for upgrade to level 7 shelter. Main base durability, 150, 000, 150, 000. Level 1 fusion power plant durability, 100, 000, 100. 000. Level 1 mechanized barracks durability, 100, 000, 100, 000. Wall durability, 100, 000, 100, 000. Tower number 1 durability, 100, 000, 100, 000. Tower number 2. To Ming's astonishment, the data displayed by the shelter system had undergone a remarkable transformation. His villa had been reclassified as the main base, with durability now calculated for the entire structure. After inspecting the weapon control system, Ming discovered that, apart from the anti-aircraft cannon and the anti-aircraft machine gun, all other weapons from his villa had been relocated to the 4 turrets. Each turret is now equipped with 2 Gatling defensive machine guns and 1 flamethrower. While the sniper weapon module he had purchased for 50, 000 points was randomly assigned to turret number 1. Goodness. Truly deserving of its status as a level 6 shelter. Faced with this astonishing scene, Ming, the owner of the system, retrieved a glass of iced Americano from the system space to steady his nerves. Chapter 77. Guardians, Assassins, and Assault Troopers. Mr. Su. What on earth is happening outside? As Ming descended the stairs, he was met with the anxious inquiry of Fan Ziyuan, who rushed towards him. Undoubtedly, the recent violent tremors had left both Fan Ziyuan and his daughter in a state of alarm. A quick glance towards the bedroom on the first floor revealed that Fan Qingqing had enveloped herself entirely in her blanket. Do not worry, it was all orchestrated by me. I simply forgot to inform you beforehand. Is that so? Faced with Su Ming's explanation, Fan Ziyuan could only feel a profound astonishment. Such a miraculous feat, was he not akin to a deity? Fan Ziyuan was only aware that superhumans could demolish buildings, but he had never heard of one capable of erecting them in an instant. Why don't you comfort little Qingqing? I have some matters to attend to upstairs. Su Ming handed a jelly to Fan Ziyuan and turned to ascend to the second floor. He had yet to thoroughly explore this newly established refuge. Had it not been for his concern for the two downstairs, he would have been reluctant to make this special trip. Upon returning to the second floor, Su Ming first checked the radar for any changes. With the refuge now upgraded to level 6, the radar's maximum detection radius had extended to 10 kilometers. After examining the remaining functionalities, Su Ming began to delve into the mechanics of the robotic barracks. Having learned from his previous experience with drones, Su Ming, despite his modest hopes for his current points, opened the control panel of the robotic barracks. Guardian Mechanical Soldier, 10,000 points. Assassin Mechanical Soldier, 10,000 points. Assault Mechanical Soldier, 10,000 points. At this moment, Su Ming could only construct these 3 types of mechanical soldiers. The rest were marked with the prominent label of unlocked. What a colossal beast this was, voraciously consuming points. Through the refuge system, he discovered that the points required to upgrade the robotic barracks were the same as those needed for upgrading the fusion power plant. 50,000 points were necessary for the upgrade. At this juncture, Su Ming realized the increasing demand for points. With over 80,000 points remaining, Su Ming could not help but examine the descriptions of these 3 mechanical soldiers. Guardian Mechanical Soldier, durability, 500. Description, possesses formidable anti-air capabilities and strong defense. Capable of effectively engaging aerial units. Assassin Mechanical Soldier, durability, 200. Description, equipped with a silenced sniper rifle, effective against distant units, while possessing strong stealth capabilities. Assault Mechanical Soldier, durability, 300. Description, fitted with the most advanced assault rifles, displaying remarkable offensive prowess and adept in using various firearms. Upon realizing that the assault trooper could wield a variety of firearms, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. After all, during the zombie outbreak, he had stockpiled an array of weaponry and was currently at a loss for their application. If the assault trooper can indeed wield the firearms from his system's inventory, it would be a splendid piece of news for Su Ming. After all, as the situation unfolds, the cache of assault rifles and handguns he has stockpiled would soon become ineffective against the zombies. Moreover, the weaponry available in the points shop is astonishingly affordable, allowing Su Ming to effortlessly exchange for a plethora of arms to store within his system's space. Well, perhaps he should start with one of each. Despite his profound admiration for the assault trooper, Su Ming ultimately decided to obtain one of each type of mechanized soldier. After expending 30,000 points, the control panel promptly indicated that the construction was complete. He simply had to venture out and see for himself. After glancing at the radar screen, the impatient Su Ming hastily opened the balcony door on the second floor and leapt from the main base. However, when he beheld the 3 imposing figures standing before the mechanized barracks, he was momentarily taken aback. Are these mechanized soldiers? To Su Ming's eyes, the 3 figures bore a striking resemblance to humans in both shape and skin, with the only distinction being their equipment. Upon noticing Su Ming approaching, the mechanized soldiers saluted him in unison. Commander! Faced with the synchronized greeting from these 3 mechanized soldiers, Su Ming, who had never encountered such treatment before, felt a surge of surprise. Yet, he still struggled to believe that these figures were indeed mechanized soldiers. Are you truly mechanized soldiers? Su Ming inquired cautiously. Yes, Commander. The 3 figures replied in unison, and then, in perfect synchrony, they removed their heads, cradling them against their chests. We are indeed mechanized soldiers. 6. Staring at the astonishing scene before him, Su Ming fell silent for a moment, eventually managing to utter a single word. 6. He had never anticipated that this trio of metal beings would choose to prove their identity by decapitating themselves. This was truly a revelation that left him utterly astounded. Observing the wires along their necks, Su Ming quickly commanded, Enough. Please reattach your heads. Yes. In perfect unison once more, the 3 mechanized soldiers dutifully restored their heads. It could be said that each of these 3 types of mechanized soldiers possessed unique strengths. The assault trooper boasted the swiftest movement speed, ideal for patrolling the shelter and launching future offensives. The assassin, despite its commendable speed, had a dismally low durability. However, it was coated with a cloaking layer and could alter its color to blend with the environment, making it exceptionally suited for sniping from a distance. The Guardian possessed formidable anti-air firepower and boasted the highest durability among the three types of mechanized soldiers, effectively serving as a mobile anti-air weapon. After conducting several experiments, Ming discovered that the assault trooper could adeptly utilize the cache of light weaponry stored in his system space. Subsequently, he expended another 30,000 points to create 3 assailants, positioning them alongside the initial one, all standing resolutely atop the walls with an arsenal of weaponry. To maximize the utility of the assassin he had conjured, Ming assigned it to the second turret, where it would serve as a sniper. As for the Guardian, he designated it to oversee his power plant, serving as its sentinel. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Ming once again commanded the drone to approach the factory near the Refuge. After utilizing the drone's missiles to shatter the wall, waves of mutated zombies began surging toward the sanctuary. The mechanical soldiers atop the walls and the 4 turrets unleashed a relentless barrage, mowing down the zombies as though they were mere stalks of wheat. Congratulations, host, on eliminating the burly infected. In response to the series of kill notifications echoing in his mind, Ming rose to stretch lazily before returning to his study to continue practicing his calligraphy. Chapter 78. The formal confrontation with Eden has finally arrived as he gazed at the radar screen, where small red and yellow dots approached steadily. Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was acutely aware that these red dots were likely soldiers from the Eden organization. After a week of waiting, he was eager for a direct confrontation with this notorious group. His shelter had reached level 6, and he was curious to see the aftermath of their encounter. Ming felt no surprise at the yellow dots accompanying the red ones. After all, Eden was responsible for the zombie crisis, and their ability to control the undead was hardly astonishing. After eliminating all the zombies in the nearby factory, he utilized the points he had earned to install 2 anti-aircraft machine guns and an anti-aircraft cannon on the rooftop of the mechanical barracks. To ensure sufficient air defense, he not only created 4 guardians within the barracks but also equipped the rooftop of his villa, the main base, with anti-air missiles. One of the key reasons Ming dared to remain here for a direct confrontation was the escape plane available at his level 6 shelter. The plane's protective shield, capable of lasting 3 minutes, and its maximum speed of Mach 10 were more than adequate for a strategic retreat should the need arise. For Ming, if he couldn't win, he would simply flee, though he preferred to call it a tactical withdrawal. As the forces of Eden drew nearer, Ming eagerly made his way to the balcony on the 3rd floor. To his astonishment, the vanguard comprised the avian zombies he had encountered previously. He had initially thought these creatures were the creation of some genius in the Great Xia Kingdom, but it seemed Eden's manufacturing technology was still rather rudimentary. The anti-aircraft machine guns on the rooftop unleashed a torrent of fire, reducing the avian zombies to mere heaps of flesh. Chunks of carcasses rained down from the sky, with many landing directly inside the shelter. Witnessing this scene, Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for his earlier haste. The battle raged on, as the avian zombies proved incapable of breaching the protective fire of the anti-aircraft guns. At that moment, Ming noticed Eden's helicopters slowly appearing above. Finally, something entertaining was on the horizon. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he recognized the familiar sight of a dozen helicopters. With the launch of the anti-air missiles from the rooftop, several helicopters, despite being equipped with decoy flares, were still shot down by the concentrated barrage. However, Ming was taken aback when he observed that, just before the missiles struck, multiple figures leaped from the helicopters, hurtling towards the direction of his main base. Oh, is this what Eden's individual soldier equipment looks like? Through the binoculars in his hands, Ming could clearly see that these soldiers were clad in wingsuits, gliding toward the walls of his shelter. However, their speed still pales in comparison to the Gatling gun and flamethrower mounted on the turret. Once they descended to a certain altitude, the defensive weapons on the turret detected their presence, as the flamethrower and Gatling gun unleashed a relentless barrage. These soldiers clad in gliding wings were either reduced to mere pulp or transformed into fiery meteors crashing to the ground. Is this all there is? Ming now harbored serious doubts about whether he had leveled up too quickly. This was nothing short of a complete rout. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining helicopters, after evading missiles, promptly retaliated by launching their own missiles. As explosions erupted within the shelter, Ming hurriedly checked the durability. Level 6 shelter, 640. 000 points required to upgrade to level 7 shelter. Main base durability, 150, 000 150, 000. Level 1 fusion power plant durability, 99, 999 100. 000. Level 1 mechanized barracks durability, 99, 998 100, 000. Wall durability, 99, 997 100, 000. Tower 1 durability, 99, 998-100-000, Tower 2. This was akin to a mere scratch. After glancing at the shelter system, Ming realized his concerns were unwarranted. Despite the numerous missiles detonating within the shelter, the total durability loss was under 10 points. Even if Ming were to deactivate all weapon systems and allow them to fire at will, it was unlikely they could breach his defenses. I truly have been overly cautious. At this point, Ming had lost interest in witnessing this one-sided battle any longer. He slowly descended the stairs and caught sight of Fan Ziyuan, who was still engaged in painting with his daughter. Thanks to Ming's assistance, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, finally able to enjoy games with his daughter. Ahem. Old Fan. Upon hearing Ming call his name, Fan Ziyuan looked up in confusion. What is it, Mr. Su? Noticing Ming's somewhat awkward demeanor, Fan Ziyuan felt a hint of uncertainty. He had been following the battle outside, which was clearly a lopsided affair. I fear I will soon need to trouble you to clean up outside. All right. Though Fan Ziyuan agreed, Ming could distinctly sense the twitch at the corners of his mouth. The current level 6 shelter was significantly larger than before. More importantly, this time a considerable number of bird-like zombies and Eden soldiers had been shot down midair. In the past, Fan Ziyuan only needed to clear the ground, perhaps speculating on the walls. But today was different. The entire shelter was littered with carcasses and bloodstains. Had it not been for Fan Ziyuan's enhanced physique, it would have taken him days to finish. Thank you for your hard work. Ming opened the refrigerator and handed him a can of beer, then turned and ascended to the second floor, leaving Fan Ziyuan alone in his disarray. After nearly 2 hours of fierce combat, the forces of Eden had been utterly annihilated. Ming found today's battle quite perplexing. These individuals, fully aware of their inferiority, still chose to engage him head-on, persisting until their entire army was vanquished. Did they not comprehend the concept of retreat? At last, it was over. Ming gazed out the window at Fan Ziyuan's solitary figure inside. He had initially intended to employ mechanical soldiers to assist Fan Ziyuan in clearing the shelter, but those clumsy automatons were utterly incapable of such tasks, limited to executing pre-programmed functions. As for the points mall, apart from discovering a remarkably realistic bionic female robot endowed with special capabilities, he found no robots equipped for cleaning. Indeed, it was time to contemplate conscription. After all, the future might entail countless confrontations against Eden, and if only Fan Ziyuan were to manage the cleanup of the shelter, manpower would undoubtedly be insufficient. Having realized this, Ming began to strategize in his mind about where to recruit additional hands. Chapter 79. Recruitment. Mr. Su. Where are we headed? Fan Ziyuan inquired, utterly bewildered. He had just finished cleaning the entire shelter when Ming informed him of their imminent departure. Initially, he had presumed that Ming was apprehensive about Eden potentially dispatching more troops for retaliation, and that they were relocating to seek out a more populous city to continue their battle against the zombies. However, the airplane descended directly in a remote suburban area. Under Ming's direction, the trio boarded a jeep and traversed a scarcely frequented roadway. Recruitment. Huh? You truly intend to undertake the entire cleanup of the shelter all by yourself? Fan Ziyuan remarked, astonished, while Ming relaxed in the passenger seat. What's with the questioning? Focus on driving, Ming replied with a hint of nonchalance. Thank you, Mr. Su. Fan Ziyuan felt a swell of gratitude upon realizing that they had ventured into the outskirts solely for the purpose of recruitment. Just concentrate on your driving. Currently, Eden's targets are concentrated in the major cities, and the survivors here likely lack any substantial weaponry. Let us head towards Shuifeng County. Shuifeng County, a small town near Dahai City, had remained economically stagnant due to its remote geographical location. Thus, Ming speculated that it could very well serve as a sanctuary for survivors. Despite his intention of recruitment, Ming adhered to his principles. As long as the survivors of Shuifeng County did not instigate hostility, he would not harbor ill intentions toward them. However, should they choose to provoke conflict, he would not hesitate to enlist them as laborers. After glancing at the map, Ming noted that they were merely 3 kilometers from Shuifeng County. Just then, he spotted a large bus obstructing the road ahead. Old Fan, it seems our recruitment efforts are about to bear fruit, Ming teased. Yet Fan Ziyuan could not mirror his lightheartedness. His daughter was inside the vehicle, and he was unwilling to place her in jeopardy due to his negligence. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence, as dozens of figures emerged from the surrounding woods, encircling the jeep. Goodness, these individuals actually dared to surround us, Ming observed. Noting the assortment of makeshift weapons they wielded, some brandished fire axes, others baseball bats, and some even carried rudimentary spears. Get out. Hurry up and get out of the vehicle. As the assailants drew nearer, Ming leisurely stretched. Old Fan, you handle these primitive folks. I'll deal with the one wielding the gun. Just remember not to kill anyone. With that, he flung open the car door and stepped outside. In an instant, he seized the nearest survivor and hoisted him aloft, using him as a shield against potential gunfire. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted once more from the direction of the bus. To Su Ming's astonishment, although the gun fired, the shooter clearly lacked the skill to aim properly. Not a single bullet struck near him, and one even hit a companion in the arm. I truly overestimated you. With a resigned roll of his eyes, Su Ming lifted the makeshift shield and charged towards the direction of the gunfire. Meanwhile, on Fan Ziyuan's side, upon witnessing Su Ming alight from the vehicle, he first exchanged a few words with his daughter before grabbing a short club and exiting the car to retaliate. Faced with these ordinary individuals, he was cautious not to exert too much force, for his body had been enhanced by serum. A careless move could easily render these people incapacitated. Su Ming had emphasized that he needed them alive. Thus, while engaging in combat with the group of dozens, Fan Ziyuan found himself somewhat hesitant. At that moment, a petite figure suddenly darted through the crowd. The figure flitted like a specter among the throng, swiftly bringing them all to the ground. Ching Ching. It was only then that Fan Ziyuan recognized the figure as his daughter, Fan Xingqing. But hadn't she been in the vehicle all along? Hee, Dad, am I impressive? Fan Xingqing stood before her father with an innocent expression, resembling a child who had just scored a perfect 100, eagerly awaiting praise. Who told you to get out? Fan Ziyuan's face fell at the sight of his daughter disobeying him. I wanted to help you, Dad. Do I need your help? At his reprimand, Fan Xingqing's face turned pale, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Old Fan, you've had enough. Just as Su Ming finished dealing with the armed survivor near the bus, he overheard Fan Ziyuan admonishing his daughter. In truth, Su Ming understood that Fan Ziyuan's reaction stemmed from concern for his daughter's safety. Mr. Su, this is my daughter. You. What do you mean, you? Su Ming rolled his eyes at Fan Ziyuan's explanation. Old Fan, do you realize that my decision to recruit reinforcements was entirely for your daughter's sake? If she hadn't secretly told me yesterday that she didn't want you to tire yourself out, I wouldn't have bothered to come here. Glancing once more at the still sobbing Fan Xingqing, he continued, besides, old Fan, do you plan to keep her hidden behind you for the rest of her life? At Su Ming's words, Fan Ziyuan fell silent. In truth, upon reflection, his daughter had indeed changed from before. Even with the mutated serum coursing through her veins, she was still outpaced by her own daughter. Not bothering further with the quiet Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming knelt down to wipe the tears from Fan Xingqing's small face. Xingqing, you did splendidly. Here, Uncle will treat you to some jelly. With a flourish, Su Ming produced a bag of jelly from his pocket and handed it to Fan Xingqing. Wow. Thank you, Uncle Su. Ultimately, she remained but a child. Upon catching sight of her beloved jelly, Fan Xingqing swiftly cast aside her earlier displeasure. All right. Why don't you wait for me in the car with your father? Su Ming affectionately ruffled Fan Xingqing's hair and then exchanged a knowing glance with Fan Ziyuan. Once the father and daughter settled into the vehicle, Su Ming began to assess the group of individuals sprawled on the ground. It seems only about half of them are of any use. Although nearly 30 people lay before him, Su Ming found merit in merely half of them. As for the remainder, he retrieved a dagger from his system space and swiftly pierced their skulls. After unceremoniously kicking their bodies into the nearby thicket, Su Ming bound the remaining 15 with rope. If only the system space could accommodate living beings. The thought of having to transport these 15 individuals onto the aircraft filled him with dread. Old Fan, come down and help me with the heavy lifting. While accompanying his daughter in the car, Fan Ziyuan heard Su Ming's call. Before he could respond, his daughter eagerly urged him, Daddy, hurry and assist Uncle Su. Are you his daughter or mine? Why do you always want me to do the heavy lifting? Faced with the persistent demands of his little cotton-padded jacket, Fan Ziyuan could only sigh in resignation and step down from the vehicle once more. Chapter 80 Future Plans. Fan Ziyuan had to admit that he was utterly perplexed by Su Ming's thoughts. Initially, he believed that after gathering the able-bodied men, Su Ming would seek out a new metropolis to continue his fight against the zombies. To his astonishment, Su Ming returned to Ling'an City. Even more surprising was Su Ming's decision to establish the shelter in the very location of the activity square. He had inquired whether this choice was overly conspicuous, but Su Ming provided an unassailable response. What are you afraid of? If worst comes to worst, we can always escape by plane. That escape aircraft could reach a staggering speed of Mach 10. Indeed, no other plane could possibly catch up. Most importantly, his daughter displayed no signs of motion sickness while aboard that aircraft. Having witnessed the assault on Eden firsthand, Fan Ziyuan comprehended that to survive, he must align himself with Su Ming. Although Su Ming often conspired with his daughter to bully him, she was, after all, his beloved little girl. If she was his cherished little one, then a little discomfort was a trivial matter. Su Ming gazed at the 15 still unconscious able-bodied men and sighed. Unfortunately, his shelter currently had no spare rooms for these individuals. Besides, what status did they hold to reside in the same shelter as him? To be candid, Su Ming considered himself quite merciful. If these individuals hadn't plotted against him, he would not have recruited them as laborers. Another 3,000 points wasted. After examining the available structures in the shelter system, Su Ming ultimately decided to construct the most economical warehouse as their dormitory. Though the warehouse had a durability of only 50,000, he deemed it more than sufficient. They were merely laborers. If they died, he could always capture more. Once the warehouse was completed, Su Ming called for Fan Ziyuan and then promptly doused the men with cold water to wake them. What do you want? One of them shouted. Damn it. Ambushing someone is no real skill. Let me go? Unfazed by their curses, Su Ming saw no need to engage in conversation. After all, they were bound together and drenched. He picked up a cattle prod and directed it at one of the men. ZZZZT. The powerful currents surged through the bodies of the 15, and to prolong their torment, Su Ming had set the prod to the lowest setting. After nearly half a minute, most of the once vibrant men appeared utterly listless. You son of a. Just as another attempted to curse him, Su Ming aimed the prod at him again. ZZZZT. After enduring repeated torture, the 15 men were completely drained of energy, some even losing control of their bodily functions. Ah, splendid. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction at the scene before him. From now on, you shall be my laborers. As long as you clear the area surrounding the shelter, I assure you that starvation will not be your fate. Upon hearing Su Ming's statement, several individuals glanced around, seemingly observing that the place was quite tidy. However, after the prior experience, none of the 15 dared to utter a question. Now, allow me to introduce you to your superior, Commander Fan. Noticing the silence from the 15, Su Ming's expression darkened immediately. Is it too much to expect a greeting upon meeting your commander? With that, Su Ming jabbed his electric baton into one of the individuals. ZZZZ. The sound of electricity crackled once more, and the 15 endured Su Ming's electric shock again. Greetings, Commander. At this moment, all were thoroughly intimidated. The young man wielding the electric baton seemed akin to a Lord of Thunder. In a desperate bid to avoid further shocks, they strained their voices to greet Fan Ziyuan. All right, Commander Fan, the floor is yours. Su Ming, with a smile, handed the baton, a symbol of authority, to Fan Ziyuan, saying, congratulations on your promotion. Remember to charge the baton. Rest assured, Fan Ziyuan replied, nodding in acknowledgement, then turning to the 15, now rendered immobile. Your task is to emerge and clean the shelter when required. Otherwise, remain obediently in that building. Do you understand? Understood. Observing the lethargy of the 15, Fan Ziyuan frowned and pointed to the ground beneath them. You have half an hour to clean the floor, after which you are to return to the warehouse. Should I see you within that half hour? He raised the baton in his hand. I will ensure you comprehend what true suffering entails. Goodness. Old Fan is quite ruthless. Watching the 15 submit to Fan Ziyuan's authority, Su Ming finally felt at ease. Sigh. I wonder when this life will come to an end. The mere thought of the mysterious Eden organization gave Su Ming a headache. This organization has the capability to unleash zombies across the entire blue planet simultaneously. Although the Eden army encountered thus far has proven to be easily defeated, Su Ming dared not underestimate this organization. His comfortable existence in this life is entirely due to his rebirth and the awakening of the system. Were it not for either, he would not have survived to this day. As for the future, Su Ming resolved to focus on accumulating points while seizing the opportunity to gather more intelligence regarding Eden. Uncle Su, what are you doing? Hearing the voice of Fan Xingqing behind him, Su Ming adjusted his expression and turned to smile at her. Uncle is enjoying the scenery. Uncle Su, I drew a picture. Do you think it's beautiful? Su Ming took the drawing handed to him by Fan Xingqing and observed a large house depicted within it. Inside the house were 2 adults and a child, while peculiar stick figures surrounded the exterior. Though Fan Xingqing's artistic style was undeniably childlike, Su Ming could discern that the figures within the house represented Fan Ziyuan, his daughter, and himself, while the odd stick figures symbolized zombies. Little Xingqing, your drawing is truly wonderful, Su Ming exclaimed, affectionately ruffling her hair. Uncle Su, will you play with my building blocks? Fan Xingqing asked, her eyes brimming with anticipation. In response, Su Ming smiled and nodded. It had been nearly half a year since the outbreak of the zombies. The presence of Fan Ziyuan and Fan Xingqing provided Su Ming with considerable solace. Humanity is a peculiar species, often. We crave solitude yet find it difficult to endure complete isolation. Su Ming could hardly fathom the outcome of guarding this vast shelter alone. Perhaps he would indeed descend into madness. He was no cultivator, after all, and could not retreat into seclusion for a century like those depicted in novels. Despite any fortification of body or mind, Su Ming was acutely aware that he remained fundamentally human. Chapter 81. The Deputy Mayor in Truth. The reason Su Ming chose to linger in Lingnan City was not solely due to the considerable number of zombies yet to be eradicated, there existed another significant motive. On the outskirts of Lingnan City lay a base of Eden, which likely served as one of their footholds for advancing into the Great Xia Nation. To ascertain the precise location of this base, Su Ming dispatched a trio of assault team members to gather intelligence regarding Eden. Ordinary zombies posed no threat to these mechanical soldiers. As for the mutated zombies, Su Ming observed over recent days that as long as the mechanical soldiers refrained from firing, these aberrated creatures would not initiate an attack. Moreover, the current strength of these mutated zombies was not formidable, although their heads could withstand 5.56 and 7.62 caliber rounds. They would undoubtedly falter against the 12.7 caliber. In light of the present circumstances, Su Ming adjusted his strategy. Initially, he intended to establish a refuge and await the migration of the zombie horde, but he gradually recognized the inefficiency of such an approach. With the refuge system at his disposal, he could retract the refuge into his space and reinitiate it at will. Thus, it would be more prudent to relocate multiple times. Lingnan City, being a first-tier metropolis, epitomized the advanced civilization of the Great Xia Nation, regardless of its dense population. The city planners ensured ample parks and activity squares for the local residents. Thus, Su Ming maneuvered his refuge through Lingnan City, simultaneously enhancing the facilities of his refuge and augmenting the number of mechanical soldiers. After 2 weeks of diligent effort, the refuge not only possessed more sophisticated defensive measures, but also boasted 3 dispatch teams. Ding! Upon hearing the notification from the communication station, Su Ming initially presumed that the dispatch team had located the Eden base and promptly opened the message. 3 survivors discovered. Would you like to bring them back to the refuge? Survivors? Upon realizing that the message did not pertain to the Eden base, Su Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, in response to the inquiry from the second team, he issued the command to bring them back. After all the strapping individuals he had previously captured had met their untimely demise due to his inadvertent actions. Su Ming could swear that it was not intentional. Once, while retracting the refuge, he neglected to release those individuals, and by the time he realized, it was far too late. The 15 individuals had perished within the confines of the storage. Although Su Ming was aware that his system space could not accommodate living beings, he still promptly consulted with his companion, Xiaolian, in his mind. After all, the necessity to evacuate individuals each time he retracted the refuge was rather cumbersome. Yet, in response to Su Ming's inquiry, Xiaolian offered no solutions. Resigned, Su Ming could only remind himself to exercise caution in the future. Under the protection of the second team, the 3 survivors were safely escorted into Su Ming's refuge. However, the appearance of these 3 individuals left Su Ming somewhat incredulous regarding their status as survivors. Although they appeared somewhat disheveled, their countenance radiated vitality. One of the middle-aged men, notably portly, approached with the intention of shaking Su Ming's hand. Halt! Otherwise, I shall take decisive action. Observing the middle-aged man's advance, the 2 operatives behind Su Ming raised their weapons. It's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. The middle-aged man, suddenly confronted by the ominous muzzles of the guns, quickly raised his hands to signify his lack of malice. I merely wish to express my gratitude. May I ask how to address you, sir? Which military did you serve in? You may call me Su Ming. As for anything else, I cannot disclose. In response to the middle-aged man's inquiry, Su Ming had no intention of concealing his name. Thank you so much, Commander Su. Had it not been for your subordinate's timely rescue, I would surely have met a grim fate. No need for thanks. Su Ming was not inclined to engage in lengthy conversation with the middle-aged man. The reason for bringing the 3 of them back was merely to bolster their ranks. Yet, this middle-aged man did not resemble the typical survivors who had endured nearly half a year of confinement. Su Ming also noted that the man's gaze seemed to be meticulously surveying the architecture of the shelter. Commander Su, would you care for a cigarette? Sensing a lull in the atmosphere, the middle-aged man offered a cigarette. Su Ming gently declined the proffered smoke with a shake of his head. The middle-aged man, seeing that Su Ming did not accept, began to smoke alone. Commander Su, this environment is quite impressive. Yet, I do not recall such structures existing in Lingnan City. This was constructed by my soldiers. Oh, is that so? How splendid. Upon hearing that the shelter was built by Su Ming's men, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. My, the walls are indeed robust. As he explored the shelter's architecture, the middle-aged man could not help but express his admiration. Faced with this man's peculiar behavior, Su Ming promptly instructed his companion, Xiaolian, to analyze the 3 individuals before him. Host, apart from this middle-aged man, the other 2 possess physical capabilities that are among the highest in humanity. Xiaolian's conclusion left Su Ming momentarily astonished. It appeared that this middle-aged man was of no ordinary stature. Moreover, Su Ming felt an uncanny familiarity with him, as if they had crossed paths before. How wonderful, Commander Su. With such a shelter, The citizens of Lingnan City have hope. After completing his tour, the middle-aged man returned to Su Ming's side. Commander Su, my name is Zheng Haitao, the vice-mayor of Lingnan City. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's introduction, Su Ming suddenly realized. No wonder he found this man familiar. It was indeed Vice-Mayor Zheng Haitao. However, Su Ming remained puzzled as to why Vice-Mayor Zheng was accompanied by two elite warriors. Beneath the surface, Su Ming continued to feign surprise. Ah, it is Vice-Mayor Zheng. What an honor to meet you, he exclaimed. But enough of the pleasantries. Do you know about Eden? In response to Zheng Haitao's inquiry, Su Ming shook his head in feigned ignorance. The sudden appearance of Vice-Mayor Zheng before him raised a sense of suspicion. Although Su Ming could not pinpoint what felt amiss, he sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Commander Su. This outbreak of zombies was orchestrated by an organization known as Eden. Moreover, there exists a base of Eden right here in Lingnan City. Oh? Where is it located? Su Ming found himself momentarily taken aback by Zheng Haitao's revelation. He had never anticipated that Zheng would not only be aware of Eden but also know the location of its base. Commander Su, since you are affiliated with the military, I shall not conceal anything from you. Given the limited number of people in your refuge, it seems unlikely that you could confront the Eden base at this time. Perhaps you might consider dispatching your subordinates to search for survivors, and once our numbers are sufficient, we can organize an offensive? Very well, Vice-Mayor Zheng. You may stay here for the time being. Once I have gathered enough survivors, we shall launch an assault on the Eden base. Noticing that Zheng Haitao had not directly answered his question, Su Ming understood that the matter was likely more complex than it appeared. After arranging for Zheng and his two companions to stay in the warehouse, Su Ming returned to his main base to activate surveillance mode. However, since Zheng Haitao had claimed to know the location of the Eden base, Su Ming was naturally intrigued to uncover the true intentions behind his words. Chapter 82. The reluctance to sacrifice the young. While Su Ming was surprised to find that he had not intercepted any valuable intelligence over the course of 3 consecutive days, Vice-Mayor Zheng seemed solely preoccupied with strategizing an assault on the Eden base and inquiring about the progress of survivor searches. As for communication devices, Su Ming had yet to witness Zheng Haitao or his two companions produce one. Ah, my dear Commander Su, you finally emerged. Zheng Haitao was extremely vexed. He had initially intended to directly approach Su Ming, yet the two guards stationed at the entrance refused to grant him passage. Even when Zheng Haitao identified himself as the vice-mayor, the guards remained unmoved. What further aggravated his frustration was Su Ming's reclusive demeanor, akin to that of a homebody, as he stayed holed up inside for 3 full days without a hint of intention to emerge. Oh, Vice-Mayor Zheng, is there something urgent that prompts your visit? Observing Zheng Haitao's anxious countenance, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity. Ah, my Commander Su. It has been 3 days, and not a single survivor has been found. Please, Vice-Mayor Zheng, do not rush me. The search is far from simple. And I must also ensure the safety of my personnel. You see? Commander, that is not the point. Zheng Haitao's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness in response to Su Ming's explanation. Those individuals are citizens of our great Xia nation. How can you abandon the search merely out of fear for your lives? Upon hearing Zheng Haitao's fervent words, the term saint immediately sprang to Su Ming's mind. However, he was acutely aware that there was more to Zheng Haitao than mere idealism. This individual undoubtedly had some connection to Eden. Given that the location of the Eden base remained unclear, Su Ming felt compelled to continue this charade with Zheng Haitao. But as you can see, my available manpower is indeed limited. I notice you have 2 personnel. Perhaps you could dispatch them to assist in the search? That is out of the question. Zheng Haitao shook his head vehemently at Su Ming's suggestion. Commander, you must understand, they are ordinary civilians who cannot even wield firearms. Sending them out would be tantamount to signing their death warrants. Oh, I see now. Su Ming feigned a look of enlightenment, all the while secretly mocking the absurdity of the situation. Ordinary civilians? Those whose physical attributes have reached the pinnacle of human potential? Nevertheless, Su Ming refrained from exposing Zheng Haitao's words and instead replied, with a tone tinged with reluctance, that Vice-Mayor Zheng might need to wait a little longer, as he had already dispatched all the personnel at his disposal. Commander Su, surely you jest. Are there not still 2 individuals at the entrance to your base? Moreover, I have observed that there are numerous patrolling soldiers on the walls. If you were to send them out, it would undoubtedly amplify the search efforts immensely. Is he attempting to usurp my stronghold? Upon hearing Zheng Haitao's suggestion, Su Ming's instinctive reaction was to suspect that this man was plotting to seize control. It was well known that the structures of his refuge and the weaponry upon the turrets were typically concealed. Thus, Zheng Haitao seemed intent on reallocating all the soldiers, enabling his 2 subordinates to subdue him and gain command. However, This conclusion was swiftly refuted by Su Ming. It is highly likely that Zhang Haitao intends to relocate those soldiers and then collaborate with the forces within the Eden. As for his interest in the search for survivors, it is presumed that he aims to offer these individuals as subjects for experimentation in Eden. Having grasped this insight, Su Ming resolved to play along. Indeed, Deputy Mayor Zhang, you make a valid point. He glanced at the soldiers patrolling the walls and pondered, given that the zombies in this area have been thoroughly eliminated, leaving 4 soldiers to stand guard should suffice. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, excitement immediately flickered in Zhang Haitao's eyes. Commander Su, on behalf of the citizens of Lingnan City, I thank you. No need for thanks. It is our duty as soldiers, Su Ming replied, noticing Zhang Haitao's earnestness and getting into the spirit of the act. Under Su Ming's arrangement, the mechanical soldiers responsible for patrolling the walls were all dispatched. However, these soldiers did not leave the shelter's perimeter. Instead, they concealed themselves within nearby buildings, ready to respond at a moment's notice. As for Zhang Haitao, upon witnessing Su Ming's genuine deployment of the patrolling soldiers, he frequently approached the entrance of Su Ming's base, attempting to engage with the 2 soldiers standing guard during the day. Which unit are you from, young man? I'm sorry. That is classified. How old are you this year? I'm sorry, that is classified. What is your name? I'm sorry, that is classified. Can I come in? No. After facing a series of rebuffs, Zhang Haitao could only return to the warehouse in frustration, while Su Ming, watching the surveillance feed, was nearly doubled over with laughter. These mechanical soldiers possessed semi-artificial intelligence, making it impossible for Zhang Haitao to extract information from them. Yet, since Zhang Haitao sought information from the mechanical soldiers, how could Su Ming not indulge his request? Taking control of one of the mechanical soldiers, Su Ming directed it toward the warehouse where Zhang Haitao was located. Deputy Mayor Zhang, here is your food quota for the next 2 days. After maneuvering the mechanical soldier to place a box of instant noodles before Zhang Haitao, Su Ming quickly utilized the soldier to say, this is all we have at the moment, so I hope you can be understanding. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhang Haitao's eyes lit up. Young man, do you usually eat this? Remote controlling the mechanical soldier, Su Ming recognized that Zhang Haitao was likely about to offer him a way forward. Yes, in these times, having such provisions is fortunate. Ah, indeed, Zhang Haitao feigned agreement, then suddenly shifted his tone. Young man, would you be willing to participate in the search for survivors? After all, many citizens in Lingnan City may still be struggling amidst the terror of the zombies. What a cunning old fox this man is. Su Ming, who controlled the mechanical soldiers within the base, felt a tinge of helplessness upon hearing Zhang Haitao's words. However, upon reflection, it was understandable, in Zhang Haitao's eyes. These soldiers were akin to his subordinates, and how could he possibly reveal his innermost thoughts so easily? In truth, Deputy Mayor Zhang, I too must adhere to the commander's directives, am I not? Su Ming acknowledged. I understand that. But I believe this is not the time to succumb to fear for one's own life. The firearms in your possession should serve to protect the citizens, rather than shield yourselves. Observing Zhang Haitao's human-centric demeanor, Su Ming realized that extracting any valuable information today would likely prove futile. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks, he maneuvered the soldiers away from the warehouse where Zhang Haitao was located. Oh, the old adage rings true. One cannot catch a wolf without first letting go of the child. With a slight pang of regret, Su Ming retrieved a stake from the system space. Although there were still over 20,000 such quality pieces remaining, he couldn't shake the feeling of loss. After wrapping it in a black plastic bag, he summoned Fan Xingqing, instructing her to deliver the stake to Zhang Haitao. Little Xingqing, remember to. Chapter 83. The Fox's Tale is revealed in the ensuing 2 days. Su Ming arranged for Fan Xingqing to deliver a stake to Zhang Haitao each day. As for Fan Xingqing's safety, Su Ming held no apprehensions whatsoever. Despite her tender age of 5, her abilities were more than sufficient to handle his 2 subordinates. Moreover, Su Ming was acutely aware that Zhang Haitao's intentions were far from innocent. He would certainly not resort to any harm against Fan Xingqing. Indeed, during these 2 days, Zhang Haitao had only occasionally inquired about the progress of the search, otherwise engaging in trivial banter with the mechanical soldiers stationed at the entrance. Those soldiers had long since been integrated into Su Ming's system. Actually, Deputy Mayor Zhang, I have no qualms in telling you that we are merely. Deputy Mayor Zhang, we are on duty. Please respect our work. Our commander Su Ming actually. I have stated it before, please respect our work. Whenever one of the soldiers was about to divulge something crucial, he would swiftly control another soldier to interrupt. After several such instances, Zhang Haitao felt his composure nearly unraveling. On the following evening, Su Ming emerged from the base and, in full view of Zhang Haitao, commanded the mechanical soldier to assume a horse riding stance for an hour as punishment for lack of focus while on duty. Sure enough, When Su Ming once again controlled the soldier, who had been incessantly interrupted, to deliver instant noodles to Zhang Haitao, the latter promptly approached. "Young man, you can speak with me now." As soon as he entered, Zhang Haitao pulled the mechanical soldier aside. "Oh, Deputy Mayor Zhang, why must you question me while I am on duty? My legs still ache." He feigned deep remorse, attributing the situation to himself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haitao put on an outwardly apologetic demeanor, while inwardly reveling in delight. Observing this scene from within the base, Su Ming decided to stoke the flames further. "Never mind, it is not entirely your fault. Su Ming was merely a squad leader. Had it not been for the outbreak of the zombies, would he have attained such a commanding presence?" In response to the soldiers' grievances, Zhang Haitao quickly engaged. "Commander Su was just a squad leader? He claimed to be a regiment commander." Bah! As Su Ming stifled a laugh, he manipulated the mechanical soldier to enter self-deprecating mode. "A regiment commander? Just look at his age. If he provokes me, I shall seize his position. Who wouldn't he want to be in charge?" So, it was thus. Hearing the soldiers' complaints, Zhang Haitao recognized his opportunity. "Young man, I am not afraid of you reporting me. To be honest, this Su Ming is indeed unscrupulous. He has sent me steak every single day to bolster his claim and prevent the soldier from doubting." Zhang Haitao even presented the remnants of his deliberately uneaten steak as evidence. What the hell? Witnessing this unfolding scene, Su Ming hurriedly directed the soldier, weapon in hand, to exit. It must be said that the mechanical soldiers produced by the system exhibit a degree of mimicry that can only be described as flawless, even capable of imitating expressions of anger with remarkable precision. "Wait a moment." As the soldier before him began to leave, Zhang Haitao hurriedly intercepted him. "What are you doing? Have you been bribed by the steak as well?" Faced with the soldier's furious inquiry, Zhang Haitao quickly waved his hands. "Of course not. But have you considered the consequences of confronting Su Ming all by yourself?" "What consequences? I can just fight him." Such words should not be uttered lightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haitao swiftly pulled the soldier aside and, with a look of mystery, asked, "Little brother, do you wish to break free from Su Ming's control?" The fox's tail has finally revealed itself. Upon hearing this, Su Ming, controlling the mechanical soldier from the base, nodded in agreement. "All right then, little brother. I will speak honestly with you." Zhang Haitao signaled his two subordinates to keep watch at the door, then revealed a sincerely warm smile. "Let me tell you." Goodness, Zhang Haitao's inner thoughts are indeed quite sinister. Su Ming, exasperated, relinquished control of the mechanical soldier and shook his head in resignation. First, a diversionary tactic, and now a scheme of discord. What's more, this Zhang Haitao actually intends to transform his refuge into a fodder for welcoming survivors, while secretly serving as a biochemical laboratory for Eden to study zombies. No wonder Zhang Haitao is so invested in tracking the progress of survivor searches. It's all for the sake of conducting experiments for Eden. Simultaneously, Su Ming learned of the plan for the zombie outbreak, dubbed the New Noah's Ark Project. One cannot help but admire the religious undertones in the name chosen by the Eden organization. When the Almighty Jehovah observed the earth rife with corruption, violence, and lawlessness, he devised a plan to eradicate the wicked through a flood. During this revelation, he discovered a good man among humanity named Noah. Thus, Noah, following God's command, constructed a colossal vessel to shelter himself, his family, and various terrestrial creatures from a catastrophic deluge wrought by divine retribution. The current New Noah's Ark project appears to be Eden's attempt to utilize zombies to annihilate the majority of humanity, preserving only their faithful followers. Yet, Su Ming remained perplexed. If zombies had already decimated most of humanity, why would Eden establish a biochemical laboratory to study mutated zombies? Of course, he understood that someone of Zhang Haitao's rank would not be privy to such answers. After all, which prominent figure would travel great distances to personally execute a mission? Through the recent remote control, Su Ming had gleaned the entirety of Zhang Haitao's plan. Tomorrow, Zhang Haitao would notify the Eden base to dispatch troops to assault his refuge. One must admit, Zhang Haitao's scheming is truly ingenious. He likely believes that the patrolling soldiers in his refuge have all been dispatched for search missions, leaving only 4 soldiers behind, one of whom he has successfully turned to his side. The mere thought of Zhang Haitao's confident demeanor just moments ago brings an involuntary smile to Su Ming's face. One wonders if this fellow might be too exhilarated to find slumber. Now that Zhang Haitao's true colors have been revealed, Su Ming has no intention of alarming him. When the time comes, let Zhang Haitao witness firsthand what constitutes a genuine surprise. Chapter 84. Hope and despair in an instant. In preparation for the impending assault from the Eden base, Su Ming rose with the dawn. Initially, he anticipated that the Eden forces would launch their attack in the morning. However, as the clock struck noon, no telltale red dots appeared on the radar screen. Such a lack of aggression suggested an underlying issue with their strategy, a trait of Eden's he found quite distasteful. Yet, upon noticing the deep circles under Zhang Haitao's eyes. A sense of equilibrium washed over him. Undoubtedly, Zhang Haitao yearned for the arrival of the Eden army even more than he did. Thus, they waited from day to night. In fact, they even crossed paths at noon. Deputy Mayor Zhang, have you not rested well? Su Ming inquired, noticing his fatigue. Zhang Haitao waved his hands dismissively. No, not at all. I was pondering where we might find more survivors, and before I knew it, dawn had arrived. Ah, so that was it. Deputy Mayor Zhang truly has toiled hard. A knowing smirk crept onto Su Ming's lips, aware of Zhang's ulterior motives. This fellow certainly had a flair for theatrics. Nevertheless, he maintained an expression of feigned astonishment. Deputy Mayor Zhang, you are genuinely dedicated to the plight of the survivors. Your spirit is commendable. Not at all. It is my duty, Zhang Haitao replied, waving his hands again. You, Commander Su, are equally responsible, having dispatched all your soldiers to search for survivors. Indeed. Su Ming seized the opportunity to respond. Deputy Mayor Zhang, I must confess, my greatest fear now is a mass migration of the zombie horde. Commander, you worry unnecessarily. The nearby zombies have been thoroughly cleared by you. There is no threat of a large-scale horde. As Su Ming donned a mask of concern, Zhang Haitao felt a surge of joy beneath his facade. Well then, Deputy Mayor Zhang, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Commander Su. Beep, beep, beep. As a multitude of red dots illuminated the radar screen, Su Ming, savoring his coffee, glanced at the time. It was now 23:40. At last, they have arrived. He set down his iced Americano and pressed a button on the control panel, one that would seal all exits of the warehouse where Zhang Haitao was located. Su Ming had gone to great lengths to ensure that Zhang would witness the most thrilling spectacle, particularly since he had sacrificed 2 steaks for this occasion. Meanwhile, within the warehouse, Zhang Haitao remained blissfully unaware of the impending despair that awaited him. Upon receiving the news of the Eden base's offensive, he was utterly elated. Splendid. At last, we shall have a secure base to provide survivors to Eden. If the Eden forces could conquer Su Ming's sanctuary, he, Zhang Haitao, would be hailed as the foremost hero. As for the future, his position within Eden would undoubtedly rise as a result of this event. They have come. As the resonant roar of engines echoed from the night sky outside the warehouse, Zhang Haitao hastily approached the window to ascertain the situation. A man unarmed. It was beyond his capacity to venture into battle. The only course of action now was to quietly await the arrival of hope. Observing the helicopter from Eden gradually ascending towards the shelter, a glimmer of hope illuminated Zhang Haitao's gaze. He thought to himself, today is a fortuitous day. However, before he could finish his little tune, a violent explosion abruptly interrupted him. Following the sound of the blast, he beheld the helicopter that had been soaring through the night sky moments ago, now transformed into a fiery orb, plummeting directly to the ground. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, disbelief filled Zhang Haitao's eyes. Hadn't Su Ming already dispatched all the troops outside the city? Then where did this missile come from? Rat-a-tat-tat. Before Zhang Haitao could fully comprehend the situation, a barrage of gunfire erupted around him. Dozens of anti-aircraft machine guns formed a dense network of fire in the sky, ruthlessly decimating the helicopter squadron of Eden. Numerous soldiers from Eden, who had yet to deploy their gliding wings, were mercilessly reduced to mere fragments. Chunks of flesh rained down into the enclosure, and he even witnessed an arm splattering against the glass before him. Faced with such a horrific scene, Zhang Haitao's instinctive reaction was to flee. Yet, upon reaching the door, he discovered that the warehouse entrance had been securely locked. Deceived. It was only now that Zhang Haitao realized that Su Ming had not, in fact, evacuated all the troops from the city. No, I still have hope. He quickly retrieved his phone and sent a message to the soldier stationed on guard who had been penalized. The situation has changed. You must infiltrate the base and eliminate Su Ming immediately. Once he is dead, his forces will be ours. Upon receiving confirmation that his message had been sent successfully, Zhang Haitao let out a sigh of relief. Although Su Ming had not entirely withdrawn his troops, once he was gone, his subordinates would undoubtedly descend into chaos. At that moment, if Eden were to deploy ground forces to attack, they could still seize this refuge. And he, Zhang Haitao, would remain a celebrated hero. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Just as Zhang Haitao intently monitored the unfolding battle in the night sky, his phone, which he held tightly, suddenly rang. Could it be that the soldier had succeeded? Seeing the video call on the screen, Zhang Haitao was elated and quickly pressed the answer button. You succeeded, didn't you? As soon as the call connected, he eagerly inquired without even having the chance to fully comprehend the image before him. Deputy Mayor Zhang, do you think you can truly repay me for those 2 steaks with this? Hearing Su Ming's teasing voice emanate from the phone, Zhang Haitao finally realized that Su Ming was smirking at him from the screen, and behind him stood the very soldier he had meant to contact. What? Vice Mayor Zhang appeared quite astonished. The moment he beheld Su Ming's visage on the screen, Zhang Haitao realized he had been deceived. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Brother, swiftly eliminate Su Ming. This is the perfect opportunity. Zhang Haitao nearly screamed these words in a fit of desperation. However, the soldiers behind Su Ming remained unmoved by his plea. Do you wish to know why? Faced with Su Ming's inquiry, Zhang Haitao found himself at a loss for words. The transition from hope to despair often occurs in an instant. Nevertheless, Su Ming was determined to seize the opportunity to strike a blow to Zhang Haitao. He simply snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the soldiers behind him removed their own heads. These soldiers were highly advanced robotic replicas. Subsequently, Su Ming promptly terminated the call. This is a robot. Zhang Haitao stared blankly at the screen, remaining motionless for an extended period. It is over. Everything is utterly lost. Watching the helicopters being shot down in the night sky, Zhang Haitao understood that he had completely lost any chance of victory. Chapter 85. The reckless Zhang Haitao. It is time to have a word with Zhang Haitao. Observing the small red dots vanish from the radar screen, Su Ming pressed the button to open the warehouse door once more. He was genuinely curious to see how Zhang Haitao would react. Uncle Su, I want to see too. As Su Ming descended the stairs, Fan Xingxing transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before him. Su Ming had already informed her that the three newly arrived men were indeed villains. Furthermore, her father had just told her that the fireballs falling from the sky were sent by those very same bad men. With the outside now calm, her eagerness to witness the unfolding scene was palpable. Old Fan, this. Su Ming's face displayed a hint of hesitation upon seeing Fan Xingxing's desire to accompany him. After the recent battle, although most of the Eden soldiers had been kept at bay beyond the walls, a number of dismembered limbs remained scattered within. He felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of exposing the young girl to such gruesome sights, considering she was not yet 6 years old. It's fine. Let her go with you. She ought to understand the nature of her surroundings. To Su Ming's surprise, Fan Ziyuan not only refrained from obstructing her, but actively supported her wish to observe the severed limbs. Very well, I shall take her then. With Fan Ziyuan's approval, Su Ming had no reason to deny Fan Xingxing's request. As they approached the warehouse entrance, they were met by Zhang Haidao's two subordinates, charging towards them with determination. Bang! Bang! Without hesitation, Su Ming swiftly incapacitated both men. What is this? Is Vice Mayor Zhang too afraid to show himself now? He walked into the warehouse, his expression calm as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Haitao. Why you? Don't come any closer. Zhang Haitao's body trembled uncontrollably, his voice quaking as he spoke. Eden must be desperate to accept someone as useless as you. It seems that organization is not as formidable as it claims. Noticing Zhang Haitao frozen in fear, Su Ming had no desire to waste words with him. He simply tossed him out of the warehouse. What happened to your earlier bravado about wanting to kill me? Why the sudden hesitation? Seeing Zhang Haitao in such a cowardly state, Su Ming slowly stepped out of the warehouse. Su, Commander. Zhang Haitao clumsily scrambled to his feet, forcing a smile onto his face. You are magnanimous. Please, just let me go. I implore you not to kill me. I acted out of necessity. Upon hearing Zhang Haitao's desperate plea, Su Ming retrieved a handgun from the system space. Bang! The bullet landed a mere centimeter from Zhang Haitao's feet, causing him to collapse in terror onto the ground. Your performance as the deputy mayor is quite remarkable. Having not only joined an organization like Eden, but also attempting to endanger the lives of the citizens of Ling'an City to pave your own path to advancement. I genuinely suspect that beneath your faade lies a beast. Faced with Su Ming's scorn, Zhang Haitao found himself at a loss for words. Very well. Do enlighten me, where is the Eden base located? Observing Zhang Haitao's demeanor, Su Ming regarded him with a calm expression. Just as Zhang Haitao was about to divulge information, he suddenly noticed the little girl who had delivered meals to him 2 days prior, now smiling cheerfully in front of him. What nonsense! In light of the unfolding situation, Zhang Haitao felt a surge of speed he had never experienced before. With a swift motion, he lunged forward and seized Fan Xingxing, pulling her close to him. Don't move. Otherwise, I shall strangle this little girl. Upon witnessing Zhang Haitao's act of taking Fan Xingxing hostage, Su Ming was momentarily dumbfounded. It must be said that Zhang Haitao truly knows how to court disaster. As a superpowered individual, although Fan Xingxing was not yet 6 years old, her speed and strength already surpassed human limits. Su Ming had conducted tests and found that even a casual punch from her could deliver a force of 1 ton. Uncle Su, I'm so scared. Please save me. I'm frightened. Uncle Su, hurry and rescue me. In response to Zhang Haitao's hostage-taking, Fan Xingxing promptly cried out for help. Yet, Su Ming could clearly see the smug smile on her little face. Su Ming, if you do not wish for this little girl to perish, you better release me quickly. Since Fan Xingxing was facing away from Zhang Haitao, he was entirely unaware of the expression on her face. At present, Zhang Haitao only understood that this little girl was of great significance to Su Ming, as long as he held her life in his grasp. Su Ming would not dare act recklessly. Uncle Su, please make him let me go. I'm so scared. Su Ming looked at Fan Xingqing, whose smile had stretched to its limits, and felt a touch of exasperation. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes today, he would never have realized that Fan Xingqing possessed such a mischievous side. Oh, if you don't save her, you shall reap what you sow. Seeing that Fan Xingqing was on the verge of bursting into laughter, Su Ming rolled his eyes in resignation. Humph, Uncle Su is the real villain. Fan Xingqing huffed in response to Su Ming's refusal to play along. Since Su Ming would not indulge her any longer, she decided not to let this uncle continue to grasp her neck. Uncle, I want to play with you anymore. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Haitao had yet to react when he found his grip on Fan Xingqing's right hand forcibly pried open. How could this little girl possess such strength? As his hand was released, Zhang Haitao suddenly felt a flash before his eyes. Following that, he was struck by a sharp pain in his lower body. I will not allow you to threaten Uncle Su. I shall not permit you to be a villain. I will not let you choke me. Fan Xingqing continuously waved her seemingly delicate little fists, delivering a flurry of strikes to Zhang Haitao's groin. The sight elicited a sharp intake of breath from Su Ming, as he felt a chill rise between his legs. Humph, how utterly dull. Only after Zhang Haitao succumbed to the excruciating pain and fainted did Fan Xingqing cease her onslaught. She turned to Su Ming, who was spectating from a distance, and made a playful grimace at him. Uncle Su is quite the rogue. Watching Fan Xingqing skip away cheerfully, Su Ming glanced at the unconscious Zhang Haitao and couldn't help but sigh. You truly dare to court disaster. Su Ming could hardly fathom the extent of Zhang Haitao's injuries after enduring several blows from Fan Xingqing. Surely, his pelvis must be fractured. Chapter 86. It appears that the system has no intention of allowing them to perish. Goodness, it seems that Zhang Haitao is indeed a spineless individual. Observing the footage transmitted back by the soldier squad he dispatched, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. After awakening Zhang Haitao, before Su Ming could even administer any form of punishment, this fellow promptly divulged every detail he knew. Based on the information he provided, Su Ming effortlessly located the Eden base situated on the outskirts of Lingnan City. However, what troubled Su Ming was that this Eden base was concealed underground, with only a factory above ground serving as a fodder. Although Zhang Haitao had roughly sketched a structural diagram of the underground base, Su Ming was still hesitant to launch an attack on this Eden base. Naturally, he was also unwilling to risk his mechanical soldiers. Each mechanical soldier was worth a substantial 10,000 points. As for Zhang Haitao and the two individuals he brought along, Su Ming certainly did not wish to squander them. Such individuals should not be allowed to perish easily. Presently, numerous structures within the shelter were adorned with severed limbs and dismembered arms, making them perfectly suited for the task of cleanup. Moreover, the two individuals Zhang Haitao had brought were robust and strong, and it was imperative to extract their maximum value. To ensure they would not escape, Su Ming deliberately spent 30 points from the points shop to acquire electric shock collars for each of the three of them. Should they attempt to scale the walls of the shelter, the collars would deliver a jolt, incapacitating them and simultaneously triggering an alarm. Wait, why am I contemplating watching a television series again? Su Ming suddenly realized that he had unknowingly turned on the TV. He had to admit that during this period, he had indeed fallen into a state of decadence. Not only had he neglected his calligraphy practice, but he had also become engrossed in watching dramas. He had hardly exercised his mental faculties at all. Of course, before sleeping, he would often remind himself that he must not continue in this manner the following day. Yet, when the actual next day arrived, perhaps just a little playtime. Yes, just a moment. Goodness, how is it already noon? Perhaps I should eat first. Goodness, it's dark outside. In order to avoid being left behind by the times, Su Ming resolved to explore the points shop for any advanced technology. He hoped that the innovations within the points shop would provide him with some motivation. To Su Ming's surprise, the homepage of the points shop featured a large headline. Some products are on limited time special offer for 5 points each. Seeing that his points shop had adopted an e-commerce model, Su Ming could not help but feel somewhat speechless. However, when he curiously clicked on it, he discovered that the products available were precisely what he needed. Anti-zombie transformation serum. Original price 100 points. Now only 5 points for a limited time. Description: upon usage, it neutralizes the zombie virus within the body. If infected by a zombie, one will perish within an hour, and death will not result in any transformation into a zombie. This product is limited to 100 units. Upon encountering the corpse-repelling elixir, Su Ming exhibited no hesitation and promptly procured 100 vials for future use. His concern for the physical condition of his able-bodied men had always weighed heavily on his mind. Should any one of them perish due to personal circumstances, The entire warehouse of able-bodied individuals would face dire consequences. However, with the acquisition of the corpse-repelling elixir, Ming found solace, knowing that this dilemma was now alleviated. If any of the men were to succumb due to frailty, it would not adversely affect the others. After exchanging for the elixir, Ming perused the other offerings within the points marketplace. It was undeniable that this marketplace had indeed been enriched with an array of advanced technologies. For instance, there was a vertical takeoff flame tusk fighter jet. Ever since the upgrade to a level 6 shelter, the system had begun evolving towards a military base. Nevertheless, he decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Despite his fervent desire to command such an army equipped with cutting-edge weaponry, Ming recognized that, given the current circumstances, his priority should remain on enhancing his personal strength. Although Eden was still in the nascent stages of researching mutated zombies, Ming was acutely aware that, with the passage of time, more fearsome zombies would inevitably emerge. After surveying the points marketplace, he discovered that there were no new potions available to bolster his personal capabilities. Consequently, he shifted his focus back to the shelter. Through consistent efforts and a recent skirmish with Eden's forces, Ming's total points had now reached 940,000. System. Upgrade to a level 7 shelter. 640,000 points deducted, commencing shelter upgrade. Estimated upgrade time, 24 hours. Upon learning that the upgrade to a level 7 shelter would take an entire day, Ming felt a twinge of surprise. However, upon further reflection, it was understandable. A level 7 shelter not only boasted a protective shield capable of lasting an hour and enhanced defenses, but also encompassed a larger area. Thus, a day's time was indeed reasonable. He recognized that a level 7 shelter was sufficient for his current needs, and he intended to allocate his remaining points towards fortifying turrets and various structures. For instance, he was quite eager to discover what new varieties of mechanical soldiers would emerge from the upgrade of the mechanical barracks. As the shelter was currently undergoing an upgrade, he was unable to enhance any of its constructions during this period. In his boredom, Ming turned his gaze towards the window. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Zheng Haitao was indeed quite adept at his work, although his gait appeared somewhat peculiar at present. He was undeniably efficient in his tasks. It would truly be too lenient for the three of them if they were to meet their end like this. Ming murmured to himself as he settled back onto the sofa. Just as he turned on the television, he heard the familiar voice of the system echoing in his mind once more. Beep. Detected that the host intends to be idle, commencing task assignment. Upon hearing the system's rationale for issuing this task, Ming, clutching the remote control, was momentarily struck dumb. It appeared that he had been excessively indulgent of late, prompting even the system in his mind to express disapproval. Task, complete 10,000 push-ups. Task description, since the host has taken a liking to idleness, it would be prudent to engage in some physical exercise. The host is required to complete 10,000 push-ups within 1 hour. The timer begins now. Should the task be accomplished, the reward will be a secondary system space capable of housing living entities, which will automatically identify these creatures upon the host's return to the shelter. Failure to complete the task will result in the host's self-destruction, ascending to the heavens in a most definitive manner. Goodness, this task seems remarkably simple. Faced with the countdown echoing in his mind, Ming couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. His physical condition was no longer what it once was, even if the requirement were doubled. He could still manage it. However, upon observing the implications of this task's rewards and penalties, he quickly grasped the underlying reason. This task was evidently tailored for Zheng Haitao and his companions. It seemed these three had indeed committed grievous transgressions, to the extent that the system was unwilling to allow their demise. Chapter 87. The Snow Wolf Special Assault Team Level 7 Shelter Distance to upgrade to Level 8 Shelter. 1. 280,000 points. Main Base Durability. 250,000 250. 000 Level 2 Fusion Power Plant Durability. 200,000 200 000 Level 3 Mechanical Barracks Durability. 200,000 200 000 Level 2 Airport Durability. 200,000 200 000 Level 2 Vehicle Depot Durability. 200,000 200 000 Wall Durability. 200,000 200 000 Turret Number 1 Durability. 150,000 150,000 Goodness. This truly is a voracious points-devouring beast. Gazing at the rejuvenated shelter, Ming couldn't help but sigh. In less than 5 minutes, his points plummeted from 300,000 to under 20,000. As for upgrading to a level 8 shelter, that was nothing but a distant dream for the foreseeable future. After a series of enhancements, the entire shelter had taken on the semblance of a military base. The airport and vehicle depot served merely as storage facilities, incapable of directly producing aircraft and tanks. The only way to acquire tanks was through exchanging points in the point shop. As for the drivers, upgrading the mechanical barracks to levels 2 and 3 unlocked mechanical soldiers capable of piloting vehicles and aircraft. As for their names, the mechanical soldiers who could operate tanks and armored vehicles were dubbed land units, priced at 30,000 points each. Those capable of flying aircraft were named aerial units, costing 50,000 points apiece. Though Ming understood that training a pilot required a substantial investment, he never anticipated that the mechanical barracks would impose such a scheme upon him. Additionally, the mechanical barracks also unlocked the White Dove unit, endowed with medical attributes, capable of not only repairing mechanical soldiers but also providing urgent medical assistance to humans in the field. Goodness, it seems another move is imminent. Looking at his dwindling points, Ming let out another sigh. Every personnel and piece of equipment was acquired at the cost of points. He was unwilling to squander his weapons and gear launching an attack on an unknown base. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Ming contemplated which city to explore next, the radar emitted a series of alert sounds. Observing the 5 small red dots that appeared on the screen, curiosity piqued within him. Could these be 5 survivors venturing out in search of supplies? Naturally, Ming was quite intrigued by the 5 individuals detected by the radar. With the shelter's recent upgrades, it had expanded outward significantly. To prevent Zheng Haitao and the others from overexerting themselves, Ming was keen on incorporating these 5 new members. Of course, their treatment would undoubtedly differ from that of Zheng Haitao. Ming was uncertain whether his system had an ulterior motive, but it had indeed listed energy bars in the point shop, identical to those from the Snow Country train. Indeed, those energy bars made from cockroaches. Primarily, the price of this item is remarkably affordable, allowing one to exchange a single point for 10. Naturally, Ming has always permitted the 3 of them to share one. After all, according to the narrative of the film, those in the rear carriages who consume this item can still muster enough vigor to rebel, which sufficiently demonstrates its ample energy. Furthermore, it has been proven that sharing one among the 3 of them has not posed any significant issues beyond mere superficial effects. Deploy the 1st and 2nd squads to encircle the target location. Upon issuing the command, Ming sat before the control panel, observing the visuals on the screen. As 6 mechanical soldiers slowly encircled the 5 small red dots, he was momentarily taken aback by what he saw. The 5 individuals were not mere survivors. They were soldiers of the Great Xia Nation. Moreover, judging by their operational style and the equipment they bore, it was evident that they were no ordinary soldiers. To be candid, this was the first time Ming had encountered soldiers from the Great Xia Nation since the outbreak of the zombies. He had long been intrigued by how such a military powerhouse had succumbed. Now that he finally had the opportunity to witness soldiers from the Great Xia Nation, he was reluctant to let this chance slip away. Brothers, which unit do you belong to? To express his sincerity, Ming commanded one of the mechanical soldiers to lower its weapon, then emerged from the building with both hands raised high. Who are you? Upon seeing the figure clad in an unfamiliar military uniform, the 5 soldiers swiftly aimed their weapons at him. I bear no ill will. As you can see, I have voluntarily put away my weapon, correct? Ming understood their wariness. It was indeed reasonable for them to be cautious about an unknown individual appearing in an unfamiliar military attire. Apologies, but I cannot disclose that information. If you are survivors of this city, I recommend you leave immediately and seek refuge in the outskirts. We are on a mission. A mission? Upon hearing the leading soldier mention their undertaking, Ming felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. However, he was acutely aware that these 5 soldiers might possess crucial intelligence regarding the zombie outbreak or even information about the Eden base. Judging by their recent trajectory, it was highly probable that their objective was indeed the Eden base located in the outskirts. During their dialogue, Ming had already utilized his internal assistant, Xiaolian, to scan their physical conditions. Unsurprisingly, all 5 individuals exhibited the traits of elite special forces. Simultaneously, Xiaolian confirmed that they were affiliated with the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team. Snow Wolf Special Assault Team? That name sounds remarkably familiar. Host, the individual you have taken in, Fan Ziyuan, once served in the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team. With Xiaolian's reminder echoing in his mind, Ming suddenly comprehended. He promptly transferred the control authority of the mechanical soldier to his tablet and hurried downstairs. Old Fan, Mr. Su, what has happened? At this moment, Fan Ziyuan observed Ming, who was anxiously calling out to him while holding a tablet and couldn't help but feel perplexed. Quickly take a look. Do you recognize these individuals? They are from the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team. Fan Ziyuan, bewildered, took the tablet. Before he could discern the images on the screen, a voice emanated from the device. Who are you? How do you know we are from the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team? Upon hearing the questioning voice from the tablet, Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had forgotten to turn off the microphone just moments ago, resulting in his voice being broadcast through the mechanical soldier's speaker. Glancing at the screen, Ming noticed that the 5 soldiers, who had just relaxed their guard, were once again raising their weapons at the mechanical soldier. "Captain?" Fan Ziyuan exclaimed as he recognized the figures on the screen. "And Lao Wu, Zhang Zi, Xiao Xiao, and Wei Ge. I can't believe you are all still alive." Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team, who had initially been on high alert, were now utterly bewildered. They simply could not comprehend how this peculiar individual not only emitted 2 distinctly different voices, but also accurately called out their respective nicknames. Chapter 88. The mission of this journey. Old Fan. It is truly wonderful to see that you are still alive. Indeed. I never anticipated that I would encounter you all today. Upon seeing Fan Ziyuan, the 5 individuals embraced him tightly. It was evident that both Fan Ziyuan and these 5 companions shared a bond of brotherhood forged through life and death. Ming chose not to intrude upon their heartfelt reunion. Instead, he accompanied Su Xingxing as she engaged in her artwork. Although curiosity piqued within him regarding the nature of the 5's mission, he decided to allow them a moment to revel in their excitement. "Old Fan, it is such a pleasure to see you. Surely, you have not forgotten those skills of yours." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the man referred to as Wei Ge playfully touched the muscles on Fan Ziyuan's arm. "How could I forget? Those are the very abilities that sustain me. That is excellent to hear. We wonder if you might be willing to join us for a little adventure?" Upon hearing that Fan Ziyuan still retained his fighting spirit, the individual designated as Captain perked up with enthusiasm. "Captain, I may need to consult Mr. Su first." At this mention, a look of unease crossed Fan Ziyuan's face as he turned his gaze towards Ming, who was still accompanying Su Xingqing. "Mr. Su? Little Xingqing, continue with your drawing. Uncle Su will be with you shortly." Acknowledging Fan Ziyuan's reference, Ming ruffled Su Xingqing's hair before rising to face the 6 individuals. "Greetings, Mr. Su." In the presence of Ming, the captain abandoned the playful demeanor he had exhibited with Fan Ziyuan, saluting Ming with utmost seriousness. No need for such formality. Ming nodded lightly, his expression revealing little emotion. "If Fan Ziyuan is inclined to accompany you, I will not impede him. However, prior to that, I wish to understand the objective of your mission." The captain found himself at a loss for words. Their mission was confidential, and divulging it to Ming was not an option. "In truth, if you prefer not to disclose, you need not do so. Nevertheless, I wish to express that my non-aggression toward you earlier indicates that our objectives may indeed align. If I am not mistaken, your target must be the Eden base located in the outskirts, correct? You are aware of Eden?" "Certainly. Just recently, I had an encounter with them. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Fan Ziyuan." The latter promptly nodded in affirmation toward the captain. "Captain, what Mr. Su says is indeed true. Perhaps you should share what you know with him." After contemplating Fan Ziyuan's suggestion seriously, the captain eventually nodded. "Very well, our mission this time, aside from heading to the Eden base, also involves locating and eliminating Zheng Haitao, the former vice mayor of Lingnan City. According to our intelligence, he has allied himself with Eden." "Zheng Haitao?" Upon hearing that the captain intended to eliminate Zheng Haitao, Ming could not help but let out a chuckle. "The individual you mentioned, Zheng Haitao, has already been captured and made my slave. If your sole intention is to eliminate him, it would be wiser to leave him in my possession as a servant." "You have apprehended Zheng Haitao?" Upon hearing Ming's words, the captain's expression was one of utter disbelief. In his eyes, Zheng Haitao was exceedingly cunning. How could Ming possibly have succeeded in capturing him? "Well, technically speaking, I cannot claim full credit for his capture." Noticing the captain's bewildered expression, Ming smiled wryly. He had set his sights on my sanctuary and infiltrated it himself. "May I take a look at him?" At that moment, the captain still harbored doubts regarding Ming's words. "Very well." Under Ming's guidance, the group arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. As the massive doors creaked open, the 3 individuals inside immediately recoiled against the wall. "Look, is this not the Zheng Haitao you were searching for?" The captain furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the trio before him. He could not ascertain whether one among them was indeed Zheng Haitao. All he knew was that Ming's claim of 3 slaves was undeniably true. Just as he was about to retrieve a photograph for comparison, one of the men abruptly fell to his knees before him. That man was none other than Zheng Haitao. "Commander Su, I was wrong. Please, I beg you, do not allow them to execute me. I am willing to serve you as a slave for life." Zheng Haitao's reaction stemmed from the sight of the Grand Dashan national flag insignia on the captain's arm. He was acutely aware of his past transgressions. To be executed would be an understatement. Even a slow, torturous death would not be unjust. "Ah, it truly is you." After comparing the photograph, The captain was utterly convinced that the wretched figure before him was indeed the Zheng Haitao they sought. Are you now reassured? I mentioned that our objectives align. In response to Su Ming's words, the captain nodded slightly. Very well, let this fellow serve as your slave, but I must caution you, Mr. Su, he is exceedingly sly. Do not allow him to escape. Rest assured. Su Ming produced a remote control and, in the captain's presence, pressed a button. With a faint crackling sound, Zheng Haitao, who had been kneeling, suddenly convulsed as electricity coursed through him, witnessing the man on the ground now rendered rigid. Even the battle-hardened captain of the Snow Wolf Special Assault Team felt a chill run down his spine. This Su Ming has a rather cruel way of tormenting others. Now that our goals are aligned, would you kindly share the purpose of your expedition to the Eden base? As Su Ming closed the warehouse doors, he looked at the captain expectantly. In response to Su Ming's inquiry, the captain decided it was time to divulge the truth. Our objective is to obliterate the Eden base that has taken root in the outskirts of Ling'an City. Obliterate? Upon discovering that the purpose of this special operations team was to obliterate the base, Su Ming helplessly inquired, May I ask if you possess any intelligence regarding this base? No, the captain shook his head. Then how do you intend to destroy it? Will you simply rush in with guns blazing? Upon hearing Su Ming's question, the captain fell silent for a moment, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. I do not know, but we will exert every effort. Faced with the captain's declaration, Su Ming remained silent. This encapsulated the unwavering faith of the soldiers of the great Xia nation. Sighing quietly after a considerable pause, Su Ming lamented, I know I cannot deter you, yet I do not wish for your lives to be sacrificed in vain. Given that the base is subterranean, there will undoubtedly be individuals emerging from it. I have dispatched personnel to scout the vicinity. Perhaps we should observe for a couple more days and see if we can infiltrate in disguise? These were soldiers of the great Xia nation, imbued with faith. And Su Ming was reluctant to see them throw their lives away. Furthermore, he believed that with a bit more observation, they would surely uncover an opportunity for breakthrough. Very well, if we do not find a breakthrough within 3 days, I shall have no choice but to lead a direct assault. As the captain, he understood that this mission was likely a one-way trip. If Su Ming genuinely had a viable solution, it would indeed be a commendable alternative. Seeing the captain relent, Su Ming could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. All right, since that is the case, let us share intelligence during this period. In response to Su Ming's earnest gaze, the captain ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 89, 6 months ago, 6 months ago. Captain, what is that expression on your face? In response to Xiao Zhao's inquiry, the captain's countenance grew somewhat grave. Xiao Zhao, did you not hear some peculiar sounds emanating from the earpiece just now? Not at all. Captain, perhaps you were simply fatigued? Observing that Xiao Zhao indeed had not heard anything, the captain shifted his gaze to the remaining 3 team members. Captain, are you being overly sensitive? Indeed. What significant issue could possibly arise? By the way, Gongzi, could you drive a bit faster? I need to get back to rest. Lao Wu, all you think about is sleep. Should a battle arise, will I need to prepare a sleeping bag for you? Gongzi, who was at the wheel, rolled his eyes at the rearview mirror, but at that moment, Wei Ge, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Captain, I also heard it. There was indeed a strange sound in the earpiece just now. What kind of sound? Upon hearing Wei Ji's remark, Lao Wu and Gongzi immediately ceased their banter. Wei Ge is the most serious among the 5. If he claims to have heard something, it must be true. I cannot quite describe the sound, but it resembled the sensation of something stuck in the throat. Confronted with their inquiries, Wei Ge furrowed his brow and continued. The sound lasted less than 3 seconds. So I cannot be certain. Is that all? It is likely just someone at the command center clearing their throat and inadvertently pressing the communication button. The most lively of the group, Xiao Zhao, brushed aside Wei Ji's words. Indeed, we are the elite among elite forces. If something were truly amiss, we would be the first to be notified. We can inquire later about who mistakenly pressed the communication key. Gongzi, still driving, paid little heed to the earlier incident. As the group arrived at the gate of the barracks, they were met with an unsettling sight. The area that should have been bustling with activity resembled a deserted camp. Not only were there no soldiers engaging in drills, but even the sentry at the entrance had vanished without a trace. What is going on today? Where are the sentries? Upon observing the empty duty room, a sense of foreboding washed over the captain. All personnel, remain alert. Hearing the captain's command, the other 4 members immediately heightened their vigilance. Captain, could it be that our battalion is conducting an exercise to test our readiness, simulating an occupation of our camp? In response to Lao Wu's query, the captain shook his head. I do not know. Regardless of whether this is an exercise or not, we must treat it as a real situation. Understood. Captain, we are still unable to contact the command center. Have all frequencies been tried? We have attempted them all, even the emergency frequencies, but there is still no connection. Gongzi's words momentarily darkened the captain's expression. Gather all live ammunition from the vehicle. It appears something has gone awry. Understood. A heavily armed group began to advance towards the camp. As they traversed the straight path within the camp, a sudden, mournful howl of a military dog pierced the air. Was that the dog squad leader? Following the sound, they spotted a military dog desperately racing through the camp. Just as they were trying to comprehend the situation, they noticed a peculiar throng of individuals pursuing the dog with strange, unsettling sounds emanating from their mouths. What on earth was happening? The five were momentarily rendered speechless by the bizarre scene before them. Eventually, the military dog was completely surrounded by the crowd, and it let out a series of anguished cries. They were attacking the dog squad leader. This is not right. We must retreat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the captain swiftly issued the order to withdraw. The group hastily retreated beyond the camp and employed the radio in their vehicle to contact the remaining units. No response. They tried reaching every unit but found themselves unable to establish communication, highlighting the dire nature of their predicament. What could possibly be happening? Recalling the sight of the dog being devoured sent a chill down Xiao Zhao's spine. Could it be zombies? Zombies? The group was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Zhao's suggestion. Having seen movies, they were familiar with the concept of zombies. But weren't zombies typically dispatched with a single shot to the head? This was a military camp. How could these zombies have managed to eliminate everyone? Regardless of whether they were zombies or not, we must conserve our strength and leave this place. Agreed. Thus, the group drove their vehicle into the mountains. So you managed to escape? Su Ming's inquiry elicited a resigned sigh from the captain. One could only say that we were indeed fortunate. We were undergoing night training during those days, and by the time we sensed something amiss and returned to the base, our comrades had all transformed into zombies. Su Ming felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing the captain's words. This elite Snow Wolf Special Assault Team was the CR de las Armée of Special Forces and under normal circumstances. A privileged individual like Su Ming would never have had the opportunity to engage with them. He had hoped to uncover the truth about the zombie outbreak through the captain's insights. However, to Su Ming's dismay, the captain was only partially informed about the incident. For an extended period, we were unable to contact any units, and even the satellites of the Great Xian Nation had ceased to function. We had no choice but to resort to guerrilla tactics in the outskirts of major cities. It was only 2 months ago that we learned of the existence of an organization called Eden from the lips of survivors. So that was the case. After listening to the captain's account, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. The methods employed by this Eden are indeed terrifying. Having rendered the entire military force of the Great Xian Nation completely incapacitated, just as Su Ming was about to inquire for more intelligence, the tablet resting on the coffee table emitted a notification sound. See, I told you they would surely emerge. This message was sent by the mechanical soldiers stationed outside the Eden base, whom Su Ming had left for surveillance. Upon opening the live transmission, Su Ming discovered that dozens of figures clad in black combat attire had appeared within the base. Furthermore, judging by their demeanor, it seemed they were awaiting something at the nearby port. More to come shortly. I shall first provide 2 more chapters. Chapter 90, Zombie Codename. Ninja, I shall take my team and eliminate them all. The captain, upon witnessing dozens of Eden soldiers emerging from the base, realized this was an opportune moment. By capturing these individuals, not only could he gather invaluable intelligence about Eden, but he could also don their attire to infiltrate the base. There is no need for you to trouble yourselves, Su Ming remarked, noticing the captain's eagerness as he raised the tablet in his hand. My team is more than capable of handling this group. Su Ming had already learned from his mental companion, Little Yin, that these soldiers were merely ordinary individuals. After inputting remote commands to the mechanical soldiers, they promptly switched their weapons to non-lethal electric rounds. Reassured by Su Ming's confidence, the captain gestured toward the tablet. Rest assured, this minor task is trivial for my team. The 5 assassins, leveraging the terrain and their inherent advantages, stealthily approached the port. Upon reaching an optimal distance, they unleashed a barrage upon the group of Eden soldiers stationed there. Caught completely unawares by the ambush, the Eden soldiers fell in less than a minute, rendered motionless. The captain, observing the live feed from the tablet, was filled with astonishment. What manner of troop is this? Reflecting on the sight of the Eden soldiers collapsing, he questioned whether he could ever achieve such a feat. How about that? I told you it was simple, Su Ming said, swiftly issuing commands to the ambushers as the last Eden soldier succumbed. Upon receiving the order, the ambushers activated their electronic jamming systems. This capability, acquired after the mechanical battalion's upgrade to level 3, enabled them to deceive all monitoring and radar systems. In a synchronized operation, the mechanical soldiers worked in tandem to load the incapacitated Eden soldiers into a nearby armored vehicle that had been prepped for this very purpose. And there we have it. Su Ming's intention to transport the Eden soldiers back to the sanctuary was twofold: to extract further intelligence and to replenish the sanctuary's supply of laborers. After accomplishing this task, Su Ming disguised all the mechanical soldiers in the garb of Eden soldiers, resuming their position at the port, awaiting the next move from the remaining personnel. Now, let us see what they intend to do next. Su Ming set down the tablet and took a sip from the iced Americano on the coffee table, only to notice the captain regarding him with a peculiar expression. Mr. Su, about your soldiers. Oh, you mean them? Su Ming responded, unfazed by the captain's inquiry, launching into a fabricated explanation. I am the proprietor of a high-tech company, and my usual business involves the exploration of these peculiar technologies. I never anticipated that I would find such applications in a situation like this. The presence of talents like Mr. Su in our great Xi'an nation is indeed a remarkable blessing. The captain, however, believed not a word of Su Ming's statements. If he truly possessed such expertise, Su Ming would have long been renowned throughout the entire great Xi'an nation. Nonetheless, he understood that every individual harbors their own secrets. The captain had never broached the current state of the command system with Su Ming. They simply shared a common goal for the present, while the future remained uncertain for all. Too kind. I am merely dabbling in research, Su Ming humbly gestured, directing his gaze to the tablet before him. At that moment, the mechanical soldiers stationed at the port awaited their intended target. A cargo ship laden with containers slowly approached the dock, and shortly thereafter, several men clad in black suits disembarked. They bowed slightly, then gestured towards the containers on the ship behind them. Your ordered items have arrived, one of the suited men announced. People from the east? Su Ming was taken aback upon hearing the man's words, astonished to realize that these individuals were indeed from the east. However, upon noticing the emblem representing Eden pinned to their suits, Su Ming surmised that they were members of the Eden branch in the east. The earlier phrase simply conveyed, the goods you requested have been delivered. As Su Ming prepared to utilize remote control to communicate with one of the mechanical soldiers in East Asian language, he noticed a figure immediately step forward behind the man, translating his words into English. Impressive professionalism. Su Ming signaled to the captain beside him to remain silent and initiated a remote dialogue through the control system. After an extensive conversation, Su Ming comprehended the purpose of the East Asian visitors. Ever since the last encounter where the Eden base suffered losses at a sanctuary, they had dispatched their branch to diligently research more formidable zombies. The individuals before him were responsible for the transportation of these zombies. As the cargo containers were unloaded one after another from the ship, the leading East Asian man began to introduce the goods. This contains the corpses we have recently researched. Through translation, it was revealed that the boxes held the latest mutated zombies developed by the East Branch, designated as ninja. According to the East Asian's explanation, these so-called ninja zombies possess exceptionally high mobility and formidable physical strength. They not only exhibit adept swordsmanship, but can also skillfully employ various ninja tools to disrupt and launch ranged attacks on their adversaries. Most importantly, each of these ninja zombies is equipped with a chip that enables them to follow the commands of the operator, distinguishing them from ordinary zombies that only seek to devour the living. Having acquired comprehensive knowledge on controlling the ninja zombies, Su Ming refrained from harming the Eden members from the east, instead watching as they departed by boat. His immediate concern lay with the Eden base located in Ling'an City. Acting on impulse could potentially alert his enemies, resulting in a greater loss than gain. Certainly, while those suited men organized the crew to unload the cargo, Su Ming secretly commanded an assassin to install a metal corrosion device beneath their ship. As for whether they could safely return to their homeland adorned with cherry blossoms, that would depend on their fortune. Upon controlling the mechanical soldiers to open one of the cargo containers, they discovered 3 zombies clad in dark ninja attire, wielding shurikens. One might wonder if this Eastern Division was indeed leveraging these mutated zombies for cultural export. Su Ming's just left the captain and the others momentarily speechless. At such a critical time, Su Ming still had the presence of mind to joke. Mr. Su, how do you plan to deal with these ninja zombies? Why, we shall cast them all into the Eden base. In response to the captain's inquiry, Su Ming gestured towards the ninja zombies displayed on the screen. These are the technological marvels of the Eastern Division. It would be a pity to destroy them outright. Moreover, we could utilize these ninja zombies to probe the depths of the Eden base, could we not? Su Ming's words rendered the captain and the others speechless. After spending this time together, they had indeed come to realize that Su Ming was a person who would not act without assurance. However, as Su Ming had pointed out, it was certainly feasible to use these ninja zombies to gauge the true nature of the Eden base. Chapter 91. When the Eastern Ninja encounters the Eden soldier utilizing an electronic interference system, Su Ming effortlessly bypassed the ascent and descent mechanisms of the Eden base. After placing all the containers onto the lift, he observed as they gradually descended into the underground facility of Eden on the screen. The moment of anticipation had arrived. Reclining on his sofa, Ming cast the imagery from his tablet onto the television, subsequently issuing commands to the ninja zombies within the containers. Their directive was clear: eliminate any and all targets. Without a doubt, this was a clash of cultures. What tales would unfold when Eastern ninjas confronted the devout soldiers of Eden? As 30 images illuminated the television, the gaze of the captain and his comrades became ensnared by the unfolding scenes. What are these containers? The two soldiers stationed at the entrance, puzzled by the sudden arrival of 10 containers on the lift, exchanged bewildered glances. However, before they could approach, the containers opened in perfect unison. What? The unexpected spectacle left the two Eden soldiers momentarily disoriented, but before they could investigate further, they witnessed two shadowy figures darting forth from one of the containers. Thud. Two shurikens struck with precision, finding their mark in the soldiers' throats, the immense force piercing through their carotid arteries and windpipes. They attempted to reach for the alarm on the wall, but found their bodies utterly incapacitated, coated with a toxin that induces instantaneous paralysis. The unfortunate Eden soldiers soon succumbed to their fates. With the guards dispatched, 30 ninja zombies erupted from the containers, observing the facial recognition access control system before them. One ninja zombie swiftly decapitated a standing soldier, utilizing his severed head to unlock the door. As the entrance creaked open, the 30 ninja zombies, moving with an ethereal grace, infiltrated the Eden base. What? Faced with the astonished expressions of those present, the ninja zombies unsheathed their blades, employing their unparalleled speed to eliminate every individual in sight. Ringing alarms. Upon noticing the turmoil at the entrance, the Eden soldiers in the monitoring room hastily activated the alert. Instantly, the base was engulfed in a cacophony of sirens, prompting the soldiers within to arm themselves and rush toward the designated area. Meanwhile, the ninja zombies unleashed a frenzied slaughter in the underground level of the base. After annihilating all personnel on that floor, the 30 ninja zombies arrived at the elevator doors. Two of them sheathed their blades and utilized their shurikens to pry open one of the elevator doors. As the doors swung ajar, four ninja zombies retrieved grenades from their toolkits, pulled the pins, and hurled them into the depths of the facility. Boom! The elevator was utterly obliterated in a resounding explosion. 30 undead ninjas surged into the elevator shaft, their grip firm upon the steel cables, as they advanced toward the second underground level with an overwhelming ferocity. Good heavens, the first underground level is utterly defeated. Ming, observing the scene from a distance, couldn't help but exclaim. It must be said that the undead ninjas devised by the Easterners are quite formidable, exhibiting not only astonishing speed but also an uncanny ability to move silently while running. As the undead ninjas descended to the second underground level, they pried open the elevator doors, only to be met by a battalion of Eden soldiers, armed and ready. The soldiers wasted no time, unleashing a hail of gunfire, and 3 unfortunate undead ninjas suffered instant demise as their heads exploded, falling into the elevator shaft below. Indeed, when confronted with such potent firearms, these undead ninjas found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Just as Ming presumed the encounter was nearing its conclusion, he noticed 2 undead ninjas hurling objects toward the Eden soldiers outside the elevator. Following 2 muffled thuds, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. Remarkably, they had smoke grenades. Utilizing the cover of the obscuring haze, the undead ninjas once again emerged from the elevator. This time, they divided into 2 factions, launching shuriken at the Eden soldiers before them. Prior to this, Ming had never imagined that firearms could be so thoroughly outmatched. Although the Eden soldiers managed to eliminate 4 more undead ninjas during the ensuing skirmish, the ratio of casualties was undeniably staggering. After vanquishing the soldiers on the second underground level, the undead ninjas did not press further down but instead pried open 2 additional elevator doors, from which several more ninjas retrieved, throwing weapons from their gear. To Ming's astonishment, this group of undead ninjas had resorted to using poison. He could clearly see the large character for toxin emblazoned on the projectiles in their hands. After launching the toxic gas canisters into the elevator shaft, the undead ninjas split into 2 groups. 2 re-entered the elevator shaft, while the remaining 21 chose to advance downward through a secure passage. Faced with this unfolding scene, Ming felt a surge of relief at his earlier decision. Such formidable undead beings would indeed be a great loss if destroyed. The assault continued, with a considerable number of Eden soldiers gathering, including several individuals clad in suits and lab coats joining the fray. As the alarm blared throughout the base, Ming observed all soldiers and personnel donning gas masks. It seemed the earlier alarm had been triggered by the detection of toxic gas within the facility. The battle between the Eastern ninjas and the Eden soldiers raged on, yet without the effectiveness of the toxic gas, the undead ninjas gradually began to falter. Despite their clever use of various ninja tools that had claimed many Eden soldiers, the overwhelming number of reinforcements ultimately placed them at a disadvantage. It appeared that the conclusion was nearing. Ming gazed at the 5 remaining live feeds displayed on the television, fully aware that this cultural clash was drawing to a close. It was time for my mechanical soldiers to take the stage. The ninja zombies were currently located on the 4th underground level and were on the verge of collapse. Ming understood that the moment had arrived for his mechanical soldiers to enter the fray. After issuing commands to the assault team stationed on the ground, he turned his attention to the Special Forces members attentively observing the unfolding scenes. Well, it seems you can now return to report your findings. As the assault team descended into the underground base, they immediately unleashed electronic interference. Meanwhile, on the 4th underground level, the last 5 ninja zombies had also completed their mission. The total annihilation of the ninja zombies signified the definitive conclusion of this cultural confrontation between the Eastern ninjas and Eden soldiers. Chapter 92. The Wrath of Ming gazing upon the last remaining ninja zombie, which had collapsed motionless to the ground. 2 wary Eden soldiers fired a few more shots into its head. Once they confirmed its demise, a collective sigh of relief swept through the members of the Eden base. Thank heavens, it has finally come to an end. For heaven's sake, who can elucidate the origin of these bizarre zombies? Quickly, bring forth the bodies of the fallen soldiers. They are on the verge of transformation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Who was the fool that misfired? Initially, the Eden soldiers paid little heed to the gunfire, even laughing and mocking. They presumed it was merely an accidental discharge until they witnessed a comrade fall to the ground, struck down. It dawned on them, an enemy assault. Open fire. Thus, the weary soldiers, who had only just relaxed, hastily seized their weapons to retaliate. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated throughout the underground 4th level, but it soon became evident to the remaining Eden soldiers that something was amiss. The soldiers and members who had perished on the upper 3 levels had transformed into zombies and, upon hearing the gunfire echoing through the corridors, began to surge toward their level via the fire escape. Initially, they believed these zombies would hinder their attackers. However, to their astonishment, the zombies chose to disregard the soldiers entirely. They circumvented the armed soldiers, charging straight toward them. My God, why are those zombies not attacking the others? Despair enveloped the last surviving soldiers and members of the Eden base. If they opened fire on the transformed zombies, they would instantly expose their firepower and face retaliation. Yet, if they refrained from shooting, those zombies would hone in on them by scent. Under the relentless assault of zombies and mechanical soldiers, the remaining members of the Eden base were swiftly eradicated. Now, it was time to gather intelligence and deal with the zombies. Ming commanded the mechanical soldiers to commence a thorough search of the entire base. Whenever they encountered a computer, he directed them to copy all the data within. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. However, to Ming's surprise, when 2 of the mechanical soldiers opened a door, they discovered a man in a lab coat pleading for mercy. Are you from the Great Xia Kingdom? Ming inquired as he maneuvered the mechanical soldiers. Yes, I am from the Great Xia Kingdom. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. Ming observed the figure cowering in the corner of the screen and magnified the image, directing his gaze to the nameplate on the man's chest. Name: Lin Aigua. Position: Chief Researcher, Southern Branch of Eden, Great Xia Kingdom. What the hell? He dares to call himself patriotic? Upon reading the information on the nameplate, Ming could not help but curse vehemently. He had initially thought this individual was merely complicit, but it now appeared that he was the mastermind. The Chief Researcher. This is not a position that an ordinary person could attain. It can be said that Lin Aigua, before me, is undoubtedly the most seasoned researcher within this Eden base. Please, spare me. I am also a victim of circumstance. Technology is innocent. At this moment, Lin Aigua continued to plead desperately. However, upon hearing the phrase technology is innocent, Ming was instantly filled with indignation. Innocent technology? The very technology that Lin Aigua possesses is designed to transform the citizens of the Great Xia into more powerful zombies. Nevertheless, Ming understood that, despite Lin Aigua's repugnant nature, he would undoubtedly possess valuable intelligence regarding the Eden organization. Observing Lin Aigua's aged appearance, it was clear that he could not endure the life of a slave, yet Ming had no intention of granting him such leniency. The Great Xia boasts a profound culture of torture, and the point shop offers numerous restorative medicines. At worst, he could expend some points to ensure that Lin Aigua experiences each one in turn. After thoroughly searching the entire Eden base inside and out, Ming commanded a cadre of mechanical soldiers to obliterate the base and escort Lin Aigua back to the sanctuary. Now, let us first turn our attention to the soldiers of Eden. As Ming stepped out of the main base and beheld the sanctuary's gate slowly opening, he observed the Eden soldiers crammed into the armored vehicle like a stack of pancakes. For some reason, Ming felt an inexplicable sense of recognition among these individuals. Damn, I knew it. Upon removing the helmet and mask of one of the Eden soldiers, He was greeted by the unmistakable visage of a man from the Great Xia. It seems that the Eden organization as successful establishment within the Great Xia is undoubtedly aided by the cooperation of these individuals. Never mind. I fear my blood pressure may rise. Su Ming had lost interest in discovering the origins of the remaining Eden soldiers. Instead, he turned to the captain and his team. Gesturing toward the remaining soldiers in the armored vehicle. Please handle these individuals. Kindly remove their masks and helmets, secure them, and cast them aside. Very well. The captain, without hesitation, agreed to Su Ming's request. After all, they had already aided him in completing his task, so assisting with the relocation of items was only reasonable. Once all the Eden soldiers were disembarked, the captain finally grasped the reason behind Su Ming's earlier fury. Among the 23 soldiers, aside from 8 with blonde hair and blue eyes, the rest bore the features of the Great Xia. Captain, never mind. Let us wait for Su Ming to handle this. The captain suppressed his anger, taking several deep breaths. As the mechanical soldiers returned with Lin Aigua to the sanctuary, Su Ming began decrypting classified documents using the system, while he and the captain commenced their interrogation of Lin Aigua. Interestingly, upon seeing the Great Xia military uniform and the emblem on the captain's arm, Lin Aigua immediately began to demand humane treatment. However, after receiving 2 significant reprimands from Su Ming, the steadfast Lin Aigua became completely subdued. Chapter 93. Parting, it is with great regret that Su Ming notes the data extracted from the Eden base, despite its decryption, has yielded no insights into the origins of the zombie outbreak. Even after interrogating Lin Aigua, the only information gleaned pertains to the research conducted by various divisions across Blue Star on the mutated zombies. From the intelligence gathered, 4 points can be summarized. 1. This zombie outbreak is not solely directed at the Great Xia Nation, but rather targets all of humanity on Blue Star. 2. The Eden organization was established 5 years ago, existing in obscurity until the outbreak, after which it emerged into prominence. 3. Almost every nation possesses a division of the Eden organization, with stronger nations hosting a greater number of branches. 4. The higher echelons of Eden are concentrated within a base in Antarctica. In addition to the aforementioned intelligence, there are numerous peculiar research initiatives concerning zombies. For instance, the division in the East Japan is studying ninja zombies, incorporating elements of their culture while enhancing the controllability of the undead. The captain gazed at the bizarre collection of zombie research plans and could not help but sigh. Having witnessed the terror of the ninja zombies with his own eyes, he felt an immense weight on his shoulders. As an ordinary person, the thought of facing such dreadful creatures in the future filled him with anxiety. Captain, although I am aware you may not respond to my inquiries, I am nonetheless curious. Su Ming pondered as he observed the captain's troubled expression on the sofa. What is the stance of our Great Xia Nation regarding the current situation? You have indeed surmised correctly, the captain acknowledged, realizing that further concealment was futile. In truth, Mr. Su, as you suspected, there are still some survivors of our Great Xia Nation gathered in a few underground bases scattered across the country. However, the conditions there are exceedingly harsh, hindering our ability to develop and manufacture more advanced weaponry, thus preventing us from mounting a significant resistance. Oh, so it is colloquially referred to as waiting for death? Su Ming unabashedly stripped away the captain's veil of modesty. So your current mission is to search for the Eden bases and strive to destroy them at all costs? That is somewhat accurate. The captain fell silent at this moment. Sighing, Su Ming said, since it is thus, allow me to offer you this. He pretended to retrieve something from his pocket, but in reality, he drew an anti-infection serum from his system space. This is an anti-infection serum I developed. As long as it is injected, one will not succumb to the zombie infection. However, I acquired it by chance, having previously administered a dose to Old Fan's daughter. This is the last remaining vial. In light of the circumstances, Su Ming wished to contribute his share of strength to the Great Xia Nation. However, at present, there is little else he can do. Thank you, Mr. Su. I shall protect it with my life. Su Ming's gesture instilled a deep respect in the captain, who cautiously accepted the vial and placed it into his pocket. Very well, judging by your demeanor, it seems you are ready to depart. As for Fan Ziyuan, has he made the decision to accompany you? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, a hint of awkwardness crossed the captain's face. Over the past few days, the 5 of them had consumed and enjoyed the hospitality of Su Ming's base, and yet they were now poised to take one of his own. It did seem rather inappropriate. No need to feel anxious, Fan Ziyuan has already spoken to me about it. Noting the captain's slightly uncomfortable expression, Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. In fact, Old Fan had informed me earlier that his premature retirement was due to a mishap during a mission. Your arrival has reignited the fervor within him, and I respect his choice. Thank you. Seeing Su Ming's willingness to let Fan Ziyuan go, the captain's gaze brimmed with admiration. With the destruction of the underground base in Lingnan City, everything came to an end. The captain and his team did not linger any longer. It was time for them to report back. Before their departure, Ming retrieved some armaments from his system space and equipped the captain's party with 5.56 caliber weapons, while also offering them a portion of his surplus compressed rations. During the initial order, Ming had practically cleared out the shelves of various supermarkets, resulting in an abundance of compressed food in his system space. Since he had little inclination to consume such provisions, it seemed more prudent to reserve them for the captain's team as their rations. Mr. Su, I fear I shall have to trouble you to take care of my daughter in the future. At the entrance of the shelter, observing Fan Ziyuan donning his military uniform once more, Ming realized that this attire suited him remarkably well. It seemed that Fan Ziyuan was destined to be a warrior who would shed his last drop of blood for the great Xian nation. Rest assured, I shall treat Xiao Xingqing as my own. Noting the reluctance in Fan Ziyuan's eyes, Ming recognized him as a noble citizen of the great Xia. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have often been at odds. In a time of national peril, Fan Ziyuan chose to step forward to defend his homeland. While Ming could not emulate such bravery, he held profound respect for individuals like Fan Ziyuan. Daddy. As Fan Xingqing clung to his father's clothing with a reluctant grip, Fan Ziyuan crouched down to meet his daughter's gaze. Father must go to protect our homeland. You must listen to Uncle Su while I am away, understand? I will. Fan Xingqing nodded, her comprehension uncertain, and then inquired, will Daddy come back? Of course. I will return. So be a good girl. Fan Ziyuan ruffled his daughter's hair and made a pinky promise with her. After completing these gestures, he stood and turned to Ming. Mr. Su, I sincerely appreciate your care during this time. I shall keep your matters strictly confidential. Very well, I trust you. And do take care of yourself. In the face of Fan Ziyuan's promise, Ming smiled and nodded. He was, of course, unconcerned that Fan Ziyuan would divulge his secrets, especially considering his daughter was still in his grasp. Moreover, the miraculous ability he had displayed in building the tower, if not witnessed firsthand, would hardly be believed by anyone. As he watched the team leader and the others fade from his sight, Ming's gaze shifted to his side, landing on Fan Xingqing. To his surprise, the little one was also looking at him, and from her expression, he could discern not a trace of sorrow from her recent parting with her father. Hooray! Daddy has finally left. From now on, I can freely stay up late and indulge in snacks. Chapter 94. The enhanced undead. After parting ways with the captain and his team, Ming departed from Ling'an City with Fan Xingqing. The city had exhausted its supply of zombies to provide him with points, prompting Ming to seek a fresh start in a new city. Naturally, Yang City emerged as his preferred choice. As a first-tier metropolis, Yang City boasts a substantial population. Following the recent incident involving the ninja zombies from the east, Ming had come to fully comprehend the terrifying capabilities of the Eden organization. It had only been half a year since the outbreak, yet such formidable zombies had already emerged. If he did not continue to accrue points and enhance his arsenal, he would likely face annihilation in the future. Of course, Ming had contemplated storming their stronghold in Antarctica directly, but the escape planes from the Refuge were incapable of reaching such distant locales. As for the ordinary aircraft available in the points shop, he dared not experiment recklessly. An organization capable of transforming the majority of humanity across Blue Star into zombies could not possibly lack defensive measures at their Antarctic base. Ming would stake his life on that. All right, little Xingqing, we are about to reside here for a while, to prepare for the impending tide of undead below. Ming chose not to pilot the escape plane alone this time. Instead, he opted for 2 modified Flame Fangs as escorts. After clearing the horde on the ground, he finally deployed his refuge. Uncle Su, is that the Little Waste? Indeed, but there is not much excitement up there. The Little Waste, as Yang City's iconic structure, regularly attracted a multitude of tourists. This location was chosen specifically to lure more zombies in. All right, little Xingqing, we should head back inside. A horde of zombies will soon be upon us. Guiding Fan Xingqing back indoors, Ming promptly launched a zombie bait grenade outside. This area truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most bustling districts of Yang City. Soon, Ming heard the cacophony of zombie growls and footsteps from beyond the walls. They are arriving swiftly. Realizing the noise was drawing closer to his refuge, Ming hurried back to the main base. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun atop the turret began spewing flames, and Ming retrieved a cup of iced Americano from the system space. He was no stranger to such scenarios. All he needed to do was wait for the gunfire to cease before assessing the points he had accrued this time. It might be time to practice my mental fortitude, perhaps spurred by the mutated zombies that the Eden organization had recently developed. Ming refrained from lounging on the sofa to watch television. Instead, he diligently returned upstairs to hone his mental strength. Initially, he He anticipated this would be just another routine skirmish. However, when he cast a glance out the window, he was taken aback to see numerous zombie silhouettes standing atop the refuge walls. What in the world? As Su Ming observed the zombies leaping off the wall with a cacophony, he could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. Had these zombies evolved? He hastily checked the silenced kill notifications in his mind, but after scouring through the historical records, he discovered that they were merely ordinary zombies. Filled with curiosity, Su Ming accessed the surveillance footage from the wall, only to be met with a sight that left him particularly astounded. The speed at which these zombies moved was significantly greater than that of the ordinary zombies he had encountered previously. Based on his calculations from the footage, Su Ming realized that the speed of these zombies had nearly reached the limits of human capability, faced with such a multitude of rapidly advancing zombies. The Gatling gun atop the turret was clearly struggling to keep up. Many zombies were only neutralized upon reaching the very edge of his wall. And as their corpses piled higher, the subsequent zombies could easily use them as a foothold to scale the wall. The evolution of even the ordinary zombies was simply too much. Shaking his head in exasperation at the surveillance footage, Su Ming acknowledged that while these zombies had indeed gained enhanced speed, their cognitive faculties remained utterly undeveloped. The zombies leaping off the wall only sought to crawl toward the warehouse, where a number of his slaves were confined. As for the mechanical soldiers firing upon them, they paid no heed whatsoever. It seemed this group of slaves had found themselves a task. Witnessing the increasing number of fallen zombies within the wall, Su Ming felt a sense of schadenfreude. In truth, this was somewhat favorable. Otherwise, why should he continue to sustain this group of slaves without purpose? However, Su Ming was perplexed by the inexplicable evolution of these zombies. Could this perhaps be a natural selection? The transformation of the deceased into zombies was entirely due to the activation of the virus within them. If evolution were to occur, it would be a mutation of the virus, rather than a change in the physical form of the corpses. Little Lien, unable to fathom the situation, Su Ming turned to Little Lien in his mind for assistance. Why were these zombies so different from those I encountered before? Host. Due to the Eden organization's intention to further eradicate humanity, they have implemented artificial rainfall across most regions of Blue Star. This rain was infused with a significant amount of the newly developed zombie virus number 2, which enhances the existing virus number 1 within the zombies, thus explaining the newfound strength of these creatures. It could be done this way. Upon hearing Little Lien's explanation, Su Ming recalled the incessant rainfall over the past few days. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a natural occurrence. But little did he know it was yet another operation by the Eden organization. What about the anti-zombie transformation serum I exchanged from the system? Given the current situation, Su Ming's greatest concern was the efficacy of the serum. The group of slaves in the warehouse were not all inclined to obediently serve as his subordinates. If the anti-zombie transformation serum were to lose its effectiveness due to this rainfall, it would result in a substantial loss. Rest assured, host. Virus No. 1 is the progenitor virus. You may regard it as the core of all its evolved variants. Neither the anti-zombie transformation serum nor the infection antidotes will lose their efficacy due to subsequent mutations of the virus. Upon hearing the response from classmate Xiao Yan, Su Ming exhaled a profound sigh of relief. After glancing at the endless horde of corpses displayed on the surveillance screen, he picked up a children's storybook from the table. It seems this situation will not resolve itself anytime soon. With Fan Ziyuan having departed, Su Ming naturally had to assume the responsibility of storytelling. Uncle Su, what is today's bedtime story? Coughing lightly and observing Fan Xingqing, who was already nestled in bed awaiting his tale, Su Ming cleared his throat and earnestly opened the storybook in hand. Today, we shall recount the tale of the little girl who sold mushroom bombs. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who sold mushroom bombs. Chapter 95. The Ruthless Overseer. A sharp crack of the whip resonated throughout the entire shelter. Hurry up. The adorable visage of Fan Xingqing was marred with disdain and impatience as she brandished the whip in her hand. If this area isn't cleaned up today, I will have Uncle Su deny you food. Ever since Fan Ziyuan departed, Fan Xingqing had proactively approached Su Ming, expressing her desire to inherit her father's duties and assume the role of overseer. Observing this scene while sipping an iced Americano by the window, Su Ming nearly choked on his coffee. It was undeniable that since her father's departure from the shelter, Fan Xingqing had increasingly embraced her freedom. Have the stories I've shared these past few days been too outrageous? Su Ming found himself questioning whether he had indulged a bit too much. Initially, Su Ming had rejected Fan Xingqing's request to become an overseer. After all, she was merely 6 years old, and he worried that constant exposure to such brutality would be detrimental to her mental and physical well-being. However, he soon discovered that since becoming a superpowered individual, while her exterior still resembled that of an ordinary child, her intellect had advanced remarkably. Now, Fan Xingqing possessed the maturity of a 16-year-old. Given this reality, Su Ming was reluctant to interfere with her choices. As for the whip, he had originally intended to provide her with a handgun for deterrence and self-defense. Yet, this spirited girl insisted on wielding a melee weapon, specifically a soft one. Reluctantly, Su Ming expended 5 points from the system's point shop to acquire a shepherd's whip for her. It must be said that the quality of items obtained from the point shop was indeed exceptional, with her speed and strength. It was astonishing that she had not damaged the whip. I was wrong. I'll get to work immediately. The anguished cries of the slaves echoed from outside. As a superpowered individual, Fan Xingqing possessed keen insight. Should any slave dare to slack off, she would not hesitate to strike them, leaving their skin raw and battered. Uncle Zheng, are you happy here? Fan Xingqing, resembling a little sorceress, flashed a mischievous smile at Zheng Haitao, who was laboriously working with his legs crossed. I. Upon seeing Fan Xingqing approach, Zheng Haitao was reminded of his past transgressions. Now, this little sorceress had completely set her sights on him. Is Uncle Zheng unhappy? Noticing Zheng Haitao's flustered state, Fan Xingqing's cherubic face darkened. I will make you unhappy. With a flick of her wrist. The whip precisely struck between Zheng Haitao's legs. Crack. Su Ming felt a chill run through him at the sight of Fan Xingqing's brutal display. Had this girl become addicted to her newfound power? Remembering Fan Ziyuan's parting words, a wave of guilt washed over Su Ming. Old Fan, I am truly sorry. Observing Fan Xingqing outside, still brandishing her whip, Su Ming resignedly stepped out of the main base. Uncle Su. Upon seeing Su Ming emerge, Fan Xingqing instantly coiled her whip with a charming demeanor and bounced over to him. Uncle Su, look how happy they are. Faced with Fan Xingqing's sudden shift in attitude, Su Ming let out a weary sigh and handed her 2 vials of hemostatic medicine. Little Xingqing, take it easy. Don't inadvertently cause their demise. Yes. Elated by Su Ming's words, Fan Xingqing eagerly accepted the medicine and stuffed it into her small satchel. All right, bring that old man over. The reason Su Ming came out had no other purpose than to administer punishment to Lin Aigua. He certainly could not let such a man escape justice. A cultured traitor possesses far greater potential for harm than an ordinary one. During the previous interrogation with the captain, Lin Aigua had confessed to being responsible for the deaths of nearly 100 survivors from Ling'an City. Each survivor had been captured by him and subsequently transformed into a mindless zombie in the laboratory. Come on, Professor Lin. It's time for our daily session of exquisite torture. Su Ming produced a homemade roulette and placed it before Lin Aigua. Due to the recent zombie attacks, your progress had been delayed, so to maintain fairness, today still counts as the 3rd day. The roulette was inscribed with various forms of torment, allowing Lin Aigua to choose his fate. Just kill me. What you're doing is utterly meaningless. Confronted with the wheel of torture, Lin Aigua was no longer inclined to make a selection. Each time he wished for death, Su Ming would present him with a miraculous potion to restore him. He had initially hoped that his fellow captives in the same cell would assist in his liberation. But Su Ming had already issued a command. Anyone who dared to act would ensure the collective punishment of all slaves in the warehouse. Thus, Lin Aigua's south last avenue of escape was irrevocably sealed by Su Ming. All right, everyone, you may take a break. As Su Ming guided Lin Aigua's hand to spin the wheel, Fan Xingqing ordered all the slaves who were working to halt their tasks and gather around Lin Aigua. This was a daily ritual for the slaves. Oh, it seems, Professor Lin, you are quite fortunate today, having drawn such a light punishment. Observing the pointer land on the area designated for branding, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at Lin Aigua's fortuitous luck today. However, I am not a tattoo artist and cannot etch words. As he spoke, Su Ming retrieved a syringe and a vial of ink. After filling the syringe with ink, he cheerfully expelled the air from it. No choice, it's just how the fates have aligned. With that, Su Ming utilized his mental prowess to restrain Lin Aigua's limbs and head, then swiftly pierced the needle into his skin. Professor Lin, please bear with me. My technical skills are somewhat limited. If you move recklessly, we may have to start over. Well, I am a traitor. And this is my fate. Indeed, after much effort, Su Ming successfully carved these 12 characters onto Lin Aigua's body. Due to Su Ming's lack of proficiency, he ultimately chose to inscribe them on Lin Aigua's chest. All right, Xiao Xingqing, please escort Professor Lin back to the warehouse for some rest. Upon completing the task, Su Ming silently stored the spinning wheel and walked back into the house without a glance back. Very well. Upon hearing Su Ming's command, Fan Xingqing dragged the nearly broken Lin Aigua back to the warehouse and secured him. All right, everyone, the break is over. It's time to get to work. Fan Xingqing waved the whip in her hand and flashed a sweet smile at the slave sitting on the ground. Su Ming, witnessing the scene outside the window, could not help but shake his head in exasperation. I must say, Fan Xingqing is indeed a brutal overseer. Chapter 96. The rain keeps falling. It appears that rain is imminent once again. Facing the overcast sky, Ming let out a weary sigh. This marked the fifth torrential downpour within the past 2 weeks. As classmate Xiao Lian noted, the Eden Project had introduced a virus capable of facilitating the evolution of zombies into the rain. Within this fortnight, the zombies in Yang City had undergone astonishing advancements. Initially, their evolution merely manifested as an increase in speed, yet the current developments had surpassed Ming's expectations. Some had evolved to attack by spewing corrosive acid, while others had acquired formidable leaping abilities. To his astonishment, a few could even emit high-frequency sound waves to summon other nearby zombies. Typically, evolution is an exceedingly protracted process. However, under the catalyst of Eden, these zombies had completed what would ordinarily take carbon-based life forms thousands or even tens of thousands of years within a mere 14 days. It must be said, if Eden were to tread a righteous path, it would not have led to such chaos. Reflecting on the zombies encountered during this period, Ming couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Although the physical bodies and reflexes of the zombies still fell prey to the bullets of firearms, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant challenge. The machine guns and flamethrowers mounted on the turrets could still eliminate these zombies. Yet the quantity of those breaching the walls had greatly increased. Even more frustrating was Ming's system, which, akin to a dim-witted entity, continued to label these zombies, having undergone 2 or even 3 evolutions, as mere ordinary infectees. Uncle Su, what are you watching? Xing, why are you still out? Hurry back inside. It's going to rain soon. Upon seeing Fan Xing emerge from the base, Ming intended to escort her back, but a brilliant flash of lightning struck the distant sky. Boom. Hearing the deafening thunder, Ming ceased his outdoor stay and hurriedly led Fan Xing back into the base. As thunder reverberated through the heavens, the torrential rain soon began to pour down. Faced with the deluge outside, Ming found no pleasure in observing the rain. He could not help but wonder how the zombies were faring. Noticing that the thunder had gradually subsided, Ming released a drone to scout outside the shelter. He had already cleared the majority of the bustling areas of Yang City of zombies, and now he found himself in the final remaining zone. As the drone transmitted images back to him, Ming observed the zombies reveling in the downpour. Each one had its mouth agape, seemingly relishing the nourishment the rain provided. They can still enjoy themselves like this? The sight of a throng of zombies congregating on the streets, basking in the rain, was almost surreal. One could even discern expressions of enjoyment and contentment upon their decaying faces. The rain continued unabated. This deluge persisted from the morning until 3 in the afternoon without any sign of respite. Through the footage relayed by the drone, Ming noticed once again that the drenched zombies were undergoing significant changes. The muscular zombies, nourished by the rain, grew increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, those endowed with the ability to spew acidic saliva exhibited noticeably elongated necks. Goodness, at this rate, they would become utterly invincible. Faced with this scene, Ming felt no hint of complacency. These zombies were evidently evolving at a pace far superior to his own. I shall grant you evolution, Ming declared, directing the drone's machine gun towards the group of rain-soaked zombies on the street, promptly pressing the trigger. The rapid-fire sound echoed as bullets mingled with raindrops, resulting in several unfortunate zombies being dispatched in an instant. Upon realizing they were being fired upon from above, the remaining zombies erupted into a cacophony of growls. Go ahead and howl. You can't reach me anyway, Ming mused with a smirk. However, to his astonishment, he observed several zombies on the ground scavenging for stones to hurl in the direction of the drone. Had they truly gained some intellect? Recognizing their adeptness at remote attacks, Ming swiftly maneuvered the drone to evade the oncoming projectiles. Most of these stone-throwing zombies had developed exaggerated muscles, propelling their throws at nearly supersonic speeds. Thankfully, the gravitational pull of Blue Star remained, or else Ming might not have evaded those flying stones. All right then, I suppose missiles will suffice. Ming had no intention of adhering to any notions of martial ethics with these zombies. He elevated the drone and launched a missile. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions reverberated through the street, obliterating numerous zombies into mere remnants. Let us see if you can rival my drone. After exhausting the drone's missile payload, Ming returned to the shelter to replenish his ammunition before continuing his bombardment. Yet, to his surprise, these zombies followed the drone's retreating path. Goodness. They were eager to meet their demise. Witnessing this spectacle only heightened Ming's excitement. Soon, the horde of zombies trailed the drone to the outskirts of the shelter's walls. As soon as the defensive machine gun atop the turret detected the targets, it sprang into action, commencing the slaughter of the zombies outside the walls. Although the aiming system of the turret was somewhat impaired by the rain, it equally hindered the zombies' vision and olfactory senses. In no time, the zombies lured by the drone were annihilated, Yet the rain showed no sign of abating. Goodness, it showed no intention of stopping. Was it determined to allow all the zombies to achieve godhood? Gazing at the persistently overcast sky, Ming replenished the drone's missiles and once more sought out the rain-drenched horde. His purpose in doing so was to ensure a more effortless future for himself. After all, just moments ago, there was a zombie capable of spewing acid, projecting its corrosive liquid nearly 20 meters high. One can only hope that this infernal rain ceases soon. Ming found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the true intentions of the Eden organization. If their aim was to dominate humanity through the outbreak of zombies, it seems they have already succeeded. Yet, they persist in their quest to develop even more formidable mutated zombies. From the creation of ninja zombies at the Eastern Branch to their current endeavor of orchestrating collective evolution through artificial rainfall. Could it be that Eden has uncovered an even greater adversary? The collective wails of the zombies interrupted Ming's thoughts. Observing the zombies kneeling and lamenting on the ground, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. What were these zombies up to? Thud, thud, thud. Just as Ming sought to unravel the mystery of the situation, a series of muffled sounds echoed from the footage transmitted by the drone. Chapter 97. The undaunted zombie. After maneuvering the drone in a sweeping circle, Ming discerned the source of the peculiar sounds. It was the unmistakable footfalls of a mutated zombie. The drone's feed revealed a colossal undead creature, towering at nearly 3 stories high, clad in formidable armor reminiscent of a crusader knight from the 11th or 12th century. Good heavens! As Ming beheld this giant zombie, standing almost 10 meters tall, his eyes widened in astonishment. He finally comprehended why the other zombies had been kneeling and howling moments ago. It was in submission to their formidable leader. With a sense of urgency, he decided it was time to retreat. As the gigantic zombie drew nearer to the drone, Ming, recognizing the imminent threat, hastily launched the remaining 2 missiles. He then steered the drone towards the sanctuary he had established. Clang, clang, clang. In response to the incoming missiles, the giant zombie moved with surprising speed. It swiftly removed a shield from its back and half-knelt, attempting to use the shield to deflect the 2 missiles hurtling towards it. Boom, boom. With the explosions of the 2 missiles echoing, Ming quickly adjusted the drone's camera. The rain washed away the smoke and debris from the blasts in mere moments. However, to his astonishment, the missiles had merely created 2 gaping holes in the giant zombie's shield. Goodness, is this creature truly that resilient? Ming exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed this scene unfold. Though he understood the limitations of the missiles carried by the drone, the minimal effect was indeed unexpected. He had hoped to topple the giant zombie with the explosions, but it seemed he had overestimated his capabilities. Yet, it appeared that today was destined to be filled with surprises for Ming. Just when he thought the giant zombie would pursue the drone relentlessly, he watched in astonishment as it slowly drew a massive sword from its sheath, pointing it in the direction of his retreat. Soldiers, attack! To his utter shock, the giant zombie spoke. Realizing that a command had been issued, Ming hastened the drone's speed. Under the giant zombie's direction, those previously kneeling and wailing now surged forward with newfound vigor towards his sanctuary. Due to the rainy conditions, many zombies slipped on the slick ground, falling as they advanced. Observing the drone's feed, Ming couldn't help but marvel at the relentless determination of these zombies. As the horde closed in on his refuge, the turret-mounted machine guns once again unleashed a barrage upon the encroaching tide of undead. The relentless bullets mowed down the frenzied zombies as if they were mere stalks of wheat. It seems it's time to accumulate points once more. With the drone safely returned to its landing pad, a sense of satisfaction washed over Ming's face. He slowly retrieved a cup of iced Americano from the system's space, beginning to admire the images displayed on the monitor. Thud, thud, thud. However, it wasn't long before Ming heard a series of muffled footsteps approaching from outside. Goodness, this creature actually dared to come. As he watched the colossal zombie invade his surveillance screen, Ming felt a twinge of surprise, yet he remained largely unfazed. Presently, the Gatling guns mounted on the turret had been upgraded to a 30mm caliber, with ammunition now comprising high explosive and armor-piercing rounds. Though the gigantic zombie donned heavy armor, Ming was confident that it would be no match for his turret's Gatling guns. Furthermore, zombies' vulnerabilities resided in their heads. As long as he could shatter the helmet protecting its cranium, the challenge would be trivial. Xiaolian, do you possess any information on this zombie? He inquired of the AI system in his mind. Apologies, host. This is one of the mutated zombies from Eden's latest research. I can only provide data on this variant after you have eliminated it. Faced with Xiaolian's response, Ming comprehended the situation entirely. This inept AI possessed only a pictorial function when confronted with the mutated zombie studied by Eden. In essence, it could only store information for future reference once he had vanquished the creature. Well, then, Let us just kill it. As the gigantic zombie drew closer to his refuge, Ming promptly commanded 2 Gatling guns to target its enormous head and open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. As the barrels of the 2 Gatling guns belched fire, a torrential barrage of bullets surged toward the zombie's skull. In the face of such a relentless hail of gunfire, the colossal zombie raised its shield to block the onslaught, bending low as it charged toward the refuge's fortified gate. Indeed, the weak point is the head. Observing the creature's suicidal charge, Ming sipped his iced Americano. One must admit, this zombie was quite astute, managing to use its shield to protect its cranium. However, against the 30mm armor-piercing and high-explosive rounds, all efforts would be in vain. The dense barrage of bullets swiftly transformed its shield into a sieve, followed by its helmet. Impossible. Yet, what astounded Ming was that even after its helmet was shattered, the zombie did not halt its charge, still brandishing the ruined shield as it pressed forward. Thud. As its heavily armored body collided with the gate, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the refuge. Reacting to the resounding impact on the gate, Ming quickly checked the refuge's system in his mind. Just from that single blow, the durability of his gate had plummeted by 50 points. Goodness, is this creature truly that formidable? The behavior of the colossal zombie incensed Ming to the core. He swiftly directed another Gatling gun towards its enormous head. In Ming's estimation, the reason it had not been vanquished could likely be attributed to the fact that its brain was merely the size of an ordinary human's. Thus, it was only logical to unleash a more concentrated barrage of firepower to obliterate that head. The sounds of the assault continued, with the turret-mounted Gatling gun incessantly spewing flames. Yet, even as its head was reduced to a pulpy mass, the body continued its relentless assault on the door. This defied all scientific reasoning. Staring at this surreal scene, Ming found himself momentarily stunned. This headless zombie was undeniably bizarre. It was the first time he had encountered a zombie capable of independent movement without a head. Faced with the steadily diminishing durability of the door, Ming could conceive of no superior method to eliminate this giant zombie. Why does it still clutch that shield? Observing the surveillance footage of the giant zombie relentlessly ramming the door with its right shoulder, he noted that its left hand remained firmly grasping the shield, which had been reduced to a mere sieve. Chapter 98. The cleric. The weakness of this creature has never been its head. As Ming observed the peculiar movements of the zombie, a bold idea surged into his mind. Could it be that the colossal zombie initially raised its shield not to protect its head, but rather to safeguard its body? Upon grasping this notion, Ming swiftly commanded 3 Gatling guns to unleash fire upon the lower half of the shield. The rapid succession of bullets soon transformed the lower section of its shield into a sieve. Upon realizing its shield was rendered ineffective, the zombie hastily placed its right arm over its left chest. Indeed, this was its vulnerability. Watching the surveillance footage of the zombie's actions, Ming was now utterly convinced that the giant zombie's weakness lay in the vicinity of its heart. How dangerous it is to be ensnared by habitual thinking. Influenced by such inertia, Ming had long believed that all zombies had their weaknesses in their heads. However, this towering behemoth, nearly 10 meters tall, could quite reasonably have its head situated at its heel. The concentrated firepower swiftly perforated the armor on its right arm, and it appeared as though it would soon breach the arm itself. Just when Ming thought the matter was settled, the headless giant zombie emitted a furious roar. How perplexing! Ming could not fathom from where the headless giant was producing such sound. Nevertheless, it was likely a final cry before its demise. One must admit, this Eden was rather inventive. Ming regarded the zombie's roar with a degree of indifference. He took another sip from the iced Americano resting on the table, awaiting the moment when the bullets would pierce through its chest armor. However, the next scene unfolded before him was utterly unforeseen. The zombies, which had been desperately climbing the walls, upon hearing that roar, scrambled onto the colossal zombie, using their bodies to shield its chest. Some even possessed the ability to spit acid, taking their positions on its shoulders and unleashing acid upon the relentless gunfire. Goodness, is this how they play? Ming was utterly astonished by this spectacle. He had never anticipated that under the leadership of this giant zombie, the previously disorganized horde could act in unison. What surprised him even more was that the giant zombie chose to retreat, while using its minions to shield against the turret's gunfire. It rapidly fled in the direction from whence it came. This creature even knows how to make an escape. Ming was momentarily taken aback by the giant zombie's actions. However, allowing it to escape was not in his nature. Since it had come, he certainly would not let it depart. With a hum, facing the zombie that was on the verge of escaping the firing range of his turret, Ming activated the Air Force's battle alarm. As the elevator ascended slowly, 2 flame fangs appeared prominently on the runway. After issuing commands to the mechanical soldiers via the control panel, the engines at the rear of the 2 flame fangs began to rotate slowly, subsequently emitting azure flames, propelled by the engine's thrust. The two fighter jets ascended gracefully into the sky. Su Ming's instructions to these mechanical warriors were straightforward: eliminate the mutated giant zombie. Although the giant zombie exhibited remarkable speed in its escape, it was still no match for the swiftness of the flame fangs. Following the launch of 2 missiles, a notification sound resonated in Su Ming's mind, indicating a successful kill. Congratulations, host, on slaying the giant crusader swordsman infected. Reward: 1,000 points. Damn, what a loss. Su Ming felt utterly speechless upon learning that the system had only granted him 1,000 points. It should be noted that merely dealing with this creature had required him to expend 2 missiles from the drone-borne defender, followed by a barrage from the turret-S machine gun, and ultimately deploying the flame fangs. The 2 defender missiles alone had already cost 4,000 points, not to mention the points consumed by the turret's ammunition and the maintenance of the gate. In short, this transaction had resulted in a significant loss. Sigh. It appears that moving forward, points can no longer be squandered on frivolous purchases. Today's experience has made Su Ming acutely aware that the days ahead will undoubtedly become increasingly arduous. Fortunately, he had amassed nearly 1 million points, allowing him to finally upgrade the turret's machine gun to a more powerful electromagnetic defense cannon. As the 2 flame fangs descended gently onto the runway, Su Ming glanced at the sky, where the rain was dwindling. It seemed that everything had finally come to an end. Due to the fact that the Crusader swordsman zombie had called upon all the zombies to shield it from harm, there were not many cadavers within the walls. With the sky clearing, Su Ming approached the window, patiently awaiting the cessation of the rain. Time to get to work. As the heavens brightened, it was time for the throng of slaves to clear the corpses from the shelter. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, Fan Xingqing joyfully brandished her whip, the crack of it slicing through the air. Hurry up. If the cleanup isn't finished before nightfall, I'll have Uncle Su. Just as Fan Xingqing prepared to swing her whip again to intimidate the slaves, she felt the whip in her hand being abruptly yanked away by an unseen force. Uncle Su, you're bullying me again. Initially thinking it was Su Ming playing a trick, she turned around to pout, only to find that Su Ming was nowhere in sight. Little one, such mistreatment of the faithful will incur divine wrath. As a gentle male voice echoed throughout the shelter, Su Ming, who had been practicing calligraphy indoors, hurriedly rushed outside. A figure clad in a pristine white robe descended gracefully from the sky, landing directly within the confines of the shelter's walls. The man possessed a strikingly handsome yet delicate visage, exuding an alluring charm intertwined with a hint of coldness. He bore lofty brows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and sensuous thin lips. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, the man radiated an aura of divine brilliance. Oh, revered cleric, please grant us your salvation. Before Su Ming could utter a word, he beheld the slaves beside him prostrating themselves upon the ground, fervently bowing towards the man, in response to the reverent adoration of the multitude. The individual referred to as the priest revealed a faint smile at the corners of his lips. You worship the Lord, thus you shall attain redemption. We are willing to serve the Lord for a lifetime. Excellent. The man expressed his satisfaction with a nod toward the slaves, then turned his gaze towards Su Ming, who had just rushed out of the dwelling. Sir, this divine messenger intends to take these faithful followers of the Lord away. Do you have any objections? Chapter 99. To kill and to wound the heart. Oh, I sincerely apologize. I fear that is not feasible. In response to the queries posed by the figure known as the cleric, whom the slaves referred to as such, Su Ming mimicked his pretentious tone and politely declined. Su Ming had always believed that the Eden organization was one propelled by technology, yet he was taken aback to discover the presence of charlatans engaging in their mystical theatrics. The cleric's seemingly divine ability was merely a manipulation of mental power to elevate himself. Having been preoccupied with the battle against the Crusader swordsman zombie moments earlier, Su Ming had deliberately muted the radar's alarm sound. Furthermore, with Fan Xingqing currently outside the base, he had activated only the external defense mechanism of the turret machine gun, unwittingly allowing this individual to exploit the opportunity. Are you truly intent on opposing this divine envoy? Upon hearing Su Ming's response, the cleric's countenance shifted to one of icy severity. I have no intention of pursuing the matter of your enslavement of the faithful. I hope you will recognize the wisdom of retreat. Oh, what if I choose not to? Observing the cleric slowly draw forth a golden greatsword from his waist, Su Ming felt a surge of interest. This was his first encounter in combat with someone possessing supernatural abilities. Then you shall pay the price for your arrogance. With Su Ming remaining undeterred, the cleric, having lost all patience, wielded his sword and brought it crashing down towards him. Is this it? To Su Ming, the cleric's motion appeared as sluggish as that of a snail. It seemed that the charlatan's physique had not undergone any enhancement. His abilities were solely derived from mental prowess. As the blade approached his neck, Su Ming intended to retreat from its lethal edge, but was suddenly met with an overwhelming force from behind. How intriguing. Noticing that the cleric was using mental power to impede his retreat, Su Ming became even more intrigued. Since it was a contest of mental strength, he would not be outdone. He quickly summoned his own mental energy to intercept the blade that was mere inches away. You possess divine power? Realizing that the great sword could advance no further, the cleric comprehended that this individual shared a similar capability. Divine power? The cleric's continued pretense elicited a smirk from Su Ming. Not only do I possess divine power, but I also wield technology. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Ming retrieved a handgun from his system space and aimed it squarely at the charlatan, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Preposterous. Witnessing this individual resort to such uncouth tactics, the cleric hastily raised his great sword in defense. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the resounding echoes of metal colliding, the cleric found his grip on the great sword compromised, his hands trembling from the impact. Phew. Su Ming theatrically blew on the muzzle of his gun and then executed a graceful flourish with it. What do you think? My American-style Aido is rather impressive, wouldn't you agree? Faced with Su Ming's triumphant demeanor, the priest was rendered speechless with rage. What is wrong with me? Su Ming raised his firearm once more toward the so-called holy man, a slight smile gracing his lips. Bang, bang, bang. As the gunfire erupted, the priest could only utilize his mental energy to continuously diminish the bullet's kinetic force, striving to avoid being struck. Noticing that the priest's mental prowess could indeed deflect bullets, Su Ming promptly retrieved a submachine gun from his system space. Come, let's see how you handle this. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, unleashing 30 rounds from the weapon. To his astonishment, the priest managed to intercept all 30 high-velocity bullets. Impressive. Witnessing this spectacle, the playful Su Ming retreated while conjuring an assault rifle, firing again. Rat-tat-tat. The priest, witnessing Su Ming brandishing the assault rifle once more, felt a sense of despair. Who on earth is this man? Is he some sort of cartoon character? How can he produce such a lengthy weapon from behind him? However, it was evidently not the time for contemplation. Confronted by the onslaught of bullets, the priest could only again employ his mental force for defense. Remarkably, he succeeded in blocking every single one. Su Ming, observing the pile of yellow-tipped bullets on the ground, couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration for the priest. After all, he had emptied at least 5 magazines, yet this individual had managed to intercept them all. It is no wonder he is called a priest. He can indeed perform feats beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. However, after successfully deflecting all those bullets, blood began to trickle from the priest's nostrils, an unmistakable sign of mental exhaustion. Would you like some cotton balls to staunch the bleeding? Su Ming, with a flourish akin to magic, produced a packet of cotton balls, concern etched across his face. The priest, unable to endure Su Ming's murderous yet heartless actions any longer, found himself at his limits. Having exhausted all his mental energy to fend off the bullets, he now felt as though his head were being pierced by countless needles. What is the matter with you? Observing the priest struggling to maintain his balance, Su Ming quickly approached, offering a compassionate kick. The priest, drained of mental energy, could do nothing but accept the kick that landed upon him. My lord priest. This scene shattered the faith of the onlooking slaves. The once exalted priest was now sent sprawling by Su Ming's kick. TCH. Seeing the priest lying unconscious on the ground, Su Ming chose not to continue his assault. The individual before me is undoubtedly far more valuable than these mere slaves. The way that group of slaves gazed at him revealed that this charlatan must possess a wealth of intelligence regarding the Eden organization. You are awake. Upon regaining consciousness, the cleric discovered himself bound to a pillar. As he contemplated harnessing his mental prowess to sever the ropes, he was interrupted by Su Ming's voice. TSK, TSK, TSK. I have never encountered such a foolish psychic before, who has so recklessly exhausted his own mental energy. In response to Su Ming's mocking remarks, the cleric's expression darkened instantly. You lack martial ethics. Martial ethics? Su Ming found it utterly absurd that the charlatan dared to utter such a phrase. Your Eden organization has instigated the zombie crisis across the entire Blue Star, and you call that martial ethics? That is the will of the Lord. Su Ming was taken aback. Even at this juncture, this charlatan still had the audacity to be defiant. Very well, then summon your Lord to save you. With that, Su Ming grasped a red-hot branding iron that lay nearby. Chapter 100. The Cathedral of Divine Will. A starkly different base your actions toward me will lead you to damnation. Under the relentless torment inflicted by Su Ming, the priest before him had become utterly feeble. Yet, aside from knowing that this individual was named Joseph, Su Ming had not gleaned any valuable intelligence. Damnation? Upon hearing Joseph's words, Su Ming could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Apologies, but this is the Great Xia Kingdom. Your deity holds no sway over our people. Recognizing Joseph's obstinacy in refusing to divulge information, Ming understood that this character was undoubtedly awaiting the arrival of his comrades for rescue. However, Ming had activated all radar alerts in the refuge. Should anyone dare approach, he would sense it immediately. Our Lord is the most magnificent being. Only by following his guidance. Enough, conserve your strength. Ming brusquely interrupted Joseph's halting speech. This man had truly been brainwashed by Eden. Still attempting to persuade him at this juncture. By the way, you might as well refrain from exhausting your mental energy. This rope is specially crafted, and you cannot untie it. Noticing Joseph's tightly shut eyes, Ming surmised that he was trying to use his mental power to free himself from the bindings. Yet, in response to Ming's warning, Joseph seemed to dismiss it entirely. If he wished to squander his mental energy, Ming had no desire to waste further breath on the matter. At last, have they arrived? Hearing the alert from the control panel, Ming turned his gaze to the radar screen. Observing the small red dots enveloped by a cluster of yellow ones, Ming shook his head in resignation. Indeed, Eden was employing the same tactics, sending a few individuals accompanied by a horde of zombies to assault him once more. To Ming's surprise, the footage from the surveillance indicated that this time, the people from Eden did not initiate an attack but instead halted approximately 200 meters from his refuge. Listen, I advise you to release our priest immediately. Otherwise, you shall face the Lord's retribution. Faced with the voice emanating from the surveillance feed, Ming found himself at a loss for words. Were the people of Eden truly so ordinary and confident? However, glancing at the multitude of Crusader zombie knights on the screen, Ming realized that this battle was destined to be a losing endeavor. After all, each Crusader zombie knight was valued at 1,000 points, while he would need to expend several times that to defeat one. Very well, a loss is a loss. Though reluctant in spirit, Ming resolutely pressed the button for automatic fire. As the Gatling gun atop the turret whirred into action, a barrage of bullets surged forth towards the Crusader zombie knights. Ming's decisive action caught the Eden personnel off guard, with one unfortunate soul being directly eliminated by the volley of fire. As Ming observed the surveillance footage of the shield-bearing Crusader zombies charging forward, a flicker of perplexity crossed his mind. If the previous assault on the Eden base had employed advanced weaponry, then the current onslaught by this group of mutated zombies relied solely on their grotesque forms. The stark contrast between these two methods of attack left Ming utterly bewildered. Moreover, judging by the treatment of Joseph by those slaves, it was evident that they were far inferior to the so-called clergy. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds echoed once more from the gates of the wall, faced with the relentless battering of the zombies. The only recourse for Ming was to await the moment when their bodies would be perforated by the machine guns mounted on the turret. To prevent members of the Eden organization from utilizing their psychic abilities to breach the wall, Ming had deliberately activated the anti-aircraft artillery and machine guns within the sanctuary. Should these audacious individuals dare to soar over the wall, they would be met with a barrage of concentrated anti-air fire. However, much to Ming's surprise, this time the Eden assault did not exhibit sheer recklessness. Upon realizing that they could not breach his defenses, they surprisingly opted to retreat. How intriguing. Have they finally wised up? Observing the zombie horde gradually withdrawing on the screen, Ming was not about to let them escape unscathed. If there existed a weapon capable of effectively combating these Crusader zombies, it would undoubtedly be the air-to-ground missiles mounted on the fiery fangs. Nonetheless, this time Ming remained cautious. He did not annihilate all the retreating members of Eden, but allowed a small faction to flee, aiming to track down their base. Yet, when the drone's surveillance footage returned, Ming was left utterly astounded. The base of these Eden members was none other than the iconic landmark, the Divine Heart Cathedral. Located in Sheep City. Back in his university days, Ming had visited this site with his classmates, and now it had transformed into one of Eden's strongholds. Well then, your comrades have been thoroughly vanquished, and no one is coming to your rescue now. After repairing the sanctuary's walls, Ming strode outside and kicked Joseph, who remained with his eyes tightly shut. Will you choose cooperation, or will you persist in your futile resistance? Gazing at the searing iron in Ming's hand, Joseph, who had been awaiting rescue, could no longer maintain his bravado. Although he could not see the unfolding events outside, he could discern that his companions were indeed no match for the man before him. Fine, I understand. Seeing Joseph remain silent, Ming pressed the iron directly against his thigh. Sizzle. As a pungent odor of charred flesh permeated the air, Joseph finally relinquished all hope of resistance. In his eyes, the man before him was nothing short of a devil. Each time he was tormented to the brink of agony, this man would produce a miraculous potion to apply to his wounds. Subsequently, the wounds would heal under the soothing balm, only to be followed by the next torment. Joseph had initially believed that his comrades could rescue him, but he has now completely lost faith in them. I am willing to cooperate. Oh, you have finally decided to speak. Upon hearing Joseph's words, Ming was overjoyed. It seemed that the recent battle had become the final straw that shattered Joseph's psychological defenses. Come, let me tend to your injuries. Given Joseph's willingness to communicate, Ming took out a potion and applied it to the spots previously scorched by the branding iron. Here, take a bite. Only when you are well fed will you have the strength to divulge information. Faced with the dark, elongated object in Ming's hand, Joseph felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion, yet he understood that he had no choice at this moment. As the object approached his lips, Joseph opted for ignorance, tightly shutting his eyes while silently parting his lips. Chapter 101. The Empty City. Thank you for your cooperation. I have decided to grant you a swift end. Upon acquiring the intelligence, Ming pressed the muzzle of his gun against Joseph's forehead and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Alas, at this moment, he found himself unable to subdue a slave wielding extraordinary powers. It must be acknowledged that Joseph possessed invaluable information. The Eden organization operated under a hierarchical pyramid structure, with the so-called Pope at its pinnacle. Beneath the Pope were 7 cardinal archbishops, each responsible for one of the 7 continents of Blue Star. Following the cardinals were the priests, and below them, the clerics. As for those beneath the clerics, they included individuals like Lenigua. It could be said that within the Eden organization, all individuals above the clerical rank possessed supernatural abilities, and according to Joseph's account, he himself was merely a mid-tier cleric. The depths of Eden are indeed profound. Gazing at Joseph's lifeless body, Ming could not help but exhale a sigh. He truly had not anticipated the existence of nearly a dozen bases akin to the Divine Heart Cathedral throughout the Great Xia Kingdom, all aimed at enticing survivors to join Eden amidst this desolate wasteland. Those survivors who aligned themselves with Eden, unless endowed with substantial scientific expertise, faced a grim fate of being transformed into various mutated zombies. Never mind, it would be prudent to upgrade the weaponry on the turret. After perusing the points shop, Ming still found no advanced elixirs to enhance his strength. At present, his only recourse was to fortify his sanctuary and upgrade the Gatling gun on the turret to an electromagnetic defense cannon. Regarding the Divine Heart Cathedral, he promptly dispatched 2 flame fangs equipped with missiles for its annihilation. As the nearby zombies were eradicated, remaining in Yang City held no further significance. Initially, Ming had planned to extract the locations of other bases from Joseph and systematically destroy them. However, the management of Eden was exceedingly meticulous. Apart from the Divine Heart Cathedral where he resided, Joseph was entirely unaware of the specific locations of the other bases. Are we moving again? Watching the escape aircraft slowly ascend from the underground hangar, Fan Xingqing had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Indeed, this time we are heading to the Magic City. The Magic City? For Fan Xingqing, it was an utterly unfamiliar locale. Apart from knowing that there was a Pearl Tower there, she had no further concept of it. Ming's choice to venture to the Magic City stemmed entirely from its status as the most internationalized metropolis in the Great Xia Kingdom. Were he to become a member of Eden, he would undoubtedly establish a base there. Setting aside other considerations, the sheer number of foreigners gathered there was remarkable. Among these foreigners, many were devout believers in God. As the aircraft ascended gradually, Ming retracted the sanctuary into its spatial confines. Indeed, I have arrived too late. After 2 hours of flight, Ming gazed upon the desolate Magic City below, his heart already foreseeing the inevitable conclusion. A metropolis housing tens of millions, now devoid of even a single zombie's presence, could only imply one possibility. The Eden organization had completely seized control of Magic City. Ming felt he had a fair understanding of Eden's actions, given the multitude of foreigners who revered God. It was evident that Eden had firmly established its haven within the borders of the Great Xia Nation. As for the zombies, Ming surmised that they were likely concentrated in the industrial district of Magic City. That area was not only spacious but also manageable, and, most importantly, it was coastal. Upon landing in an open area, Ming released the sanctuary. "Uncle Su, this city feels so desolate," exclaimed Fan Xingqing as she disembarked. "In the past, when you landed, Uncle Su, there would be a barrage of missiles, yet this city requires none. Are you certain its population exceeds that of Yang City?" "Absolutely," Ming patiently clarified in response to Fan Xingqing's inquiry. "Little Xingqing, do not be deceived by appearances. The number of wrongdoers here is likely even greater." "Understood. I will stay hidden indoors," Fan Xingqing assured Ming promptly. "Unless you call for me, I will not venture out." "Such a good girl." Back at the base, Ming checked the radar, only to be astonished that it revealed not a single zombie. How could this be? Originally, Ming had presumed that the zombies were confined somewhere, which was why he strategically chose to position his sanctuary near the industrial district. Yet, the radar still failed to detect any trace of the undead. This defied logic. Undeterred, Ming dispatched 2 flame fangs and a drone to search for signs of zombies. However, upon their return, he was left with a definitive conclusion. Magic City was currently a ghost town. Or had it all gone awry? In the deep of night, Ming immersed himself in the mindset of an Eden member, striving to comprehend where the flaw lay. Yet, no matter how he reasoned, Magic City undeniably remained the most strategically significant urban center within the Great Xia Nation. Uncle Su, noticing Fan Xingqing approaching with a fairy tale book in hand, Ming realized the little girl was eager to cling to him for a story. All right, I shall tell you right away. Ming took the fairy tale book from her, but after flipping through a few pages, he set it aside. Little Xingqing, shall we forego the fairy tales today? At present, the psychological age of Fan Xingqing has reached approximately 16 or 17. Ming understands that it is now the opportune moment to introduce her to some more vivid and captivating tales. As for the magical metropolis, there is no clarity at the moment, and the charging time for the escape aircraft will not be completed until tomorrow morning. Given these circumstances, it would be far more enjoyable to regale Fan Xingqing with stories. Little Xingqing, tonight I shall tell you this. With a swift twist of his right hand, a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms materialized in his grasp. Wonderful. I love listening to whatever Uncle Su narrates. Seeing Fan Xingqing seated obediently before him, Ming cleared his throat. Ahem. The mighty Yangtze River surges eastward. Its waves wash away the heroes. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Ming had barely begun his tale, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the base. Chapter 102, Siege of the Undead Zombies. An overwhelming swarm of zombies. The small yellow dots appearing on the radar screen. No, they can no longer be referred to as mere dots. The sheer magnitude of their numbers transformed these dots into a continuous yellow expanse on the radar. Goodness, is this truly how they play? Ming observed the direction from which the zombies emerged, and it was towards the sea. At last, he comprehended why the city of magic had become a desolate wasteland. These zombies had been relocated to the waters. Unfortunately, the radar of his refuge could only detect fluctuations within 5 meters underground. Glancing at the approaching tide of undead on the radar, Ming realized that tonight would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. If that is the case, let it come. The army of zombies landing from the sea did not assault the refuge directly. Instead, they circled around, encircling the entire sanctuary. Only after covering all angles did they simultaneously launch their attack on the refuge. ZZZZ. Upon detecting the horde within shooting range, the electromagnetic defense cannon on the turret sprang into action. Faced with this relentless tide of undead, Ming dared not take any chances. He even deployed mechanical soldiers within the power plant and the mechanized barracks of the refuge. The advancing horde represented a significant offensive from Eden aimed directly at him. Watching the surveillance footage of zombies falling to the ground, riddled with bullets, Ming could not help but feel a tinge of relief. Fortunately, he had upgraded all the Gatling guns on the turrets to electromagnetic defense cannons back in Sheep City. Otherwise, he would have worried about withstanding this onslaught. These zombies, much like those that had evolved in the rain-soaked Sheep City, possessed their own unique skills. Some zombies could even hurl their brethren into the air to divert the turret's attention. As time progressed, the horde steadily encroached upon the refuge. Each time the turret's defense cannon reloaded, it provided the zombies with their best opportunity to breathe. Faced with the seemingly endless yellow mass on the radar screen, Ming could only sigh in despair. Fortunately, since upgrading to the electromagnetic defense cannon, the points required for ammunition exchange had not changed. Although the cost of eliminating one of these evolved zombies remained at 5 points, Ming could still earn a small fraction of points from the endeavor. Yet, despite this, numerous airborne and agile zombies managed to slip through the chaos and breach the walls. Having evaded the dense anti-air fire, these zombies began to assault the structures within the enclosure. Goodness, how fortunate that I had made early preparations. Observing the zombies outside being shot through the head by mechanical soldiers, Ming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Eden was truly determined to see his demise. Thus, the battle between Ming and the horde raged from the depths of night until the break of dawn. Gazing at the seemingly endless tide of corpses displayed on the radar screen, Ming couldn't help but feel a throbbing headache. How long would this continue? Throughout the night, merely replenishing ammunition and repairing the weaponry on the turrets had already cost him nearly 1.5 million points. Although he had managed to earn a modest sum of points during the night's battle, it was evident that the newly arrived zombies were far more formidable than those encountered the previous night. These fresh adversaries possessed an array of increasingly diverse tactics. Indeed, This was what one might call a true zombie siege. Through the footage relayed by the surveillance monitors, Ming observed that numerous zombies had begun to assault the walls of his refuge. More perplexing was the realization that these zombies appeared to have learned to coordinate their attacks, utilizing their unique abilities in unison. Faced with the unknown metallic composition of his walls, those zombies capable of spewing acid would first spray the walls with corrosive liquid, after which the more physically powerful zombies would launch a relentless assault on the acid-stricken sections. Fortunately, with the refuge upgraded to level 7, the defensive capabilities of the walls had significantly improved. Otherwise, with the defenses of a level 6 refuge, Ming felt they would stand no chance against the onslaught of these zombies. As the corpses of zombies piled higher outside the walls, more of them began to trample over the remains of their fallen brethren to leap into the refuge. The flamethrowers mounted on the turrets were straining to incinerate these bodies. Despite the upgraded flamethrowers being capable of emitting flames at 2,000 degrees, the process of burning corpses was inherently time-consuming. Undoubtedly, the rate of destruction by the flamethrowers was falling far behind the sheer number of zombies. As more and more zombies breached the walls, Ming, sheltered within the main base, began to exert his mental powers against these foes from a distance. It truly was a forced exercise. Looking out at the zombies whose heads he had telekinetically severed, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly and shake his head. This was indeed his first encounter with such a terrifying horde. The sun had set once more, yet the battle for the refuge raged on. By the later hours of the night, Ming finally noticed that the yellow zones on the radar screen were beginning to dwindle. At long last, it seemed he was nearing the end of this ordeal. At this moment, Ming felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Yet he understood clearly that the number of zombies he had slain was likely only half of the total. Before the outbreak, the magical metropolis boasted a population of nearly 25 million. Now he had dispatched roughly 10 million zombies. This meant that approximately 15 million zombies could still be lurking beneath the surface. As the sun rose once again, the radar screen finally revealed no remaining yellow dots. Confronted with a pile of severed limbs and dismembered bodies within the refuge, the usually fastidious Ming did not immediately seek to address the mess. Instead, he prioritized upgrading the defensive weaponry on the turrets. Ming was not naive enough to believe that this Eden would allow him to escape so easily. It was crucial to remember that the attackers were a horde of terrifying zombies. They lack the capacity for contemplation, and thus do not face defeat like human armies. Collapsing like a house of cards, one can only hope these creatures grant me a moment of respite. After nearly 40 continuous hours of relentless effort, Ming found himself on the brink of exhaustion following the upgrades to the weaponry on the turret. Hastily, he retrieved 2 cups of iced Americano from the system's storage and drank them eagerly, then leaned back in his chair, succumbing to slumber. This was Ming's method for a brief restoration of energy. First, he imbibed coffee to allow the caffeine to permeate his system, followed by a short nap to facilitate the decomposition of the caffeine within him. Upon awakening, he would find himself revitalized to some extent. Indeed, the Eden did not disappoint Ming. Just half an hour after he had fallen asleep, the alarm within the base blared once more. Chapter 103 Negotiation. Indeed, this group of cunning individuals would undoubtedly deny me any opportunity for respite. As I was jolted awake by the blaring alarm, I beheld the radar screen once again revealing a vast expanse of yellow dots. With a resigned sigh, I made my way to the restroom to splash some water on my face before returning to the control panel. However, this time, I noticed that the yellow region was interspersed with a multitude of red dots. It seemed that the earlier offensive had faltered, prompting these members of Eden to personally lead an assault against me. Yet, in the face of this impending zombie siege, my expression remained eerily calm, even tinged with a hint of anticipation. Just before retiring for the night, I had utilized the points I had accrued to upgrade all the defensive weapons of the shelter. Now, those weapons boasted a faster firing rate and enhanced power. Although I was aware that Eden had certainly prepared an even greater number of formidable zombies for this onslaught, I was brimming with confidence in the newly upgraded defenses of my refuge. What surprised me, however, was that the horde of zombies encircling me did not initiate an immediate attack as they had previously, but instead stood vacantly at the outer limits of my weaponry's range. It appeared that these creatures sought to engage in negotiation. Considering the population of Blue Star, which totals over 7 billion, and factoring in that I had eradicated nearly 50 million since the outbreak, it was only logical. While it was true that the zombies being researched by Eden would inevitably grow stronger, that was never their original intent. According to their so-called new Noah's Ark plan, they were not aiming for the zombies to dominate the entire Blue Star. After all, regardless of how much the zombies were enhanced, they remained, at their core, corpses that had long since succumbed to death. Even without intervention, in a few years, they would be devoured by microorganisms and bacteria. This skeletal remnant would certainly be incapable of stirring any further upheaval. Eden's relentless enhancement of the zombies was primarily aimed at countering those human survivors they had deemed unworthy. Excluding special cases like Fan Ziyuan and Fan Qingqing, the owner of Jinju Garden had gained the ability to control zombies during this outbreak. I firmly believe that many human survivors had awakened superpowers through this crisis, and in order to solidify their future dominion. Eden was compelled to continually research new types of zombies. Among these human survivors, I suspected I was among the most boisterous. Sir, I believe we can engage in dialogue. A gentle voice resonated throughout the shelter, prompting me to activate the loudspeakers. Of course, you Eden have troubled me for long enough. It is indeed time for a discussion. Trouble is perhaps too strong a term. We merely have a slight misunderstanding. The voice maintained a calm demeanor despite my sarcasm. If you consent to negotiations, I shall send my subordinates within the walls. The tradition of the Great Xia Kingdom dictates that when two nations engage in battle, they do not harm envoys. As a citizen of the Great Xia, I trust you will honor this traditional accord, yes? Certainly. Regarding the conflict between the two nations, the phrase not harming envoys was superficially acknowledged by Su Ming, yet internally he harbored considerable disdain. Firstly, his sanctuary was not an independent nation, moreover. Engaging with such treacherous beings did not necessitate adherence to gentlemanly agreements. As a figure clad in a flowing white robe slowly descended into the sanctuary, Su Ming approached the window on the first floor. Are you not planning to come out, sir? In response to the man's inquiry, Su Ming smiled and shook his head. No, I harbor no trust in your Eden, thus conversing in this manner suffices. Upon realizing that Su Ming was unwilling to exit the confines of the base, a look of discomfort crossed the man's face. However, he soon received instructions from his superior through his earpiece. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Edson, a cleric within the Eden organization. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Su Ming. Ah, Mr. Su. It seems we may have had some misunderstandings prior to this meeting, and I hope to seize this opportunity to clarify them. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Interrupting Edson's verbose formalities, Su Ming cut straight to the chase. What exactly do you intend to do? Mr. Su, you truly embody the spirit of the Daxian nation, so forthright. Edson, undeterred by the interruption, offered a compliment. We at Eden wish to invite you to join us in creating a beautiful new world. Is this your strategy upon realizing you cannot best me? Does Eden only prey upon the weak? Mr. Su, you jest. We do not prey upon the weak. Rather, we recognize you as a rare talent and wish to preserve your potential. Noting Su Ming's indifference, Edson pondered for a moment before donning a smile that Su Ming found exceedingly insincere. Are you not curious as to how we were able to locate you so swiftly? It is because all satellites across Blue Star are currently under Eden's control. Whether it be the Starlink previously launched by the U.S. or the Southern Dipper satellite of Daxia, they have all been seized by us. Thus, we can track your whereabouts wherever you may go. And then? Our formidable AI system, the Eye of God, enabled us to preemptively conceal all the zombies in Magic City, as it predicted that your most likely destination would be there. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing Edson's account, Su Ming comprehended the reasons behind Eden's desire to recruit him. Given that all satellites across Blue Star were in their possession, they must have witnessed the moment he established his sanctuary. Reflecting on Fan Ziyuan's reaction when he beheld Su Ming's abilities, kneeling and calling him a celestial being, he understood that Eden had undoubtedly taken an interest in his unique powers. Mr. Su, we have witnessed your capabilities, and thus we extend this invitation for you to join Eden as we embrace the dawn of a new human era. Certainly. If Mr. Su is unwilling, then we, at Eden, shall regrettably have to forfeit the opportunity to retain a talent such as yourself. Ederson gestured towards the sky above and shrugged in the direction of Su Ming within the base. Unless Mr. Su intends to forsake life on Blue Star, rest assured, we will be able to locate you wherever you choose to go. Faced with Ederson's veiled threat, Su Ming felt a flicker of curiosity. If Eden sought to court him, what enticing conditions might they propose? Ederson, Su Ming interjected. Having spoken so much of the inconsequential, let us engage in something more tangible. Before Ederson, Su Ming nonchalantly retrieved a cup of iced Americano from his spatial system and took a delicate sip. If you wish for me to join Eden, what price can you offer? Surely you do not expect me to engage in perilous negotiations like yourself whenever confronted with a formidable challenge? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Ederson's expression faltered, his dignity as a cleric momentarily shaken by such humiliation. However, upon receiving a response from his superiors through the earpiece, a look of astonishment flickered across Ederson's face. Chapter 104. A failed recruitment. Mr. Su, since you sincerely wish to join our Eden, we shall reciprocate with equal sincerity. After momentarily calming his astonishment, Edson once again displayed his signature smile. Just now, our Pope personally contacted the Cardinal. And should you choose to join us, Mr. Su, you would become the 8th Cardinal of our Eden. Oh, the prospect of becoming a Cardinal merely by joining Eden took Su Ming by surprise. It seems that Eden is making quite the investment in me. What do you say, Mr. Su? This offer is indeed substantial. You must understand that a Cardinal is second only to the Pope, truly a position of great authority. Furthermore, you would be the first non-Anglo-Saxon Cardinal in our Eden. Indeed. In response to Edson's words, Su Ming initially nodded earnestly, only to suddenly furrow his brow. Wait a moment. Each Cardinal in your Eden oversees a continent. Wouldn't that make me a mere figurehead? Mr. Su, you are overthinking. Upon hearing Su Ming's concerns regarding his future position, Edson hastily began to clarify. Our Pope has stated that, as a citizen of the Great Xia, you will be responsible for the various Eden branches in the Great Xia, Goryeo, and Japan, while another Cardinal will oversee the other nations of Southeast Asia. Oh. Su Ming feigned enlightenment and then teased. So, you're giving me 3 countries? Are you jesting with me? Su, enough. No more explanations. Seeing Edson attempt to speak again, Su Ming directly interrupted. Your Pope's strategy is quite clever, isn't it? Lure me in first, and then have your way with me. Once I am in your Eden, I would be at your mercy, wouldn't I? Confronted with Su Ming's ire, Edson quickly sought to soothe him. Mr. Su, you have misunderstood. We genuinely invite you to join us. If you are dissatisfied with overseeing merely 3 countries, we could assign you to manage all of Southeast Asia. How does that sound? It's too late. Su Ming feigned regret, shaking his head. Had you initially offered me the management of all Southeast Asia, we would already be colleagues. Alas, your Pope has been rather deceitful, and now the terms have changed. What does Mr. Su desire then? Seeing Edson genuinely inquire, Su Ming grinned widely. Right now, I wish to become the Pope. Mr. Su, I advise you not to overreach. Upon hearing Su Ming's audacious demand to become Pope, a chill crept across Edson's face. Overreach? In the face of Edson's threat, a derisive smile appeared on Su Ming's face. Have you not heard the saying in the Great Xia, the Emperor takes turns? This year, it is my family's turn? It seems that your Pope ought to be replaced. Perhaps I could lead you towards a brighter new world. Your words have left Edson utterly speechless with fury. Very well, it appears that your Eden lacks sincerity. If that is the case, let us declare war. Mr. Su, you shall regret the choices you make today. At this moment, Edson no longer exhibited his earlier obsequious demeanor. Were it not for his superiors dispatching him for negotiations, he would scarcely wish to exchange a single word with someone from the great Xian nation like Su Ming. The audacity of Su Ming aspiring to become Pope was something he could never acquiesce to. Wait. As Edson's body began to levitate outside the window, Su Ming hastily called out to him. What? Mr. Su, are you having second thoughts? Though he was seething with anger at Su Ming's earlier audacious remarks, Edson, as a clergyman, felt a strong sense of duty towards Eden. The higher-ups intended to win over Su Ming, so even in his fury, he had to obey the bishop's orders. No. In response to Edson's inquiry, Su Ming smiled and shook his head. I merely wished to inform you. Did I not assure you of a safe passage out? In the next moment, the mechanical soldiers concealed within the barracks swiftly pulled their triggers. Rat-tat-tat, you lack integrity. Confronted with the barrage of gunfire, Edson initially utilized his mental prowess to form a protective barrier around himself, then hastily fled towards the sanctuary. However, just as he soared over the wall, the electromagnetic defense cannons of the turret opened fire. Cleric Edson has perished. It appears the attempt to sway him has utterly failed. Prepare for an assault. Outside the sanctuary, the Cardinal, observing Edson being reduced to a bloody mist, displayed no sign of distress. Yet, within his heart, he rejoiced at the sight of this turn of events. He had never intended to win over Su Ming. As a true Anglo-Saxon, he had no desire to collaborate with someone from the Great Xian nation. Had it not been for the Pope's direct orders, he would have already led his horde of zombies to raze Su Ming's sanctuary to the ground. Though the turret possessed formidable firepower, ammunition is finite. Meanwhile, on his side, there remained nearly 15 million zombies and an untouched air force. Even if the numbers of zombies were insufficient, he could still mobilize the undead from Jiangnan province or even all of Asia to provide support. Once the turret's ammunition was depleted, only annihilation awaited Su Ming. Very well, unleash the entire zombie legion. Let the new Crusader zombies lead the charge. Yes, in the face of the Cardinal's command, the priests and clerics dared not show any signs of complacency. After sending the Cardinal on his way, the new Crusader zombies commenced their assault on the sanctuary. Accompanied by the synchronized sounds of clashing armor, a horde of zombies armed with Gatling guns advanced, firing towards the turret as they pressed forward. The so-called new Crusader zombies are distinguished by their remarkable ability to wield firearms. In response to the setbacks experienced in Sheep City, Eden has naturally made adjustments to the defenses of its sanctuary. As long as sufficient damage can be inflicted on the weaponry of the turrets, the subsequent waves of zombies, yet to be armed with firearms, will be able to launch a more formidable assault. It must be said that Eden is indeed remarkably progressive. A group of priests and clerics gazed with smug satisfaction at the new Crusader zombies advancing towards the sanctuary, unleashing their firepower. Chapter 105. The Indestructible Sanctuary Goodness. These zombies can actually wield firearms? Observing the surveillance footage of the undead army, clad in Crusader armor and brandishing Gatling guns, Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Such an absurd combination, one wonders what thoughts crossed the minds of those in Eden. Despite the incessant bullets striking the turret and walls, Ming remained unfazed. His sanctuary had undergone system enhancements, rendering its defenses impervious to the assaults of mere machine guns. Moreover, it was evident that the Gatling guns in the hands of the zombies were hastily affixed. They lacked any semblance of aiming. Some zombies, while strolling, inadvertently pointed their barrels skyward, unleashing a random barrage. It seemed they were betting on the quantity of his ammunition. Having upgraded his weaponry, Ming had completely dismissed these zombies from his concerns. Let us see who falters first. After establishing 3 automated systems, automatic repair, automatic fire, and automatic ammunition replenishment, Ming activated the soundproof mode of the base once more and picked up the volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms that he had previously cast aside. Now, let me regale you with a tale, dear Xingqing. My lord, we currently have fewer than 3 million zombies remaining. As the priest reported the situation to the cardinal, he dared not lift his gaze to meet the eyes of the man seated above him. I understand. I have dispatched clerics to the nearby cities of Demon City to gather more zombies. The cardinal listened to the priest's report with a face full of skepticism. In his view, Ming had conjured such an expansive sanctuary through the awakening of spatial superpowers. Since it was a spatial ability, who could fathom the extent of Ming's domain? Yet, the cardinal remained convinced that, regardless of the vastness of the space, there would come a day when Ming would exhaust his ammunition. And when that moment arrived, the once indomitable sanctuary would inevitably succumb to the fate of being breached. All right, you may leave now. I have other matters to attend to. Seeing the priest still half kneeling before him, the cardinal waved his hand impatiently. Yes, what a disappointment. After the priest departed, the cardinal unfurled his voluminous red robe. Let us continue. His eyes alighted with a lewd smile as he gazed at the maiden kneeling between his legs. 3 days passed. 5 days passed. 2 weeks passed. Ming's sanctuary showed no signs of depletion. The weaponry atop the turret continued to operate seamlessly. What on earth was happening? The cardinal stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, rendered speechless. Did these weapons not require rest? Although the cardinal was not an expert in armaments, he understood the principle of overheating barrels. However, what of the weaponry mounted on the turret? Surely, they too must succumb to the phenomenon of barrel overheating. And what of the flamethrower atop it? What manner of flame does it emit? Initially, it seemed plausible that the corpses of these zombies would quickly amass into a formidable mountain, serving as a siege ladder for the assault. Yet, whenever the bodies piled up to approximately 3 meters high, the flamethrower on the turret would unleash its fiery breath. The remains heaped against the walls, however, could barely withstand 10 minutes before being reduced to mere ashes. From 2 weeks ago until now, the cardinal has mobilized a substantial number of zombies from various regions of the Great Xian Nation to assault Ming's sanctuary. Preliminary estimates suggest that nearly 60 million zombies have been deployed. Yet, what has been the outcome? Virtually none. In fact, the cardinal has developed an unsettling illusion that the weaponry on the turret appears to possess even greater power. My lord, I believe we should employ more advanced thermal weaponry to directly obliterate Ming's sanctuary. Confronted by the cardinal's chilling gaze, the priest ultimately swallowed his unspoken words. Indeed, I can see that your viewpoint bears merit. After a moment of contemplation, the cardinal nodded, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Did we not acquire a considerable number of Dongfeng 41 missiles from the Great Xian Nation? Let us use their own weapons against the sanctuary of their own people. Yes. Alarm. Alarm. Intercontinental missile detected. Automatically activating protective shield. In response to the system's alert and the countdown of less than 20 seconds, a look of shock crossed Ming's face. Good heavens. They have resorted to intercontinental missiles. In fact, upon realizing the absence of ongoing zombie assaults the previous night, Ming had suspected that the inhabitants of this Eden would employ a mushroom bomb against him. However, he never anticipated that they would resort to intercontinental missiles to attack his sanctuary. Thanks to the profits accrued over the past 2 weeks, Ming had upgraded every facility within the sanctuary. Following the upgrades, the sanctuary's radar could now automatically detect various types of weaponry, and emit distinct alarm signals. Moreover, the enhanced protective shield could not only endure for 24 hours, but also perfectly withstand the assault of mushroom bombs and the ensuing radiation. Alright, Xiao Xingqing. We should close our eyes now. Though the protective shield could effectively repel the attack of the mushroom bomb, it could not shield against the blinding light produced by the explosion. Su Ming wished to avoid being blinded. Thus he closed all the windows within the base while simultaneously shutting his eyes. Boom. Although the protective shield flawlessly withstood the mushroom bomb, the shockwave generated by the explosion still reverberated within the base, reaching Su Ming's ears with a faint tremor. Uncle Su, may we open our eyes now? Once the sanctuary's system confirmed that all the windows remained firmly shut, Su Ming responded, yes. Boom. Hearing the vibrations return, Su Ming couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated. It appears that Eden is resolutely intent on its own destruction, relentlessly launching mushroom bombs one after another. Nonetheless, Su Ming is acutely aware that since Eden has opted to employ mushroom bombs to assault the sanctuary, they will undoubtedly evacuate the magic city in advance. After all, radiation is no trivial matter. Unless these individuals have acquired their superpowers through radiation, they too must comply and choose to evacuate. This situation seems never-ending. Faced with such circumstances, Su Ming is utterly speechless. It has become evident that there is no longer any necessity to remain in the magic city, and he has resolved that it is time to seek refuge in another city for a while. Following its upgrade, the protective shield no longer requires prolonged charging to function effectively. Now, Su Ming must contemplate which city to venture to next. Your Eminence, how is it? In response to the priest who approached to report, the cardinal hastily rose and inquired, has Su Ming's sanctuary been destroyed? Observing the cardinal's anxious demeanor, the priest, kneeling on the ground, felt a pang of anxiety but still shook his head. I regret to inform you, Your Eminence, that we have just reviewed the satellite feed of the breach. It is a sanctuary that cannot be destroyed. Chapter 106. Breaking down the whole into parts. Since you are so fond of watching, indulge to your heart's content. Gazing up at the overcast sky, Su Ming was acutely aware that every move he made was under the watchful eyes of Eden. Following the harrowing mushroom bomb incident in the Demon City, Su Ming altered his usual strategy and piloted an escape aircraft to the southwestern region of the Great Xia Kingdom. Given Eden's dominion over the entire Blue Star, it was evident that he could be easily located no matter where he went. Unless he upgraded his sanctuary to level 8, there were no means to evade satellite detection. It appeared imperative to amass 1.28 million points swiftly. Previously, while fending off the tide of corpses in the Demon City, Su Ming had expended all his points on enhancing the facilities of his sanctuary. To speak of only one aspect, the protective shield capable of withstanding mushroom bombs and being activated at any moment had cost him a staggering 50 million points. Currently, he was still over 300,000 points short of the requirement for an 8th level sanctuary, which was why he had chosen Chengdu. Though the population here was certainly not as vast as that of the southeastern region, as a new first-tier city, accumulating over 300,000 points was indeed quite feasible. Moreover, there was another significant reason for Su Ming's choice of Chengdu. The city lay inland within the Great Xia Kingdom, and Eden's control over this area was likely not as stringent as along the southeastern coast. The saying, the Shu Road is arduous, as difficult as ascending to the heavens, was not mere whimsy. Even if satellites in the sky detected his location, Eden would require time to mobilize zombies for an assault. As for the mushroom bombs, during the last assault in the Demon City, Eden had deployed no fewer than a dozen mushroom bombs against him, yet they had inflicted no damage on the sanctuary. Should they insist on launching another barrage of mushroom bombs, Su Ming would have no choice but to adopt a strategy of retreating as the enemy advanced. Once he upgraded to an 8th level sanctuary, he would gain the capabilities to shield against satellite surveillance and launch his own satellites. This way, he could vanish entirely from Eden's sight. Let us commence. Time was of the essence, and Su Ming had no inclination to summon his slaves to clean the blood and corpses within the sanctuary. After launching the zombie bait bombs, he quickly drew in the nearby undead. The footage transmitted from the surveillance cameras on the walls confirmed his earlier conjectures. The zombies in Chengdu, although nourished by the rain and having undergone some evolution, possessed abilities limited to a few basic forms post-evolution. It seemed everything was unfolding as Su Ming had anticipated. Eden's grip on the southwestern region was not as firm as that over the southeastern coastal areas. Well, the points are sufficient. With the assistance of the zombie bait bombs, Su Ming managed to effortlessly gather the required points for upgrading to an 8th level sanctuary in less than half a day. Upon realizing that he had accumulated enough points to upgrade the shelter to level 8, Su Ming resolved to leave Rong City under the cover of night after dispatching the remaining zombies drawn by the bait. It was likely that individuals from Eden were already en route to his location, and if the upgrade process took too long, he would find himself at a significant disadvantage. During the upgrade, he would be unable to enhance or repair the shelter S structures, nor could he activate the protective shield. Should he be encircled by Eden's forces or subjected to another mushroom bomb assault, it would spell disaster. Given the current circumstances, Ming had but one option: to divide and conquer. Xiaolian, does placing the shelter in the system space after the upgrade count as time passed? With no other recourse, Ming turned to his AI system for assistance. Rest assured, host. During the upgrade, you may withdraw the shelter into the system space at any time. However, once it is withdrawn, you must wait for the upgrade to complete before redeploying it. The system will notify you once the upgrade is finished. What about the living individuals placed in another space? Will they starve? They will not. The host can set a timed feeding function to ensure these individuals receive adequate nourishment. One final inquiry: how long does it take to upgrade the shelter to level 8? 1 month. Very well. Ming reflected that since acquiring Xiaolian, he no longer needed to delve into the shelter system's manual for any matter concerning his system. Xiaolian provided flawless answers. Undoubtedly, satellites would easily pinpoint the shelter's location. If he refrained from releasing the shelter during the upgrade, his safety would be greatly enhanced. Although the absence of the shelter's protection was a concern, both Ming and Fan Xingxing possessed supernatural abilities, coupled with the advantage of firearms. Ming felt confident that they could endure this period without issue. Having devised this plan, Ming piloted the escape aircraft away from Rome City to ensure their safety. He landed the aircraft within a vast mountain range. After retracting the escape aircraft into the system space, Ming commenced the upgrade. 1,280,000 points have been deducted. Beginning upgrade of the shelter. Estimated time: 1 month. Uncle Su, are we truly going to live in this secluded valley? In response to Fan Xingxing's inquiry, Ming nodded and replied, yes, we must remain low-key for a while. Alright. Although Fan Xingxing did not comprehend why Ming chose to retract the shelter, she obediently nodded in agreement. The vast world held endless possibilities. Observing Fan Xingxing's somewhat pitiful expression, Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Let us consider this an adventure. But before that, we need to venture a bit deeper into the mountains. He remained acutely aware of the satellite surveillance overhead. In the present day, all satellites across Blue Star are under the dominion of Eden. Consequently, upon realizing their disappearance, the denizens of Eden would naturally pursue their escape vehicle. Once they ascertained the location of their last known whereabouts, Eden would undoubtedly dispatch personnel to retrieve them. After all, Ming does not wish to be abruptly awakened by a mysterious mushroom bomb. Given that both individuals are endowed with supernatural abilities, their speed far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Soon, they stumbled upon a site of immense fortune, not only adorned with breathtaking scenery, but also housing a naturally formed cave. With a touch of camouflage, they could successfully elude the satellites above. Let us reside in this cave for the upcoming month. Agreed. Faced with the cave before them, Fan Xingxing was equally filled with exhilaration, for she had never encountered the true visage of a cave before. Just as they planned to venture inside to assess the situation, a series of rustling sounds, reminiscent of beasts traversing, emanated from within the cave. Little Xingxing, hide behind me. In response to the sounds of creatures within the cave, Ming's expression was fraught with vigilance. Although the remote mountains were devoid of human zombies, the recent artificial rainfall may have transformed all the forest creatures into the undead. What woof? Is there a dog here? Upon hearing a sound akin to barking from within the cave, Ming instinctively pulled Fan Xingxing back a few paces. Could it be that the cave harbored mutated zombie dogs? Yet, Ming found it perplexing why such creatures would inhabit this secluded mountain cave. As the rustling grew more distinct, Ming withdrew an assault rifle from his system space, aiming cautiously toward the cave's entrance. What woof? The barking resounded again from within. Peering into the darkness, Ming discerned a figure approximately half a meter tall. Come out. Not bothering to ascertain whether the creature could comprehend his words, Ming resolved that if the being within the cave was indeed a mutated zombie dog, he would not hesitate to unleash a volley upon it. Woof! Ming's shout evidently startled the creature inside. However, as a plump figure emerged from the cave, both Ming and Fan Xingxing were left utterly petrified at the sight before them. Chapter 107. This is truly a divine beast. The creature emerging from the cave before them was far from terrifying. Rather, it exuded an endearing clumsiness. Its furry coat, a striking blend of black and white, was particularly eye-catching, and atop its round head rested a pair of dark ears. Could it be a panda? Ming found himself momentarily speechless upon discovering that the mysterious being from the cave was indeed a giant panda. Prior to this, he had been utterly unaware that pandas could emit barks akin to those of a dog. Woof! Woof! The panda's eyes brimmed with vigilance as it barked incessantly at the two individuals before it, attempting to scare them off with its noisy outburst. Unbeknownst to it, however, such sounds only augmented its adorableness in the eyes of Su Ming and Fan Xingqing. Faced with this panda, Su Ming found himself at a loss for a moment. He scrutinized the creature's physique and discerned no signs of infection whatsoever. Little Lien, what is the current status of this panda? To ensure absolute certainty, Su Ming chose to consult Little Lien in his mind. If the panda truly bore no signs of infection, he had no intention of resorting to gunfire. He had no desire to compete with a panda for bamboo, and moreover, this creature had once been a national treasure of the Great Xia Kingdom before the outbreak of the undead. The current physical condition of this panda is excellent. Due to its unique immune genes, it not only resists the assault of the zombie virus, but can also utilize the virus to enhance its own strength and intelligence. Goodness, it can do that? Su Ming was utterly astonished by Little Lien's revelation. What is the meaning of a chosen one? This is what it means to be a chosen one. While other animals succumbed to becoming mindless zombies, this seemingly foolish panda remained unaffected and could even fortify itself through the zombie virus. Woof. In the face of the two humans suddenly appearing at its doorstep, the panda remained on high alert. With a fierce expression, it waved its claws in an attempt to intimidate the intruders. Panda, would you like this? Just as Su Ming contemplated how to address the panda, Fan Xingqing, who had been hiding behind him, tossed a jelly, its packaging removed, in front of the creature. Seeing Fan Xingqing offer jelly to the panda, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. Little Xingqing, pandas don't eat. But before he could finish explaining that pandas do not consume snacks, he observed the panda had already picked up the jelly with its chubby paws and placed it into its mouth. Uncle Su, look. Witnessing the panda actually consume the jelly she had offered, Fan Xingqing excitedly retrieved another from her small backpack, preparing to unwrap it for yet another feeding. Little Lien, what on earth is going on with this panda? In light of the unfolding scene, Su Ming found himself simultaneously amused and bewildered. In his recollection, pandas have always been notoriously finicky eaters. Even when it comes to bamboo, they preferentially consume only the tenderest shoots. However, the panda before him defied such expectations. It was indulging in snacks. Recently, due to a spell of rain, the second virus had altered the panda's physiology, enabling them to derive nourishment from a variety of foods, including various human treats. Xiaolian's response left Su Ming momentarily speechless. This was nothing short of a mythical creature. Me. As the panda emitted a sound reminiscent of a sheep's bleat, Su Ming turned in confusion, only to discover that Fan Xingqing had somehow formed a bond with the panda. May I pet you? She inquired, cautiously extending her hand. To Su Ming's astonishment, the panda lay down right in front of her. Wow, your fur is so soft. The scene before him invoked a phrase in Su Ming's mind. Beastmen shall never be enslaved, unless provided with food and shelter. Uncle Su, can we keep it? With hopeful eyes, Fan Xingqing looked at him. Su Ming could only smile wryly and nod. He never anticipated such a delightful surprise on this expedition into the deep woods. Upon hearing the panda emit yet another distinct sound, Su Ming, unable to comprehend panda language, turned once more to Xiaolian for clarification. Host, when the panda makes a sound akin to a sheep's bleat, it signifies its happiness. If it produces a sound like hum, it indicates a desire to play. Should it bark like a dog, it suggests it has been startled. Oh, so that's how it is. Understanding the panda's intentions, Su Ming encouraged Fan Xingqing to play with it. For someone with her extraordinary abilities, a mere panda posed no threat. Observing the joyful interaction between the girl and the panda outside the cave, Su Ming proceeded into the cave. It must be said that this panda was remarkably clean. The cave contained no remnants of food, nor any unpleasant odors. After inspecting the cave, Su Ming retrieved 2 mattresses from the system space. For the upcoming month, he would need to evade the Eden Garden's pursuit from this hideaway. Watching the duo still frolicking outside, Su Ming was reluctant to summon Fan Xingqing for assistance. Once he organized the interior of the cave, he began to arrange a camouflage net outside. He approached this task with utmost seriousness. Given that the Eden Garden could control all satellites, it was inevitable they possessed advanced surveillance methods. Su Ming thus applied all his military knowledge of camouflage. However, once he completed the arrangements, he discovered the panda had somehow climbed onto one of the mattresses. Goodness, do you really consider yourself a divine beast? In response to Su Ming's inquiry, the panda surprisingly nodded in a remarkably human-like manner. Just as I was about to step forward to impart a lesson to this ungrateful creature, a gunshot suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Chapter 108. The mysterious woman. From the sound of the gunfire, Su Ming discerned that the shooter was not far from his position, a mere kilometer away. It appeared that even this secluded place could no longer be considered a paradise amidst the outbreak of zombies. I will venture out to assess the situation. You remain here and do not wander, Ming instructed, determined to uncover the identity of the gunman. He fashioned a camouflage outfit from leaves and stealthily made his way toward the source of the shots. Before long, he spotted a solitary farmhouse approximately 800 meters from his cave. Outside the dwelling, 2 men stood guard, while within the courtyard, several others wielded machetes, accompanied by a woman kneeling on the ground. Notably, one of the men had a handgun strapped to his waist. Upon witnessing this scene, Ming surmised the identity of these individuals. They were likely villagers from nearby, having fled into the mountains to escape the zombie onslaught. It seemed probable that they had resorted to banditry amidst the chaos. As for the woman kneeling before them, Ming suspected she was a captive taken from a nearby village. Situated deep within the mountains, they had evaded the infection of the first virus, remaining unscathed by the Reborn second virus. After all, the second virus deployed by Eden could not directly transform a healthy human into a zombie. However, Ming also noted that the woman did not appear entirely defenseless. Her posture suggested she was biding her time, searching for an opportunity to strike. It seemed a thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Realizing the woman was far from ordinary, Ming settled into the underbrush to observe the unfolding drama. "This is my find. I should go first," one man exclaimed. "Why should you? I brought her back." Another retorted. "Enough. We all get a turn. No need to rush." The men debated heatedly over who would approach the woman first, oblivious to her unusual demeanor. They believed her kneeling was a result of fear. After much discussion, they finally established the order. "All right, sweetheart, come along nicely." One man, wearing an insidious grin, stepped forward, reaching out to tear at the woman's clothing. But in an instant, she thrust her hand into his throat. Before he could comprehend the situation, he experienced a wave of suffocation, slowly collapsing to the ground. "You seek death." The remaining men, witnessing this shocking turn of events, raised their machetes and charged toward the woman. Meanwhile, the 2 guards stationed outside, alerted by the commotion, rushed into the courtyard, brandishing their wooden clubs. Amidst the onslaught of numerous assailants, the woman moved like a specter, deftly weaving through the throng, while the blade in her hand relentlessly reaped the lives of her foes. With each swing of her weapon, another head would sever from its body. Soon, the courtyard was littered with the headless corpses of her adversaries. What a formidable individual! Ming, who had been quietly observing from the shadows, could not help but express his astonishment. From the woman's movements, it was evident that she was a master of her craft. Yet, Ming was perplexed as to why she would feign vulnerability to eliminate her foes. Was it merely to rid the world of malefactors? Just as Ming resolved to witness the woman's next move, he noticed that she had turned her gaze towards his hiding place. "Come out. I know you are concealed beneath that tree." Ming was baffled, unable to fathom how he had been discovered. Noticing his silence, the woman picked up a handgun from one of the fallen and pointed it directly at his direction. "If you do not emerge, I will fire." "Then go ahead and shoot," Ming replied, unfazed by the threat. With the woman aiming her weapon at him, he decided to abandon his concealment. He rose slowly, gesturing toward the gun in her hand. "You may try, but do you truly believe that weapon can harm me?" To Ming's surprise, the woman pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed, leaving Ming momentarily speechless. He caught the incoming bullet with his mental prowess and promptly hurled it back. The bullet struck the woman's wrist with precision. Feeling the sudden pain, her grip weakened, causing the gun to fall to the ground. "You see, I told you that your weapon could not harm me, yet you refused to believe it." As the woman glared at him with an expression of resentment, Ming remained indifferent. "Now, it is my turn to inquire." He drew a handgun from his system space, aiming it at the enigmatic woman before him. "Who are you truly?" From her remarkable agility and her ability to pinpoint his hiding place, Ming surmised that she was no ordinary individual. He needed to ascertain whether this mysterious woman was indeed a member of Eden. "I am a villager from the vicinity. Having served as a soldier for 2 years," she replied. "My dear, I advise you to cooperate." Upon hearing her claim of being a local villager, Ming shook his head. An individual capable of unmasking his disguise could not simply be someone who had served in the military for a mere 2 years. "Very well. I knew I could not deceive you." The woman, unfazed by Ming's revelation of her falsehood, continued, "I urge you to answer my questions honestly, or I shall be compelled to use my weapon." Faced with this resolute woman, Ming found his initial patience waning. Upon seeing the woman still adorned with her playful and carefree demeanor, Ming, in a bid to avert unforeseen circumstances, enveloped himself in a shield formed of mental energy. "Very well, since you are so eager to know, I shall reveal it to you." The woman's crimson lips parted slightly. "I am your father." In the next moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted around Su Ming. Chapter 109. A flawless plan. Did you truly believe I was oblivious to those lurking in the shadows? Su Ming had long discerned that the woman's earlier actions were a deliberate attempt to buy time. The bullets that were hurtling towards him halted abruptly, mere inches from his body, unable to advance any further. The woman was rendered speechless, frozen in place by Su Ming's ability to deflect the bullets effortlessly. What is wrong with me? Observing her bewildered expression, Su Ming casually waved his hand, causing the bullets that had been suspended around him to clatter to the ground. After dealing with the floating projectiles, Su Ming raised his hand and grasped towards the thicket before him. The individuals concealed within the forest, caught off guard, found themselves immobilized in midair by Su Ming's command. If you do not reveal the truth, I shall ensure your companions perish one by one before your very eyes. At this moment, Su Ming's tone was laced with a chilling resolve. Originally, he had come to investigate the source of the gunfire, only to discover that he had stumbled into something far more substantial. Who would have thought that this unexpected bounty would befall him? Are you affiliated with Eden? You are aware of Eden? The mention of Eden sparked a flicker of confusion within Su Ming. Indeed, the individuals I dispatched earlier were affiliated with Eden. The woman did not exhibit any signs of pleading for mercy despite her companions being held captive. Instead, she glared fiercely at Su Ming. We, the people of the Great Xia, shall never be subjugated by those from Eden. I must say, my dear, your fabrications are rather poorly constructed. Su Ming's countenance shifted to one of derision upon hearing her words. He gestured toward the headless corpses in the courtyard, sneering. Do you genuinely believe that an organization like Eden would accept such third-rate individuals? Having battled Eden on numerous occasions, Su Ming was not easily swayed by the woman's claims. The very individuals she had dispatched were, at best, fodder destined to become zombies. Even if they had truly joined Eden, it seems you are not truly one of Eden's. To Su Ming's surprise, the woman visibly relaxed upon hearing his statement. I am indeed not a member of Eden, but I have crossed paths with them. Therefore, your previous fabrications cannot deceive me. Now, are you prepared to answer my questions honestly? Certainly. Upon hearing that Su Ming had encountered Eden, a glimmer of relief crossed the woman's face. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gujejia. If you are willing to release my companions, I will disclose my identity and provide you with intelligence about Eden. Very well. In response to Gujejia's request, Su Ming chose to acquiesce. To ensure caution, he had already conducted a background check on them through his companion, Xiao Lian, while conversing with Gujejia. This group of individuals is merely a collection of ordinary people, with the sole exception of Gujejia. Nevertheless, she is not a superhuman. Her physique barely reaches the level of an elite special forces soldier. Su Ming casually snapped his fingers, causing those suspended in midair to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Very well, you may speak now. Of course. Upon witnessing Su Ming release her companions, Gujejia nodded. My identity is that of the assault team leader of the 722 Women's Special Operations Unit. These companions of mine are militia I have organized over the past 3 months, and our objective is to eliminate those traitors who betray their compatriots for Eden. The 722 Women's Special Operations Unit? An assault team leader? In response to Gujejia's explanation, Su Ming could not help but shake his head in disappointment. It seems you have no intention of being truthful with me. Could you please allow me to finish? Gujejia, undeterred by Su Ming's words, calmly inquired. Very well. Go ahead. At this moment, Su Ming was genuinely curious about the extent of Gujejia's fabrications and decided to endure her narrative. The reason you doubt that these individuals are affiliated with Eden is that, in your view, Eden is associated solely with advanced technology and those mutated zombies. While these people lack extraordinary physiques and any specialized knowledge, correct? In response to Gujejia's question, Su Ming nodded. It appears you have also fought against Eden's forces along the coastal regions, leading you to this conclusion. However, I must inform you that those I just eliminated were indeed among the traitors who serve Eden. Our nation, the Great Xia, is vast and populous. Although the release of the zombie virus can affect major cities and even small towns, it has little impact on the isolated villages in the mountains, which are not only remote but also sparsely populated. Eden could never afford to expend significant effort on such places. Su Ming found himself in agreement with Gujejia's assertion. Indeed, there are numerous isolated villages within the Great Xia, and it is unrealistic for Eden to infect all the villagers in these mountainous areas. Furthermore, Eden's leadership has evidently studied our history, and upon discovering how the Great Xia historically surrounded cities with rural areas, they dispatched clergy to these mountain villages to preemptively win the villagers' faith in Eden and prevent a recurrence of history. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was largely convinced of Gujejia's words. During his studies, he was well acquainted with the history of how the Great Xia was founded. One must admit, Eden's new Noah's Ark project is indeed remarkably comprehensive. It is essential to recognize that in such apocalyptic times, the darker aspects of human nature can be easily ignited. Under the influence and guidance of the clergy, these villagers could gradually unleash the latent malice within them to its fullest extent. By that time, the villagers would realize that only by aligning themselves with the Eden could they escape further bullying and humiliation. They might even find themselves in a position to torment others. As chronicled in modern history, those who chose to embrace Christianity were often sheltered by foreign powers. Even if they committed heinous acts, the local magistrates dared not punish them. So, is your daily task to eliminate these villagers who, having embraced the Eden, commit atrocities? I suppose so. Upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, Gu Jiejia could not help but display a hint of bitterness on her face. Those who are labeled as clergy possess extraordinary powers. Some can even deflect bullets like you. All we can do is assassinate these malevolent individuals to instill fear in the remaining villagers. In response to Gu Jiejia's words, Su Ming let out a sigh. Even aware of the current circumstances, he felt powerless to effect any change. Right now, Su Ming's sole desire was to upgrade the shelter to level 9, thus unlocking the capability for maritime navigation. At that point, he could set sail with the shelter across the seas, directly assaulting their Eden stronghold in Antarctica. Just as Su Ming pondered how to console Gu Jiejia, a female member of the Daxia Special Forces, clad in military attire, rushed out from the nearby thicket in a state of distress. Captain Gu, quickly lead the villagers to the mountains. The clergy have arrived. Chapter 110. Only the people of the Great Xia understand the people of the Great Xia. As Su Ming pondered whether he could contribute to the patriotic individuals like Gu Jiejia, he suddenly received exhilarating news. The divine practitioners are here. Su Ming was somewhat familiar with the capabilities of these divine practitioners. Whether in Yang City or Magic City, he had dealt with them before. While he wouldn't claim he could single-handedly take on 100, he was certainly capable of facing 10. Furthermore, being in a remote mountain village, it was improbable that Eden would dispatch their most formidable divine practitioners to this location. All right, Captain Gu. Lead me to meet these divine practitioners. Upon seeing the military uniform worn by the female team member, Su Ming was entirely convinced of Gu Jiejia's identity. However, much to his surprise, Gu Jiejia did not exhibit joy upon hearing the news. Instead, her expression was one of concern. Sir, I am Su Ming. Su Ming, do you know that we have nearly 3 divine practitioners here? While I must concede that your ability to intercept bullets from afar is indeed impressive, those divine practitioners are no ordinary foes. We should prioritize retreating to preserve our strength. You are correct, Captain Gu. Su Ming nodded in agreement, only to swiftly shift the conversation. However, in the face of absolute power, we need not guarantee our survival. He pointed to the group of villagers who had just risen behind her. All right, Captain Gu, just tell me the location, and I shall go on my own. You continue to ensure the safety of your team. Gu Jiejia nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. Where on earth did this Su Ming come from? Those are 3 divine practitioners from Eden. Fine, I'll give you the address. After relaying the information to Su Ming, Gu Jiejia began organizing her team to evacuate the villagers. Observing the scene before him, Su Ming was indifferent. He certainly couldn't disclose that he had rejected the Pope of Eden in Magic City and had eliminated millions of zombies. Could he? Just as Su Ming was about to set off to confront the 3 divine practitioners, he heard Gu Jiejia's voice behind him. Su Ming, I urge you one last time. Please do not walk into your own demise. Let it be, Su Ming replied, turning his head to flash her a grin. Thank you for your warning. But my greatest trait is my unwillingness to heed advice. Upon arriving at the location provided by Gu Jiejia, Su Ming first surveyed his surroundings. It was a rather rudimentary small mountain village, so small that one could see the end at a glance. To make his wait more comfortable, Su Ming even retrieved a rocking chair from the system space to sit at the village entrance. 3 mere divine practitioners were of no concern to Su Ming. Soon, voices echoed from outside the village. Divine practitioner, you must advocate for us this time. The group of female soldiers completely disregarded us and even took the lives of many. Indeed, we are all devoted followers of Eden, and you must advocate for us. Hearing the commotion, Su Ming lazily lifted his gaze and noticed a throng of villagers surrounding 3 impeccably dressed individuals, as if they were celestial bodies encircling a moon. These 3 must be the clergy. To Su Ming's surprise, all 3 of them appeared to be citizens of the Great Xia Empire. Finally, they have arrived. Su Ming slowly stretched and rose from his rocking chair. Who are you? The villagers, despite their confusion at the appearance of strangers, exhibited a haughty demeanor, emboldened by the presence of the clergy. Young man, have you seen those female soldiers? Su Ming nodded and replied, I have seen them. I am the one they sent to eliminate you. Ha ha, this lad has lost his mind. He possesses no weapons and dares to claim he will kill us. Indeed. Does he think he is the king of Western Shu? Does he expect to take on a group by himself? Undoubtedly, these villagers held Su Ming in utter contempt. In the face of their provocations, Su Ming remained unperturbed, casually retrieving a submachine gun from his system space and pulling the trigger in their direction. Rat-a-tat-tat. As a hail of bullets rained forth, they did not strike the villagers, but were instead halted midair. The villagers, witnessing the bullets hovering before them, were gripped by a cold sweat. However, they quickly realized that the reason the bullets had not hit them was due to the intervention of the esteemed clergy. Thank you for your life-saving intervention, esteemed clergy. It was but a trifling effort. As the villagers prostrated themselves before them, the three clergy appeared outwardly composed. Though inwardly they reveled in their unexpected power, their abilities were among the weakest within the clergy, which is why they had been assigned to this remote mountain village for such tasks. Yet upon their arrival, they discovered this task was surprisingly gratifying. Their otherwise modest powers in Eden were perceived as miraculous by these villagers. Some naive villagers even offered their daughters to them in hopes of attaining prosperity. Please, esteemed clergy, do intervene. This individual is undoubtedly affiliated with those female soldiers. In response to the villagers' pleas, the clergy member who had intercepted the bullets slightly nodded and then turned to Su Ming. Sir, I can discern that you possess spatial divine abilities. If you are willing to join us now, I can overlook your earlier act of aggression. Upon hearing the clergy member's words, Su Ming could not suppress a laugh. It must be said, recruiting individuals has always been a time-honored tradition in Eden. It seems you are intent on courting death. Upon observing the expression on Su Ming's face, the cleric exchanged a knowing glance with the two individuals beside him. From Su Ming's recent display of inexplicable prowess, they discerned that he too was a person of extraordinary abilities. Thus, they conspired to strike simultaneously and eliminate the audacious youth before them. As the three approached him steadily, Su Ming leisurely retracted the rocking chair into the confines of his system space. I am rather curious. Are you indeed from the Great Xia Nation? And if so, what of it? In response to Su Ming's inquiry, a trace of scorn surfaced on the face of one cleric. We were once elites in various fields. Thus, we inherently comprehend the concept that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Upon hearing this, Su Ming fully grasped the situation. The Eden organization had evidently conducted their research thoroughly. Indeed, it was only the people of the Great Xia Nation who could truly understand their own kind. Chapter 111. The hunt begins. The three clergy members were acutely aware of the implications behind Su Ming's words, which subtly suggested they were mere lackeys. Yet, what of it? As the adage goes, choices dictate everything, and they bore no regrets regarding their decisions. Enough of this trivial banter. You may now meet your demise. As the three advanced towards him, Su Ming slowly raised his hand, pointing a finger at one of them. Explode. Immediately upon his utterance, the designated clergy member's body erupted into a mist of blood. The sight before the remaining two sent chills down their spines. What had just transpired? How had their companion transformed into a mere cloud of blood in an instant? How does it feel? Enjoyable? Su Ming inquired, observing the two frozen in shock. Perhaps you should consider applying some oil to your soles. It might facilitate your escape. His words jolted them back to reality, yet when they attempted to flee, they discovered their bodies were utterly immobilized. What was happening? They felt ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering them incapable of even shifting their feet. Bang! Bang! Su Ming shaped his fingers like a gun and gestured towards them. Instantly, the two who had been struggling also dissolved into two clouds of blood. What a bore! Witnessing the ease with which he dispatched the three, Su Ming felt an overwhelming sense of tedium. Divine intervention. Oh, benevolent deity, I am compelled by circumstance. I harbor no desire for this. I was wrong. I beseech you, spare me. The villagers, who had previously regarded the clergy with disdain, now knelt before Su Ming, bowing repeatedly in reverence. Sighing at the sight of the villagers prostrating themselves before him, Su Ming cast his gaze towards the nearby thicket. How much longer do you intend to linger there? Accompanied by rustling sounds, a lithe figure clad in camouflage emerged from the foliage. Indeed, you have discovered me. The figure concealed in the thicket was none other than Gu Jiajia, who had earlier dismissed Su Ming's fate. Upon seeing her appearance, Su Ming gestured towards the three pools of blood on the ground. See? I told you it would be quite simple. In response to Su Ming's jest, Gu Jiajia shot him a disapproving glance. How was I to know you were so formidable? Had I known, I would have refrained from coming. In truth, Su Ming understood that Gu Jiajia's presence was intended to provide cover should he find himself in peril. As for her own survival, he believed she had no intention of returning alive. Gu Jiajia resembled the elite members of the Snow Wolf assault team he had encountered previously. They were all warriors willing to dedicate their lives to the great Xian nation. Very well, Captain Gu, how do you intend to handle these individuals? Su Ming inquired. Though he knew his own inclination would be to eliminate them all, although he was aware that many had been compelled to join merely to avoid humiliation to Su Ming. The unknown risks were the most terrifying. In the past, he had tested his trust in Fan Ziyuan countless times, ultimately believing in him. A belief grounded in the assumption that his strength could effortlessly overpower Fan Ziyuan. However, now, Su Ming found himself lacking the luxury of time to probe the villagers. What do you think, Mr. Su? Seeing Gu Jiajia unexpectedly return the question to him, Su Ming snapped his fingers at the multitude of villagers kneeling before him. In an instant, approximately 30 figures erupted into a mist of blood. I believe this is the way to proceed. Having completed this grim task, Su Ming braced himself for Gu Jiajia's admonishment. The sight of blood swirling around him caused her lips to twitch slightly. It must be said that Su Ming's decisiveness was indeed formidable. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed those 30 souls into mere fertilizer for the earth. Yet, Gu Jiajia did not perceive Su Ming's actions as callous disregard for life. The current situation was markedly different from years past. She simply did not have the time to engage in the so-called education and reform of these individuals. Should she allow them to escape this time, there was a high likelihood they would betray her again in the future. Actually, Mr. Su, you could handle it directly next time. I believe your intervention would save ammunition. All right, I shall do so next time. Surprised by Gu Jiajia's lack of reproach, Su Ming felt a sense of relief. Mr. Su, may I ask you for a favor? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jiajia turned her gaze towards Su Ming. Go ahead, what is it? Noticing her pleading expression, Su Ming surmised she likely wished for his assistance in dealing with those clergy members. Although he intended to keep a low profile for a while, he would be willing to partake in a side venture to eliminate some clergy and earn points. Moreover, as long as he acted swiftly, the news would not spread. As for the satellites overhead, Su Ming was confident that even if he were captured on camera, the people of Eden would not connect the incident to him. After all, who would willingly abandon a sanctuary that was unafraid of even mushroom bombs? There are indeed some clergy members nearby. I can provide their locations. All right, I accept. The life of a clergy member could be exchanged for 500 points, a delightful prospect for Su Ming. Thank you, Mr. Su. Upon hearing Su Ming's affirmative response, Gu Jiajia couldn't help but speculate about his identity. Could it be that Su Ming was a clandestinely trained 5th category soldier from the Great Xia Nation? Captain Gu, I shall return for now. Let us gather here tomorrow at noon, and you can share the locations of the clergy with me then. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, Gu Jiajia's mind was racing with thoughts, while he was merely eager to return to the cave and check if that panda was still resting on his mattress. Sigh. Very well. Originally, Gu Jiajia had hoped to invite Su Ming to stay for a meal, but soon realized that Su Ming had no intention of lingering here. The following noon, both Gu Jiajia and Su Ming arrived punctually at the village entrance. This is the current location of the divine emissary, as we know it. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. Upon receiving the information handed to him by Gu Jiajia, a faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Ming's mouth. The hunt has begun. Chapter 112. Once again, winning favor and going with the flow, my Lord Andis. A mysterious figure has recently emerged in the mountains of the southwestern region of the Great Xia Kingdom, specifically targeting clergy members for assassination. Oh? The report from his subordinate elicited a look of astonishment from the man known as Lord Andis. Is there truly someone from the Great Xia Kingdom opposing us, the Eden? Indeed, this individual not only hunts our clergy, but also spares no mercy for the villagers who have allied with us. Strangely, apart from a pool of blood and flesh, there are no signs of a struggle at the scene. The subordinate's words plunged Andis into deep contemplation. As the priest overseeing the remote southwestern territories of the Great Xia Kingdom, the emergence of such chaos under his jurisdiction would surely be reported to the cardinal by other priests. And if the cardinal were to learn of this matter, a chill ran down Andis's spine. The methods of punishment employed by Eden against its subordinates are as unyielding as ever, directly sending them to the experimentation table. Are there any further discoveries? None. This enigmatic figure appears and vanishes without a trace. We possess no leads whatsoever. However, wherever there are villages with clergy, this mysterious individual is sure to appear. Moreover, our number of clergy has dwindled to fewer than 50. What? Upon hearing this news, Andis nearly toppled from his chair in shock. It is worth noting that under his command, there had previously been a full complement of 300 clergy. Indeed, my Lord Andis, these clergy members have all returned to our headquarters and no longer dare to venture outside. Why did you not report this to me sooner? At that moment, Andis felt an overwhelming desire to twist his subordinate's head off. A sudden reduction of nearly 250 personnel leaves him in a precarious position when reporting to the cardinal. My lord, I came to find you earlier, but you were unavailable. Get out of my sight." Watching his subordinate flee in panic, Andis struggled to suppress the urge to eliminate him. The current situation does not permit him to stabilize matters through forceful means. What to do? Andis paced back and forth within the confines of the room, hoping to devise a solution. With his clergy being systematically slain, if he failed to act decisively, he might very well become a victim himself. Yet, the more he pondered, the more he realized he had no viable options. It was evident that this assailant was targeting the clergy of Eden. Could he only contact the cardinal to dispatch reinforcements? After much deliberation, Andis could only conceive of a desperate course of action. I suppose I must resort to this strategy. It seems these clergy members have all fled. Gazing at the ground strewn with indistinct remnants of flesh, Ming understood that the clergy must have sensed the impending danger and opted to escape. The individuals he had just dispatched were merely villagers who still adhered to the faith of Eden. After 2 weeks of relentless hunting, Ming, guided by the intelligence provided by Gu Jiajia, nearly exterminated the majority of the clergy listed. During this period, he meticulously studied the various types of superpowered individuals. It can be stated that the current superpowered individuals can be broadly categorized into 2 types. One type follows a physical path, akin to the fleshly ascension depicted in the novels of the Great Xia Empire. They either possess astonishing strength or boast unparalleled defenses. Ming even encountered a clergyman who had hardened his skin to the consistency of steel. The other type adheres to a magical path, somewhat reminiscent of the elemental practitioners found in literature. Their physical forms remain similar to ordinary humans, yet they wield mental prowess or the ability to manipulate other elements. Previously, Ming had encountered a clergyman capable of controlling water. Regrettably, the individual was far too weak, or else he might have posed a significant challenge to Ming. Who goes there? Upon hearing a rustle from the nearby thicket, Ming swiftly drew his handgun, aiming it into the woods. Don't shoot. The person in the underbrush, realizing he had been discovered, quickly raised his hands and scrambled out. From Eden? Noticing the emblem of Eden embroidered on the man's garments, Ming felt a surge of elation. He had been searching for them, and now they had appeared. Excellent. Lead me to where your clergy are hiding. I am indeed in search of you. However, the man's face displayed a look of distress upon hearing Ming's request. What? Are you unwilling? Observing the man's hesitance, Ming raised his weapon. If you are reluctant, I could attempt to extract the information through more persuasive means. I hope you can endure. As Ming advanced menacingly, the man realized he had little choice but to speak. My lord, I am here to invite you to join us in Eden. Oh. Although Ming had already surmised the visitor's purpose, he found it somewhat amusing when it was articulated. Invite me to join you? I have just slain a considerable number of your clergy. I am fully aware of that. However, our esteemed cleric has assured us that such matters are inconsequential. As long as you are willing to join us. Only if I agree to join? Do you not fear that I might be an undercover agent from the Great Xia? Faced with Eden's repeated invitation, Ming found the situation perplexing. He was overly targeting the clergy. Yet Eden seemed unconcerned about the possibility of him being a spy from the Great Xia. Of course, we do not fear that. To Ming's surprise, the man seemed well prepared for his inquiry. Sir, as one chosen by the divine, you are inherently different from others in the Great Xia. There are no eternal friends, only everlasting interests. Even if you are an undercover agent, it is likely that in time, you would wholly abandon that identity. Oh, your assertion carries a certain intrigue. Ming undoubtedly comprehended the implications behind the man's words. To put it plainly, the priest responsible for this region was merely attempting to win him over. Once he joined the Eden, he would be required to undertake no further action. For them, as long as he refrained from perpetrating violence against the clergy, everything would suffice. The notion of relinquishing his undercover identity served to convey that the unification of Eden across the Blue Star was an inevitable force. When the entirety of the Blue Star is left with Eden as the sole human organization, the necessity for choices will indeed become obsolete. How do you perceive this, sir? The man before Ming fixed his gaze upon him, his heart racing with trepidation. After all, should the negotiations fail, only death awaited him. Observing the man's anxious demeanor, Ming fell into contemplation. Given that Eden had extended multiple invitations, seizing this opportunity could indeed allow him to clandestinely ascertain the true nature of the situation. After all, during his time in the Demon City, none had ever witnessed his appearance. With his sanctuary still 2 weeks away, Ming resolved to personally infiltrate and discover the reality of the matter. If you wish for me to join your ranks, it would be preferable for your master to extend the invitation himself. Should he be inclined, a meeting here at noon tomorrow would suffice. With that, Ming turned and departed the scene. Chapter 113. Joining the Eden Well. You are quite punctual. To Ming's surprise, The members of Eden in this area seemed to take their commitment seriously, arriving even earlier than himself. Observing the middle-aged man in a purple robe leading the group, Ming surmised that he must be the so-called priest of Eden. Since you, sir, are willing to join us, we shall naturally treat you with courtesy. My name is Andis. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Fanzi Yuan. Upon hearing Andis's request for his name, Ming had no intention of revealing his true identity, although Eden was unaware of his appearance. The cleric present during the negotiations in the Magic City undoubtedly possessed communication devices. Thus, Ming resolved to use the name Fanzi Yuan. Mr. Fan, your decision to abandon the shadows for the light is warmly welcomed by us in Eden. However, we are keenly aware that you must have conditions of your own. Might I ask what those conditions are? Faced with Andis's inquiry, Ming refrained from hastily responding, instead surveying the surroundings. Priest Andis, it appears that you and your Eden have made quite thorough preparations. In the next moment, Ming waved his hand, rendering the soldiers and clerics lurking in the shadows completely motionless in midair. What? If you can't have me, you intend to destroy me? Ming's taunt stirred a profound sense of fear within Andis. The power emanating from this individual was simply terrifying. To be on the safe side, he had stationed snipers 800 meters away, equipped with the most advanced individual combat systems. He had believed himself fully prepared, yet these individuals had still been apprehended by Fanzi Yuan. Mr. Fan, enough. There is no need for explanations. I can understand. Ming was indifferent to the so-called prior arrangements made by Andis. It was precisely these preparations that provided him the opportunity to demonstrate his strength. He was now certain that the priest before him no longer dared to underestimate him. What he needed to do now was to feign an attitude of indifference. Let us continue our previous discussion. Ming lowered all the floating soldiers and turned to face the visibly anxious Andis. As for my conditions, to be honest, I have not yet given it much thought. After all, in these times, it seems that survival is the only pursuit worth having. In truth, Ming's words served a dual purpose, to perplex Andis while also reflecting his genuine sentiments. In this apocalyptic world where money had become as worthless as waste paper, there was little need for wealth. As for gold or diamonds, he had no desire for such material possessions. Those items could not be taken with him in life or death, nor could they enhance his power. Regarding women, he was well aware that desire could lead to peril, and he had no intention of meeting an untimely end at the hands of a woman. His decision to join Eden was driven by the desire to acquire more valuable intelligence through this avenue. All of this was merely preparation for the ultimate confrontation. At this moment, Ming gradually realized that he could not halt the relentless march of history. No matter how cold-hearted or unfeeling he might be, he would ultimately face the decisive battle against Eden. After all, Eden would never tolerate a non-Anglo-Saxon as a leader, rather than allow circumstances to dictate his fate. He might as well embrace this historical choice. Moreover, Ming understood that if he were truly the last human remaining on this blue planet, it would likely lead him to a mental breakdown. I can comprehend Mr. Fan's sentiments. Many capable individuals who join us at Eden often find themselves unable to articulate their desires. However, please rest assured that Eden will undoubtedly guide humanity toward a brand new future. Very well, I shall await the outcome. Regarding the grand promises made by Andis, Ming nodded perfunctorily and then inquired, Pray tell, Father Andis, what position will I hold upon my joining your ranks? Faced with Ming's query, Andis fell into contemplation. As merely an ordinary priest within Eden, the only positions he could confer were those of fellow clergy. It was evident that Fanzi Yuan's prowess far surpassed his own. Not to mention, just moments ago, when Fan had immobilized everyone in the sky, Andis knew he could never achieve such a feat. Mr. Fan, you are aware that you have only just joined us. Observing the troubled expression on Andis's face, Ming understood that the priest had no authority to make decisions. All right, I shall not press you. A clergy position will suffice. However, I have one additional condition. Unless your subordinates face foes they cannot handle, I prefer not to be disturbed. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Upon hearing Fanzi Yuan's stipulation, Andis was filled with delight. He felt fortunate to have such a formidable ally in Eden, a vast organization that even someone stronger than him, like Fanzi Yuan, would have to concede to reality. As a priest, Andis was well aware that the final step of the new Noah's Ark project was to eliminate all non-Anglo-Saxon members. Therefore, as long as this Fanzi Yuan did not cause trouble, he would have ample opportunities to deal with him in the future. Mr. Fan, welcome to Eden. After receiving a wooden gift box from his subordinate, Andis presented it to Ming. What is this? As Ming slowly opened the box, he discovered a set of white priestly robes within. Mr. Fan, you need not wear this regularly, but should a cardinal come to inspect, it is imperative that you don this attire. Otherwise, I understand. Acknowledging Andis's reminder, Ming nodded in agreement. in situations involving scrutiny from superiors. Such circumstances are invariably present, regardless of the location. Very well, shall we proceed to examine the living environment? Mr. Fan, please accompany us. Just as Su Ming was about to follow Andis to inspect the residence, his phone in his pocket began to ring. Hello? What is it? Andis inquired impatiently into the phone, yet in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically to one of dismay. Chapter 114, The Embarrassment of Andis. Mr. Fan. I regret to inform you that I can no longer take you on a tour of my residence. After hanging up the phone, Andis's face was etched with panic and unease. It appeared that the cardinal had arrived. Observing Andis's expression, Su Ming deduced the nature of the call. Undoubtedly, someone had exposed the murder of the clergy under Andis's jurisdiction, prompting the cardinal's inspection. Simultaneously, Su Ming realized that this Eden was not as united as he had imagined. Well, in response to Su Ming's inquiry, Andis nodded and assured, Mr. Fan, rest assured, I will never betray you. All right, I believe you. Su Ming feigned trust in Andis's promise, yet internally he felt a profound disdain. He had only just joined Eden. How could Andis possibly protect him? Moreover, concerning the cardinal's visit, Su Ming was curious to see what the individual who had assaulted him with a mushroom bomb outside the city of demons truly looked like. I shall go change my attire. Su Ming first sought an unoccupied room to don the clerical robes, and then, under Andis's guidance, returned to his usual stronghold. Reverend, you have finally returned. Upon entering, a clergy member rushed towards him in a state of urgency. What is the current condition of the bishop? Witnessing the reaction of his subordinate, Andis sensed the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, he clung to a glimmer of hope and inquired of the clergy member before him. The bishop, his expression is akin to having consumed something foul. Upon hearing this, Andis's heart sank. Yet what recourse did he have now? After adjusting his clerical robe, Andis steeled himself and entered the room. Bishop, you have arrived? Upon entering, Andis was met with the cardinal's countenance, which resembled that of one who had ingested something repugnant. You are Andis the cleric, are you not? Yes, it is indeed I. Faced with the cardinal's seemingly rhetorical question, Andis felt as if his heart might leap into his throat. Quite impressive, isn't it? From a cadre of 300 clergy members, only a mere 50 remain. You certainly know how to lighten the burden of Eden. I am guilty. Upon hearing this, Andis could no longer maintain his composure. With a thud, he knelt before the cardinal. My lord, I recognize that this failure is due to my incompetence, yet that individual was exceedingly powerful. However, as he knelt, Andis pointed a finger towards Su Ming. He has already joined our Eden. If you wish to impose punishment, let it be upon him. Witnessing Andis's unhesitating act of betrayal, Su Ming felt no surprise. He had already gleaned sufficient information about the cardinal through his mental inquiries with his companion, Xiaolian. If a confrontation were to arise, Su Ming could not guarantee an overwhelming victory. However, should one choose to eliminate him through a sudden ambush and subsequently escape amidst the ensuing chaos, it would be rather effortless. Yet, at this moment, Su Ming genuinely wished to discern the cardinal's true disposition towards him. Oh, upon hearing that the murderer of the clergy had joined Eden, the cardinal's gaze indeed shifted towards Su Ming. What is your name? As the cardinal inquired, Su Ming gradually approached him. Fan Ziyuan. Su Ming's eyes met those of the cardinal's, devoid of any semblance of fear. Fan Ziyuan, is it? Do you comprehend the consequences of offending us at Eden? The cardinal's tone was unmistakably laced with malice as he uttered these words. Observing the cardinal's demeanor, Su Ming felt that his undercover mission was on the brink of conclusion. Nevertheless, he resolved to eliminate the individual who had previously bombarded his elder with mushroom explosives before any confrontation ensued. After all, death is merely a fate. While expressing these thoughts, Su Ming remained on high alert. Should the cardinal exhibit even the slightest hint of hostility, he would not hesitate to strike him down instantly. To Su Ming's astonishment, however, a satisfied smile emerged upon the cardinal's aged visage. Ha ha ha, well said. The cardinal's demeanor rendered Su Ming somewhat speechless. Yet he dared not lower his guard in the slightest. Fear not, Mr. Fan. Your choice to forsake the shadows and join us at Eden will be met with forgiveness for your past transgressions. Moreover, I have been contemplating that it is indeed prudent for the people of the Great Xia to govern themselves. Thank you for your trust, Your Eminence. Although the cardinal's decision surprised Su Ming, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, this had been the strategy employed by nations such as Im Country in the Eastern Island to attract technical talent from the Great Xia. As long as one was willing to depart from Great Xia, the terms were entirely negotiable. Excellent. After addressing Su Ming, the cardinal's attention shifted to the still prostrate Andis. Your Eminence, having overheard the earlier dialogue between the cardinal and Fan Ziyuan, Andis was acutely aware of the fate awaiting him. Yet, what recourse did he have at this point? Father Andis, although you bear undeniable responsibility, I shall spare you from the experimental table, given your success in recruiting such talent as Fan Ziyuan for us at Eden. Henceforth, you shall dutifully serve under him as a cleric. Thank you for your mercy, your eminence. Upon hearing the outcome of his predicament, Andis initially breathed a sigh of relief. However, he soon realized the implications of his future circumstances. Now, Fan Ziyuan had become his superior. Yet, only moments ago, he had unhesitatingly betrayed him. Well, I hope that Father Fan Ziyuan will diligently fulfill his responsibilities and swiftly bring all the people of the Great Xia Kingdom from the remote southwestern regions into our Eden. If there is anything unclear, you may consult Andis. Su Ming, having agreed, received a satisfied nod from the cardinal. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Safe travels. Your Eminence. After bidding farewell to the cardinal, Su Ming cast a teasing glance at Andis, who remained kneeling on the ground. Andis, how do you feel now? Andis was utterly mortified, having never anticipated that the cardinal would handle the matter in such a manner. He had initially intended to shift the blame onto Fan Ziyuan, only to find that he had transformed into his direct superior. Rest assured, Andis, I shall not make things difficult for you. Observing Andis's anxious demeanor as he knelt before him, Su Ming couldn't help but find it amusing. Having joined Eden merely a day ago, he had already ascended to a mid-level management position. The pace of this promotion was nothing short of meteoric. Nonetheless, now that he had become a priest, Su Ming was determined not to squander this opportunity. With only 12 days remaining until the completion of the shelter's upgrade, he intended to use this time to uncover more secrets about Eden. Chapter 115. A Bountiful Return with the Assistance of Andis. Su Ming successfully recorded and uploaded his basic information. Since he was using his own visage alongside the name Fan Ziyuan, he harbored no fears of being discovered in the future. Thank you for your help, Lord Andis. Not at all, you are the true Lord. In response to Su Ming's gratitude, Andis nearly broke into a cold sweat. After all, Fan Ziyuan's prowess far surpassed his own, and now he had ascended to the role of priest. Recalling the foolishness he had exhibited before the cardinal, Andis felt a strong urge to slap himself. All right, you should return and rest well. I will take care of things here from now on. However, before Andis could finish his sentence, Su Ming's interruption silenced him entirely. Watching Andis awkwardly exit the stronghold, Su Ming busied himself with his tasks. His first order of business was to employ his authority to copy and decrypt the data within the entire base. Yet, to Su Ming's disappointment, despite his new status as a priest, he was unable to obtain any valuable information. With nothing else to occupy his time, he began to wander around the stronghold. To his surprise, he discovered several warehouses brimming with a plethora of supplies. Gazing at the warehouses filled to the brim, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this Eden truly was no ordinary organization, since he had never anticipated being chosen by history. The supplies he had amassed were only sufficient for his own use for perhaps 200 years. However, it now seemed that his prior decision was somewhat short-sighted. The warehouses before him stood as the perfect remedy to his previous lack of preparation. It appears that a force capable of contending with Eden can indeed be established in the future. Although Su Ming possessed various mechanical soldiers, it was worth noting that these constructs required points for redemption and lacked the capacity for independent thought like humans. As time progressed, the number of zombies was likely to dwindle, rendering the siege-like scenario of a city overrun by the undead a distant memory. The struggle against Eden was a war that would determine the fate of humanity. In such a conflict, the decisive factor in victory remained humanity itself. Once his shelter was fully upgraded, Su Ming intended to empty these warehouses entirely. Not only did they contain an assortment of food and drinking water, but they were also stocked with a variety of weapons. As the days passed, the completion of the shelter's upgrade drew nearer. Nevertheless, Su Ming had not been idle during this period. He had been holding meetings with the priests under his command. Meetings were a concept easily understood by the people of the Great Xia Kingdom. During this time, a few foreign priests with golden hair and blue eyes voiced their opposition. But ultimately, their inferior strength led them to endure a thorough beating at Su Ming's hands. With the absence of the clergy propagating the Eden, the villagers indeed found themselves with ample respite. Upon hearing the system's voice resonating in his mind, Su Ming excitedly accessed the shelter system. After upgrading to an 8th level shelter, not only were satellite functions and shielding capabilities unlocked, but a new structure known as the training camp was also made available. As the name suggests, the training camp serves as a place to hone human abilities. According to the system's description, the camp not only strengthens physical prowess but also awakens latent superpowers. Yet, Su Ming was not in a hurry to select the first batch of trainees. The immediate priority remained negotiating with the Eden organization that lingered within the borders of Great Xia. After establishing the location for the new structure in his mind, Ming instructed two of his clerics to convey the meeting's message, while he himself approached the warehouses. Reverend, indeed, I shall take a look inside. The Eden soldiers stationed outside did not find Ming's actions inappropriate, although they were aware that clerics often entered the warehouses to procure supplies. As long as their actions were not excessively unreasonable, they would not intervene. After all, both the reverends and the clerics were figures beyond the ordinary soldier's means to confront. Those who ascended to clerical status were undoubtedly endowed with superhuman abilities. Let us commence. Upon entering the warehouse and gazing at the myriad of supplies, Ming hesitated not for a moment. Due to the urgency of time, he did not bother to categorize the items. Instead, he simply filled his inventory with everything in sight. In no time, the warehouse brimming with food and drinking water was entirely emptied by Ming. Next, he approached the weapons and ammunition depot. Although Ming recognized that these weapons paled in comparison to those he could redeem from the point shop, it was certain that the inhabitants of his future shelter would require arms for their defense. Without a second thought, he continued to gather the weapons, irrespective of their types. After clearing the weapons depot, Ming proceeded to the next warehouse, which was filled with an assortment of alcohol and fuel. Onward. By the time he reached the fourth warehouse, Ming had grown indifferent to its contents. He simply tossed everything into the system space without a glance. Having thoroughly emptied these several warehouses and returning laden with supplies, Ming arrived at the meeting venue. Observing the assembly of clerics and soldiers awaiting his address, he cleared his throat. Ahem. Reflecting on his earlier actions of depleting the warehouses, a smile involuntarily crept upon Ming's lips as he prepared to address the crowd. However, this expression left the clerics and soldiers below utterly speechless. My heavens, is this cleric named Fan Ziyuan unwell? A meeting every 2 days, filled with trivialities. Look at him, he is even smiling. Was he perhaps a minor local leader before? Were it not for the fact that I could not overpower him, I would undoubtedly have struck him down. Hearing the restless murmurs from the crowd below, Ming chose not to interrupt them, but instead paused, allowing them to quieten on their own. Soon, the softly conversing audience below realized that the voice from the stage had ceased, and they turned to gaze upwards. It seems you have finished your discourse? In response to Ming's inquiry, the crowd below fell silent, daring not to utter another word. Very well, since you have concluded, it is now my turn to speak. Ming cast a cold glance at the crowd below, his expression instantly turning frigid. To be frank, all of you ought to perish. Chapter 116 describes how Ming eliminated Fan Ziyuan. It must be said that Eden is indeed a highly regulated organization. The clergy and soldiers adhered to the rules established by Ming, arriving at the meeting unarmed. By the time they realized what was happening, it was far too late. After a bloody massacre in the Grand Hall, adhering to the principle of not wasting points, Ming eliminated all the Eden soldiers within the stronghold. Once this was accomplished, Ming returned to the cave to retrieve Fan Xingqing and the giant panda. With the refuge now fully upgraded, he felt no further apprehension. To entice more Eden members to attack him, Ming strategically positioned the refuge in the outskirts of Jiang City. As the largest transportation hub in the Great Xia, encompassing land, sea, and air, Jiang City was a crucial target for Eden's assault on the Great Xia. After selecting a vacant area for the refuge, Ming eagerly launched a satellite into space. This satellite, unlocked upon the refuge's upgrade to level 8, could monitor and communicate across the entirety of Blue Star. Equipped with both shielding and weaponry capabilities, soon the satellite transmitted images of Jiang City. Indeed, like the Demon City, it had been transformed into one of Eden's bases. Observing the military-like structures and deserted streets on the screen, Ming understood that Jiang City had fallen completely. Rather than immediately activating the satellite's shielding function, he chose to expose the refuge to Eden's surveillance. The rationale behind this decision was to inform Eden of his exact location. Only by provoking further attacks from Eden could Ming accrue more points and expedite the upgrade of the refuge to level 9. My lord, we have lost contact with Stronghold number 3 in the southwestern region of the Great Xia, reported one of the subordinates. Stronghold number 3? The cardinal furrowed his brow at this news. If memory served, this was the very stronghold he had recently inspected, the one belonging to Priest Fan Ziyuan, correct? Yes. We are currently unable to establish communication with anyone at that stronghold. Understood. After his subordinate departed, the cardinal wearily sank into his chair, rubbing his temples. The women who had approached to attend to him were dismissed with his impatience. It is said that this place is a den of East Asian monstrosities. And it seems the rumors are indeed true. The cardinal's anxiety stemmed from his fear of retribution from the Pope. Currently, of the 7 continents of Blue Star, aside from the Asia he oversaw, the other 6 continents were progressing remarkably well. In truth, it was not so much Asia that troubled him, but rather the Great Xia, which had never allowed him any peace. Disregarding the fact that the people of the Great Xia Kingdom have once again resorted to their time-tested guerrilla tactics, the mere existence of Su Ming has rendered him restless. He vividly recalls the formidable sanctuary belonging to Su Ming, equipped not only with a myriad of defensive weaponry but also with a terrifying capacity to withstand mushroom bombs. Alas, had he known then, he would never have chosen this region of Asia. However, the Cardinal was acutely aware that it was far too late for regrets. With the third stronghold destroyed, it was imperative to ascertain who was responsible. Investigate the surveillance footage from the 2 hours preceding and following the disappearance of the third stronghold, as well as the satellite imagery, he commanded. On second thought, I shall personally investigate this matter. After much contemplation, the Cardinal resolved to uncover the truth behind the destruction of the third stronghold. The obliteration of the stronghold was no trivial matter, should the Pope seek accountability. Even a Cardinal, who stands just below the Pope, could find himself subjected to experimentation. After all, the Great Xia Kingdom had certainly caused him no shortage of trouble. Previously, he had been oblivious to the resilience of the Great Xia Kingdom, but now he comprehended it all too well. While all other nations on Blue Star had succumbed, the people of the Great Xia Kingdom persisted in their unwavering resistance against Eden's new Noah's Ark plan. What have you discovered? The Cardinal, hurrying to the base, wasted no time in inquiring about any new findings. Your Eminence, it is Su Ming. Su Ming? The mention of this nightmarish name sent a jolt through the Cardinal's heart. Over the past month, Su Ming, along with his terrifying sanctuary, had seemingly vanished from existence. And yet, unexpectedly, he had just obliterated a stronghold of Eden. Your Eminence, here is the satellite image from a month ago, showing the aircraft piloted by Su Ming, which subsequently disappeared. Continue. I recently reviewed the satellite images from 1 hour before and after the third stronghold's disappearance, and I found that this aircraft reappeared over the third stronghold. What about the surveillance footage? What happened to the surveillance? The Cardinal pressed, noticing his subordinate's hesitation. It seems there has been an issue with the surveillance at the third stronghold today. It has failed to synchronize with our cloud. Nonsense. At that moment, the Cardinal's animosity towards Su Ming reached its zenith. It should be noted that apart from the newly appointed Father Fan Ziyuan at the third stronghold, all other priests were Anglo-Saxon. Originally, he had intended for the third stronghold to serve as a model, a means to conquer the people of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet, he had never anticipated that Su Ming would kill Fan Ziyuan. Your Eminence, please, say what you must. The hesitant demeanor of his subordinate only served to further inflame the already agitated Cardinal. Su Ming is currently not far from our base. Is he also in Jiang City? Where exactly is he? Upon hearing that Su Ming was also in Jiang City, the Cardinal hurriedly instructed his subordinates to retrieve satellite images. Your Eminence, here are the satellite photos taken just 5 minutes ago. Su Ming has established a sanctuary on the outskirts of Jiang City. My God. How does this man know my whereabouts? Gazing at the image of the seemingly impenetrable sanctuary, the Cardinal felt as though Su Ming was driving him to the brink of madness. Your Eminence, what shall we do now? What to do? At this inquiry, a bitter smile of resignation crept across the Cardinal's lips. This sanctuary was impervious even to mushroom bombs. What options did he have left? Very well. We can only allow him to remain there for now. I shall consult with the clerics responsible for other nations to see if they possess any advanced mutant zombies available for support. Understood. As the Cardinal departed from the base, he felt utterly exhausted, dragging his weary feet back to his residence. Just as he intended to lie down for a brief respite, his phone suddenly rang. Speak. What is the matter? Chapter 117. At all costs, after abruptly ending the call, the Cardinal dared not waste a moment and hurried back to the base. This urgency stemmed from the arrival of the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar represented a unique faction within the Eden organization, sworn solely to the Pope. In essence, they served as the Pope's personal guard, tasked with overseeing the progress of various plans across the continents in his stead. Although the Cardinal held a significantly higher position than these knights in public esteem, none dared to offend them. Byron, it has been a long time, greeted a middle-aged man clad in silver armor, evoking a strained smile from Byron. Commander Caesar, what brings you to my jurisdiction today? Upon hearing Byron's inquiry, the man known as Caesar cast a meaningful glance at him. Byron, do you still intend to keep this under wraps? Caesar's words sent a jolt of anxiety through Byron. Indeed, one could not hide the fire beneath the paper. Observing Caesar's demeanor, Byron realized that the destruction of Outpost Number 3 had alerted them. Well, enough. Byron, you need not explain, Caesar interrupted with authority. His Holiness is exceedingly displeased and has given you 1 month to resolve all troubles regarding the Great Xia. Otherwise, you may as well relinquish your position as Cardinal. Upon hearing that the Pope was already aware of the situation concerning the Great Xia, Byron's heart sank further into panic. Is it true? You cannot resolve it, Byron? Noticing the distressed expression on Byron's face, a flicker of disdain crossed Caesar's eyes. You cannot manage even a single Great Xia. Yet you still presume to be a cardinal? I will find a way immediately. Faced with Caesar's inquiry, Byron dared not utter a word of dissent. Since you claim to have a solution, I shall remain here to oversee the operations. Once matters are resolved, I shall speak favorably of you before the Pope, Caesar declared. Upon hearing that Caesar intended to stay, a spark of joy ignited within Byron. Undoubtedly, though Caesar was the commander of the Knights Templar, he was unaware of the formidable defenses of Su Ming's sanctuary. Even if he were aware, witnessing it firsthand would surely be a different experience. Now that Caesar intended to oversee the situation, Byron resolved to seize this opportunity. I will arrange accommodations for Commander Caesar immediately. After ensuring that Caesar and his entourage were settled, Byron promptly summoned a significant number of zombies from the remaining countries across Asia. Fortunately, aside from the Great Xia, progress in the other nations was proceeding exceptionally well. Notably, both Goryeo and the Land of the Rising Sun had developed more advanced mutant zombies. Meanwhile, populous nations like the White Elephant country provided Byron with a staggering supply of up to 500 million zombies. Although these 500 million zombies lacked the combat prowess of those supplied by Goryeo and the Land of the Rising Sun, their sheer numbers were undeniably overwhelming. Moreover, under the diligent research of numerous experts from the Kingdom of the White Elephant, these undead have adeptly mastered the skills they possessed in their former lives. My Lord Bishop, must we truly proceed in this manner? The incredulity in his subordinates' eyes was unmistakable as they observed the plan devised by Byron. In response to their inquiries, Byron could only nod with resignation. There was no alternative. This was the only way to secure victory. The clergy from various nations must act swiftly, lest they incur the wrath of His Holiness the Pope. As days passed, an increasing number of zombies were gathered in Jiang City. They were uniformly placed in containers to enter a state of dormancy, awaiting the final assault. Bishop Byron, 2 weeks have elapsed. Why has there been no action? Commander Caesar, please temper your anger. We shall commence our all-out attack tomorrow. Byron maintained a facade of cordiality in the face of Caesar's scrutiny, though inside he yearned to feed this insufferable man to the zombies. Throughout these days, Caesar had engaged in indulgent feasting with his knights and sought the company of nuns. Yet, what could Byron do? Bishop Byron, I have indeed heard much about the exploits of Su Ming. However, His Holiness insists on achieving our objectives at any cost. Surely, you comprehend the gravity of that directive? I am fully aware. That is good to hear. Caesar nodded in satisfaction at Byron's acknowledgement. In truth, Bishop Byron, you should be cognizant of the consequences should this offensive fail, should you not? I am aware. At this, Caesar's expression grew increasingly triumphant. Indeed, this is the glory of the Knights Templar. As the Pope's elite guard, both clergy and cardinals must humbly submit to the reprimands of the knights. Very well, Bishop Byron. I shall not intrude further. Having satiated his vanity, Caesar departed the base with a self-satisfied demeanor. Watching his retreating figure, Byron's gaze turned increasingly cold. He held no certainty of victory for the impending assault. After all, the defenses of that sanctuary were dauntingly formidable, and it seemed as if ammunition were inexhaustible. The re-emergence of Su Ming, after a month of absence, left Byron wondering what preparations he had made in the interim. Although he was willing to spare no effort in this offensive, he understood all too well the dire consequences that awaited him should he fail to breach Su Ming's sanctuary. It appeared prudent to prepare a contingency plan. If he allowed Caesar to spout nonsense before the Pope, the only one who would suffer would be himself, and the only way to silence him would be through death. Comprehending this, Byron slowly retrieved his mobile phone. In the meantime, Su Ming had been enveloped in a cloud of frustration. Despite not having activated satellite jamming, the Eden base in Jiang City had yet to launch any offensive against him. Whether it be the undead or the soldiers of Eden, there are no signs of movement. The only discernible change is the growing number of containers in Jiang City. Goodness, are these individuals planning something grand? Through reconnaissance via drones, Su Ming discovered that the inscriptions on these containers originate from various nations across Asia. However, what perplexed Su Ming was the fact that these inhabitants of Eden were constructing a railway leading directly towards his sanctuary. As he observed the railway approaching ever closer to his refuge, Su Ming felt he could foresee the trials that lay ahead. Chapter 118. The Hand of the White Elephant. Intercontinental missile attack detected. Upon inspection, no nuclear payload has been confirmed. Shall we activate the protective shield? What the hell? The drowsy Su Ming was abruptly roused from his slumber by the system notification echoing in his mind. Finally, it has arrived. Let us activate it. Protective shield activated. Su Ming leisurely stretched, then, with bleary eyes, ambled into the bathroom. Buzzing. The base trembled from the explosions above. And as Su Ming brushed his teeth, he couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated. He failed to comprehend why Eden, fully aware that such assaults were futile against him, insisted on executing this so-called firepower coverage. A relentless barrage of missiles bombarded the shelter for a full hour. Taking advantage of this time, Su Ming hurriedly finished his breakfast. With the bombardment ceasing, if his instincts were correct, the onslaught of zombies should soon follow. However, as Su Ming's gaze fell upon the radar screen, he was taken aback by the image displayed. Unlike in the Demon City, this time the little yellow dots on the screen formed a long, serpentine line, advancing en masse toward his refuge. They are serious. Although Su Ming had an inkling of the railway's significance, he was still astonished when he deployed a drone for reconnaissance. A fully loaded train, majestically traversing the tracks, appeared before him. And upon this train, zombies were hanging off in droves. Even the locomotive was packed with a multitude of the undead. This style unmistakably bore the hallmark of the White Elephant Nation. You truly excel in your endeavors. At this moment, Su Ming could not help but utter a heartfelt sigh. He never anticipated witnessing such a grand spectacle in this apocalyptic world beset by a zombie outbreak. The train gradually came to a halt, and a vast number of zombies began to disembark in an orderly fashion. Su Ming estimated that each car contained at least 800 zombies. Watching nearly 10,000 zombies advance toward his sanctuary, Su Ming realized that these were merely cannon fodder dispatched by Eden to exhaust his ammunition. Moreover, these were evidently just the tip of the iceberg. As time passed, train after train, laden with zombies, slowly emerged on the screen. Faced with this scene reminiscent of the White Elephant style, Su Ming silently recalled his drone. Clearly, these zombies would take 3 days and nights to exhaust completely. As a nation that had surpassed the Great Xia in population even before the outbreak, the White Elephant was likely dispatching hundreds of millions of zombies this time. It must be said, this indeed presents an excellent opportunity to accumulate points. Su Ming, disinterested in monitoring the footage any longer, retrieved a cup of iced Americano from the system space and commenced his daily exercise routine. The weaponry atop the turret had already begun unleashing fire upon the approaching zombies. As waves of the undead fell under the relentless barrage, Bishop Byron, is this what you refer to as an assault? Although Caesar expressed profound astonishment at the notion of the shelter withstanding an intercontinental missile bombardment, upon reflection, he pondered what relevance it held for him. As a close guard to the Pope, Caesar merely needed to ascertain the outcome of this event. Observing Byron's decision to deploy the ineffective undead forces of the White Elephant Nation in a futile attempt to employ a human wave strategy, Caesar regarded the endeavor with disdain. Your Excellency Caesar, please remain composed. This shelter, under Su Ming's control, is amassing a considerable stockpile of ammunition. To ensure the smooth execution of our subsequent offensive, we must first expend these most useless zombies to deplete his ammunition. Then why not continue the bombardment with intercontinental missiles? Caesar retorted. After all, the lowly zombies of the White Elephant Nation are in such abundance that one need not worry about harming them. Indeed, the clarity of Caesar's words jolted Byron into realization. He had also noticed that the recent missile strikes seemed to have been obstructed by an invisible barrier. If they were to continue deploying intercontinental missiles, might they not breach the shelter? Target all missiles at the shelter, but ensure the explosions are not overly concentrated. I wish to see how long that transparent barrier can endure. After issuing his commands, Byron fixed his gaze upon the screen. Intercontinental missile detected. Analysis indicates no mushroom warheads are present. Shall protective shields be activated? Inside the shelter, upon hearing the system's alert, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. It appeared the zombies produced by the White Elephant Nation were indeed akin to cannon fodder, as Eden had the audacity to launch missiles at its own shelter during the zombie assault. No. After consulting with his mental companion, Xiaolian, this time Su Ming refrained from activating the protective shield for the shelter. Following his upgrade to level 8, his refuge had become impervious to any missile strike. Once the soundproof mode was engaged, Su Ming observed missiles detonating one after another within his fortified walls. Each missile merely depleted 20 durability points, while outside, the horde of white elephant zombies awaited. Each zombie eliminated would yield 5 points. May the White Elephant Nation produce more of such zombies. Reflecting on the earlier train brimming with zombies, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, he had feared that Eden might dispatch modified, mutated zombies to assault him. But it now seemed his concerns were entirely unwarranted. As the points in his mind continued to accumulate, Su Ming gradually rose and stretched. He anticipated facing these zombies from the White Elephant Nation for the next 3 days. Yet, what he truly looked forward to were the containers stationed in Jiang City. Recalling the previously developed ninja zombies by the Eastern lands, Su Ming was quite curious about the unique zombies that this Eden division would produce. Beat. How timely. Detection indicates that the host currently feels idle. Commencing task assignment. Upon hearing the system's observation of his state, Ming let out a soft chuckle. One must admit, this system truly possesses an acute understanding of itself. Task: the physique of a superhuman. Task description: the host will inevitably confront formidable adversaries in the future. Thus it is imperative to acquire greater strength. The host is required to achieve the feat of remaining suspended in midair for 30 seconds, without the aid of mental power. This task imposes no time constraints for completion, and the host may opt to decline without any repercussions. Upon successful completion, the host will be bestowed with a physique akin to that of a superhuman. Huh? Upon reading the task description, Ming found himself momentarily stunned, remaining suspended for over 30 seconds. Is this truly a feat achievable by humanity? Indeed, it seems this time the system's task is merely a means to occupy his time. Although there are no penalties for refusal, Ming still yearned to challenge the limits of his own capabilities. Chapter 119. Nanometal Technology once again. Failure loomed. The zombies outside the shelter had been attacking relentlessly for 5 days and nights, while Ming exerted every effort to conquer the task set forth by the system. However, harnessing the strength of his legs to remain airborne for a mere 30 seconds proved to be an insurmountable challenge. The requirements for this task were exceedingly stringent. The timer did not commence the moment he leaped. It only began once he adhered to the system's definition of remaining airborne. This was akin to treading water in swimming, except that air lacks the density and buoyancy of water. Despite Ming's utmost efforts, he could only manage to persist for a maximum of 10 seconds. Nevertheless, over these 5 days, he felt a significant enhancement and fortification of his physical form. With relentless practice, he believed that one day he would surely transcend the 30-second threshold. He could only wonder about the current state of affairs outside. After a refreshing shower, Ming grasped a cup of iced Americano and resumed his vigil over the internal surveillance. During the past 120 hours, the relentless tide of zombies from the White Elephant Nation had surged towards the shelter. Throughout this time, the missiles targeting the refuge had not ceased. Although he had accumulated a considerable number of points, Ming was acutely aware that these were merely appetizers from Eden. The true main course remained those containers scattered throughout Jiang City. After such an extensive period, Ming found it hard to believe that Eden had made no advancements in their research on the undead. As he observed the final wave of zombies on the surveillance screen nearing annihilation, his gaze remained fixed upon the display. The next assault from the undead was poised to showcase Eden's technological prowess. Indeed, as the last zombie from the White Elephant Nation had its head shattered, silence enveloped Ming's surroundings. Concurrently, the missiles that had been detonating against the walls ceased their bombardment with uncanny synchronicity. Was the anticipated moment finally upon him? Upon noticing the cessation of missiles, Ming activated the audio from the surveillance feed. Soon, he was met with the thunderous roar of engines. As the sound intensified, he initially surmised that Eden had deployed a tank battalion. However, as the small black dots drew nearer to the shelter, he realized to his astonishment that they were, in fact, zombies. Unlike the typical undead he was accustomed to, these creatures appeared to have undergone a more fantastical transformation. Judging by the footage, their height was approximately 2.5 meters. In addition to a reactor embedded in their chests reminiscent of Iron Man, they bore black metallic boxes strapped to their backs. The engine sounds seemed to emanate from these very boxes. To Ming's surprise, however, these zombies wielded neither melee weapons nor firearms. Was this the extent of Eden's research? Ming felt disheartened by the emergence of this new breed of zombies on the surveillance screen. Although Ming was aware that the reactors embedded in their chests possessed immense power, he pondered on the manner of their utilization. Were they intending to charge towards the walls and detonate themselves in a suicidal assault? The premise of a suicidal attack necessitated breaching the firepower blockade of the shelter's turrets. Otherwise, it would merely be an act of self-destruction devoid of any offensive capability. Just as Ming believed that this horde of zombies would be annihilated by the weapons atop the turret, the advancing zombies unexpectedly halted in their tracks. In the next moment, good heavens! Upon witnessing the footage from the surveillance, Ming could not help but exclaim. He observed as the black metal boxes behind those zombies appeared to dissolve like liquid, enveloping the zombies entirely in a dark, viscous substance, reminiscent of Iron Man's nanotech suit transforming. The singular distinction being that Iron Man's suit does not require the burden of such a large metallic backpack. Faced with this spectacle, Ming exclaimed in awe. Clearly, this Eden was not to be trifled with, having achieved a breakthrough in nanotechnology in such a brief span. However, it became evident that Ming's astonishment was premature, for these zombies could indeed soar through the skies, akin to Iron Man. Plumes of orange flames erupted from their feet and palms, propelling them skyward with tremendous force. Clad in black nanometal armor, these zombies descended upon Ming's shelter in a formidable swarm, akin to a horde of locusts. Ah, what an ingenious concept. As these zombies entered the range of the weaponry, the electromagnetic defense cannons atop the turret commenced their operations. Although these zombies flaunted their nanometal armor while soaring in the cerulean sky, the electromagnetic defense cannons of the shelter were not to be underestimated. Yet, it soon became apparent to Su Ming that this time, Eden had indeed concocted something extraordinary. These Iron Men could not only evade bullets with their remarkable speed, but their nanometal armor exhibited an absurd level of defense. Whenever struck by bullets, the nanometal would swiftly disperse the kinetic energy throughout their bodies, thus safeguarding the zombies' flesh from any harm. Moreover, to Su Ming's astonishment, they could also wield the thrusters in their palms as weapons, much like Iron Man. Watching the surveillance footage of numerous Iron Men breaching the firepower net constructed by his turrets, a bitter smile crept upon Su Ming's lips. Initially, he had rejoiced at surpassing 1 billion points. However, it now seemed that these points would be allocated to repairing the turret's weaponry and replenishing ammunition. After a single barrage, he had only managed to eliminate 3 of such zombies. This time, Su Ming had truly suffered a significant loss. Observing the Iron Men executing various acrobatic maneuvers in the sky, his heart brimmed with helplessness. The nanometal armor adorning these zombies would only become ineffective after enduring several rounds of attacks simultaneously. In other words, the electromagnetic defense cannon atop the turret has now entirely transformed into a mere scraping weapon. Fortunately, with the supplementary resources from the Kingdom of the White Elephant, Su Ming currently possesses an ample amount of points to engage in a protracted battle. After all, the structures and weapons within the shelter can replenish their durability through the expenditure of points, making the extermination of these zombies merely a matter of time for Su Ming. Well, a slight loss is acceptable. Naturally, Su Ming found little inclination to continuously gaze at the screen during this scraping game. He rose, stretching his limbs, intending to proceed with the system's designated task of traversing the void. At that moment, however, the corner of Su Ming's eye caught a sudden shift as the screen plunged into utter darkness. Yet, when Su Ming glanced back at the screen, the previously obsidian void was once again illuminated by the sight of Iron Man soaring across the skies. Chapter 120. Each reveals their extraordinary abilities upon noticing an anomaly in the surveillance footage. Su Ming's immediate reaction was to access the shelter system in his mind, eager to ascertain whether there was an issue with the cameras at the perimeter wall. According to the data provided by the shelter system, Su Ming discovered that the surveillance cameras on the wall had sustained no damage whatsoever. If that were the case, it could only imply that something was obstructing the camera's view. Xiaolian, please retrieve the footage from the north outer wall camera 2 from 2 minutes ago. Retrieving data. Please hold on. Before long, images from 2 minutes prior began to play in Su Ming's mind, slowed down to 1/8 speed. Upon this deceleration, he indeed observed a zombie slowly crawling across the camera's field of view. However, what perplexed Su Ming was that he could not discern how this zombie had approached his perimeter wall, unless it was a type of zombie capable of invisibility. Moreover, it appeared to be a creature that could conceal itself both visually and from radar detection. It is worth noting that the weapons mounted on his turret utilized radar waves to ascertain the location of zombies, suggesting that this particular zombie must have been coated with a substance akin to the stealth technology found on stealth aircraft. As for its visual invisibility, Su Ming speculated that Eden must have incorporated genes reminiscent of a chameleon when developing such zombies, which rendered them entirely undetectable within the surveillance footage. Incredible! It seems each entity is revealing its remarkable abilities. One cannot deny that Eden has indeed devoted considerable effort to researching mutated zombies. Turret 1's electromagnetic defense cannon has been destroyed. Turret 12's electromagnetic defense cannon has been destroyed. Turret, what? Upon hearing the series of alerts echoing in his mind, Su Ming hastily accessed the shelter system. Indeed, these invisible creatures had been relentlessly assaulting the weaponry on his turrets. Well, I can repair them. At this moment, Su Ming had no means to contend with these stealthy zombies and could only expend his points to repair the electromagnetic defense cannons on his turrets. After successfully mending all the damaged weapons, he decided to abandon the challenge presented by the system and refocused his attention on the surveillance footage. Aside from the Iron Man soaring through the skies and these camouflaged chameleonic beings, Su Ming was certain that there were at least a 3rd and 4th type of zombie making their way toward his shelter. Sure enough, as the camera slowly panned, Su Ming spotted a swarm of densely packed dark dots advancing toward his refuge. Remarkable. As he beheld the newly arrived zombies, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim. This was a horde clad in armor reminiscent of the Warring States period of Japan, wielding katanas and adorned with a variety of fearsome masks. Ordinary bullets merely dented their armor. To Su Ming's astonishment, these zombies even possessed the probability of cleaving bullets in twain. It appears that these zombies are undoubtedly products of the Eden Garden's Eastern Division, For the undead they have engineered certainly bear the cultural imprint of their homeland. These warrior zombies exhibit remarkable agility, effortlessly scaling the walls before leaping into the confines beyond. However, in contrast to the flying iron men soaring above, the samurai zombies dispatched by the Eastern Division seem ill-prepared for the target of their assault. Faced with the formidable defenses of the structure, the only recourse for these warrior zombies is to wield their katana desperately against the walls of the edifice. As time unfolds, the zombies developed by various nations across Asia have also made their appearance outside Su Ming's refuge. These undead, engineered by different countries, possess a diverse array of abilities. Some can fly, others wield an assortment of firearms, and there are even those capable of self-detonation or tunneling underground. Although the emergence of these zombies has left the armaments within the refuge somewhat overwhelmed, Su Ming is fortunate to possess an abundance of points. The destruction wrought by the zombies upon the sanctuary resembles the Sisyphean task of rolling stones uphill. No matter how many times they wreak havoc, their efforts remain futile. Observing the various manifestations of these zombies outside his refuge, Su Ming begins to understand why Eden Garden is so fervently dedicated to the study of the undead. Rather than merely investigating these mutated zombies, it seems they are, in fact, exploring the trajectory of a new humanity. In Su Ming's perspective, despite the varied abilities of these zombies, they can ultimately be categorized into two archetypes. The first resembles the high-tech zombies akin to Iron Man. Su Ming speculates that the reason for employing zombies in conjunction with such advanced technology likely stems from the inability of the current human physique to withstand the burdens imposed by these innovations. After all, zombies are but corpses controlled by the zombie virus, whereas humans require the harmonious cooperation of their organs to survive. Just as bullets striking a nanometal armor can dissipate kinetic energy throughout the body, if that armor housed a living human, the shock would leave their head ringing. The purpose of integrating this technology with zombies seems to be aimed at facilitating future research and data collection. As for the second archetype, it likely pertains to the mutated variety. These individuals have skillfully blended the genes of various animals with zombies, endowing them with unique capabilities. For instance, the chameleons capable of invisibility represent a direction of study these scientists aspire to pursue. Clearly, Eden Garden has meticulously charted the course for humanity's evolution, leaning towards either genetic modification or mechanical ascension. Nevertheless, certain nations are even attempting to merge these two approaches, as exemplified by the samurai zombies dispatched by the Eastern Division, which embody both high-tech armor and traces of genetic alteration. It must be said that Eden Garden's preparations are impressively thorough. Well, it seems my refuge has transformed into their technological testing ground. With this realization, Su Ming cannot help but feel a sense of resignation. As the days pass, these multifaceted zombies have been assaulting the refuge for an entire week. Such a colossal scale of assault would have rendered a conventional refuge utterly vulnerable. However, Su Ming's sanctuary exists as a remarkable anomaly. With sufficient points, it functions akin to a perpetual motion machine. After enduring 7 days and nights of relentless defense, the number of mutated zombies outside the refuge has dwindled significantly. The flying iron men have all succumbed, and the samurai zombies from the east have ultimately been pierced by bullets. It seems that the end is finally in sight. Gazing at the remaining yellow dots on the radar screen, Su Ming cannot help but exhale in relief. Over these 7 days, his points have diminished at an alarming rate, akin to a dam bursting under floodwaters. Had the mutated zombies been more numerous, he would have faced nothing but annihilation. Chapter 121, Byron's Choice. Bishop Byron. We are merely 2 days away from the appointed date. I am aware, Commander Caesar. Observing the smug expression on Caesar's face, Byron struggled to contain his simmering anger within the command room. However, as you have witnessed, that sanctuary is indeed impregnable. No form of zombie can inflict damage upon it. Can they? Oh, dear God. Upon hearing Byron's explanation, a look of utter astonishment spread across Caesar's face. Yet, this is precisely the matter that you, as a cardinal, must address. I understand, but no. I am not interested in excuses, and I am certain His Holiness the Pope would be equally disinclined to tolerate your justifications. Bishop Byron. Caesar abruptly interrupted Byron, his face once again adorned with that odious smile that Byron despised. He slowly extended 2 fingers, waving them before Byron's eyes. You have only 2 days remaining. With that, Caesar disregarded Byron's expression and strode out of the command room. Damn it. Watching the door of the command room close slowly, Byron could no longer contain his outrage. Over the past 12 days of battle, Caesar had undeniably witnessed everything. That terrifying sanctuary was impervious even to intercontinental missiles, and its stockpile of ammunition seemed inexhaustible. Byron would swear before God that the technological prowess of this sanctuary was far beyond anything Eden currently possessed. Yet, what of Caesar? who had borne witness to all. Undoubtedly, Caesar sought to drive him to despair. Very well. If that is the case, there is no need for us to be courteous any longer. Having come to a realization, Byron fully abandoned his previously unrealistic notions. Fortunately, over the past 12 days, he had recalled the 20 most formidable priests under his command back to his side. The mutated zombies dispatched from the various nations of Asia were now fewer than 10,000. Once these mutated zombies had been eradicated, Byron had resolved to confine Caesar and his entourage, transporting them directly into the sanctuary via aircraft. Now, open all the remaining containers in Jiang City and send the zombies within to Su Ming's sanctuary. After issuing the command, Byron took out his phone. His fingers swiftly tapping across the screen. What is this? Bishop Byron wishes to relax for a moment, as Caesar, who was frolicking with the nuns, noticed Byron's sudden entrance. He made no attempt to conceal himself, rising from the sofa with an upright posture, gazing boldly at Byron. Faced with this scene, Byron cast a glance at the shameless Caesar, his expression darkening. Commander Caesar, as the personal guard of His Holiness, cannot you exhibit a modicum of decorum? Playing with nuns in the office, are you not afraid of divine retribution? Punish me? Caesar appeared to hear the most ludicrous of jokes, casually picking up the shorts draped over the sofa and putting them on without a care in the world. Bishop Byron, rather than fretting over the divine retribution that may befall me, you would do well to consider how His Holiness, the Pope, might punish you instead. Do not forget, your time is perilously short, less than 2 days remain. I appreciate the reminder from Commander Caesar, but alas, I fear this day may never dawn for you. Observing Caesar's audacious demeanor before him, Byron shook his head in regret. The assault ahead is proving arduous. As a mid-ranking commander of the Knights Templar and the Pope's personal guard, surely you possess unique solutions, do you not? What do you intend to do? At these words, a cold smirk crossed Caesar's face. What? Does Bishop Byron intend for us, the Knights Templar, to launch an attack? Do not forget, aside from the Pope, no one can command me. However, faced with Caesar's taunt, Byron could only sigh helplessly. It seems you have no say in this matter. Seize him. With a sweeping gesture, Byron summoned 4 priests who promptly entered from outside. Do you dare? Seeing the priests behind Byron, Caesar hurriedly grabbed his phone from the coffee table. Bishop Byron, I advise you to apologize at once. Otherwise, I shall immediately contact the commander. Oh, feel free to do so. Byron appeared utterly unfazed by Caesar's actions. Very well. Just wait. In response to Caesar's threat, Byron merely nodded silently. How can there be no signal? Is this your doing? Naturally. Byron seemed to have anticipated Caesar's reaction. He waved his hand at the priests, who swiftly subdued the shorts-clad Caesar to the ground. Your Grace, observing the panicked nun on the sofa, Byron offered her a gentle smile. Do not worry, God shall forgive you. In the next moment, Byron drew his pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger at the nun's head. Bishop Byron, I realize my mistakes. I beg you, spare me. Watching the nun perish upon the sofa, Caesar finally comprehended that this had all been meticulously orchestrated by Byron. Spare me. I shall speak favorably of you before His Holiness. I can help you contact the Eden base in M country. It is said they have developed even more terrifying zombies, and we shall surely obliterate that sanctuary. Alas, Caesar's words elicited a sigh from Byron. You see, Commander Caesar, you are aware that this is not my issue. Yet why must you continually vex me? Had you articulated your earlier sentiments sooner, perhaps that sanctuary would have fallen by now. No? It was my fault. Grant me this one reprieve. I, Caesar, will certainly speak well of you to the Pope. I swear to God. Swear to God. Upon hearing Caesar's declaration, Byron found it utterly ludicrous. Yet only moments ago, you were indulging in the company of God's woman upon that sofa. Byron nodded towards the 4 priests and, disregarding Caesar's pleas for mercy, departed the room. To Byron's surprise, the operation to apprehend the Knights Templar unfolded far more smoothly than he had anticipated. The knights that Caesar had brought, much like him, had been thoroughly debased by indulgence in wine and vice. Faced with the priests sent to arrest them, they exhibited not the slightest resistance. After confiscating all their communication devices, Byron consolidated them within a shipping container. Once the conflict ahead concluded, this container would be airdropped directly into Su Ming's refuge. Of course, to preserve the honor of the Templar Order, Byron permitted them to don their gleaming silver armor. My Lord Bishop, the skirmish at the refuge is nearing its end. Upon hearing that the battle was soon to cease, Byron cast a glance at the shipping container. Prepare for the airdrop. Chapter 122. A breach. Su Ming could never have anticipated that the culmination of this battle would lead him to a mere shipping container. He had initially speculated that it housed mutated zombies beyond the control of Eden, yet radar revealed that it contained a dozen human beings. Little Ian. Could you please assess the physical conditions of those individuals inside? As the container approached his sanctuary, Su Ming hastily requested little Lian in his mind to analyze the capabilities of these humans. After all, Eden had always been at the forefront of technology. Who knew if they had developed fully matured human weapons? Host, the individuals within the container are all ordinary superhumans. Yet their physical conditions are evidently far more frail than that of typical humans. System analysis indicates that their weakness stems from excessive indulgence. What? Upon hearing little Lian's response, Su Ming was momentarily stunned. In a world ravaged by zombies, how could these individuals possibly indulge excessively? Curiosity piqued. He found himself eager to learn how they managed such a feat. Deactivate automatic fire mode. As the container hovered above the sanctuary, Su Ming swiftly turned off the automatic firing mechanism. With a strong sense of curiosity, he allowed the container to descend steadily within his refuge. What then? Were the identities of those inside? Detection of an incoming intercontinental missile armed with a mushroom bomb. Activating protective shield. Before Su Ming could ascertain the identities of the individuals within the container, the system's alert chimed in his mind once more. Whoa. The protective shield successfully repelled the mushroom bomb outside the sanctuary. Faced with this scenario, Su Ming surmised that the individuals inside must be of considerable importance, and that Eden's intent was to frame him. Confronted with the explosion contained outside his sanctuary, Su Ming acted without hesitation. Activate satellite shielding mode. Satellite shielding mode activated. As explosions raged above, Su Ming utilized the light from the blast as cover and engaged the satellite shielding function of his sanctuary. After a rough calculation of time, he and his companion, a bear, swiftly made their way through the underground tunnel to board the escape plane. As the explosions gradually subsided, Su Ming first activated the plane's protective shield and ignited the engines. In the moment the aircraft soared into the sky, he retracted the sanctuary back into his system space. Meanwhile, the individuals from the container, along with the container itself, were relegated to another space designated for biological entities. Once again, Su Ming opted for a strategy of division and concealment. After fleeing the southwestern region, he and his bear plunged into the depths of the forest. Upon finding a sufficiently spacious clearing, he finally released his sanctuary. In the present day, Su Ming finds himself deep within the mountainous forests of the central region of the Great Xia Kingdom, undertaking this endeavor to safeguard the group of individuals confined within a container. However, upon opening the container, he is momentarily taken aback. Inside, he discovers 16 figures clad in silver armor, adorned with emblems representing Eden. Who are you? The foremost man demands, drawing his sword with a fierce glare directed at Su Ming. Ah, a sword as well, Su Ming muses. Faced with this scene, he gestures grandly, extracting all 16 individuals from the container. Observing the terror etched upon their faces, he cannot help but feel a sense of disbelief. Their psychological fortitude is shockingly feeble. I will pose questions, and you shall answer. Respond truthfully, and your lives may be spared. Is that not fair? Impatient with their hesitance, Su Ming's gaze fixates on the man who had drawn his sword. What is your name? What position do you hold within Eden? To Su Ming's surprise, despite his prior aggression, the man now chooses silence. Unwilling to indulge him, Su Ming telekinetically retrieves the sword that had fallen to the ground, plunging it into the chest of one of the captives. If you remain silent, I shall not hesitate to continue. Witnessing the demise of his subordinate, the man trembles in fear. I am Caesar, the sub-leader of the Temple Knights. The Temple Knights? Su Ming furrows his brow upon hearing this name. During his time as a priest, he had indeed heard of the so-called Temple Knights. Allegedly, these individuals serve as the personal guards of the Pope, tasked with overseeing the progress of various plans at different branches. They are akin to the eunuchs of ancient emperors, lacking substantive power, yet perpetually in close proximity to the ruler. It is apparent from Eden's recent actions, such as airdropping them into his refuge and subsequently deploying mushroom bombs, that the internal structure of Eden is not as impervious as it seems. Indeed, where there is power, disputes inevitably arise. Yes, Observing Caesar's stammering demeanor, Su Ming gently lowers him to the ground and gazes intently into his eyes. Sub-leader Caesar, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Ming. It is evident to me that you have been ensnared by treachery. Should you choose to collaborate with me, I will ensure your release. Realizing the potential for internal strife, Su Ming is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. After all, individuals like Caesar, who are ineffectual, are hardly missed. Instead of slaying him for a mere 500 points, it would be far more beneficial to return him and sow discord within Eden. Your proposition is indeed tempting, yet I cannot betray Eden. Thus, you may as well kill me. Initially, Caesar is swayed by Su Ming's words. After careful contemplation, he ultimately chose to decline. Caesar was well aware of the consequences that would ensue should he betray Eden. It's quite all right, Captain Caesar. I do not require you to forsake Eden. My curiosity merely lies in how Eden managed to simultaneously infect all of humanity on Blue Star. As for the location of your Eden-S branch base, I have no interest in such intelligence. Really? Seeing that Ming was simply eager to understand how the zombie outbreak had occurred on such a grand scale, a look of surprise crossed Caesar's face. Of course, I am merely seeking knowledge about events that transpired in the past. This hardly constitutes a breach of your Eden-S secrets. For I cannot return to the past to alter anything, can I? Very well. I hope you will adhere to our agreement and allow me to leave after you have shared your insights. After much deliberation, Caesar ultimately chose to compromise. With Caesar's willingness to speak, Ming nodded in appreciation and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I shall indeed set you free." Chapter 123, The Truth, Mr. Su. I must clarify that I am not a researcher and cannot provide answers regarding specialized knowledge. I understand, replied Ming, nodding at Caesar's remark. He had not expected this frivolous individual to possess any professional insight. Very well, since that is the case, I shall begin from the beginning. Caesar had no intention of standing to recall the matter. Instead, he plopped down onto the ground. Let us discuss the organization known as Eden. Its predecessor was the so-called Illuminati, and the new Noah's Ark project was conceived a decade ago. A decade ago? Ming was taken aback to learn that the new Noah's Ark project had been in the planning stages for such a long time. Indeed. Though it was not referred to as the new Noah's Ark project at that time. Initially, we did not intend to use the zombie virus to annihilate humanity. Rather, our goal was to enslave you non-Anglo-Saxon races. Caesar spoke with an unsettling calmness, entirely unperturbed by the possibility of Ming's ire. As Ming had noted, he had no means to reverse the passage of time. In truth, Mr. Su should be familiar with these tactics. From the outset, the internet influencers boasting about foreign nations to the textbook controversies and the incidents involving the African-American community, these were all methods employed against the Great Xia nation. Our original intent was to erode the foundations of Great Xia through this prolonged scheme, but in 2016, an unforeseen variable emerged. As Ming's mind raced to recall the events of 2016, he struggled to identify any significant occurrence that could have prompted Eden to alter its entire plan. It was the victory of AlphaGo over the Go champion. At that moment, we also recognized the potential of AI. Caesar's words left Ming bewildered. He could not fathom how advancements in AI could lead the Illuminati to modify their established plans. Mr. Su is pondering the relevance of AI, correct? Ming nodded in response to Caesar's inquiry. Of course, it is relevant. Due to advances in AI, we were able to continuously train it, thereby leveraging its capabilities to gain control over the entire internet of Blue Star, and through this medium, we acquired extensive insights into the circumstances of Great Xia. And then? At this point, Ming still struggled to comprehend how understanding national conditions related to the extermination of humanity using zombies. And then? Seeing that Ming remained perplexed, Caesar chuckled helplessly. Then AI began to calculate what is termed big data, determining how much grain Great Xia would import and export to various nations of Blue Star in the coming year, and what resources would be needed. Based on this data, we could prepare those nanometer-sized zombie toxins in advance to be imported alongside these resources into Great Xia. Nanometer-sized zombie toxins? When did this commence? It was around the year 2020 when the AI system, famously dubbed the Eye of God, was officially completed. This system took charge of managing and controlling the zombie parasites, which were uniformly overseen by the Eye of God. In addition to the imported resources that came with these nano-level zombie parasites, we also deployed a substantial number of them across various regions of the world. Through the mobility of populations, these minuscule creatures found their way to every corner of the globe. Faced with Caesar's explanation, Ming furrowed his brow. If that were indeed the case, then why were there still so many humans uninfected? Take, for instance, the initial outbreak at the Golden Residence. Not a single homeowner had transformed into a zombie despite the absence of infection. Mr. Su, are you pondering why there remain so many human survivors? Caesar seemed to perceive Ming's thoughts and gestured toward his own body. That is because these zombie parasites do not inflict harm upon human beings. Furthermore, we have different strategies tailored to each nation. For example, in countries like the Great Xia, which prohibits firearms, the Eye of God prioritizes targeting armed forces and those it deems worthy of infection based on its algorithms. Then why leave so many humans alive? Ming inquired. Naturally, it is a matter of survival of the fittest, Caesar replied, revealing his intent to be transparent with Ming. Individuals like you and me, who have awakened superpowers, are considered the new humans of the new Noah's Ark project. Unfortunately, Mr. Su, you are not of the Anglo-Saxon race. Otherwise, I would certainly recommend you to His Holiness the Pope. At Caesar's words, Ming could only chuckle in disbelief. In the following discourse, Caesar elaborated on why so many new humans were retained and why Eden continuously researched zombies. Through Caesar's descriptions, Ming had nearly grasped the truth behind the zombie outbreak. In essence, it was an insidious plan orchestrated by an AI system to eradicate humanity. The so-called new humans were those who had awakened superpowers. As for the continuous development of new types of zombies by Eden, the rationale aligned closely with Ming's earlier conjectures. Besides wanting to deal with Ming, they sought to empower these new humans with greater abilities. For instance, the flying Iron Man zombies had their bones replaced with various mechanical components to enable their propulsion systems to soar through the skies. Meanwhile, the chameleon zombies, capable of invisibility, were the result of genetic mutations. In Eden's view, the ultimate evolution of new humans bifurcated into two paths: mechanical ascension and genetic mutation. Well then, Mr. Su, I have shared everything I can with you, Caesar said, casting a nervous glance at Ming. Ming smiled and nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I will honor my word and spare you. With a grand gesture, Ming released the holy knights he had suspended in midair, causing them to tumble to the ground with a cacophony. Thunder rumbled as the entrance gate of the shelter gradually creaked open, revealing a narrow passage barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Thank you. Witnessing this scene, Caesar nodded appreciatively at Ming. However, before he could turn away, the ominous crack of a gunshot erupted from the turret. A knight was struck directly, his head obliterated, and a headless corpse slowly crumpled to the ground. As the leader of your division, I promised to spare you, but I made no such commitment for your subordinates. So, before I change my mind, run. Without a moment's hesitation, Caesar chose to flee towards the outside of the shelter. Engaging in further argument with Ming had become utterly meaningless. Survival was the paramount concern. Remarkably swift, he dashed away, observing Caesar's frantic escape. Ming's gaze shifted towards the warehouses containing the enslaved. Chapter 124. The panda is ascending to the heavens after bidding farewell to Caesar. Ming opened the large door of the warehouse where the slaves were confined. The sanctuary was strewn with the long-dried stains of blood and remnants of corpses, and Ming realized it was time to put these slaves to work. However, to his astonishment, a panda had somehow escaped into the open. Gazing at the adorable creature before him, Ming couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. While undeniably charming, its unexpected appearance at this moment was quite perplexing. In the next heartbeat, the panda waddled over to the 15 headless corpses, barking excitedly. It waved its little paws to ward off the slaves who dared approach the remains, then turned its gaze back to Ming. What do you want? For reasons unknown, Ming perceived a sense of yearning in the panda's eyes. Plump, plump, as he noticed Fan Xingqing chasing after him from the main base. Ming chose to ignore the peculiar duo, waving a hand at the panda as he made his way back inside the main base. Just as he turned away, he heard Fan Xingqing's voice behind him. Oh dear, Plump, what are you eating? Upon hearing her exclamation, Ming could hardly believe his ears. When he turned to look, he was utterly dumbfounded. The panda was gnawing on one of the arms as if it were bamboo. Even more surprising was its apparent disinterest in the flesh, as it seemed intent on chewing the bones. Seeing this bizarre scene left Ming at a loss for words. The panda's endearing appearance, combined with its bone-chewing antics, was truly disconcerting. A bone-chewing panda was something Ming had never encountered before. Oh, Uncle Su, please come help me. Plump 1T, listen to me. Faced with Fan Xingqing's plea for assistance, Ming shrugged helplessly. Although he could not fathom why the panda had chosen to gnaw on bones, he had indeed sensed a longing in its eyes. Animals typically do not consume food that fails to attract them. It appeared that the paladins held something that piqued the panda's interest. Let it be, little Xingqing. Just allow it to eat, he advised resignedly as he observed her engage in a tug-of-war with the panda over the bone. Perhaps these individuals possess the nutrients it seeks. You do want Plump to grow stronger, don't you? To Ming's surprise, the panda seemed to comprehend his words. It nodded vigorously at Fan Xingqing while pointing at the corpses on the ground with its paw. Plump, is that true? The panda nodded furiously. Very well then. Seeing that the panda truly understood her, Fan Xingqing released her frantic grasp on the bone and turned her gaze towards the slaves who stood frozen in place. As the enslaved individuals noticed the little sorceress's attention directed towards them, they hastily abandoned their leisurely observance and swiftly commenced their tasks. Alas, this panda appears to be ascending to celestial heights. Ming, observing the panda engrossed in gnawing on bones with unrestrained delight, could not help but feel a pang of concern. This creature, emboldened to consume corpses today, might very well dare to feast upon the living tomorrow. To avert unforeseen calamities, Ming resolved to confer with Fan Xingqing that evening, pondering the possibility of persuading the panda to slumber outside the base. Indeed, its presence within the confines of the base posed a considerable risk. However, to Su Ming's astonishment, after devouring the bones, the panda did not return to the main base, but instead lay down right where it was and fell asleep. A hibernation, perhaps? At this moment, snowflakes began to drift from the sky, and as Su Ming watched the panda's form gradually being enveloped by the white snow, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Classmate Xiao Lian, please monitor this panda's vital signs. Should any danger arise, notify me immediately. Reluctantly, Su Ming entrusted this noble, yet formidable task to the image of classmate Xiao Lian in his mind. Upon returning to the main base, Su Ming shared the intelligence he had gathered with Fan Ziyuan. Due to his previous endeavors in Jiang City, where he attracted the majority of Eden's military forces, the base of the Great Xia Kingdom was granted a moment of respite. Simultaneously, Su Ming learned that the Great Xia Kingdom's base had commenced research on super abilities. He believed that in the near future, the first batch of superpowered individuals would emerge from the Great Xia Kingdom. The snow continued to fall throughout the night, and when Su Ming stepped out of the main base the following day, he discovered that the panda remained nestled in the snow, its body unmoved. Days passed, with the shelter's cleanup proceeding in an orderly fashion. Finally, on the 7th day, all remnants of corpses and bloodstains within the shelter had been thoroughly eradicated. Goodness! Could this creature truly be hibernating like a bear for an entire winter? Gazing at the large snow mound in the clearing, Su Ming felt somewhat speechless. He had no intention of waiting for the panda to awaken. He still needed to journey to the next city to continue accumulating points. Just as Su Ming approached the snow mound, a series of rustling sounds emanated from within. Suddenly, a massive head emerged from the snow pile. Greetings, my friend. Goodness! Upon hearing the panda articulate human speech, Su Ming nearly fell to the ground in fright. This panda is bound for greatness. Brother, I am Pang. Seeing Su Ming's reaction, the panda swiftly extricated itself from the snow mound and shook off the snow from its body. Thank you for providing me with those individuals to feast upon. Now I possess the ability to speak. As the panda fully emerged from the snow, Su Ming realized that it not only had acquired the ability to converse, but had also noticeably grown in size. The panda now stood at least 1 meter 80 tall. You resemble more of an elder brother now for reasons unknown. Su Ming felt that the panda before him had completely shed the endearing demeanor it had embodied just a week prior. Now, it resembles a gangster adorned with sunglasses. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, my little master. After exchanging a few casual words with Su Ming, the panda eagerly sought out Fan Xingqing. Upon hearing the title Little Master, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips. Goodness, calling himself a brother while referring to Fan Xingqing as a master? By this logic, what should he call Fan Xingqing? Nevertheless, Su Ming was too indifferent to engage in a debate over titles with this panda, who had just begun to articulate human speech. He quietly took out his phone and dialed the number for the main base. Little Xingqing, it would be wise for you to come out now. This panda is about to ascend. Chapter 125, the chubby one who knows about CPUs for reasons unbeknownst to him. Su Ming felt that the personnel configuration of his shelter was becoming increasingly peculiar. A motley crew of slaves, a young girl endowed with extraordinary abilities, and a talking panda. Particularly, the talking panda possessed abilities that were utterly extraordinary. Through Su Ming's experimentation, he discovered that its fur could withstand the electromagnetic defense cannon mounted on his turret. On one occasion, as it hastily returned home to rest, it effortlessly swatted away a bullet with a single paw. Despite its newfound sentience, this panda remained remarkably loyal to both Su Ming and Fan Xingqing. In its own words, without Su Ming, there would be no chubby panda today. Gazing at the panda before him, Su Ming harbored serious doubts about whether it might one day establish dominion over the entire blue star. Reminiscent of the rise of the planet of the apes. After relocating the shelter to a small county town in the north, Su Ming continued to accumulate points using zombie bait. Simultaneously, he never abandoned the task issued by the system. Through 2 weeks of relentless effort, Su Ming had successfully mastered the ability to hover for 15 seconds. Although he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the 30-second goal, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After all, the reward this time was the possession of a physique akin to that of Superman. With such physical prowess, Su Ming estimated he could march into Eden's Antarctic stronghold, sending the Pope, who sat upon his throne, scurrying beneath the table. Alas, it seemed indeed time to cultivate his own faction. Observing the empty shelter, Su Ming understood that it was time to nurture his own influence. Humanity had begun to inch towards extraordinary abilities, and as time progressed, the mechanical soldiers produced in his mechanized barracks were destined for obsolescence. As for his initial target, it was naturally the small county town adjacent to the shelter. Previously, Su Ming had gleaned from radar that there were 15 survivors within the town. Although he was uncertain of their current condition, he was assured they were not members of Eden. Little Xingqing, you stay here to guard the place. I shall take Chubby to explore the nearby county town. Given that no zombies lingered around the shelter, Ming confidently rode Chubby away from the refuge. One must admit, this panda moved with surprising steadiness. Thus, the duo ambled towards the outskirts of the county town. Just as they intended to venture further in, two figures suddenly darted from the houses lining the street. Don't move. The two individuals brandished rudimentary spears, their gaze fixed warily on Ming and his panda steed. Who are you? What brings you here? Although Ming's peculiar mount was indeed an odd sight, they dared not lower their guard. This zombie crisis had raged for nearly a year, and those who survived had undoubtedly faced countless life and death challenges. Boss, why aren't they asking me anything? Just as Ming was about to explain his purpose to the two individuals before him, the panda beneath him unexpectedly spoke up. Well, it can talk. Is it strange that I can speak? Clearly, you haven't seen much of the world. Observing the astonished expressions of the two, the chubby panda couldn't help but roll its eyes. Well, no need to brandish those flimsy sticks you have. Evidently, the panda had acquired a considerable amount of linguistic knowledge during its time. It pointed its paw at Ming on its back and declared, "This is my boss, Ming. He has come here to recruit you." Indeed, the panda's statement held truth. As the two individuals turned their gaze toward him, Ming could only nod helplessly. However, just as he intended to discuss the details of his shelter, the chubby panda began its performance once more. Let me tell you, it is an honor to associate with my boss. If I can articulate human speech, then if you follow Su Lauda, you might just soar to great heights. In this world, it is paramount to align with the right leader, wouldn't you agree? I think it makes sense. Perhaps we should speak to Brother Hui? Undoubtedly. The two were momentarily taken aback by the panda's flattery. Witnessing this scene, Ming suddenly recalled that Fang Xingqing had been watching the Young and Dangerous series with the panda not long ago. The panda's recent dialogue was undoubtedly borrowed from the film. One must admit, this panda had quite the knack for CPU. Hurry and find that Brother Hui you mentioned. If Su Lauda waits too long, you might find yourselves in trouble. Seeing that the two remained frozen in place, the panda's paw slammed down onto the ground. Boom. With a resounding crash, the two standing there dropped their weapons and fled the scene in haste. How about that, boss? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Turning to Ming, the panda grinned at the retreating figures. Indeed, you did not bring shame. Reflecting on the panda's earlier words, Ming felt that his preparations were still insufficient. Next time he recruited individuals, he should place a table in front of the panda, should the others refuse. He would have the panda flip the table. It would be best to add, trouble? Then don't bother. One cannot deny that the talking panda had indeed left an indelible impression on the 15 survivors. Ming effortlessly brought all 15 back to the shelter. This will be your future dormitory. Your daily task will involve completing various training. As for food, I will provide for you. But if you fail to meet the training targets within a month, you will be expelled from the shelter. Pointing to the chubby panda beside him, Ming addressed the 9 men and 6 women he had brought back. This is Pang Pang, who will serve as your instructor for the upcoming month. Following his address to the 15 individuals present, Ming allowed Pang Pang the freedom to exercise his authority. In truth, Ming harbored aspirations of recruiting seasoned soldiers like Gu Jiajia or Fan Ziyuan to form the inaugural team of combatants for his sanctuary. However, he ultimately relinquished this notion. He remained uncertain about the trajectory of the future. While they may not possess the pre-established physical conditioning that individuals like Gu Jiajia have, Ming placed greater value on their loyalty. Thus, the training program for the first batch of combat personnel for the sanctuary has officially commenced. Chapter 126. The Iron Body. To Ming's astonishment, after a month of rigorous training, all 15 individuals had remarkably persevered. Perhaps they had come to realize that beyond the sanctuary lay only death. Although the training here was arduous, it posed no imminent threat to their lives. Indeed, it was commendable. Observing the 15 individuals standing before him, Ming nodded in approval. However, he understood that the forthcoming training would be pivotal. He was uncertain how many among them would genuinely awaken their superpowers. Should they fail in this endeavor, death would be their only fate. If any of you wish to withdraw now, feel free to voice it. I will grant your departure. Once we commence the awakening of your superpowers, there is no turning back. In response to Ming's declaration, the eyes of these individuals reflected nothing but determination, devoid of any hint of retreat. They had previously comprehended that humanity was on the brink of entering a new era. In that eventuality, those without superpowers would face a fate worse than death. Very well. Since you are all willing, let us begin. Noting that no one chose to withdraw, Ming gestured towards the training camp behind them. Days passed swiftly, and soon a month had elapsed. During this period, 3 among the 15 entrants had perished, having failed to awaken their superpowers. As for the remaining 12, They had surmounted the most perilous phase and were no longer in any mortal danger. Alas, I hope they do not awaken some trivial superpower. Ming remained uncertain about the nature of the superpowers these 12 would ultimately possess. The awakening of superpowers was indeed a highly individualized phenomenon. It's best to focus on my own progress. After downing a large cup of iced Americano, Ming took a deep breath and once again challenged the system task. Charging forward, Ming propelled himself upward with powerful legs, his entire body leaping into the air. Upon reaching the apex, his legs flailed as if treading water against the air beneath him. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 25 seconds. The initial 25 seconds were not particularly daunting for Ming. The true challenge lay in the final 5 seconds. Hold on. As he witnessed the timer in his mind increment by 1 second, Ming continually motivated himself. Upon reaching 27 seconds, he felt as though the muscles in his legs were ablaze. Just 3 more seconds. Clenching his teeth, Ming exerted every ounce of strength to propel his legs in midair. Yet, he was acutely aware that time seemed to drag interminably. Each second felt as protracted as an hour. 28 seconds. 29 seconds. At this moment, Ming perceived his legs as if they were leaden. The earlier sensation of heat had vanished, replaced by a numbing weakness. Simultaneously, Ming sensed a subtle inclination of his body towards a downward plunge. With only 1 second remaining in the countdown, he summoned every ounce of strength within him, his legs frantically propelling him through the air. 30 seconds. Congratulations, host, for accomplishing the task, creating another miracle. At the moment, he heard the system's voice resonating in his mind. The utterly exhausted Ming found himself devoid of even the strength to lift the corners of his mouth. His eyelids felt heavy, and he longed for a restful slumber. As for his body, he mused that falling from this height would not be fatal. Thus, he surrendered himself to the free fall, plummeting straight towards the ground of the refuge. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an iron physique. However, with the issuance of the reward, Ming felt an incessant surge of power coursing from his heart to every part of his body. Just 1 meter above the ground, the fatigue that had previously consumed him dissipated entirely. With a resounding thud, he landed with the poise of Iron Man. Indeed. This landing was rather harsh on the floor. Observing the sizable crater he had created, Ming couldn't help but smirk. Is this what it means to possess an iron physique? Feeling the transformation within him, he experienced a surge of exhilaration. He strode directly to the wall of the refuge, inhaled deeply, and unleashed all his strength against it. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire shelter. Gazing at the large dent he had made in the wall, he glanced at his hand, which had struck the surface. Truly, he was deserving of the title Iron Physique. After breaching the wall, he noted that his skin bore not a single mark from the impact. With intense curiosity, Ming accessed the refuge system in his mind. Upon realizing that he had demolished half of the wall's durability with a single punch, he was utterly astonished. Well, it seems he need not worry about finding work in a peaceful world anymore. After utilizing his points to repair the wall, he consulted his mind's companion, Xiaolian. According to her response, no weapon in this world could harm his body. However, Ming felt a tinge of regret. He could not soar through the skies like Superman, nor did he possess his signature laser vision as an offensive weapon. What he had was merely an iron physique that stood shoulder to shoulder with Superman. How greedy of me. While Ming indeed coveted those other 2 abilities of Superman, upon reflection, it was wiser to avoid excessive greed. Having come to this realization, he intended to pour himself a cup of iced Americano to soothe his spirits, only to discover that the entrance of the training camp was slowly opening. Oh, did they succeed? As Ming gazed at the 12 figures emerging from the grand entrance, a sense of anticipation washed over him. What extraordinary abilities had they awakened? Mr. Su. Upon noticing Ming standing at the threshold, the 12 individuals greeted him in unison. However, Ming could distinctly sense a shift. The reverence that had characterized their demeanor upon arrival had dissipated. It appeared that with the awakening of their powers, they had become somewhat haughty. Seizing the moment, now endowed with a formidable physique, Ming resolved to assert his authority over this group. He approached them slowly, a smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "It seems you all have succeeded. I wonder if you would care to indulge me in a little game, while simultaneously familiarizing yourselves with your newfound abilities." Chapter 127. 1 against 12. Mr. Su, are you truly intending to face all 12 of us alone? One of them questioned, incredulity etched across his face. Is that not possible? In response to the inquiry, Ming maintained a serene smile, reassuring them, "Rest assured, you cannot harm me." With that affirmation, a sense of exhilaration surged through them. After enduring 2 months of grueling training, the bonds of camaraderie among them had solidified. They had no intention of betraying Ming. Yet the recent awakening of their superpowers instilled a desire within them to earn his admiration. Whenever you are ready, we shall commence. Su Ming stood poised, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the aura of an otherworldly sage as he gazed at them with a smile. Be cautious, Mr. Su. One among them could no longer suppress his impatience upon witnessing Su Ming's apparent nonchalance. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward like a specter. This individual, Wang Hao, was known for his fiery temperament among the 12. One of his arms gradually transformed into a gleaming metal sword, suggesting that he had awakened the ability to metalize his body. Yet, such an assault barely warranted Su Ming's concern. He remained immobile, allowing Wang Hao's strike to collide with his chest. Clang, accompanied by a jarring metallic screech. Before anyone could fathom the unfolding events, Wang Hao found himself kneeling in agony, cradling his arm. This is a medication for fractures. Take it and apply it, Su Ming said, tossing a vial towards him. Then turning his attention to the 11 who stood before him. Do not cease. Allow me to continue. Su Ming's words left the remaining 11 in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances, unsure of how to proceed. If they were not mistaken, Wang Hao had indeed initiated the attack. It is highly probable that Mr. Su possesses the ability to harden his skin. Let us attack with fire and ice. One proposed. I concur. After devising a strategy, 2 live figures stepped forward. They were twins. Sister Ling Chao Chao had awakened the ability to wield flames, while her sister Ling Mumu had the power to control ice. My apologies. The twins bowed their heads in apology to Su Ming before launching their assault. Ling Chao Chao surged ahead, her delicate hands conjuring a fierce fire dragon. Its menacing maw aimed directly at Su Ming. Oh, fire, is it? Feeling the onslaught of intense heat, Su Ming inhaled deeply and directed a breath towards the approaching fire dragon. Whoosh! A tempest erupted from his lips, shattering the fearsome fire dragon to fragments. Ling Chao Chao was swept into the air by the ferocious winds. Sister. Upon witnessing her sister's effortless defeat, Ling Mu Mu raised her hands towards Su Ming, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes that shot towards him like arrows released from a bow. However, these icy projectiles did little to hinder Su Ming's advance. He gradually approached Ling Mu Mu, extending a finger to deliver a sharp flick to her forehead. The sudden pain caused Ling Mu Mu to lose her capacity to resist, and she crumpled to the ground, clutching her forehead. Let us attack together. The remaining 9, witnessing this spectacle, had no intention of holding back. They unleashed their superpowers, directing their assaults at Su Ming. Come on. Su Ming, surrounded by the 9 assailants, chose to withstand their onslaught with sheer physical fortitude. How could this be? The realization that their combined efforts could not even budge Su Ming instilled a sense of helplessness within the 9. Is this all they have? A smirk crept onto Su Ming's lips as he observed their futile attempts. Each of them, having just discovered their newfound abilities, seemed oblivious to the fact that there are always those more powerful than themselves. With a deliberate motion, Su Ming raised his right hand and flicked the forehead of the nearest opponent. Oh. The flick rendered that individual incapable of resistance, mirroring Ling Mu Mu's earlier plight as he writhed on the ground, clutching his head in agony. Am I to let you linger in your arrogance? Su Ming transformed into a mere blur, weaving through the remaining 8. Each time he passed by an adversary, they too succumbed to the pain, collapsing to the ground. Before long, all 8 were incapacitated. Humph. Su Ming regarded the 12 fallen figures with disdain. If memory serves, those who awaken superpowers are categorized by rank in the training camp. Given your current state, you are scarcely above C rank, are you? Faced with Su Ming's rebuke, the group lowered their heads in shame. I am unafraid to tell you the truth. Your abilities are inferior to those of an armed civilian. Even the weakest cleric in Eden could effortlessly evade incoming bullets. Can you? We're sorry, Mr. Su. The group collectively lamented, now aware of their shortcomings. Seeing their realization, Su Ming chose not to further undermine their confidence. Understand your current situation. Today, you shall rest. But tomorrow I expect each of you to return to the training camp for further instruction. With that, Su Ming dismissed them and strode into the base. The following morning, as Su Ming observed the 12 diligently training in the camp, a satisfied smile graced his face. He was acutely aware of the events that transpired after his departure the previous day. Despite the setback they faced, a few among them remained stubbornly convinced that Su Ming had exaggerated their deficiencies. Thus, these individuals sought out the rotund panda, hoping to demonstrate their prowess. However, what awaited them was the formidable paw of the panda, rendering their superhuman abilities utterly ineffective. After enduring a thorough thrashing from the panda, their spirits undeterred, they turned to the television watching Fan Xingxing for assistance. Yet, reality is often harsh. Upon realizing that they could not even overpower a mere 6-year-old girl, they fully comprehended the vast chasm between themselves and true masters of power. It seems that these individuals have finally acknowledged their shortcomings and strength. At this moment, these 12 have officially crossed the threshold into the realm of superhumans, and Su Ming's next step is naturally to expand his influence. Just as Su Ming prepared to leave the refuge in search of new survivors, his mobile phone in his pocket began to ring incessantly. Chapter 128, The Blue Star Alliance. Hello. Old fan, what prompted you to call me today? Are you missing your daughter? Upon answering the call, Su Ming immediately began to jest. However, from the other end of the line, a remarkably serious voice emerged belonging to Fan Ziyuan. No, I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. What is it? It was evident from Fan Ziyuan's tone that he was indeed facing a significant dilemma. Could it be that Eden had once again assembled a formidable force to assault the Daxian Nation's base? The Daxian Nation's base has officially been renamed. It is now called the Blue Star Alliance. The people within the alliance are all searching for you. Huh? What do they want with me? Su Ming was left somewhat perplexed by Fan Ziyuan's words. Of course, they want you to comply with the directives of the Blue Star Alliance once they locate you. Why? Realizing that Su Ming still did not grasp the implications, Fan Ziyuan let out a sigh. Sigh. Let me explain everything from the beginning. After a thorough and patient elaboration from Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming comprehended the entirety of the situation. Due to the considerable uproar he had caused recently, Eden had diverted all its attention to dealing with him, leaving the Daxian Nation's base with ample breathing room. In light of this period of respite, the Daxian Nation base was supposed to actively develop various weapons to defend against Eden's incursions. During this critical juncture, a woman named Lu Ling emerged as one of the leaders of the Daxian Nation base. From the moment Lu Ling assumed her position, she fervently advocated for a shared destiny among humanity. This so-called shared destiny entailed the Daxian Nation base, welcoming survivors from around the globe to collectively confront Eden. At that time, with Eden embroiled in intense conflict with Su Ming, it was entirely preoccupied and could not spare attention for the Daxian Nation base. Initially, there was little support for Lu Ling's ideas within the base. After all, if they could not save their own people, how could they possibly allocate resources to assist survivors from other countries? However, Lu Ling was not one to bow to the majority. Under the cover of darkness, she stealthily infiltrated the command room and publicly disclosed the location of the Daxian Nation base to the entire Blue Star. Consequently, survivors from across the globe began to migrate toward the address she had provided. With a considerable influx of Western refugees, Lu Ling's rhetoric gained traction and support from these newcomers. Meanwhile, the Daxian Nation survivors had no choice but to distribute their dwindling resources to the influx of foreign refugees. These refugees were not without their own challenges. Lacking formal employment, they found themselves idling away their days. Ultimately, as the refugee population swelled, Lu Ling directly renamed the Daxian Nation base to the Blue Star Alliance. As for the present situation, Eden, unable to locate Su Ming, has shifted its focus to confront this newly established Blue Star Alliance. In the battle against Eden, Lu Ling faced repeated defeats, lacking the fervor she displayed on the podium. Yet, she failed to learn any lessons from her setbacks and instead dispatched numerous combat personnel to seek out Su Ming's whereabouts. Naturally, Lu Ling had heard of the legends surrounding Su Ming, which prompted her to bring him into the fold. In her own words, Su Ming is a part of the human destiny community. Should he refuse to heed the Blue Star Alliance's summons, it would equate to siding with Eden. So the Blue Star Alliance has now become the sanctuary for all survivors worldwide, has it? Indeed, the refugees within the base have sparked numerous criminal incidents, creating chaos. Upon learning of such turmoil within the Great Xia Nation's base, Su Ming felt a profound sense of disbelief. How could such a naive individual become one of the leaders there? Su Ming thought the world had gone utterly mad. However, upon reflection, it was true that even before the outbreak of the zombies, there were many experts who behaved foolishly, such as that president who offered 100,000 scholarships to international students and that expert who encouraged young people to endure hardship. Such individuals could thrive in any era, remaining vibrant on the world stage. I conferred with the captain and the others, and they all agreed to ally with you. If you would be so kind, could you provide me with a coordinate? Certainly. Hearing that Fan Ziyuan was willing to bring the captain and the others to him, Su Ming felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lu Ling. If it weren't for her reckless antics in the Great Xia Nation's base, individuals like Fan Ziyuan would never have sought refuge with him. Su Ming found it hard to fathom the extent of Lu Ling's misdeeds that compelled those who held a profound loyalty to their country to turn to him. What do you plan to do about the Blue Star Alliance? Upon Fan Ziyuan's mention of the Blue Star Alliance, an audacious thought surged through Su Ming's mind. Old Fan, give me the location of the Blue Star Alliance, and I will come directly to find you. Fan Ziyuan, on the other end of the line, recalled his experiences at the Golden Residence when he heard Su Ming's intention to come. It seems Su Ming wishes to become neighbors with the Blue Star Alliance. Well then, this matter is settled joyously. Please send me the coordinates as soon as possible. All right. After hanging up with Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming leisurely retrieved a cup of iced Americano from the system space and sipped it thoughtfully. To refuse the summons of the Blue Star Alliance is akin to siding with Eden? The very thought of Lu Ling's words amused him. Nevertheless, Su Ming truly did not anticipate such turmoil within the Great Xia Nation's base. As for the so-called Blue Star Alliance, he had no intention of adhering to their directives. The decision to relocate the refuge near the Blue Star Alliance was, of course, driven by the intention to select individuals suitable for joining his sanctuary. Naturally, if any refugees dared to cause trouble at his refuge, Su Ming would not hesitate to respond with firmness. As the phone rang, upon receiving the coordinates from Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming promptly abandoned his plan to venture out in search of survivors. With ready options at hand, why squander his efforts in a fruitless pursuit? After summoning Wang Hao and the other 12 from the training camp, Su Ming swiftly piloted the escape aircraft, transporting the group towards the location of the Blue Star Alliance. Chapter 129. The uprising begins. Caesar, the division commander, exclaimed that Su Ming's aircraft has reappeared. Oh, Caesar, seated on the sofa while savoring a glass of red wine, furrowed his brow at the report from his subordinate. Ever since he had escaped from Su Ming's refuge and returned to Antarctica, Caesar had embellished his account of being held captive by Byron when he reported to the Pope. As expected, the Pope's wrath was swift. Byron was demoted from cardinal to a mere cleric. Meanwhile, Caesar was appointed as the cardinal of Asia. According to the calculations from the Eye of God, Su Ming's intended destination was likely the base of the Great Xia Kingdom. However, the Great Xia base had recently been reaching out to us, expressing a desire to resolve this calamity through peaceful means. Is it that woman, Lu Ling, who sent them? Caesar inquired, to which his subordinate nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Lu Ling had recently taken in numerous survivors from other nations, and the Great Xia base had now been renamed the Blue Star Alliance. Blue Star Alliance? Caesar scoffed, shaking his head derisively. It seems Lu Ling still does not grasp the true reasons behind our actions in Eden. However, since Su Ming's likely destination is their base, we can utilize this time to further enhance the zombies. But, if the Pope holds us accountable, not to worry, Caesar waved off his subordinate's concerns. Now is our moment to observe. Do you truly believe that Su Ming will choose to accept refugees and attempt a peaceful resolution like Lu Ling? If he were that kind of person, he would have long since become the 8th cardinal of Eden. Seeing that his subordinate remained puzzled, Caesar opted not to elaborate further. In any case, follow my orders. Withdraw all troops stationed near the Great Xia base. Understood. As his subordinate departed, Caesar took another sip of his red wine. Ever since witnessing the terror of Su Ming's sanctuary in Jiang City, he understood that no matter how many zombie troops were dispatched, it would likely be futile. Now that Su Ming intended to head towards the Blue Star Alliance, it was an opportunity for these two factions to exhaust each other. After all, rather than squandering Eden's resources, it would be more advantageous to use the Blue Star Alliance to vex Su Ming. Moreover, the Blue Star Alliance comprised survivors from around the globe. Should Su Ming dare to open fire on them, it would undoubtedly provoke Lu Ling's fury. At that point, Caesar could reap the benefits while remaining unscathed. Is this the base of the Blue Star Alliance? After repositioning the sanctuary, Su Ming arrived directly at the so-called base. Following the coordinates provided by Fan Ziyuan, observing the soldiers standing guard atop the city walls, Su Ming approached without hesitation, striding confidently forward. With his newfound steel body, he no longer feared that these firearms could inflict harm upon him. Stop. Do not move. Faced with the soldiers stationed at the entrance, Su Ming did not resist but instead stood obediently in place. These soldiers were from the Great Xia Kingdom, and unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to engage in conflict with them. Wasn't this the base of the Great Xia Kingdom? Am I not a survivor of the Great Xia? Su Ming's inquiry caused the two stationed soldiers to furrow their brows. Indeed, seeing their expressions, Su Ming was momentarily perplexed about what was transpiring. Could it be that Lu Ling had forbidden the entry of Great Xia citizens into the base established by the Great Xia Kingdom? Do not be anxious. The reason we ask is that we have not seen a survivor from the Great Xia in quite some time. Indeed, during this period, the arrivals had been a motley crew of foreigners and others, leaving him baffled as to the higher-ups' intentions. Upon hearing the soldiers' complaints, Su Ming fully comprehended their earlier reactions. All right. You may enter. After a brief search of his person, one soldier gestured toward a building within the base. Please proceed inside for a simple inspection. Once you pass, you can obtain your identification badge. Thank you. After bidding farewell to the soldier at the entrance, Su Ming made his way directly to the entrance of the building. Unlike the base's entrance, the individual responsible for registration here was a man with foreign features. Stop. Upon seeing Su Ming, the foreign man's face was etched with arrogance. "Where did you come from? Please speak in a language I can understand. Thank you." Su Ming indeed possessed the ability to speak English. Yet he was unwilling to do so at this moment, although he had mentally prepared himself for this encounter. He had not anticipated that the base would have transformed to such an extent. It was indeed the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet the registration was handled by a foreigner, and he was expected to converse in English. Noticing Su Ming's reluctance to communicate in English, the foreigner rambled on in a torrent of words. The gist of his message was that if one could not converse in English, entry for inspection would be denied, among other meaningless assertions. Ultimately, the foreigner even resorted to insulting Su Ming. At this point, Su Ming's gaze turned icy. "I can understand English." With that, he delivered a forceful kick to the foreigner's abdomen. Bang! The foreigner was sent flying by Su Ming's kick, crashing heavily against the wall behind him with a dull thud. Had Su Ming not tempered his strength, he might have shattered the man's insides. What is happening? Soldiers, alerted by the noise, turned their gazes toward the source. Upon witnessing Su Ming standing unscathed while the foreigner writhed on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony, not a single soldier stepped forward to offer assistance. It appears that these soldiers have indeed endured considerable bullying. The scene before him did not escape Su Ming's keen observation, one must admit. The management of the Blue Star Alliance is profoundly distorted. It is now evident to Su Ming why Fan Ziyuan and others sought to join him. His purpose for visiting the base was to assert his authority. Did Lu Ling not boldly declare her intention for him to heed her commands? Well, here he is. Su Ming is genuinely curious to see if Lu Ling will maintain her fierce demeanor upon encountering him, just as she did when issuing her orders. What transpired? The anguished cries of the foreign man quickly attracted a crowd within the base, just as Su Ming intended to proceed further into the base. A group clad in black combat attire suddenly appeared before him. Wait, the leading man, after casting a glance at the foreigner still sprawled on the ground, turned his gaze towards Su Ming. Chapter 130. Turmoil in the Blue Star Alliance. Part 1. What's the matter? Is something amiss? Su Ming cast a cursory glance at the man before him, offering what he deemed a gentle smile. Are you not aware that fighting is prohibited within this base? In response to the man's inquiry, Su Ming feigned innocence. I am oblivious to such matters, having just arrived today. However, I find myself rather curious if violence is forbidden here. Does that imply that disdain for the citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom is permissible? The man fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he had heard of the foreigner who had collapsed at the entrance. This individual, a physician by profession, had been assigned to the entrance to conduct health checks on newly arrived survivors. Yet, it was well known that he harbored a certain animosity towards the citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom. Many of his compatriots had endured bullying at his hands. Yet they found themselves powerless to challenge his behavior. Under the leadership of Lu Ling, the entire base had adopted a peculiar atmosphere, one in which foreign refugees were deemed superior. Whenever these refugees committed transgressions, they would exploit their status to exert pressure on the patrolling officers within the base, resulting in most incidents being swept under the rug. Thus, emboldened by their impunity, they began to escalate their actions, frequently threatening to stage protests to assert their significance. If you have no business here, I shall take my leave, Su Ming remarked, preparing to depart when a sharp voice interrupted him. Stop right there. Turning towards the source of the voice, Su Ming noticed that it belonged to one of the foreign officer's subordinates, who also appeared to be a foreigner. You have violated the regulations of this base and will be apprehended. Upon hearing the foreign officer's halting Mandarin, Su Ming's expression darkened further. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. And what if I choose not to comply? Seeing Su Ming's unwillingness to cooperate, the foreign officer drew his sidearm, aiming it directly at Su Ming. Get down on the ground immediately, or I shall fire. Amused by the scene before him, Su Ming could not suppress a laugh. I must admit, your technique is rather practiced. Hurry up. The foreign officer, undeterred by Su Ming's mockery, placed his finger on the trigger. Then by all means, pull the trigger. However, with a body of iron, Su Ming was unfazed by the weapon aimed at him. Bang, bang. In response to Su Ming's provocation, the foreign officer chose to empty his magazine. As onlookers braced for Su Ming to collapse amidst a pool of blood, they were astonished to find him standing unscathed. The bullets, instead of finding their mark, had all come to a halt in midair. Surprised? Su Ming waved his hand gently. In the next instant, the suspended bullets hurtled toward the foreign officer with alarming speed. The foreign patrol officer, who had never imagined that the individual provoking him was a superhuman, found himself at the mercy of an unexpected turn of events as a bullet pierced his throat. Don't move. Faced with the sight of his fallen comrades lying in pools of blood, the remaining officers hastily drew their firearms, aiming them at Su Ming. What? Do you wish to test your luck? As the patrolmen pointed their weapons at him, Su Ming, with a mere thought, rendered their guns uncontrollable. Sir, please remain calm. The leading officer, witnessing this astonishing display, quickly recognized that this was not a foe he could confront. The immediate priority was to avoid further provoking this individual. For doing so would certainly invite catastrophe. I am quite calm indeed. It appears you were the ones who drew your weapons first. Ming remarked with a disdainful glance towards the leading officer. What? Are you suggesting I should simply allow myself to be shot down? That's not what I meant. The officer found himself at a loss for words once more, rendered speechless by Ming's retort. Enough of this futile banter. After twisting the handguns of the officers into pretzel shapes, Ming released them from his restraint. I need to access the base. Is there an issue with that? In response to Ming's inquiry, the leading officer numbly nodded. It was absurd. He was merely an ordinary patrolman, utterly incapable of detaining such a superhuman. Well then. Thank you for sparing me. Ming smiled at the officer and confidently strode into one of the buildings. Thanks to the intelligence provided by Fan Ziyuan, Ming was well aware of how to infiltrate the base ahead of him. Ding! With the elevator's chime signaling his arrival, Ming officially entered the underground level of the base. Indeed, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he was met by nearly 50 soldiers, all pointing their weapons in his direction. Sigh. Ming let out a resigned breath at the sight of these soldiers. With a simple wave of his hand, he immobilized them on the spot. After briefly assessing the appearance of the foreign soldiers, he obliterated their heads in an instant. How dull. Having completed this task, Ming proceeded into the depths of the underground base. According to the intelligence, this was the designated area where survivors congregated. Time to stir up some trouble. Gradually, Ming retrieved a handgun from his system space, casually holding it as he stepped onto the streets. Bang, 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 spotting 3 approaching individuals of African descent. Ming wasted no time and blew their heads apart with bullets. Murder. The once crowded street erupted into chaos upon hearing the 3 gunshots. While the foreign survivors within the base enjoyed certain privileges, they were still devoid of any firearms. Ming walked leisurely along the street, raising his weapon to eliminate any survivor whose visage did not belong to the Great Xia nation. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of anguish cries echoing throughout the thoroughfare. Do not move. Soon, reinforcements from the patrol arrived, encircling Ming in an impenetrable barrier. Fire. Observing Ming's continued indifference, the officers hesitated not a moment longer and aimed directly at him, pulling the triggers without hesitation. As bullets hurtled toward him, Ming chose not to employ his psychic abilities for defense. Instead, he braced himself against the onslaught with his flesh and blood. The sound of metal colliding rang out, a jarring cacophony that grated on the senses, yet Ming remained unfazed as he continued his advance down the street, seizing the opportunity while bullets struck his form. He deftly dispatched several foreign officers. Hurry and call for assistance. This individual's superhuman abilities cannot be subdued by ordinary firearms. Realizing their weapons were utterly ineffective against Ming, several patrol officers hastily retrieved their radios. Chapter 131, The Turmoil in the Blue Star Alliance, Part 2. Is this all you have to confront me? Observing 2 armored vehicles approaching, Ming sprang forward, effortlessly overturning both vehicles that were still in motion. Upon discerning that the soldiers inside were from the Great Xia nation, Ming chose not to engage. Where's your leader? Bring them out. Surrounded by a throng of soldiers, Ming casually seated himself atop one of the overturned armored vehicles. Undoubtedly, Ming was intent on causing a commotion. Who are you exactly? The commanding officer, suppressing his irritation, glared at Ming with evident fury. The recent bizarre orders from the base had already left him feeling frustrated, and now, yet another superpowered individual had arrived to provoke him. Me? At last, someone inquired about his identity, prompting Ming to smile at the officer. I'm Ming. The very person your leader, Lu Ling, has been searching for. I thought I would come to alleviate her troubles. You are Ming? The officer's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the name. Indeed. No doubt about it. Ming replied, gazing at the officer. By the way, where is Lu Ling? Could you please introduce me to her? The officer found himself at a loss for words in response to Ming's question. Never mind. Observing the officer's distressed expression, Ming chuckled and shook his head. I dislike putting others in a difficult position. I will find her myself. With that, Ming leaped down from the armored vehicle and strode towards the end of the street. Throughout this process, not a single soldier dared to impede his progress. After all, he was the extraordinary individual who had overturned armored vehicles with ease. Squad leader, what should we do? As Ming's figure faded into the distance, a soldier cautiously inquired, should we send a sniper after him? A sniper? The squad leader, upon hearing the soldier's suggestion, was both amused and infuriated. He could hardly believe that his sniper could contend with Ming. Let us contact the command center directly. It seems that Su Ming bears no ill will towards our compatriots from the Great Xia nation. Those he just eliminated were merely foreign survivors. Due to Su Ming's earlier actions on the street, the survivors within the base hastily retreated into their homes. Meanwhile, the soldiers kept a distant watch on him, utterly hesitant to approach or open fire. Thus, Su Ming made his way to the command room located on the underground level with remarkable ease. After effortlessly kicking open the tightly shut door, he proceeded directly to the broadcasting room. Lu Ling, I have come to find you. Would you kindly step out? Through the broadcast, Su Ming's voice echoed throughout the entire base. Sister Lu, that is Su Ming. At this moment, deep within the underground third level, Lu Ling could scarcely believe that Su Ming had truly infiltrated the base and was causing a ruckus. Gazing at the images transmitted from the surveillance room, Lu Ling realized that if this continued, Su Ming would inevitably find her. She could not afford to remain passive. Hello, is this Professor Chen? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ling finally retrieved her phone and dialed. Is the electromagnetic cannon you recently developed ready for practical application? That's splendid. I will send someone to retrieve it immediately. Upon hanging up, Lu Ling hastily made another call. Captain Li, gather your team and head to Professor Chen's laboratory to acquire the equipment. Then, confront Su Ming. Remember, do not kill him, just capture him. Having executed these commands, the weight that had lodged in Lu Ling's throat finally lifted. In truth, she did not wish to engage in a battle with Su Ming. She simply hoped he would, like her, assume responsibility. In Lu Ling's perspective, in this era, one must not solely focus on the interests of the Great Xia. Rather, they should bear the collective fate of humanity. If she could successfully win over Su Ming, she would possess a more commanding voice during future negotiations with Eden. Oh, Su Ming, I hope you can comprehend the contributions I make for humanity with a lament. Lu Ling directed her full attention back to the surveillance feed. The footage showed Captain Li and his team successfully retrieving the latest electromagnetic cannon from Professor Chen. Following the guidance of the monitors, they took the elevator directly to the command room located on the underground first level. As Captain Li and his team entered the broadcast room without delay, before Lu Ling could switch the surveillance to the interior of the room, she witnessed a figure being hurled out. Didn't I instruct them to be cautious? Lu Ling's brow furrowed at the sight relayed by the monitor. She could not fathom why Captain Li, who had always been obedient to her orders, would resort to such heavy-handedness against Su Ming. However, when a second figure was thrown out, Lu Ling realized her earlier naivety. There was only Su Ming in the broadcast room. How could there be anyone else to be cast out? What kind of power does Su Ming possess? In a flurry of anxiety, Lu Ling switched the surveillance view back to the interior of the broadcast room, only to see Su Ming serenely seated before the microphone. While several figures lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Lu Ling, is this all you could muster against me? Su Ming's voice echoed through the base once more. And this time, Lu Ling resolved not to evade any longer. She grasped the communicator resting on the table, intending to engage Su Ming in direct conversation. Su Ming, I recognize your formidable strength, and as a citizen of the Great Xia, you should not emulate the people of Eden, but rather learn the essence of responsibility. Oh, responsibility? Observing that Su Ming exhibited no extreme reactions, Lu Ling took a deep breath. Su Ming, please allow me to express my thoughts. After Lu Ling poured out her ideas, she noticed that Su Ming in the surveillance footage remained utterly still. Before she could comprehend what was happening, a familiar voice echoed from behind her. I must say, the great Buddha and Basha should offer you a seat. Startled by Su Ming's voice behind her, Lu Ling jumped in shock. She could not fathom how Su Ming had discovered her location. What do you intend to do? Facing the terrified, elderly woman before him, Su Ming let out a resigned sigh. You have one day to either resign from your position as the leader of the Daxia National Base, or you may await my assistance in relieving you of that role. With that, Su Ming turned and exited Lu Ling's office without a backward glance. Chapter 132. A Protest March? I charge right in. After thoroughly inspecting the base, Su Ming returned to his sanctuary. To this end, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Lu Ling to discern the location of his refuge. Su Ming understood that Lu Ling would never relinquish her position. In her eyes, her ideological stature soared to extraordinary heights. Such individuals are not easily swayed by threats. Indeed, shortly after returning to his sanctuary, Su Ming received an alert from the radar. How swiftly they arrived. Observing the small red dots encroaching upon his sanctuary on the screen, Su Ming promptly set all the weaponry on his turret to manual firing mode. Initially, he presumed these red dots represented a military force dispatched by Lu Ling. However, upon satellite surveillance, he discovered that these individuals were survivors from within the base. These people varied in skin color, some white, some black, and a considerable number bore features reminiscent of the Great Xia nation. Yet they shared a singular characteristic: they carried no heavy weaponry. What on earth do they intend to do? Through the surveillance of the gate, Ming noted that this group had steadily approached the entrance of his sanctuary. To his astonishment, they not only lacked heavy weaponry, but also any firearms. They stood uniformly before his gate and promptly unfurled a banner. What is this? A protest march? Upon magnifying the image, Ming could clearly read the 13 characters emblazoned upon the banner. Oppose discrimination. Uphold the community of human destiny. Goodness. They certainly know how to make a statement. As Ming observed this orderly assembly before his sanctuary, he felt as though he were dreaming. One question consumed his thoughts. Do they truly fear nothing? As time elapsed, the protesters outside began to lose their patience. While many merely brandished banners and shouted slogans, the black individuals exhibited a notably wilder demeanor. Seeing that the sanctuary's gate remained obstinately shut, they began to unleash a flurry of strikes against the door with their makeshift tools. Some even produced lighters to ignite their homemade Molotov cocktails, hurling them over the walls. Bravo! This is how it should be done. Their actions garnered enthusiastic cheers from the others, as flames erupted one after another. Those holding banners continued to chant their protest, oppose discrimination, uphold the community of human destiny. Upon witnessing the footage relayed from the surveillance, Ming found himself caught between laughter and tears. He could not comprehend the courage these individuals possessed to stage such a protest. Wasn't Eden the true instigator of this zombie crisis? Why weren't they protesting at the gates of the Eden base instead? Initially, Ming intended to quietly observe the antics of the individuals in the refuge. However, these individuals not only failed to restrain themselves but grew increasingly boisterous, culminating in several of them urinating against the wall. Thus, he could no longer contain his displeasure. The scene before him was simply intolerable. Retrieving an M4 from the system space, Ming ascended the wall with determination. He deemed it unnecessary to waste ammunition from his turret on such a rabble. Upon seeing Ming atop the wall, some in the crowd outside brandished banners and vociferously protested, while others gestured obscenely at him. A few reignited their Molotov cocktails, attempting to hurl them at Ming. Observing their reckless actions, Ming lifted his M4 with resolve. Bang! Bang! With 2 precise gunshots. The bullets struck the lit Molotov cocktails held by 2 individuals, shattering them and engulfing the assailants in flames. Ah, help me. The anguished cries of the 2 elicited no pity from Ming, who continued his merciless assault with the M4. With a body of steel, he remained unconcerned about any hidden threats, methodically firing at the crowd. Bang, 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 each bullet accurately struck the calves of his targets. A deliberate strategy aimed at incapacitating their ability to flee. Run. He is shooting. Help. I don't want to die. As more individuals found themselves unable to escape, they finally comprehended that Ming was not as lenient as Lu Ling. Yet, it was far too late. Under Ming's precise marksmanship, none of the protesters evaded the bullets, collapsing to the ground, stripped of their means of escape. Many, having been shot in the legs, resorted to crawling with their arms. In response to this, Ming would compassionately shoot their arms as well. Now, it was time to instill some courage. After returning the M4 to the system space, Ming summoned the 12 trainees from the training camp. Mr. Su, what is happening? They gazed in confusion at the scene below, where individuals writhed in pools of blood. Many of you have likely never taken a life, correct? Today, you will gain some experience. With a grand gesture, Ming produced 12 daggers from the system space, levitating them before the trainees. Each of you will take one and descend to eliminate these people, without utilizing your supernatural abilities. His command left them in disbelief. As Ming had pointed out, although they were survivors, none from their small county had any experience with taking a life. Moreover, this time, Ming has prohibited them from utilizing their supernatural abilities. It is crucial to understand that killing with a blade and slaying with extraordinary powers are 2 entirely different concepts, especially in that moment when the blade pierces the flesh. One can witness the victim's gaze fixed intently upon you, their breath transitioning from robust to feeble, eventually fading into silence. How is it possible that one lacks the courage to confront such a reality? If so, they should not linger in my presence. Observing the expressions of hesitation on the faces of the 12 individuals before him, Ming had no intention of granting them the luxury of indecision. He certainly did not wish to harbor a group of weaklings who would merely consume resources in his sanctuary, even if they possessed supernatural abilities. To his astonishment, the first to reach for the knife was none other than Ling Chao Chao. Following her lead, the remaining 11 swiftly grasped the daggers that hovered before them, and without hesitation, they leaped from the city wall, advancing towards the throng of desperate souls below. Chapter 133. Peace Talks. Ms. Lu Ling, in light of these events, does the Great Xian nation not intend to take responsibility? Indeed, it was you who assured us that the Great Xiao would provide us protection, which is why we chose to come here. My citizens are now questioning me, and I hope you can present a solution promptly. As she faced the barrage of inquiries from the assembly, Lu Ling felt overwhelmed. She never anticipated that Su Ming would be so ruthless, mercilessly slaughtering all those who went to his sanctuary to protest. Moreover, reports indicate that there are 12 superpowered individuals within Su Ming's refuge. Listening to the representatives from various countries relentlessly interrogating her, Lu Ling wished she could capture Su Ming and punish him severely. Everyone! Lu Ling suddenly rose from her seat, addressing the fervent assembly of international representatives. I understand the anguish you are feeling. I too did not foresee such a calamity. Do not say you did not foresee it. Tell us what we should do now. Exactly. How do you intend to deal with Su Ming? Suppressing her growing frustration, Lu Ling replied. I will immediately conduct a global broadcast, vehemently condemning Su Ming's inhumane actions and classifying him as an enemy of our Blue Star Alliance. Is that all? Do you not plan any military action against Su Ming? Indeed, all you do is condemn. What good does that accomplish? As the representatives from various nations voiced their criticisms, Lu Ling clenched her fists tightly, feeling deeply aggrieved. Yet, she attributed all the blame to Su Ming. However, what more could she do besides condemnation? Within the entire base, there were barely 20 tanks available and only 3 fighter jets, all reserved for dealing with the Eden. Please, allow me to speak. Secretary Lu. Just as Lu Ling was about to calm the representatives, the door to the conference room was suddenly flung open. In an instant, the cacophony of accusations against Lu Ling ceased, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. What is happening? Seeing her secretary burst in, Lu Ling felt a flicker of joy within, though she maintained a facade of displeasure. We are in a meeting. How could you just barge in? Is there not a better time to convey your message? As she reprimanded him, she discreetly winked at her secretary. As a perceptive individual, the secretary understood her silent cue. However, he had not come to provide her with an escape. He had urgent matters to report. I apologize, Secretary Lu, but I genuinely have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Then please, enlighten me on the nature of this urgency. Upon hearing his words, Lu Ling was indeed curious about what could warrant such an urgent report. It concerns Eden. They have agreed to engage in peace talks with us. Is that true? Upon hearing this news, Lu Ling could scarcely believe her ears. Indeed, just moments ago, Caesar, the head of Eden's Asian division, had personally called to announce that there would be no further purging of the remaining survivors. However, he simultaneously insisted that the Blue Star Alliance must comply with Eden's directives in the future. How splendid! Faced with the announcement of Eden's willingness to negotiate, Lu Ling was so overwhelmed with excitement that she struggled to maintain her composure. After regaining a semblance of calm, her gaze shifted to the representatives from various nations gathered in the conference room. At that moment, the faces of the representatives, upon receiving this exhilarating news, radiated joy. My friends, our efforts within the Blue Star Alliance have not been in vain. Our only adversary now is Su Ming. As Lu Ling's words resonated through the room, the representatives fell into a contemplative silence. With Eden's agreement to negotiations, it was clear that Su Ming would find himself isolated and vulnerable. Let us now deliberate on how to confront Su Ming. Su Ming, oh Su Ming, what choices will you make now? After placing his wine glass down, Caesar lazily reached for the Art of War, which lay nearby, and began to peruse its pages. Ever since his last escape from Su Ming's stronghold, Caesar had forsaken his usual indulgences in wine and pleasure, choosing instead to diligently enhance his skills. Witnessing the formidable nature of Su Ming's refuge, he understood that a large-scale assault would merely squander Eden's resources. He would not be as foolish as the previous Cardinal Byron, wasting manpower against Su Ming's impenetrable stronghold. His strategy would be to psychologically dismantle his opponent. Although the location of Su Ming's refuge remained elusive, he had instructed his subordinates to utilize satellites for real-time surveillance of the Blue Star Alliance's bases. According to the images transmitted from the satellites, a considerable number of individuals had departed from the Blue Star Alliance's base yesterday and had yet to return today. Following an analysis by the Eye of God, it was determined that these individuals had either been conscripted by Su Ming or mercilessly slain. Regardless of the outcome, Su Ming's actions had undoubtedly provoked the ire of the Blue Star Alliance. His decision to negotiate was entirely motivated by a desire to confront Su Ming. Caesar was genuinely curious how Su Ming, a citizen of the Great Xia, would react when faced with an assault from the Great Xia's forces. Just as Caesar was engrossed in his study of the military treatise, the communicator on the coffee table chimed. Captain Caesar, we have successfully tested the Angel No. 1 prototype on the zombies. All metrics are currently stable, though the potency of Angel No. 1 remains unverified. What do you suggest? Oh, Angel No. 1 has succeeded? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Caesar's eyes sparkled with excitement. This Angel No. 1 was the latest human enhancement serum developed since he assumed control of the Asian division, and it had finally reached fruition. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Caesar's mind. Thus, he resolved to send the zombies injected with Angel No. One of the Blue Star Alliance, entrusting them to conduct experiments on our behalf. Indeed. Well, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Once the call concluded, Caesar once again immersed himself in the meticulous study of the art of war. Chapter 134. Mutual condemnation. After liaising with the representatives dispatched from Eden, Lu Ling felt an immense weight lift from her heart. Initially, when she received the news that Eden had agreed to negotiations, she was not entirely at ease. It is crucial to remember that Eden is the very organization responsible for instigating the zombie crisis across the entire Blue Star. If such a formidable entity were to launch a full-scale assault on their base, Lu Ling truly had no idea how long their meager arsenal could withstand the onslaught. However, just moments ago, the representatives from Eden had astonishingly handed over their latest creation, the Angel No. 1 zombie, to the Blue Star Alliance. Madam Lu, we at Eden are unquestionably acting in your best interests. This is our latest research in zombie weaponry. You need not worry about the safety of your base any longer. Recalling the representative's words at the negotiation table, a smile crept upon Lu Ling's lips. Observing the 3 containers atop the truck, she now felt emboldened to confront Su Ming. Nevertheless, Lu Ling remained steadfast in her desire for peace, hoping to achieve victory without conflict. Although she had heard whispers of Su Ming's past deeds. How long ago was that? Times are ever evolving, and Eden is advancing at a remarkable pace. Based on the data provided by Eden's representative, Lu Ling believed she could effortlessly level Su Ming's refuge with the 9 Angel No. 1 zombies contained within those containers. Shall we draft a resolute statement condemning Su Ming's disregard for humanitarian principles? It must resonate powerfully. We must convey to Su Ming that we possess the capability to obliterate his sanctuary. We merely wish to grant him the opportunity to step forward and accept the judgment of the Blue Star Alliance. Rest assured, Secretary Lu, I shall present the first draft to you by this afternoon. Regarding Mr. Su Ming's inhumane actions, I, on behalf of the Blue Star Alliance, strongly condemn him. Blue Star belongs to all humanity, and the resources on Blue Star are the inheritance of all humankind. Yet, Su Ming has ruthlessly slaughtered our protesters from the Blue Star Alliance and callously discarded their corpses in the wilderness. Here, I urge Su Ming to swiftly acknowledge his errors, unconditionally open his sanctuary to the survivors of the Blue Star Alliance, and accept our judgment. Huh? Upon hearing this segment of the global broadcast from the Blue Star Alliance, Su Ming was utterly speechless. He could not comprehend how Lu Ling had the audacity. Simultaneously, the Blue Star Alliance has engaged in amicable discussions with the representatives of Eden, reaching a consensus regarding the future fate of humanity. Secretary Lu Ling of the Blue Star Alliance has expressed her strong endorsement of Eden's perspective on the future of humanity. Concerning the fate of humanity, she emphasized, Eden's willingness to reconcile with the Blue Star Alliance demonstrates a significant vision, reflecting the importance of human civilization. In the future, both parties will join hands to construct a better Blue Star. Upon hearing this broadcast, Su Ming, who had previously been engulfed in confusion, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder Lu Ling dares to speak so defiantly. After all, she has managed to secure a powerful ally. What remarkable individuals surround Lu Ling despite Eden being the very instigator of the zombie outbreak. It now appears to symbolize hope for all humanity. And Lu Ling, she, who is clearly one to bully the weak and cower before the strong, has suddenly transformed into the savior of the surviving members of the Blue Star Alliance. I must admit, her speech is quite impressive. Moreover, all the criticism has suddenly turned towards me. Alas, it seems I too must prepare a speech. Although Su Ming has never learned the specific format of a speech, he is more than willing to participate in such a game. After all, idleness does not suit him. He might as well try his hand at this form of virtual confrontation. After 2 hours of contemplation, a thoroughly revised speech was placed on Su Ming's desk. With the assistance of the system, he effortlessly infiltrated the broadcasting system of the Blue Star Alliance base. Greetings, I am the so-called Su Ming, devoid of humanitarianism. As mentioned by Lu Ling regarding my actions from a few days ago, I do not believe there was anything inappropriate. Rather, it is Lu Ling who truly embodies the essence of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The zombie outbreak has persisted for over a year. As the principal perpetrator of this catastrophe, Eden has not faced any repercussions. Instead, it has become quickly shut off this damned broadcast. At Lu Ling's anxious urging, the secretary broke into a cold sweat. No, our base's system has been compromised. There is no way to stop it. That wretched Su Ming. As the broadcast echoed throughout the base, Lu Ling's face turned a shade of green with fury. Did she not realize that Eden is the root cause of this calamity? Yet what can the Blue Star Alliance do now? Eden's willingness to negotiate is already the greatest concession. But what of Su Ming? Rather than reflecting on his inhumane actions, he resorts to such despicable tactics to sabotage the negotiations. It must be noted that there are experts sent by Eden still present in the base. Should this incident lead to the collapse of peace, Su Ming would be the greatest transgressor. Furthermore, Lu Ling has always believed that the great Xian nation should embody the responsibilities of a major power, extending a helping hand to the survivors of smaller nations struggling on the brink of life and death. Greater power entails greater responsibility. This has been her unwavering principle. Yet what of Su Ming? His selfishness is bad enough, but he even incites the other survivors in the base through such means. In this regard, I strongly condemn Lu Ling's treasonous actions on behalf of myself. If you, Lu Ling, dare to oppose me, come find me at my sanctuary. I have spoken my piece. I hope the citizens of the great Xian nation within the base will not be swayed by this traitor Lu Ling. Thank you all. The audacity of Su Ming to accuse me of inciting others is utterly outrageous. Upon hearing Su Ming's slanderous remarks about treason and betrayal, Lu Ling could no longer contain her fury. She abruptly rose to her feet and directed her gaze toward her secretary. Immediately mobilize all the forces stationed at our base. We shall depart at dawn. I intend to obliterate his sanctuary. Lu Ling understood that action was imperative in response to Su Ming's provocation. Should his reckless behavior tarnish Eden's perception of the Blue Star Alliance, the repercussions would be dire. Yes, I will make the arrangements at once. Just as the secretary was about to exit the office, Lu Ling's anxious voice rang out once more. Ensure that Angel One, which Eden has provided us, is included. This time, we shall eradicate the roots of this threat once and for all. Chapter 135, Direct Night Raid. Mr. Su, we have received notification that tomorrow morning, Lu Ling will personally lead her troops to confront you. Oh, is that true? Will you be coming? In response to Fan Ziyuan's call, Su Ming maintained a relaxed and teasing demeanor. I would prefer not to, but alas, that woman has issued a death order. Therefore, I intend to bring the captain and his team to seek refuge with you tonight. Sounds good. I welcome you at any time. However, your base must be under martial law now, right? Will you be able to get out? Upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, Fan Ziyuan fell silent instantly. All right, I understand. Noticing Fan Ziyuan's silence, Su Ming was well aware that they certainly could not leave. Such a large-scale operation would undoubtedly mean the entire base would be on lockdown tonight. Remember to stay clear of any commotion you hear tonight, and find a chance to slip out. Goodbye. After ending the call, Su Ming proceeded towards the Blue Star Alliance base. Are you Su Ming? Outside the base, the soldier on guard stood frozen as he saw Su Ming approaching slowly. You know me? Surprised to hear his name from the guard, Su Ming paused. Your photo has been distributed to every soldier, the soldier replied with a wry smile, nodding. I see. It seems I am quite popular, Su Ming mused, then inquired. So you must know why I am here? For a night raid? Correct. Upon hearing that Su Ming was indeed there for a night raid, the few soldiers on guard exchanged incredulous looks. As soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom, they were well aware of the events occurring within the base today. Faced with Su Ming's presence, they were momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. So, what do you plan to do? In response to Su Ming's question, the leading officer fell silent for a moment before stepping aside. Mr. Su, please proceed. With the soldier's cover, Su Ming easily entered the base. Su Ming's objective was crystal clear, to turn the entire base upside down. Ding ding ding. Before he could reach the elevator leading underground, the blaring alarm resonated throughout the base. Oh, have I been discovered so quickly? Su Ming was not surprised by the swift detection. In order to maintain her position, Lu Ling had increased the number of foreign survivors in the army. As he observed the troops surrounding him, Su Ming did not falter. Instead, he continued toward the elevator with determination. Bang bang bang. Without any warning, the troops opened fire directly at Su Ming. Faced with the dense barrage of bullets, this time Su Ming chose to endure it head-on. With a body of steel, Su Ming felt as though bullets merely tickled his skin. However, he found himself in an awkward predicament. Despite his formidable physique, he was devoid of any clothing. Soon enough, the bullets shredded his upper garments to tatters. Observing his bare torso, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of bemusement. It seemed high time for him to peruse the point shop for attire befitting his ironclad form. Confronted by the soldiers who relentlessly opened fire upon him, Su Ming decided to respond without restraint. He retrieved a Gatling gun from the system's inventory and engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the soldiers. Under the suppression of Su Ming's firepower, the soldiers quickly succumbed, falling into a pool of their own blood. Thanks to the anti-infection serum they had received, they would not rise again as zombies. After dispatching the soldiers who had shot at him, Su Ming was about to take the elevator when he heard the distinct sound of engines revving behind him. Ah, this woman has certainly piqued my interest. Observing the unceasing stream of armored vehicles and tanks being delivered, Su Ming realized that Lu Ling's intention was to protect the survivors within the base from harm, not to mention herself. Approaching the newly arrived tanks and armored vehicles, Su Ming opened their doors and swiftly yanked the drivers out. With their operators gone, the vehicles became nothing more than heaps of scrap metal. The drivers, flung into the air by Su Ming, would have to rely on fate for their survival. To Su Ming's surprise, all the drivers bore distinctly foreign features. It appeared that his base's broadcast had indeed made a considerable impact. As the base's lift platform activated once more, 3 containers materialized before Su Ming. Another Eden? With the Eden emblem emblazoned on the boxes. Su Ming could only shake his head in exasperation. Lu Ling seemed resolute in her path, having even accepted the zombies from Eden. At that moment, the loudspeakers mounted on the base's outer wall blared to life with Lu Ling's voice. Su Ming, I truly did not expect you to dare to come. But this is for the best, at least your shelter is secure. Once you are gone, that refuge can provide for more survivors. Hearing her words, a flicker of disdain crossed Su Ming's face. Facing 9 mutated zombies would have required careful consideration before. But now, with a steel body, he had little doubt that whatever Eden had concocted would be incapable of penetrating his flesh. As the 3 containers slowly opened, the zombies within came into view. It must be said, the zombies engineered by Eden this time exhibited a semblance of aesthetic appeal. Clad in silver armor, they sported 3 pairs of pristine white wings on their backs. They grasped a magnificent golden sword in one hand, while the other brandished a resplendent golden shield. Goodness! Are these 6-winged angels? One must admit, the 9 mutated zombies before me are indeed quite striking. As their colossal wings unfurled gracefully, these 9 zombies soared effortlessly into the sky. Confronted with this spectacle, Su Ming exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He propelled himself upward with great force, leaping from the ground towards one of the angelic zombies suspended in the air. Chapter 136, Playing Dirty. It actually evaded my attack? In response to my assault, this angelic zombie did not choose to confront me head-on like ordinary zombies. Instead, it astutely maneuvered in the air, utilizing its enormous wings to alter its position. To my astonishment, as it dodged my strike, the angelic zombie countered with a swift slash directed towards me. Well, this time it was rather impressive. Once I regained my footing, I glanced at my abdomen. The attack from the angelic zombie had left a faint white mark on my skin. This was the first time since I acquired my ironclad physique that I had been breached. Although it was merely a shallow imprint, I had to admit that this time, Eden had indeed developed an extraordinary variant of zombie. It seemed I needed to take this seriously. After surveying the 9 angelic zombies hovering above, I adjusted my strategy. While these creatures could deftly maneuver in the air using their wings, I was unable to replicate their aerial agility. Thus, I decided it would be more prudent to wait until they launched an attack from above before countering. Having solidified my plan, I approached a tank and yanked the cannon from its turret. Let us see what you winged beings are capable of. I hoisted the cannon onto my shoulder and defiantly gestured towards the angelic zombies in the sky, seemingly understanding the provocation. The angelic zombies brandished their colossal swords and charged towards me, as I watched 9 figures streaking towards me like shooting stars from various directions. I could only brace myself with the cannon in hand. Despite possessing the skills of a special forces operative, it was evident that none of those skills included the use of a lengthy polearm. Moreover, the cannon I wielded was far longer than my own body. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the massive swords of the angelic zombies clashed repeatedly against the cannon. Faced with attacks from multiple angles, I found myself at a disadvantage. Continuing like this was not a viable option. As I defended myself with the cannon, my mind raced to devise a strategy. Yet, after much contemplation, I realized I had no effective means to confront all 9 angelic zombies simultaneously. As I felt the relentless assaults breaching my defenses, a memory from my childhood resurfaced, being outnumbered in a brawl. Soft things fear hard ones, and hard ones fear the reckless. With this revelation, my gaze fell upon the angelic zombie closest to me. Here we go. I discarded the cannon and braced myself to absorb the blow from the golden sword with my shoulder. Clang. The blade met my shoulder with a crisp sound. Seizing the moment, I grasped the arm of the angelic zombie and leapt onto its back. The angelic zombie towered at an impressive 3 meters, and Su Ming seized its helmet, allowing it to carry him skyward. How exhilarating! As he soared into the heavens on the angelic zombie's back, Su Ming swiftly retrieved a Gatling gun from the system's space, wielding it single-handedly to unleash a relentless barrage upon the remaining 8 angelic zombies. Despite their commendable agility in the air, the violent swaying of the zombie beneath him rendered his bullets nearly impossible to predict. Consequently, each of the angelic zombies endured several hits, albeit their thick armor provided some protection. Yet, to Su Ming's astonishment, The bullets from the Gatling gun managed to create minor indentations upon the armor. Observing this unexpected efficacy against the armored foes, Ming allowed the angelic zombie beneath him to continue its erratic struggle in the air. He transformed into a whirlwind of chaos, a soaring figure amidst the skies, employing his Gatling gun to deliver sporadic fire against the remaining 8. However, the armor of these angelic zombies proved resilient. After exhausting 5 Gatling gun magazines, the armor showed no signs of cracking. As the angelic zombies continued their aerial dance, a bold idea suddenly ignited within Ming's mind. Little Lien, may I pose a question? Host. In that case, there is no need for alarm. With Little Lien's response, a smile graced Ming's face as he gazed at the 8 angelic zombies above. Seemingly responding to an unseen command, the angelic zombie beneath him abruptly froze in midair, while the other 8 brandished massive swords, preparing to strike in his direction. Oh, are they willing to sacrifice one of their own? Faced with this unfolding scene, Ming exhibited no trace of trepidation. He slowly extended his right hand toward the nearest angelic zombie. In the next instant, that particular zombie vanished into the night sky. Ah, splendid. Having mastered this technique, Ming subsequently banished the remaining 8 angelic zombies into his system space. Thus, employing this cunning strategy, he effortlessly eliminated the 9 angelic zombies before him. Once cast into the system space, the zombies, devoid of their targets, stood silently within their confines. Task accomplished. With the angelic zombies no longer obstructing his path, no one within the base dared to hinder Ming's advance. Who would be foolish enough to challenge him after witnessing the vanishment of such formidable foes? Upon entering the base, Ming effortlessly summoned a foreign survivor who had failed to escape, inquiring, "Could you kindly inform me where Lu Ling is located?" She yes. On the 3rd underground level. Then, would you be so kind as to guide me there? Ming harnessed his mental prowess to directly bind the individual, compelling him to serve as his guide. After traversing a series of corridors, Ming forcefully kicked open the imposing door before him. To his astonishment, there was no sign of Lu Ling within the room. Just as he was about to inquire if the foreign survivor knew of any other hiding places for Lu Ling, he discovered that the man had triggered the grenade concealed within his bosom. "Let us perish together." Aha! Accompanied by the man's grotesque laughter, the grenade erupted in a brilliant orange blaze. However, as the shrapnel from the explosion hurtled towards Ming, a transparent barrier emerged, effortlessly intercepting the debris. Alas, why resort to such measures? Faced with the man's unblinking gaze and death, Ming simply utilized his mental force to reduce him to a mist of crimson. Chapter 137. The frantic Lu Ling. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Ling truly intended to play the role of a timid turtle. With no trace of her to be found within the confines of the room, Ming understood that this old witch was undoubtedly hiding. However, facing the current predicament, Ming devised his own counter-strategy. Since this old hag relished using humanity as a reference, he would ensnare her in a dilemma. Observing the panicked crowd within the base, Ming harnessed his mental prowess to extract a foreign survivor from the throng. "Lu Ling, since you refuse to show yourself, do not blame me for my actions." With that declaration, Ming detonated the individual before the eyes of the gathered survivors, transforming him into a mist of crimson. "You may continue to hide." After effortlessly extinguishing that life, Ming seized another individual, this time a black man, from the survivors. "After all, you have sheltered numerous foreign survivors within this space. We can take our time." Shortly thereafter, the black man too disintegrated into a cloud of blood. "Ming, how ruthlessly cruel you are." To Ming's surprise, a voice of reproach emerged from the crowd. Following the sound, he identified the accuser as a middle-aged man clad in a suit. "What? Do you intend to turn your wrath upon your own kind?" The middle-aged man, having discerned that Ming only targeted non-Daxia survivors, questioned him with conviction. "If you truly possess the ability, you could utilize your powers to locate Secretary Lu rather than resorting to the slaughter of these innocent souls to vent your frustrations. Our Daxia does not require the presence of someone as brutal as you. Are you instructing me on how to act?" Ming replied, flashing the man a grin. Yet before the middle-aged man could conclude his statement, his head abruptly exploded, leaving behind a headless corpse that swayed, gushing blood. After executing this act, Ming extracted yet another foreign survivor from the crowd. "I consider myself quite democratic. If you have any objections to my actions, feel free to voice them." In the next instant, the captured survivor met the same fate, bursting into a spray of blood. "Excellent. Well done." Witnessing 4 individuals fall to Ming's hands, the onlookers erupted into a fervent chorus of cheers and applause. At that moment, Ming's actions truly alleviated their pin-up grievances. Ever since these foreign survivors entered the base, they had behaved like tyrants. not only discriminating against the Daxia citizens but also taking advantage of Lu Ling's so-called benevolence towards international friends to wreak havoc within the base. Their current plight was entirely of their own making. Lu Ling, if you continue to cower, your hard-won international friends will likely be exterminated by me. Mr. Su, I have captured one. However, before Su Ming could take action, he observed two individuals from the Great Xia Kingdom dragging out a black survivor. Oh, you cannot do this. He is a Moroccan. To Su Ming's astonishment, following the black man was a fierce woman who resolutely shielded him with her body, her gaze fixed on Su Ming, who stood by, watching the spectacle. Su Ming, you cannot act in such an inhumane manner. He is not a citizen of our Great Xia Kingdom, and you possess no right to take his life. Faced with this scene, Su Ming casually waved his hand, reducing the man and woman to a mere mist of crimson. Truly, it was a love that defied all boundaries, a taboo romance across species. After eliminating the two, Su Ming turned his attention back to the throng of survivors before him. Mr. Su, over here. Mr. Su, I have captured one. Quickly, apprehend the black man. Do not let him escape. At this moment, the survivors of the Great Xia Kingdom had spontaneously organized themselves into volunteers, fervently searching for foreign survivors within the base. Ever since these foreign survivors had arrived, they had endured unjust treatment for far too long. Now, with Su Ming present, they were naturally eager to contribute their meager strength. Madness, sheer madness. Lu Ling gazed at the images relayed on the screen, her eyes filled with disbelief. All along, she had yearned to teach the people of the Great Xia Kingdom the true essence of compassion. Upon witnessing these survivors aiding in oppression, Lu Ling felt utterly despondent. Is there truly hope for such humanity? Watching foreign survivors fall one after another by Su Ming's hand, Lu Ling seemed to grasp the painful wisdom of Eden. Perhaps we ought to be annihilated. Yes, we should indeed be obliterated. Ha! A chilling smile crept upon Lu Ling's lips as she unsteadily rose to her feet, staggering towards the command room. Identity verification successful. Secretary Lu, do you confirm the revocation of all commanders' permissions except your own? Without hesitation, Lu Ling pressed the confirmation button in response to the AI system's inquiry from within the command room. Su Ming is nothing but a demon. At that moment, Lu Ling's face bore no expression, yet her heart brimmed with resolve as she repeated this phrase under her breath. Shall your personal heart rate be linked to the base's self-destruction protocol? Lu Ling pressed the confirmation button once more. Link successful. If Secretary Lu's heart rate is detected to cease, the base will automatically initiate self-destruction. After successfully binding her heart rate to the self-destruction protocol of the base, Lu Ling adjusted her attire and then slowly pushed open the door of the command room, striding with determination towards Su Ming's location. Su Ming, release that survivor in your grasp. Upon hearing that loathsome voice from behind, Su Ming could not help but turn around. Oh, you finally decided to show yourself? With a smile gracing his face, he glanced at Lu Ling after effortlessly reducing the survivor before him to a mist of crimson. As a leader, you ought to choose dignity for yourself. Utilizing his mental prowess, Su Ming deftly cast a knife at Lu Ling's feet. Do you genuinely believe you hold the upper hand? Su Ming? Lu Ling, casting a fleeting glance at the knife lying beneath her, returned his gaze with a smile. Did you really think I approached you unprepared? Slowly, she picked up the abandoned knife, weighing it in her hand. Just now, I bound my heart rate to the base S self-destruct sequence. If you kill me, you too shall be entombed 50 meters beneath the earth. What? The surrounding survivors, upon hearing Lu Ling's declaration, widened their eyes in disbelief. She speaks the truth. I no longer have control over the base. Neither do I. Lu Ling has revoked our access. Run. Following confirmation from several base officials, the crowd of survivors lost their interest in the spectacle and surged towards the elevator leading to the outside world. Chapter 138. The pitiful ones locked down all the doors in the base. Lu Ling commanded the dragon system through her earpiece, facing the frantic crowd rushing to escape. Open the doors. I don't want to die. Hurry, find something to pry them open. As Lu Ling secured all the doors, chaos ensued among the masses. With a smile on her face, she turned to Su Ming. Well, Su Ming, do you still dare to kill me now? Observing Lu Ling's triumphant demeanor, Su Ming let out a resigned sigh. I must admit, your strategy is indeed quite brilliant. He had not anticipated that Lu Ling could be driven to such madness, mad enough to drag everyone in the base down with her. In response to Su Ming's words, Lu Ling tossed the knife she had been holding at his feet. In that case, Mr. Su, I kindly ask you to take your own life. Take my own life? Su Ming chuckled and shook his head, gesturing toward the group of survivors desperately trying to pry open the doors. Do not forget, I possess mental power. I could easily bind you with it and force open the doors while you watch helplessly. Once everyone escapes, I will end your life. How naive of you, Mr. Su. Lu Ling's smile grew increasingly smug in light of his threat. Even if they manage to escape, their ultimate fate is still death. Without the sanctuary of this base, they will either starve or become fodder for the zombies. At this, Lu Ling pointed to the knife at Su Ming's feet. Mr. Su, if you take your own life right here, I will spare everyone in this base. What do you say? Sighing, Su Ming picked up the knife with his mental power. Looking at Lu Ling with curiosity, I am genuinely intrigued. Among those I have killed, did your parents or your husband happen to be among them? Why would you choose to sacrifice your own people for a few foreigners? Sacrifice my own people? Lu Ling laughed as if hearing a grand joke. Su Ming, you are indeed a narrow-minded and selfish person. You do not comprehend the concept of a shared human destiny. To you, only the people of the Great Xia deserve to live in this world, don't you? Taken aback by her sudden accusation, Su Ming was at a loss for words. It was often said that one should never let a saint wield power, and Lu Ling was the epitome of such a saint. Xiaolian, can you hack into the dragon system within this base? Of course, the hacking is expected to take 1 minute. All right, then hurry and do it. I am currently utilizing the host's phone to hack into the dragon system. Please hold on. As he observed the loading progress on his phone, Su Ming shifted his gaze back to Lu Ling. Tell me, Lu Ling, since you are so altruistic, why do you not direct your ire at the true culprit behind this zombie outbreak, Eden, instead of pointing fingers at me? As Lu Ling faced Su Ming's inquiry, she hesitated for a considerable time. What? Speak up. Su Ming pressed. Well, that is all in the past. We as humanity ought to live in the present and look towards the future. Upon hearing Lu Ling's response, Su Ming comprehended the essence of stubbornness. Enough. Let us cease these irrelevant discussions. Seeing Su Ming's inaction, Lu Ling decisively drew her pistol and aimed it at her own head. I shall grant you 10 seconds to contemplate. Otherwise, I will sacrifice myself, dragging you all into oblivion. The voice of Xiaolian echoed in Su Ming's mind, instilling him with newfound confidence, while Lu Ling commenced her countdown. 10. Su Ming pointed at the gun in Lu Ling's hand. I suggest you aim for your heart. That way, your brain might linger a moment longer, allowing you to witness the destruction of the base. Do you really think I would hesitate to pull the trigger? Lu Ling felt deeply insulted by Su Ming's words. Yet, she simultaneously recognized the logic in his suggestion and hastily redirected the gun toward her heart. 9. Yes, that is the way. Su Ming nodded approvingly at Lu Ling's compliance. 8. As the countdown approached its final second, Lu Ling's expression was resolute. Do you truly believe I would shy away from sacrificing myself to eliminate you, demon? Let us descend into hell together. With that, she abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang! The muffled gunshot resonated, and a crimson bloom erupted from Lu Ling's chest. Coughing violently, blood spewed from her mouth, and her once upright form began to falter. Yet her eyes sparkled with the triumph of a victor. Cough. I have one. As she lay on the ground, Lu Ling strained to keep her eyes wide open, yearning to witness the moment before the base's annihilation. Alas, I have already dismantled the long tank system within this base. Your demise will not trigger its destruction. Observing Lu Ling's breathing grow faint, Su Ming could no longer bear to deceive this kind soul. He hurriedly retrieved his phone and displayed the screen representing the long tongue system, thrusting it before her eyes. I merely sought to test your resolve, yet I did not anticipate your unwavering determination. My apologies. As the world grew dimmer for Lu Ling, she suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of strength upon glimpsing the image on the phone. Harnessing this newfound vigor, she shot upright, her eyes narrowing with fierce intent as she glared at Su Ming. You will meet a most untimely end. Confronted by Su Ming's incredulous gaze, Lu Ling felt a sudden darkness envelop her, and she subsequently lost consciousness entirely. Alas, she truly was a pitiable soul. Observing Lu Ling's lifeless body, which had long since lost its vitality, Su Ming could not help but exhale a heavy sigh. The circumstances had unfolded in this manner due in part to Lu Ling's background. It is said that this woman was raised abroad from a young age, profoundly influenced by the values of that culture. Moreover, Lu Ling seemingly participated in demonstrations alongside the so-called environmental activist, Greta. Her ideals had undoubtedly been shaped by those around her. Perhaps, in Lu Ling's perspective, all her actions were driven by a sense of universal love she harbored within her heart. Chapter 139. Acknowledgement of one's limitations with Lu Ling's tragic demise. The control of the base once again returned to the hands of the captain and his team. As for the fate of the foreign survivors who had fled to the Great Xia nation, Su Ming chose not to partake in the discussions. After all, he did not belong to the base, and with matters resolved, it was time for him to return to his own refuge. Observing the bustling crowd within the base, Su Ming glanced at Fan Ziyuan beside him. Well, do you still intend to accompany me? In response to Su Ming's inquiry, Fan Ziyuan shook his head with a smile. It seems unlikely this time. I truly did not anticipate that you would directly bring about Lu Ling's end. Hey, Do not misinterpret. She took her own life. Su Ming interjected, playfully cautioning, be careful, or I might accuse you of defamation. There's no helping it. The base is in disarray, and they need me to stay with the captain and the others. Very well. Do visit me when you find the time to see your daughter. Su Ming naturally understood Fan Ziyuan's decision. In truth, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have driven Lu Ling to such a desperate end. Mr. Su, there are 2 technical representatives from Eden still at the base. What do you think? You may handle them as you see fit. Su Ming held no interest in these so-called technical representatives. Within Eden, such personnel were abundant, and he could glean little valuable intelligence from them. All right then, you all can continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave. Seeing the multitude of matters awaiting resolution, Su Ming was not inclined to linger at the base. After bidding farewell to Fan Ziyuan and others, he returned to his refuge, pulling forth an angelic zombie from the system space. Bang! The moment the angelic zombie's feet touched the ground, Su Ming swiftly kicked it down. Before it could rise, he stepped forward and crushed its skull beneath his foot. Congratulations, host, for slaying angelic infected one, earning 10,000 points. This creature is worth a staggering 10,000 points? Su Ming exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the system notification in his mind. Until now, the most valuable mutated zombies he had slain were worth merely 2,000 points each. However, considering the angelic zombie could leave a faint white mark upon its skin, it was indeed a testament to its extraordinary nature. Well, after all, it is the latest variant developed by Eden, which is entirely reasonable. After dispatching one angelic zombie, Su Ming did not proceed to eliminate the remaining 8. Instead, he chose to keep them in the system space as practice targets. Presently, Su Ming had amassed nearly 3 million points. While upgrading to a level 9 refuge would be more than sufficient, he understood the necessity of utilizing these points judiciously. The strength of the mutated zombies being researched by Eden was on the rise, and Su Ming knew that if this continued, his ironclad physique would not endure for long. Perhaps the next encounter with a mutated zombie will effortlessly breach the defenses of his own flesh. Although Su Ming is not afraid of being infected by the zombie virus, facing an onslaught of mutated zombies still poses considerable peril to his life. As the system indicated, this angelic zombie is designated as Angel Number 1, suggesting that Eden may continue researching subsequent versions, such as Number 2, Number 3, and so forth. Through this recent battle, Su Ming has come to a clear understanding of his own shortcomings. He must explore the points marketplace for some valuable resources. Recalling the scene when he was besieged by 9 angelic zombies, Su Ming decisively opened the points marketplace. Martial arts. Faced with the dazzling array of martial arts skills available, Su Ming finally recognized that he had long overlooked the significance of these offerings. He had mistakenly believed that the caliber of weapons alone determined everything. However, it has become abundantly clear that he was gravely mistaken. The ultimate aim of Eden's research into these mutated zombies must surely be to apply these substances to humans. And the mutated zombies that have been developed are already nearing the capability to evade bullets. Su Ming is convinced that in the near future, the combat style of this world may very well evolve into a contest of superpowers and close-quarters combat with cold weapons. Never mind, I shall practice Wing Chun. After much contemplation, Su Ming ultimately decided to focus on mastering Wing Chun. The primary reason for this choice is that the weapons available in the points marketplace are exorbitantly priced. A system-enhanced red tassel spear requires a staggering 2 million points. Although Su Ming understands that this spear would undoubtedly be of tremendous use against those mutated zombies, the mutated ones are still scarce, with the majority being ordinary zombies enhanced by rainwater. Wing Chun, on the other hand, is well suited for close-range combat, and combined with Su Ming's iron physique, it offers a significant advantage against the mutated zombies. All Wing Chun techniques have been transmitted to the host. Please practice diligently. With the system's prompt echoing, Su Ming felt an influx of Wing Chun techniques filling his mind. I should start with a practice target. He flexed his arms and retrieved an angelic zombie from the system's space. Taking advantage of its momentary disorientation, he swiftly yanked off all its wings from behind. Roar! The pained angelic zombie scrambled to its feet, and upon recognizing Su Ming, it slowly drew its golden greatsword. Indeed, the commands embedded in the zombie's mind are preordained. In witnessing this scene, Su Ming has thoroughly validated his hypothesis. These mutated zombies are akin to his mechanical soldiers, equipped with a semi-intelligent system. Unless manually intervened, they will mechanically execute the tasks assigned by their controller. Roar! As he observed the wingless angelic zombie wielding a colossal sword, Su Ming remained unperturbed, adopting a poised stance. Wing Chun Su Ming. How foolish of me. I failed to evade. An hour later, Su Ming, feeling disheartened, cast the angelic zombie back into the system's space. Gazing at his upper body, marred by several hundred white marks, he could not help but reveal a wry smile. To effectively apply the martial arts techniques in his mind to practical combat indeed necessitated persistent and rigorous practice. It was only during his encounter with the angelic zombie that Su Ming realized how naive his initial thoughts had been. Onward. After sipping a refreshing iced Americano to alleviate his fatigue, Su Ming once again summoned the angelic zombie. Chapter 140, Departure Abroad in the ensuing month. Su Ming practiced his Wing Chun skills with the 8 angelic zombies, while simultaneously relocating in search of more zombies to accumulate points. To his surprise, he encountered no members of Eden during this period. Both the research facilities and bases were eerily deserted. Even more astonishing was the fact that Fan Ziyuan was experiencing an identical situation. Had they all vanished suddenly? Su Ming found little solace in this occurrence. Rather, it fueled his suspicion that Eden was orchestrating a more insidious plot. An organization intent on dominating Blue Star would not be swayed from its original intent by his mere presence. After much contemplation, Su Ming resolved to travel abroad in pursuit of Eden's whereabouts. Upon reflecting on his appearance, he decided that his first destination would be the Kingdom of Goryeo, which had long been a subordinate of the United States before the zombie outbreak. He surmised that Goryeo likely remained a puppet of Eden. However, this time, he did not intend to bring his sanctuary along. Over the past month, he had managed to locate 50 survivors throughout the Great Xia Nation. Under the leadership of Wang Hao and others, this new group had commenced their initial phase of physical training. With the sanctuary system at his disposal, Su Ming could monitor its status at any time. Even from thousands of miles away, he could retract it into his system space with a mere thought. Uncle Su, are you going out? Can I come with you? Seeing the pitiful expression on Fan Xingqing's face, a gentle smile graced Su Ming's features. I'm going out on business, and it wouldn't be convenient to bring you. While I'm away, please assist Uncle Su in watching over the place with Fatty. He glanced at the plump panda beside him, who had grown significantly since devouring the bones of those angelic zombies. Fatty, make sure to keep an eye on little Xingqing while I'm gone, alright? Haha, don't worry, boss. Fatty waved his robust paw in assurance. Those little calamity in your sanctuary won't stir up much trouble. Su Ming found himself at a loss for words in response to Fatty's remark. Yet he held confidence in both their abilities. Fan Xingqing's superpowers had reached an A-grade level, and her speed was on par with his own. Although Fatty's strength couldn't be assessed through the training camp, Su Ming knew it was formidable. He had previously tested Fatty, who could withstand 50% of his strength in a punch. Alright, I'm off. After ensuring everything was in order, Su Ming departed from the sanctuary. Heading towards the border, Uncle Su is leaving. Upon witnessing Su Ming's departing silhouette through the surveillance, Fan Xingqing promptly brandished her small whip and, riding her plump companion, approached the entrance of the slave warehouse. My goodness, what a little sorceress she is. Naturally, Su Ming, equipped with the shelter system, was well aware that Fan Xingqing had unlocked the warehouse door shortly after his departure. Oh well, if it comes to that, capturing them again would suffice. Initially, Su Ming contemplated sending a telepathic warning to Fan Xingqing, advising her not to be too excessive, but ultimately decided to let the young girl indulge in her whims. To Su Ming, the slaves confined within the warehouse were never regarded as human beings. After crossing the border, he had fully set foot upon the territory of Goryeo. It seemed that the northern nation of Goryeo had indeed ceased to exist. Upon traversing a forest, the city that unfolded before his eyes at the foot of the mountain signified that this place had become a springboard for Eden's advance. The city had been entirely transformed into an impregnable military base, boasting towering walls several meters high, with helicopters and armored vehicles patrolling the perimeter. Don't move. Hearing the warning from behind, Su Ming felt a twinge of resignation. He had already noticed the individuals hiding deep within the forest earlier, initially assuming they were mere ordinary survivors, but it appeared that was not the case. I am a citizen of the Great Xia. I bear no ill will. Possessing the complete skill set of a special forces soldier, language was not a barrier for Su Ming. Why has a citizen of the Great Xia come here? As he turned to respond to the inquiry from behind, he was met once again with the command to remain still. I am here to seek Eden. There are matters I need to address with them. Search him. Following Su Ming's statement, the individual behind him ordered his subordinates to conduct a search. As two figures clad in rudimentary camouflage began to probe him, Su Ming could hardly contain his irritation. Are you not done yet? Utilizing his mental prowess, he immobilized everyone in his vicinity and directly retrieved a Gatling gun from his system space, pressing the barrel against one man's abdomen. Now it is my turn to inquire. Who are you? Go on, shoot me. One retorted defiantly. Indeed, we soldiers of the northern nation fear not death, nor will we betray our homeland. Although Su Ming had rendered them motionless, their eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve. You are soldiers of the northern nation? Su Ming was utterly astonished to discover that these individuals before him were indeed soldiers of the Northern Realm. He had initially believed that Eden had eradicated all dissenters from Goryo, yet it appeared they had overlooked numerous targets. And so what? Observing their unyielding defiance, Su Ming could only shake his head with a mixture of amusement and exasperation before releasing them. Since you are soldiers from the north, we are no longer adversaries. I have come here in search of Eden to exact my vengeance, and unexpectedly, I have found it so easily. Do you intend to confront them directly for retribution? What about your backup forces? Although they recognize that this individual possesses extraordinary abilities, several soldiers from the north still doubt that Su Ming can take on an entire military base single-handedly. Backup forces? In response to the soldiers' skepticism, Su Ming smiled and shook his head, stating, I do not require any backup. And what of the battle plan? As the soldiers inquired about this, Su Ming gestured toward the base below. We will charge in, and I shall strike down anyone who dares to attack me. Chapter 141. The Unprincipled Zombie. Wait, Captain. Please don't say another word, interrupted another soldier from the Northern Kingdom, pointing towards the base below. That man from the Great Xia has already charged down. As Su Ming dashed down the mountain, he beheld the Eden base standing before him, and with a powerful punch, he shattered the heavy entrance. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill alarms reverberated throughout the base, igniting an exhilarating thrill within Su Ming. Facing the helicopters above that incessantly fired upon him, he seized an armored vehicle and hurled it skyward. Boom. The helicopter, caught off guard, collided with the armored vehicle, resulting in a dazzling explosion that lit up the sky above the base. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Su Ming's sudden appearance plunged the base into chaos. Fire at will. Fire at will. A multitude of soldiers surged forth from the base, unleashing a barrage of gunfire in his direction. Clang, clang, clang. The dense hail of bullets struck Su Ming, yet failed to inflict any harm. Observing the soldiers before him, Su Ming retrieved a Gatling gun from his system space and began to return fire. This man is impervious to bullets. Quick, fire the cannons. It's no use. He even tossed the armored vehicle into the air. Run. This man is a devil. It is often said that defeat is as overwhelming as a collapsing mountain. Upon realizing that their current arsenal was utterly ineffective against Su Ming, the soldiers unanimously opted to abandon their weapons and flee. As he witnessed this scene, Su Ming felt a twinge of reflection. From their attire, it was evident that these were soldiers of the Goryo Kingdom. One could not deny how well they had inherited their ancestors' culture of retreat. Some soldiers, despite possessing the physique of ordinary individuals, demonstrated a speed in their flight that rivaled that of sprinting champions. Let them run. With the throng scattering in all directions, Su Ming paid little heed to the fleeing soldiers and made his way directly into the buildings of the base. Boom. After smashing open a large door with his fist, he commenced his search within the structure. To his disappointment, it appeared that this building was merely a holding facility for zombies. Observing the undead confined within iron cages, Su Ming once again retrieved an assault rifle from his system space and swiftly ended their wretched existence. Goodness, is this base truly so lackluster? After thoroughly scouring the base both inside and out, Su Ming found no valuable clues whatsoever. Even the zombies imprisoned within the cages were of the most mundane variety. How utterly dull. Just as Su Ming prepared to depart, he noticed two helicopters soaring overhead. Are they attempting to flee? With a sudden leap, Su Ming propelled himself towards the helicopter. Grasping the landing gear, he refrained from immediately striking down the two helicopters, allowing them to carry him away. However, this maneuver did not go unnoticed by the pilot of another helicopter. After establishing communication via radio, the helicopter Su Ming was aboard began to perform a series of intricate aerial maneuvers. Goodness, are they attempting to shake me off? Yet, for Su Ming, endowed with a body of steel, the helicopter posed no threat. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, the pilot recognized the futility of his actions. He prepared the nearby base through radio contact and proceeded to transport Su Ming there directly. It seems this individual has finally come to a realization. Perched on the landing gear, Su Ming observed as the helicopter gradually ascended, fully aware of what awaited him. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned. No one could breach his ironclad form. Should this helicopter indeed transport him to a base housing clergy, he could gather valuable intelligence. After approximately an hour of flight, Su Ming finally spotted another Eden base below. Well, I can manage the rest of the journey on my own. Harnessing his mental prowess, Su Ming swiftly disabled the helicopter's rotors and leapt down to the ground. Casting a glance at the two helicopters plummeting from the sky, he continued towards the base. Boom. After smashing open the base's gates, Su Ming unleashed his formidable strength, turning the entire facility upside down. Unlike the first base, this one appeared to be prepared for his arrival. With a rumble, a container on the base's ground slowly opened, revealing three mutated zombies clad in martial arts uniforms. Taekwondo? Huh? Observing their bouncy movements, Su Ming deduced their mutation's direction. Clearly, they had emulated the East. However, Su Ming was genuinely curious. Did these Taekwondo-wearing zombies possess any real combat value? Roar. Seemingly sensing Su Ming's disdain, the three Taekwondo zombies let out a collective roar and charged towards him. Huh. The trio simultaneously shouted their battle cry, employing varied kicking techniques directed at Su Ming. 6. Facing these zombies, Su Ming effortlessly deflected the flying kick of one with a powerful thrust. As for the other two, he first shattered the skull of one with a palm strike, then turned and punctured the head of the other with a precise jab. Roar. The previously deflected zombie, rising once more, found itself alone on the battlefield. With a renewed roar, it assumed a combat stance. Come at me. Seeing the zombie striking a pose, Su Ming could not resist beckoning it with a finger. However, to his astonishment, the creature charged at him once more in response to the provocation. Yet, just as Su Ming anticipated another flying kick, the zombie unexpectedly produced a hand grenade from its tattered clothing and hurled it in his direction. Is this truly possible? Faced with this bizarre scene, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Was the notion of dishonorable combat deeply ingrained in the culture of Korea? How could a zombie resort to such underhanded tactics? I must admit, I have greatly underestimated you. Without hesitation, Su Ming grasped the grenade in his hand, allowing it to detonate upon impact. To his surprise, the zombie began to retreat slowly at the sight of this. What? You wish to flee? Su Ming swiftly pursued the escaping creature and decisively shattered its limbs. Observing its writhing form on the ground, he drew his pistol and transformed it into a sieve. This is the inevitable consequence of dishonorable conduct. Chapter 142. Caesar's Thoughts. Captain Caesar. We have a grave situation. Could you not be so frantic? Upon seeing his subordinate hastily rush into the office, Caesar furrowed his brow and slowly set down the art of war. Speak calmly. There is no need for such disarray. Su Ming has gone to Goryeo? Oh, are you certain? Caesar was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that Su Ming had appeared in Goryeo. I'm not sure, but based on reports from Goryeo and satellite imagery, the intruder is not only impervious to bullets but also possesses the strength to shatter the base's gate with a single blow. Then it must indeed be Su Ming. But shouldn't he be dealing with the mess back in Daxia? Undoubtedly, Su Ming's sudden emergence caught Caesar off guard. He had previously believed that as long as the Eden branch in Daxia was completely withdrawn, Su Ming would not seek him out for trouble. Once the research on the Eden drugs matured, they could make a comeback. But now, Su Ming had not only failed to remain in Daxia for post-disaster reconstruction but had also ventured beyond the borders. Sigh, what is the situation in Goryeo? Though Caesar held little hope for the Goryeo base, he still inquired about it, harboring a glimmer of unwarranted optimism. The Goryeo base has completely fallen. Huh. As expected, upon hearing that the Goryeo base had been entirely destroyed, Caesar let out a cold laugh. That group had a penchant for equipping zombies with self-destruct devices, attempting to promote their country's taekwondo through them. If they had fallen, so be it. Is there something else you wish to convey? Noticing his subordinate hesitating, Caesar slowly lifted his gaze. The priests responsible for Goryeo, Li Sanghayan and Li Fujian, miraculously escaped and are currently en route to the nearest branch in eastern Japan. Order the eastern Japan branch to shoot down the plane they are aboard. Such useless individuals are of no benefit to us. Caesar's tone was remarkably flat as he leisurely sipped from the wine glass on the coffee table. Inform all Eden branches in Asia about the disgraceful deeds of these two priests, so they may understand the consequences of negligence. Understood. Upon hearing Caesar's command, the subordinate silently mourned for the priests of various nations in his heart. Stopping Su Ming would be akin to scaling a mountain. All right, you may leave now. After dismissing his subordinate, Caesar sighed. The current actions of Su Ming were truly unforeseen. Yet this young man had proven to be beyond the reach of all Eden branches in Asia. Even the Angel No. 1 zombies produced under Caesar's personal supervision were effortlessly dealt with by him. Spatial abilities, mental prowess, and an invulnerable physique. The mere thought of Su Ming's formidable capabilities sent a wave of trepidation through Caesar. It seemed that this was the only recourse available to him. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately retrieved his communicator. Bishop Mike, do you possess any advanced technologies that might assist me? I find myself in quite a predicament and require your support. Bishop Charles, are there any pharmaceuticals in your continent capable of countering spatial abilities? I implore your assistance. Bishop Su Weier, yes. After dispatching pleas for help to 5 cardinal bishops across various continents, Caesar collapsed onto the sofa, utterly fatigued. This was his last resort. It must be noted that every cardinal in Eden held a position of immense prestige, often engaging in a rivalry of superiority. Caesar was acutely aware that this action was a significant blow to his pride. However, when weighed against his life, such vanity was inconsequential. His immediate objective was to ensnare all cardinals from every continent, save for Antarctica, into his predicament. Should any of these cardinals possess a method to contend with Ming, the worst he would suffer would be a slight loss of face. Furthermore, Caesar was not a cardinal himself, but rather the leader of a subdivision of the Templar Knights. Even if the cardinals were to mock him, they would not dare to do so overtly. Conversely, if none of the cardinals had a solution for Ming, it would merely attest to the latter's overwhelming strength rather than his own inadequacy. Should the Pope later assign blame, Caesar would have no cause for concern regarding his head on the chopping block. Life and dignity. Caesar unequivocally chose the former. Moreover, through this appeal for assistance, Caesar would gain insights into the research progress across the continents, effectively achieving two objectives with one action. After sending out his request to the 5 cardinals, he reclined on the sofa, patiently awaiting their responses. Ding. Soon, a notification chimed from his communicator. Leader Caesar, we in the northern continent have indeed developed a mechanical zombie, capable not only of flight but also of carrying over 100 small missiles for bombardment. If you require it, I can arrange for my subordinates to transport it to the island of motorcycles in Dacia immediately. Mechanical zombies? A smirk of disdain crossed Caesar's face upon hearing that the northern continent had merely produced such a superficial contraption. It was worth noting that the most powerful nation, lay within the northern continent. Caesar had not anticipated that, despite the abundance of cutting-edge technology, the northern continent had concocted this impractical invention. Yet, upon reflection, in the gun-toting nation of the most effective strategy for dealing with survivors would indeed be to employ such mechanical zombies for relentless bombardment. Moreover, most of the high-tech entrepreneurs from had become members of Eden, with the adversaries merely comprising the lower echelons of those at the lower echelons. To speak candidly, Caesar believes it is utterly futile to squander time and energy studying the myriad mutations of zombies. Instead, dispatching aircraft to airdrop leaves would suffice. Most would likely succumb to their own folly. Your Excellency Caesar, I am Bishop Sewile, responsible for the affairs of the Eden of Grey Continent. Currently, we have not devoted much research to mutated human zombies, but we have indeed made significant strides in studying mutated animal zombies. In fact, we have even replicated prehistoric creatures using the zombie virus. I shall promptly arrange for my subordinates to prepare the equipment. Esteemed Bishop Caesar, I am immensely grateful to you all. As messages flooded in one after another, Caesar, reclining on the sofa, was positively elated. With the support of these 5 continents, even the Pope would think twice before issuing a reprimand. In high spirits, Caesar drained his goblet of red wine and cast a glance at the art of war resting beside him. Oh, dear God, my affection for this book grows ever stronger. Chapter 143. The Sea Monster, 2, 560,000 points have been deducted, and the upgrade of the Refuge will commence now, with an estimated duration of 3 months. Indeed, upon hearing that the upgrade of the Refuge would require 3 months, a faint, bitter smile crept across Ming's lips. His decision to venture abroad was twofold: to seek clues about Eden and to draw the organization's attention entirely to himself. During this interval, Ming intended to elevate the Refuge to level 9. Once the upgrade was complete, his next step would be to head directly to the headquarters of Eden in Antarctica. Technology is perpetually advancing. Ming no longer wished to engage in a prolonged game with Eden. His sole desire now was to swiftly conclude this calamity. Next, he would journey to the land of the rising sun. Gazing at the boundless ocean before him, Ming gradually stretched his limbs. During his 2 weeks in Korea, he had uncovered no valuable intelligence. At this juncture, his priority was to locate Eden's headquarters in Southeast Asia. If it could not be found in Korea, it was highly likely that it lay within Japan. As for crossing the sea, after much contemplation, Ming decided to utilize his speed to traverse the waters. The straight-line distance from Busan to Japanese territory was merely a little over 200 kilometers, a trivial feat for someone with a physique of steel like Ming. Even if he grew weary, he could effortlessly float in the air using his mental strength to rest for a while. And so, he set forth. After downing a cup of iced Americano, Ming sped across the ocean towards Japan. To Ming's surprise, shortly after his departure, he sensed something lurking beneath the surface of the water, seemingly following him. Rumbling. Before Ming could halt his momentum, he noticed the waves around him beginning to churn violently. What on earth? Faced with this scene, Ming hastily employed his mental power to elevate himself into the sky. But the next moment, a monstrous creature with a gaping abyss for a mouth emerged from the very waters he had just vacated. As the creature slowly surfaced, Ming discerned its true form. The monstrosity was approximately the size of 3 or 4 football fields, adorned with tentacles reminiscent of an octopus. Its bloodshot eyes fixated on Su Ming in the sky, emitting a series of deafening roars. What a delightful sensation this is. Upon hearing the creature's roar, Su Ming felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. This was, astonishingly, a mental attack. Fortunately, Su Ming's mental fortitude was formidable, allowing him to resist the creature's sound without succumbing to slumber. Goodness, it can hypnotize as well? Coming back to his senses, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Observing that the creature was merely a physical being, he retrieved several grenades from his system space. Let me show you what I've got. Su Ming decisively hurled a grenade into the abyssal maw of the monster, accompanied by a series of muted explosions. The creature's mouth merely expelled a stream of green liquid, showing no other reaction whatsoever. Goodness, it doesn't feel pain at all. Although aware of the grenade's limited power, Su Ming was utterly astonished that the monster seemed entirely unfazed. Oh dear. The creature emitted another round of ear-piercing roars. And before Su Ming could comprehend what had transpired, he found himself besieged by torrents of water surging towards him. You possess quite a range of abilities. Utilizing his mental prowess, Su Ming elevated himself once more, evading the onslaught of water. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed the presence of something behind him. Bang! Before he could turn to investigate, his mental shield seemed to collide with something, and he swiftly plummeted towards the ocean's surface. As he lifted himself again using his mental force, he glanced back to discover that the shield had struck the creature's massive tentacle. This indicated that the monster had meticulously calculated its strategy. The earlier water attack was merely a ploy to compel Su Ming to adjust his altitude. Ultimately, its aim was to have him collide with its tentacle. Impressive. As Su Ming raised himself higher, he couldn't help but admire the creature's cunning. This outbreak of zombies has turned out to be quite entertaining. The infected humans are mindless, yet the infected animals possess intellect. Well, it's time to send you to the depths of hell. Having witnessed the monster's intelligence, Su Ming promptly brandished a Gatling gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. As the barrels of the Gatling gun spun and spat flames, the creature on the ocean's surface hurriedly raised its tentacles to shield its body, attempting to deflect the bullets. However, despite its high intelligence, the creature's physical form could not withstand the damage inflicted by modern weaponry. One by one, its tentacles were reduced to tatters. And the monster finally recognized that it was no match for the human before it. Oh dear! The creature let out another round of frustrated roars, its enormous body slowly sinking beneath the waves. Goodness, has it finally come to an end? Observing this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Such a colossal creature could easily evade him by submerging itself in the ocean. Although Su Ming possessed a formidable physique, the seawater would diminish much of his strength. Moreover, given the monster's size, and considering he was no biologist, who could possibly ascertain its weak points? Just when Su Ming thought all was concluded, he was taken aback as the monstrous form erupted once more from the sea's surface. What the hell? Witnessing the creature charge directly towards him, Su Ming hesitated no longer. He evaded the monstrous abyssal maw, aiming a fist squarely at its forehead. Thud! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the creature let out a piercing wail before being forcefully thrust back into the depths of the sea. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it erupted once more from the water's surface. Confounded, Su Ming gazed at the creature before him, its forehead indented from his strike. Wasn't this beast initially quite astute? How had it suddenly become so thick-headed? However, as Su Ming's gaze drifted towards the ocean's expanse, he was taken aback to witness a colossal fishtail emerging from the depths. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon Su Ming. It was not that this creature had become impervious, but rather that another, far more terrifying entity lurked beneath the waves. The beast had not emerged of its own volition, but had been propelled forth by the monstrous presence concealed beneath the sea. Chapter 144. This is truly a giant Kuan. I apologize. I misjudged you. At this moment, Su Ming felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Watching the creature being tossed into the air once more, he refrained from attacking it again. Instead, he simply observed as it plummeted back into the ocean. After being repeatedly expelled from the sea, the tentacled monster was utterly enraged. It swiftly adjusted its posture in midair with its tentacles, seemingly vowing vengeance against the creature that had just flung it from the water. With a thunderous crash, the two monsters collided, entangled in a fierce struggle. It was then that Su Ming discerned that the other creature resembled a sperm whale. A sperm whale against a giant squid, you say? Witnessing the titanic clash unfold beneath the waves, Su Ming's mind was flooded with tales he had previously only encountered in scientific literature. Initially skeptical of such narratives, he now found himself utterly convinced that these two species harbored a long-standing grudge. After all, even in their zombified states, their instinct to fight remained, evidence of memories etched in their very genes. Well then, watching this spectacle is quite entertaining. as the two colossal beasts thrashed about. Su Ming retrieved a bag of chips from his system space and began to munch contentedly. The giant squid zombie fervently entwined the sperm whale zombie with its tentacles. This maneuver, once effective in suffocating the sperm whale, had lost its potency. The zombified whale no longer required oxygen to sustain its existence. It opened its gaping maw and savagely tore into the flesh of the giant squid zombie. The two titans plunged beneath the surface, only to emerge again, neither willing to yield nor compromise, determined to slay one another. What grievances could possibly fuel such animosity? Su Ming was perplexed by their relentless conflict. Even in their undead states, due to the prior barrage of bullets Su Ming had unleashed upon the giant squid, coupled with that heavy blow, it gradually found itself at a disadvantage as time wore on. Alas, I owe you an apology. Observing this scene, Su Ming felt a pang of sympathy for the giant squid zombie. Were it not for his earlier assault, it might not have succumbed so swiftly. As the sperm whale zombie continued its relentless assault, the giant squid zombie's body was marred with numerous wounds, oozing copious amounts of green liquid that ultimately stained the ocean's surface a luminous green. In the end, with the sperm whale zombie's relentless pursuit, the giant squid zombie was slowly dismembered, eventually floating motionless upon the surface. With a mournful cry, the victorious sperm whale zombie emitted a series of haunting whale songs, seemingly celebrating its triumph. Indeed, it has been defeated. Observing the conclusion of this titanic struggle, Su Ming resolved to continue his journey towards the land of the rising sun. What he did not anticipate was that the zombie sperm whale seemed resolute in its pursuit. Goodness, could this be considered a case of ingratitude? As he witnessed it conjuring a column of water aimed directly at him, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. Were all these deep-sea behemoths so ill-tempered? After dodging the watery assault, Su Ming's ire surged. Since this creature was oblivious to the subtleties of human interaction, he decided to teach it a lesson on how to behave as a proper zombie. With a fierce determination, Su Ming brandished his Gatling gun and unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the zombie whale's form. Despite the barrage, it appeared impervious to any significant damage. Remarkable. What a thick hide it possessed. In light of this development, an idea sparked in Su Ming's mind. If the ocean was teeming with zombies, could he exploit zombie bait grenades for an offensive? With this notion in mind, he flung a zombie bait grenade directly onto the zombie sperm whale. Boom. As the grenade detonated, the undead creature sensed an unsettling shift in its surroundings. Prepare to meet your demise. After executing his plan, Su Ming retrieved a cup of iced Americano from his inventory and savored its flavor. Since this beast had provoked him, it could forget about reigning as the sovereign of the deep. As the surface of the sea began to roil, Su Ming understood that the zombie bait grenade was taking effect. The mournful cries of the zombie sperm whale confirmed that numerous fish zombies were now feasting upon its flesh. However, to Su Ming's astonishment, after a brief struggle, the zombie whale leapt from the water. Oh, attempting to evade those fish zombies by such means? Su Ming was not surprised by the whale's reaction. After all, animalistic zombies possessed a degree of intelligence. Devising such tactics was within reason. Yet, Su Ming knew that the effects of the zombie bait grenade were not easily dismissed, even if it managed to momentarily escape the gnawing of the undead. Once it submerged again, the zombies would resume their assault. Await your fate. As he watched the zombie whale ascend past the apex of its trajectory, Su Ming was taken aback when it hovered midair. Coupled with its massive, decaying form, he was suddenly reminded of those web-based games he had seen before. Was this still a whale? It resembled a colossal leviathan. With a thunderous roar, the giant leviathan opened its gaping maw and surged towards Su Ming. Seriously? Though he had encountered numerous flying zombies before, at least they had wings to stir the air around them. But this giant leviathan? The sole possibility that crossed Su Ming's mind was that this zombie could wield psychic powers, although it is difficult to believe that this is real. The scene before me can only be explained by its ability to wield psychic power. Faced with the gaping maw of the monstrous creature, Su Ming first utilized his mental strength to swiftly retreat, then retrieved a rocket launcher from the system's space. He took aim at the zombie before him and pressed the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket, trailing a long tail of flame, soared directly towards the colossal creature. Boom! As a burst of orange flames erupted, there was no trace of a smile on Su Ming's face. Instead, a solemn expression took its place, for he clearly witnessed the rocket detonating just 1 meter away from the giant creature. Chapter 145, The Disturbance of the Giant Kuan. How astonishing it is. Witnessing the giant Kuan effortlessly deflect a missile with its own mental prowess, Su Ming felt as though his CPU were on the verge of overheating. The ability to sustain such a colossal form with mental energy suggested that this giant Kuan's mental capacity was nearly on par with his own. Roar. Faced with the furious advance of the giant Kuan, Su Ming initially contemplated vanquishing it outright. However, upon further reflection, He deemed it more advantageous to allow it to wreak havoc upon the eastern division of Eden rather than expend his own strength. After all, the mere weight of its massive body crashing to the ground could spell doom for numerous souls. Come forth. Having arrived at this conclusion, Ming beckoned towards the giant koan and brandished his pistol, unleashing a flurry of shots aimed at its head. Although the bullets were effortlessly thwarted by the koan's mental defenses, Ming's audacity did succeed in inciting the wrath of this intellectually aware creature. With another thunderous roar, the giant koan veered towards Ming's position. Come and catch me. Thus began a chase, one of flight and pursuit, with the giant koan perpetually feeling as though it was just a breath away from catching Ming, yet always falling short. At long last, he had arrived. Upon spotting land at the edge of his vision, Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. His efforts had not been in vain. As the duo soared closer to the skies above the land of the east, Ming pondered how best to divert the giant koan's attention from his presence, only to witness a sudden eruption of flames from the Eden base below. Rat-a-tat-tat. The cacophony of anti-aircraft fire reached his ears, and Ming realized that he need no longer guide the beast intentionally. It must be said, the eastern Eden base was remarkably efficient. To the base's commander, the giant koan was undoubtedly a companion of Ming, prompting an immediate order to fire upon it. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage of artillery erupted around the giant koan. Yet a layer of invisible force shielded it, preventing any real harm from befalling the creature. Roar. Confounded by this unprovoked assault, the giant koan's fury intensified. Its gaze fixated on the Eden base below, it concluded that the humans within were surely allied with Ming. Drawing its own conclusion, the giant koan redirected its wrath towards the base below, utilizing its immense size and formidable mental strength. It obliterated the highest structures within the base before setting its sights on the stationary cannons on the walls that were relentlessly firing at it. With a thunderous sweep of its colossal tail, the fixed cannons were reduced to ruins. Hurry and unleash the zombies. How infuriating. Why is it that Ming can also command the undead? The commanders within the base scrambled to issue frantic commands. Yet they were utterly helpless against the overwhelming might of the giant koan. Even though a multitude of mutated zombies had emerged from the base, they were utterly incapable of breaching the psychic shield formed by the colossal beast. What was once a thriving base quickly succumbed to ruin under the onslaught of the Leviathan. My goodness, this creature possesses remarkable strength. Ming, who had been observing from the skies, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It must be said that the personnel from the Eastern Division truly understood the essence of cooperation, as they successfully diverted the giant's attention entirely toward themselves. As the ground forces continued to falter, the head of the base hastily boarded a helicopter designated for escape, yearning to flee this tumultuous place. However, the whirring of the helicopter's engine swiftly captured the Leviathan's attention. It first glanced at Ming, who was spectating from above, and then at the helicopter that was attempting to flee before it. After a moment of contemplation, the creature decisively opted to pursue the helicopter. Witnessing the Leviathan chase after the helicopter left Ming both amused and bewildered. One must admit, this creature does possess a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited. Perhaps, from its perspective, those who could ride such flying contraptions were deemed the more significant threats. Respecting the Leviathan's choice, Ming maintained a safe distance, following the creature as it trailed the helicopter, which soon led it to the location of a second base. What a disaster, this base was doomed as well. Observing the second base unleash a barrage of firepower toward the Leviathan, Ming anticipated the inevitable downfall of this stronghold. However, this time, the Leviathan did not intercept all the projectiles aimed at it. It seemed fatigued, noticing several shells detonating against the Leviathan's body. Ming surmised that the creature's psychic energy was nearing depletion. After all, it had been soaring through the skies for quite some time. If its psychic reserves were still abundant, Ming feared that the blue star would become the Leviathan's dominion. With a thunderous roar, the Leviathan dove back into the depths of the sea, just as Ming believed that the ordeal had come to an end. The once placid surface of the ocean erupted into towering waves reaching several dozen meters high. With a resounding crash, the waves surged against the coastline, flooding the streets of the town. Zombies wandering the streets were swiftly swept away by the torrent, emitting horrifying cries. The sea soon battered against the walls of the base, tossing numerous zombies into its confines. To think it could utilize the seawater as a means of attack, this creature is indeed cunning. Observing the scene before him, Ming couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. Yet, the reality soon proved that his reflections were premature. Suddenly, 3 massive figures leaped from the ocean, charging straight toward the base. Goodness, this is a veritable calamity. These 3 figures bore a striking resemblance to the previous Leviathan, their only distinction being that they were not quite as colossal. 3 somewhat diminutive giant koans soared into the base, immediately wreaking havoc within its confines. With the successive collapse of one building after another, the inhabitants of the base swiftly descended into despair, hovering in the air. Ming could only watch in disbelief as the giant Kuan rampaged through the base. Goodness, this was truly unexpected. Just as Ming intended to continue observing from above, reaping the benefits of the chaos, he noticed a figure emerging slowly from within the ruins. Clad in a blue samurai outfit and wielding a jet-black katana, the individual faced the rampaging giant Kuan. With a graceful leap, he propelled himself directly in front of one of the colossal creatures. Chapter 146. The 8 cuts blade against the samurai sword with a swift motion. The individual brandished his samurai sword towards the colossal giant fish ahead. As the blade sliced through the air, the once lively creature before him suddenly fell into a state of stillness. Crack, accompanied by the crisp sound of the blade returning to its sheath. The gigantic fish's massive form slowly split in two, helplessly plummeting toward the base below. Boom. The bisected body of the giant fish crashed heavily onto the ground, producing a deep, resonant thud. Long live Lord Hiding. The personnel within the base erupted into cheers upon witnessing this spectacle. In stark contrast to the jubilant voices below, the man known as Lord Hiding displayed no emotion. He slightly crouched forward, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword. With another swift motion, Hiding swung his samurai sword once more, cleaving the remaining 2 giant fish in half. Crack. After reinserting his blade into its sheath, Hiding's gaze shifted towards Ming in the sky. Do you not wish to descend and engage in conversation? In response to Hiding's invitation, Ming drained his iced Americano and gradually lowered his body into the base. If I am not mistaken, you must be Ming, who declined the invitation to Eden. Indeed, that is I. My name is Hiding Juza, the overseer of this base and a priest of Eden. Oh. Upon hearing Hiding's introduction, Ming nodded slowly. Since you have entered my territory, I would advise you to consider a peaceful resolution with us. There is an ancient saying in the Great Sia, those who recognize the times are the true talents. I trust you understand that opposing us at Eden will lead to no favorable outcome. Hiding's words left Ming somewhat speechless. Given the current animosity between himself and Eden, it was surprising to hear Hiding attempt to recruit him. If you refuse, then I shall have no choice but to challenge you to a duel. Ming was at a loss for words upon hearing Hiding's intent to duel. What era are we in? Why does the East persist in resolving matters through such antiquated means? Though Ming found Hiding's thought process rather peculiar, he could not underestimate the man's strength. Had he not possessed a steel-like body, Ming would truly hesitate to engage in combat with Hiding. After all, this was the first time he had encountered someone capable of manifesting their mental energy into a blade for the purpose of attack. What say you, Ming? What is your choice? Faced with Hiding's inquiry, Ming first exchanged points in the system's marketplace for a pair of 8 cuts blades. He then produced them before Hiding. I see. The moment Hiding beheld Ming brandishing the 8 cuts blades, he comprehended that a duel was inevitable. During the duel, you are not permitted to attack Ming. After issuing orders to all members of the base, Hiding slowly drew his katana and fixed his gaze upon Ming. Jun, let us begin. As the two stood in the clearing of the base, Hiding charged directly at Ming, wielding his katana with the intent to strike at Ming's throat. In the face of the imminent blade, Ming remained composed, employing the 8 cuts technique of Wing Chun to deflect the attack with a graceful gesture. After steering the katana away from his centerline, Ming seized the opportunity, stepping forward and unleashing a series of alternating strikes toward Hiding's throat with his 8 cuts. Hiding, caught in close quarters, found it nearly impossible to leverage the advantages of his katana, retreating awkwardly in an attempt to create distance. Yet, Ming had no intention of granting Hiding such an opportunity. The strength of Wing Chun lies in close combat, and Ming relentlessly pursued Hiding, cornering him against the wall. Clang! Just as Ming's blade was about to carve through Hiding's throat, Hiding hurriedly drew the tanto from his waist to parry the lethal blow, swiftly turning to re-establish distance. Impressive skill, Jun. After sheathing the tanto back at his side, Hiding resumed his assault with the katana, launching a series of strikes. Having learned from the earlier encounter, Hiding refrained from advancing recklessly, attacking while remaining vigilant of Ming's movements. Should Ming attempt to close the distance, Hiding would swiftly retreat. You are not so bad yourself, Ming remarked, unable to suppress his admiration for Hiding's cautious approach. It was evident that Hiding Juro must have once been a master swordsman. Ming's Wing Chun was a technique acquired through a systematic exchange, not a mere charlatan-esque art like that of Master Ma, but a deadly skill meticulously calculated by the system. Had it been an ordinary opponent, they would have succumbed to Ming's 8 cuts by now. Yet, Hiding not only quickly recognized his own advantages but also adeptly adjusted his offensive rhythm. Although Ming was aware that Hiding's katana could not pierce his ironclad physique, He was determined to refine his skills against such a formidable adversary. Su Jun, I shall now become serious. Upon hearing Hiding's declaration, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. So, this old fellow had merely been toying with him until now? Just as Su Ming contemplated voicing his thoughts, he observed Hiding charging at him, katana in hand, while his left grasped the tanto at his waist. Is this a dual sword style? Su Ming quickly comprehended the situation. Historically, those who employed dual swords possessed exceptional skill. It appeared that Hiding was not merely a skilled swordsman but a master among masters. With the tanto in his left hand, Hiding unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Su Ming. Whenever Su Ming sought to close the distance, Hiding's tanto would intercept him, thwarting his efforts. Subsequently, Hiding would utilize the clash of weapons to create distance, once again employing his katana for a mid-range assault. Long live Lord Hiding. Hail to Lord Hiding. Under the tempestuous onslaught of Hiding, Su Ming gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The onlookers within the base erupted into waves of cheers upon witnessing the spectacle. Clang. After successfully parrying Hiding's strike aimed at his neck, Su Ming swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Su Jun, you are a man who upholds the code of the samurai. If you are willing to surrender now, I can assure you, on behalf of Eden, that your previous privileges will be maintained. Hiding was well aware of Su Ming's exploits. Yet, the fact that Su Ming refrained from leveraging his spatial abilities to unleash a barrage of firearms against him earned Hiding's respect. Oh. Upon hearing Hiding's commendation, Su Ming returned his 8-slash blade to the system space and flashed a peculiar smile at the figure before him. In that case, Mr. Hiding, I trust you would not mind if I were to switch weapons? Chapter 147, The Warriors Certainly. In response to Su Ming's inquiry, Hating nodded with a smile. Upon witnessing Su Ming store his twin blades into the system space, Hating realized that Su Ming intended to switch weapons. However, a sense of trepidation gripped his heart, fearing that Su Ming might produce a Gatling gun. Yet, when he observed a long staff materializing in Su Ming's right hand, his anxiety dissipated entirely. As long as it was a firearm, he felt reassured. Very well, let us continue, Su Ming declared, advancing towards Hating with the staff in both hands. To counteract Hating's dual sword style, Su Ming decisively employed the 6.5 staff technique. Given that Hating had proven invincible at both close and mid-range, Su Ming opted for this unconventional approach. The 6.5 staff technique, albeit simple with only a handful of moves, could transform into countless variations. As the saying goes, an inch of length is an inch of strength. Once Su Ming initiated the 6.5 staff, Hating lost any opportunity to engage in close combat. Regardless of the tactics Hating employed, he could not leverage the advantage of his twin blades, finding himself in a precarious position as he desperately defended against Su Ming's onslaught. Hating had contemplated utilizing his mental energy to manifest a blade to cleave Su Ming's staff, but after several attempts, he left no mark on the staff's end and instead felt a numbing sensation in his hands from the recoil. Cursed be it. Realizing that his offensive maneuvers inflicted no damage upon Su Ming, Hating sheathed his right-hand sword and grasped the dagger in his left hand, eyeing Su Ming with caution. With the dual sword flow thwarted, Hating resolved to exploit the advantages of his short blade and take a risk. As Su Ming once again thrust the staff towards him, Hating abruptly pivoted, positioning himself closely alongside the staff and charging towards its tail. Oh, this is quite interesting. Observing Hating inching closer along the staff, Su Ming quickly retreated, shaking the staff in an attempt to dislodge him. However, at this moment, Hating had mastered Su Ming's attack rhythm, adhering closely to the staff, rendering Su Ming's efforts to repel him futile. Success was imminent. As Hating drew nearer, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, at that instant, Su Ming unexpectedly released his grip on the staff and advanced directly towards him. What? Hating was taken aback to see Su Ming abandon his weapon. However, when he aimed to deliver a fatal blow with his dagger, he realized that Su Ming's body had once again closed the distance between them. The dagger in Hating's hand plunged into the air behind Su Ming. Bang! Accompanied by a tremendous force to his abdomen, Hating was sent flying. This is the inch punch? As Hating beheld Su Ming's fist still clenched, he instantly comprehended the rationale behind Su Ming's earlier weapon relinquishment. Cough, cough. The wounded Hiding slowly rose from the ground, continuously coughing. Su Ming's earlier punch had shattered his ribs, rendering him nearly incapable of continuing the fight. Lord Hiding, do not give in. You can do it. Encouraged by the fervent shouts of those around him, Hiding understood that he must valiantly uphold the honor of the samurai. Retreat was not an option. What will it be? Will you continue? In stark contrast to the enthusiastic cheers surrounding him, Su Ming gestured towards his own abdomen and inquired, if you choose to surrender, I shall spare your life. He spoke thusly because he considered Hiding to be a fine target for practice. With such profound swordsmanship, Hiding could serve as an excellent sparring partner for Su Ming when he learned new martial arts. However, to Su Ming's surprise, Hiding's expression grew solemn upon hearing his words. Su Jun, Hiding said as he sheathed his blade, then slowly drew his katana from his waist. I am a samurai. Please respect my honor. Upon hearing this declaration, Su Ming realized that Hiding would never surrender. Even if he forcibly spared Hiding's life, the latter would undoubtedly seek opportunities to end it himself in the future. After all, the Eastern land is steeped in the tradition of seppuku. For someone like Hiding, who regarded the honor of the samurai as sacred, even a mere spoon could serve as a tool for seppuku. Very well, I shall respect you. Su Ming gradually picked up the 6.5-foot staff from the ground and lifted it with deliberation, as Hiding charged at him with his blade drawn. Su Ming hesitated not for an instant, swinging the staff with precision. Bang! The staff struck fiercely against Hiding's left arm, shattering it instantly. Yet, to Su Ming's astonishment, Hiding remained silent in the face of such pain, not uttering a single cry. Lord Hiding. The surrounding members of Eden, witnessing this, hastily drew their weapons, aiming them at Su Ming. Stop! With Hiding's stern command, those poised to fire lowered their weapons. As a samurai, no one shall disrupt the rules of the duel. Hi. Upon Hiding's admonition, all present bowed their heads in shame. All right, Su Jun, we may continue. Hiding glanced at his incapacitated left arm, gripping the hilt of his katana tightly as he leaned forward and crouched. Seeing Hiding's stance, Su Ming understood that Hiding was preparing to unleash a powerful move. Huh. With a fierce shout, Hiding unleashed a blade of light aimed directly at Su Ming's throat, rather than evade the attack. Su Ming thrust the staff forward to meet the oncoming strike. I have lost, gazing at the staff piercing his heart. A faint smile appeared on Hiding's face. Indeed, you have lost this duel. After withdrawing the staff, Su Ming refrained from advancing further to attack. Hei Tung remained in a half-kneeling posture, exerting his final strength to embed his katana into the ground, striving to maintain his balance. As his breaths grew fainter, his eyes gradually lost the spark of life. Honor your fallen commander with a grand burial. He defended your Bushido with his very existence. Su Ming did not immediately strike at the members of Eden within the base, but allowed them to bury Hei Tung first. Very well, now it is your turn. Once the moment of silence concluded, Su Ming was about to inquire about the intelligence regarding Eden when he heard distant roars echoing. Chapter 148. The people on the Kuan, is it possible? Not again. Hearing the cacophony of roars, Su Ming could not help but let out a sigh. It seemed that the Eden branch in the land of the rising sun was destined to be embroiled in chaos with the Kuan. As 5 colossal Kuns approached his location, Su Ming realized that the base beneath his feet was fated for destruction. Faced with the encroaching giants, he chose to retreat. Although his curiosity about the intelligence from Eden was piqued, he had no intention of fighting alongside the personnel at the eastern base. Well, this is truly a spectacle. Hiding within the clouds, Su Ming watched as the 5 massive Kuns rampaged through the base, reveling in their havoc. Once the entire facility was reduced to ruins, he contemplated descending to deal with the Kuns, only to suddenly discover a figure atop one of the creatures. What the? Su Ming could assert with absolute certainty that this was a human and not a zombie. Ah, esteemed gentlemen of the clouds. You have finally decided to make your descent. Su Ming was taken aback, realizing that his presence had long been detected by this individual. With a swift motion, the figure extended a finger, and visible droplets of water began to coalesce around him, eventually forming a water dragon that surged towards Su Ming. To his astonishment, the individual launched an attack without provocation. Confronted with the approaching water dragon, Su Ming swiftly unsheathed his 6.5-foot staff and thrust it toward the dragon's enormous head. A fine move. Upon witnessing Su Ming's maneuver, the figure deftly split the water dragon in two, causing Su Ming's strike to miss entirely. Observing the individual's mastery over the water dragon, Su Ming's expression grew serious. As 2 water dragons bore down upon him, he enveloped them with his mental energy. With a resounding splash, the 2 water dragons collided with the shield formed by a psychic force, disintegrating into mere puddles. After neutralizing the 2 water dragons, Su Ming retrieved a Gatling gun from his system space and aimed it at the figure, pulling the trigger without hesitation. However, the enigmatic individual merely smiled, raising a hand to conjure a wall of water before him. The bullet struck the aqueous barrier, instantly losing their kinetic energy. It appears this individual possesses genuine skill. Observing how effortlessly the mysterious figure deflected his attack, Su Ming speculated that their superpower likely revolved around water manipulation for combat. Judging by their current display, it was evident that they wielded their abilities with remarkable finesse. A spatial superpower user? Realizing that Su Ming had first brandished a staff and then a Gatling gun, the individual seemed to grasp the nature of Su Ming's abilities. Well, shall we continue? Seeing that the figure refrained from launching further attacks, Su Ming returned the Gatling gun to his system space. After all, his journey to the land of the rising sun was solely to acquire additional intelligence about Eden, rather than to engage in combat with these extraordinary beings. What had just transpired could be deemed a friendly sparring session. Upon witnessing Su Ming's supernatural abilities, the man refrained from further aggression and instead offered a polite gesture towards Su Ming. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Sansi, guardian of these waters. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Seeing the man bowing in acknowledgement, Su Ming felt somewhat bemused. This Lu Sansi had first engaged him in combat, and then, having assessed the situation, chose to bow as if Su Ming were some kind of immortal cultivator. Su Ming. Although he could not comprehend Lu Sansi's perplexing behavior, Su Ming responded courteously. However, he was puzzled by Lu Sansi's self-proclaimed title as the guardian of these waters. It appears Mr. Su Ming is unfamiliar with this designation. Lu Sansi seemed to read Su Ming's thoughts and chuckled as he elucidated. "It is merely a self-bestowed title." "Oh, Mr. Su Ming, may I ask the purpose of your solitary venture into the borders of this land?" Faced with Lu Sansi's inquiry, Su Ming did not respond immediately. Despite the man's fluency in the language of the Great Xia, Su Ming was reluctant to engage further until he could ascertain his true identity. "It seems Mr. Su Ming harbors some reservations regarding my trustworthiness." Noting Su Ming's cautious demeanor, Lu Sansi smiled nonchalantly. "In that case, let us part ways. However, I must caution you. All the whales in these waters are my subjects. Should you encounter them, merely present this." With that, Lu Sansi produced a wooden token and handed it to Su Ming. "Understood." As Su Ming accepted the token, Lu Sansi gently patted the enormous sea creature he had been seated upon. "Mr. Su Ming, we shall take our leave." With a resounding call from the giant beast, Lu Sansi soared into the sky, accompanied by his 5 colossal creatures. By the way, Mr. Su Ming, a considerable number of military transport planes arrived in this land just a couple of days ago. If your objective is to seek them, the capital would be your destination. Thank you. Mimicking Lu Sansi's gesture, Su Ming bowed slightly, watching as the man and his 5 sea creatures vanished beneath the waves. Goodness. This truly is becoming increasingly intriguing. Holding the wooden token in his hand, Su Ming couldn't help but feel that the world had grown ever more chaotic. First, there was the zombie outbreak, then Eden, and now the emergence of a guardian of the ocean. It was evident that many had acquired their own powers amidst this calamity. Although the motives of these individuals remained unclear, Su Ming sensed that, at the very least, Lu Sansi was not an adversary. As for the future, in this apocalyptic world, it was likely that anyone endowed with extraordinary abilities would aspire to carve out their own dominion. Well then, perhaps he should heed Lu Sansi's words and venture to the capital of the land of the rising sun, based on the recent words of Lu Sansi. Su Ming has roughly deduced the intentions of the Eden. The influx of transport aircraft to the eastern land can only signify one purpose: to transport zombies for an ambush against him. As for the mutated zombies from Eden, Su Ming has grown accustomed to their peculiarities. Moreover, he is quite intrigued to discover what surprises Eden has in store for him this time. Chapter 149, The 100 Schools of Thought. When Su Ming beheld the images of the zombie horde within the capital of the eastern Yamato through the sanctuary system in his mind, he found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. It must be said that this time, Eden had indeed invested heavily to rectify its own predicament. The photographs revealed that there were at least 1,000 variably mutated zombies within the capital. Well then, if that is the case, let us witness it firsthand. Naturally, Su Ming was filled with anticipation for the impending battle. Upon stepping onto the streets of the eastern Yamato capital, Su Ming quickly spotted 2 zombies clad in black ninja attire. Another pair of ninja zombies? Observing these 2 undead figures advancing towards him, utilizing the towering buildings for cover, Su Ming promptly drew his Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage of fire. He had initially believed that, with such concentrated firepower, he could effortlessly eradicate these 2 ninja zombies. However, to his astonishment, these zombies appeared to be of version 2.0. Not only were they astonishingly swift, but they could also wield their kunai to deflect bullets. Impressive. Realizing that conventional firearms were ineffective against them, Su Ming decided to employ his mental prowess to immobilize the 2 adversaries midair. It is indeed simpler to strike a stationary target. As he watched the 2 ninja zombies flail helplessly in the air, he retrieved a Barrett sniper rifle from the system's storage. Bang! With the resounding crack of the gun, one of the ninja zombies had its head obliterated in an instant. Is this the extent of their challenge? Observing how effortlessly he had dispatched one of them, Su Ming could only shake his head in resignation. Bang! After neutralizing both ninja zombies, Su Ming continued his journey towards the Eden base within the eastern Yamato capital. Yet, before he could traverse even 10 meters further, 4 peculiar mutated zombies emerged from the street. A saber-toothed tiger's witnessing these four zombies obstructing his path. Su Ming's lips involuntarily twitched. The resemblance of these four zombies to the long-extinct saber-toothed tiger was striking. Su Ming couldn't help but ponder. With such advanced technology at Eden's disposal, why not use it to amass wealth instead of orchestrating a zombie apocalypse? With such capabilities, one could effortlessly dominate the entire Blue Star economically. Imagine controlling a legion of workers to toil for him. Surely that would be far more appealing than dealing with these grotesque beings? Roar. Are you so eager? Clearly. The saber-toothed zombies before him held a different perspective. To them, Su Ming was merely a readily available prey. Sigh very well. Then, witnessing the impatience of the four saber-toothed tiger zombies, Su Ming reluctantly drew his 8-slashing blade. What the have they just transformed into a robot? As he watched a car before him slowly morph into a robot, Su Ming was utterly astounded. This thing is also a zombie? Although feeling a sense of disbelief, Su Ming still pulled the trigger. As he watched the transformer before him explode into a myriad of fragments, he couldn't help but sigh. It must be said that this journey to the land of the rising sun truly made Su Ming realize the limitations of his own knowledge. During the nearly 3-hour battle just now, he had encountered a plethora of mutated zombies. Some were capable of launching various missiles like Iron Man, while others possessed exaggerated muscles akin to the Hulk, and there were even those that could transform from vehicles into robotic forms to engage in combat. The characters he had once seen in science fiction films had all made an appearance in the recent skirmish. This was truly a cacophony of diverse expressions. Gazing at the base gate less than 500 meters away, Su Ming began to anticipate what form of mutated zombie would next emerge. However, to his surprise, the ensuing journey proved remarkably smooth. Approaching the entrance of the base, he encountered not a single zombie, and even the defensive machine guns atop the walls refrained from firing in his direction. As the saying goes, when things deviate from the norm, something unusual is afoot. This time, Su Ming chose not to use his fists to break open the base's gate, but instead leapt onto the wall. Observing the desolate base, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Su Ming, welcome to the hell I have meticulously prepared for you. Since you have presented yourself so willingly, do not blame me for any lack of hospitality. At that moment, a voice filled with smug satisfaction echoed from the loudspeakers within the base, and Su Ming recognized it immediately as belonging to Caesar, the one he had previously let go. Ha ha, I trust you recognize my voice. To express my gratitude for your mercy, I have specially selected 10 of the most formidable mutated zombies just for you. As he beheld 10 figures slowly emerging from the base's structure, Su Ming felt a wave of exasperation. Each of these mutated zombies possessed its own unique characteristics. Some wielded knives, others employed firearms, and there was even one capable of harnessing electricity. While their appearances were indeed formidable, Su Ming knew full well that these creatures could never pose a threat to him. Su Ming, do savor the surprise I have prepared for you. The voice rang out again, prompting Su Ming to glance around his surroundings. Surely Caesar was aware of his capabilities. If that were the case, why would he send such zombies to confront him? A roar from the zombies interrupted Su Ming's contemplation. As he watched the horde charging towards him, he resolved to eliminate these creatures before pondering the true nature of the Eden scheme. Lord Caesar, the land of the rising sun is a strategic stronghold for our Eden. Should we proceed in this manner? And what of it? In response to his subordinate's inquiry, Caesar took a sip of the red wine in his glass. Although the land of the rising sun holds great significance, we have already acquired the necessary data and research findings. If need be, we can establish it anew in the future. However, if sacrificing the East is the price for Su Ming's life, I believe it is a most advantageous transaction. Observing the screen where Su Ming has already vanquished 3 mutated zombies, Caesar recognizes that this is the opportune moment to eliminate Su Ming. It can be detonated. Indeed, after completing all these actions, Caesar leisurely stretched and redirected his gaze to the surveillance footage. This is Mount Fuji, which has slumbered for over 3 centuries. I hope it can finally reveal its true power to me this time. Chapter 150, Journey to the Kingdom of White Elephants. Suddenly, amidst the fierce battle with the mutated zombies, Su Ming was startled by a resounding explosion not far from him. Before he could comprehend the situation, the ground beneath his feet began to violently tremble. What the hell? Is this an earthquake? Su Ming never anticipated encountering such a powerful tremor in the land of the rising sun. As he observed the structures within the base beginning to collapse due to the quake, he swiftly leaped onto the surrounding wall. Booming sounds echoed. Upon reaching the wall, Su Ming followed the source of the noise and beheld the summit of Mount Fuji erupting in brilliant orange flames. Oh no! A volcanic eruption. This was Su Ming's first experience witnessing a volcanic eruption up close. As he watched the volcanic rocks raining down like shooting stars, a chill coursed through his heart. Now he understood why there were no members of Eden left in the base. It became clear that this was a conspiracy aimed directly at him, intending to use the eruption of Mount Fuji to eliminate him. How cunning. Seeing the wall beneath him teetering on the brink of collapse, Ming hastily ran towards the outskirts of the city. However, the earth continued to shake violently, causing the high-rise buildings within the city to crumble incessantly. Although the falling debris posed no threat to him, it impeded his escape. Damn it. With a powerful punch, Ming shattered a massive rock plummeting from above, but he soon realized he could barely maintain his footing. I truly am at my wits' end with you lot. With no other choice, Ming resorted to using his mental power to levitate in the air, attempting to escape the land of the rising sun in this manner. The forces of nature were indeed terrifying. Despite possessing a body of steel and formidable mental strength, he still had to dodge the relentless barrage of volcanic rocks. As the volcano erupted, thick plumes of smoke swiftly engulfed the sky. You are truly impressive. I am in awe of you. While grumbling about the members of Eden, Ming flew towards the direction of the Great Xia Kingdom. Observing the continuous collapse of buildings below, he realized that the land of the rising sun would no longer exist on Blue Star. What a pity, even when peace returns, he would no longer be able to appreciate the works of those esteemed artists from the land of the rising sun. With this thought, Ming felt a twinge of regret. Thus, utilizing his mental prowess, he soared back into the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. Gazing at the rising smoke in the distance, Ming understood that the future environment of Blue Star would become increasingly harsh. Eden truly was a destructive force, harming both others and themselves. With the zombie threat still unresolved, Eden had ignited a volcano, and Ming found himself baffled by their logic. If they polluted the air of all Blue Star, did they not intend to survive themselves? While it is true that some superhumans can endure such harsh air conditions, the majority must seek refuge underground, waiting for the volcanic ash to dissipate. If the sole intent were to end one's own existence, then the cost of Eden this time would indeed be excessively steep. Alas, it is of little consequence now. Having escaped from the land of the rising sun, Ming is disinclined to ponder Eden's motives any further. According to the climate of Blue Star, the volcanic ash suspended in the atmosphere will not primarily impact the environment of the Great Xia, but will instead traverse the ocean to reach the continent of Country M. With just a week having passed, the completion of the shelter's upgrades is still a considerable time away. Regarding the intelligence for investigating Eden abroad, Ming has devised a fresh plan. Recalling the voice of Caesar that resonated within the eastern base, Ming surmises that Caesar has most likely ascended to the role of cardinal overseeing Southeast Asia for Eden. It is evident that a return to the eastern region is unnecessary. The magnitude of the recent volcanic eruption will undoubtedly trigger significant earthquakes and tsunamis. Ultimately, it is conceivable that the entire eastern region may succumb to the depths of the sea. It seems Caesar is likely situated in the realm of the White Elephant Country. Since neither the eastern lands nor Korea bear any trace of Caesar, his whereabouts must be in proximity to the White Elephant Country. As a populous nation, the White Elephant Country has long experienced uneven development, yet it possesses formidable national strength. Very well, let us venture to the White Elephant Country then. After finalizing his itinerary, Ming opted not to return to the shelter but instead set forth directly towards the White Elephant Country. This time, he chose not to remain discreet but rather boldly selected a helicopter as his means of transport. Ming's objective is straightforward: to inform the people of Eden of his location, given that the shelter is currently undergoing upgrades. To avoid disrupting the awakening process of the second group of individuals, Ming has resolved to draw Eden's attention himself. Hopefully, the White Elephant Country can yield a bountiful supply of points for me. Although he has accrued a considerable number of points in Korea and the eastern lands, Ming still hopes that the White Elephant Country will bestow upon him even greater surprises. Thus, Ming piloted the helicopter towards the direction of the White Elephant Country. Captain Caesar, we did not eliminate Ming. It is of no matter, I am aware. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Caesar expressed his impatience in response to his subordinate's report. The very occurrence he dreaded has indeed transpired. He had initially believed that leveraging a natural disaster like Mount Fuji would be sufficient to eradicate Ming. Yet he never anticipated that Ming could maintain flight for such an extended duration. What shall we do now? As he paced restlessly within the confines of the room, Caesar's mood had entirely soured, just as his subordinate had previously indicated. The Eden Division in the Eastern region has been host to a plethora of the most advanced technological research in Southeast Asia. Now, with the Eastern region reduced to a desolate wasteland, establishing a base is out of the question. It is likely that the entirety of the Eastern lands will soon plunge into the depths of the sea. Furthermore, this volcanic eruption is likely to result in a substantial amount of ash drifting into the territory of Country M. Commander Caesar, it has been quite a while. Just as Caesar was pacing anxiously within the confines of his chamber, A gentle female voice suddenly resonated at the doorway. "Is that you, Commander Avril?" Upon recognizing the visitor as Avril, the sole female commander of the Knights Templar, Caesar was taken aback. Avril is indeed the most formidable among all the commanders. Were it not for her gender, she would undoubtedly preside over the entire Knights Templar. Do not be alarmed. I have come to convey the will of His Holiness the Pope. Noticing Caesar's incredulous expression, Avril offered him a reassuring smile. His Holiness commends you for your exceptional efforts this time. Although you have not eliminated Su Ming, your courage and tenacity are commendable. Therefore, you shall not face any punishment concerning the matters of the East. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing this news, Caesar could scarcely believe his ears. It is indeed true. I would not dare to fabricate the Pope's intentions. Avril glanced at Caesar and continued, however. His Holiness is quite concerned about the situation involving Su Ming, which is why I have been dispatched to assist you. If possible, I would like to review the information regarding Su Ming first. Certainly. Hearing that Avril would remain to confront Su Ming alongside him, Caesar felt an immense weight lift from his heart. After all, as long as more individuals were drawn into the fray, his own safety would be assured. Yet, a lingering question plagued Caesar's mind. Why had the Pope not held him accountable for the affairs in the East? Logically, this seemed rather implausible. Chapter 151. The abominable zombies. Upon entering the borders of the White Elephant Nation, Su Ming proceeded directly to the holy city of Benares, guided by satellite images. However, upon stepping into this city, he was immediately overwhelmed by the noxious odors emanating from the streets. The stench was unbearable. The White Elephant Nation is notorious for its stark wealth disparity, and Benares, being its sacred city, naturally harbors a vast population along with filthy streets. The outbreak of zombies has only exacerbated the already deplorable conditions of Benares. Su Ming had always considered himself resilient in the face of adverse environments. But today he realized how gravely mistaken he was. The air was thick not only with the stench of decay but also, inexplicably, with an offensive curry aroma wafting through the air. With each step, his nausea intensified, and eventually, he found himself leaning against a wall, succumbing to the urge to vomit. I can't bear this. In a moment of despair, Su Ming relented to the tyranny of his senses and exchanged points in the marketplace for an air filter, which he affixed to his face, finally feeling capable of continuing his journey. According to the satellite imagery, the Eden base in Benares was situated along the banks of the Hung River. After traversing the revolting streets, Su Ming finally laid eyes upon the Eden base. Unlike the bases of other nations, this Eden base was distinctly infused with a curry aesthetic. Just as Su Ming marveled at this unique installation, he was startled by the low growls of zombies emanating from the nearby river. Turning to investigate, he was horrified to see grotesque figures resembling giants emerging one after another from the Hung River, slowly advancing in his direction. Oh no. The sight sent chills down Su Ming's spine. If the zombies he had encountered previously could be deemed terrifying, these emerging from the river were downright repulsive. Observing their rotund forms, Su Ming utilized his mental prowess to elevate himself into the air. Upon seeing Su Ming ascend, the grotesque zombies began to pound their swollen bellies with their waterlogged arms, emitting bizarre sounds from their throats. Suddenly, streams of green liquid erupted from their mouths, shooting straight towards him. Reacting swiftly, Su Ming conjured a mental shield, positioning it 10 meters away from himself. While the green streams appeared harmless, he was acutely aware of their repulsive nature. In that moment, Su Ming comprehended the essence of an idiom. A mop soaked in filth is akin to the descent of a legendary warrior. Indeed, he found himself utterly exasperated by this grotesque spectacle. As Su Ming beheld the throngs of zombies advancing towards him, spewing forth jets of green liquid, he could no longer contain himself. Elevating his body to a secure height, he swiftly drew forth a Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage upon them. The relentless hail of bullets struck the corpulent zombies, causing them to burst like leaking plastic bags, copious amounts of green fluid gushing forth from their forms. Ultimately, the entire surface of the river was suffused with a verdant hue. Gasping at the sight before him, Su Ming involuntarily inhaled sharply. At that moment, however, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted from the Eden base established alongside the river. Reacting instinctively, Su Ming enveloped himself in a shield of mental energy. Witnessing the shells detonate against the protective barrier, the nauseating spectacle nearly compelled him to vomit into his mask. For these projectiles appeared to be laden not only with gunpowder but also with an abundant supply of bovine excrement. Seeing the yellowish, non-Newtonian fluid splattered across his shield, Su Ming felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, he had refrained from enduring the assault with his iron physique. This truly was a tactic aimed at repulsing adversaries. While the nation of the White Elephant had previously engaged in numerous peculiarities involving cow dung, Su Ming realized today that his understanding was painfully limited. Encasing such waste within artillery rounds could indeed deliver a potent psychological blow to foes. Just as Ming contemplated exchanging a small mushroom bomb from his system space to obliterate the base, an exhilarating roar resonated from beneath him, emanating from the river. Following the sound, he beheld a colossal zombie fish emerging from the depths. This grotesque creature measured approximately 6 meters in length, its body marred by decay, and adorned with a pair of bovine horns atop its head. Even more bizarrely, 3 pairs of human arms sprouted from its belly. I never wish to consume fish again. The sight of this peculiar zombie fish intensified Ming's nausea. At this juncture, the whereabouts of Caesar seemed trivial. The Eden base, situated by the river, was defying all conventions. From the towering zombies to the cannonballs of excrement fired from the base, and now this strange zombie fish, Ming felt disheartened. Although the Eden base in Binals lacked formidable defensive weaponry, his aspirations had waned since arriving in the nation of the White Elephant. He surmised that someone of Caesar's stature would hardly choose such a locale as their stronghold. Oh well, let it be destroyed. After expending 2,000 points to acquire a small mushroom bomb, Ming acted without hesitation, hurling it towards the base that continued to bombard him with fecal artillery. With a resounding explosion and the emergence of a mushroom cloud, the Eden base of Binals was utterly reduced to rubble. At last, tranquility has been restored. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Ming resolved to abandon any intention of lingering here. He had just intended to make his way to the Eden base in New Delhi when he suddenly spotted a flying saucer, reminiscent of a UFO, emerging directly from the smoke of the explosion, only to vanish into the sky thereafter. What on earth? Could it be that someone is indeed hiding here? Confronted by the fleeing disc-shaped craft, Ming, though uncertain if Caesar was aboard, was nonetheless convinced that this was undoubtedly a high-ranking member of Eden. Utilizing the shelter system within his mind to command satellites to track this craft, Ming pursued it, following the trajectory of its flight. Chapter 152 Water Attack. Is this not the renowned sacred land of Gaia? Guided by satellite navigation, Ming pursued his journey from the kingdom of white elephants to northern Myanmar. Were it not for the assistance of the satellite, he would have never fathomed that there existed an Eden base in this location. It is truly inconceivable that the higher-ups of Eden would conceal themselves within such a country. Upon witnessing the dense rainforest before him, Ming was certain that an underground base lay hidden within. After all, that flying saucer had vanished amidst this very jungle. Well, let us hope that the inhabitants of this base are not as repugnant as those in the kingdom of white elephants. Having gained experience from his previous encounter in Benares, Ming was no longer solely reliant on his ironclad physique. Though his body could withstand the relentless bombardment of bullets, it could not endure the mental assaults inflicted by loathsome entities. After enveloping himself in a protective shield formed by a psychic energy, Ming ventured into the rainforest. Not long after entering, he sensed countless pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Bang! Accompanied by a dull gunshot. A bullet pierced through the shield he had conjured with his psychic power. Witnessing the armor-piercing round shatter against his body, Ming realized he had indeed arrived at the right place. Oh, dare to fire upon me? After dragging the sniper, who lay in ambush, before him, Ming initiated his interrogation. Where is the entrance to the Eden base below? What Eden base? I know not. Seeing the sniper audaciously feigning ignorance, Ming brandished a knife and aimed for his armpit. Hearing the sniper's anguished scream, a faint smile lingered on Ming's face. Your attire has betrayed your affiliation with Eden. There is truly no need for pretense, as we are all adversaries. I, the sniper, having been unmasked by Ming, still refused to utter a word. Excellent. I find your stubbornness commendable. Ming lifted the knife once more, intending to stab his other armpit, but at that moment, another gunshot echoed from afar. Oh, a silencing attempt? Upon witnessing his freshly captured informant's head explode from a gunshot, Ming intended to seize the sniper responsible for the execution with his psychic power, only to hear another crisp shot ring out. Unexpectedly, the sniper assigned to silence him chose to take his own life after firing. Such loyalty? Ming realized that the 3 gunshots had irrevocably exposed his presence. If he failed to locate the base now, this operation would amount to naught. Very well. I shall expend some energy after all. Gazing at the ground beneath him, Ming summoned all his strength and struck the earth with a fist. Boom. The immense force caused the ground to tremble. Yet Ming felt it was still insufficient. Boom. 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 With each of Ming's powerful punches, the ground had been marred by multiple fissures. Peering into one of the cracks, he discovered a vast helipad below. Found you. Upon confirming the location of the base, Ming refrained from descending immediately. Instead, he retrieved a flamethrower from his system space. Utilizing his mental strength, he directed the nozzle deep into the crevice and pulled the trigger from a distance. Beep, beep, beep. The blaring alarms emanating from within the crack confirmed that he had indeed located the right place. Now, his task was to infiltrate the fissure with his mental energy to discern the layout of this subterranean base. However, to Su Ming's astonishment, the underground facility was far more expansive than he had anticipated. Even when extending his mental reach to 5 kilometers, he could not sense the end of the base. This poses quite a dilemma. Confronted with the enormity of the underground complex, Su Ming was acutely aware that high-ranking members of Eden were likely concealed within. Although he possessed a formidable physique, he understood that such bases often had self-destruct mechanisms. An impulsive descent could lead to being entombed alive beneath the earth. Bang, bang, bang. As Su Ming contemplated how to breach the underground stronghold, the distant rumble of cannon fire echoed in the air. Clearly, the base had dispatched ground troops for reinforcements. While these artillery strikes posed no threat to Su Ming, the cacophony of explosions was undeniably irksome. Are you relentless? Following the source of the noise, Su Ming swiftly neutralized the artillery unit, just as he intended to return and devise a strategy for infiltrating the base. He was startled by the sound of flowing water nearby. Of course, the sound of water sparked an idea in Su Ming's mind, leading him to conceive a plan that would not require him to descend personally. As the saying goes, water and fire show no mercy. Since he possessed a system space, why not fill it with water and launch a water assault? After filling the vacant space with river water, Su Ming made his way back to the fissure above the helipad. I shall unleash a deluge upon my enemies. He extended his hand and poured the collected river water into the crack. To prevent the gates of various passages within the base from closing, Su Ming maintained vigilance with his mental energy. Should he detect any doors attempting to shut, he would use his mental strength to forcibly keep them ajar, allowing the water to flood in. This method is quite effective. After completely inundating the underground base with the river water, Su Ming channeled more water into the base as if operating a pump. As time ticked by, he finally heard a resounding crash in the distance. Following the source of the sound, I discovered it was indeed the very saucer-shaped spacecraft that had emerged from the realm of the White Elephant Kingdom. Still attempting to flee? Upon hearing the roar of the spacecraft's engines, Su Ming swiftly ensnared it with his mental prowess. Subsequently, he dashed forward and struck the window of the craft with force. Greetings. Upon witnessing the terror-stricken expression of the pilot, Su Ming unceremoniously cast him aside and then penetrated the interior of the spacecraft. As Su Ming was not a scientist, he found himself utterly perplexed by the operation of the craft. Nevertheless, his primary objective was merely to locate individuals. After subduing the 2 priests clad in purple robes, Su Ming intended to escort them away from the spacecraft when a voice resonated within. Su Ming, your repeated provocations against our Eden and your obstruction of God's divine plan shall surely invoke divine retribution. Oh. In response to the voice emanating from within the spacecraft, Su Ming smiled and gazed at the overhead surveillance. I must say, I eagerly anticipate that day. Chapter 153, The Mysterious Pope. Su Ming, do you truly believe that we, from Eden, are powerless against you? Upon hearing the inquiry resonating within the spacecraft, Su Ming merely smiled, refraining from retorting. After extricating the 2 priests from the flying saucer, he raised an international gesture towards the surveillance cameras before departing. How utterly mundane. With a swift kick, Su Ming sent the spacecraft hurtling away, watching it collide into a heap of scrap metal without a flicker of concern. He had encountered Eden's bluster before, however, each time it resulted in their dismal failure while he emerged unscathed, gaining only a more formidable refuge. Of course, Su Ming was aware that the voice he had just heard within the craft was not that of Caesar. He intended to inquire about the identity of the voice's owner from the 2 priests he had brought along, only to find them shivering in a corner. What? Are you now aware of fear? Observing the sheer terror etched upon their faces, Su Ming scoffed. Had I known this would be the outcome, perhaps you should have committed fewer sins in the first place. Shut up. One of the priests began to utter a word in response to Su Ming's taunt, only to be silenced by the other. It seems you two are privy to some knowledge. From their reactions, Su Ming deduced that they must possess certain intelligence regarding Eden. Moreover, their attire was unlike that of ordinary priests. Although adorned in purple robes, theirs bore golden embroidery, an embellishment uncommon among typical clergy. Furthermore, the escape craft they had been using was a marvel of advanced technology. Had he not been adequately prepared? Su Ming doubted he could have pursued it at his current speed. Rest assured, your reluctance to speak is understandable. Noticing the trembling priests, Su Ming flashed them a disarming smile. Trust me, you will eventually speak. He then retrieved a series of tools from his system space, laying them out before the 2. I am willing to speak. After a cordial exchange with Su Ming, the 2 priests finally agreed to converse candidly. Why go to such lengths? Su Ming remarked, shaking his head at their bloodied appearance. Now, tell me, what is it you wish to convey? What were you so fearful of earlier? Was it that voice? Indeed. One of the priests nodded in affirmation. That voice was that of our holy Pope. Oh, please elaborate. Upon learning that the voice belonged to the Pope of Eden, Su Ming's interest was piqued. Having engaged with Eden for so long, he had always been curious about the true nature of the so-called Pope. We have never encountered the Pope. Each summons has been veiled, preventing us from glimpsing his visage, leaving only a lingering memory of his voice. Such enigma. Faced with the priest's remarks, Su Ming furrowed his brow. Logically, the Pope should possess unparalleled power. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for so many superhumans to heed his commands. Yet, why does one of such formidable strength remain so shrouded in mystery? Indeed, the Pope has never ventured beyond his residence, entirely ensconced within a palace in Antarctica, issuing commands remotely to the cardinals or priests like us. It is true that if anyone has ever laid eyes on the Pope, it would likely be the leader of the Knights Templar. Su Ming glanced at the two priests before him. They certainly did not appear to be deceiving him. It seems this Eden is far more complex than it appears, particularly with a Pope who is so enigmatic. Do you know if this Pope possesses any super abilities? In response to Su Ming's inquiry, the two priests exchanged glances before shaking their heads. The Pope has never revealed any powers before us. All acts of punishment have been executed by the Knights Templar. However, much of the technology in our Eden is said to have been developed by the Pope, including that flying saucer. Su Ming was taken aback by their words. He had never anticipated that the Pope of this Eden was also engaged in scientific research. Setting aside other matters, the flying saucer for escape was undoubtedly cutting-edge technology. After all, the knowledge held by his companion, Little Lien, encompassed military installations from every nation before the outbreak, and his attempts to research that saucer yielded no relevant information whatsoever. Is there any other information about your Pope? None whatsoever. We have divulged everything we know. Indeed, I could swear to God that we are not concealing anything. Upon hearing their solemn vow, Su Ming couldn't help but smirk. Nevertheless, he recognized that these two genuinely lacked further knowledge about the Pope. For now, he could only await the completion of the shelter's upgrade before embarking on a journey across the seas to seek out the so-called Pope himself. All right. The next question. Where is Caesar? The leader of the division, you mean? Su Ming nodded. He was previously in the capital of the White Elephant Nation, New Delhi. But I cannot say where he is now. Surprised to learn that Caesar was indeed at the base in the White Elephant Nation. Su Ming felt somewhat at a loss. He never imagined that Caesar would hide in such a place. Could it be that Caesar has an affinity for the scent of cow dung? Thank you for your cooperation. Having obtained the answers he sought, Su Ming fulfilled his end of the agreement, delivering a swift conclusion to the two priests. Indeed, this strategy employed by Su Ming has proven to be unfailingly effective. By utilizing the inexpensive restorative potions available in the Points Mall, he is able to plunge the captives of Eden into utter despair each time he interrogates them. After all, who can withstand the relentless torment of their own body time and time again? Alas, it seems he must return to the land of the White Elephant. Although he does so with great reluctance, Su Ming understands that he has no alternative. At this moment, his only hope is that the New Delhi, where Caesar resides, does not conjure up the repulsive zombies reminiscent of the previous base by the riverbank to further distress him. Chapter 154. Confrontation with Avril. In an effort to elude detection by Caesar via satellite, Su Ming adopted a notably discreet approach this time. Relying on the swiftness of his ironclad physique to traverse the dense mountains and forests, ultimately crossing into the territory of the White Elephant Nation. One can only hope he remains within reach. Sensing an odd aroma clinging to him, Su Ming felt a twinge of exasperation. To avoid exposure from the zombies' detection along the way, he had deliberately exchanged points for a vial of scent-masking spray from the Point shop. After applying this spray, the zombies would mistake the living for their own kind. Of course, this spray was only effective against ordinary zombies. The mutated ones, altered by the Eden Project and equipped with chips in their brains, posed a greater challenge. Nonetheless, this was sufficient for Su Ming. Upon entering the capital city of the White Elephant Nation, New Delhi, Su Ming made his way directly to the Eden base situated atop the Parliament building. He felt a sense of relief at the sight of the base, which exuded a sense of technological advancement, devoid of the overwhelming curry scent that characterized the previous Benelli's base. This time, Su Ming's objective was crystal clear: to capture Caesar. To thwart Caesar from fleeing by flight upon receiving an alert, Su Ming refrained from directly smashing open the base's main entrance. After eliminating a soldier tasked with external surveillance, he donned the man's gear and cleverly deceived the guards at the entrance. "Warren, weren't you on external watch? The captain summoned me for something urgent." In response to the guard's inquiry, Su Ming discreetly produced a small gold bar from his system space and pressed it into the soldier's hand. "Ah, I see. Please, do hurry inside." Upon seeing the gold bar, the soldier ceased his questioning and promptly allowed Su Ming entry. Such occurrences were entirely commonplace in the White Elephant Nation. Once inside the base, Ming immediately called upon his mental ally, Little Yin, to hack into the base's systems. After successfully breaching the security, he began to scour the surveillance feeds for Caesar's whereabouts. Ah, there you are. Spotting Caesar's familiar visage on the screen, a cold smirk crept across Ming's face. He promptly sealed the door to the room where Caesar was located. Now it was time for the hunt. With Caesar confined within a secure chamber, Ming no longer concealed his identity, unleashing a devastating rampage within the base using his formidable physique and mental prowess. Intruder! Intruder! It's Ming. Ming has appeared. Quickly, inform Lord Caesar. Report? Nonsense. We must flee for our lives. In the wake of Ming's onslaught, the entire base was plunged into chaos. The Eden members from the White Elephant Nation were woefully inferior in combat prowess compared to their counterparts from the eastern lands in the Kingdom of Korea. Faced with Ming's abrupt emergence, they were devoid of any will to resist, frantically fleeing towards the exits with panic-stricken abandon. Is this all there is? Upon witnessing the scene before him, Ming could not help but shake his head in resignation. Just as he believed that the battle would soon come to a swift conclusion, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura emanating from behind him, with a resounding crash. As he instinctively leapt aside, the ground where he had just stood was left with a gaping crater. As the dust settled, an enchanting figure came into view. Are you the one who has been opposing our Eden? The woman before him possessed a cascade of beautiful golden hair, complemented by her striking features and the silver armor that accentuated her perfect physique, making her a rival to the stars of the silver screen. However, Ming was acutely aware that this foreign woman was no mere ornament. The crater she had created was a testament to her prowess as a formidable superhuman. Indeed. Might I inquire what brings such a lovely lady to seek my presence? To take your life. In response to Ming's playful banter, the woman offered no superfluous words, instead brandishing a golden longsword and lunging towards him. Seeing her effortlessly pierce through his mental shield, a grave expression crossed Ming's face. This woman's strength far surpassed that of the black vine he had previously encountered in the east. After evading her relentless onslaught, Ming retrieved the 8 slashing blade from his system space and smiled. Perhaps we should take a moment to get to know one another? Enough with the idle chatter. As the woman's series of attacks failed to take Ming's life, her countenance grew increasingly serious. She plunged her sword into the ground, and a brilliant golden light began to emanate from behind her. As the golden radiance coalesced, a pair of magnificent golden wings unfurled from her back. And with her flawless visage, she resembled an angel descended from the heavens. Goodness! Ming was taken aback by her transformation. Although he had encountered angelic zombies before, this woman was undeniably human. Soaring gracefully in midair with the aid of her wings, she gazed down at Ming. Ming, should you choose to surrender now, I will plead with His Holiness the Pope to spare your life. Thank you for your kind offer. Ming, wielding the 8 slashing blade, looked up and smiled at her. If I am not mistaken, you must be Avril, the only female division leader of the Temple Knights. Indeed, that is I. Avril was not surprised that Ming knew her name. Gradually raising her sword to point at him, she coldly declared, Ming, this is your final chance. Will you surrender or not? In the face of Avril's pressing demand, Ming's gaze roamed over her form, a smirk playing on his lips. If you were to become my woman, I might just consider yielding to you. Daydreamer. Avril's countenance darkened further at Ming's teasing. With a fierce swing of her sword, a streak of golden light surged towards him, aimed directly between his legs. How ruthless! As Avril unleashed a radiant blade of energy aimed directly at his shrine, Ming couldn't help but marvel at the woman's ruthless nature. My dear, your actions are rather unbecoming. In response to Avril's onslaught, Ming channeled his mental energy into the 8 slash blade, effortlessly shattering the golden beam. You possess some skill. Allow me to introduce this. Observing his attack neutralized, Avril raised her golden sword once more and dove from the sky, targeting Ming's throat with precision. Yet, her maneuver was once again easily thwarted by Ming. Commendable strength, slightly lacking in accuracy. After offering his critique, Ming swiftly delivered a kick that sent Avril soaring through the air. Upon witnessing her struggle to regain her balance mid-flight, Ming beckoned her with a playful gesture. Come again. I'm more than ready. Chapter 155, Caesar. It's been a while. Confronted with Ming's provocation, Avril's enchanting eyes were ablaze with fury. Gripping her longsword tightly, she unleashed dozens of golden sword beams that surged towards various parts of Ming's form. This was Avril's most formidable technique, and she vowed to dismantle the loathsome man before her piece by piece. Oh, as the myriad sword beams hurtled towards him, Ming first utilized his 8 slash blade to neutralize the foremost attacks with precision. Having fully grasped the true potency of these sword beams, He stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, allowing the remaining 3 beams to strike him directly. Clang, 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 with 3 resonant sounds of metal colliding. Su Ming glanced at the torn fabric of his shirt, then turned his gaze, adorned with amusement, towards the sky where Avril hovered. Was it hard? In contrast to Su Ming's teasing, Avril was far more astonished by the resilience of his physique. What kind of superpower was this? To withstand all her sword beams effortlessly. Ignoring Avril's look of disbelief, Su Ming retrieved a 6.5-foot staff from the system's space. You've been at it for quite a while. It's my turn to showcase something now, isn't it? In the next instant, Su Ming leaped into the air, gripping the staff with both hands and thrusting it towards Avril's abdomen. Despite her desperate attempts to evade the fierce attack, Avril found herself unable to match Su Ming's incredible speed. With a dull thud, the staff collided with her armored midsection, sending her flying backward. Cough, cough. As she felt the agonizing pain radiate from her abdomen, Avril realized she was unequivocally no match for Su Ming. Su Ming, just you wait. After casting a venomous glare at him, Avril unfurled her golden wings and fled the base. Witnessing Avril's abrupt retreat, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. After all, her speed, aided by her mental prowess, was simply too slow compared to the swiftness of her golden wings. Never mind, I'll focus on capturing Caesar first. As Avril vanished into the sky, Su Ming redirected his attention to the Eden base beneath him. Caesar must be quite exhilarated to see me. After copying all the data within the base, Su Ming arrived at Caesar's door. Caesar, it's been a while. As the door swung open, Su Ming greeted Caesar inside with warmth. Su Ming. At that moment, Caesar was so startled by Su Ming's presence that he struggled to articulate his words. Frantically, he pressed the buttons on the remote in his hand, attempting to initiate the self-destruction of the entire base to take Su Ming down with him. Yet, with the base's systems already compromised by Su Ming, this desperate act was destined to be futile. What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me? In stark contrast to the despair etched upon Caesar's face, Su Ming's demeanor radiated the warmth one might feel upon encountering a long-lost friend. After comfortably settling onto the sofa within the room, Su Ming's gaze unexpectedly fell upon a book resting on the coffee table. Oh, The Art of War, you say? Su Ming could scarcely believe that Caesar, once perceived as nothing more than a gluttonous sloth, had taken to studying such profound matters upon his return to Eden. Mr. Su, you were fond of it as well? Yet at that moment, Caesar was utterly engulfed in despair. He cautiously approached Su Ming, resembling a child who had erred. Caesar could not fathom how Su Ming managed to locate him with such ease amidst the multitude of nations in Asia. Of course, I am fond of it. This is a treasure passed down from our ancestors. Su Ming smiled at Caesar and inquired, how have you been? Have you missed me during this time? Yes. Caesar forced a smile in Su Ming's direction and replied, everything I possess is a gift from you, Mr. Su. Had you not spared my life back then, I would have surely perished in your refuge. Oh, you remember that. Upon hearing Caesar's response, Su Ming nodded in realization. Then why do you persist in committing such heinous acts for Eden? I was wrong. Witnessing the murderous intent in Su Ming's tone, Caesar knelt before him with a thud. Mr. Su, I had no choice. If I did not comply, the Pope would not spare me. You are aware. Enough. Observing Caesar bowing fervently before him, Su Ming interjected. I have no interest in your excuses. I seek only intelligence regarding your Pope. Should you provide me with satisfactory answers, I shall spare you as I did previously. Really? Upon hearing Su Ming's willingness to forgive him, a glimmer of hope flickered in Caesar's eyes. Caesar had always been pragmatic. As long as he could survive, he would gladly betray Eden, even willing to serve as Su Ming's slave. Indeed, I am sincere. Did I not spare you last time? Yes. Mr. Su, you have always been trustworthy. Now, for the first question, have you ever encountered your Pope? At this inquiry, astonishment washed over Caesar's face, as he could not comprehend why Su Ming would pose such a question. However, recalling that the answers to these inquiries pertained to his very life, Caesar resolved to divulge everything to Su Ming. I saw him prior to the outbreak of the zombies, but since the Pope relocated to Antarctica, I have not laid eyes upon him. Whenever the Pope issues orders, we can only hear them through a curtain, never seeing him in person. Oh, Caesar's response caused Su Ming to furrow his brow. Undoubtedly, what Caesar relayed was consistent with the accounts provided by the two priests, confirming that they had indeed spoken the truth. Very well, for the second question, from whence does your Eden acquire its advanced technology? Have there been any encounters with extraterrestrial technology in the past? No, I have neither seen nor heard of such so-called aliens. In response to Su Ming's second inquiry, Caesar quickly shook his head. All this technology was devised by the Pope. Each time, we, the Knights Templar, merely transport the blueprints to various bases for production. We are unaware of the origins of these designs, but if it is suggested that the Pope has extraterrestrial assistance, that remains uncertain. I see. Did the Pope provide any of those advanced blueprints prior to the outbreak of the undead? No, never. Caesar's response only deepened Su Ming's sense of mystery surrounding the Pope of this Eden. As the ruler of such a vast organization, this enigmatic Pope not only remained unseen after the zombie outbreak but also transformed into a tech-savvy recluse. If it were true that no one else was pulling the strings behind the Pope, Su Ming would find it utterly implausible. By the way, just as Su Ming pondered who might be manipulating the Pope from behind the scenes, Caesar seemed to suddenly recall something. Chapter 156, Escape. What memories are you conjuring? Upon witnessing the peculiar expression on Caesar's face, Su Ming found himself inexplicably intrigued. What do you mean I? Speak plainly. Observing Caesar's hesitant demeanor, Su Ming felt an immediate surge of irritation. Mr. Su, during your last visit to the land of the rising sun, did I not detonate Mount Fuji? Yet, I was not punished by the Pope, who even commended my audacity. Indeed, your actions were remarkably bold, but regrettably, I survived. Upon hearing the mention of that incident in the East, Su Ming couldn't help but coldly scoff at Caesar, inquiring, "What? Do you still intend to face the Pope's wrath?" Mr. Su, you may be unaware, but within that eastern base, we possess numerous newly developed zombies and pharmaceuticals, some of which were collaboratively created with Eden branches from other continents. Yet the Pope did not punish me. Furthermore, you are aware that volcanic ash will blanket the entire world. Are you implying that your Pope has been replaced? Upon hearing that volcanic ash would spread globally, Su Ming's curiosity spilled forth. I cannot say for certain. If you do not know, then you do not know. Realizing that he could extract no further vital information from Caesar, Su Ming slowly retrieved a handgun from his system space. Mr. Su, you promised to spare me. Witnessing Su Ming's actions, Caesar was utterly panicked, desperately bowing before him, pleading for mercy. I did indeed promise to spare you, but this time, I have changed my mind. With that, Su Ming disregarded Caesar's fervent entreaties and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger aimed at his head. Bang! The muffled sound of the gunshot echoed within the room, abruptly silencing Caesar's voice. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Caesar could not fathom why, despite revealing the intelligence as Su Ming had requested, he still met his demise at Su Ming's hands. Gazing at Caesar, now devoid of life, Su Ming felt not an ounce of sympathy. His initial decision to spare Caesar was solely to incite chaos within Eden through his hands. Now that Caesar served no further purpose, there was no need to allow him to live. It seems this Pope is indeed enigmatic. Reflecting on Caesar's earlier words, Su Ming understood that this matter was far more complex than it appeared. If Eden's sole aim was to execute this so-called New Ark project, then Caesar's previous act of detonating Mount Fuji would undoubtedly constitute a grave offense. Yet, how did the Pope respond? Not only was he not punished, but he also verbally praised Caesar. This was utterly incomprehensible. Unless the members of Eden possess an extraordinarily unique taste, desiring a world suffused with volcanic ash. Su Ming deemed that probability exceedingly slim. Now that Caesar is dead, the position of cardinal in Asia naturally stands vacant. Now, 2 months remain until the completion of the sanctuary's upgrade. During this period, Su Ming can only traverse the Eden bases across various countries in Asia, seeking to capture Eden's attention. As for the true identity of the Pope, that mystery shall only be unraveled once the sanctuary reaches level 9. Boom. After retreating to a safe distance, Su Ming unhesitatingly detonated the base located in New Delhi. The deafening explosion attracted all the zombies in New Delhi. In gazing upon these emaciated creatures, Su Ming knew it was time to accumulate points once again. Your Holiness, I have returned. After 3 days of arduous travel, Avril knelt, her face flushed with shame, within the Pope's palace. Oh, so the leader of Avril's division has returned? Facing the Pope's seemingly rhetorical inquiry, Avril's expression darkened. It is my failure for not eliminating Su Ming. I implore your Holiness to impose punishment. Let us forego punishment. Upon hearing the Pope's words, Avril felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, in the next moment, the Pope's statement left her utterly perplexed. Why did you not cherish the opportunity to reconcile with Su Ming when you had the chance? Your subordinate does not comprehend your Holiness's meaning. Do you not understand? The Pope's voice, emanating from behind the curtain, grew increasingly chilling. Do not forget that your armor is equipped with receivers. Do you truly believe I did not hear Su Ming's words? Did he not state that as long as you were willing to be his woman, he would submit to our Eden? Your Holiness, but that was merely a taunt from Su Ming towards me. As the Pope's reproach echoed, Avril widened her beautiful eyes in shock. If her inadequacy and strength had resulted in punishment for failing to defeat Su Ming, she would have accepted it willingly. However, now, the Pope sought to punish her simply for a jest made by Su Ming, leaving Avril baffled. Avril, yet before she could explain, The Pope's authoritative voice resonated once more within the hall. Are you questioning me? Seize her. Yes. The knight stationed outside the hall, upon receiving the Pope's command, surged into the chamber to apprehend Avril. Realizing the knights were closing in on her, Avril knew that if she did not resist now, she would face the grim fate of being subjected to experimentation. I have had enough. With a sudden flourish, Avril drew her long sword from her waist, unleashing a blade of light that repelled the approaching knights. Having pushed them back, Avril summoned her strength and, like a specter, lunged towards the Pope concealed behind the curtain. She had no other choice left. Rather than submit to the Pope's punishment, it was far better to carve a path to freedom through her own might. If she could take the Pope hostage, she might just exchange his life for a chance at survival. However, when Avril's sword cleaved the curtain in two, she was momentarily paralyzed by the scene that unfolded before her. Suddenly, a golden flash of light emerged behind her. With a resounding crash, Avril was forcefully propelled away, her body colliding heavily against the palace wall. Captain Avril, your actions today have greatly disappointed me. A towering figure materialized in the grand hall, casting a condescending gaze upon the prostrate Avril. Captain Adolf. Struggling to rise, Avril recognized her assailant as the captain of the Temple Knights, Adolf. Ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, she summoned the golden wings from her back and soared directly out of the hall. Rest assured, your holiness, he shall not escape. Adolf cast a glance at the Pope seated upon the throne, then surveyed the knights writhing in agony on the ground, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. Fear not, the Lord shall remember your loyalty. Subsequently, a golden flash erupted from Adolf's sword, slicing through the air towards the fallen knights. Chapter 157, An unexpected visitor with the demise of Caesar. The Eden bases scattered across Asia Minor descended into a state of disarray, devoid of leadership. During this tumultuous period, Ming seized the opportunity to launch a campaign against and dismantle the majority of the bases, utilizing the intelligence he had intercepted. After nearly 2 months of relentless conflict, Ming's sanctuary had finally completed its upgrade, ascending to level 9. Gazing upon the rejuvenated sanctuary before him, Ming's heart brimmed with exhilaration. Without a doubt, he had awaited this moment for an extended period. Now, it was finally time to settle accounts with Eden. Upon relocating the sanctuary to the ocean's surface, Ming activated its autopilot mode, setting a course toward Antarctica. However, less than half a day into the voyage, alarms blared from the sanctuary's radar. Had I forgotten to activate the satellite jamming? Noticing the small red dot on the radar screen, Ming felt a pang of confusion. Given the extensive damage he had inflicted upon Eden's bases in the preceding months, they should be in the throes of recovery and unable to spare resources to confront him. Moreover, dispatching a solitary individual seemed rather illogical. Deciding to refrain from opening fire for the moment, Ming observed as the red dot drew ever closer to his sanctuary. He promptly disabled the automatic firing system. To ensure precaution, he utilized his mental prowess to ascend into the air, eager to discern the identity of the intruder. Yet, upon beholding the intruder's visage, Ming was rendered speechless. Avril? The intruder was none other than Avril, the woman he had faced 2 months prior. Though she now appeared utterly disheveled, her silver armor was marred by numerous cracks, her once beautiful face smeared with blood and grime. Her lovely golden hair hung limply upon her shoulders, resembling wilted straw. The golden wings that had previously facilitated her escape flickered dimly, as if on the brink of vanishing altogether. Ming? What a relief. Upon catching sight of Ming, Avril, struggling to maintain altitude, could not suppress a smile of relief. However, her vision soon darkened, and her body plummeted straight down in free fall. Observing Avril's rapid descent, Ming employed his mental strength to catch her, gently bringing her back to the sanctuary. After consulting with his companion, Little Lotus, to assess her condition, Ming was taken aback to discover that Avril bore dozens of wounds, both large and small. It was evident that she was clinging to life by sheer willpower, her body having reached the brink of collapse. Good heavens, what on earth had she endured? Though Avril held the position of sub-leader within the Eden Knights, Ming had always maintained a favorable impression of her. Unlike Caesar, who was merely a drunken wastrel, she had proven herself to be a steadfast ally, truly dedicated to the cause. Moreover, Avril is not merely a decorative figure who relies on her physical appearance. She possesses formidable talent and strength. Fortunately, I have a medical soldier at my disposal. Summoning one of the mechanical medics from the military camp, Ming decided to leave this medic in the room. His choice to assist Avril was primarily driven by the belief that she possessed vital information. Reflecting on Avril's gaze directed at him earlier, Ming was certain that such a look could not be feigned. After employing the mechanical soldier to meticulously tend to Avril's injuries, it became apparent that she showed no signs of regaining consciousness. In order to facilitate her recovery, Su Ming took the initiative to insert a nutrient ford directly into her body within the confines of the base. Indeed, she was an unexpected guest. Gazing through the glass at the still unconscious Avril, Su Ming let out a sigh. He had already deduced that the cuts on Avril's armor were the handiwork of Eden, and he found it incomprehensible why the people from Eden would seek to eliminate such a remarkable individual. Was it merely a farce akin to Caesar's impeachment of Byron? Who is this lady? She could be considered a friend of mine, I suppose. Su Ming felt uncertain about Avril's sudden appearance and could only concoct a flimsy excuse to brush it off. Fan Xingqing, curiously observing the unconscious Avril in the hospital bed, turned to Su Ming and grinned. Uncle Su, I believe that lady is definitely not a good person. Oh, why is that? Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle at her unexpected remark. He never anticipated this peculiar little girl would voice such an opinion. Because she has blonde hair. And she doesn't resemble any of the women I've seen before, so she must be a bad person. Hearing that Fan Xingqing based her judgment of good and evil on such criteria left Su Ming both amused and bewildered. Perhaps to her, anyone who didn't resemble a citizen of the great Xian nation was inherently a villain. Uncle Su, are you planning to betray us? Su Ming was taken aback by Fan Xingqing's bold question. Seeing the earnest expression on her small face, he shook his head with a smile. Rest assured, little Xingqing. Uncle will never become a bad person. Although Su Ming was unaware of the reasons behind Avril's persecution, he now recognized that Eden was far from simple. It seemed that the truth would only be revealed once Avril awoke, just as Su Ming intended to check on Avril's recovery. An alarming siren echoed in his mind once more. Again? Observing the 6 small red dots gradually approaching on the screen, Su Ming felt a twinge of exasperation. Today was not a day for surrender. Those 6 individuals appearing on the radar were undoubtedly not here for leisure, and their likely objective was to track down Avril. Thus, they must not succeed. As the Crimson drew ever closer to his sanctuary, Su Ming ascended into the air, adopting a vigilant stance. With the 6 figures gradually approaching, everything unfolded precisely as Su Ming had surmised. These 6 individuals were members of the Holy Knight Order, clad in identical uniforms and boasting nearly flawless golden hair. Hey, have you seen a woman clad in silver armor? Upon encountering Su Ming, the leading man barked an inquiry. If you have spotted her, kindly inform us of her direction of escape, and we may grant you a swift end. Faced with such an unfriendly manner of questioning, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. This was the first time he had encountered someone asking for directions with such arrogance. Do you even comprehend? The leader, noticing Su Ming's prolonged silence, grew impatient, drawing his long sword and swinging it viciously towards Su Ming's throat. Chapter 158. Not human, a conflict arose unexpectedly. Upon witnessing one of the assailants charging at him with a sword, Su Ming could not help but furrow his brow. This individual's prowess was leagues apart from that of Avril. The fact that Eden could dispatch such a lowly figure to seek out Avril suggested that she had encountered countless battles along her journey. However, Su Ming had no intention of slaying these 6 men. Instead, he harnessed his mental energy to suspend them midair. Who are you? The 6 men, realizing their bodies were immobilized, finally grasped the gravity of their predicament. I advise you to release me immediately. Opposing Eden will lead to dire consequences. Su Ming cast a glance at the one who threatened him, shaking his head in resignation. Such bluster. Can you truly not deduce my identity? As the leader observed the enigmatic figure before him, noting the countenance of a citizen of the Great Xia, combined with the ability to immobilize others through mental prowess, he gasped, You are Su Ming? Correct. A smile spread across Su Ming's face upon the man's revelation of his identity. The realization sent a chill through the hearts of the 6. They could hardly fathom that Su Ming would appear in this very locale. Rest assured, I shall not take your lives. I merely seek to understand whom you are pursuing. Faced with Su Ming's inquiry, the 6 chose to remain silent. Very well. You are indeed men of integrity. Su Ming was all too familiar with this scene. Having drawn the 6 back to the ground, Su Ming retrieved an array of implements from the system space, arranging them in a line. What are you planning to do? One among them, upon seeing the peculiar tools laid before him, was thoroughly unnerved. Nothing of consequence. Su Ming picked up a small hammer and approached the one who had spoken. These are merely instruments to facilitate your cooperation. As anguished cries echoed throughout the refuge, Su Ming acquired the information he sought. The 6 individuals were members of Eden's Holy Knight Order, tasked with capturing Avril, who had fled from Eden. However, it was evident that they were mere executors, not the masterminds. Thus, they were unaware of the events surrounding Avril. What they did know was that this was a death mandate issued by the Pope. Avril must either be killed or return to Eden. After dispatching the 6 Holy Knights, Su Ming discarded their bodies to the side. It appeared that this matter was indeed more complex than anticipated. Gazing at Avril, Still in a state of unconsciousness within the infirmary, Ming let out a deep sigh. He was utterly perplexed as to what Avril had done to warrant such a large-scale pursuit by Eden, and why her wanted status took precedence over his own. As the days gradually passed, the sanctuary sailing on the sea had traversed the equator and arrived in the southern hemisphere of the blue planet. One morning, as Ming routinely visited Avril's ward to check on her condition, he was astonished to find that she was no longer there. How intriguing. Confronted with the empty room, Ming promptly accessed the sanctuary system in his mind to trace Avril's whereabouts. Since he had not registered an identification module for her, it was effortless to pinpoint her location. In merely a second, the system marked Avril's position for Ming. Goodness, is she contemplating a leap into the sea? Noticing that her location was indicated atop the surrounding wall, Ming hurried toward the designated spot. What is this? Planning to leave? Facing the elegant silhouette standing on the wall, Ming could not resist teasing her. I saved your life. At least express some gratitude. One to you? Upon hearing Ming's words, Avril turned to him, her gaze fixed intently. Ming, I truly cannot fathom what kind of person you are. Such technology is something even we in Eden do not possess, yet you. The technology Avril referred to was, of course, the sanctuary that Ming commanded. And he retorted, how can you assume that I cannot possess what Eden lacks? He rolled his eyes at her remark. If Eden is so splendid, why are you still being hunted? You are aware of that? Naturally. Ming nodded, then gestured skyward. Shortly after you fainted that day, several members of the Holy Knights arrived, but I dealt with them. Thank you. With Ming laying bare his actions, Avril resolved to no longer conceal what she had witnessed. After all, she could only rely on Ming now. I am not afraid to tell you, Ming. The Pope of Eden is not human at all. Ming was taken aback upon hearing Avril's revelation about the Pope. Perhaps I should start from the beginning, so that's how it is you Eden folks are quite clever. After listening to Avril recount her experiences that day, Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Who would have imagined that the figure behind the curtain was not the Pope but merely a machine? It was no surprise that Avril was being hunted by Eden. Such information, if exposed, could lead to the swift collapse of Eden. So, Avril, what do you wish for me to assist you with? After a moment of contemplation, Avril met his gaze with utmost seriousness. Ming, I want you to kill the Pope, and then I will disband Eden immediately. Not a chance. Upon hearing Avril's proposal, Ming shook his head in refusal. Have you ever contemplated that if your Pope were a machine, annihilating it would necessitate the destruction of the entire network of Blue Planet, including its satellites? Otherwise, it would inevitably return. This notion rendered Avril speechless, while Ming found no cause for astonishment. In truth, considering the Pope's engagement with advanced technological schematics and the incident involving Caesar's explosive dismantling of Mount Fuji, it was evident that the Pope of Eden was profoundly unsettling. Furthermore, Avril's emergence only exacerbated the already enigmatic circumstances. Very well, let us defer all discussions until we reach Antarctica. You shall be responsible for guiding us. A glance at the mental map revealed that we are less than 20 days away from the Antarctic continent. Frankly, Ming was not particularly perturbed by this wait. Once we arrive at the Antarctic continent, all information pertaining to Eden shall be unequivocally unveiled. Chapter 159, City of the Future. The night sky is truly magnificent. Ming gazed at the Antarctic night sky, marveling at the wonders of this world. In contrast to Ming's awe, Avril appeared far more composed. As the commander of a branch of the Knights Templar, she frequently resided in Antarctica and was somewhat indifferent to the beauty of the night sky that Ming spoke of. We are almost at Eden's Antarctic base. Do you have any plans? In response to Avril's inquiry, Ming smiled and gestured towards the shelter's turret. Of course, we shall directly utilize this shelter to confront Eden. Upon hearing Ming's seemingly simplistic plan, Avril couldn't help but sigh. Ming, this is the headquarters of Eden, and the situation here is exceedingly complex. Even I am unaware of the advanced technology that resides within the base, so I believe it is wise to exercise caution. Ming cast a glance at Avril, and a knowing smile graced his lips. How curious fate can be. Who would have imagined that Avril, once an adversary, would now stand alongside him as a comrade? Avril seemed to comprehend the smile on Ming's face, and a hint of embarrassment crossed her features. Do not misunderstand. I simply do not wish for humanity to be dominated by AI. I understand. As Ming uttered these 3 words, the smile remained at the corners of his mouth. Through their interactions over the past few days, Ming had gained a general understanding of the Knights Templar. Although the members were predominantly Anglo-Saxon, not all of them had the privilege of a joyful childhood. Most of the knights within the Templar were orphans taken in by the church. These orphans were subjected daily to rigorous training and indoctrination of loyalty to the Pope. The likes of Caesar, a mere wastrel, constituted only a small fraction. The majority were indeed unfortunate children. We have arrived. As the shelter's walls met the land of Antarctica, Ming dispatched drones for reconnaissance. Following the route provided by Avril, he effortlessly located Eden's headquarters. It was undeniable that this base was far more grandiose than any branch he had encountered. Even the aerial patrols were conducted by spacecraft of a fantastical design. Goodness, this is rather extravagant. Ming felt a surge of astonishment as the drone relayed images back to him, while Avril, upon viewing the footage, couldn't help but furrow her brow. Ming's gaze remained fixed on the images, his mind enveloped in contemplation. Judging by the weaponry stockpiled at the shelter, confronting this base would undoubtedly be feasible. However, this mission's objective extended beyond mere destruction. It was essential to unveil the true nature of the Pope. If the Pope were indeed an AI, then raising the base to the ground would not prevent its escape. Avril, do you know how the internet of this base is structured? We must first sever the escape route of the Pope. It is perplexing. This base was not like this 3 months ago. What? Upon hearing Avril's words, Ming was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, when I managed to escape, this base was devoid of such advanced weaponry. In fact, its area has nearly doubled since then. Avril's statement plunged Ming into deep contemplation. The pace at which Eden is advancing its technology is truly astonishing. In just 3 short months, the base's area has expanded to such an extent. It is important to remember that this is Antarctica. Establishing a base here necessitates addressing the permafrost issue first. After pondering for a moment, Ming turned his gaze to Avril beside him. Can I trust you? Of course. In response to Ming's inquiry, Avril shrugged. I have no other options, do I? Seeing her response, Ming nodded in agreement. All right, I will conduct a reconnaissance. You should stay here obediently. With that, Ming departed the shelter, making his way towards the Eden base on the Antarctic continent. As he drew closer to the base, Ming noticed that the ground beneath him felt oddly inconsistent. Initially believing that he was merely traversing the subterranean section of the Eden base, he was utterly astonished upon utilizing his mental acuity. The space beneath his feet was entirely isolated. This underground chamber had no connections to any other areas, with the only entrance located 30 meters away. Could it be that there is some treasure or supplies hidden within? Ming followed his instincts and soon discovered this so-called entrance. Future City? Gazing at the metallic sign at the entrance, Ming's curiosity deepened. This subterranean space was roughly the size of a warehouse, hardly deserving the title of a city. Little Lotus, assist me in cracking this system. Upon seeing the computer embedded in the door, Ming opted to have Little Lotus help him break through. Cracking in progress. Estimated time, 2 minutes. With Little Lotus's assistance, the door was swiftly unlocked. Enveloping himself in mental energy, Ming promptly entered this so-called future city. What is this? However, when Ming switched on his flashlight, he discovered that this warehouse-like underground space was filled with rows of tightly packed cryogenic pods, each containing a human in suspended animation. Guys, Maxic, Chuanjiangwell. As Ming's flashlight illuminated the faces of those within the pods, he realized that every individual in these chambers had once been world-renowned entrepreneurs, capitalists, or high-ranking officials. No wonder it is called Future City. At this moment, Ming finally grasped the reason behind the name of this place. In the future, should these individuals awaken, they may indeed strive to construct what they envision as a future. Yet, how naive your aspirations seem. As I reflect upon the citizens of the great Xi'an nation, beleaguered by this cataclysmic zombie epidemic, reduced to mere shadows of themselves, huddling within the scant remnants of their bases, I cannot help but contrast their plight with that of you. Alas, your utopia has crumbled. Upon departing this subterranean realm, Ming unhesitatingly cast 2 timed explosives within, subsequently sealing the entrance once more. A resounding explosion echoed behind him, and Ming resumed his journey back to the base. Chapter 160, Contradictory Outcomes. Xiaolian. Please assist me in breaching the system of this base. Upon infiltrating the facility, Ming, as per usual, sought the aid of his companion Xiaolian to circumvent the base's security system. However, to his surprise, Xiaolian remained unresponsive for an extended period. Xiaolian? With another call, Xiaolian finally responded. I apologize, host, but I am unable to breach the system of this base. But, why? This was the first time Ming had encountered a system that Xiaolian could not penetrate. Host, the system of this base is not entirely controlled by an AI. Its core functions are still managed by human operators, which renders me incapable of breaching it. Upon hearing Xiaolian's explanation, Ming furrowed his brow. The system of the Eden headquarters was, astonishingly, operated by humans. Was such a vast facility truly managed by human hands alone? Perhaps they were akin to walking computers. Never mind, could you scan the base and tell me how many superhumans are present? Given that a cerebral approach was proving ineffective, Ming resolved to take a more aggressive stance. Host, There are a total of 893 C-class superhumans, 173 B-class superhumans, and 13 A-class superhumans within the base. Oh, is that all? Upon learning that the number of superhumans was surprisingly modest, Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. After discreetly communicating with Fan Xingqing and the others in the refuge, Ming retracted his sanctuary and positioned it beside the base. This was about to get entertaining. As the refuge rose beside the base, Ming swiftly entered it and activated the automatic fire mode of his weaponry. Rat-a-tat-tat. The turrets, upon detecting targets, unleashed a barrage of fire upon the Eden base. Under the relentless bombardment of electromagnetic defense artillery, the patrolling flying saucers hovering above the base were swiftly brought down before they could react. Clearly, this tactic was one Ming had learned from his previous escapades in Red Alert. Observing the base engulfed in flames, Ming remained vigilant. After all, there were still over 1,000 superhumans within. However, as one building after another collapsed, he noted the absence of any superhumans joining the fray. Xiaolian scanned for superhumans within the base once more. Host, there are currently 147 C-class superhumans, 138 B-class superhumans, and 13 A-class superhumans remaining. Faced with the information provided by Xiaolian, Ming could not help but frown. This defied logic. If the C-class superhumans had perished due to the artillery, he could understand, but the loss of dozens of B-class superhumans was puzzling. Even more perplexing were the 13 A-class superhumans. Ming could not fathom why. Even as he had breached the very heart of Eden, these individuals had yet to make an appearance. In order to prevent the escape of these individuals, Ming hastily directed his gaze towards the radar screen. However, upon observing the display, he was utterly stunned. Aside from a few faint red dots, there were no other targets visible. This defies logic. Ming stared blankly at the screen before him, completely at a loss. The feedback from the reconnaissance radar contradicted the findings of his classmate Xiaolian, leaving him uncertain as to whom he should trust. Perhaps it would be best to venture out and investigate for himself. Faced with this perplexing outcome, Ming ultimately resolved to personally explore the base. As the last red dot vanished from the radar, the weapons atop the turrets ceased firing. Recognizing that the battle had come to an end, Ming first disabled the automatic fire before leaping into the base to search for answers. After the recent bombardment from the electromagnetic defense cannons, the Eden headquarters had been reduced to a veritable wasteland. Utilizing his mental prowess, Ming began his search and soon discovered a tightly sealed door. This door appeared to be constructed from a special material that prevented his mental energy from penetrating it to ascertain what lay within. Indeed, they must be hiding in here. After forcefully breaching the door with his fist, he was confronted by a narrow staircase. A staircase, of all things? Ming had not anticipated that such a high-tech establishment as Eden would lack an elevator in its underground headquarters. To err on the side of caution, Ming refrained from entering the subterranean passage immediately and instead called for Avril. Avril, have you ever been here? He inquired. I've never seen this place before. Avril replied, shaking her head in resignation. She had once believed that her status would grant her access to Eden's core secrets. But now it seemed that what she knew was merely the tip of the iceberg. Oh, you've never seen it? Ming remarked with a bemused smile. It appears your standing in Eden isn't as esteemed as you thought. You weren't even aware of this. Ming's teasing left Avril speechless. Once, her ambition had been to follow Eden in its quest for world domination. Yet now she merely sought to uncover the true nature of the organization to which she had devoted herself for so long. Ming, I will go down first, she declared, resolute in her pursuit of the truth. All right, just be careful, he replied, granting her permission. Summoning her golden wings, Avril cautiously descended the staircase. Sigh, when will I be able to fly? Ming mused, feeling a twinge of envy as he observed the wings on Avril's back. Although he possessed an indomitable steel physique, soaring through the skies remained an elusive dream, achievable only through the assistance of his mental energy or jumping ability. Upon recalling the experience of being compelled to fight on the ground due to his inability to soar freely, Ming found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was daydreaming about possessing such an ability to fly, he suddenly heard Avril's terrified scream. Chapter 161. The Cockroach Knights. What? Did you see? As Avril soared into the air with her golden wings, Ming found himself engulfed by curiosity. Ming, monsters. They're all monsters. At that moment, Avril's face was ashen, and she gasped for breath, clearly shaken by her ordeal. However, Ming struggled to comprehend her fragmented explanation. All monsters? What kind of monsters? Before Avril could further clarify, the ground beneath them trembled violently. It appeared something enormous was emerging. Seeing the earth crack slightly in the distance, Ming swiftly seized the pale-faced Avril and leaped into the air. Boom. With a deafening roar that echoed across the sky, dozens of figures erupted from the ground. Avril, you traitor, how dare you return? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ming instantly recognized it as the voice of the Pope he had encountered aboard the UFO. Driven by intense curiosity, he turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. What is this? As he discerned the appearance of these figures, a wave of nausea washed over him. At that moment, he finally understood why Avril had been so terrified. The beings before him had utterly transcended the realm of humanity. They resembled gargantuan cockroaches, their brown skin glistening, with wings that allowed them to soar. In addition to their cockroach-like features, each creature bore a human visage embedded in their abdomens, leaving Ming momentarily perplexed as to where their heads might reside. What puzzled Ming even more was that Avril had initially seen a computer. Why had this Pope now transformed into a cockroach? Ming, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come to the headquarters of my Eden. It seems today shall be your last. As the Pope's gaze fell upon him, Ming felt a wave of revulsion. Being scrutinized by a giant cockroach was indeed a unique life experience. After glancing at the Pope's bizarre form, Ming couldn't help but smirk. Whether I live or die is yet to be seen, but I must ask, if your head is in your abdomen, does that mean your waist must pass through your brain? You insolent fool. The Pope's face flushed with rage at Ming's taunt. Knights attack. Yes. Upon receiving the Pope's command, the legion of cockroach knights swiftly encircled Ming and Avril. Armed with brown spears and shields, they advanced relentlessly towards Ming. Ugh. This is rather disgusting. Confronted by the shiny cockroach knights, Ming finally understood why his reconnaissance radar had failed to detect them. It turned out they had coated themselves in a substance akin to the stealth technology of invisibility, rendering the radar ineffective. Time to flee. As the grotesque cockroach knights drew nearer, Ming enveloped himself and Avril in a protective mental shield and swiftly retreated to his sanctuary. Upon entering the main base of his refuge, Ming activated the automatic fire of the weapons. This was intolerable. The sheer repulsiveness of the situation made him feel as though he were on the brink of a nightmare. Casting a glance at the visibly shaken Avril beside him, he sighed in resignation and asked, "Is this the pursuit of Eden? Transforming the entire blue star into a realm of cockroaches?" Avril was rendered speechless by Ming's inquiry. The earlier scene had left an indelible scar on her psyche. She could hardly fathom that the Pope she had loyally followed would choose to metamorphose into a cockroach. To be fair, these creatures were not so easily dispatched. Observing the scene above the base, Ming could only shake his head in disbelief. These cockroach knights, despite the concentrated barrage of fire, managed to withstand the bullets of the electromagnetic defense cannons with their shields. Surely, they wouldn't he expect him to engage them directly. As he watched these creatures assault the weapons atop the turret, Ming exhaled deeply. His reluctance to intervene stemmed from the sheer disgust he felt toward them. However, it was becoming increasingly clear that the turret's weapons were ineffective against the onslaught. He would have to take matters into his own hands. Taking a deep breath, he deactivated the turret's autofire mode and retrieved a 6.5-foot stick from his system space before stepping outside. You truly make my skin crawl. Facing the oncoming cockroach knights from the sky, Ming gripped the stick tightly and swung it at the nearest one. Thwack! The stick effortlessly knocked the head off the knight's shoulder. Watching the brown liquid trickle from the neck, Ming felt a wave of nausea wash over him. After dispatching several knights in quick succession, he realized that those who had lost their heads were undeterred, still charging toward him. Haha. Do you think my knights will perish simply because they have lost their heads? The Pope's voice dripped with arrogance from above, leaving Ming utterly speechless. Why abandon the path of a decent person to become a cockroach? How proud he seemed to be in his role as Pope. Driving the stick into the abdomen of one knight, a long-awaited notification echoed in Ming's mind. Congratulations, host, you have killed a mutated human and earned 20,000 points. Finally, one had fallen. Having discovered the method to eliminate this grotesque horde, Ming began to leverage the advantage of his long stick to attack with increasing frequency. Though these abominations were revolting, fortunately, their speed was no match for his own. Suppressing his nausea, Ming relentlessly wielded the 6.5-foot staff to strike at the cockroach knights, swiftly exterminating them. It's your turn. With a deft motion, he sent the Pope flying with his staff, subsequently piercing through its upper body, pinning it to the ground. Observing the Pope's grotesque position, with its 6 legs flailing in the air, Ming slowly retrieved a flamethrower from his system space. Fear not. I shall use this to escort you to meet your maker. A jet of flame erupted forth, rapidly engulfing the Pope. The intense heat, reaching thousands of degrees, soon charred the immobile figure, filling the air with the acrid stench of seared protein. At last, it was over. Glancing at the lifeless bodies of the cockroach knights strewn about, Ming could not help but shake his head. Such extraordinary beings were truly inferior to mere mortals. Yet, He was acutely aware that the affairs of Eden were far from concluded. The cluster of cockroach knights was merely a handful, no more than 50, while the remaining superhumans were likely still concealed within the depths of their base. Just as Su Ming resolved to investigate further, the Pope's voice echoed once more from above. Chapter 162. The denizens of the Earth's core. Su Ming, do you genuinely believe that this is the end? Turning his gaze toward the source of the voice, he was astounded to see the seemingly deceased Pope materializing once more in the air. Su Ming glanced at the charred remains on the ground and then back at the Pope hovering above, a frown creasing his brow. Could it be that the one burned to death was merely a clone? Observing the triumphant expression on the Pope's face, Su Ming's initial reaction was that this individual had indeed replicated himself. As for his consciousness, if the Pope that Avril first encountered was a mere computer, then it was evident that he had uploaded all the information from his brain to the cloud. You are quite the playful one. Facing the Pope, Su Ming understood that even if he were to capture and interrogate him, it would bear no significance. Who knows how many cockroach bodies this Pope had cloned for himself? Rather than becoming entangled with this particular clone, it would be wiser to direct his attention to the underground base beneath his feet. What is the matter, Su Ming? Do you not intend to kill me? Noticing Su Ming's hesitation to make a move, the face on the Pope's abdomen revealed a repugnant smile. Su Ming, I have always had high hopes for you. Now that Eden has transcended racial divides, if you are willing to join us, I can guarantee the remaining survivors of the Disya nation will remain unharmed. Oh, such generous terms. What is it that you require from me? Su Ming was taken aback to hear that the Pope was willing to spare all remaining survivors of Disya. It was well known that Eden's new Noah's Ark plan aimed to eradicate all non-Anglo-Saxon races. Although the issue of race seemed trivial at this moment, Su Ming sensed that the matter was far from straightforward. What you must do is submit to me and obey my commands. Nonsense. At the Pope's demand. Su Ming couldn't help but let out a laugh. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? If I were to join you, what would happen when you instruct me to slaughter the people of Disya? I would be betraying both Disya and you. Are you trying to make me the next Wu Sangue? Rest assured, Blue Star no longer requires the slaughter of humanity. Noticing Su Ming's concerns, the Pope patiently explained, we are all human. We should unite to confront our true adversaries, should we not? True adversaries? Who are they? The Pope's words plunged Su Ming into contemplation. Although he had encountered numerous legends concerning humanity and extraterrestrials prior to this moment, he was skeptical that Eden had orchestrated such a grand scheme merely to combat alleged aliens. If it were indeed a matter of dealing with extraterrestrials, wouldn't it be more prudent for nations to unite directly? I can only tell you that they hail from beneath the earth. As for further details, I cannot divulge them unless you are willing to join us in Eden. Is it possible that denizens of the earth truly exist? In response to Su Ming's inquiry, the Pope simply smiled, saying nothing. If you remain silent, the conflict between us shall never cease. Observing the Pope's unexpected reticence, Su Ming slowly retrieved a 630 staff from the system space. Do as you wish. After all, we at Eden possess sincere intentions. Initially, we indeed contemplated utilizing the zombie crisis to annihilate humanity in other nations. Yet circumstances have changed. As for your choices, I shall not interfere. From this moment forth, Eden will refrain from launching any further assaults against you and the Great Xia. Simultaneously, I implore you to cease the destruction of our facilities. Facing the imminent action of Su Ming, the Pope exhibited an air of calm. If you wish to communicate, you may utilize our Eden frequency, which Avril is certainly acquainted with. As for the war, I suggest we focus our efforts on dealing with the so-called inner Earth beings. With that, the Pope disregarded Su Ming's demeanor and soared back underground. Undoubtedly, this alteration in the Pope's attitude left Su Ming bewildered. It was akin to someone who intended to take your life in one moment suddenly proclaiming, "We are brothers." Reflecting on the Pope's words, Su Ming found himself questioning the existence of inner Earth beings in this world. What's going on? Upon returning to the sanctuary, Avril eagerly inquired of Su Ming. In response to her question, Su Ming shook his head. Avril, why did Eden conduct research on such bizarre mutated zombies? Are you truly preparing to confront these so-called inner Earth beings? Inner Earth beings? Surely, that is merely a legend? Noticing Avril's perplexed expression, Su Ming relayed the Pope's statement to her. This must be just a legend. Su Ming glanced at the bewildered Avril and shook his head in resignation. Who knows? In any case, your Pope has declared a truce with me. Upon hearing that Eden intended to cease hostilities with Su Ming, Avril became increasingly anxious. Having defected from Eden, she realized that if the two parties were to maintain a truce, her situation could become precarious. Do not worry. Your Pope is likely to forget you soon. You can remain here with me to train alongside those individuals. Understanding her apprehension, Su Ming reassured her. In truth, Avril's abilities had already reached the level of an A-class superhuman. rather than eliminate her. It would be more beneficial to keep her as practice for the other dozens of people. Thank you. Not at all. It is simply a matter of mutual benefit. After learning of the inner earth beings, Ming opted not to attack Eden's underground base. After much contemplation, he resolved to return to the Great Xia. Although hostilities with Eden had currently ceased, Ming knew this was not a sustainable solution. While the Pope was willing to call a truce to combat the inner earth beings, should they emerge victorious, he might well turn against Ming afterward. Since we are currently in an era of peace, it would be prudent to take this opportunity to cultivate more superpowered individuals. Allow me to introduce your new instructor. Instructor Avril. As the name of Avril was announced to the assembled crowd, a thunderous applause erupted. Brother Hao, this new instructor is rather impressive, isn't she? But I wonder about her capabilities, mused Wang Hao, his gaze lingering on the tall and striking figure of Avril, a flicker of ardor igniting in his eyes. Having been single for many years, he found himself daydreaming about the names he would give to their future children upon first laying eyes on her. Is there anyone willing to test Instructor Avril's prowess? In response to Ming's query, Wang Hao stood up without a moment's hesitation. Me. Chapter 163. Return to the Great Xia Nation. Brother Hao, are you all right? No. I'm fine. Despite the physical pain coursing through him, Wang Hao forced himself to rise from the ground, gritting his teeth as he struggled to stand. How was it? The strength of Instructor Avril was quite something, wasn't it? Observing Wang Hao's disheveled state, the plump companion couldn't help but tease. Your expression earlier was quite off. Now you're embarrassed, aren't you? From a distance. Ming couldn't contain a laugh at the plump one's words. It must be said, this panda's remarks were rather sharp. Now, Ming had been sailing the seas for nearly a month, specifically to discern whether the Pope's words were merely a stalling tactic. He had even deliberately deactivated the satellite shielding of the shelter. Throughout this journey, Ming enjoyed a treatment akin to that of a VIP. Approximately every 10 days, an Eden transport aircraft would hover above the shelter. These planes were not there to provoke. Rather, they came bearing supplies and sustenance. To ensure safety, Ming had instructed the slaves within the shelter to eat first. Once they had finished, he had the assistance of his mental companion, Xiaolian, to analyze the food's composition. After all, it was Eden that had once delivered food laced with nanotoxic insects to countries across the blue planet, which had precipitated the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Goodness, could it be that the inhabitants of the Earth's core are indeed a terrifying existence? Gazing at the stacked provisions within the shelter, Ming felt as though he were in a dream. Just moments ago, a message had arrived from Fan Ziyuan and his group at the Great Xia base, announcing that Eden was willing to share its technology freely with the survivor base of Great Xia. Ming understood that Eden's change of heart was due to the disturbances caused by the Earth's core inhabitants. On his way back, Ming had also researched information regarding these beings. However, the records concerning them offered little substantial information, primarily consisting of urban legends or hearsay. As for the capabilities and technologies of these Earth core inhabitants, such details were conspicuously absent. The very notion of Earth core inhabitants evokes a sense of dread. Sitting on the sofa, Ming stared blankly at the downloaded series on the television, letting out a long, helpless sigh. This new species, capable of causing Eden to abandon its plans, instilled in him an inexplicable sense of crisis. If indeed these urban legends held any truth, and the Earth core inhabitants possessed the ability to control others' minds, humanity might truly face extinction. Dad, upon returning to the Great Xia Nation, Ming's first act was to head to the Great Xia base. As Fan Xingqing spotted her father, she excitedly rushed towards him. Xingqing, you've grown quite a bit. Come here for a hug. Watching the heartwarming reunion between father and daughter, a gentle smile graced Ming's face. It must be said that the inhabitants of the Earth's core have indeed proven to be of considerable assistance, at least alleviating the threat posed by Eden. This father and daughter can now enjoy a prolonged reunion. I truly appreciate your help during this time. With one arm cradling her daughter, Fan Xingqing gazed at Ming with gratitude and remarked, My little one must have caused you quite a bit of trouble, hasn't she? Faced with the inquiry from the elderly father, Ming was about to recount Fan Xingqing's exploits to Fan Ziyuan when he noticed Fan Xingqing desperately winking at her. She has been quite well behaved and has even helped me with a number of manageable tasks. Upon hearing Ming's words, both father and daughter simultaneously sighed in relief. All right. Little Xingqing, go play inside for a while. Your father needs to discuss serious matters with Uncle Su. Okay. Watching Fan Xingqing skip into the house, Fan Ziyuan's demeanor turned serious. What is the situation regarding Eden? To be honest, I don't have the full details. I only know that the Pope's attitude has shifted significantly. As for the so-called inhabitants of the Earth's core, I cannot ascertain what species they truly represent. This poses a significant problem. Fan Ziyuan's stance on the matter mirrored Ming's. Any entity capable of compelling Eden to abandon its original plans must possess formidable qualities. Take a look at this. It is a document regarding the inhabitants of the Earth's core sent from Eden yesterday. Oh, accepting the tablet from Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming began to scrutinize it meticulously. The inhabitants of the Earth's core are the indigenous people of Blue Star? Upon reading this statement, Su Ming was utterly astounded. After all this time, humanity is the alien? To be honest, I cannot verify the authenticity of this document, but it does indicate several entrances to the underground world. We utilized the provided coordinates to search with satellites and indeed discovered several peculiar caves. Are you serious? Upon hearing that caves had actually been located, Su Ming hastily noted the coordinates from the document. After entering all these coordinates into his mental refuge system, the satellite launched into space commenced its search. Su Ming's decision to undertake this action stemmed from his lingering distrust towards the people of Eden. It is well known that previously, all satellites from the countries of Blue Star had fallen into the hands of Eden, making it entirely plausible for them to tamper with certain information. What else? What other actions has Eden undertaken? Seizing the opportunity while the satellite images were still being captured, Su Ming inquired again of Fan Ziyuan. Well, they have granted us access to the Eye of God. What? Upon hearing that Eden had actually bestowed the authority of the Eye of God to Fan Ziyuan and his group, Su Ming could hardly believe his ears. It is worth noting that the Eye of God had previously been instrumental in aiding Eden, as numerous critical data points were computed through this AI. And now? The fact that they were willing to grant the authority of the Eye of God to the Great Xian nation inevitably aroused a hint of conspiracy in Su Ming's mind. Indeed, I find this matter quite perplexing as well. However, I suspect that they have only bestowed a portion of the authority. I concur with this assessment. Su Ming nodded in agreement with Fan Ziyuan's conclusion. It appears that Eden intends to first address the threat posed by the inhabitants of the Earth's core before turning its attention to the other survivors on Blue Star. Thus, Mr. Su, what are your plans? In response to Fan Ziyuan's inquiry, Su Ming fell into deep contemplation. Undoubtedly, the Great Xian nation's base currently requires the technological support of Eden. Yet, if Eden were to later pivot and turn against the Great Xian nation and himself, it would indeed spell disaster. Sigh. Su Ming gazed at Fan Ziyuan before letting out a resigned sigh. What should be done? We must urgently seize this opportunity to upgrade our technology and swiftly train our superpowered individuals. Chapter 164. New tasks, new developments upon returning to his refuge. Su Ming opened the satellite images. The moment he confirmed that the satellite photographs matched those taken by Fan Ziyuan and his team, he realized he was facing a formidable new challenge. This time, it was truly a battle for the survival of humanity. If the Eden organization had previously initiated the new Noah's Ark plan merely to preserve a segment of humanity in order to dominate the entirety of Blue Star, then the current incident involving the subterranean dwellers was of an entirely different nature. The subterranean beings were an entirely distinct species from humans. Should they emerge victorious, humanity would be irrevocably extinguished. Confronted with the images of the caverns, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. He possessed no intelligence regarding the habits, characteristics, or extraordinary abilities of these subterranean beings. Frankly, he was uncertain whether his steel frame could withstand their onslaught, which was precisely why he had hesitated to take action. Although he had no inkling as to how Eden had amassed such extensive intelligence, Su Ming resolved to exercise caution. Sigh. Perhaps it would be prudent to eliminate some zombies to accumulate points instead. After much contemplation, he decided to focus on the zombies he had yet to dispatch. Each zombie yielded 5 points, and with sufficient points accumulated, the point shop could refresh with more potent potions or items. Alert! The system detects that the host is now facing a new trial and will commence the task announcement. As Su Ming prepared to gather his belongings to farm for points, the long silent system finally issued a task. Task: Clear Blue Star. Task description: in the face of a new challenge, the host is expected to undertake the mission of cleansing Blue Star. Please expeditiously eliminate the zombies located in various countries of Blue Star. This task is time limited to 1 month. The more you clear, the more substantial the rewards. Note: the host must personally wield the weapon. AI systems cannot be used to complete the kills. Failure to accomplish the task will result in the loss of the refuge and all superpowers. Upon hearing the details of this task, Su Ming found himself momentarily bewildered. It was undeniably peculiar. Not only were there no specific numerical goals, but even the nature of the rewards remained undisclosed. Most importantly, there was no room for laziness. Goodness. This time, the Eye of God from Eden would be indispensable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Ming promptly contacted Fan Ziyuan, requesting him to utilize the Eye of God to ascertain which country currently harbored the largest zombie population. Once he received the specific information, Ming piloted the escape aircraft directly away from the refuge. Indeed, this place had never failed to surprise him. Gazing down at the densely packed horde of zombies below, Ming couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Yes, he had returned to the kingdom of the White Elephant, in the land of the White Elephant Kingdom, whose population had long surpassed that of the Great Xia before the zombie outbreak. It remains the nation with the highest number of zombies in all of Blue Star. Commencing operations. After retrieving the Gatling gun from the system's space, Ming embarked on his mission to eliminate the undead. As gunfire erupted over New Delhi, the zombies fell to the ground like wheat being harvested. However, it did not take long for Ming to sense something amiss. Wait a moment. Why am I using a gun? Casting a glance at the gun barrel, which was now slightly reddened, and then at the throng of zombies drawn to the cacophony, he realized the absurdity of his situation. With a touch of self-deprecation, Ming retrieved the unused zombie bait grenades from the system's space. Boom. As one such grenade detonated in the square, the zombies congested in the streets surged towards the plaza like a tide. Goodness, they have gathered in heaps. Observing this scene, Ming hastily exchanged points for a mushroom grenade from the point shop. After setting the detonation timer, he hurled the mushroom grenade downward. Off it goes. Under the influence of gravity, the grenade's descent accelerated, and upon reaching an altitude of 100 meters above the square, it exploded. A brilliant flash of white light heralded the rise of a colossal mushroom cloud above the square. This was Ming's first-hand experience witnessing the detonation of a mushroom grenade. It must be said, the spectacle of the explosion was indeed magnificent. Surely, employing this device proved to be highly efficient. Upon seeing his points surge by several 100,000, Ming knew that this expenditure was far from wasted. Alright, on to the next city. After dispatching the zombies in one of the cities of the White Elephant Kingdom, Ming took out his phone to identify the next city with the highest zombie population. Ah, another city in the White Elephant Kingdom. Ming had assumed the next city would be in a different nation, but to his surprise, it was still in the White Elephant Kingdom. Let us move. Thus, Ming began utilizing zombie bait grenades and mushroom grenades to conduct a thorough cleansing of the cities across Blue Star. To prevent Blue Star from being enveloped in radiation, he specifically opted for a type of mushroom grenade that was non-radioactive, yet boasted greater explosive power, a hydrogen bomb. Ming's actions elicited confusion not only from Eden, but also from Fan Ziyuan, who could not fathom his intentions. After all, zombies posed no threat if left alone until their bodies decayed entirely. Yet, Ming chose to employ mushroom grenades to deal with these creatures. Even in the apocalypse, information traveled swiftly across the internet. Finally, on the 25th day, Ming received a phone call from Fan Ziyuan. Am I being condemned? Upon hearing that there were indeed individuals at the Great Xia base condemning his actions, Ming was taken aback. At such a critical time, why did such a sanctimonious presence still exist? Do not mention it. A considerable number of individuals have gathered at the entrance of our base, brandishing placards in protest. We are all survivors of the Great Xia nation. Surely, I cannot resort to firing upon them with my weapon? Upon hearing the voice of Fan Ziyuan on the other end of the line, filled with helplessness, Ming could not help but let out a cold snort. I said, "Old Fan, you seem to have taken a turn for the worse. Clearly, you could manage this situation, but you have chosen to pass it on to me. Hoping I would serve as your proxy? Alas, what can one do?" The embarrassment was evident on Fan Ziyuan's face as he chuckled awkwardly. Then continued, "I shall leave these individuals in your capable hands. Very well. I shall return in a few days." After ending the call, Ming gazed down at the throng of the undead, densely packed and drawn towards him, before once again deploying a mushroom bomb. Chapter 165. Dispersing the protesters. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, cleansing the blue planet. Total zombies eliminated, 10, 378, 823. Task rating, S-Class. An S-Class rating? It seems I have struck gold this time. Upon hearing the system's notification echo in his mind, Ming let out a sigh of relief. Since this task lacked a definitive evaluation criterion, he dared not delay. Fearing that a shortage in the number of zombies he dispatched might prevent him from receiving the finest rewards. Commencing reward distribution. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the superpower, mind control. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the superpower, telepathy. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the superpower, gravitational repulsion. Good heavens. Upon realizing that he had received 3 superpowers as rewards, Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Truly, an S-Class reward was something extraordinary. Feeling the transformations within his body, Ming hastily examined the detailed descriptions of these newfound abilities. Mind control allows the manipulation of targets with mental strength inferior to one's own within a visible range, if attempted on a target with superior mental strength. It may induce a temporary daze, the duration of which depends on the mental strength disparity between the host and the target. Telepathy. Upon utilizing this ability, one can sense the attitude of the target towards oneself, effective within a radius of 10 kilometers. Gravitational repulsion enables the manipulation of gravitational forces within a 1-kilometer radius, allowing the user to fly. What an extraordinary array of skills. After perusing the fundamental descriptions of these powers, Ming felt an overwhelming urge to delve into the depths and confront the denizens of the earth. However, he understood that despite possessing these superpowers, he still lacked a suitable weapon and a reliable martial technique. Before addressing this, he needed to deal with the protesting crowd at the Daxia National Base. Protest! 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 Stop Ming from mistreating the deceased. We demand respect for the dead. Ming intends to obliterate all humanity with his mushroom bombs. Will you not take action? Upon arriving at the 3rd underground level via the elevator, as soon as the doors opened, the resounding slogans from outside pierced through. Observing the throng gathered outside the command base, Ming shook his head with a sardonic smile. Have these people just had a few days of decent meals? Now they dare to advocate for the rights of those soulless beings? What is this? Do you have objections? Confronted by the incessant protests, Ming amplified his voice with his mental prowess, resonating throughout the entire underground base. As the crowd caught sight of him, chaos erupted among them. It's Ming. Should we flee? Flee? Does he dare to act here? This is Daxia territory. Ming, you must apologize to the zombies you have slain. Indeed, you are a scourge upon humanity. Do you grasp the profound adverse impact this incident has wrought upon the people of the Great Xia? Observing the throng of self-righteous individuals condemning him, Ming refrained from speaking first, choosing instead to silently observe them. To be candid, he was genuinely intrigued to see what actions this assembly of moralists might undertake in his presence. You shall not have a peaceful demise, Ming. At that moment, a shoe suddenly soared from the crowd, aimed directly at Ming's face. Anticipating such a move, he effortlessly deflected it with his mental prowess, then turned his gaze towards the source of the projectile. It appeared that mere verbal denunciation was insufficient for them. With a casual gesture towards the crowd, Ming seized an individual and brought him directly before him. What? Are you dissatisfied with my actions? Ming regarded the middle-aged man who had fallen at his feet with a look of utter indifference. Do not presume that your abilities grant you the liberty to act without restraint. Do you not recognize the impropriety of your conduct? As a great nation, how can we engage in such irresponsible behavior? Upon hearing the man's words, Ming's interest was piqued. Then tell me, what should I do now? Oh, what should you do? The middle-aged man, as if a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sprang to his feet with fervor. You must issue a public apology via global broadcast, and then personally seek out the officials at the Great Xia base to confess your misdeeds. We are all citizens of the Great Xia, and would not make things difficult for you over this matter. As Ming's expression darkened, the man's voice grew increasingly strident. What are you glaring at me for? Oh, are you still unconvinced? He gestured towards the protesting crowd behind him, his eyes brimming with provocation. What? Do you wish to commit violence in public? Ming, you are still. However, before the man could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly ceased. Ming's hand had pierced through his chest. Please, continue speaking, he taunted, a smile creeping across his face as he withdrew his hand from the man's torso, revealing a still warm, pulsing heart. I was under the impression your heart was black. To my surprise, it is red after all. Murder. Run. Quickly summon the patrol. Help? I do not wish to die. As chaos erupted among the panicked crowd, Ming utilized his mental abilities to erect barriers, confining them all. Truly, you are devoid of purpose, aren't you? Faced with the terror-stricken expressions of the crowd, Ming felt no sympathy. He had ceased to regard them as human. If they were so concerned about his actions, why did they not go to Bashu and request the descent of the renowned Great Buddha, so they might take their rightful place upon it? Since you are so sympathetic to the plight of the zombies, I implore you to descend and offer them my apologies. With that, Ming violently obliterated the crowd before him, reducing them to mere clouds of crimson mist. Is there anyone who still believes my actions against the zombies were unjust? Feel free to step forward and voice your opinion. I am quite reasonable. After completing this, Ming turned his gaze towards the onlookers. No, indeed. Yes, Mr. Su is our paragon. In response to Ming's inquiry, the spectators erupted in admiration. Naturally, those who had voiced dissent moments ago had already dissipated into the ether. Anyone who would believe Ming's words must truly be deluded. Well, it seems there are none. Seeing that the crowd held no objections, Ming nodded in satisfaction, just as he was about to reassure the gathered onlookers. His communicator at his waist suddenly chimed. Chapter 166. The first encounter with the inner earth being. The inner earth being has appeared? Indeed. But there is only one. Very well, I shall proceed to ascertain its intent. After ending the communication, Su Ming made his way to the coordinates provided by Fan Ziyuan. To Su Ming's astonishment, the inner earth being manifested within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. Given that this species had never been previously encountered, Su Ming deemed it prudent to discern its purpose. After all, with Blue Star being so vast, if the inner earth being harbored no intentions of annihilating humanity, a peaceful coexistence would be a commendable outcome. Let us first test whether this telepathy proves effective with the inner earth being. Upon reaching the designated coordinates, Su Ming promptly activated his telepathic abilities. As the range of his perception expanded, he quickly discerned a unique target moving approximately 3 kilometers away. What surprised him further was that upon his telepathic contact with this target, it seemed to have sensed something and abruptly halted. Could this be the inner earth being? Su Ming hastened towards the direction of the target, eager to investigate. At that moment, a vision suddenly materialized in his mind. A hazy figure was waving at him, seemingly greeting him. Though indistinct, Su Ming recognized that it was certainly not a human, for it possessed a long tail. Indeed, it must be the inner earth being. Although Su Ming remained unaware of the true form of the inner earth being, the ability to project images into another's mind bore a striking resemblance to the information provided by Eden. As the distance between them diminished, Su Ming caught sight of the being's silhouette. The inner earth being was adorned with dark green scales, resembling a colossal lizard from a distance. Its robust limbs and head reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus rex, coupled with a long tail that nearly trailed on the ground, combined to create a formidable presence. Hisses. The inner earth being clearly sensed Su Ming's approach and swiftly turned to emit a series of peculiar sounds. Observing its menacing posturing, Su Ming promptly halted. Hisses. Awkwardly, he realized he could not comprehend the strange utterances of the inner earth being. In this moment of communication, they were like a chicken speaking to a duck. Utterly unable to connect. Resigned, Su Ming raised a hand and waved towards the inner earth being, then pointed to his own head. SSSSSS. Upon witnessing Su Ming's gesture, the being seemed to grasp something. Its large eyes blinked, and then Su Ming felt an intrusion into his consciousness. What are you intending to do? Despite his formidable mental strength, he remained on high alert. Due to the lack of crucial intelligence regarding the subterranean beings, Su Ming's gaze remained fixated on their movements, apprehensive that the creature before him might unleash some extraordinary assault. To his surprise, the entity that had intruded upon his mind seemed to merely circle within and then vanished without a trace. Subsequently, the subterranean being again opened its gaping maw. I believe I have grasped your language. The scene before Su Ming left him utterly speechless. The capabilities of this subterranean being were astonishing. In less than 2 minutes, it had mastered a language it had never encountered before. One must admit, communication among humans is exceedingly convoluted, relying on vocal cords to produce sound. Faced with the earnest lament of the subterranean being, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. What does it mean to have an advantage? This is what it truly signifies. Hee, your Chinese is quite impressive. Su Ming grinned at the creature before him, struggling to muster a response. Thank you for the compliment, but I am curious as to why you have sought me out. Is there something you wish to discuss? The innocent expression on the creature's dinosaur-like visage rendered Su Ming speechless. How did this being manage to sound as if it were deliberately provoking him? Well, I am rather curious as to why you emerged from the subterranean world. We merely inhabit our own planet. The surface was once our domain, but it has been occupied by you humans. In response to the earnest declaration of the subterranean being, Su Ming could not help but furrow his brow. That cannot be correct. You have not appeared in our world for many years, and this has never been documented in history. It is only recently that your technological advancements have enabled you to discover us. In truth, we have existed in your vicinity for millennia, yet you humans have remained oblivious. From the tone of the subterranean being, Su Ming sensed a hint of pride. Nevertheless, it was true that humans had only recently experienced various industrial revolutions. What? Do you doubt my words? Noting Su Ming's silence, the subterranean being waved its hand. Just as Su Ming anticipated a confrontation, he witnessed the being transform into his own likeness. What the? Observing the subterranean creature's transformation, Su Ming's worldview was once again upended. Now do you believe? In response to the subterranean being's inquiry, Su Ming silently nodded. However, he simultaneously realized that this being was certainly not a benign visitor. Strolling upon the surface so brazenly could very well indicate an intention to eradicate humanity amidst the ongoing zombie crisis. Are you concerned that we would exterminate humanity? Can you read minds, big guy? Su Ming was utterly bewildered. He could hardly respond to the words of the subterranean being before him. Indeed, you are apprehensive about this possibility. Upon witnessing Su Ming's reaction, the subterranean being also shook its arm, transforming its appearance once more into that of a great lizard. In truth, our evolution far surpasses that of humanity. Thus, the extinction of your kind seems quite natural, does it not? Just as your species has historically driven numerous creatures to extinction on Blue Star through rampant hunting. So go ahead. Test your limits and see if you can indeed eradicate humanity. Upon hearing these words from the subterranean entity, Su Ming's expression darkened. In light of the unknown abilities possessed by this being, he cautiously withdrew a 6.5-foot staff from the confines of his system space. Chapter 167. Engagement. Can you wield spatial abilities? Before him, Su Ming conjured a staff exceeding 3 meters in length, causing a flicker of incredulity to pass through the dinosaur-like eyes of the subterranean being. Is this so surprising? Su Ming fixed a cold gaze upon the creature. You subterranean beings seek to eradicate humanity, do you not? Today, let me demonstrate the strength of our kind. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming lunged towards the creature's chest. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In response to Su Ming's advance, the subterranean being emitted a series of hissing sounds. As the staff approached its chest, it swiftly brandished its powerful claws, striking down upon the staff's end. Bang! The collision between the staff and claws resonated with a dull thud. Naive. Observing the creature attempt to block the staff with its palm, Su Ming deftly twisted the staff's end. Although he had not yet mastered any martial arts related to weaponry, the techniques gleaned from television were sufficient to contend with this unarmed adversary. With Su Ming's agile movements, the staff danced like a nimble water snake, leaving the subterranean being bewildered as to where the next strike would land. Do they truly aspire to annihilate humanity with such incompetence? Seeing the creature's flustered demeanor, a smirk crept onto Su Ming's lips. Though he had yet to witness the subterranean being's technology firsthand, its reaction alone was enough to convince him of its inferiority. Strike! As Su Ming twisted his waist, the staff jabbed directly into the creature's chest. Bang! With a resounding thud, the subterranean being was sent flying by the force of the blow. Observing its pitiful state, mockery was etched across Su Ming's expression. What's the matter? After millennia of coexisting with humanity, you still cannot wield tools? In response to Su Ming's taunts, the subterranean being struggled to rise from the ground. You humans disregard the rules. Rules? The creature's defense prompted Su Ming to shake his head in exasperation. Could such a species truly possess technology superior to that of humanity? You subterranean beings fail to adapt with the times. Do not blame us for disregarding rules. Unlike your tough-skinned kind, how can we possibly triumph over ferocious carnivores without tools? After delivering this verbal admonition, Su Ming advanced once more, staff in hand, towards the creature. As he drew nearer, the subterranean being emitted another series of peculiar sounds. Hiss. Hiss, hiss. With this utterance, Su Ming suddenly felt as though he were met by an invisible barrier. Mental energy? Realizing that the subterranean being could wield mental power, Su Ming countered with his own mental force. They stood motionless, locked in a standoff reminiscent of two martial arts masters competing in internal strength. How does it feel? Did you not expect me to possess such abilities as well? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The creature from the Earth's core did not respond to Su Ming's inquiry in Chinese once more, but instead emitted a series of hissing sounds. A look of astonishment, reminiscent of a human expression, appeared on its lizard-like face. Is this all? In light of this spectacle, Su Ming could not help but let out a cold snort, subsequently channeling an even greater surge of mental energy directed towards the creature. With a resounding crash reverberating through the space between them, the being was propelled backward, crashing forcefully to the ground. How can you? Witnessing blood oozing from the creature's mouth and nose, Su Ming surmised that its mental energy was on the verge of depletion. You are curious as to how I possess such formidable mental prowess, aren't you? Su Ming coldly regarded the struggling creature on the ground and swung a club down upon its leg with great force. With a resounding crack, the club splintered. Yet to Su Ming's surprise, the creature did not emit a cry of agony despite the physical pain. Oh, it appears that your kind possesses quite a degree of resilience. Rather than ending the life of the incapacitated being, Su Ming intended to capture it. After all, the intelligence regarding the Earth's core inhabitants was still alarmingly sparse. If he could extract more information from its lips, it would prove far more beneficial than simply killing it. After shattering its other leg, Su Ming was about to place the creature into his system space when he noticed the surrounding area suddenly warp. As the space gradually returned to normal, he found himself back in the villa of your boss. Please cover this month's grocery expenses. Here's the ledger. Upon seeing the long-deceased Mei Xiaohong materialize before him, Su Ming realized that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of the creature. Son, look at what your mother has bought for you. Just as Su Ming attempted to break free from this illusion, he heard his mother's voice suddenly behind him. Turning around, he beheld his parents, long lost in a tragic accident, now smiling gently at him, with his mother holding a watch, the very brand Su Ming adored most. I must say, though fully aware that all of this was but an illusion, Su Ming's heart was nonetheless shaken profoundly. Ever since his parents' demise, he had buried this memory deep within, never expecting it to be unearthed by this creature. You truly are excessive. As Su Ming's mental energy surged once more, the surrounding space warped again. To employ such tactics to attack others, I truly underestimated you. Observing the creature's bewildered expression, Su Ming's gaze turned increasingly frigid. What is the matter? Are you disappointed to see me unscathed? To prevent the creature from launching another surprise attack, Su Ming decisively cast it into his system space. However, for reasons unknown, Su Ming distinctly sensed that as he confined the being from the depths of the earth into the spatial realm, its eyes were filled with an unusual expression. Those reptilian eyes, inexplicably, had entirely lost the brilliance they once possessed. They resembled the lifeless gaze of a dead fish, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Am I being overly suspicious? With this doubt lingering in his mind, Su Ming hastily turned his gaze toward the system space. Chapter 168, Enigmatic Uncertainty. What? Is the Earth core being motionless? Observing the unmoving figure of the Earth core person within his system space, Su Ming could not help but feel perplexed. He was certain he had not misallocated the system space. Nevertheless, he decided it was best to return for now. Despite his overwhelming curiosity, Su Ming had no intention of extracting the Earth core person again, regardless of whether this being was alive or not. Su Ming was determined to transport it to the base of the Great Xia Kingdom. Mr. Su, the results concerning the Earth core person have emerged. It is not dead. But, noticing the troubled expression on the face of the base personnel, Su Ming's curiosity was piqued. But what exactly? You are aware of the term vegetative state, right? Su Ming nodded. According to our tests, the Earth core person is currently in a vegetative state. How could this be? Su Ming found it difficult to accept such a conclusion. He certainly did not believe that the Earth core person had turned into a vegetable merely from hitting its head against the empty space within the system. If it were so fragile, it would have never endured his strike. We are currently investigating the specific reasons. At present, we are extracting its blood and tissues, hoping to identify the underlying issues from this angle. All right, I appreciate Professor Lu's efforts. As Professor Lu departed from the office, Su Ming turned his gaze toward the silent Fan Ziyuan beside him. Old Fan, would you care to say something? Huh? About what? Naturally, about the Earth core person. Su Ming shot an exasperated glance at Fan Ziyuan. What do you think regarding what I just said, and Professor Lu's mention of the vegetative state? I really don't know. Faced with Su Ming's inquiry, Fan Ziyuan helplessly shrugged. I have never been involved in such research matters. My responsibility lies solely in training the superpowered individuals at the Great Xia Kingdom base. Fan Ziyuan's words left Su Ming momentarily speechless, prompting him to roll his eyes dramatically. Talking to you is truly exhausting. I'm leaving. May I share my perspective? Just as Su Ming was about to retreat to his sanctuary, a timid voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning in the direction of the voice, Su Ming discovered that it belonged to a young girl, approximately 20 years of age. Of course, you are entirely welcome to express your opinion. However, the young girl did not seize the opportunity to speak. Instead, she focused her gaze on Fan Ziyuan, who was engrossed in drafting training outlines on the sofa. Darn it. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming kicked the sofa in exasperation. Startled by Su Ming's sudden action, Fan Ziyuan leaped up from the sofa, momentarily taken aback. They're asking you a question. Su Ming glared at Fan Ziyuan with annoyance, then gestured toward the young girl. You should speak. There is nothing to hide from Mr. Su. Having said that, Fan Ziyuan once again settled onto the sofa, engrossed in the training outline. Seemingly wary of Su Ming interrupting his train of thought, he had deliberately pushed the sofa outward upon resuming his seat. At that moment, Fan Ziyuan was indeed disinterested in pondering why the subterranean being had transformed into a vegetative state. His entire focus was consumed by the training outline. After all, upon learning that the subterranean entity could influence human minds, Fan Ziyuan, now an extraordinary being himself, felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Rather than investigating the reasons behind the subterranean's condition, he was far more inclined to explore methods for nurturing superhumans to combat such entities. Witnessing Fan Ziyuan's actions, Su Ming let out a resigned sigh, and then turned his gaze toward the little girl not far away. What are your thoughts? He inquired. I wonder if this subterranean being could have a controller, similar to the one that manipulated zombies in the Eden scenario? Oh, you mean there might be someone orchestrating this subterranean being? Yes. The little girl's words sparked a moment of clarity for Su Ming. Indeed. Any living creature possesses pain receptors. However, during their battle with the subterranean being, he had struck its leg with a stick, and it had shown no reaction. If this theory held true, then, suddenly, an alarming siren pierced through the entire base. What is happening? Upon hearing the alarm, Su Ming and Fan Ziyuan rushed outside, only to find that the subterranean being, which had previously become a vegetative entity, was now wreaking havoc in the laboratory with its forelimbs. Goodness, it seems to be true. What do you mean by true? At this moment, Su Ming had grown too weary to pay any heed to Fan Ziyuan, who had been oblivious to the conversation earlier. He charged into the laboratory, using sheer force to break the subterranean's forelimbs. Hiss. The subterranean emitted strange sounds from its mouth, and a wave of foreboding washed over Su Ming. Bang. A dull gunshot echoed behind him, the bullet striking Su Ming's head with precision. Turning to look, he discovered that the one who had fired was none other than Fan Ziyuan. "You're quite ruthless." Observing the blank expression on Fan Ziyuan's face, Su Ming realized that this was undoubtedly the work of the subterranean being, fortunately endowed with a resilient physique. Su Ming knew that a regular person would have succumbed at that very moment. Hiss. The subterranean emitted another series of peculiar sounds, this time controlling all the staff members around them. "I want to let you control me." As the personnel raised their weapons towards him, Su Ming swiftly delivered a powerful punch to the subterranean's head. With a sickening crunch, his strike was fueled by nearly all his strength, resulting in the subterranean's head being punctured entirely. Huh? What just happened? Why is my gun drawn? Mr. Su, why did you insert your hand into the head of that subterranean being? Observing the bewildered expressions of the staff, Su Ming felt no inclination to elucidate the events that had just transpired. They could review the surveillance footage themselves. Confronted with the lifeless form of the subterranean creature, Su Ming proceeded to pry open its head. To his disappointment, he discovered that there was no so-called chip device within. Following Professor Liu's examination, it was determined that this entity was merely a colossal lizard, lacking any significant distinction from the lizard-like creatures found on Blue Star. Apart from its more developed musculature and scaly skin. Goodness, it seems this creature indeed poses quite a challenge. The results of the examination regarding the subterranean being darkened Su Ming's countenance with a gravity that reflected the perplexity of the situation. Everything felt exceedingly enigmatic. If the little girl's assertions held any truth, then the only course of action would be to dismantle the subterranean creature's lair. Just as Su Ming intended to confer with the captain and the others about their forthcoming strategy, the base was once again pierced by the jarring sound of an alarm. Chapter 169. Overthinking. Is it the people from Eden? Upon receiving the report from the underground outpost, the alarm at the base was swiftly silenced. Eden? Glancing at the lifeless form of the underworld being, Su Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow. Just as they had managed to capture one of the underworld beings, someone from Eden arrived. If this were mere coincidence, Su Ming would not entertain such a notion. Let us see what those from Eden wish to accomplish. Su Ming patted Fan Ziyuan on the shoulder, rousing him from his stupor. All right. The two returned to the command room, awaiting the arrival of Eden's personnel. Oh my God. Have you just endured a fierce battle? A priest clad in a purple robe entered, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Faced with the priest's exaggerated expression, Su Ming could not suppress a cold snort. Indeed, we have just experienced a confrontation, and you from Eden have arrived at quite the opportune moment. Ah, my friend. You seem rather displeased. The priest, unfazed by Su Ming's sardonic response, shifted his gaze toward the command room's exterior. It is said that you have captured an underworld being. Might you share some intelligence regarding it with us? Oh, you are aware so quickly? Su Ming's face betrayed a hint of mockery in response to the priest's directness. Regrettably, we have not uncovered any valuable intelligence regarding the underworld being. However, we would be willing to share a portion of its biological material for your research. That would be splendid. On behalf of Eden, I extend my gratitude for the generosity of the great Xian nation. No need for thanks. It is our duty. Su Ming found the priest's reaction somewhat overly dramatic for his taste. I will arrange for a sample to be prepared for you from Eden immediately. Please wait here for a moment. With that, Su Ming left the command room and proceeded to the laboratory where the underworld being had been slain. Mr. Su? The staff were still tidying up the remnants in the lab, and upon seeing Su Ming enter, they exchanged puzzled glances. It's nothing. We've agreed to provide Eden with a portion of the underworld being's biological material for their research. Continue with your tasks. After briefing the staff, Su Ming picked up a scalpel from a nearby table and approached the corpse of the underworld being. Xiaolian, do you possess any tools for tracking signals that wouldn't be detected? Given the urgency of the task at hand, Su Ming could only consult Xiaolian in his mind. The host may utilize the liquid tracker available in the points store, which can be redeemed for 10,000 points. Shall the host proceed with the exchange? Certainly. As Su Ming methodically sliced into the right arm of the underworld being with the scalpel, he simultaneously arranged for the purchase of the liquid tracker through Xiaolian. After severing the entire arm, Su Ming retrieved a liquid tracker from the system space and directly injected the fluid into the limb. Once this was accomplished, he deliberately bound the arm with a piece of red cloth and, much like one would carry a pig's trotters, returned to the command room. The sight of the earthling arm wrapped in red cloth left the priest momentarily dumbfounded. Mr. Su, what is this? Even Fan Ziyuan, who stood nearby, was rendered speechless by Su Ming's actions. The manner in which Su Ming presented the arm resembled more of a rural custom of distributing pork after a pig slaughter than a simple handover of a specimen. Why are you standing there in astonishment? This arm is for your research, Su Ming asserted, thrusting the entire earthling arm into the priest's arms with a smile. Rest assured, our great Xia has always been generous. Take it back for your studies. Oh, all right. The priest's face betrayed a hint of awkwardness as he cradled the earthling arm. Jimmy, take good care of it. Not wanting to soil his robe with the blood still seeping from the arm's severed end, the priest hastily handed it over to a nearby cleric. Well, we have provided everything we can. If you discover anything of special value upon your return, do remember to share it with us. Of course, after all, the earthlings are our common foe. Realizing that he could glean little information from Su Ming, the priest had no intention of lingering at the Great Xia base any longer. Very well, allow me to see you off. Su Ming took Fan Ziyuan and escorted the Eden team out of the base, watching as their aircraft slowly ascended. He understood that the real task lay ahead. Classmate Xiao Lian, activate the tracker. Tracker activated, gazing at the positioning device that appeared in his mind. Su Ming turned to Fan Ziyuan. All right, old Fan, it's time for you to train diligently. Something about Eden seems rather off. Indeed, Fan Ziyuan, having regained his composure, sensed the peculiarity as well. The arrival of Eden felt remarkably coincidental, almost as if everything had been orchestrated. I'll head back now. After bidding farewell to Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming returned to the shelter. According to the tracker, the members of Eden boarded the plane and headed directly towards the borders of Great Xia. Observing their flight trajectory, everything appeared normal. Yet Su Ming understood that what seemed normal often concealed true abnormalities. The liquid tracker was capable of receiving sound, but throughout the journey, he only caught two phrases, feeling the takeoff. And first, leave Great Xia. Despite the flight, he had not captured any further conversation. Could it be that I am indeed being overly suspicious? As the aircraft crossed the border of Great Xia, Su Ming still heard no voices. Just when Su Ming believed he was being overly suspicious, a sudden wave of conversation erupted from the receiver. Good heavens. The Great Xia Kingdom has indeed killed the underworld beings. If His Holiness were to learn of this, he would likely reproach us for our inefficiency. Who could argue otherwise? We, in Eden, have pursued intelligence on the underworld beings for so long, yet it is the Great Xia Kingdom that has been the first to eliminate them. Should we return this severed arm to His Holiness, we would undoubtedly face dire consequences. My lord, perhaps we should. At this point, Su Ming could not help but furrow his brow. Could it be that Eden truly has no collusion with the underworld beings? The very purpose of affixing the tracker to that arm was to uncover this truth. Yet, it appears he has indeed been overly concerned. As the tracker relayed the sound of whistling through the air, it was evident that the arm had been unceremoniously discarded from an aircraft. What a waste of my 10,000 points. After deactivating the tracker, Su Ming engaged in deep contemplation. However, it seemed that today was destined to be anything but tranquil. For the alarm system of his own refuge began to blare ominously. Chapter 170. You truly wish to ruin my first love. Is it never-ending? Confronted with the alert sound of the radar, Su Ming turned his gaze towards the surveillance at the entrance. There, he beheld two robust beings from the underworld relentlessly pounding on the door of the shelter. Well, would you look at that? They are delivering themselves right to my doorstep. The sight before him left Su Ming somewhat astonished. The beings from the underworld had always been elusive, rarely seen. Yet today, mere moments after capturing one, two more appeared at the threshold of his sanctuary. Very well, I shall see just how many there are. Since these underworld beings have chosen to come forth voluntarily, Su Ming certainly had no intention of extending them any courtesy. Recalling the underworld being that had unexpectedly awakened within the Daxia base, he was resolute in his determination to uncover the true nature of these entities. Mr. Su. Upon stepping out of the main base, Su Ming spotted Wang Hao and a group awaiting him outside the training camp. Let us go. Since becoming superhumans, we have yet to partake in a formal battle. Indeed. Mr. Su, please allow us to join. Wang Hao's proclamation was met with enthusiastic agreement from the others, while Su Ming felt a surge of appreciation for their eagerness. He shook his head in response. No, this enemy is beyond your capabilities. They are not mere superhumans. They are underworld beings with mind control. However, just as Wang Hao was about to counter Su Ming's assertion, he suddenly found himself immobilized. Gradually, the vibrant expression in his eyes dulled into a state of numbness. What the hell? So ruthless? Understanding what had transpired with Wang Hao, Su Ming stepped forward and promptly transported him and the others into his system space. Well, you certainly know how to play this game. Gazing at the now empty shelter, Su Ming vaulted over the high walls. focusing on the underworld being that was menacingly gesturing towards him. Human, you are quite clever. Oh, you speak Chinese as well. Surprised by the underworld being's articulate speech, Ming quickly rationalized that it was only logical if these entities were indeed akin to robots under control. Then it followed that all the underworld beings appearing before him would be conversant in Chinese. Now, pray tell, what brings you here? Having come to this conclusion, Ming opted for a direct approach. He had no belief that these two underworld beings had come merely to reminisce. Their purpose was likely to avenge the earlier one he had dispatched. You have slain our comrade. It is only fair that you pay with your life. Indeed, you shall face the consequences for your actions. Upon hearing that these two underworld beings were genuinely intent on taking his life, a cold smile crept across Ming's lips. Just when I had failed to comprehend how the subterranean beings managed remote control, fortuitously, two presented themselves before me. Very well, let us proceed. Ming swiftly drew his 8 slashing blades, gripping them firmly in his hands. Having learned from his previous encounter, he understood that the physical assaults of these subterranean beings could not inflict damage upon his ironclad physique. Their sole formidable ability lay in mental manipulation. Are you not wielding a rod? One of the subterranean beings appeared momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Ming brandishing the 8 slashing blades. His inquiry confirmed Ming's suspicions that these beings indeed shared information amongst themselves. Heh. Ming smiled at the two subterranean entities before him and remarked, "It seems your intelligence is rather inaccurate." Without affording them a moment to react, he lunged towards their throats with his blades. However, just as the edge of one blade was a mere centimeter from the throat of one of the subterranean beings, Ming suddenly sensed the space before him distort once more. Not again? Unfazed by this occurrence, Ming was curious to discover what illusion the subterranean beings would conjure this time. To guard against ambush, he summoned a layer of mental shield around himself. As the scene gradually came into focus, he found himself on a playground. Good heavens, is this a nostalgic trip? Recognizing the youths playing football, Ming realized this was his former middle school. Ming, hearing someone call his name from behind, he turned to see a familiar figure in school uniform approaching him, clutching a bottle of mineral water. You must be exhausted from sports. I bought this especially for you. In that moment, Ming felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It was undeniable that the subterranean beings had a knack for playing tricks, even resurrecting memories of his first love. Do you subterranean beings truly revel in prying into others' privacy? While he fondly reminisced about his first love, Ming was acutely aware that all of this was a mere fabrication. Using his mental strength to extricate himself from the illusion, he discovered that the enchanting figure he had just seen was none other than one of the subterranean beings. You truly are. Reflecting on the exquisite scene moments prior, he glanced at the creature before him, resembling a great lizard. Had he kissed her, then I shall not allow you to tarnish my first love. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming swiftly severed the throat of the subterranean being. Witnessing the creature collapse to the ground, clutching its throat in agony, he felt an insatiable fury surge within him and delivered a decisive kick. This is for damaging my first love. Ming exerted every ounce of strength in that kick, sending the subterranean being's head flying away. After vanquishing the earthbound creature before him, Ming swiftly fixed his gaze upon another of its kind. Come over here, hissed Ming, his voice laced with fury. In response, the creature emitted a strange cry from its maw, brandishing its enormous claws as it lunged towards him. However, its close combat techniques proved woefully inadequate, as Ming easily dispatched it with a single move, sending it crashing to the ground. Seizing the advantage, Ming denied the creature any opportunity to retaliate. Driving his blade into the earth beneath it and pinning it down, placing his foot firmly upon its chest. Speak. How do you achieve remote control, despite being immobilized? The creature's face bore no semblance of pain. Its large eyes, fixed upon Ming, glimmered with a hint of human-like mockery. You shall never know. In an instant, the creature's eyes turned vacant, devoid of any life. Chapter 171. Journey to the Underworld. Indeed, it has come to this. Upon witnessing the subterranean beings revert to a state reminiscent of a vegetative condition, Ming realized that there was no recourse left but to eliminate them. Everything had unfolded as the young girl within the base had surmised. These subterranean entities were undoubtedly under the influence of a mysterious puppeteer. This situation mirrored the mutated zombies previously studied in the Eden Project, which could sever their connections at will. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the mutated zombies possessed destructible chips within their brains, whereas these subterranean beings bore no such apparatus. Should humanity fail to comprehend their technology, they would forever remain passive victims, unless the automatic fire system of the weapons could be activated directly. After establishing communication with Fan Ziyuan, Ming first liberated the individuals restrained within the System S space, then promptly engaged the automatic fire system of the Shelter S weaponry. Following 2 encounters with the subterranean beings, Ming had discerned their defensive capabilities, although their scales exhibited remarkable resilience. They proved utterly ineffective against the electromagnetic defense artillery of his turrets. To preempt any further incursions by these subterranean beings into his shelter during this period, Ming had no choice but to resort to this temporary measure. During this interlude, Ming also resolved to hasten the acquisition of martial skills from the points exchange shop. As for his choice of weapon, he decided upon the most expedient option, the spear. While wielding a sword certainly bestowed an ethereal grace, this expedition into the underworld was a matter of life and death against the subterranean beings. With their lizard-like appearances, Ming felt no need to uphold any semblance of refinement. Thus, he selected this weapon. After expending 20 million points to procure a specially crafted spear from the system, Ming began to seek martial techniques suitable for it. Once he had selected all necessary items, he commenced his training based on the content of the techniques. You might wonder why Mr. Su has suddenly taken to practicing with a spear? Who knows? Perhaps he aims to elevate his prowess. With such strength, even Ultraman would be hard-pressed to contend with him, wouldn't he? As a throng of onlookers outside the training camp engaged in speculation, Ming flashed them a grin. Alas, a smile from Ming, and fate becomes uncertain. Seeing Ming smile at them, a sense of foreboding washed over Wang Hao's heart. Don't just stand there, come and play with me, he called out. I knew it. As Ming beckoned his group, Wang Hao and his companions reluctantly approached. Put on your armor. Ming tossed the spear back into the system space and retrieved a long staff he had prepared earlier. To mimic the characteristics of the spear, he had wrapped a few lead strips around its tip. Once you're ready, we can commence. Confronted by Ming, armed with a long staff, Wang Hao and his companions exchanged glances, their faces etched with sorrow and indignation as they charged toward him. Mr. Su, you must, alas. Observing the somber expressions of Fan Ziyuan and his group within the base, Ming felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What is the matter with you all? I am descending to seek the subterranean dwellers, not to embrace death. We understand, but the underground world is indeed an enigma to us. Rest assured, I shall return safely. Aware of the grave demeanor displayed by Fan Ziyuan and his companions, Ming realized he could no longer remain in the base. Their stance appeared far less like a farewell and more akin to a final send-off. Very well, let us depart. Upon reaching the surface, Ming leaped into the sky, harnessing the interplay of gravity and repulsion, swiftly arriving at a cave in the realm of Daxia. May this expedition unveil the secrets of the subterranean dwellers. Gazing at the pitch-black cave before him, Ming took a deep breath and boldly ventured inside. Once within the cave, he employed his mental prowess to navigate through the darkness, delving deeper into its recesses. As he proceeded, the passageway grew increasingly narrow. What began as a walk transformed into a stooped gate, eventually requiring him to crawl on his knees. Thankfully, the path ahead did not constrict further, otherwise he feared he might end up resembling Tom from the cartoon Tom and Jerry. As the cave widened, a passage from an ancient text surfaced in Ming's mind. Could it be that Tao Yuanming's tale of the peach blossom spring pertains to the subterranean dwellers? The path before him indeed seemed to echo the sentiments of, initially exceedingly narrow, only to lead to enlightenment after traversing several steps. However, what greeted his eyes was not the idyllic paradise depicted by Tao Yuanming, but rather a realm dominated by a crimson hue. The land, rocks, and light were all saturated in shades of red. The living conditions of these subterranean dwellers are rather dismal, Ming mused, perplexed. Although these denizens resembled large lizards, they too must require sustenance. In such a barren environment, what could sustain these colossal lizards for millennia? As Ming's mental energy permeated deeper, he finally discerned the underlying issue. The space before him was connected to countless openings that extended downward. It appeared that this was merely a transit point for the subterranean dwellers to access the surface world, not their true habitat. Goodness, they have hidden themselves so deeply. Faced with a multitude of tunnel entrances, Ming found himself at a loss. As a novice in the underground world, he was unfamiliar with the paths. Xiaolian, how does one navigate the underground realm? Although harboring little hope, Ming nonetheless inquired with a sense of trepidation to his companion, Little Lotus, residing in his mind. I apologize, host, but I currently have no routes to the underground world. Everything must be explored personally by you. As expected, Ming sighed in resignation, preparing to retrace his steps when he suddenly recalled the dormant tracker in his mind. Activate the tracker. In truth, Ming was uncertain whether the inhabitants of the Earth's core possessed a tendency to return to their roots, yet he resolved to proceed with a spirit of experimentation. As the tracker activated, he discovered that the position of the arm was precisely within the underground world he had been desperately seeking. Little Lotus, please generate a navigation route based on the tracker's coordinates. Generating, please hold on. Ming could hardly believe that the decision made by the Eden priest had inadvertently aided him greatly. As the optimal path illuminated his thoughts, he did not hesitate to plunge into the third tunnel. Chapter 172. Deploying the Sanctuary. Is this truly the underground world? Upon witnessing the scene before him, Ming could hardly believe his eyes. The sight was astonishingly real. The subterranean realm was not the solid sphere depicted in textbooks. Here, there existed not only a sky but also verdant grass, towering trees, and even creatures long vanished from the annals of history. Goodness, is that a saber-toothed tiger? Observing the great feline in pursuit of its prey, the unmistakable fangs confirmed its identity as the long-extinct saber-toothed tiger. While the spectacle left Ming in awe, he remained steadfast in his purpose for descending into this underground world. Following the mental markers in his mind, the once natural landscape gradually gave way to a series of buildings. The architecture in this subterranean realm bore little resemblance to the styles of the Great Xia Kingdom. These structures resembled quaint little churches, forming a small village. However, to Ming's surprise, he found no trace of the denizens of the earth. This defies logic. Ming touched the furniture displayed within the houses, observing the pristine state of his fingers, and frowned. Clearly, these dwellings were inhabited. Could it be? Surveying the quiet and eerie village before him, Ming harnessed his mental prowess to probe the surroundings. As his psychic energy permeated the area, a remarkably perfect tunnel began to materialize in his mind. Through the synergy of his mental faculties and intuition, Ming effortlessly located their whereabouts. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the underground of the village emitted a series of hissing sounds, even Ming, with his formidable psychic strength, felt a momentary disorientation. Everything appeared fine. Yet it was futile. To evade the mental assaults of the subterranean beings, Ming swiftly located the tunnel's entrance and extracted them from within. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gazing at the terror-stricken expressions and the strange sounds emanating from them, Ming hesitated not for a moment. Since these earth dwellers intended to annihilate humanity, he felt no compulsion to show mercy. Those not of my kin harbored different intentions. Should these beings be allowed to flourish, it would ultimately be humanity that suffers. After vanquishing all the subterranean beings, Ming set fire to the quaint village. Having completed his task, he resumed his exploration of the underground world, guided by the beacon in his mind. After 3 days and nights of relentless travel, Ming finally arrived at the location of the liquid tracker. It was undeniable that the habits of these earth dwellers bore certain resemblances to those of humans. For instance, they would gather their deceased comrades for burial in a designated area, marking the spot with headstones. What surprised Ming was that ever since he had eradicated the subterranean beings from the first village, he had encountered none thereafter. Even when passing similar villages, he could no longer sense their presence through intuition. The speed at which this unfolds is rather alarming. However, these matters are trivial. What truly instills fear in Ming is the recollection of his initial encounter with the subterranean beings, who asserted that they possessed a technological prowess far surpassing that of humanity. As Ming contemplated his next course of action, a cacophony of ferocious roars erupted around him. Emerging from the surrounding forest were numerous large beasts, each one more formidable than the last. Could they truly expect to confront me with such creatures? Surrounded by these colossal animals, Ming found himself at a loss for words. To ascertain whether these beasts were under the control of the subterranean beings, he retrieved a grenade from his system space and hurled it towards a mammoth that stood a short distance away. Boom! The grenade detonated with a thunderous bang. Yet the mammoth remained apathetically fixated on Ming. Remarkably, it seemed they had fallen under mental domination. This revelation left Ming utterly convinced that these animals had indeed been enslaved by the subterranean beings. The number of large creatures continued to swell, with even gigantic eagles soaring overhead. These subterranean entities were impressively cunning. Faced with an encirclement of such formidable beasts, Ming hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly drew an M4 and unleashed a barrage of fire. Flesh and blood could never withstand the might of 5.56 as each magazine was expended. The animals that surrounded him crumpled to the ground, lifeless in pools of blood, though they had attempted to assault him. How could the steel-bodied Ming ever fear their onslaught? Click! As he continued firing, Ming glanced at his M4, realizing that the last magazine had been emptied. Finally, he was out of ammunition. Observing the depletion of all the arms he had hoarded in his system space, Ming, bereft of firearms, delivered a powerful kick to a nearby mammoth. Very well, let us resort to cold weapons. With a spear materializing in his right hand, Ming harnessed his leg strength and charged into the throng of beasts, embarking on a rampage. Wielding the spear, Ming resembled Zhao Yun from the legendary Battle of Changban, as no creature dared to approach within 6 feet of him. After dispatching wave after wave of beasts, the corpses beneath his feet began to resemble a small mountain. Yet, The creatures of this underground realm seemed inexhaustible, continuously emerging from every direction. Goodness, is this never-ending? Faced with this relentless onslaught, Ming could not help but feel a sense of futility. These subterranean beings directed the animals to attack him, yet they themselves remained hidden from view. While it was evident that these creatures were no match for him, Ming knew that if this continued, his stamina would inevitably wane. Truly insidious. As he carved a path with his spear, Ming simultaneously utilized the shelter system in his mind to reclaim his refuge on the surface. If these subterranean beings sought to eliminate him in such a manner, then they should not blame him for activating his advantages. Shelter reclamation complete. Upon hearing the alert chime resonate in his mind, Ming could not help but display a smile of elation. After utilizing his spear to send 2 saber-toothed tigers flying, he suddenly exerted force through his legs and dashed towards a vacant patch of land in the distance. Shelter. Confronted by the relentless pursuit of the animal horde behind him, Ming decisively placed the refuge upon this expanse. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent sanctuary rose majestically from the ground. Quickly returned to the training camp. Noting the bewildered expressions of Wang Hao and the others, Ming felt no inclination to elucidate the situation and issued his command directly. Understood. Although Wang Hao and the others were oblivious to the unfolding events, they obediently retraced their steps to the training camp. As the refuge was fully established, the electromagnetic defense cannon atop the turret roared to life. Chapter 173. Ming's method. What on earth is happening? How? Indeed. How did Mr. Su not venture into the underworld? Exactly. I was just about to hold hands with Zhao Zhao and then, amidst the cacophony of voices, Wang Hao furrowed his brow in discontent. Enough. Silence, everyone. With Fatty and Avril requisitioned by Fan Ziyuan to the Daxia base, Wang Hao was the sole individual capable of maintaining order among the throng of superpowered individuals. Gazing out at the cloudless azure sky, Wang Hao mused, if I am not mistaken, we must be in the underworld. What? Have we invaded the enemy's lair? Indeed. Does that not mean the people of the Earth's core can control us at any moment? Wang Hao cast a scathing glance at the bewildered assembly before him. Anger flaring within. Be quiet. With Mr. Su granting us the opportunity to awaken our powers, is this the extent of your courage? Even if we were to be controlled, Mr. Su would. However, before Wang Hao could complete his thought, a deluge of yellow gas surged from the ventilation system of the training camp. Ah, this is indeed a method. Observing his companions collapse one after another, Wang Hao muttered, look. In that moment, darkness engulfed him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Sighing, Ming contemplated the scene before him, where superpowered individuals fell one after another on the monitor, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Though these individuals possessed extraordinary abilities, none were equipped to withstand the mental control of the Earth's core inhabitants. They were his cherished protégés, and he wished to spare them from the fate of self-destruction under the influence of their captors. Xiaoyan, do you possess any methods to resist the control of the Earth's core? As he watched them succumb to unconsciousness, Ming promptly transferred them into the system space. Host. You can utilize your telepathic abilities in conjunction with mental force to control them. Is there no alternative? Ming rejected the suggestion outright. This approach would deplete his own mental energy, and if employed, Wang Hao and the others would be incapable of independently confronting the Earth's core in the future. That presents a dilemma. The host must utilize points to upgrade the training camp's functions. Once the mental training module is elevated to level 4, they will be equipped to counter mental control following their training. Very well. Upon hearing Xiao Lian's response, Ming could only smirk in resignation. It seemed that any hopes for expedient solutions were futile. All progress would have to await his departure from the underworld. The relentless onslaught of the animal army continued outside. Yet before the bastion's turrets, these controlled creatures could scarcely advance an inch. Alas, do the denizens of the underworld truly intend to remain underground? Witnessing wave after wave of animals fall, Ming could not help but feel a deep sense of sorrow for them. One must realize that even a single specimen, if taken to the human world, would undoubtedly revolutionize the academic realm. The battle raged on for a full day and night, and by midday on the following day, the electromagnetic defense cannons atop the turrets fell silent. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Ming thought this ordeal had come to an end, a series of piercing alarms echoed throughout the shelter. Before he could comprehend the situation, a tremendous explosion reverberated against the outer walls. Finally, have they decided to take matters into their own hands? Upon inspecting the shelter's system, Ming discovered that the recent explosion had deducted a staggering 200 durability points from his walls. It must be said, the weaponry of these underworld dwellers far surpasses that of humanity. Previously, even the most formidable missiles could only inflict a maximum of 100 durability points in damage. At that time, the shelter was at level 8, and now it had ascended to level 9. A weapon capable of inflicting 200 points of damage in a single strike undoubtedly eclipsed human technology. Boom. As another assault struck, Ming, leisurely sipping coffee in the main base, felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet. Quite impressive. Although he understood that passively enduring such attacks was not a viable strategy, he found himself unable to discern the trajectories or positions of these mysterious weapons. In the face of this unknown assault, it seemed that, for the moment, he had no recourse but to endure. However, upon glancing at his nearly 200 million points, a spark of inspiration flickered in Ming's mind. Boom, boom, boom. With each successive strike impacting the turrets and walls, Ming remained unfazed, continuing to sip his coffee in the main base. Observing the diminishing durability of the turrets, he showed no inclination to initiate repairs. Boom. The final strike arrived like the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, causing the turret perched atop the wall to collapse into a heap of rubble. Yet, Ming's countenance bore no signs of panic. He continued to watch the scenery outside with calmness. Under the relentless barrage from the denizens of the underworld, the turrets of the shelter had been reduced to ruins. Noticing the gaping breach in the wall ahead, Ming surmised that the assault from the underworld was about to commence. Beep, beep, beep. As the reconnaissance radar emitted a series of alarms, Ming's gaze turned to the screen, where a multitude of small red dots steadily advanced toward the shelter. At last, they have arrived. Ming slowly rose, stretched languidly, and positioned himself by the window, awaiting the approach of the underworld denizens. Soon, a steady stream of subterranean dwellers emerged from the damaged walls, infiltrating the plaza of the sanctuary. To his astonishment, they formed an orderly queue in what was once his domain, evoking a chuckle from Ming. Was this their way of asserting dominance over him? Alas! As a peculiar horn sounded, a figure mounted on a saber-toothed tiger emerged from the ranks of the subterranean horde. If only I had brought my stout companion along. Ming found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing this spectacle. Was this intended as an intimidation tactic? Yet, before he could ponder further, a voice reverberated throughout the sanctuary. Ming, you have slain my kin, a heinous crime indeed. Come forth and meet your demise. Upon hearing this impeccably articulated Chinese, Ming shifted his focus to the sanctuary system within his mind. Chapter 174. Wakanda of the Underworld. Ming, if you possess any semblance of masculinity, step forth and face us in a fight to the death. The denizens of the subterranean realm continued their relentless provocations. Yet Ming merely responded with a singular gesture of defiance. Restoration of all facilities in the sanctuary requires 803 points. Proceed with restoration? Upon hearing the voice of the system echo in his mind, a smile crept upon Ming's lips. Indeed, 803 points have been deducted. Restoration commencing. As the system's announcement resounded, the once ruined turrets of the sanctuary rejuvenated as if time had reversed, transforming in the blink of an eye. The collapsed walls and shattered gates likewise restored to their former glory in mere moments. Rat-a-tat-tat. As the turrets unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the horde of subterranean beings gathered in the square remained oblivious to the sudden turn of events, only to be mercilessly reduced to mere flesh by the electromagnetic defenses. Hiss. As chaos erupted outside, Ming retrieved a loudspeaker from the wall. How do you find this? Enjoyable? This tactic is known as closing the door on the dog. Consider this an impromptu lesson, free of charge. However, the subterranean beings outside were far too preoccupied with their own panic to heed Ming's taunts, scrambling in disarray to escape. Yet, the restored walls had become impossibly smooth, rendering their attempts to flee futile. Hiss. Witnessing the continuous fall of his kin to the onslaught, the leader, mounted upon a saber-toothed tiger, succumbed to a state of disarray. Strange sounds escaped its mouth as the tiger frantically sought to breach the walls. It appeared this creature was quite adept at fleeing. Classmate Xiao Yin, procure a liquid-tracking bullet of Barrett caliber for me. As the leader approached the edge of the wall, Ming swiftly retrieved the Barrett from the system's space. Exchange completed for the host. Ming calmly chambered the bullet from the system's inventory and opened the shooting aperture of the sanctuary. Bang! With a resounding thud, the liquid-tracking bullet struck the shoulder of the leading subterranean being with precision. Goodness! What extraordinary resilience these subterranean creatures possess. Were it an ordinary human that had taken such a shot, they would have been rendered incapacitated. Yet, the scaly denizen merely sustained a minor injury, as a significant portion of the bullet's energy dissipated upon piercing its armor. After being struck, the subterranean being cast a venomous glare towards Ming within the sanctuary, then fiercely squeezed the saber-toothed tiger's abdomen. Roar! With a powerful leap, the tiger vaulted over the sanctuary's walls. By the heavens, I have taken quite a liking to this saber-toothed tiger. In light of the spectacle, Ming found his previous fondness for the plump creature waning. Once he had dispensed with the remaining subterranean beings, he hastily withdrew the sanctuary back into the system's space. Classmate Xiaolian, activate tracking mode. Tracking mode has been initiated. As Ming followed the path illuminated by the cursor in his mind, he couldn't help but acknowledge the remarkable speed of the saber-toothed tiger, despite pursuing it for nearly half an hour. The positioning indicated a distance of several dozen kilometers still lay between them. He was determined to see where they could possibly hide. Ming understood that the individual he had marked earlier was undoubtedly a leader among the subterranean dwellers. By tracking its movements, he was certain he could locate their base. Given the subterraneans' claim of possessing technology far superior to humanity's, Ming was genuinely curious to witness it. To avoid detection, he deliberately slowed his pace. After all, once the liquid tracking bullet penetrated a body, the substance within would disperse immediately, even if the bullet was extracted. Ming could still ascertain the subterranean's location through the liquid. After 3 hours of leisurely pursuit, the subterranean's footsteps finally came to a halt. It seemed this was the highly advanced place they spoke of. As he approached the indicated location in his mind, Ming drew nearer to what was purportedly a hub of technology. However, when he was merely 2 kilometers away, he still saw no signs of a city ahead. This is perplexing. Glancing at the cursor in his mind, Ming furrowed his brow. Aside from the endless expanse of grassland, there were no structures in sight. Suddenly, a lion emerged from the grassland, roaring fiercely at him. Could it be? Observing the massive lion before him, a cinematic scene flashed in Ming's mind. Why not give it a try? Although he couldn't be entirely certain of his hypothesis, controlling the lion to scout ahead was far safer than venturing forth himself. Harnessing his formidable mental prowess, Ming swiftly took command of the lion. As he guided the lion step by step, he quickly validated his suspicions from a distance. Indeed, this place operated on principles akin to those in the film Wakanda. Goodness, could it be that the directors of such films had been in contact with the subterranean dwellers? Through the lion's eyes, Ming witnessed an ancient city as he traversed a veil akin to optical camouflage. The architectural style of the city resembled that of a medieval palace. Just as Ming marveled at the city's aesthetic, the patrolling subterranean being spotted the intruding lion. Observing one clad in armor, Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of disbelief. Is this truly the subterranean race that boasts technology superior to humanity's? Why do they all appear as if they were ancient soldiers? At that moment, Ming detected a peculiar signal invading the lion's consciousness. This is not good. Sensing the impending crisis, Ming intended to relinquish his control over the lion, yet it was already too late. The 2 subterranean dwellers before him had detected the anomaly, and one of them had even unfastened a horn from its waist, preparing to summon its companions. This is truly troublesome. Cursing under his breath, Ming rose from the ground and dashed towards the city ahead. Since he had already been discovered, there was no longer any need for concealment. Chapter 175. The Garden of Eden is lost in light of the advanced weaponry possessed by the denizens of the underworld. Ming harbored a considerable apprehension. After all, these weapons were capable of dismantling the very walls of his refuge, which boasted a durability of 200. However, now that he had infiltrated their city, his concerns began to wane. Through the scanning of his mental faculties, he discerned the presence of no less than several tens of thousands of underworld inhabitants within the city. Ming was fully capable of leveraging his advantages to engage them in urban skirmishes and tactical maneuvers. After effortlessly dispatching 2 patrolling underworld soldiers, Ming swiftly darted into the city streets, wielding a shotgun that was not a product of human technology, but rather a reward obtained from the point shop. Even the robust underworld denizens would succumb to a single blast from this formidable weapon. Bang! Bang! After eliminating 2 more underworld warriors at a city corner, Ming pressed deeper into the city's heart. He had initially expected these denizens to quickly mobilize long-range units against him, but to his astonishment, they sent forth a battalion clad in armor, brandishing round shields and short swords. What an odd formation. Reflecting upon the high-tech weaponry used by the underworld forces during their assault on his refuge, he now gazed upon the crude blades and spears wielded by the soldiers before him. Ming felt as if his CPU was about to overheat from the absurdity of it all. However, it was evident that their armor was specially crafted. Even the shotgun obtained from the points shop could not penetrate their protective gear. It appeared that the confrontation would indeed resort to melee combat. As an unceasing tide of underworld denizens advanced to envelop him, Ming retrieved a long spear from his system space. Today, I shall teach you the essence of melee weaponry. Armed with the adage that a longer weapon grants greater strength, Ming savagely cut through the throng of underworld soldiers. Despite their armored attire, their throats remained vulnerable, unshielded by any protective gear. Moreover, the force behind Su Ming's strikes surpassed that of a bullet, ensuring that even with armor, the denizens would be sent sprawling from the sheer impact. Like a tiger amongst sheep, Su Ming relentlessly harvested the lives of the underworld inhabitants. As wave after wave fell before his spear, those remaining in the rear began to lose their resolve to resist. Is this all you have? Witnessing numerous underworld denizens fleeing deeper into the city, Su Ming couldn't help but feel bemused. Their fighting spirit was alarmingly feeble. Their morale seemed inferior even to that of the armies from the former kingdom of Goryeo. I shall see just how far you can run. Determined to eradicate every last one of them, Su Ming pursued them into the depths of the city. Just as he was about to chase after the tallest building in the city, an invisible barrier suddenly materialized, blocking his path. Is this a manifestation of mental energy? As he sensed the transparent wall obstructing his advance, Su Ming thrust his spear forward. Bang! To Su Ming's astonishment, the wall did not shatter under his assault. Rather, an immense force rebounded and sent him flying. What? It can bounce back? Stabilizing himself midair, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. It appeared that the technological prowess of the subterranean dwellers was indeed formidable, possessing not only devastating offensive capabilities but also a defense mechanism that could reflect attacks. I am curious to see how many strikes this contraption can withstand. Frustration welled up within him as he faced the transparent barrier. With an abundance of points at his disposal, he was unconcerned about redeeming a few for powerful weaponry from the point shop. Boom. After exchanging for an array of missiles, Su Ming deftly manipulated them with his mental energy, unleashing a dazzling display of fireworks. As missile after missile detonated against the wall, Su Ming distinctly sensed a distortion in the surrounding space once the explosion smoke cleared. A sudden, ominous intuition surged within him, prompting him to flee. Boom. Having barely sprinted 200 meters, he heard a tremendous roar erupt behind him. Good heavens, it can do that too? Terrified by the sound, Su Ming dared not look back, hastily escaping the city. Upon confirming he had reached a safe distance, he turned to see the street behind him reduced to rubble by the explosion. This is troublesome. Witnessing the scene, Su Ming felt a sense of helplessness. The wall resembled the protective shield of his refuge. Regardless of where he attacked, the immense force would always rebound. After much contemplation, it seemed his only recourse was to once again employ the turrets from his shelter to launch an assault. Hopefully, this time it would penetrate this stubborn shell. After positioning the refuge outside the city, Su Ming released the mechanical soldiers from the barracks. As fighter jets ascended, they relentlessly bombarded the transparent wall with missiles. However, Su Ming had evidently underestimated the subterranean technology. The absorbed impacts accurately pursued the fleeing fighter jets, transforming them into mere plumes of smoke and fire. Damn, it can chase them down. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Ming understood that his only remaining option was the electromagnetic defense cannon atop the turret. At that moment, he comprehended fully that this would be a protracted battle. While the durability of the shelter could be repaired using points, he could only resort to this scraping style of attack to drain its energy. Rat-a-tat-tat. As shells exploded against the transparent wall, the turret's durability steadily diminished. This continued for nearly 3 hours, yet the wall showed no signs of dissipating. This defies logic. Staring at the spectacle, Su Ming's eyes widened. Is the technological level of these subterranean dwellers truly this advanced? Just as Su Ming intended to strike with full force to completely shatter the transparent barrier, the communicator at his waist suddenly rang. This was the device he had exchanged for in the points mall prior to his departure, intended for maintaining contact with the people on the surface. Now that the communicator was activated, could it be that something had transpired at the Daxia Kingdom base on the surface? Old fan, what is it? With a sense of bewilderment, Su Ming activated the communicator. Mr. Su, you must return quickly. Eden is gone. Chapter 176, The Vanished Eden, is it gone? Indeed. Just recently, their Pope urgently requested a conversation with us. Yet before we could exchange more than a few words, a tremendous noise erupted from their end, and since then, we have been unable to establish contact with them. All right, I shall return immediately. Upon hearing the anxious voice of Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming could not help but furrow his brow. The disappearance of Eden occurred rather abruptly. After receiving this intelligence, Su Ming lost all desire to linger within this subterranean city. Guided by the system's navigation in his mind, he made a direct exit from the underground realm. What transpired? Once above ground, Su Ming did not dare to delay for even a moment and promptly returned to the base of the Great Xia Kingdom. Observing the furrowed brows of the gathered individuals, he felt a twinge of curiosity about what had transpired during his absence. Mr. Su, the current predicament is that we are utterly unable to locate any members of Eden. Even Avril, using special channels, has been unsuccessful in establishing contact. Oh, at this remark from Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming turned his gaze towards the equally troubled Avril. Commander Fan is correct. It appears that the entire organization of Eden may have ceased to exist, seemingly apprehensive that Su Ming might doubt her words. Avril produced a tablet and handed it to him. This shows all the strongholds of Eden on Blue Star. Aside from those you have destroyed, the remaining outposts were operational. Yet now I cannot reach a single one. Indeed, and we can no longer utilize the Eye of God, as the Eden base located in Antarctica has been completely obliterated. What about the satellites? The same. They are all rendered inoperative. Gazing at the tablet that Avril had presented, Su Ming felt a wave of unease. A faction responsible for triggering a zombie crisis across Blue Star has suddenly vanished? If this event was orchestrated by the subterranean dwellers, why would they leave the base of the Great Xia Kingdom intact? Su Ming hastily commanded the system in his mind to direct the satellites to capture images of the Antarctic Eden base. As the photos were transmitted back, he discovered that the once majestic base had indeed been reduced to rubble. Now, the personnel at the Great Xia Kingdom base, devoid of satellite assistance, were akin to having lost their all-seeing eyes. Observing the tension etched on the faces of those in the command room, Su Ming sighed in resignation. Very well. I shall allocate a portion of the satellite permissions from the shelter to you. Following the guidance of his mental companion, Xiaolian, Su Ming granted a share of the satellite authority to Fan Ziyuan and the others, since his satellites were under the jurisdiction of the system. He harbored no concerns about anyone seizing control through extraordinary means. Mr. Su, you possess satellites? As he gazed at the images captured by the satellites on the screen, Fan Ziyuan found Su Ming increasingly unfathomable. When he first met Su Ming, he only knew him as a superhuman with abilities akin to spatial manipulation. Yet, as time progressed, he witnessed the emergence of bionic mechanical soldiers and the instantaneous repair capabilities of the shelter. At this very moment, Fan Ziyuan found himself questioning whether Su Ming might be an extraterrestrial, visiting Blue Star merely for a holiday experience. Ahem. This was merely a pastime of mine during my previous employment. After spending considerable time together, Su Ming had grown adept at lying without the slightest hint of guilt. Well then, since Eden has vanished, I must investigate what truly transpired. Faced with the awkward gazes of those in the command room, Su Ming deftly shifted the topic. So, Mr. Su, what are your intentions? Naturally, he planned to venture to Antarctica to ascertain the situation. The recent events had instilled a sense of vigilance in Su Ming regarding the Eden organization. Although he had encountered the denizens of the Earth's core and even engaged them in combat, he could not shake the feeling that they were conspiring with Eden. The mysterious disappearance of Eden only deepened his suspicions. It is worth noting that the Pope had ultimately transformed himself into a giant cockroach. As someone well acquainted with the characteristics of this prehistoric insect that had existed on Blue Star for eons, Su Ming understood that it was not so easily exterminated. Moreover, based on his previous battle with the Pope, who could say how many identical clones he had created? After departing from the Dasha National Base, Su Ming hurriedly made his way to Antarctica. Confronted with the ruins of the base before him, he immediately employed his mental powers to extend his perception. Goodness, is there truly no underground passage? After meticulously searching the ruins, he discovered that apart from the debris, there was nothing left. Of course, there were also numerous severed limbs of the cockroach people, indicating that a fierce battle had indeed occurred prior to their demise. Could it be that the denizens of the Earth's core annihilated Eden? This scene prompted Su Ming to question whether he was perhaps being overly cautious. It was conceivable that the Earth's core inhabitants viewed Eden as their greatest obstacle to human destruction, prompting them to strike first and eliminate it. Yet, for reasons unknown, Su Ming felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a collapsed section of ruins not far from the Eden base. What was this place once? Utilizing his mental powers to clear the debris, he uncovered scattered frameworks. However, it was evident that this area had suffered immense destruction. Many of the structures had been melted by the intense heat of the time, leaving Su Ming unable to discern their original purpose. Never mind. Let me capture some photographs to send back. As he could not identify these items, he decided to take pictures and relay them to the Dasha National Base. After thoroughly surveying Antarctica without any significant findings, Su Ming reluctantly began his journey back, sighing at the mournful wail calls emanating from beneath his feet. He lamented the loss of Eden. Now, the greatest threat remaining was solely the denizens of the Earth's core lurking in the subterranean world. In all honesty, Su Ming found the environment of the underground world rather appealing. Should the denizens of the Earth's core be able to reside there indefinitely, it would indeed present a favorable resolution for both parties. However, after several interactions, Su Ming realized that such a notion was utterly impractical. Alas, it appears that he must first contend with the inhabitants of the Earth's depths. Regardless of whether Eden has truly vanished, The Earth's core dwellers have already become humanity's foremost adversaries. Given this circumstance, Su Ming resolved to prepare for battle. Chapter 177 Global Broadcast. Mr. Su, are you serious? Upon hearing Su Ming's plan to confront the underworld people, Fan Ziyuan and the others could hardly believe their ears. Of course, this was our only option. However, recalling the incident with Lu Ling, Fan Ziyuan's expression grew troubled. Mr. Su, you are aware that the last time Lu Ling created the community of shared human destiny, many citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom genuinely harbored resentment towards foreigners. Given the lessons from that experience, I fear we may not garner much support this time. However many there are, it will be up to me to personally handle the recruitment. Su Ming was well aware of Fan Ziyuan's concerns. Regarding the mental control exerted by the underworld people, he had already derived the solution through his mental companion, Little Lian. If the shelter could be upgraded to level 10, a mental defense system could be established on the turrets. These defenses would effectively counter the underworld people's mental manipulation, ensuring that anyone residing within the shelter would remain unaffected. Even a dog could not be controlled by the underworld. Moreover, a level 10 shelter would not only provide a larger area, but also encompass arable land and high-tech farms. With proper management, future resource shortages would cease to be a worry. Enough with the buts. Seeing that Fan Ziyuan still harbored doubts, Su Ming interrupted him with a sigh. I understand your concerns regarding population and food supply, and I will address these in 6 months. For now, we must first account for all the survivors in the Great Xia Kingdom and then relocate them to my shelter. All right, I trust your judgment. With the group at the base finally conceding, Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had they failed to reach an agreement, he would have to personally venture to the Great Xia Kingdom base to recruit individuals once the level 10 shelter was completed. Then I extend my gratitude for your support. In response to Su Ming's thanks, Fan Ziyuan and the others could only shake their heads with wry smiles. This is the command center of the Great Xia Kingdom base. We are now initiating a global broadcast to all survivors across Blue Star. We hope those who hear this broadcast can promptly contact our Great Xia Kingdom base. We will personally dispatch aircraft to retrieve you, and we can provide food and shelter. This is, as the global broadcast resonated, the survivors still hiding amidst the ruins erupted in a flurry of discussion. Pamela, do you think the Great Xia Kingdom is reliable? I don't know. But we no longer have sufficient food to sustain ourselves in the days to come. It may be worth a try. Absolutely not. I heard that last time. Those who fled to the Great Xia Kingdom were ultimately expelled from the base. I don't care. I would rather die full in their territory than starve to death here. Among this multitude of survivors, some, driven to desperation, chose to seek refuge at the base of the Great Xia Nation, while many others opted to remain observant. These individuals are seasoned survivors, having navigated the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, and many among them have risen to positions of power. They are inherently distrustful of others, particularly given that the Great Xia Nation's base was once under their governance. It is often said that one would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Hence, many survivors are reluctant to reach out to the Great Xia Nation's base, and this sentiment is quite understandable. As a month gradually slipped by, the second global broadcast reverberated across the desolate lands of Blue Star. This is the command center of the Great Xia Nation's base. Today, we have the privilege of hosting Pamela, a survivor from the Kingdom of the White Elephant, who will share her experiences from the past 3 weeks. Greetings to all survivors. I am Pamela. Since we called for help from the Great Xia Nation's base, it took less than a week for them to dispatch aircraft to bring us here. Not only is there an abundance of food, but we women also no longer have to fear harassment while walking the streets. I absolutely adore it here. Did you hear that? The Great Xia Nation's base is genuinely sincere this time. It seems they truly wish to shoulder the responsibility of human civilization. We should hasten to seek their assistance. I believe that's a wise decision. Rather than worrying about zombie attacks here, we might as well head to the Great Xia Nation's base and enjoy the comforts there. With the first brave soul setting an example, the remaining survivors eagerly began utilizing their radios, phones, and all available means to reach out to the Great Xia Nation's base. Surely, this must be the last batch. Watching the helicopter take off from the helipad, Fan Ziyuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Over the past few months, the entire store of supplies at the Great Xia Nation's base had nearly been depleted. Old Fan, try to think long-term. Observing the expression on Fan Ziyuan's face, Su Ming could already anticipate his thoughts. For Su Ming, the prospect of utilizing these foreign survivors as a vanguard against the underworld dwellers far outweighed the losses in provisions. However, there is one matter I must address. Recently, the actions of the Great Xia Nation's base have indeed stirred considerable discontent among the locals, who claim that these foreign survivors have taken their food. Was there a failure to establish proper quarantine? Fan Ziyuan's question caught Su Ming off guard. He had specifically designated an area for the accommodation of foreign survivors to prevent such issues from arising. Yet, it appeared that some were still making such claims. Of course, it was handled properly. This time, the foreigners have posed no issues. Rather, it was a few individuals from our base who provocatively approached them. Due to the repercussions of the previous incident, we cannot recklessly apprehend them. All right, let them stir for a while. Though the current situation has taken Su Ming by surprise, it ultimately poses no significant problem. Only 3 days remain until the completion of the shelter upgrade, after which we can finally commence the true division of labor. Is this not a cause for concern? What is there to be concerned about? Facing Fan Ziyuan's apprehension, Su Ming found it somewhat amusing. These survivors contribute nothing to daily tasks yet constantly yearn for upheaval. We have not neglected our own citizens. What are they barking about? Do they truly believe they hold the same status as before, as if they are taxpayers? Su Ming's remarks rendered Fan Ziyuan speechless. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, although the Daxia base has accommodated numerous survivors, the vast majority are unemployed. Many have even developed a penchant for idleness. To illustrate further, during this year's recruitment drive, out of thousands of survivors, only a handful expressed interest in enlisting. Upon reflecting on this, Fan Ziyuan feigned a sorrowful sigh. Mr. Su, it appears the role of the villain must fall to you. Su Ming shot a silent glance at the stifled laughter of Fan Ziyuan and rolled his eyes dramatically. Go away. Chapter 178. Persuasion through reason. Finally, the upgrade is complete. Upon beholding the grand sanctuary before him, Su Ming's face broke into a relieved smile. The sanctuary, now upgraded to level 10, boasts an area comparable to that of a county, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of residents. As for the issue of supplies, Su Ming felt no cause for concern. The ranches and plantations inherent to a level 10 sanctuary are more than sufficient to provide sustenance for these individuals, with a surplus even available for emergencies. Moreover, with the technological advancements provided by the system, the growth cycle of agricultural crops can be significantly shortened. Previously, in the subterranean world, Su Ming had hunted a considerable number of large animals. He did not let their corpses go to waste, instead storing them within the system's space. Following thorough inspections by the system, the meat from these animals was deemed safe for consumption. Furthermore, Su Ming had not previously scavenged much from the Eden base. Utilizing these resources, he could easily supply food for over 100,000 individuals for 2 months. Now, it was time to begin the process of populating the sanctuary. After meticulously planning the sanctuary's architecture, Su Ming positioned it adjacent to the Daxia nation's base. Observing the orderly procession of survivors entering the sanctuary, he understood that this trial concerning human nature was only just beginning. This time, nearly 30,000 foreign survivors were brought back. And when combined with the survivors and soldiers from the Daxia nation, the total approached 150,000. Mr. Su, I fear that we may have to eliminate a portion of them, remarked Fan Ziyuan, standing atop the wall, gazing at the survivors queuing below. Oh, what do you mean? Su Ming inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Fan Ziyuan did not respond directly, but gestured towards the crowd below. They oppose foreigners entering our Daxia sanctuary. They are undeserving. Exactly. Throw them all out. Hearing the uproar below, Su Ming could only shake his head in resignation. He recognized the ringleaders of the commotion. 2 individuals named He Wei and He Yun. Their actions were not driven by patriotism, but rather by a desire to exploit the situation for personal gain. Following the precedent set by Lu Ling, they understood that each time they instigated trouble, the patrolling soldiers would merely issue verbal warnings, never resorting to physical intervention. Over time, they had even gathered a group of like-minded ruffians who targeted foreign survivors within the Daxia base. Even with designated areas for foreign survivors, these individuals still tossed refuse into their designated zones. Protest! Protest! Facing the protesting crowd below, Su Ming shot an exasperated glance at Fan Ziyuan, who was stifling laughter. Very well, old Fan, you may play the role of the benevolent here, he said, before decisively leaping from the wall, determined to make an example of the situation. The crowd protesting before Su Ming fell silent upon his arrival. Continue, he remarked coldly, gazing at them with disdain. What is the matter? Suddenly, none of you have anything to say? Weren't you quite fierce just a moment ago? We are here to protect the rights of the citizens of Great Xia. One of them stammered. Rights? Su Ming scoffed at this assertion. Pray tell, what have you accomplished? On ordinary days, aren't you just idling away in the base, waiting for soldiers to serve you meals? Since entering the Great Xia base, have you contributed in any way to its operations? And so what? We were taxpayers. We have all paid our taxes. Why shouldn't we enjoy our rights? Taxpayers? You say? Su Ming chuckled derisively at the crowd. If you claim to be taxpayers, then you are free not to join my refuge. for you have not contributed to me. As for my refuge, I shall allow whomever I choose to enter, without waiting for their response. He turned to the soldiers stationed at the entrance and declared, I hereby announce that this group of troublemakers is not permitted to enter my refuge. Yes, sir. The soldiers, invigorated by Su Ming's command, felt emboldened. They had often endured scorn from these individuals yet dared not retaliate too fiercely. Su Ming's order gave them newfound courage. How dare you? He Wei's voice rose several octaves upon hearing Su Ming's decree. This is outrageous. Citizens of Great Xia betraying their own kind. This is blatant appeasement of outsiders. Seeing He Wei's choice of confrontation, he hastily signaled to those behind him to sit on the ground and wail theatrically. Su Ming, you are openly turning against your compatriots. This is utterly inhumane. This is intolerable. Heaven, you are so unjust. Their performance quickly drew the attention of onlookers, including many foreign survivors who began to whisper among themselves. As the crowd grew, Su Ming, uninterested in further explanation, drew the pistol from his waist. Bang! The dull gunshot abruptly silenced their wails, and the ringleader, He Wei, collapsed as a lifeless body. Help! They're trying to enslave us. The remaining troublemakers scrambled to their feet, shouting in panic. Bang! Bang! Without any intention of providing explanations, Su Ming aimed his gun again, pulling the trigger towards two more individuals. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply at the casual manner in which Su Ming dispatched three people. Yet, he was not inclined to stop there. He pursued the remaining dissenters, firing without hesitation. As the last of the troublemakers fell into a pool of blood, Su Ming finally returned the pistol to his waist, satisfaction etched across his face. Gazing at the onlookers, Su Ming revealed a gentle smile. If anyone has objections to my actions, please feel free to voice them. I, Su Ming, have always believed in persuading others with reason. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the crowd promptly turned away and departed. Persuasion by reason? One might suppose that the pistol at your waist is what you refer to as reason. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support and understanding. Once the spectators had dispersed, Su Ming commanded the mechanical soldiers within the shelter to collect the bodies. With the troublemakers gone, the survivors began to enter the sanctuary in an orderly fashion. After ensuring all survivors were settled, Su Ming proceeded to activate the broadcast within the main base. Chapter 179, The Glory of Labor. Good afternoon, esteemed survivors residing in the shelter. I am Su Ming, the highest authority of this refuge. The very person who just now persuaded you at the entrance with reasoned discourse. It brings me great joy that you have chosen my sanctuary as your future abode. However, I must convey a critical message. The days of effortless living, where you merely extend your hands for clothing and open your mouths for sustenance, are no more. Each individual must toil to procure resources. Herein lie the regulations governing our shelter. First, in order to ensure that all survivors within the refuge comprehend the forthcoming directives, I have requested that our comrade, Xiao Yan, utilize the system's translation feature to render my speech into multiple languages for continuous playback. Simultaneously, I have compiled a comprehensive booklet of the shelter's rules, which will be distributed by our soldiers to every household of survivors. These regulations have been adapted from the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom prior to the outbreak, with minimal alterations. The sole distinctions are twofold. First, the compensation for labor has been transformed from currency to food. Second, the right to procreate now necessitates approval. After all, my provision of this refuge is not intended for the leisurely propagation of offspring. In the face of the subterranean menace, our immediate priority is to operationalize the entire industry of this shelter. I anticipate that the issuance of these regulations will undoubtedly incite unrest among some individuals. Observing the worried expression of Fan Ziyuan, I merely shook my head in indifference. In tumultuous times, stringent measures are imperative. This is a decision born of necessity. Should anyone dare to cause a disturbance, we shall deal with them decisively. However, might this lead to? Lead to what? In response to Fan Ziyuan's concerns, I smiled and reassured him. As long as you stand with me, there is no need to worry about these individuals abandoning the refuge. After all, beyond the confines of this sanctuary, their fates would likely be starvation or a grim encounter with the undead. Indeed, but this is troubling. Yet, before Fan Ziyuan could finish his thoughts, a soldier hurriedly entered the command room. Following the announcement of the regulations, numerous survivors have begun to riot, and some have even resorted to attacking our soldiers. What should we do? What to do? The pamphlet distributed today contains the necessary instructions. Observing the soldier's panicked demeanor, I calmly retrieved a cup of iced Americano from the system's space. Simply execute the directives as outlined in the pamphlet. Why yes, faced with my words, the soldier cast a hesitant glance at Fan Ziyuan, hoping he might persuade me otherwise. To his surprise, however, Fan Ziyuan disregarded his silent plea for assistance. Why are you looking at me? Do as Mr. Su has instructed. That pamphlet was drafted collaboratively. To change orders capriciously would undermine our command's authority. Do you not understand? I see. Recognizing Fan Ziyuan's unwavering stance, the soldier slowly retreated. As I ponder the situation, I feel compelled to venture outside. Reflecting on the expressions etched upon the soldiers' faces, a sense of unease lingers within me. Throughout history, the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom have maintained a close bond with the populace, a hallmark of our noble tradition. Yet, the present circumstances are markedly different. Those who have survived the zombie crisis, while not all malevolent, undoubtedly include a faction of ruthless individuals. Moreover, with the influx of numerous foreign survivors, many of whom espouse their own notions of freedom, the newly established regulations within the sanctuary may incite protests led by these outsiders. Upon witnessing my determined stride out, Fan Ziyuan silently mourns for those who would dare to incite unrest. He knows my disposition all too well. Those who challenge authority shall face a dire reckoning. Oh, a sit-in? Observing the gathering of survivors in the plaza, I am momentarily taken aback. It is commendable that this group has opted for a more cerebral approach, choosing peaceful sit-ins over the aggressive tactics employed by He Wei and his faction. However, Mr. Su, Enough, you needn't elaborate further, I interject, sensing the unease in the Sergeant Major's demeanor from my vantage point atop the main base. You will lead the troops immediately. No, I shall handle this myself. In order to prevent any potential compassion from the soldiers, I have resolved to deploy mechanical soldiers for this mission. Following a smooth transition of responsibilities with the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom, I promptly command the mechanical units to encircle the assembled crowd in the plaza. This simplifies matters considerably. Having completed this task, I retrieve a grenade from the system space, disengage the safety pin, and hurl it into the midst of the seated protesters. Boom. As the grenade detonates amidst the throng, the protesters stand frozen in shock. They could scarcely have anticipated that their peaceful demonstration would lead to such a response. Run. We shouldn't have come here. Run. As realization dawns upon them, the crowd hastily attempts to flee, yet the plaza is already ensnared by the mechanical soldiers. They're only greeting the ominous muzzles of firearms. Execute them all. Witnessing the scene unfold, I issue the command without hesitation. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, those who had come to incite discord succumb to the crimson tide. This is far more convenient. After neutralizing the instigators, I release the slaves to attend to the aftermath. It seems I have devised a strategy. Observing the slaves diligently cleaning the plaza, an epiphany strikes me. While it is true that in times of chaos, stringent measures must be employed, resorting to gunfire at every turn is undeniably brutal. Moreover, the entire area of the shelter has expanded severalfold, making it somewhat unrealistic to expect such a limited number of slaves to maintain the cleanliness of the entire refuge. Recalling the labor reform implemented in the prison prior to the zombie outbreak, Su Ming's mind began to formulate a plan. After dealing with 2 waves of unruly survivors, the first day hastily came to a close. As the sun gradually rose on the second day, the streets of the shelter were adorned with numerous armored vehicles equipped with loudspeakers. These vehicles traversed the alleyways, continuously broadcasting a singular proclamation: labor is the most glorious. Chapter 180, The Maxim of True Love. It appears that this time, stability has finally been achieved. A month has swiftly passed, and the entire sanctuary has indeed found its footing. With the support of advanced technology, the first batch of crops has yielded a bountiful harvest. Survivors procure resources through their labor, while those averse to work opt to join the military. Everything is orderly and well-structured. Of course, during this month, a segment of indolent survivors chose to stir trouble, but ultimately, they were shackled and assigned to street cleaning duties. Now, it is time to cultivate superhuman abilities. In the face of the current joyous revelry, Su Ming recognizes that it is imperative to assist humanity in awakening their latent potentials. Although the sanctuary is equipped with a mental defense system to thwart the mind control of the subterranean dwellers, Su Ming is acutely aware that this is not a sustainable solution. True peace can only be attained by eradicating the subterranean beings entirely. However, Su Ming understands that nurturing superhumans is not an overnight endeavor. There remains much to accomplish. Ding! Just as Su Ming contemplated his next steps, the long-silent system spoke once more. Detected that the host has established their own faction, the method of acquiring points will be altered. Surprised by the system's announcement, Su Ming paused. Recently, he had indeed been anxious about the points issue, as the subterranean beings frequently controlled animals or zombies to create disturbances. Whether for repairing the sanctuary or replenishing ammunition, points were essential. In the future, the host may acquire points through the yield of crops and livestock, while retaining the option to earn points through combat. This is wonderful. The system's words filled Su Ming with exhilaration. With this transformation, He could finally set aside his concerns about points. Ding! Yet, before Su Ming could fully rejoice, the system's voice echoed in his mind once again. Detected that the host has established a faction. Tasks will now be assigned. Task: Continuation of Civilization. Task description: With a stable sanctuary structure now in place, it is crucial that human civilization does not experience a rupture. The host is tasked with ensuring the birth of 1,000 newborns within 1 year. If successful, the area of the sanctuary will double, and the current number of turrets will also double. If failed, the sanctuary walls will vanish. Upon hearing the task assigned by the system, Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. How could the system be so unreasonable? It is well known that the birth of newborns is not a simple matter. The reason Su Ming initially sought to control the population was due to a lack of adequate medical resources to ensure the safety of pregnant women. Moreover, the female survivors had faced immense challenges during the previous zombie crisis, significantly increasing the difficulty of this task. It is quite challenging currently. There are just over 10,000 women in the entire shelter, including the staff. If we only consider the survivors, that number diminishes significantly. The birth of 1,000 newborns implies that at least 1,000 women must conceive within 2 months to fulfill the system's task requirements. After all, the penalties for failing this mission are exceedingly severe. Without the protective walls, these survivors would stand no chance against the onslaught of the subterranean dwellers. The mere thought of this gave Su Ming a headache. At that moment, as Su Ming pondered how to complete the task assigned by the system, Gu Jiajia pushed the door open and walked in. What brings you here? She inquired. Well, the savior of humanity, Su Ming, is troubled. Upon seeing the furrowed brow of Su Ming, Gu Jiajia's curiosity surged uncontrollably. You seem to be at a crossroads in your life. Have you perhaps encountered a girl you fancy but cannot pursue? Would you like me to offer some guidance? Su Ming glanced at Gu Jiajia, whose inquisitive nature was almost palpable. I am not contemplating my own affairs. Rather, I am considering how to ensure the continuation of human civilization. Previously, in order to guarantee production, the shelter implemented a reproductive policy, but now that conditions have stabilized, we must think about the perpetuation of humanity. I see. Gu Jiajia's eyes brightened at Su Ming's words. This is quite simple. We could organize a if you are the one event. If you were the one? Su Ming's mind raced with uncertainty regarding Gu Jiajia's suggestion. Yes, indeed. We could gather 24 female participants, and through a selection process by the men, facilitate connections. This way, we can directly grant reproductive rights upon forming partnerships, all while producing a show to entertain the public. Wouldn't that be splendid? I am not familiar with that program. Su Ming admitted, having never watched variety shows, and his knowledge of If You Are the One was limited to the 24 female participants, with no understanding of the other components. Trust me, it will resolve the issue of population growth while providing entertainment for the masses, Gu Jiajia asserted confidently. Then I will leave this matter in your hands. Although Su Ming was uncertain about how Gu Jiajia intended to proceed, she certainly seemed to possess a plan. Rest assured, during my time in the military, I also served as a liaison responsible for addressing the personal issues of single soldiers. All right then. Just let me know what personnel or facilities you require. Observing Gu Jiajia's assured demeanor, Su Ming decided to entrust this task to her. After all, he was not particularly adept in such matters. As the saying goes, one should not suspect those they employ. Should there be no results after a month? Su Ming resolved to implement mandatory pairing. Before this, let us allow Gu Jiajia to take a chance. Upon witnessing the opening scene on the screen, Su Ming nearly spat out his coffee in disbelief. It must be said that this program has indeed been splendidly orchestrated by Gu Jiajia. As he watched the 24 female contestants gracefully ascend the stage, accompanied by fireworks and dazzling lights, the production quality was undeniably elevated to its zenith. Goodness, this girl truly possesses talent. Su Ming mused over the show's brilliance while sipping his Americano. As the camera panned over the contestants, each began to introduce themselves. I am contestant number 1, Ling Shooting, and my motto for true love is. What a clever touch, even a motto for true love. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at Gu Jiajia's adeptness as he observed the self-introductions of the contestants on the screen. However, when the camera focused on contestant number 24, Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. For the 24th contestant was none other than Gu Jiajia herself. Clad in a stunning white dress, she bore the sign denoting her number. This was the first time Su Ming had seen Gu Jiajia looking so exquisite. Facing the camera, Gu Jiajia flashed a radiant smile. I am contestant number 24, Gu Jiajia. And my motto for true love is, Su Ming, I like you. Chapter 181. Perfect success. As Su Ming sat before the screen, he was taken aback when Gu Jiajia professed her feelings for him through the digital medium, causing him to inadvertently spray coffee everywhere. coughing violently. He wiped the remnants of the beverage from the corners of his mouth, feeling utterly deceived. Gu Jiejia was not merely assisting with the shelter's reproductive endeavors. She was clearly leveraging her authority for personal gain. The fervent cheers from the audience reverberated through the speakers, while Gu Jiejia, the architect of this spectacle, seemed to anticipate Su Ming's reaction. After proclaiming her heartfelt declaration, she smiled at the camera, which was almost pressed against her face. Goodness, this is going to be my downfall. Realizing he had been tricked, Su Ming sank into his chair in dismay, regret filling his eyes. Lacking expertise in entertainment affairs, he had relinquished all authority regarding the program to Gu Jiejia. To make matters worse, Su Ming discovered that Gu Jiejia had opted for a live broadcast. This meant that every survivor watching television in the shelter was now aware of the situation. Ding! Just as Su Ming grappled with how to conclude this unexpected turn of events, a notification chimed from his communicator at his waist. What the? Who could it be? With exasperation, Su Ming retrieved the device, only to find that the message was from none other than Gu Jiejia. Surprised? This is a message for you. I suggest you head over to the If You Are the One recording site immediately. With you as a live example, I am sure the enthusiasm of the survivors will soar. Damn. Reading Gu Jiejia's text, Su Ming could almost visualize her smug expression. Well, you certainly have a way about you. Faced with this unforeseen predicament, Su Ming realized he was now in a situation from which there was no escape. After all, he had no wife to worry about. Who was he afraid of? After a brief grooming session in front of the mirror, Su Ming took a deep breath and strode confidently toward the studio. Oh, it's Su Ming. It's really him. Wow, our lord of the city is quite dashing. Indeed, especially when he's in a killing spree. It's the epitome of violent aesthetics. As soon as Su Ming stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in raucous applause. Despite having mentally prepared himself for the reception, the overwhelming cheers still made him feel somewhat anxious. It appears our male guest has finally arrived. Hearing the deep voice announcing his presence from the stage, Su Ming realized he was the only one left in the dark about today's events. Facing Fan Ziyuan, who stood elegantly in a tailored white suit with a microphone in hand, Su Ming found himself torn between laughter and tears. So you've come? Upon seeing Su Ming's arrival, Gu Jiejia gracefully descended from her seat among the female guests. He is here. Undoubtedly. Su Ming was utterly unprepared for such an event, allowing Gu Jiejia to take his hand with ease. Observing Su Ming's flustered demeanor, Gu Jiejia couldn't help but smile charmingly. What are you so nervous about? I won't bite, she teased. The sight before the audience elicited a wave of laughter, with the bolder spectators leading the charge in playful banter. Kiss her. The chant stirred a lively uproar, prompting others to wave their flashlights in enthusiastic agreement. Kiss her. Kiss her. Faced with the raucous crowd, Su Ming's initial anxiety escalated to sheer helplessness. Noticing his distress, Gu Jiejia's lips curled into a mischievous grin as she leaned in and brushed her lips against his in a fleeting kiss. The audience erupted once more, while Su Ming felt as if his mind was engulfed in a dizzying haze. The bold declarations he had made and the psychological defenses he had painstakingly constructed crumbled entirely with that single kiss. After this audacious act, Gu Jiejia confidently took Su Ming's hand and raised it above her head. I have found true love. Thank you all for your blessings. With the crowd's cheers ringing in their ears, she led Su Ming off the stage. As for Su Ming, his mind remained in a state of disarray, numbly following Gu Jiejia and even missing a step as they descended the stairs. Once outside the broadcasting hall, he gradually regained his composure. You. What? You don't like me? Gu Jiejia's eyes sparkled with playful mockery at his hesitant demeanor. Though she had never been in a relationship, she had played matchmaker for many comrades in the past. No, that's not it. Su Ming replied awkwardly, scratching his head. I just never expected to find myself at the center of the gossip. That's settled then. From now on, I shall be the lady of the city, Gu Jiejia declared, unabashed by his lack of rejection. Let's go. We should indulge in others' gossip now. Noticing Su Ming's still dazed expression, she took his hand and guided him toward the command center. As Gu Jiejia pulled Su Ming along once more, he finally snapped out of his stupor. Gossip? With a sly grin, he drew her into his embrace, his gaze playfully fixed on her. Gu Jiejia, taken aback by his sudden boldness, felt a rush of heat as his breath brushed against her. Seeing her cheeks flush like a ripe apple filled Su Ming with a sense of triumph. I think feasting on you sounds more enticing. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Gu Jiejia protested. Weren't you so brave just a moment ago? Now you're backing down? Too late. Su Ming paid no heed to Gu Jiejia's resistance, effortlessly lifting her and stepping into one of the rooms. One must admit that the program crafted by Gu Jiejia was indeed captivating. Moreover, the scene of Su Ming and Gu Jiejia sharing a kiss on stage significantly contributed to the immense success of the inaugural episode of If You Were the One. Following the broadcast, numerous survivors eagerly signed up for the next installment of the show. After all, with Su Ming as a role model, it seemed a simple matter to charge forth without hesitation. In an effort to encourage procreation, Su Ming further implemented a policy of distributing supplies to those who became pregnant. With a harmonious blend of material and emotional support, the reproductive issues within the refuge were impeccably addressed by Su Ming and Gu Jiajia. As time progressed, the number of expectant mothers surged to nearly 3,000. At last, a resolution had been found. Upon receiving the data from the hospital, Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could thoroughly examine the detailed figures before him, a disgruntled murmur emerged from the sofa where Gu Jiajia sat. They have been taken care of, but what about me? Chapter 182. Conspiracy theories confronted with Gu Jiajia's sorrowful gaze, Su Ming felt a twinge of guilt. Both of their bodies were indeed devoid of issues. Yet the reason they could not conceive like others was quite straightforward. Su Ming and Gu Jiajia had already established a reproductive isolation. At present, Su Ming's physique had undergone systematic transformations, transcending the limitations of contemporary humanity. In contrast, Gu Jiajia, despite possessing a physique nearing the pinnacle of human potential, remained an ordinary mortal, never having awakened any superpower. Ah, we are still young. Once peace reigns, we can consider how to bring new life into the world, he mused. It was a sentiment he could only express in such terms. Gu Jiajia understood Su Ming's intentions. Undeniably, the timing was not conducive for childbearing. However, witnessing her fellow contestants from the show becoming pregnant stirred a sense of envy within her. All right, I must seek out the captain and the others to discuss matters concerning superpowers. After informing Gu Jiajia, Su Ming departed from the house without looking back. He had been diligently researching the awakening of superpowers in humanity, especially with the looming threat of the underworld beings. Presently, over 1,000 individuals within the sanctuary had awakened their unique abilities, yet the cost had been grievous. Nearly 400 had perished in the process of awakening. A success rate of 70 might sound impressive, yet the deceased 30 comprised elite soldiers whose physiques were nearly at the limits of human capability. Moreover, among these 1,000 individuals, many possessed superpowers that were nearly useless, akin to a character from a comic book who, despite having powers, could not effectuate any tangible outcomes. As for psychic abilities, fewer than 50 individuals among the 1,000 bore such traits. Of these 50, nearly half, despite possessing mental strength, struggled to lift a bottle of mineral water telekinetically. Is there truly no enduring solution, little Lien? I'm afraid, host, that unless you are willing to spend points to assist humanity in awakening, they must rely on time and experience to navigate through trials and errors. After all, the awakening of superpowers has, in many respects, become a form of evolution. Faced with little Lien's response, Su Ming could only sigh in resignation. He did not demand that humanity possess exceedingly formidable abilities. He merely wished for them to escape the control of the underworld beings. Although the sanctuary was equipped with a psychic defense mechanism, this ensured humanity remained trapped within their own refuge. Alas, I hope humanity can evolve swiftly. Currently, the underworld beings periodically harass them. And Su Ming understood that the survivors had no choice but to continue experimenting. As he entered the conference room, he observed Fan Ziyuan and the others who had already gathered, waiting for him. He offered them a sheepish smile. Do not worry, we understand, they replied, sharing knowing smiles at Su Ming's tardiness. It is not as you imagine. It's fine, we all understand. In response to Su Ming's explanation, the group maintained their enigmatic smiles, leaving him utterly speechless. He realized that no matter how much he elaborated, it would be futile. Well then, perhaps you will gradually comprehend the situation within the refuge. Regarding the management of the survivors in the shelter, Su Ming possessed no experience and could only rely on Fan Ziyuan and his companions for assistance. Recently, the survivors had encountered no major issues. Apart from a few individuals desiring to leave the refuge, the situation remained relatively stable. Leave the shelter? At the mention of someone wishing to depart, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. After all, outside lurked only zombies and subterranean beings. He could not fathom why anyone would choose to venture out. A conspiracy theory, perhaps. Upon discussing this matter, the captain sighed in resignation. Presently, there exists a rumor among the survivors that we, in order to maintain control, intentionally fabricated tales of subterranean beings. While in truth, these entities had long been eradicated. Indeed, is there truly someone engaging in such antics? How did you handle it? Faced with the current situation, Su Ming was somewhat caught off guard. What else could we do? We must prevent them. Beside him, Gongzi rolled his eyes in exasperation and remarked, we can't simply allow them to leave. Why not? Mr. Su, are you serious? Hearing Su Ming's unexpected agreement to permit this group to exit, Fan Ziyuan was momentarily stunned. What? Am I mistaken? Observing Fan Ziyuan's expression, a faint smirk appeared on Su Ming's face. Currently, many survivors in the refuge lack employment, and we are still responsible for their supply of resources. If they believe the outside world holds greater allure, why should we hinder their departure? Let them go freely. That indeed seems like a reasonable approach. Su Ming's rationale stemmed from the fact that the refuge had limited job opportunities at present. After all, many initiatives were only just beginning, and there was insufficient land for agricultural endeavors. As for the education sector, it was even more premature to consider. There were still 5 years until the first batch of newborns would attend kindergarten, making preparations for the educational system rather premature. At this moment, Su Ming realized just how arduous the task of governing a nation could be. Livelihood, healthcare, education, military, entertainment, and so forth. All aspects must be meticulously considered. However, given that his refuge was merely at its inception, such complexities were not yet necessary. Once the newborn initiative was accomplished, Su Ming even contemplated utilizing the land rewarded by the system to cultivate tobacco, coffee, and tea. Since there were survivors eager to leave, he naturally had no intention of obstructing them. Very well, unless there are any further matters to discuss, let us return to our respective duties. Noting that there were no other topics requiring deliberation, Su Ming promptly declared the meeting adjourned. As Su Ming hurriedly exited the conference room, a knowing smile once again graced the faces of Fan Ziyuan and the others. Could it be that we are truly allowed to leave? In response to the bewilderment of the survivors, the soldier nodded. Certainly, upon surrendering your identification badges, you may depart from the shelter. Upon hearing the soldier's words, the survivors expressed relief. How wonderful! Indeed, I have long overstayed my welcome in this place. One by one, they handed over their identification badges, eager to reach for the supplies laid out on the table. Do not move. The soldier's stern command left the crowd momentarily stunned. But these were given to us earlier. Why are we not permitted to take them? Despite their protests, the soldier remained impassive, raising his weapon. I apologize, but you are no longer residents of the shelter, and thus, you are prohibited from taking any supplies from within. Chapter 183. A new dilemma. Is this really happening again? Upon receiving reports from Fan Ziyuan and others regarding the recent criminal incidents in the shelter, Su Ming could not help but feel overwhelmed. While it is true that in times of chaos, strict measures are often necessary, many of these stringent regulations had been rescinded as the shelter began to stabilize under Su Ming's guidance. Yet, paradoxically, with the lifting of these harsh laws, crime rates surged once more. As he perused the documents detailing various criminal activities, Su Ming felt as though he were balancing a bowl of water, struggling to maintain equilibrium. This predicament was becoming increasingly maddening, leaving him perplexed with a sense of helplessness. Nearly 9 months had elapsed, and the issues plaguing the shelter appeared to multiply. Foremost among these was the employment crisis among the shelter's residents. With the first batch of newborns yet to arrive, many inhabitants found themselves unemployed and idly passing their days at home. Most of these unemployed individuals were single men who, in their boredom, resorted to harassing the female residents. Moreover, the tragic loss of numerous soldiers during the awakening of superpowers deterred many from pursuing this perilous path, leading new recruits to prioritize survival over the pursuit of extraordinary abilities. For them, the notion of being a soldier simply meant being capable of wielding a firearm. Additionally, the shelter's demographic imbalance, with a surplus of men and a scarcity of women, compounded the situation. The plight of unattached men seeking companionship led some unscrupulous women to advocate for polyandry. Recently, Su Ming had heard whispers of their plans to gather a group of expectant mothers in the square to protest for the right to multiple husbands. The complexity of this situation was daunting. Su Ming found the task of governing the shelter far more challenging than confronting the subterranean dwellers. Complicating matters further, a faction of individuals who had previously abandoned the shelter had established a new human alliance not far from Su Ming's refuge. He was acutely aware that their survival was, in no small part, facilitated by the clandestine support of the subterranean beings. Their motivations were clear: to leverage this group to undermine the stability of his shelter. It was evident that these individuals were fervently dedicated to their cause. After satisfying their basic needs, they would take to the airwaves, extolling the comforts of their human alliance, contrasting sharply with the perceived hardships within the shelter. Their antics resembled those of the frivolous individuals before the outbreak, reveling in simple pleasures. While Su Ming had faith in the intelligence of the majority of shelter residents, the relentless propaganda from this alliance undeniably bore fruit. It appeared that the allure of the outside world was becoming increasingly enticing. In response to this troubling trend, Su Ming resolved to amplify the dissemination of positive news about the shelter, even resorting to broadcasting satellite imagery on public screens to counteract the negative perceptions. After all, Su Ming was acutely aware that they had the backing of the inhabitants of the underworld, making it nearly impossible to trace their whereabouts. However, he truly did not anticipate that in this apocalyptic era, a cultural war would still ensue. It is worth noting that the sanctuary established by Su Ming resembles a small nation under slavery, where residents are not permitted to bear arms, inevitably leading to a climate of fear that silences dissenting opinions. In the initial stages of the sanctuary's establishment, Su Ming had already eliminated numerous individuals who opposed him, including many patriots who merely expressed their love for the great Xia nation, only to be met with his ruthless wrath. I believe many still retain vivid memories of these events. Moreover, the concerns surrounding the underworld's inhabitants and zombies have been prevalent, yet during our prolonged stay outside, we have never encountered them. This is all a fabrication by Su Ming, aimed at preserving his dominion. I would even venture to speculate that the Eden organization might have been orchestrated by Su Ming himself. In the radio broadcast, a self-proclaimed free man narrated his experiences in the outside world. In response to the words of this free man, Su Ming could only resort to the media resources of his sanctuary to placate the residents. Thus unfolded a silent war between the two sides, yet despite these efforts, the sanctuary witnessed a daily exodus of its inhabitants. What should we do? Honestly, I am at a loss. In the conference room, Su Ming gazed helplessly at the assembly before him, letting out a deep sigh. Over the past few months, nearly 3,000 residents had departed from the sanctuary. What irked Su Ming the most was that these departing individuals would appear on the radio shortly after, recounting tales of the outside world. Perhaps we should revert to the strict measures of the past. Absolutely not. In response to this suggestion from Gang Z, Fan Ziyuan cast a dissenting vote. Restoring the previous harsh measures would only validate the rumors of our desire to imprison humanity and enact enslavement. For now, our only recourse is to engage in this silent war while sharing the genuine stories from the sanctuary. Don't be foolish. Those who have survived the zombie crisis find it exceedingly difficult to believe in the existence of goodness in this world. What do you propose then? If that won't work, and this won't either, I say we should revoke their right to leave the sanctuary, or we could send people to follow them. Then we could deal with them all at once. Old Wu, what did you just say? Upon hearing Old Wu's words, an idea suddenly sparked in Su Ming's mind. Seeing Su Ming's inquiry, Old Wu thought he had misspoken and quietly replied, I said we could track them, but we are no match for the underworld's inhabitants. Don't worry, they cannot control me. With a grin, Su Ming observed the lingering confusion among the crowd. This group often extols the virtues of the outside world. So I shall take it upon myself to represent the highest authority of the sanctuary and venture out for an exploration. We could even arrange a live broadcast, which would effortlessly resolve the matter. This is certainly feasible, yet, observing the worried expression of Fan Ziyuan, Su Ming chuckled softly. Fear not. I shall entrust the live streaming to Gu Jiejia. In due course, we will expose the deceit of these individuals and at the same time, allow the residents of the sanctuary to witness the appearance of the inhabitants from the Earth's core. Thus, a meeting concerning the issues faced by the residents of the sanctuary concluded. Following the meeting, Su Ming promptly exchanged several liquid tracking devices from the Points Marketplace. As the sun began to rise the next day, Su Ming eagerly awaited at the entrance of the sanctuary. Chapter 184. The broadcast commences as the residents attempted to leave the sanctuary. A flicker of terror crossed their eyes upon seeing Su Ming at the entrance. Indeed, as the freeman had articulated, they harbored an intrinsic fear of Su Ming. Surprised to see me? Su Ming remarked, offering them a gentle smile in response to their averted gazes. Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to bid you farewell. With that, he accepted a cup filled with liquor from a nearby soldier and presented it to the individuals before him. Partake in this drink. You may not have the opportunity to savor it outside. Rest assured, I bear no ill intentions. Foreseeing their apprehensions, Su Ming preemptively addressed their concerns. Very well. I shall drink. One resident, after a moment's contemplation, mustered the courage to raise the cup and consumed its contents in one go. Thank you, Lord Su. Once he finished the drink, he departed the sanctuary without a backward glance. Witnessing his retreat, the remaining individuals followed suit, lifting their cups and downing the liquor in haste. Your expressions truly sadden me, Su Ming commented, observing their demeanor as if they were imbibing poison. Do you truly believe I would resort to poison if I intended harm? The remaining residents exchanged awkward smiles in response to Su Ming's jest, soon following the path of the one who had departed. Now, on to tomorrow's broadcast. As he watched their figures fade from view, Su Ming activated the tracker in his mind. The liquor he had provided was, of course, infused with a liquid tracker. To dispel the rumors circulating within the sanctuary, he resolved to employ this method for direct evidence. To avoid detection, he refrained from following them immediately, allowing them to leave unimpeded. After all, the liquid tracker could not be expelled through natural bodily processes, alleviating any concerns Su Ming had about losing his targets. At dawn the following day, Su Ming initiated the live streaming software, connecting the broadcast to all screens within the sanctuary. Greetings, everyone. I trust you are all familiar with me. Today, I shall transform into a host and take you on a little tour. As a novice in the realm of live streaming, Su Ming lacked experience, mimicking the behaviors of other streamers he had observed online. Hello, please introduce yourself. After casually pulling a passerby into the frame, the individual appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. Gazing into the camera, the passerby forced a strained smile. Hello, my name is Li Xiang. I am currently unemployed and hope the sanctuary can offer me a position in the future. Haha, it seems Mr. Li has a delightful sense of humor. Su Ming was taken aback by the passerby's candid admission of being unemployed, yet to project a relatable image, he responded with an accommodating grin. All right. It appears Mr. Li is rather shy. Let us explore another area. In order to prevent any malicious individuals from nitpicking, Su Ming deliberately walked to a street with a screen, intending to inform the residents of the shelter that this time he would be live streaming the entire process without any edits. Everyone, you are on television now. The onlookers gazed at Su Ming, who was holding a selfie stick, then turned to the screen displaying the live feed, their faces filled with astonishment. In their understanding, Su Ming, the owner of the shelter, would not transform into a broadcaster wandering the streets. Quickly greet the others in the shelter. This opportunity may not come again. Encouraged by Su Ming, the crowd began to wave at the camera. Thus, Su Ming strolled around the shelter's streets, continuously interacting with the residents. By afternoon, after streaming for an entire day, he returned to the entrance of the shelter. I believe everyone has seen the full picture of the shelter, but I am certain you are still quite curious about the outside world. Today, I shall take you to explore the world beyond the shelter and see if it is as free as those who left have claimed. With that, Su Ming secured his phone in the mount of a nearby jeep and slowly started the vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world outside the shelter. As the car gradually exited the shelter's gates, Su Ming promptly provided commentary for the rapidly receding scenery. Now, you can download the Huaxia Dragon app on your communicators, and then click on the live stream to interact with me. To enhance the dramatic effect of this live broadcast, Su Ming had previously exchanged for 100,000 communicators from the Point Store. With the system's assistance, viewers using the communicators could now interact with him via bullet comments. Oh, you can really send bullet comments. Upon seeing the first bullet comment in the live stream, Su Ming quickly issued a reminder. In this live stream, you may freely send bullet comments, but if anyone attempts to distort the truth or deliberately stir up trouble, the soldiers of the shelter can trace your identity through your user ID. You may find yourself sweeping the streets. Haha, Lord Su is quite humorous. But is this really the outside? It appears rather quiet. I can also send bullet comments. Those who see it, press 1. 1, I see it. Su Ming responded selectively to some bullet comments while driving, having chosen to leave the shelter in the afternoon for the increased viewership. With nearly 80,000 viewers now in the live stream, Su Ming directly stated his true intention. I believe you are all aware of the rumors claiming we have kept you in the shelter merely to enslave you, while outside, it is already peaceful. The purpose of today's live stream is to show you the mental state of those who have left the shelter. 6,666. It seems Lord Su intends to reveal the truth to them in person. Dear Lord of Su City, could you show us the true zombies? It has been quite some time since I last encountered them, and I find myself yearning for their presence. You two upstairs, enough already. I wish to see the denizens of the underworld. Rest assured, I assure you that tonight you shall all witness them. In response to the enthusiastic crowd, Su Ming smiled and addressed each of them warmly. Following the coordinates displayed by the liquid tracker in his mind, Su Ming ventured over 40 kilometers beyond the city limits. The night had completely enveloped the surroundings. However, this did not impede Su Ming's live stream. After all, his communication device was acquired from the Points Exchange shop, renowned for its durability and equipped with infrared night vision capabilities. As he drew closer to the destination of this expedition, Su Ming opted to disembark and proceed on foot to avoid disturbing the inhabitants of the underworld. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream soared to nearly 100,000. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the so-called camp of the free people. Tonight, I shall allow you to witness whether the outside world is as liberating as you have imagined. Chapter 185, The True World Outside. My goodness. How could Lord Su find them? I suspect he must have planted a tracker beforehand. Otherwise, how could he have located them? I am beginning to doubt the authenticity of this live broadcast. Perhaps it would be wise to retract such statements. Su Ming observed the rapidly scrolling comments in the live stream, offering a calm smile. He understood that some viewers were skeptical about the validity of his broadcast. Now, dear audience, please take a look at the current time. This is no pre-recorded segment. With that, Ming produced an electronic watch and aimed it at the camera. Behold, it is 8:33 p.m., matching the time on your devices. Of course, if you remain unconvinced, I can connect live with Fan Ziyuan from the shelter's command center. As the connection was established, Fan Ziyuan, adhering to the prearranged program, ignited a fireworks display within the shelter. The residents watching the broadcast gazed out at the night sky, illuminated by the bursting fireworks, and quickly began typing frantically on their keyboards. Wow, this feels so real. It seems that Lord Su is indeed determined to reveal what the outside world truly looks like. The fireworks outside are magnificent. Just now, I was with my crush, and while she admired the display, I seized the moment to steal a kiss. Hey upstairs, wake up. You don't even have a girlfriend. All right, everyone, I shall now take you on a first-hand exploration of the true conditions faced by the free people. After confirming the authenticity of his broadcast, Ming utilized his mental energy to elevate the communicator above his head. Drawing from the mental map in his mind, he swiftly located the Group S position. What the? This place doesn't look like a habitation at all. It resembles a cave. Is there a person standing in that cave? It appears they have a radio and a small generator beside them, though we have yet to encounter zombies or subterranean dwellers. This hardly seems as free as they claim. The barrage of comments in the live stream continued unabated. As Ming approached slowly, the individual seated in front of the radio was visibly startled. Hello there. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Ming exerted his mental power to control the individual, swiftly seizing the notebook from his hands. Upon glancing at the contents of the notebook, a trace of disdain flickered in Ming's eyes. Oh, so you are merely reading from a script. To ensure the viewers could clearly see the notes, Ming tossed the notebook into the air, directing the camera's focus towards the text. No way, it's indeed fabricated. Just moments ago, I was listening to this person on the radio, and what was written matches my hearing word for word. My heavens, what are these individuals truly up to? Are they displeased with our well-being? Lord Su, please eliminate him to prevent further harm in the future. Ming paid no heed to the fervent barrage of comments and strode directly into the cave. Inside, he beheld several individuals bound together, including those who had departed the previous day. Upon recognizing Ming's figure, they struggled desperately, emitting muffled whimpers. Are these not my neighbors? They just left the shelter yesterday. How could they be bound here now? Ha ha ha. This is the so-called beautiful new world of the free populace. It cracks me up. Isn't this just what they deserve? Lord Su, please do not concern yourself with them. Naturally, Ming had no time to engage with the live comments. He swiftly tore the cloth from one person's mouth. Lord Su, we were wrong. We should not have believed the nonsense from the outside. Please, spare us. Oh, is the outside world not to your liking? Ming feigned ignorance, knowing full well the answer. Did you not claim you could do as you pleased out there? Why? Then, are you all bound here? I do not know. Shortly after we left the shelter, we lost consciousness. When we awoke, we found ourselves here. Feigning astonishment, Ming widened his eyes, reminiscent of a comedic performer. Oh, how remarkable. I see my error. I beg you, Lord Su, have mercy and save us. The man recognized Ming's mockery, yet what recourse did he have at that moment? While Ming toyed with these survivors, the comments in the live stream continued to cascade. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Lord Su could pursue a career in comedy. Do you not realize how terrifying the outside world truly is? This is the real world. I disagree. I believe this is all staged for our benefit. It must be scripted. Shut up. If you do not wish to remain in the shelter, you are free to leave. Most viewers maintained a rational perspective regarding the unfolding scene. Although a small minority suspected it was all an act, it was of little consequence. After all, it is difficult to reason with those intent on self-destruction. Ming's actions were intended to awaken the majority of the shelter's residents to their dire reality. As for the few who continued to doubt, Ming chose to disregard them. Apologies, you have willingly forfeited your eligibility for the shelter. There is no opportunity left for you. In response to the man's pleas, Ming simply stuffed the cloth back into his mouth and proceeded deeper into the cave. Haha. Splendidly done, Lord Su. I feel this might be inappropriate. After all, they have acknowledged their mistakes, have they not? Could the person above please be quiet? Your sanctimonious light is blinding me. As Ming ventured further into the depths of the cave, an increasing number of individuals came into view. Unlike those bound at the cave's entrance, these individuals had lost the ability to move altogether. They are, to varying degrees, missing several body parts, some lack legs, while others are devoid of arms. In short, there is not a single able-bodied individual among them. My heavens. Aren't these the very people who recently departed from the shelter? How have they ended up like this? Goodness, this is so raw. I fear I won't be able to sleep. The barrage of messages continued to scroll incessantly within the livestream. Just as Ming was about to respond to the viewers' comments, a series of peculiar sounds emanated from the deeper recesses of the cave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon hearing the noise, Ming glanced deeper into the cave and then flashed a smile toward the camera. Heh, the subterranean dwellers you wish to see have arrived. Chapter 186. Online Live Science Popularization Come Forth. You are not incapable of speaking Chinese. In response to the calls of the subterranean beings from deep within the cave, Ming first utilized his mental power to secure the communicator against one side of the cavern, then patiently awaited the arrival of the subterranean inhabitants. My heavens! Are the subterranean beings finally about to emerge? I find myself rather eager. Honestly, I am quite curious about what these subterranean beings look like. Goodness! Can Lord Su truly handle those subterranean beings? Surely, the humans in that cave haven't been devoured by them, right? At this moment, all the viewers in the live broadcast were fixated on the depths of the cave. Meanwhile, Ming seized the opportunity to elaborate further. I suspect many viewers are curious about the appearance of the subterranean beings. You may simply envision them as large lizards, albeit with the ability to exert mental control. This is precisely why the Refuge seeks to awaken more individuals with superpowers. Only by awakening such abilities can one hope to resist their influence. Once I return, I shall provide a more detailed exposition on the subterranean beings based on the content of this broadcast, should anyone be interested. Do keep an eye out for updates in our Refuge. As Ming patiently elucidated, a series of muffled footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave. Ming, you should not have come here. Every individual possesses the right to make their own choices. A colossal figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Its gaze fixated intently upon Ming. Is this what the subterranean beings look like? They are quite hideous. Indeed, could they possibly have evolved from dinosaurs? Who was just stubbornly claiming there were no subterranean beings? Look at what this is. With the appearance of the subterranean beings, the live stream audience erupted in astonishment. Although the Refuge had consistently asserted the existence of these entities outside, many remained skeptical until confronted with the undeniable truth. Even when Ming had previously showcased a deceased subterranean being in the streets, the residents of the Refuge remained unconvinced. Some dismissed it as merely a large lizard. Others speculated it was a secret development from the Great Xian Nation's base, and some even claimed it was merely a model crafted from resin. However, upon witnessing the subterranean beings in their full form, the residents finally recognized the folly of their previous notions. Alas, you persistently attempt to engage with the residents of my Refuge, and I am here primarily for educational purposes. In response to the subterranean beings' inquiries, Ming appeared remarkably composed. Very well, it is time for the viewers of my live stream to see what you truly look like. You are actually broadcasting? Upon hearing Ming's words, the subterranean being hastily picked up a stone from the ground, intending to destroy the suspended communicator. Yet, to prevent such an occurrence, Ming had long since erected a protective shield using his mental power. The stone was effortlessly deflected. What is the matter? Are you frightened? As the enraged creature from the depths glared at him, Ming nonchalantly retrieved a short blade from the confines of the system space. Ladies and gentlemen in the live stream, it is time for a treat. If you wish to witness the slaughter of the subterranean beings, flood the screen with 666, 666, 666, 666, 6666. Hurry up, streamer. We can't wait. 666. Quick. Even without glancing at the barrage of comments, Ming knew they were urging him to act swiftly. After seizing control of the subterranean being before him with his mental prowess, he swiftly severed one of its arms. Behold, this is the anatomical structure of the subterranean being. In fact, they bear a striking resemblance to humans. Yet their bodies are adorned with armor-like scales that can withstand bullets. To substantiate his claim, Ming produced a handgun from the system space and pulled the trigger towards the creature. Bang, bang, bang. Following the muffled gunfire, Ming retrieved the communicator suspended in midair and approached the subterranean being. Look closely, everyone. I just used 9mm ammunition to demonstrate the creature's defensive capabilities. With that, he directed the camera towards the creature's chest. Do you see? This is the point where I fired, marked by 3 small white dots, correct? The scales of the subterranean being can effectively deflect bullets from most standard handguns. Of course, larger calibers would surely penetrate, yet their musculature is exceptionally robust, rendering them nearly impervious to fatal shots even from high-caliber firearms. To further validate his assertions, Ming retrieved a Barrett from the system space. Surely you all recognize this? It's what you commonly refer to as a cannon. As he loaded the bullets, he calmly explained, Now, I shall demonstrate the effect of a 12mm bullet upon the subterranean being. Bang. After the shot rang out, Ming once again approached the creature, communicator in hand. Observe closely. Due to the density of the subterranean being's muscles, the bullet fails to create effective tumbling upon entry, preventing the formation of lacerations. Suddenly, as Su Ming was engrossed in his explanation, the subterranean being emitted a series of peculiar sounds. What was that noise? I feel as though my mind is drifting. I swear, I think I just saw my great-grandmother. Me too. I felt like I transformed into an emperor, frolicking with my concubines. As the messages scrolled incessantly in the live chat, Su Ming swiftly cut the creature's throat and resumed his patient exposition. What I just mentioned is mental manipulation. The subterranean beings can exert control over your consciousness through sound. However, due to the mental defense mechanisms installed in our shelter, you only experience a fleeting moment of disorientation and hallucination, which explains why those outside speak such liberated words. As the throat of the subterranean dweller was slit, the hissing abruptly ceased, and the audience in the live stream instantaneously grasped the gravity of the situation. Thank you, esteemed Lord, for enlightening us. This is utterly terrifying. My heavens, I shall never again entertain the thought of escaping. It appears humanity must continue to evolve, otherwise, we shall forever be deprived of the entirety of our blue planet. The sentiment expressed by this viewer was indeed astute. In response to the barrage of comments flooding the live chat, Su Ming promptly began to elucidate. Currently, the subterranean beings are seizing the opportunity to reclaim all the lands of our blue planet. Thus, it is imperative for us to swiftly acquire super abilities to thwart them, enabling us to expel them from our realm. The Lord speaks wisely. Indeed, I shall enlist in the military tomorrow. I wish to contribute to the advancement of humanity. Observing the incessant flow of comments, Su Ming recognized that he had successfully achieved the desired impact. All right, esteemed viewers, this concludes today's broadcast. In the future, we will provide more insights concerning the subterranean beings, and I hope everyone will actively participate, just as Su Ming intended to conclude the live stream. A discontented voice echoed from the depths of the cavern. Who dares to speak so boldly? Chapter 187. Self-destruction. Upon hearing that voice, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Although he indeed sensed the presence of another being deep within the cave, he had never anticipated that this individual would dare to emerge. As he once again extended his mental prowess, Su Ming discovered that this person was not a denizen of the underworld, but rather a human. More precisely, this individual was a superhuman. What? As a human, you conspire with the underworld dwellers, and you have the audacity to justify it? A trace of disdain instantly manifested on Su Ming's face, while the audience in the live stream, who had been bidding farewell in the comments, were stirred into a frenzy once more by this unexpected turn of events. My goodness, there is actually a human colluding with the underworld. Isn't that treachery? Lord Su, swiftly eliminate him. I would willingly sacrifice my supply quota for tomorrow. 1. Such a despicable person. Amidst the fervor of the audience, Su Ming grew increasingly curious about the true identity of this individual. However, as the figure gradually emerged from the depths of the cave, Su Ming was utterly stunned. What? Do you find my appearance strange? The individual seemed to have anticipated Su Ming's reaction, a hint of pride evident in his tone. You. Su Ming's astonishment stemmed solely from the fact that this person bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Did you not foresee this? The figure stepping out of the cave wore a smug smile, baring his teeth at Su Ming. The viewers in the live stream were once again left in shock. My heavens, this person looks just like Lord Su. Indeed. How can this be? Do you think there is a possibility that this is all a play orchestrated by Su Ming himself? Su Ming had lost interest in the comments. His gaze fixated on the imposter before him, filled with disbelief. When had his genes been compromised? What? Are you incapable of confronting yourself? The imposter, noticing Su Ming's frozen state, could not suppress a smirk. Do not fret. There is more to astonish you. With that, the imposter snapped his fingers, and the sound of footsteps echoed once more from the depths of the cave. Su Ming stared blankly at the two figures before him, his eyes beginning to mist. Emerging behind the imposter were none other than his parents, who had perished in a tragic accident. So, are you still resolved to protect those useless humans? At that moment, the imposter's eyes gleamed with triumph. Do you not wish to once again experience the warmth of familial love? If you are willing to drive out the survivors of your refuge, they shall be your parents. As the imposter's words faded, Su's father and mother slowly began to speak. Ming, do not hold on any longer. Would it not be wonderful for our family of 3 to live together? Indeed, Ming, humanity no longer requires your assistance. Faced with the admonitions of his parents, Su Ming fell into a profound silence. He was acutely aware that this moment was not a creation of the subterranean beings. The figures before him were undeniably human flesh and blood. Yet, Su Ming understood with equal clarity that his true parents had long since departed from this world. Child, can you not heed your parents' words? Seeing Su Ming's prolonged silence, his father could no longer contain his frustration. Do you intend to drive me to despair? As the harsh words echoed around him, Su Ming fought back the tears welling in his eyes and drew forth his long spear, lunging fiercely towards his father. You are not my parents. My true parents would never coerce me into actions I despise. Although Su Ming's heart yearned for parental affection, he was resolute in recognizing the falsity of the two before him. Oh, witnessing Su Ming's act of patricide, the impostor broke into a triumphant laugh. Haha, truly. A leader capable of rallying humanity for a counterattack, indeed ruthless. But do you truly believe I have prepared only these two? At the impostor's words, a sense of foreboding washed over Su Ming. With the snap of fingers reverberating through the cavern, a sudden cacophony of footsteps echoed from the depths. Child, I am your father. Su Ming's eyes brimmed with red as he gazed into the cavern, aghast at the sight of numerous clones of his parents advancing towards him. In the live broadcast room, viewers were gripped with concern for Su Ming. Oh my heavens, this is truly a heart-wrenching betrayal. How could it be like this? Indeed. Only those who understand humanity can truly manipulate it. Goodness, can Lord Su withstand this? Will he crumble under the weight of this ordeal? Su Ming stood frozen, staring at the multitude of parental figures encroaching upon him, at a loss for how to respond. Even with a body of steel, he was not devoid of emotion. Moreover, the sheer number of clone parents was designed to shatter his resolve completely. Ha. How do you fare, Su Ming? I have many more of your parents here. Would you like me to release them all, so you can fully experience the love of your mother and father? The impostor seemed to anticipate Su Ming's inner turmoil, steadily directing the clones closer to him. I am sorry. As his fabricated parents surrounded him, Su Ming tightened his grip on the spear, fixing his gaze on the smug face of the impostor. I must admit, your method is quite ingenious. Having regained his composure, Su Ming glanced at the lifeless body of his father sprawled in a pool of blood and tightened his grip on the spear once more. Alas, they're ultimately not my parents, just as you are merely an impostor. With that declaration, Su Ming thrust the spear forward with unyielding force. Thud. Without an ounce of restraint, the spear pierced straight into the heart of the impostor, accompanied by a muffled thud. The impostor, pierced by the gun, exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, his gaze was imbued with a sense of triumph. Ah, Su Ming, do you find pleasure in self-destruction? He inquired. In response to the impostor's question, Su Ming displayed not a flicker of emotion, but instead, he deftly rotated the long gun in his hands and created a gaping wound in the impostor's chest. As he observed the life ebbing away from the figure before him, Su Ming murmured with a smirk, indeed, quite enjoyable. Chapter 188, Triumph. Oh my goodness, is Mayor Su all right? This is utterly vicious. It is as if ethical principles have been wielded as instruments of murder. Hang in there, Mayor Su. These are all fabrications. As Su Ming observed the incessant flow of comments on the screen, he cast a glance at his parents, who were immobilized before him, and then turned his gaze back to the camera. Residents of the shelters, rest assured, I am unharmed. However, I trust you have realized that the world outside is far from the idyllic peace you once envisioned. I understand now. This has made everything abundantly clear. Regardless, I do not know them. I certainly shan't venture out again. Disregarding the messages rolling through the comments, Su Ming focused on his parents. I am sorry. With a renewed surge of mental energy, he unleashed a devastating force, obliterating the cluster of clones into clouds of crimson mist. During this harrowing act, Su Ming found himself unable to bear witnessing the scene before him. Alas, it is finally over. After executing this grim task, he felt as though he had expended nearly all his strength. Yet, he was resolute. These clones deserved no other fate. Although uncertain of the authenticity of the impostor's earlier claims, Su Ming nonetheless exchanged points for TNT explosives, filling the cavern to its brim. Boom. The cavern reverberated with a thunderous explosion, swiftly burying the entrance beneath a cascade of rubble. Su Ming stood in shock, gazing at the now collapsed cave, rendered speechless. Well, everyone, I trust you have witnessed today's events. The enemy is indeed far more terrifying than we had imagined. After a moment of silence, Su Ming redirected his attention to the live stream, only to find the comments filled with expressions of mourning. May Mayor Su find peace. Candle, in mourning. Hands together, Seeing the comments filled with morbid emojis, Su Ming felt somewhat exasperated. My parents passed away long ago. I was merely reflecting on the past. Not conducting a funeral today. After securely reattaching the communicator in the vehicle, Su Ming chose not to head directly back to the shelter. Instead, he steered the jeep towards a nearby small city. Where is Mayor Su off to? This road does not lead back to the shelter. Oh no. Mayor Su must be feeling despondent and wants to take a joyride. Can you speak English? Ahem. This is the Great Xia Kingdom. This is. In response to the barrage of inquiries, a now rejuvenated Su Ming flashed a grin at the camera. Didn't someone want to see zombies? I intend to fulfill that wish right now. Mayor Su is formidable. Oh my, will we truly see zombies? Of course. Su Ming drove his jeep to the outskirts of the city and then used his mental power to levitate the communicator in midair. A low growl echoed through the streets, where a few solitary zombies wandered about, seemingly lamenting the apocalyptic world before them. Come on, let the zombie hunt begin. Regarding these rain-enhanced zombies, Su Ming drew his handgun from his waist. Bang! After dispatching the nearest zombie, several others, attracted by the gunfire, converged towards Su Ming's position. Well, ladies and gentlemen, behold the most commonplace zombies of the moment. Su Ming leaped onto the rooftop of a 3-story building. Yet, even the most ordinary of zombies had undergone significant enhancement due to the rain's transformative touch. As the zombies began to scale the building, the viewers in the live stream were left in astonishment. My goodness, have these zombies evolved to such a state? Lord Su is right. These zombies have indeed transformed into this form. Unfazed by the approaching zombies, Su Ming calmly dispatched them one by one with precise shots to their heads. Then turned his gaze back to the camera. All right, everyone, is there anything else you wish to see? If not, I shall take my leave. Thank you, Lord Su. We hope the shelter will soon release information about the Inner Earth people. I am willing to contribute to humanity. I reside in Shelter A, Building 4, Apartment 10. All right. That concludes today's broadcast. For those interested in the outside scenery, feel free to remain in the stream. Noticing the absence of further requests in the chat, Su Ming returned to his jeep and embarked on the journey back. Oh, what a lively scene. Upon returning to the shelter, the once dark sky had begun to brighten. However, the entrance to the shelter was not its usual desolate self. It was bustling with activity. Due to Su Ming's ongoing live stream and the events that unfolded, the residents had spontaneously formed a crowd at the entrance, eagerly awaiting his triumphant return. Lord Su is back. With a shout from the crowd, the onlookers erupted in cheers. In response to the enthusiastic residents, Su Ming chose to exit the vehicle and walk towards the entrance. There is no need for such a commotion. If we all contribute our strength, I firmly believe humanity will eventually triumph over the Inner Earth people. Lord Su is right. Lord Su, would you mind taking on another wife? The crowd continued to tease, elevating the atmosphere to a peak. Surrounded by eager residents, Su Ming found himself tightly encircled, with several bold women reaching out to touch him. Whoa, please, not like this. Stay calm. Faced with a throng of residents seeking to take advantage of him, Su Ming, naturally, did not dare to forcefully disperse them. Instead, he allowed their jubilant cheers to resonate while gradually extending his mental energy to envelop the crowd. Captain, should we intervene with this group? Isn't it inappropriate for them to surround Lord Su? It's quite all right. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Lord Su deserves such treatment. Observing that the soldiers stationed at the entrance were indifferent to his plight, Su Ming had no choice but to gently push through the multitude using his mental prowess. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a few individuals within the crowded mass harboring hostility towards him. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was startled by the sound of muffled gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 189. Underworld Forces, There's an Assassin. Quickly protect the Lord of the City. Upon hearing the muffled gunshots, the soldiers stationed at the entrance finally sprang into action. They hurriedly pushed through the panicked crowd, forming a protective barrier around Su Ming. Why are you all surrounding me? Su Ming exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden influx of soldiers. Don't mind me. Check to see if any of the residents are hurt. I'm not afraid of such trivial bullets. The soldiers, upon hearing Su Ming's command, seemed to awaken from a stupor. Indeed, their lord possessed formidable superpowers. How could he possibly fear a few bullets? Everyone, remain calm. Do not panic. Capture those who fired. At that moment, Su Ming utilized his mental prowess to lock onto the assassins wielding weapons. As he observed them swiftly dart into the alleys of the street, he was certain that these individuals were seasoned assassins, honed through years of practice. Are there still people daring to cause trouble? Su Ming's gaze turned icy, feeling as though he had been played for a fool. He never anticipated that, at such a critical time, someone would choose to stir chaos within the sanctuary. Come over here. Without mercy, Su Ming apprehended the fleeing assassins. Lord of the City, why are you capturing me? One of them protested. Exactly. What evidence do you have to prove that I fired the gun? Their self-incriminating remarks amused Su Ming greatly. Oh, when did I ever say it was you? After binding the captives with the soldiers' assistance, Su Ming proceeded to the interrogation room. Although he understood that he could not win everyone's affection, having witnessed the live stream regarding the underworld dwellers, it was evident that a sinister force lurked within his sanctuary. Lord of the City, what's wrong? Are they still so obstinate? Noticing the hesitation on the soldier's face who had come to report, Su Ming felt a twinge of confusion. The methods of coercion employed by these soldiers were imparted by him. Unless one could sever their pain receptors like the underworld dwellers, an ordinary person would have no hope of enduring such interrogation. Well, they only claim this is their personal action. Hearing this, Ming shook his head in resignation. Personal action? He would not believe that a premeditated assassination could stem from the impulsive decisions of these reckless youths. Since the soldiers could not extract the truth, it was time for him to take matters into his own hands. Very well, I will employ a special method. Upon entering the interrogation room, Ming instructed the soldiers in charge of the interrogation to leave. With a teasing expression, he gazed at the captives before him. Honestly, if you confess now, I assure you that no harm will come to you, and I am willing to allow you to leave the sanctuary. How does that sound? In truth, Ming hoped that the individuals before him would confess outright, yet to his surprise, they remained remarkably obstinate. Ming, we have nothing to say. This is merely our personal conduct. Observing the battered figures still clinging to their defiance, Ming couldn't help but sigh. What kind of influence loomed behind them? Compelling such unwavering loyalty? Very well, if that is the case, I shall resort to alternative measures. Confronted with these unwavering individuals, Ming delved into their minds using his formidable mental power. As ordinary humans, they were utterly incapable of resisting the sheer force of his psychic ability. Soon, their eyes lost the vitality characteristic of the living, transforming into a vacant, soulless stare. Now speak. Who is your mastermind? Upon hearing Ming's inquiry, one of them slowly parted his lips. Lin Yozhong. Who is Lin Yozhong? Ming was left in the dark regarding this name. He sifted through his memories, but found no information pertaining to this individual. Lin Yozhong is Lu Ling's nephew, who has served as the logistics chief at the Daxia Kingdom base. Since our relocation to your vicinity, he has also become the logistics coordinator within the shelter. Ming was taken aback by the revelation of Lin Yozhong's familial ties to Lu Ling logically. Such a figure should not have remained in a position at the Daxia Kingdom base. With this puzzlement lingering, Ming pressed on with his questioning. Then tell me, why was Lin Yozhong not held accountable after Lu Ling's demise? Because their relationship has always been kept confidential. No one at the Daxia Kingdom base was aware. Faced with this answer, Ming fell silent. Indeed, those who sought to undermine him were often his own kin. Although he couldn't decipher whether Lin Yozhong sought revenge for his aunt or merely pursued his own interests, the crucial matter remained: how many accomplices were still lurking within the shelter? After all, Lin Yozhong was currently the logistics coordinator in the Refuge. And should his influence not be entirely uprooted this time, his allies might eventually pose a threat to the residents. All right, then tell me, how many accomplices does he have? In response to Ming's question, the individuals opened their mouths but ultimately shook their heads slowly. We do not know how many accomplices he has. Every meeting convened by Lin Yozhong was conducted in secrecy, and he always summoned us himself. Well, that's quite something. Upon hearing this response, Ming couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. It appeared he had underestimated their strength. While these individuals posed no immediate threat to him, if left unchecked, they would inevitably become a considerable problem for the shelter. Lastly, from where did you acquire the firearms in your possession? As the logistics coordinator, Lin Yozhong likely leveraged his position to acquire certain advantages, yet Ming still clung to a glimmer of hope. It was Captain Li of the 3rd Patrol Team who provided us with this information. Oh. Upon discovering that there were indeed allies of Lin Yozhong among the patrol team soldiers, Ming was taken aback, filled with astonishment. It seems these individuals have advanced with remarkable speed. Initially, he assumed they had merely recruited a handful of ordinary individuals, but it has become abundantly clear that he was gravely mistaken. Well, thank you for your cooperation. After posing all his inquiries, Ming obliterated the individuals before him into a cloud of crimson mist, then exited the interrogation room. So, the patrol team has its own informants, does it? As Ming pondered the words of those individuals, he retrieved a communicator from his pocket. Since he could not ascertain which soldiers could be trusted, he resolved to entrust the entire matter to those he deemed most reliable. Old fan, I shall send you some information shortly. Chapter 190, Mission accomplished. Make haste. On what grounds do you apprehend me? What crime have I committed? You know full well what you've done. Be compliant, or do not blame us for being unyielding. Within the sanctuary, the residents gazed indifferently at those captured by the soldiers. The events that transpired at the entrance yesterday morning had already spread throughout the entire refuge. Thanks to Ming's live broadcast, the inhabitants had become acutely aware of the dangers lurking outside, thus they naturally abhorred any actions that disrupted the tranquility of their haven. Indeed, it was these individuals, perpetually stirring up trouble, who seemed unwilling to allow us a peaceful existence. How absurd. Day in and day out, consumed by the desire for power and profit, they dared to fire weapons amidst the crowd, unafraid of injuring innocents. Among the onlookers, Many pointed and whispered in disdainful tones towards the captured. As the masterminds were escorted into the main base, Ming found himself at a loss for words. Many among this group held significant positions within the sanctuary, yet they chose to partake in this struggle for power. Sigh. I truly cannot fathom your motives at times. Is it not sufficient to live honestly? In response to Ming's words, Lin Yozheng struggled to lift his head. His eyes ablaze with fury. Ming, what pretense of virtue do you display? When you invaded the base, was it not for the sake of seizing power? What fault lies with me? Observing the almost frantic Lin Yozheng, Ming could only shake his head in resignation. Even had Ming refrained from entering the Daxia base, it was likely that turmoil would have soon erupted within. Lu Ling, in pursuit of her so-called ideals, had unknowingly harmed countless Daxia citizens' interests. However, Ming understood that. Given Lin Yozheng's current state, no words would suffice. If you are steadfast in your so-called principles, then you may return to the Daxia base with these individuals. Why must you come to my sanctuary? Why can I not come? If I succeed, then this position shall be mine. Casting a glance at the still struggling Lin Yozheng, Ming ultimately decided to let them venture outside. Perhaps when the creatures of the underworld feast upon their flesh, they will finally comprehend the gravity of their previous choices. Very well, exile them all. Before their banishment, let us see if we can unearth any hidden accomplices lurking in the shadows. In truth, Ming was unsure when it became preferable to exile his enemies rather than eliminate them outright. It can only be said that the circumstances had gradually altered his perspective. Today, 10 individuals awakened their superpowers, while 3 tragically lost their lives during the awakening process. The data from this week clearly indicated a decline in fatalities. Oh, Ming remarked as he examined the tablet handed to him by the captain, scrutinizing the statistics with great interest. The number of humans who have perished in the pursuit of awakening their extraordinary abilities has indeed dwindled significantly. Moreover, Ming has observed that the powers these individuals awaken have evolved from initially trivial skills to increasingly potent ones. This is rather intriguing. The data before him indicates humanity's advancement in tandem with the shifting tides of time. Perhaps in the future, many newborns will be endowed with superpowers from birth, no longer needing to gamble their lives as they do now to awaken such abilities. That day is finally upon us. The captain is acutely aware that the number of humans awakening superpowers is rising at an astonishing rate. This exemplifies the principle of survival of the fittest. Additionally, those who have awakened their powers must be meticulously managed to prevent them from developing a sense of superiority over ordinary humans. Upon hearing Ming's caution, the captain nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will ensure they are well regulated. Once ordinary individuals awaken superpowers, their status will naturally elevate. Not to mention, their mindset will have undergone a profound transformation. If timely education is not administered, the future may be fraught with turmoil. Now, aside from these matters, is there anything significant happening in the shelter? Indeed. At the mention of this topic, the captain's face brimmed with joy. Today, numerous infants were born in various hospitals within the shelter, and we are contemplating whether to designate this day as a celebratory holiday. Ming shrugged at the captain's suggestion. That's for you to decide. I truly lack expertise in matters of livelihood. Very well. I shall return to my research. Regarding the birth of newborns. Although Ming appeared nonchalant, his heart was filled with elation. After bidding farewell to the captain, he hurriedly gazed at the taskbar in his mind. Number of newborns, 372-1000. On merely the first day, the shelter has welcomed over 300 infants. I believe that within 3 days, the system's task will be accomplished. The thought of completing the system's task soon excited Ming immensely. After all, the reward entails a doubling of the shelter's area. With ample land, a diverse array of crops can be cultivated, and more recreational facilities can be established for the enjoyment of the residents. Having endured the trials of this zombie apocalypse, Ming understands that these individuals yearn for a stable and prosperous life. Once their material needs are satisfied, it is only natural for them to seek spiritual fulfillment as well. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, continuation of civilization, commencing reward delivery. Finally, it is complete. The system notification resonating in his mind filled Ming with exhilaration, for this had been the longest task he had undertaken. With a resounding roar, accompanied by the tremors of the earth, the area of the shelter doubled in size. Towering turrets emerged from the ground, ultimately culminating in a vast and expansive refuge. Oh, but now the matter of livelihoods arises. Observing the shelter's increased dimensions, Ming understood that even greater challenges awaited him in the future. Xiaolian, would you assist me in selecting some entertainment-oriented structures? Feeling too lethargic to sift through each interface individually, Ming once again called upon the presence of Xiaolian in his mind. Chapter 191. Conditions for Peace. After much contemplation, Ming decided to prioritize the establishment of a brewery. It was evident that the alcohol currently utilized by the hospital within the shelter was sourced from his exchanges in the Points marketplace. With a well-developed brewing technique, not only could the needs of the hospital be satisfied, but it could also serve as a reward for the diligent residents. As a structure adorned with the emblem of a wine glass rose from the ground, Su Ming promptly sent a message to Fan Ziyuan. Given that these processes were derived from the system's advanced technology, there was no necessity for the residents to possess any exceptional skills. Simply put, it was akin to a modest Italian eatery from the time before the zombie outbreak, where following the operational manual would suffice to produce all the required beverages and spirits. Once the brewery was established, Su Ming, as per usual, took a hands-off approach, delegating all responsibilities to Fan Ziyuan and his team. As he pondered the next type of entertainment facility to construct, the door to the room was abruptly thrust open. Upon seeing the soldier before him, breathless and agitated, Su Ming felt a surge of curiosity. What could have transpired? Why the frantic demeanor? The inner earth people. The soldier gasped, producing an envelope from his breast pocket and hurriedly handing it to Su Ming. You ought to consider enhancing your fitness, Su Ming remarked, rolling his eyes at the soldier before tearing open the envelope. However, as his gaze swept over the contents of the letter, he found himself both amused and bewildered. It was a correspondence from the inner earth people, albeit the handwriting was rather crooked. The essence of their message was straightforward. After a prolonged period of conflict, they expressed a desire for peaceful coexistence and proposed a meeting in a week's time to discuss territorial arrangements. Very well, you may leave now. After perusing the letter from the inner earth people, Su Ming carelessly tossed it aside. To be frank, he held little trust in these subterranean beings. Yet, he was equally intrigued about their true intentions. Did they plan to lure him out of the shelter to do him harm? Perhaps it was worth venturing outside to investigate. Oh, this location? Observing the vast expanse of the plain before him, Su Ming was taken aback. Did the inner earth people genuinely intend to negotiate? Mr. Su, we come with sincerity this time. Upon encountering the three inner earth individuals who had been waiting patiently, Su Ming was about to utilize his mental prowess to scan the ground beneath their feet when the leader of the group seemed to anticipate his thoughts. Rest assured, we have laid no ambush. Oh, that is reassuring. Nevertheless, Su Ming meticulously examined the surrounding environment, and only after confirming the absence of any traps did he approach them. I wonder, what do you inner earth people consider as sincerity in this negotiation? Surely it is not merely the absence of an ambush? Confronted with Su Ming's mockery, the leader of the subterranean beings simply seated himself on the ground. Not at all. Our intention is to coexist peacefully with humanity. After all, Mr. Su, you are well aware that this calamity was not of our making. And then? Su Ming inquired. How do you plan to harmoniously coexist? Upon hearing the subterranean being mention the disaster, Su Ming felt a twinge of guilt. They were indeed correct. Had it not been for Eden's insistence on launching some new Noah's Ark initiative, such chaos would not have ensued. We intend to depart from Asia and inhabit 2 continents on the opposite side of the blue planet. From henceforth, the sea will serve as our boundary. We shall not tread upon your lands, nor shall you encroach upon ours. And what else? Su Ming found this condition acceptable as presently. Even with their presence on the continent, humanity was unable to contend with the subterranean beings. The fact that humans were not under their control was already a significant achievement, let alone the prospect of subduing them. Furthermore, humanity will need to supply us with ample provisions each month, for we lack the custom of cooking. Oh? Su Ming frowned at this stipulation. What sort of condition is this? If I were to acquiesce, it would imply that humanity is forever subordinate to you. I am afraid I cannot agree to this condition, he said, shaking his head slowly, his gaze fixed on the leader of the subterranean beings. We have already ceded 2 continents for your habitation. Accepting this condition is quite generous. Let us not forget, you were once merely a group of lizards hiding underground. I am curious, if you subterranean creatures cannot cook, how have you survived? In response to Su Ming's pointed sarcasm, the leader of the subterranean beings did not display anger. Instead, he grinned at Su Ming. Mr. Su, please do not be hasty. How we have survived is not your concern. However, the current situation dictates that if you do not comply with our requests, humanity shall never see the light of day again. Do not forget, aside from you, who can resist our mental control? The rest of humanity is utterly defenseless. Their words plunged Su Ming into contemplation. It must be said that this great lizard spoke a stark truth. However, the thought of providing sustenance to these creatures monthly was utterly unacceptable to him. I fear I must ponder this matter further. After considerable reflection, Su Ming resolved to buy time, yet it seemed the subterranean being had already anticipated his thoughts. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I understand that humanity values democracy highly, thus I am willing to grant you time. However, I can only afford you 1 week. Should you fail to reach a decision by then, do not expect to see your sanctuary materialize. Oh, are you threatening me? The words of the subterranean dweller filled Su Ming's eyes with an icy glare. He slowly rose to his feet, fixated on the smug expression of the creature before him. Mr. Su, do not act impulsively, the subterranean being remarked, seemingly unfazed by Su Ming's burgeoning fury. If you were to kill me now, humanity would truly have no chance of escaping your sanctuary. Su Ming struggled to suppress his anger. Recognizing that this subterranean entity was far more formidable than he had initially anticipated. Particularly, he recalled the city he had encountered in the underground realm, where he found himself utterly incapable of dismantling the transparent barrier that obstructed his path. Time is of the essence, Mr. Su. Perhaps it would be prudent to return and contemplate your future choices? Observing that Su Ming refrained from attacking, a glimmer of triumph crossed the creature's eyes. It boldly stood up, strutting away with an air of arrogance. This truly poses a significant dilemma. Watching its retreating figure, Su Ming could not help but furrow his brow. Although many humans within the sanctuary had awakened extraordinary abilities, they remained under the firm control of these colossal lizards. The thought of yielding was disheartening. With a sigh, Su Ming resigned himself to the necessity of returning to strategize his next steps. Chapter 192. Unexpected yet reasonable. What on earth? Why should we, as humans, allow these subterranean beings to trample upon us? Upon hearing Su Ming recount the terms set forth by the denizens of the Earth's core, the hot-tempered Gongzi rose abruptly, slamming his hand on the table. Let us take action. We cannot show weakness. The captain, glancing at the fervently standing Gongzi, quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to sit down. Gongzi, calm yourself. At present, we lack the means to confront them. Just look around this conference room, aside from Su Ming. Who among us can withstand the mental control of those subterranean beings? Venturing out recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. However, this is simply too outrageous. Though aware that the captain's words bore truth, Gongzi's face was a canvas of frustration. In truth, I find it rather tolerable. A true man can endure and adapt. We, as humans, must abide by this principle for now. When our strength increases in the future, we can certainly drive them back to the depths. Acknowledging Fan Ziyuan's suggestion, the captain nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have no better alternative at this moment. We must acquiesce. Yet, as the others in the conference room opted for acquiescence, Gu Jiajia suddenly rose to her feet. No, this is unacceptable. Her voice rang out, startling everyone present. For humanity to evolve, we need at least a few hundred years. Currently, aside from Su Ming, no one can resist them. What if, in the future, Su Ming is no longer with us? What will happen if the subterranean beings breach the agreement? This indeed, as Fan Ziyuan was about to respond. The door to the conference room was abruptly thrust open. Oh no, a multitude of flyers has just descended upon the shelter. Upon receiving a flyer from a soldier, Su Ming quickly turned his gaze to the document. As long as you provide us with food regularly each month, humanity can live freely upon the continent. We hope to coexist harmoniously with humanity. Do you wish to regain your freedom? Are you tired of merely surviving in the shelter? Then choose to negotiate with us. Faced with the contents of the flyers, Su Ming could not help but furrow his brow. It must be said, the subterranean beings have quite the knack for manipulation. They had initially agreed to a week's time, yet now they seize this moment to scatter flyers throughout the shelter. Goodness. It seems we have truly been outmaneuvered this time. Su Ming sighed in resignation and tossed the flyers onto the table. If I am not mistaken, many residents within the shelter may choose to compromise with these subterranean beings, correct? Noticing Fan Ziyuan's hesitance, Su Ming slowly shook his head. At this juncture, we can only disclose this matter to all the inhabitants of the shelter. Residents of the shelter. The inhabitants of the Earth's core wish to coexist peacefully with us. Their condition is that we must provide them with ample food each month. Thus, humanity and the Earth dwellers would govern separate realms. Today's announcement, which I trust you have all seen, grants you the power of choice. Every resident of the shelter is entitled to cast their vote. Whether to negotiate with the Earth dwellers or to fight to the bitter end is a decision that lies with you. After 8 p.m. tomorrow, soldiers will come to collect your opinions. Following the broadcast, Su Ming cast a glance at Gu Jiajia beside him. Jiajia, what do you think they will choose? In response to Su Ming's inquiry, Gu Jiajia shook her head. Indeed, she too was uncertain about the residents' decision. The day swiftly passed, and once all the ballots were collected, before the staff could complete the tally, the plaza outside the main base was filled with residents of the shelter. Seeing this scene, Su Ming furrowed his brow. Were these people planning to cause trouble again? However, the voices that emerged from the crowd took him by surprise. Mayor Su, we, as humans, will not compromise. We will never yield. We do not accept being treated as lesser beings. Stunned by the fervent cries resonating from the plaza, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Frankly, He had not anticipated such an outcome. Mayor Su, the voting results are in. Oh, what are they? Nearly 99 of the residents have decided to stand firm against the Earth Dwellers. Upon hearing this outcome, a smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. It seemed humanity had always possessed an unwavering confidence. Well, thank you for your hard work. You may step down now. Gazing at the multitude assembled in the plaza, Su Ming regarded these residents with newfound respect. He slowly lifted the loudspeaker to his lips. We humans will never compromise. We will never yield. Accompanied by a deafening chorus of shouts that reverberated throughout the plaza, Su Ming understood that, from this moment onward, the residents of the shelter had irrevocably changed. It must be said, this answer was indeed unexpected yet entirely reasonable. Afterward, Su Ming meticulously examined the ballots. Those who chose to compromise were all foreign survivors. Throughout history, the people of the Great Xia have never known fear in the face of floods, while those who believed in God in the West chose to construct an ark to survive. The people of the Great Xia opted to harness their own strength to combat the waters, even when confronted with so-called deities. The Great Xia serves only those who can effectuate real change. In the realm of the Great Xia, there has never been a deity that does not deliver results. Now, faced with the threat of the Earth Dwellers, the people of the Great Xia still chose to confront them head-on. Classmate Xiaolian, please help me find any medication or equipment that could assist humanity in resisting the mind control of the Earth Dwellers. Upon returning home, Su Ming immediately summoned his mental companion, Xiaolian, to assist him in researching relevant technologies. Given that the residents of the shelter had opted to confront the challenges head-on, Su Ming naturally felt compelled to explore how he might contribute. 2 solutions have been identified for the host's consideration. Please make a selection, came Xiaolian's response in his mind. Prompted by this, Su Ming eagerly turned his attention to the 2 proposed solutions. Chapter 193. Departure. Are these 2 plans not able to be executed simultaneously? Upon observing the 2 solutions discovered by classmate Xiaolian through the system, Su Ming was reluctant to choose just one. In the realm of adulthood, why limit oneself to choices when one can have it all? Host. It is indeed possible for both plans to proceed concurrently. However, the number of points required may be excessively substantial. If the host wishes to conserve points, it is advisable to select one for execution. That is reassuring. Hearing the response from classmate Xiaolian in his mind, Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Concerning the current struggle of humanity against the mental control of the Earth's inhabitants, the system presented 2 viable solutions. The first option involves utilizing a resistance-enhancing serum that directly augments the brain's mental resilience, enabling immediate opposition to the mind control exerted by the Earth Dwellers, although it does not alter physical strength. The second option entails redeeming a device known as the Superpower Selector from the Points Marketplace. Upon awakening with this machine, not only can the mortality rate be reduced to 0, but it can also simultaneously awaken 5 superpowers for the individual to choose from. The sole drawback of this machine is its cost. Awakening each human requires the expenditure of 1,000 points. Given the current high yield of crops, Su Ming was not overly concerned about the points. Awakening superpowers must be a gradual process. It is implausible to grant all of humanity these abilities at once. In light of the present circumstances, Su Ming recognized that humanity desperately needed a victory, a triumph over the Earth Dwellers. Classmate Xiaolian, please assist me in redeeming a serum. 1,000,000 points have been deducted. The mental resistance serum has been redeemed. Gazing at the yellow serum within his system space, Su Ming resolved to orchestrate an artificial rainfall within the shelter. The serum is designed to be consumed when mixed with water. However, Su Ming intended to employ a more direct method, allowing the aerosolized serum to be absorbed by everyone in the shelter. After all, convenience is paramount in these trying times. Classmate Xiaolian, please help me redeem the equipment for artificial rainfall. 2,000 points have been deducted. An artificial rainfall kit has been successfully redeemed. Once he retrieved the set of equipment from the system space, Su Ming inserted the mental resistance serum directly into the rainfall shell. He couldn't help but admire the convenience of his point marketplace. As long as it was a technology already developed by humanity, the price in the points marketplace had never exceeded 10,000. Upon reaching the rooftop of the main base, Su Ming positioned the cannon and loaded the rainfall shell containing the mental resistance serum. With a resounding blast, the shell exploded above the shelter. Indeed, it lived up to the system's reputation. Even with humanity's existing technology, its effectiveness surpassed that of the rainfall shells used in real life. Within 10 minutes of the explosion, dark clouds began to gather above the shelter. Gazing at the rain as it cascaded down, Su Ming retreated to his room, quietly admiring the view outside. Oh, at such a moment, a takeout meal is essential. Slowly, he retrieved a portion of fried chicken from the system's space, when suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Take out. Indeed, although humanity is currently confined within shelters, the expansion of land area now allows for the gradual implementation of currency, paving the way for the establishment of various restaurants and entertainment venues. As Ming savored the fried chicken in his hand, he began to devise a future operational model for the shelter. In addition to establishing a bank, careful consideration must be given to the types of businesses that will be set up by the first wave of merchants. Concurrently, he planned to procure blueprints and raw materials directly from the system for the individual weapons and equipment of combat personnel. The purpose of establishing factories is to enhance productivity. Presently, 60 of the residents within the shelter are idle. Humanity is inherently lazy. If they are not mobilized promptly, they may revert to their former state of idleness. Boom. As thunder rumbled above the shelter, Ming could no longer indulge in the supposed beauty of the rain. Having determined his general direction, he promptly shared it with the team leader and others. After the downpour subsided, Ming returned to the rooftop of the main base. Inhaling the aromas wafting through the air, he knew that within 3 days, all of humanity in the shelter would no longer fear the mind control of the subterranean dwellers. As time progressed, Ming also noticed an increased presence of subterranean beings near his shelter through satellite surveillance. Today marks the final day before the deadline set by the subterranean dwellers. If humanity fails to make a decision today, the subterranean beings will choose to settle beyond the reach of the shelter. Their intentions are glaringly obvious. Today, rather than deliberating in the conference room about how to develop the shelter's factories and businesses, Ming arrived early at the training camp. Observing the soldiers lined up before him, he nodded in satisfaction. "Ah, it seems your morale is quite commendable." In fact, the day following the artificial rainfall, many perceptive individuals among the superpowered beings noticed changes in their bodies. Today, Ming decided to lead a team to the nearest subterranean camp. Addressing the soldiers with serious expressions, Ming spoke slowly. "I trust you have sensed the changes in your bodies. I can now assure you that humanity no longer needs to fear control by the subterranean dwellers. Now, faced with the group of subterranean beings surrounding us, what shall we do? Kill." In unison, the soldiers shouted a resounding cry of vengeance. "Excellent. Very well." Ming cast a glance at the soldiers before him and, with a sweeping gesture, proclaimed, "Today, we shall impart a lesson to them. Let these subterranean creatures witness the might of humanity." Indeed, the soldiers echoed in unison. "All aboard. Prepare to depart." As the gates of the shelter slowly swung open, the armored vehicles, laden with troops, moved forth into the world beyond. For the residents, this day would undoubtedly be extraordinary, as it marked the first occasion where humanity united its strength to wage war against the denizens of the Earth's core. Chapter 194. Humanity's first victory. A kilometer ahead lay their temporary encampment. All personnel, prepare for battle. Based on satellite imagery and coordinates, Ming and his companions swiftly arrived at the nearest subterranean camp to their shelter. The inhabitants of the Refuge, no longer cowed by the mind control of the subterranean dwellers, had resolved that this confrontation would be met with a decisive blow. Despite having encountered numerous advanced technologies of the subterraneans in the underground realm, the satellite images revealed that their camp housed no weaponry other than the subterraneans themselves. Perhaps the subterraneans, fully aware of their ability to manipulate humanity, had refrained from transporting their arcane technologies to the surface encampment. Charge. Ming, at the forefront, commandeered an armored vehicle, plunging directly into the heart of the subterranean camp. The armored vehicles deployed for this expedition were exchanged through the point shop. Not only did they boast superior defensive capabilities compared to any armored vehicle humanity had previously devised, but their speed and offensive capabilities also overshadowed existing human technology. Each armored vehicle was equipped with an acceleration nearly akin to that of a supercar. Open fire. Upon breaching the subterranean camp, Ming unleashed a torrent of gunfire from the vehicle's mounted machine gun at the day's subterraneans before him. The machine guns, boasting a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, were formidable. Although the subterraneans possessed tough scales and resilient musculature, they were no match for such a concentrated barrage. The rhythmic sound of gunfire echoed throughout the encampment, leaving the subterraneans in a state of utter disarray. Yet, it was not long before strange hissing sounds emerged from their ranks, as they attempted to exert mind control over the humans within the armored vehicle. However, these subterraneans quickly discovered that their once infallible mental manipulation had faltered this time. Undeterred, they resorted to conjuring illusions to confound the humans, yet the relentless fire from the machine guns showed no sign of abating. In fact, the weaponry responded to any peculiar sounds, directing their fire towards the source. To think they would employ illusions, how amusing. As Ming observed the subterraneans fall one by one into pools of blood, a cold smile crept across his face. With the aid of the mental resistance serum, the subterraneans' mind control and illusions had been rendered utterly ineffective. They had been reduced to mere thick-skinned, lumbering lizards in the eyes of humanity, living targets for soldiers to hone their marksmanship. Report. All subterraneans within the camp have been neutralized. Su Ming could sense the joy resonating in the voice relayed through the radio. However, for Su Ming, having ventured out with great difficulty, it was imperative to recoup his investment before returning. With great aplomb, we shall immediately proceed to the next subterranean camp. After issuing commands to the soldiers, the armored convoy once again surged forth towards the subsequent base of the subterranean beings. Lord Su, the area has been completely cleared. Excellent. Continue onward. There lies another camp ahead. Understood. Under Su Ming's leadership, this expedition successfully annihilated 8 camps surrounding the refuge. As the saying goes, speed is of the essence in warfare. Before the subterranean beings could harness their advanced technology from the underground realm, Su Ming had obliterated all their camps in the vicinity of the shelter. Having accomplished this, he led his soldiers back to the refuge. This is the head of a subterranean being. I have seen it during Lord Su's live broadcast, exclaimed one. Good heavens. It appears this foray has been a resounding triumph. Just look at the armored vehicle, adorned with the heads of these subterranean beings. Ah. I can't help but wonder if these subterranean beings might actually taste quite delectable. As the armored convoy returned to the refuge, a multitude of residents spontaneously gathered in the streets to celebrate the soldiers' triumphant return. Faced with the vehicle draped in the heads of the subterranean beings, the residents were struck with the realization that humanity could indeed prevail against those who were once deemed prehistoric and highly intelligent. Humanity shall prevail. With the resounding cheers of the residents echoing through the streets, Su Ming understood that the fear of the subterranean beings had been vanquished once and for all. That evening, a grand celebration commenced at the training camp. To ensure that all residents could partake in the joy of victory, Su Ming decided to host a live broadcast. This time, we have truly triumphed. We no longer fear the subterranean beings. My goodness, it feels as though I am living in a dream. By the way, is this truly wise? Could we provoke the subterranean beings? Are they not said to possess superior technology? Be quiet up there. If you're afraid of offending them, you are welcome to leave the refuge and surrender. In the live broadcast room, viewers enthusiastically filled the chat with comments. Although a small number expressed concern about the current situation, the overwhelming majority of residents reveled in the joy of victory. After all, this marked humanity's inaugural triumph. Goodness. The exuberance of these individuals is truly boundless. Within the training camp, Su Ming sat quietly at the side of the celebration, observing the jubilant soldiers. Their excitement was palpable, completely devoid of any trace of fatigue. Yet, Su Ming could empathize. Humanity had long been oppressed by the subterranean beings. With such a victory now at hand, their exhilaration was entirely warranted. Mr. Su, what are your plans moving forward? Plans? Su Ming cast a smiling glance at Fan Ziyuan and said, of course. We should continue awakening more individuals with superpowers, ultimately striking at the very heart of the underworld. Your aspirations are quite lofty. Hearing Su Ming's response, a flicker of helplessness crossed Fan Ziyuan's face. How can one allow others to slumber so close by? If it were you in command, would you not intend to eradicate these underworld dwellers entirely? That is not my intention, Fan Ziyuan replied with a smile, shaking his head in response to Su Ming's inquiry. I am contemplating the myriad unsolved mysteries of the underworld beings. Their ability to remotely control their corporeal forms is just one example, unless we dismantle their command system. Any victory we achieve, no matter how numerous, may ultimately prove insignificant. Indeed, what you say is pivotal. Su Ming understood that defeating the underworld beings was not a task to be accomplished overnight. Currently, humanity had merely achieved its first victory, while the road ahead remained fraught with challenges. With this thought, Su Ming slowly raised his wine glass, gazing at Fan Ziyuan. Let us take our time. At the very least, we have secured our initial triumph, have we not? Indeed. They clinked their glasses gently, producing a clear, resonant sound. After savoring the fine wine in their cups, Su Ming gradually activated the sanctuary system within his mind.